Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Two girls were standing on the street, discussing with each other how a young gentleman smiled at one. The girl put her hand to her mouth and said that she didn't even believe her eyes, wiped them just in case, looked again, but it was definitely young gentleman Aaron. The fighters were training on the ground when they continued to talk about how he had been training hard lately, wondering how long it would last. A week had already passed, that at his age it was too early to come to his senses, and this was somehow unexpected. The girl was interested in what had happened to him. The hero looked out the window. The guy was thinking with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes and thought about how he would not allow the tragedy to happen again. Aaron was looking at the magic book and reasoning about how he would never do that in this life. The guy was talking about how 33 years old was the age at which he died in his past life. On a gray day, a window was shown on the second floor, when Aaron was thinking about how it all happened. A young man was sitting chained to a chair, a man with a knife was standing next to him. A castle was shown, when the guy told about how he was born into the noble Stillgard family, who ruled the northern part of Navarro for generations. He remembered the man with a beard. It was his grandfather, the war hero who stopped the takeover of the Paver Empire. His name was Richard. The hero thought about the genius knight with a sword, his father Robin. The guy stood with his back and reasoned that his abilities would not be enough for even the little finger of one of them, a pathetic simple knight of the third rank Aaron Stillgard. The young man said that although he was not good enough, he became an earl, and in just 3 years he lost everything. People were talking behind his back about how they say that even a puppy can be born in a pride of lions. They were talking about the idiot count who lost everything that the great Stillgard family had, about how he was a fool who had his county completely taken away from him. Aaron was talking about how he was treated even worse than the city homeless, and was constantly bullied. He looked down and reasoned that all this was true. The guy was imagining his father and talking about how, although he could not compare to his father, he tried to become at least a good count, but he was deceived and robbed, deprived of both his order and property. The hero was talking about not only this, but also Kunz, who had wished him harm since childhood. The beaten guy was breathing with his mouth open, thinking about how he ended up dying at the hands of the mercenaries sent by that son of a bitch, because that bastard Kunz had been jealous of him all this time. Even after he took everything, it wasn't enough for him. The scoundrel was leafing through the book and asking the guy to show him the book of deals and measurements. He was asking about the fact that there were only blank pages. The guy with a bloody face was screaming at him not to touch it. The criminal kicked him in the body and told him to close his mitten. Aaron looked at his hands and thought about how the book of deals and measurements was not just paper. The hero reasoned that this was the family's treasure, allowing them to make trade deals with residents of other dimensions, and if he hadn't been deceived and had used it correctly, he would have been able to raise the family from its knees. The villain stood over the young man and leafed through the book, saying that he believed this pathetic book and gave away all his property, as rumors say, like a madman. Aaron looked at some object in surprise and asked to give it to him, because it was his. The hero saw how the criminal threw it on the floor. The object was lying on the floor and the guy thought that it was a wish bookmark. He said that this was one of the trinkets that he received in these deals in another. The character, behind the hero's back, raised his finger up and noted that this, of course, is very expensive, but this object can fulfill one wish of your life. Aaron closed his eyes and drove away in his head that of course, this was a swindler, and what kind of wish could there be at all? The hero thought that since he lacked abilities, he wanted to save the weakening family at least through such deals. The guy wondered if there was anyone in the world more useless than him. The villain gave him an unknown liquid to drink, and wondered what the hero was thinking about. Aaron opened his eyes in surprise, thinking about the healing potion that gave temporary recovery, asked why he was given it. The criminal approached the table with tools and answered that they were asked to play with him as long as possible. They can't just take and kill him. The villain picked up the knife and said that Kunz asked to tell him that this was his last gift. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that this was a nasty Kunz. The guy thought that he took his title, his property, and that was not enough for him, wondering if he decided to take his life as well. Aaron raised his head, sitting on a chair, and exclaimed that the last of the Stillgards would die like a dog. The criminal held a knife in his hand and asked if he had gone crazy, claiming that it was even better, because you can't stand it if you're in your right mind. The hero opened his mouth, thinking about what he was. The villain held a flask of red liquid in his hand. Aaron thought that if he weren't such a fool, they wouldn't treat him like that, and the family would be fine. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes as he thought about how if he had just one chance, how he would like to correct all those mistakes. The hero sank into his thoughts, driving away the thought of if only it were possible to turn back time. Aaron silently lowered his head down. The wish bookmark flashed with a bright light. The system spoke of the will of someone who was facing death, but was not broken to the end and dreamed of correction. This is the condition that was met for the fulfillment of desires. The boy bowed his head down on the chair and was told to say his last wish. The hero sat motionless and silently. A system error message popped up that the owner of the wish was currently unconscious and could not make a wish. A solution was being searched for, and the owner's wishes were being analyzed based on memories. It was said that 3 wishes had been detected and the severity was being determined. The message said that not even the slightest difference had been detected, and that all would be fulfilled. A bright light was emerging in the darkness. Eren opened his eyes, looking ahead. He screamed, rising in bed. The hero looked out the window, wondering. The boy looked carefully, and thought that this was the same view from the window that he always saw. The young man opened his eyes wide and said that he had just been killed, continuing to think about the fact that he had been killed by a mercenary sent by Kuntz. The hero turned around, looking at the door, when a voice came from there, saying that it was Isabel, who was asking if he could come in. The guy remembered that Isabel was his maid, who looked after him more than 10 years ago. The girl bowed her head and said that the boss was waiting for the young master. Eren looked at her and thought that it was really Isabel. The young man looked around and realized that the bedroom was familiar, the decorations, from memories. The hero asked the maid how old he was now. The girl was surprised by what she heard, and clarified that he turned 16 this year. The guy thought about how this could be, that he really went back 17 years. Eren rushed to hug Isabel, screaming. The hero looked at her carefully and asked if she really was Isabel. The girl noticed his tears and asked if he had a nightmare. The boy wiped his eyes and thanked her, thinking that the maid believed in him even when the whole family had lost hope. Isabel opened her eyes wide in surprise and screamed, wondering if this was a new form of harassment. The girl threw her hands up and asked for forgiveness, adding that if she was guilty of something, then let her say so. She was ready for any punishment, and would certainly improve. Eren was confused and said that it was not about that. Memories of him talking to her inappropriately flashed through the boy's head. The hero asked her why she had come. Isabel folded her palms and explained that the boss was waiting for him, noting that he had not been there yesterday either, and this had angered him greatly. The young man turned away and said that he would go. The girl bent down, asking him again. Eren turned to her and asked why she was so surprised. He better not go, right? Isabel looked at him and said that of course not. The hero raised his hand to the side and thought that he did not know how it happened, but he was given another chance. He remembered how he sat chained to the chair, thinking about the minute mistake that led to the destruction of the family and his terrible past that disappeared. The guy thought that now he was Eren Stillgard, who would try like crazy to change the future. He took the sword in his hands, put it on his shoulder, said that he went. The guy smiled and told the girl that it was a pity. His steel muscles were gone, but in general he was not complaining. Isabel looked at him and wondered if he was okay. The Stillgard training ground. Eren watched the training and thought that the knights that the Stillgards were proud of were still the same as before. The guy opened his mouth, counting that there were 10 of them. The hero closed his eyes and reasoned that he had not valued them before and simply thought that they were not sweaty old men. A man crossed his arms in front of him, asking him if he had just appeared. It was the captain of the knights, Hunter. The young man looked up and turned to the captain, apologizing for being a little late, reasoning that he was still the same as before. Hunter narrowed his eyes and replied that it did not matter, asking if he had forgotten his promise. He said that he was absent yesterday, so today he would work off 2 days' work. The captain put his hands on his belt and told him to do 50 laps around the field, 1,000 swings and the same number of injections, and at this time he got off easy. Eren looked at him and said that he understood and was doing it. The hero smiled, asking if it was possible to start right away. Hunter looked at him in surprise and thought he would start making excuses again, that this was happening to him. The guy reasoned that the him who put everything off for later had disappeared. He leaned on his knees. The hero pushed off the ground, starting off, talking about how everything went back 17 years ago, and only he had changed. The young man ran quickly and thought that now everything was in his hands. Eren breathed and thought that he knew the future, so he would try to become better in any way. The hero waved his sword and counted 471, 472. The captain watched him and thought that he was serious. The guy thought that he would stop the misfortunes that awaited him and protect the family legacy. He pulled the sword out in front of him, counting 999. The young man threw the weapon out of his hand, shouting that he had finished counting to 1,000. Eren lay on the ground and thought about how he had completed his training for the first time. It was hard, of course, but doable. The hero thought about his strengths and weaknesses, and also about the upcoming events, where there was a good chance of success, but first of all, it was necessary to improve his physical fitness. A notification popped up that a new user had been detected. The guy saw a message in front of him asking whether he wanted to initiate a deal between dimensions, accept or reject. The hero was stunned by what he saw and thought about what it was. The captain leaned over and asked if everything was okay with the young master. Eren pointed at the notification and yelled at Hunter to see if he could see the thing in the air. The captain raised his hand and said that he didn't understand him. He was just pointing at nothing. The hero opened his mouth and asked again if it was true that he couldn't see anything. Hunter looked at him and thought that the guy was seeing things because he was tired. The young man thought, wondering if he was the only one seeing it. Aaron looked ahead and thought about why he didn't understand why it was floating in the air and not in the book, but thought it was worth a try. The hero chose to accept. A magic book appeared. He looked with wide eyes. The guy thought about whether this was a real deal between dimensions, and how that was possible if it was in the form of a book. Hunter shouted, calling the hero. The young man looked at him through the magic book. The captain looked at him and asked if he had come to his senses, that he had said something strange, and thought that he was unwell, he needed to see a doctor. Aaron interrupted him. The guy grabbed Hunter by the hand and said that everything was fine. The hero looked away and noted that he was no longer the same as before. The captain looked away and reasoned that he had not noticed such determination in the young master before. It seemed to be the influence of the Stillgard blood. The guy, leaving, turned around and said that he had finished training, so he would go. Hunter bowed and told him to rest. Aaron thought that he did not think that the captain was lying to him, but he saw it too clearly for it to be a hallucination. The hero entered the building, seeing in front of him a notice about the registration process. The man noticed the guy and said hello, asking if he should cook him something to eat after training. Aaron looked at him and replied that he was tired, so he did not want to later. The young man thought about the fact that even the butler seemed not to see. The man looked at him and noticed his eye, from which a strange blue flame was emanating. The guy thought about the blue flame from the eye. Was it possible that the Dimensions transaction book was located right in the eye? The hero waved his hand with a smile, and said that this was probably how mana was displayed and nothing like that. The butler replied that it really seemed like just mana. The hero said that he would go. The young man touched his eye and thought that it couldn't be, all of this was right in his eye. The guy exhaled and reasoned that if he thought about it, it was even harder to believe that he had died and returned 17 years into the past. He looked away and thought about how relieved he was that the butler hadn't noticed anything. Aaron looked ahead in surprise. A notification popped up asking if he wanted to continue under this account. The young man's eye was blazing. He was wondering why there was no reject button, and he spoke about his old ID. The hero clicked on accept, noting that now he could only accept. The message said that a deal was starting across dimensions. A book opened, and it was about the user's description. The guy looked at it with interest and said that he thought so. Everything starts from scratch, and demand and supply are not at all similar, so there is nothing to be done about it because he is in the channel about the system. Aaron, opening his eyes wider, realized something. He was looking at the system window and wondering where he got the coins from. The hero was wondering if this was his previous account, but no, the deal level was not suitable. The guy put his hand to his chin and stated that nothing was clear. The young man's eye emitted a blue light when he thought that he would start with a warm-up. A week later, the hero asked if he wanted to spar with the knight. Hunter asked if he was serious. The young man smiled and replied that he was. The captain turned to Fred, asking him to keep the gentleman company, but to use only his left hand without mana, while thinking that although the guy had been training hard lately, it was still too early for him to spar with a real knight. Aaron closed his eyes and, smiling, thought about the fact that this was a 6th-rank knight, Fred, and he was even offended that he considered him a complete vegetable. He told the knight not to listen to the captain and just give it his all. Fred was taken aback when he heard the hero. The young man pointed his sword and shouted that they were going. The trace of a lightning strike passed near the knight's head. Fred parried Aaron's powerful blow. He clenched his teeth from the tension and thought about what it was, because he thought to be gentle with him, but the speed, the feeling of the attack and even the technique of his sword were beyond the knight's expectations. Fred wondered if this was really the young master he knew. The other boys looked on in surprise and remarked that who would have thought that there would be such a heated battle and that the young master was pushing Fred. The knight defended himself from the attacks and wondered if he was weak. He gritted his teeth and thought about what kind of nonsense this was. The captain noticed and shouted at the little brat about not using mana. A bright light lit up the area and Hunter shouted at the boy. The knight fell to the ground. The spectators sighed, scared. Aaron looked at his opponent with his sword and asked if he had won. Fred looked at him and said that he definitely used magic, wondering how that could be. The young man looked at him and calmly told him to just admit his defeat. The boys watching from the side exclaimed that this couldn't be, wondering if young Master Aaron had won the fight. A week ago, a chest with coins was opened. The guy said that fortunately everything was in place. The hero looked into the open chest and thought that this time he would not be deceived like a fool and he would spend everything properly. The guy pressed the screen and thought that now for him the most important way of transaction between dimensions. He got to the page about the exchange. The hero looked, touching his chin, and thought that he would look at the most important thing now. This is, of course, the exchange. Scales appeared from the book. Coins appeared on the scales and a notification popped up that the estimated number of coins was 30. The hero commented that this was more than he expected. Aaron looked at the system window in surprise and said that he received quite a lot, and thought that there would be about 25 coins. He looked in front of him and thought when he finally understood the real price of gold. The guy thought that when he started making deals between dimensions, he understood the main rule that depending on the market situation, the value of goods changes, and in each world, goods have different values. On the table were products, money, precious stones. The young man understood that in order to get the maximum benefit, it is best to buy cheap and sell expensive. Aaron looked closely at the book and understood that the stock exchange was not stupid either, so certain goods have taxes and commissions, and the lower the transaction level, the more restrictions. The hero folded his hands and thought about the fact that to increase the level, there must be real results, and to get real results, the level must be high. To find a normal product at level 0 is like picking a star from the sky. A dilemma of level 0 was reported. A message from Hearthstone popped up about the items he sells. Aaron saw about the mana stone, which is just the thing needed to replenish mana. A chat with Hearthstone was shown, where a correspondence began. The hero paid attention to the nickname, wondering why his name was glowing red. The guy moved his finger across the window, thinking about what he could click once. He opened the seller's profile and noted that this was user information. The young man thought about the fact that all 3 years that he used the deals from the past, hadn't he seen such reports? Aaron continued to correspond and thought that he needed to find out the price first. In the message, Hearthstone answered the question about the price that there were many who sell more expensively, but now he had little goods, so he should hurry. Another notification popped up. The hero noted that a window with information appeared again. The hero thoughtfully looked at the screen and thought that if this information is true, then the seller wants twice as much money and says that the price is market. He is a swindler. The guy smiled and said that how can you sell stones at an exorbitant price? What a nasty swindler. Hearthstone wrote that his price is quite low, asking on what basis he tells him this. They continued to correspond that Aaron will write that he is a swindler, saying that they will explain it to him at the exchange. The hero raised his hand to his chin and thought that the seller was confused, and it seemed like what he saw in the information window. The young man was arguing that he probably knew that he would receive sanctions from the exchange for the wrong price. Aaron wrote about whether he wanted to receive the status of an unreliable seller and restrictions, asking why he was silent, warning that he would go and write a complaint about him. The seller, after a short silence, answered about how impatient the hero was. Hearthstone wrote that in fact, the profitability of the mines had fallen so much in their time, and the workers were also asking for wages, and how he would pay everything, so he would have nothing left at all, saying that he did not want to deceive on purpose. The hero looked at the notification about where it was written about a report about a partner entrepreneur using slave labor for mining at the mine, who was ready to do anything to make a profit. The guy's eye was emitting light, and he was thinking about why Hearthstone was running him down again. He told the seller that he didn't need such a deal, he would go and write a complaint. The interlocutor begged him not to write a complaint, saying that he would specifically sell it to him for half the price. The hero leaned on his hand and thought about the price, thinking about whether to try to knock the price down again, because he could still move. Aaron gave up these thoughts, because he could also get it. The deal with Hearthstone began. The cards of the exchange participants were shown. The guy put his hand to the book. Messages with cards of a small mana stone and a medium mana stone popped up. The young man thought that this was not bad, and he needed to accept it. A notification about the result of the deal appeared. Aaron opened his eyes wide and wondered why 22.5 coins, because he put 25 coins. The hero reasoned that everything was stranger and stranger. Information about the seller and a report on the deal appeared. Even the number of coins in the deal decreased. Hearthstone asked in the chat if he would write a complaint. The guy crossed his arms and thought that he would not report him, but would keep him on the hook for a while. The guy looked out the window in confusion and wrote that if he continued to sell at this price, warning. He thought about ignoring and exiting. A message appeared called a calculation, from which his head is spinning, in which the cashback effect is applied. Aaron was surprised, wondering what kind of cashback this was and thought that this was a privilege for VIP clients. The young man spread his hands and thought that it could not be. Why would it be? He held a blue stone in his hand and thought that he should try to absorb mana. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he felt how mana was coming, so it was not a fake. The boy said that after that, he diligently studied the special mana breathing technique of the Stillgard family for several days, which his grandfather had once improved. In order to master the breathing of steel, 2 conditions must be met. The young man clenched his fist. The faceless man sat in the lotus position when it was said about a strong body and a lot of mana. The hero said that in the beginning it was impossible for him, who did not own anything. The boy trained hard, swinging his sword, and said that the first he received through endless effort and training. Shards flew from above onto Aaron's head when he said that the second was due to the purchased mana stones. The young man thought about how he succeeded in mastering the breathing of steel and was able to achieve a glorious victory over the night. The boy closed his eyes and said, exhaling, that he was cool, wasn't he? People wondered if the young master had won. Someone was saying that it was a stage training, that Fred was a good boy and knew how to play along when necessary. The hero smiled when they told him that he had worldly wisdom from such an early age, that he had no pride at all, and said that they would still see who would win. He thought about the fact that he would have to prove his strength one more time. Eren turned his head and asked Michael to compete with him. The young man was distracted and asked if he was talking to him. The hero answered that he was talking to him, thinking that this guy was perfect for demonstrating his abilities. Michael was scared and tried to object to the young gentleman. A girl came up to them and said that it would be interesting. The guys called out to the lady. In front of them stood a girl. This was Robin Stillgard's eldest daughter, Karen. The captain was excited and told her that the young gentleman was still. The girl raised her hand, stopping him, and said that she understood what he was worried about. Karen looked him in the eye and said that if he was worried about the mana competition, he could just have a sword fight. Hunter replied in surprise that it was fine. The opponents looked at each other's faces. The captain from the side told about Michael, a knight of the 6th rank, and in a normal sword fight he was comparable to the 5th rank. The captain was serious when he said that the main thing in such a fight was the distance, and he was tall, his arms were long, so Michael was very comfortable, thinking that the young master definitely had no chance. Someone exclaimed to look there, asking about the young man pushing Michael. Eren attacked, swinging his fist at his opponent. A bare-knuckle battle ensued between them. Hunter watched in amazement and thought that it couldn't be, because a couple of days ago the wind blew him away. The guy delivered a powerful blow to the body. People watched from the sidelines as dust rose. The crowd shouted in bewilderment that Michael had lost. They rejoiced, raising their hands and shouting that it was very cool, chanting the name of the young master. The hero calmly watched what was happening. The girl touched Eren's face, calling out to him. She came closer to his face and said that her brother was great, and it seemed that the girl had been thinking badly of him all this time. The hero thought about his sister. Fights were shown during training with the girl. Eren talked about how Robin always regretted that Karen was born a girl. He reasoned that she could not master the breath of steel, which was transmitted only to male Stillgards, but her talent was visible to the naked eye. The sister looked away calmly when he spoke about how the breath of steel is the root and foundation of the Stillgard family. It is passed down only through the male line, and no girl can master it. It was said that even if there is a certain talent, because of this condition, girls did not even have a chance, so Karen, like no one else, understood the value of Eren's days of silent training. The girl stroked the young man's head and said that he tried so hard to achieve this, in secret from everyone, where no one would see. The sister closed her eyes and apologized for underestimating the hero, and after all, she is his older sister. But not that she did not support him, but like everyone else, she condemned him. The guy silently looked at her. He thought that his conscience was gnawing at something. He remembered how he approached the captain with a request, and thought that in fact all this was precisely in order to get recognition from his sister. Karen looked down as Eren reflected that of all the siblings, she was the one who could see the situation more clearly, without prejudice and full of virtue and insight. The boy was embarrassed and thought that she would be the first to notice and recognize the new hero. The young man looked at her and reasoned that he had no other choice now, apologizing to her. A night castle was depicted as Eren reflected that so far everything was going as planned, but the question was what would happen next. Dinner that day. The family was sitting at the table. Robin brought the glass to his face and noted that today was especially excellent. Karen looked at her father and said that she asked the servants in the kitchen about it, because Eren was soon to leave for the academy. Robin looked at him and asked a question about how he was already so grown up. The young man watched and thought that as soon as he drew his sister's attention to himself, she immediately began to take care of him. The father sat on a chair and turned to his son and said that Karen had told him that he had defeated a knight in training. The hero looked at him and thought that he had succeeded. He tilted his head, thinking that his father had finally taken an interest in him and that he could not miss such a chance. The boy stated that he was not yet good enough to defeat the knight. It was only a small sword fight. Robin scratched his chin, surprised. His brother added that he was only rank 6. The young man looked at his father and added that they did not use magic. It was Robin's eldest son, Stillgard Kirin. He leaned over, asking his sister if it was true. The hero looked at him tensely and wondered why he had stuck his head out. The girl turned to Kirin and pointed out that he had only become a 5th rank knight at 18, while Eren was only 16. The boy countered, saying that it was in the winter of 17, and that he had officially received the rank after that. His father raised his hand and praised the hero, calling him a fine fellow. Robin stood up and began to tell him that his grandfather had first entered the battlefield at about his age, and asked if there was a reason why he had suddenly come to his senses so abruptly. His father extended his hand to the boy, and he wondered whether to shake his hand. Eren shook his hand and declared that he was already 16. The hero squeezed his hand and thought about a combat handshake, which was a competitive action where people passed mana through each other's hands. The young man's eyes widened and he wondered if this was some kind of test. He looked ahead and thought that of course it was important to please his father, but in order to avoid unnecessary suspicions, he needed to hide all skills above rank 3. Robin exhaled, closing his eyes and noticed that he had grown noticeably, and he was so worried that his youngest was a loser, but now he could relax a little. Kieran watched with anger as his father said that it seemed he would be able to show himself well beyond the walls of the Stillgards. Robin closed his eyes and said that it was true. It seemed he had paid too little attention to the youngest, and of course, one could say that he came to his senses too late. His father opened his eyes and added that as a gift for entering the academy, he asked if he wanted to ask for something. The hero opened his eyes wider and thought about what had happened. The guy scratched his head and said that of course, there was something. He immediately turned to the side and added that there was nothing, and it seemed to him that this was too much for him. The father crossed his arms and asked to speak and not to worry, and he would try to listen to everything. The young man scratched the back of his head and said that he did not want to ask for something global, and was sure that he would be refused. Robin closed his eyes and said that he did not know that their youngest could also control people's souls, adding that if he wanted, he would take an oath. The eldest son jumped up and called his father. Robin put his hand on his chest and began a speech about how he, the head of the Stillgard family, Robin Stillgard, swears by Manhwa that he will not break his promise and will do everything that his abilities allow him to fulfill the request that his son, Aaron Stillgard, will voice. The guy listened in amazement and thought about what he would say now. He looked up at his father and said that his request. A cry was heard appealing to Robin that this was completely impossible. Kieran followed his father and the hero, asking if Aaron had completely gone crazy. He exclaimed that it was impossible to break the family tradition. The eldest son raised his voice in his ear, asking if anyone other than the head could enter the treasury, and what kind of visitation he was asking for. Robin turned and said that, to be more precise, the right to enter the treasury belonged entirely to the head of the family, but he had entered there before with his father. Kieran looked at him and noted that this was a different case. His father asked in response whether he should break the oath of Manhwa. The young man looked at Robin carefully and said that he should not. His father turned half around and told him to go while he went with the youngest. The hero looked at his brother smiling, thinking that he got what he deserved and this is what must be done. Kieran clenched his teeth and thought about how Aaron, the bastard, wanted the right to enter, which even he himself did not have. Robin opened the door with a key and said that the rules were simple. He could only enter the outer treasury, and he should not go inside. Doors opened for the characters, and the father said that the boy could take anything, but only one. He would give him as much time as he needed, so let him choose calmly. The young man glanced inside, answered that he understood, thought about finally holding a real book of dimensional transactions in his hands. The hero looked around the dark room and thought about the fact that the book of dimensional transactions was the most powerful weapon, so that nothing would threaten his new life. Only he should own this book. He walked along the room and thought that before his last death, during the last 100 years, the only two traders from the land of 1342 were Grandfather Richard and him. The boy thought that unlike his previous life, when he found this book in the treasury, in this life he could see the deals in other dimensions in his eye, which meant that most likely the real one was still stored in the treasury. The hero chased away the thought in his head that this is why he wanted to please his older sister, to get his father's attention. Aaron looked at the shelf and said that it was definitely somewhere there. He looked in front of him and thought that it was impossible for someone else to find it. He himself must destroy the real book of dimensional deals. Robin crossed his arms and asked if he had chosen. The boy answered that he had. His father looked at his hands in surprise. The young man was holding a knight figure when Robin asked about the hero figure. A golden figurine of a man raises his hand with a sword up. Robin explains that this is a figurine of a hero, created to praise Richard, who defended Navarro from the Empire. Its price exceeds 1,000 gold coins at the rate of their state, the thing that is easier than all the others to see in the treasury. The hero's father, looking down, mentally said that this is just a momentary benefit, and then wondered why his son's eye fell on it, and asked if Aaron wanted to enter the treasury just to collect gold. The boy, smiling, looked guiltily. The man with the beard seemed to know what his son was thinking. The blond boy smiled. The young man, looking at the figurine, replied that this is the most valuable thing for him now, because thanks to it he can buy both a sword and a mana stone and still have money left. Robin, looking down, noted that it is better to spend this time not on buying and selling things, but on hard training. Aaron, lowering his head, answers that he thinks that there is not always only one way. The boy, picking up the figurine, explained that of course, if he has an innate talent for the sword then, as his father says, he is wasting his time. The blond boy, holding a golden statue, said that maybe, on the contrary, for him it will be the fastest way. The man looked down. Robin, scratching the back of his head, answered that the boy is not so easy to understand. The young man, closing his eyes, thought that he succeeded. Right before that, in the treasury, Aaron, opening his mouth, was surprised. The hero's shadow covered the shelf with books. He realized that the book of dimensional transactions was not here. The protagonist, turning his head, wondered that it might not be here. The yellow-eyed boy, pushing the books aside, said that if it is not there, it will be here. Aaron, looking at the gold lying there, came to the conclusion that the book could be in that direction. The hero, widening his eyes, realized that the book was gone. He put his hands in his pockets and concluded that he needed to think, and then added that he had two hypotheses. The arrow pointed to the book. The protagonist thought that the first hypothesis was that while he had not seen it, the book had moved somewhere. The man with a question mark on his face opened the book. The young guy thought that the second hypothesis was that someone was currently using the Book of Dimension transactions, and then concluded that he could not confirm any of the hypotheses at the moment. Aaron, putting his hand to his face, thought that 17 years had passed, and if you count from the moment he became an earl, then 14. The boy, lowering his hand, concluded that he had no idea what had happened to the book during this time, and he could only hope that it had not fallen into anyone's hands. Now, the fair-haired guy, sitting down at the table, began to think that finding out that the Book of Transactions was not in the treasury now was already a great achievement, and then mentally added that he, of course, grabbed the first thing that came to hand, but the hero's figurine could bring good money. The hand touched the golden statuette. A notification appeared in front of the hero's face that the automatic transaction was completed. System windows popped up, notifying that the hero needed to make more transactions to level up, that the price support effect was active, and that he had received coins from Sleepy Eyes and from I Love Coupons. Aaron, looking at the screen, realized that he still had privileges. The protagonist explained that he had unlocked these privileges during the deal with Gerard. A plaque appeared that applied the effect, thanks to which the hero received a cashback of 3 coins. The fair-haired young man, opening his mouth, thought in surprise that he seemed to have seen a privilege called account that made his head spin, and this was definitely a privilege for VIP clients, which meant that he could be one too. The boy, spreading his arms, came to the conclusion that this was impossible. Aaron's eyes lit up. He brought his finger to the book. Having pressed the VIP plaque, the young guy said that of course, this could not be, but it was worth trying once, and then came to the conclusion that if there was nothing in the VIP category, then he was not a VIP. The protagonist looked down. He looked at the screen in surprise. The information window notified that the hero had different skills of the maximum level. The guy with the glowing eye, looking down, noted that it was crazy that all his skills were at the maximum level, and then mentally asked how it was even possible to imagine such a thing. Aaron, raising his head, realized that he was given more money for the exchange, which is also a consequence of maximizing the ability. The hero looked at the plate, which informed that the entire commission from his transactions was becoming 0. The protagonist opened a window in which there was a photo of a person and information about him. A notification appeared that an ability called the Eyes of Providence had become available to him, which provide complete information about the seller and a report on the transaction. The young guy, folding his hands, looked at the screen. A plate appeared with an ability called Flow Recognition, which allows you to find out the quantity of goods and the real price. A system window popped up, where the result of the transaction was written. A plate appeared with a skill that gives a 10% discount. Aaron, turning his gaze to the monitor, asked why 22.5 coins. The fair-haired boy, crossing his arms in front of the blue book, realized that he started with 10 coins thanks to this privilege. Notifications about bonuses and his skills lit up above him. The protagonist paused thoughtfully. 3 versions of the main character, laughing, ran back and forth. Aaron, holding his face with his hands, realized that in this case, he could move mountains. The boy, smiling, concluded that everything would happen even faster than he thought, and this meant that it was time for revenge. The fair-haired guy, taking the statuette in his hands, noted that he was already ready for battle, so he first needed to get coins from the golden figurine. The golden knight lay on a semi-transparent scale. A notification appeared that the effect was being applied. Aaron, squinting his eyes, thought that he was being taken for a fool, because the statuette was not worth 115 coins, but at least 140 or 150 coins. The protagonist, having activated the VIP privilege called Flow Recognition, looked at the figurine and saw its characteristics. Aaron, grabbing the figurine in fear, shouted where the stock rats had put 40 coins, and then added that 40 coins were 400 gold. He sat down on the bed and thought that he was too lazy, but he needed to make some kind of deal. The protagonist, sprawled on the bed, came to the conclusion that he was already quite comfortable. The protagonist, smiling, said that he was comfortable because he could make deals even while lying down, and this was all because the Book of Dimensional Deals was now in his eye. Aaron, looking at the open ghostly book, realized that it was right in front of his eyes. He opened his eyes wide and mentally asked himself if the book in his eye was really the Book of Dimensional Deals. The young boy looked down and decided that in that case it was good, of course, that he could walk around without glasses. Notifications popped up, saying that the hero had made a deal on a gold figurine, had received extra coins from a skill called My Dust, and had replenished the number of deals needed to level up. The protagonist, putting his hand to his face, noted that it was selling quickly. Aaron, looking at the transparent book, wondered what product to choose next, and concluded that he would continue to take mana stones for now. A message appeared from a guy in a hood, saying that he was selling cheap and high-quality mana stones. The protagonist's eyes lit up with a blue flame. He, pressing the screen, said that the seller was waiting for him here, and then asked himself if he would try to play today. Aaron sent the seller a message in which he greeted him and called him a scammer. Gerard, angrily clenching his fist, was indignant at being called a swindler, and wondered who had written it. The merchant's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that it was that same guy. The protagonist looked at Gerard's message with interest, and he asked if it was that same buyer, to which Aaron confirmed that it was him, and added that he wanted to buy more mana stones and whether he could do it at the old price. The merchant hesitantly looked away and said that back then it was a special concession, so now it would be a little different, to which the protagonist sternly asked if it was time to stop lying to him. Gerard himself knew that it didn't work, and added that their previous dialogue was saved, suggesting that they play it safe. The merchant looked down sharply and thought irritably that this guy was a bastard and added to himself that, of course, he would only be temporarily blocked, but thinking about the losses over these few days, it would probably be easier to sell to him cheaper. The young man looked at the screen in complete bewilderment and thought that he did not understand how the seller, who had almost 10,000 coins, could be so petty. Gerard sighed heavily, thinking about what he wanted from him, and asked how much he wanted to buy. A message from Aaron appeared in the chat window, in which he asked how much the merchant could give, to which he offered 25 medium and 20 small stones, and the protagonist briefly ordered to download everything, to which Gerard obediently agreed. A system notification appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the deal was completed. 270 coins were spent on mana stones and a cashback of 40.5 coins was received, and Aaron thought that he bought medium ones for 10 and small ones for 2.5 apiece. The young man immediately posted a new ad for sale, where medium stones cost 12 coins, and small ones 3. Aaron yawned sweetly and said that this is the basis of all deals: you buy cheap, sell expensive and get a profit, after which the protagonist thought that he needed to take a nap. At the same time, Gerard's room. A gilded hookah fell to the floor with a characteristic sound and the merchant ominously asked what it was. Gerard furiously slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he was a shameless bastard, because he sold him stones cheaper, and he should be grateful, and not upload his ad to the same channel. The protagonist looked at his screen in surprise and asked himself why he had received so many messages. Aaron read an angry message from the merchant, in which he ordered not to send him question marks and threatened to rip off his head, to which the young man calmly thought that the seller was behaving indecently. The protagonist smiled slyly and thought that he had learned a thing or two in the 3 years he had spent making deals, and told himself that even if the other person raised their voice, they would still not pass through the dimensional wall, mentally calling them a blockhead. Aaron quickly typed a reply, thinking that he could raise his voice twice as much, and wrote that the other person was a bad, evil, bastard entrepreneur, asking why he thought he could yell at him. The merchant looked at the message in shock and asked in confusion what kind of speech this was, and in the chat, the protagonist asked if the man was offended by being scolded, and remembered that once, in a past life, he had clashed with an unyielding salesman, and his special manner of speech had forever imprinted itself on his soul. The protagonist sent another insulting message, in which he stated that he hadn't even started yet, and called Gerard a stonehead with a short neck and added to himself that the merchant was probably not a human, but someone from Azeroth. The merchant looked at Aaron's message and asked him to stop, thinking that it felt SOSO and that the guy was some kind of crazy. The young man looked hopefully at the screen where the merchant wrote that in any case, this was too much, while the protagonist began to receive notifications about receiving 75 coins from the gesture and 45 from the ice merchant, and the protagonist stated that if he had promised not to trade, then maybe he would have done differently. The merchant continued his thought in the message, stating that it was impolite to sell at a low price, it would be fine if he sold at the same price, to which Aaron mentally objected that he was only doing this because the merchant, on the contrary, was selling too much. The protagonist sent a message in which he offered to make a deal, to which Gerard replied that he did not want to, and added that he would not sell at that price anymore, and that the young man could write a complaint if he wanted. The protagonist sent a message stating that he was not asking for a lower price and offered to buy at the market price, but the merchant replied that he was not going to sell at any price, to which Aaron thought how touchy he was. The young man looked at the screen and thought that this was unnecessary, because the merchant could make money, but did not want to make a deal because of emotions, and added that for guys like Gerard, money is both religion and faith. Aaron sent a message asking if such an outstanding person as Gerard would refuse a deal, and thought that if you properly whet the appetite, such merchants quickly understand that there are things more important than emotions. The merchant read the message, and the protagonist thought that such people are ready to do anything to make a profit, and are easily convinced by the word profit. Gerard sighed and thought that he was an outstanding person, and of course, emotions should not interfere with the matter, and asked the interlocutor what the market price was, to which the protagonist replied that this was the price at which he sells a medium stone for 12 coins, and a small one for 3. The young man looked at his balance and thought that he currently had 455 coins, and his VIP price support privilege allowed him to spend 30% more, That is, 657 coins. Aaron sent a request to buy 50 medium and 19 small stones, to which the merchant replied that he did not have that much goods, and the protagonist asked if Gerard had a mine. The man answered puzzledly that mana stones do not grow from the ground, and the protagonist asked how many were in stock then, and the merchant replied that he had 25 medium ones and 50 small ones. The young man sent Gerard a message that he agreed to the terms of the current deal, and thought that it was good for him anyway. Aaron posted a new, even cheaper ad and thought that he could sell even cheaper. The merchant furiously sent a message in which he called the protagonist a crazy fool and asked if he thought about the commission, after which he added that he must have millions under his belt since he was selling so cheaply. The protagonist put his cup down on the saucer and thought that from the point of view of an ordinary buyer, the merchant was telling the truth. The young man smiled slyly and thought that for a VIP the story changes, because even if you use all the privileges, the situation will not change. Aaron thoughtfully put his finger to his lips and thought that even if he lowered the price by 25%, he would still be in the black. The protagonist looked at the restrictions on the sale of mana stones and thought that they had another advantage: very loose restrictions on sale. Gerard started to type a message, but the protagonist interrupted him, writing that he had little time to earn money and there was no reason to chat with him. An image of blue mana crystals appeared and the young man continued his story. Aaron looked at the glowing crystals and thought that since he had free time from work, he needed to absorb mana. The protagonist absorbed mana right on the carpet, and thought that now that he made himself a cool body, wherever he went, everything would be fine. But for now he only quickly coped with the basic requirements. On the shelf nearby stood a portrait of the protagonist's grandfather named Richard, and the young man thought that he was not a real genius. Aaron languidly closed his tired eyes, thinking that if everything remained as it was, he would have shortcomings and stagnation. The protagonist suddenly looked ahead and thought that if this were to happen, then when he went up there, he would not be able to survive there. The protagonist washed his face with ice water and thought that there was very little time left before going there. The young man looked ahead resolutely and thought that, in general, it was time for the calculations. Aaron banged his fist on the wall of the sink and decided that it was time to begin. The protagonist posted a new ad in which he lowered the price of medium stones to 9.5 coins, and notifications of completed transactions immediately poured in. Water was dripping from the protagonist's face, and the young man thought that it would start very soon. Aaron thought about the fact that in his past life, in order to go there, he had to give himself completely for the entire year. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought that in this life only 8 days had passed since he began making transactions across dimensions. An image of a castle towering tens of meters appeared, and the protagonist remembered that when he owned Stillgard, it took a whole year. The young man looked mysteriously in the mirror and said to himself that now he had reached the necessary level of transactions much faster. Aaron received a system notification that the protagonist had made enough trades to level up, and he excitedly exclaimed that he had done it. A new notification said that he had made enough trades to level up to level 1, and that he could now enter level 1 channels. An image of the stock exchange settings appeared, and the System 1 icon lit up red. The protagonist calmly pursed his lips, thinking that he had finally. The young man's eye lit up, and he thought that he had finally activated the move to System 1. A welcome message to System 1 appeared in front of the protagonist. Aaron narrowed his eyes sarcastically, and thought that everything was just beginning. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist about unlocking the sponge inside the head skill, which increases the speed of assimilation of information, events, and skills, and he thought that he had finally moved on to System 1. The young man crossed his arms and thought that this was a system where even errand boys and restaurant workers became as strong as knights, or the world of Nirim. The protagonist read a message in the chat from a user who wrote that he had received the indulgence of a god in his world, but did not have the necessary tools to express it, and invited others to offer a suitable price for help. Aaron looked at the screen and thought, what a disgusting manner of communication this guy had. In the chat, comments appeared under the guy's message from other users who did not understand what he was talking about and thought he was an idiot, after which the author of the ad himself replied that he needed a sword for martial arts, and the protagonist thought that it was no wonder that everyone reacted like that. The young man looked in surprise at the system notification, which said that the sponge inside the head skill had reached the maximum level, the side effect was reduced, and the absorption speed was increased by 300%. The protagonist looked at the screen in confusion and asked himself why everything was so sudden. Aaron put his finger to his chin thoughtfully and thought about what it would take to unlock the privileges. The protagonist continued his thoughts, thinking that there was only one thing he could do. The young man activated the Eye of Insight, which, according to the description, shows information about who is being traded with and the report of the exchange center. Aaron looked at the screen in confusion and wondered if the Eye of Insight was not working. The protagonist sighed in disappointment and thought how disappointing it was and that the guys from the center were useless. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought that they should at least tell him why he got the privileges, or let him see the reason through the Eye of Insight. The young man smiled slyly and thought that, well, he could figure it out himself anyway. Aaron looked ahead and thought that privileges probably unlocked with leveling up. A window with the inscription event suddenly flashed in front of the protagonist, to which he asked in surprise what kind of event. Many windows with various events appeared in front of the protagonist, such as a special sale of scrolls, a time of attack without a commission and juicy discounts, to which he thought in shock what it was, and how many things there were. The protagonist looked at the event windows and thought about what he wanted to say, but after thinking about whether this was too strange, the young man continued his thoughts, thinking that even if it was a special sale, the discounts depended on the market price, so it would still be expensive, and the lack of a commission did not matter because of his privilege level. Aaron read the private message from the exchange center, congratulating him on switching to System 1 and giving him 3 coupons, and wondered if this was a customer service. The protagonist examined one of the coupons, which offered a Dantian image and 3 years of internal energy for 500 coins, and wondered if they gave him some cheap stuff as a reward, then asked in surprise what this was and what maximum body and sword stealth was. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist that the head sponge would absorb the effect, and after the absorption was complete, he cried out, wondering if it was really absorbed. The young man thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and thought that this meant that the martial arts of this world used mana as fuel, but in System 1, they used internal energy. With the image of a mysterious blade in the background, the protagonist thought that if someone asked him which was better, he would undoubtedly answer that the martial arts in System 1, and that this strange sword technique seemed out of this world. Aaron continued his thought, thinking that martial arts were similar in that they used the power of nature, but mana was in a more natural state, while internal energy was a refined version of mana. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that although this new privilege made the skill more refined, it was compatible with the mana core, and he still had to open his meridians and veins. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this made his skill more refined. Suddenly, the young man, who was enveloped in red energy, opened his shining eyes wide. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and declared that instantly creating Dantian and learning a sword technique was more amazing than he ever thought. The protagonist looked away with concern and wondered if there was a limit to this spatial trade, since he could buy anything if he had money. The young man looked at the image of his 500 coins and thought that he could even buy abstract values, then declared that he needed to be careful with the use of coins. An image of traditional Japanese patterns appeared, and the protagonist thought that now that he had finished his preparations, it was time for him to head to his first target, adding that he should start with that guy named Samuel, who was a spatial exchange merchant. A red glow emanated from the depths of the cave, and the merchant Samuel enthusiastically called the protagonist his customer, whom he adored, and asked how he could help him, to which Aaron told him to stop talking like that, because it was rude, and the merchant assumed that the young man belonged to a different species. The merchant sat hunched over on the floor and asked the protagonist to think of it as love for the human species, and not love for the dimension, to which the young man said that he needed martial arts scrolls, and asked to show the assortment. The merchant grinned maliciously and replied that he sold a lot of things, but asked to refrain from such formalities, to which Aaron asked if it was important to him, and suggested that he also communicate like that. The merchant lowered his head in annoyance, and thought that he had another bad customer. Samuel activated his device, which said that the protagonist's name was Aaron, that he was a first-level merchant, and that his soul image was a fairly well-trained warrior, and told the interlocutor that he needed to look at the assortment, and added to himself that it looked like it was from a small fry of the lower system. The merchant thoughtfully put his hand under his head and thought that he was not the one to complain. After all, he lived off of such customers. Fresh blood flowed from Samuel's hand, and he added that he should thank his customers. Hot blood began to drip profusely onto the stone floor, and the merchant asked the protagonist what kind of martial arts he was interested in, stating that he had a couple of sword techniques, including triple sword techniques, sword balance techniques, and a crouching tiger technique. The protagonist smiled confidently and thought to himself that this was the thing, because no matter how many times he listened, he could not understand this strange manner of speech, the repertoire of this swindler, Samuel. The merchant gestured vigorously with his hands, and the young man stated that this man's specialty was selling random cheap scrolls at an inflated price, adding that, for example, the triple sword technique was an incomprehensible technique that contained all sword techniques, and that, of course, at the beginning, the progress would be insignificant, but it had limitless potential, and if he succeeded in mastering it, he could become the strongest in the world. But the protagonist suddenly remembered that the merchant only chose System 0 people who dreamed of System 1 martial arts. The protagonist's eyes lit up with excitement, and he thought that the merchant was choosing people like Aaron himself, who were real weaklings in their past life. The young man leaned down on the floor and said in frustration that he had been deceived again, and added that the triple sword technique was a normal technique containing 3 movements: stabbing, cutting and blocking. The protagonist asked again with a cheerful grin and poorly concealed sarcasm whether he would become the strongest if he mastered it, and thought ironically that it would be useful if used by the strongest in the world. The merchant continued to say with a sarcastic grin that one technique would not be enough for the hero, and that he had others, such as the body elimination technique, the internal cultivation technique, the piercing technique, the striking technique, and many others, and asked the protagonist if he was silent because he had not yet decided which art to choose, and readily offered that he could give a couple of pieces of advice if he paid another 20 coins. Aaron looked thoughtfully in front of him and firmly said okay, but thought to himself that this was not Samuel, and said his real name. The fifth world of Murim, the mountain bamboo sector. The subordinate excitedly shouted the name of the leader, to which he sharply asked what happened. The leader of the mountain bamboo sect named Chuck turned his head to the side and asked if they were talking about the bastard named Samuel, and worriedly added if they had found him. Chuck tensely slammed his fist on the table and asked how they had found him, what kind of source it was, and asked if they were sure of it. The manager of the spatial sector turned his back to the leader and relayed what the protagonist had said. Chuck carefully read Aaron's message, in which he wrote that he had many questions, he could not answer them all at once, and added that he was quite upset right now. The protagonist sent a new message to the chat, in which he asked if the sect members would reward him if he took care of their enemy. The leader of the sect, having read the message, indignantly raised his hand and thought incredulously that his trust could not be gained with sweet words and that perhaps the young man was just an ordinary swindler. The protagonist calmly spread his hands and sent a new message, in which he wrote that if they did not believe him, then it was bad, and that he would just let Samuel go, since he was not his enemy. Chuck angrily clenched his fist and asked the protagonist in the chat if he had called him to joke. Aaron took a sip from his mug and calmly replied that this was not so, and advised him to look at his information. Chuck thoughtfully placed his hands on the table and said that the young man was from the lower system. The protagonist flashed his red eye and sent a message in the chat asking how, in Chuck's opinion, he knew about the secrets of their book of techniques. Chuck pressed his lips together in bewilderment. The leader of the sect folded his hands together and realized that Samuel had told the protagonist about this, which meant that he was also a traitor. Aaron sent a message, praising Chuck's intelligence with a slight grin, adding that for a fugitive like this merchant, there was no better backup than the Dimension Deal book. A notification appeared on the screen about receiving 200 coins from the leader of the Mountain Bamboo sect. Chuck spat out water from his mouth in surprise. In the chat, the leader of the sect excitedly asked if this was enough and asked to understand their position, and the protagonist looked at the screen in surprise and said to himself that this was too much. The protagonist looked thoughtfully into the distance and thought that he simply wanted to return the 20 coins he spent at the merchant. The merchant smiled grimly, and the young man thought that Samuel would never know that these 20 coins were the point of no return for him. A new message from Chuck appeared in the chat, warning the protagonist not to deceive him and promising a large reward for capturing Samuel. The protagonist looked at the screen with enthusiasm and thought about what unexpected luck he had. Information about Samuel appeared on the screen, and the young man thought indifferently that he could just let him go. An image of a notification about the sale of old books appeared, and the protagonist said to himself that his first reason for joining the system was one Sebastian, a first-class seller of martial arts scrolls, and added that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the harbinger of the death of the Stillgard family. Aaron wrote with a quill on a piece of paper and said that he met the guy while looking for martial arts scrolls to continue the legacy of his grandfather. The young protagonist looked in front of him in horror and swore in despair that he would kill him. An image of a battle whip appeared, and the protagonist thought about who had deceived him and made him waste his money, and added to himself how his family had finally fallen after buying the bookmark of desires from a man from the second system. The young man looked into the distance with his red eye and thought that this did not remove his resentment towards Sebastian. The protagonist clenched his fist and swore that he would return all the shame and pain he had gone through. In the new chat, the merchant cordially greeted the protagonist and politely asked if he was looking for something specific, offering diploma papers or books of change. Aaron began to type a message in which he wrote that Samuel introduced him to him, to which Sebastian replied that he understood and asked for a second, and the antagonist calmly thought that since he found him through Samuel, he probably already knows a lot. A notification appeared giving information about Sebastian, saying that he is a person with the image of the soul of a person with useful techniques. An image of Aaron's screen notification appeared, stating that the merchant was a scam librarian who stole scrolls and sold them at exorbitant prices to newbies, making a fortune from it, and that he should be treated with caution. Sebastian asked in the chat if that bastard Samuel was still scamming people with the triple technique, adding that only complete idiots would fall for that, to which the protagonist laughed and thought that it was painful, but he was probably scamming people from those systems. The merchant raised his hand to his forehead and thought irritably that Samuel was just a bastard, and wondered when he would get rid of this bad habit. Sebastian narrowed his eyes, and the protagonist sent him a message asking if he was different from Samuel, to which the merchant replied that it was rude to compare him to him, and advised him not to go beyond the bounds. The young man smiled wickedly and wrote to forgive his rudeness, thinking to himself that he needed to hold on, and added if he could see the assortment, specifying that he was looking for sword techniques. Sebastian put his hand to his chest in surprise and asked again about the sword techniques, deciding that one of them would do. The merchant showed Aaron the plum blossom technique scroll, a technique that gave off a pleasant aroma, and asked how about this option, to which the protagonist thought that it was good. The protagonist looked at the device's screen in amazement, and thought that this was not a bad technique, and asked what the price was. An image of the device's screen appeared and Sebastian replied that the market price would be 50 coins, but since it was his first time, he would sell it for 35, while the young man saw that the real market price was 15 coins and wondered to himself if the merchant was laughing at him. The protagonist looked at the screen in confusion and was mentally outraged that Samuel was selling cheap equipment for 5 coins, and this one was asking 20 on top of the price, and Sebastian asked in the chat why he was not responding and whether he would buy. Aaron sent a message that he would take this equipment, since 35 coins was not that much, and offered to make an exchange immediately, thinking that Sebastian would pay for it. The merchant happily threw up his hands and said that he was not only rich, but also had a keen eye, and asked how he made money. The protagonist grinned sarcastically and sent a message in which he asked if Samuel hadn't told him, and added that he also worked in this business, and they would meet often. Sebastian looked at the message in surprise and thought that the young man was talking about this business without even knowing the market price and class of equipment. The merchant happily folded his arms and stated that customers were always welcome as the protagonist and offered to be friends, to which Aaron replied that it sounded good, thinking to himself that he would not let this weakling go. The protagonist received a friend request from Sebastian and tapped the screen and thought that the antagonist took the bait. Another ad appeared, looking for a sword technique, and the young man thought that he would resell the scroll at a reasonable price even if he lost a little. The protagonist put his hands behind his head with cold determination and thought that Sebastian could laugh while he could. The protagonist turned around when someone knocked on the door and a female voice said that it was Isabel, to which Aaron replied that she should come in. Isabel awkwardly entered the room and apologized. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, turning to the young master. The protagonist turned around and asked in surprise what was wrong. The protagonist put his hand to his face in fear and immediately realized that his murderous intent had burst out and cursed that he hadn't been able to control it since meeting Sebastian. The young man smiled guiltily and said that it wasn't the girl's fault. Isabel looked at the protagonist and timidly asked if he wanted anything, reminding him that he had even missed his morning training, to which the protagonist replied that he was in excellent condition. The young man's white shirt lifted up. Isabel, looking at him, thought that he had made a lot of progress in a couple of days. The girl awkwardly turned her head away. Aaron noticed her surprised face and wondered why she was blushing. The protagonist's face was covered in yellow flower petals and he said to himself that this would be tiring. The protagonist ruffled his hair and wondered if she really saw him as a man, since he hadn't even unlocked half of his potential yet, and she was already looking at him like that. Isabel timidly addressed the young master. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that she should not be shy to ask for anything. Isabel timidly looked at Aaron and began to talk about the matter with young Master Robin this morning. The protagonist frowned and remembered that he had dealt with his brother. Robin glared at his brother, calling him younger, to which the young man replied that he was his older brother. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tiredly. Kieran walked up to his younger brother and called him. He turned around. They looked at each other. Aaron asked what brought him to the training ground, since his brother usually does not train with the knights. Since their skills are nothing compared to his, he only asked where he got that idea from. The protagonist smiled and replied that anyone would understand this at first glance, since his brother does not show up at the training ground and instead trains in a corner on his own, and thought that apparently his brother is still a child. Kieran frowned and asked the younger if he was crazy. Aaron slightly turned his head and apologized, saying it was just a joke and asked what his brother's question was. His brother lowered his head. He swung his hand at the antagonist and said that he needed to teach him a lesson first. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He dodged the blow and thought that his brother had always been easy to hurt, but this was too much. Kieran turned around. Aaron crouched down and thought about the reason for his brother's upset. Kieran frowned at him and said that the younger one was asking for it. He swung his hand and told his brother not to think that he was better just because his father praised him. Aaron's hand caught fire. The brothers clashed fists. The older one lost face. He flew back from the younger one's blow. Kieran looked tiredly at the protagonist and asked where this strength came from and wondered if he shouldn't be a simple 5th-rank knight. The elder's hand was ablaze with lightning. He wondered if he had let his guard down. He declared that he would not hold back any longer. Aura is the true beginning of the mana enhancement technique and the basic requirement for a rank 2 knight. The antagonist looked at his brother's hand in shock and asked him if he had gone crazy and why he had gone so far. He thought that he was still pretending to be a rank 5 knight so he could not use the aura here. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He declared that his brother had crossed all boundaries. His brother's hand was ablaze. He shouted that he would use this opportunity to teach a real lesson. Kieran took a running start. Aaron thought that his brother was attacking him with all his strength, and that since he had no choice, he would have to fight him. The antagonist took a stance. The brothers' fists collided. Eren used a stone-destroying strike. Kieran's face darkened. He hung in the air and wondered how his brother could be so strong. The younger one landed. He threw one arm back. Eren looked at his defeated relative. He was lying on the ground and screaming how his brother became so strong. The protagonist smiled. He began to slowly approach his brother, saying that he could not say that they were getting along well, but did not the elder one think that he had gone too far this time? Kieran began to stand up. He asked if this was the power of the secret vault, and what his brother had gotten from the secret vault. Eren's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that Kieran was upset about him entering the secret vault, and said that this is why his brother was like this, because he should have been in the secret vault by now, if not the inner one, then at least the outer one. Kieran frowned but asked what the outer storage was and if his brother was making fun of him, and added how he could enter the secret storage since the only person who went there besides his father was him. Eren opened his eyes and was surprised that he was really the only one who went there besides his father, and that his father probably didn't even know about the existence of the dimensional transaction book, and that he didn't use it in his past life either. The ghostly figure looked down. The boy continued that the probability of someone actually using the dimensional transaction book was low since he had never been to the inner storage. There were two options, either it was in the inner storage or it didn't exist at all. Eren tilted his head thoughtfully. He concluded that the inner storage was much more difficult to get into than the outer storage. Isabel called out to him. He smiled and said that nothing special happened between him and his brother, and he simply asked to show his aura, but he lost control of his power in the process. The girl opened her mouth and asked him if he was hurt, and if he wanted she could bandage him. A blush appeared on her face. She thought that the young master was already an adult so he wouldn't like it. He replied that he was fine and thanked her for her concern. Eren closed his eyes. He thought that he would take a pill from the first aid kit, and told the girl that he was fortunately lucky. The boy smiled and thought that thank goodness his older brother didn't take out all his displeasure on him, and added that Isabel shouldn't worry and should rest. She bowed and agreed. The protagonist turned around and said that now they needed to find a way to get into the inner storage. He thought that he had to get there before he entered the academy, so he only had a little time left. His gaze froze. He said that it was high time for that incident. He would take advantage of them. At the same time, Kieran looked down. He said under his breath that it was impossible. His sister looked at him as he continued that it couldn't be. Irene bit her lip and noted that it seemed like her brother had embarrassed himself. He slammed his fist on the table and stated that Eren was clearly hiding something, as he had been pretending to be weak until today. The girl shook her head and asked who didn't know about this, and added that Kieran thought his brother was a bear, but he turned out to be a cunning fox. The blonde looked down. His sister continued that even so, the younger one was still just a child and noted that he hadn't revealed his true nature because he was tired of being teased by his older brother. He disagreed and noted that Eren hadn't even used all of his strength, and that you could feel him holding back. Irene put her fingers on his chin and said that even if that was the case, he was most likely just a stronger fox. Kieran frowned. He stated that he was not a fox, not a leopard, and that he could be a real tiger. The girl put her hand on her side while the guy continued that they needed to find out what the younger was hiding from them, and what he was planning to do. Irene put her hand to her chin and agreed, adding that he could leave it to her. Her gaze became stern. She said that she would get to the very last detail of his secret. Correspondence of the Merchant Alliance discussing Eren. Gerard closed his eyes in irritation and ordered them to stop, adding why they should quarrel among themselves, because they had a common enemy. The merchants agreed with him anyway. Correspondence talking about a common enemy. Gerard's eyes narrowed. He asked if his colleagues were just going to sit and watch Eren's arrogance, and suggested that they start creating a plan to eliminate the common enemy. The spoon touched the food and someone thought that the prices of mana stones began to fall. His eye glows and he says that everything is happening faster than expected. He takes 2 cubes with a spoon. Then he throws them into the liquid, because the mana stones he sold were worth 1 coin less than their market price. The water stopped splashing, and the other merchants got angry at him because he reduced the average price. He drinks from the mug and says that this is not a problem, because he will still make a profit, thanks to VIP privileges. A screen appears near him, where there was an inventory with items. A notification comes that his inventory is full of 34 items. Looking at the screen, he thinks that at the moment he has 1,002 coins and can generally sell medium stones cheaper than usual. Selling small stones for less than 2 coins is unprofitable. Eren holds the mug and says that the profit from medium stones of the variety is now 1 coin. There is little drink left in the mug, and he says that they are falling in price faster than expected and cannot influence this. Holding a fork, he thinks that now he should worry about something else. There is a piece of cake on the plate. His eye is red and he thinks that he will take everything from him. Ethan holds a package and says that this is a catalog. In it they are arranged by strength of force. We see the main character, and he thinks that it is so expensive because this is not a stall. Looking seriously, he understands that this is not enough. Opening his mouth, he offers him a unique primary skill of their Thousand Swords library. We see a red screen, where a set of unique primary skill locks of 1,000 swords is described. Closing his eyes, he is surprised by the prices. We see a red building, because this is a sect with great influence. Even in the 5th Murim system, its influence cannot be compared even with the Mountain Bamboo sect. Putting his hand to his chin, he decides to check something. Smiling, he asks what exactly. Holding a scroll in his hands, the man says that he has been waiting for it all day. We see the 2 screens he asked for yesterday. Opening his mouth, he didn't think he could get it, and so quickly. The guy with glasses says that the whole team was looking for them and they can't keep the customers waiting. Aaron smiles and wants one more thing. Raising his hand, he says that Hunter, the rich guy he serves, is a real martial arts fanatic. It's hard to please him with a mid-level martial arts book. Opening his mouth, he says that he will help him. Putting his hand to his chin, he thinks about showing him something more than many small ones. His eyes widen, because he doesn't understand what he means. He sits at the table and tells him about the unique primary skill of the 1,000 Swords Castle. We see a red screen, because the martial arts of the 3rd or 4th world of Murim are also good. Opening his mouth, Sebastian decides to give it a try. His eye glows, because the man fell for the trick. Looking at the screen, he asks for an advance payment. We see a letter in his glasses, because he was given 200 coins and decides to contact him in 5 days. Standing behind the man, he thinks that they are the only ones in the entire library, and he must not get caught. Ethan smiles and they turn to him. Opening his mouth, he asks what would happen if someone tried to sell a unique primary skill somewhere else. Starting to laugh, he asks what kind of crazy martial arts master would think of stealing from divine swords. Sebastian is standing behind the shelf, and Ethan says that he is ready to swear on his honor that if this happens, the person will regret it. A smile appears on his face, because the first step is completed. He pulls himself up, because the problem is that he needs to find 1,000 coins. We see a yellow building. Aaron is sitting on a bench. Scrolling through the screen, he thinks that the reserves of medium mana stones are rapidly running out. In the dialogue, they asked about buying medium mana stones, but then they send him away, because they won't sell him anything. The guy pokes his finger. Sitting near the screens, they write to him to throw compassion in the trash. Opening his mouth, he says that the answers are more aggressive than he thought. Suddenly, Aaron notices 2 girls. The girl looks down and is asked to spit it out. His eyes widen sharply. Suddenly, one of them is hit on the cheek. He opens his mouth and is silent. Isabel has a red scar on her face. Irene holds her hand up. We see 2 girls. They were the daughter of the same family, and they are complete opposites of each other. Irene folds her hands and asks what she is hiding from them. Tears stream from her eyes and she remains silent. Holding her cheek, she says that she is a simple maid who takes care of the young master. Suddenly, a hand is raised on her. Aaron was near them, asking why she doesn't go away. Opening her mouth, she asks what brought him here. Frowning, he asks what she is doing with the maid. Putting her hands on her waist, Irene says that she did her job below average. Opening her mouth, she asks not to interfere, because she is teaching her a lesson. After that, she raises her hand, because she is doing a favor and will teach the maid for him. Isabel's eyes widen in fear. She closes her eyes, because she will get hit. Like a friend, the hand stops near her cheek. The chief beret holds his sister's hand and says that if there are complaints about the maid, then let her tell him. Closing one eye, she asks to let go. Holding her, he talks to her. After that, he throws her against a tree and asks her to leave him alone. Sitting on the ground, Irene asks what an insignificant servant means to him. With his mouth open, he asks her not to touch his people and that he should apologize. The servant's eyes widen sharply. Irene opens her mouth and makes sounds. After that, she slaps herself on the cheeks. Looking up, she asks him not to act so arrogantly, and who she thinks her father will give preference to if he runs to him with such wounds. Looking down, she tells him that she wants to see her face when she says that her brother raised his hand. There were wounds on her face and she is told that she never ceases to exceed expectations. Coming closer, he says so that the girl will remember once and for all. Her mouth widens and she says that she has nothing to do with this. He looks down and says, the girl bares her teeth, because her brother wants to tell their father. We see her teeth, and she does not know how he found out about this. Sitting on the ground, she says that she is guilty. With their hands folded, they tell him that they will try to make sure that this does not happen again. Smiling, he learns that the maid is fine. Tears flow from her eyes and she says that she does not deserve to be treated like this, to be protected like this. His hand squeezes and he says that he is one of his people. With his mouth open, he says that if anyone dares to touch one of his people, he will not forgive them, even if it is the emperor. The girl is still sitting and listening to the conversation. They stand with their backs to her and Aaron says that she deserves everything. With her mouth open, she thinks that perhaps they passed on the information. The man smokes and reads the dialogue, because in the correspondence they do not understand where he gets all the stones from. He grabs his head. His eye opens, because the seller of stones writes that there was an assumption. Someone desperately needed coins. With his mouth open, he was surprised that this guy was here. A window appears that this is the human race. We see a dark silhouette, and he says that sometimes 10 coins in the present are more valuable than 100 coins in the future. Putting his hand to his face, he understands what he is getting at, even making quick deals himself when he needs coins. Looking seriously, he says that order is collapsing because of such sellers. Sitting at the table, Gerard asks what is being offered to him. Raising 2 fingers, he says that he needs to choose one of 2 possible options. The first is to buy everything before the offender can get to them. Opening his mouth, he says that this offer is impossible and another option is needed. We see a dark silhouette, and he says that the price of mana stones can be reduced even more. A screen appears near the main character, indicating that the price of medium mana stones is changing. He put his hand to his mouth and says that a war to reduce the price will begin now, and he will be even busier. Gerard clenches his hands and asks to explain. Wasn't he told that this would give certain results? Opening his mouth, he says he doesn't remember that, because he simply said that in order to stop the offender from getting all the mana stones, they need to lower the price. Clutching his head, he says that the man doesn't stop selling mana stones and the words are no longer very convincing. We see the silhouette, and he doesn't mind. Let him criticize him as much as he wants, and his predictions were wrong. Frowning, he tells him that if he plans to give in to the persuasion of such an offender. Squeezing his hand, he says that he won't give in to the guy. Grinning, he is told that he must trust him. The silhouette smiles, because he has a secret plan up his sleeve to stop the offender. Opening his mouth, he says that the newbie is slowly losing momentum. Looking surprised, Gerard says that his ass is losing momentum, and he doesn't even show a sign of it. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: if they lose 1 coin, does the man lose 2? With a frown, he is told that his price is the same as theirs from yesterday. Putting his hand to his lips, he says that he is one of those people who hides the trump card until the last minute and then shows it. Raising his hand, Gerard does not understand why he is taking the risk. His eye widens and he is told that he plans to overtake the entire mana stone business. Exhaling, he asks a question about the sales limits. His hand is on his chest, and he says that he can easily solve this problem by finding assistants who will sell for him, or by creating an alliance. Sitting at the table, he is asked about the multi-union. Raising his hands, he says that he will gather several sellers and increase his control over the mana stone market, and then become the one who controls the prices of mana stones. Sweat runs down his face, and he says that, to be honest, he feels like the man has become enlightened. He puts his hand to his lip and says that the idea is not bad. Closing his eyes, Gerard says that this is exactly what he planned. He folds his hands and remains silent. His eye glows and he ponders what he plans next. Looking at the screens, he sees information about a person. A window appears that is on the ground. Then another window pops up, because there is a special privilege of the maximum level and was used. Looking seriously, he has been expecting the formation of this union since he started selling mana stones. Another window appears, because this is a special privilege of the maximum level that people of the lower system do not even know about. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks that information is an important aspect of trade, so he can understand why control of information is a special privilege. A smile appeared on his face, because he became a member of the multi-union from the very moment of its foundation. The silhouette is sitting on the floor, and the first people are those who cannot live without instant benefits. The eyes were red, because they are crazy. We see the avatar on the screen. The guy sits with his back to us and says that when the offender reaches the limit, they will be able to strike and they need to come to an agreement urgently. We see his white hair, because he is probably thinking about something predictable. The mannequin raises his hands, because if he successfully takes the guy out of the game and takes the mana stone industry for himself, he will be able to control the price. Opening his mouth, he says that this is a great scenario in Gerard's head. Smiling, he says that he plans to lead him in this direction. We see the screen, because within the framework of competition, some will start to defend themselves. Folding his arms, he says that carefully watching the fight between a person and a multi-union, they will hire a third party to take all the mana stones for themselves. He raises his hand near the people. Leaning on his hand, the protagonist thinks that holding them while they are cheap and selling everything when they rise in price is a common practice. Irene is sitting at the table. She holds her head and wonders when her younger brother found out about this. She remembers how the guy approached her, because he said the name of the company exactly. Grinning her teeth, she looks at the door and says that she asked not to be disturbed. Her eyes widen because it was a guy. The protagonist comes and they ask him why he came. Opening his mouth, he asks to talk. Looking calmly, she asks about what. Smiling, he says about the company. Standing next to her, she allows him to come in. We see the building, because this company provides houses with the necessary materials and it is a relatively stable and respected company. There were people near the silhouette, because the problem is that they are in a close relationship with Irene after he became a lord. The company used money to manipulate him and did not know about it. They sit at the table and the protagonist says that the trading company has changed significantly after the girl began to participate in their affairs. Closing his eyes, he asks her to calm down, because he wants to understand her position. Opening his mouth, he says that he is the youngest child in the family and perhaps will not get anything from the family, but as a son, having mastered the breath of steel, he will probably be able to earn money as a swordsman. She bites her lips, because she is trying to find a way to make a living. Her hands are on her legs and she asks a question, what is trying to show her something? Opening his mouth, he asks who came to whom? Closing her eyes, Irene says that they came to her first, and said that they just wanted to do a favor. She holds the chest, because she will have to repay them. He frowned, because the girl is lying and it is impossible for such an influential company to come to her. Opening her mouth, she shouts if he is satisfied and let him criticize as much as he wants. He closes his eyes and says that he is not here for that. Aaron puts his hand to his forehead, wondering how to earn her trust. She opens her mouth and asks what the guy wants from her. He folds his hands and offers to work together. Her eyes widen in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. It was evening near the palace. She puts her hands on her hips and decides to trust him and will tell him the details later. After that, the guy leaves because it is a lie. Looking back, he realizes that the deal is not bad. Irene turned around, and he thinks that he is forced to work with her and must see what happens after a while. His eye lit up, because the most important thing now is Gerard. He looks at the screen, because a message has arrived. The red window says that he will receive 800 coins from the Mountain Bamboo sect. Looking at the screen, he realizes that he was probably caught. We see a pearl, because this is what he was given. He looks down, because these are bamboo pills of life. The man looks up and talks about medium mana stones, because he wants to reduce them by 4 coins. Opening his mouth, he says that the medium class is limited and you can only buy 5 a day. The guy is lying on the bed and thinking that he is trying to minimize losses, and it was interesting why he threw away 4 coins, because he still uses his head. He puts his hand to his lips, because he needs to change his name and buy up. We see his head, because if you take into account the price and cashback, then it comes to 3 coins per stone. In the room, he asked for inventory. Smiling, he understands that he needs another 500. In the correspondence, they talked about competitors. Then the man writes 1. Another writes the word 2. Raising his hands, he says that he is now rich. Night has fallen, and we are near the company. The man comes to the guard. Raising his hand, he says that he cannot just come in. He had a scar on his face, and he asks for the manager. Opening his mouth, he asks again. Another boy appears behind him. Smiling, he asks to come in with him. Opening the door, he shows him in. Irene is sitting behind a cup of drink. Oliver opens his mouth and greets him. After all, he was the leader of this company. She holds the mug and wonders how the younger one knows someone like that. He looks back and understands that it is obvious. Smiling, he says that he can be trusted and not to worry. Sitting down at the table, he asks how much they will pay for the stones. Also sitting at the table, Oliver says that he has carefully studied the samples. Looking calmly, he says that 1 stone is difficult to decide on. He pulls out more from his clothes. A bag is placed on the table. It contains blue stones. An hour earlier, he was holding them in his hands. We see a mask of a man who helped to make another face. On the table lies a voice-changing pill. Near him is a package. He pokes his finger at the screen and says that he has about 5 voice-changing pills. Looking into the distance, he decides to try to complete the deal in 30 minutes. Oliver holds a stone and says that these stones are of the highest quality. Opening his mouth, he asks how about 90 coins. The man looks into the distance and is silent. Getting up from his chair, he decides to leave with the girl. Taking his coat in his hands, he says that he cannot bargain with someone who does not understand anything about things. Irene looks at him and is silent. They throw a coat on her, and she says that she thought they would be able to come to an agreement, because they trade with nobles. The guys start to leave and she decides to contact another company. Oliver opens his mouth and asks to slow down. Raising his hand, he offers 100 gold. The man turns his head and is silent, then offers 120. He opens his mouth and asks again. Looking at him, he calls him deaf and again says the price. He looks and thinks, because this way he will not make a profit. The main character also looks at him and says that he came and knows the market price. Opening his mouth, he says that this is called negotiations. He looks into the distance and is silent. Raising his hands, he asks to sit down and consider the price of 120 gold. Closing his eyes, he agrees. The man is happy inside. Irene looks at him and does not understand if this makes sense. Standing next to him, she thought that he only looked scary. Oliver holds his head and says that he can get up to 130 gold for this quality. Opening his mouth, he asks, "Are you kidding?" Raising his hand, the guy says that he should at least make a profit on the labor until he provides enough to compensate for the low profit. He looks down and sighs. There is a bag on the table. Sitting at the table, he is told that he must be underestimating. Raising his hand, he says only 300. Opening his mouth, he says labor, storage, management, transportation costs, because he does not think he will be in the red. Irene's eyes widen sharply. The guy looks and says nothing. His eyes widen, because such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. We see a blue stone because their price depends on availability. Even if there is money, you can't get it because usually it is always out of stock. Looking into the distance, he thinks that there are 300 stones. Raising his hands, he says that this trade will be beneficial. Sitting at the table, Oliver says that he did not expect this, but it completely exceeded his expectations. Opening his mouth, he does not have many connections, but he knows how the market works quite well. Aaron looks into the distance and asks a question, that is it suspicious that someone he has never heard of or seen before is selling expensive mana stones? Raising his hands, he asks how he can suspect such a person. Sitting at the table, he asks to tell more about himself. The man exhales, because this infuriates him. Looking at Irene, he understands that she should refuse him. She looks and just remains silent. Opening his mouth, he says that he does not need to know anything about him. His eyes widen sharply. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that 30 minutes have passed. The guy coughs and everyone is surprised. He was holding a voice-changing pill. He pops it into his mouth. Aaron closes his eyes and coughs. His pupils have become smaller. Irene looks at him in surprise. Oliver also looks and asks if he is okay. Putting his hand to his lips, he apologizes, because he has to take medication because of his illness. Getting up from his chair, he decides not to keep them and starts paying. Exhaling, he thinks that even though it was not planned, he managed to avoid the question. Frowning, Irene decided to remain silent. They were walking down the street, because they were finally alone. Folding her arms, she says that she acted as if she was on his side because of the deal, and how she knows the youngest member of their family. Turning his head, he says that it is none of her business. Opening his mouth, he is asked why they bought mana stones of unknown origin. Folding her arms, she says that it is because of her. His pupils have become smaller. Standing next to him, she says that this has put her in a difficult position. If something goes wrong, the company will blame her. Looking at her, he says that he cannot simply turn a blind eye to strange behavior. Opening her mouth, she asks why she hides her true identity. Looking seriously, he expected the girl to be perceptive. Raising her hand, she asks, is this a trap? His eyes have become wider. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks. Opening his mouth, he begins to laugh. Wiping his eyes, he asks what kind of man and would burn 36,000 gold to mock a girl. Standing next to her, he asks the question, what kind of mana stones were stolen, and the culprit himself. Raising his hand, Aaron says that in order to get 300 stones, he needed to rob the Imperial Vault. He places his hand on her head. Approaching her, he says that brothers and sisters are worse than enemies. Irene opens her mouth and asks him to take his hands off her. He opens his mouth and says that when he grew up, he realized that the only people he can rely on are his family. Her eyes widen and he asks her to get along with them. A boy is sitting at the table. Aaron waves his hand and asks her to wait in the carriage. After that, he leaves and decides to send compensation. She grabs her hair and does not understand anything. He walks with a bag in his hands. It was night, the lights are on in the palace. The guy is lying on the bed and thinks that the final price for medium mana stones for the company was 120 gold, and in coins it is about 12. He looks at the screen where it was said about the pill. Smiling, he thinks that he made an incredible profit. We remember how he stands next to the girl. Aaron was serious, there was no smile on his face. Standing up a little, he understands that he had to disguise himself as another person. He opens his mouth and thinks that perhaps his true intentions never reached Irene. He stands next to the girl, because his current life is different from his past. He puts his hand on her leg and realizes that this is not a bad start. He smiles and asks her to wait for him. We see gold coins, because this is the accepted currency. There are also copper coins, because in the world of Murim, these are gold pieces. There is also money in the suitcase, because gold is considered a rare material that is very often used as currency. 2 screens appear, where there was a sales limit. Sitting behind the screens, he says that he sold a lot of gold that night. He smiles, because the preparation is complete. Another screen appears next to him, because there is an unread message. We see that Sebastian has sent a message. His eye is glowing, because this is the one. He pokes the button to accept. Suddenly, he removes his finger, because it is still early and he cannot show that he is desperate. He closes his eyes, trying to cheer himself up. Looking down, he scolds from 3. After that, the guy accepts the application. The screen thanks for waiting. Sebastian holds his glasses and says that he better be on time. Putting his hand to his face, he says that he put a lot of pressure on himself to acquire the secret arts of the poison sect in the Heavenly Sword Castle. Aaron is surprised, because they write to him that it was not easy, even considering the connections. Exhaling, he thanks for his hard work. A screen appears with the chaos cultivation technique. We see the silhouette of a person, because unlike the heavenly cultivation technique, which can be mastered by anyone who is part of the heavenly castle, Only a select few are allowed to use this technique. A smile appeared on his face, because he had the necessary technique. Closing his eyes, he said that he was satisfied. Sebastian raised a finger and asked if he could pass on something to the client. His eyes widened and they wrote to him that he would be extremely honest. Folding his hands, he said that 2,500 coins was a huge amount, but even such an amount was small for the chaos cultivation technique. Sitting at the table, he said that on the official market, this cost 2,000 coins, and it can be concluded that the technique simply has an incomparable value compared to the heavenly cultivation technique. Opening his mouth, he was told that the market price was 5,000 coins. Folding his hands, he thought about his ability to sow doubts in the minds of buyers and push them to buy junk at inflated prices. He was sitting at the table, because if he did not become an expert, he would have to climb into the noose. Opening his mouth, he asked to trust, because he will provide him with everything he needs. His eyes widened in surprise. Sebastian holds the strings and says that he is a merchant and cannot afford to go broke from big losses, but he will try to offer the best price. He was on these strings and thanks him. Aaron closes his eyes and gets angry, because this was the stupidest decision. Opening his mouth, he asks how much he wants to sell it for. Taking hold of his glasses, he says about 4,000 coins, and this is with a discount of 1,000 coins. Putting his hand on his leg, he thinks that despite the fact that he is missing as much as 1,000 coins, he will be able to cover the remaining expenses. Opening his mouth, he says that he owes him 3,800 coins, considering that he gave 200 before. Raising his hands, Sebastian answers negatively and asks if this is his first time participating in a large transaction in the one system. He smiles and is told that he has already spent 200 coins to buy this equipment. Closing his eyes, he says that he is shocked, because he is asking for 1,700 coins. Taking his glasses, he suggests taking the easy way out. Looking at the screen, he decides to talk to his client first. Folding his arms, he realizes that the seller is trying to make it look like he will be the one to lose if he doesn't accept the deal. He puts his hand to his lips and says that even if he uses all his special privileges, he will still be short 25 coins. We see his watch, because he would rather throw it on the ground than exchange it at the exchange center, because he doesn't have much time. Raising his hand, he decides to count his loss. A smile appears on his face, because he doesn't care, and in any case, he just needs to take it later. Opening his mouth, he says that 4,200 coins is not such a bad deal. This is far from an ordinary technique of the secret arts. Sebastian smiles and laughs. He is extremely generous. 2 screens appear, where you need to accept the trade. The hand on the leg clenches. His eye glows, because he was waiting for this. His finger straightens and he wants to accept. Then he presses, because the prey has taken the bait. We see the item, because the trade is over. His eye shines even more, because his precious trap has finally been activated. 2 screens appear next to him, because his account has become negative. Aaron puts his hand to his lips, because he knows what revenge tastes like. Looking into the distance, he thinks that now it is clear why the people from the cult are persecuting the seller. A screen appears next to him, where they thank him. Smiling, he asks if he looks happy. Sebastian opens his mouth, and says that it is not every day that they manage to sell something for 4,000 coins. Folding his hands, he asks how long he will feel like this. The seller holds his glasses and asks if he ate something bad. Smiling, he says that he did not. His eyes widen because he was called a fraud. His eye glowed even more and he asked if the librarian knew what he was doing here. He got up from his chair. Looking down, he didn't understand how he knew. Raising his hand, he tried to show that he didn't know what he was talking about. Looking into the distance, he asked not to embarrass himself. Opening his mouth, he wrote to Sebastian that he could call a third party to check. Raising his hand, he was told to stop. Exhaling, he said that he was going to confess anyway. There was a silhouette next to Sebastian, because his trade looked like a joke, but it was a trap. A screen appeared, where they wrote the nickname, family, and world. His eyes widened, because the system was 0. Squeezing his hand, he said that the merchant stole martial arts from the library. He looked at the screen, because he didn't say that he was engaged in dimensional transactions. This dimensional transaction book was also stolen, so there are no records in it. Getting up from his chair, he wondered how a brat from a lower system could find out about this. He smiles and decides to tell them a few rules, and if they break them, they will become the #1 enemy in the Heavenly Sword Castle. The guy's face sweats. Smiling, he begins to understand everything. Adjusting his glasses, he asks a question. Does Aaron think that such threats will work on him? Pointing at himself, they write that they will work. Exhaling, the protagonist says that it doesn't matter how majestic the Heavenly Sword Castle is and apparently thinks that they can travel across dimensions. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, how about suspending trade? Raising his hand, he says that he will soon start to feel guilty, and what will happen if he immediately returns the chaos cultivation technique to them and says that they have a corrupt librarian? His eyes widen from this. Looking down, He says that he must speak respectfully to important people, and he heard that in the Heavenly Sword Castle, people who have leaked supreme skills are treated as the number one criminals. Opening his mouth, he is told that it will be a one-way ticket and a lifetime of torture to boot. Sitting near the screens, Eren says that if I were you, I would never mess with a unique ultimate skill. He stands up from his chair and is called a real man. Leaning on his hand, he thinks that the cellar is shaking, hearing this. Looking into the distance, he asks the question if he wants to live. Sebastian trembles and says that he does. He stands near the screen and is told that he will die if he answers for more than 5 seconds. Secondly, he will die if he closes the message tab. Thirdly, he will die if he does not follow his instructions. Looking down, he says that he understands everything. Holding up 4 fingers, Eren says that he will die if he speaks informally and to think when he speaks. Putting his hands to his face, he asks for the collection time to begin. The seller scratches his head and asks again. He lifts his lip, asking Sebastian to spit out everything he ate, and fifth, he will die if he acts like he doesn't understand. Pointing at the screen, he says that he gave him 4,000 coins and only got back 3,420 coins. Raising his hand, he says that it is because of the 5% commission. Pounding his fist, Eren says that the exchange center stole 580 coins. Raising his finger, he asks where his money is. A screen appears where Sebastian transfers 580 coins. He puts his hand to his chin, because it has dawned on him. He removes his hand and thinks that after returning the money, he has 1,000 coins more than before he paid him, and even taking into account the transfer fee, if he keeps repeating this, there will be more money. Sitting on the couch, he wonders if the exchange center is that stupid. We see the book, because he still doesn't know why he gets the privileges of the maximum level. If he does something suspicious, he can ruin everything for himself. He puts his hand to his chin and decides to check later. A screen appears and he asks about the deposit. Eren exhaled, he had never heard of such a thing. Opening his mouth, Sebastian says that he used all the money to get the chaos cultivation technique and had to bribe the guards. His eye lit up and asks if he thinks he's a fool. Moving away a little, he says that's not what he meant. A screen appears where 200 coins are thrown at him. The merchant is defeated and is told that now he needs to move on to the green technique and the 8 martial arts of the Cloud Dragon. A screen appears where coins are thrown to him. Putting his hands to his face, he has 215 coins left on his balance. Smiling, the protagonist says that now the time he spends on him is also paid, but decides to make things easier for him. His eyes widen, because they demand 215 coins from him. Sitting behind the screen, he does not understand how the guy knows how much he has on his account. Opening his mouth, Sebastian thinks that he is a VIP. He raises his finger. Putting it to his mouth, he asks to be quiet. Sitting at the table, he thinks why the VIP is doing this. Frowning, he asks what else they want from him. His eye glows and he says that he is returning an old debt. After that, he exhales, because he does not understand the seriousness of the situation. Looking at him, he says that he will definitely not be the one asking the questions. Veins appeared on his face with anger. He clenches his hands and says that he has no more money left. Raising his hand, Eren asks to stop lying, because he has made a good fortune for himself by deceiving people from the Zero system. Looking at the screen, he is told that he spent it all on alcohol, betting, and providing for 2 wives. Looking at the table, he is told that this does not mean that he only has coins. Raising his hand, he says that he can make a decent amount by selling them. His mouth gaping, he realized that he would have to get rid of them, but at least in the future he will be able to get most of them back. Putting his hand to his face, he talks about martial arts. His eyes widen and he asks again. The protagonist sits near the screen and says, internal energy, internal cultivation technique and body lightning technique are his main weapons. Sitting at the table, he is silent. Sweat flows from his face, because he needs to give everything. His pupil shrinks and he asks the question, should I die? Smiling, Eren says that it is the same as death, so let him choose carefully. Looking down, he says, let him choose over life and martial arts, and there were only 10 seconds. The men train, because he was told that those who live in the system alone, live and die with their martial arts. A screen appears, where there were enlightened objects. Exhaling, he understands this one incident would be enough to understand that this is not true. Opening his mouth, he asks if he has the basics. Sebastian is already lying on the table. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Leaning on his hand, he understands that if it were only about point techniques of the fist and fingers, they would naturally be a lower level, since they are not his basics. Opening his mouth, he asks what they want from him. Folding his hands, he says that there is nothing left and the balance is already negative. Exhaling, Eren asks to stop making a mountain out of a molehill. After that, he decides to accept the offer. A screen appears that now the system is the first. Then another screen appears, because he is minus 800 coins. His eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist scratches his head and says that there really is nothing left. Sebastian's tears flow from this. Opening his mouth, he decides not to touch him for now and let him do what he always did before. His eyes widened and he said, "Didn't they promise to let him live?" Sitting at the screen, they tell him that apparently there was a misunderstanding and said that he should do as he says in order to live. Poking at the screens, he thinks that he was considering the option of killing him. But killing him will end everything, and when he remembers his past life, he understands that he cannot let him slip away so quickly. There was a screen near him, because revenge itself has meaning, what was put into it. His gaze became crazy and he asks to believe, because he will make him suffer and beg to be killed. Looking down, he says that he will be in touch with him, and so he should make sure to check his email regularly. Opening his mouth, he asks to wait. The protagonist puts away the screens, because he interrupted the conversation. Closing his eyes, he exhales. He raises his clenched hands. There is a smile and joy on his face. Opening his mouth, he says that everything went exactly according to plan. A screen appears on which enlightened objects are written. Raising his finger, he decides to study everything in more detail. After that, he presses the absorb button. The sun was already rising, everything was illuminated. Someone is running on the ground. We see trees with leaves. Not far away, a guy is running along the path. A screen of the footwork of 1,000 sages appears. Eren is still running. Opening his mouth, he understands that he feels it. He still runs, because running fast is not everything. After that, he jumps. We see the sky and the rock. The guy raises his hands. With his mouth slightly open, he feels like a bird. Then Eren lands on the ground. He puts his hand to his chin, because it was worth all the effort, and at that moment he thought he would die, because he absorbed this skill, relying only on the special privilege of the sponge inside his head. A book appears next to him, and his eyes turn red. He takes out his sword. Then he makes attacks, because the initial position of the ball technique is performed in the manner of a peaceful water wave. He trains with the sword. The protagonist makes various attacks. In his hand was a sword. His face was serious. The attack was powerful, because the secret technique that turned the hero into a knight of the mythical rank, which was considered a lost technique, after the death of the owner. He makes an attack again. After that, Eren looks up. We see a man, because he was recreated in his native lands. He looks into the distance, there is fog around him. His eyes turned white, because this is too much. Everything was foggy, because he was a first-class knight. The sword broke, because it cannot compare with the aura. We see two people, because it will surpass the greatest knight except for father. He folded his hands upset. The protagonist looks down, and does not understand why he is sad. Looking at his hands, he says that he is only better if he is trained. He warms up his hand and decides to check on the others. Eren sits on the floor and uses the Heavenly Saint technique. His sword glows, because he uses the Sciention sword technique. After that, he runs, because this is the footwork of 1,000 dimensions. Then the protagonist hits the ground, using the original destruction of despair. He straightens his arm and uses the golden wheel, because it includes many pressure skills and can be useful. Wiping his sweat, he says that all 5 martial arts are compatible with the continental arts. Raising his hands, he remembers about mana. His eyes are white, because martial arts attract a lot of attention. Looking into the distance, he thinks. His heart is shining, because the internal cultivation of Dantian, mana heart, in this situation they will be useful. He takes his head and decides to train twice as much. Putting his hand to his face, he understands that they are slightly different from each other. Raising his hand, he decides to try. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks about the mirage, which is so close, but so far away. Light appears, because he could not see this ridiculous light. A silver aura glows near his hand. We see a beautiful palace. He goes into it, because he still does not understand. Smiling, he thought that it would work, but it was too much. A man runs up to him. Looking at his hands, he is told that he went for a walk. Standing next to him, he is told that the Lord is looking for him. Raising his head, the guy does not understand what he needs early in the morning. After that, he knocks on the door. The man writes with a pen on paper. Eren enters the room. Robin is sitting at the table, and there was also a warden. Jack was calm, and he was a useful person who watches over the island. Although he is not a knight, his sword control is quite good. He stands next to the man, because he was his shadow. His eyes became smaller, because he did not meet him much. Robin closes his eyes and realizes that he must have been training. Opening his mouth, he answers in the affirmative. Looking down, he says that he likes this attitude. His eyes widened because his body tensed. The Lord looks at him. We see a pyramid, because this is a wall that cannot be overcome. Eren stands near an invisible wall, called Awakened Heroic. Looking up, he realizes that this is a barrier that is difficult to even imagine. Robin holds a sword in his hands. Smiling, he thinks that he is not so simple. He puts his hands behind his back and is asked the question, did not he say that he had other paths? Opening his mouth, he says that training since dawn seems a little out of place. Standing, he says that there are different paths, It is not necessary to follow one and goes along several. With his hands folded, Robin says that this is how he chases 2 hares and it is not easy. Smiling, he talks about the sword and trade. His eyes widen and they tell him that they wonder how many more times he will surprise. We see his face, because his father knows his secret. Sitting at the table, he says that it is talent. With his mouth open, he says that a nail can stick out of a pocket, but it is better to hide it away. Robin, closing his eyes, agrees. Turning in his chair, he says that the praise is over, amazing things are one thing, and censure is another. Opening his eyes, he asks if he knows about the mistake he made. With his hands behind his back, he says that he used the family name to trade. Looking into the distance, he says that the man's shop was protected. Sweat broke out on his face. Looking down, the man says that he will meet him in person. Opening his mouth, he asks why he was so quiet and if he can contact him. Looking into the distance, Aaron says that he will contact him and make sure that he will meet. Closing his eyes, he asks, "Are you leaving for the Night Academy in 3 days?" With his hands behind his back, he answers yes, because he took care of everything. Raising his hand, he asks if there is anything he can do to help. We see his eyes and he says that he can help, but he cannot say. Smiling, he says that he already cares and that is enough. Closing his eyes, Robin realizes that he really has changed in these days. After that, the guy goes to the door. He closes it and remains silent. Exhaling, the guy does not understand how his father understood. After that, the door opened. Jack appeared behind him. The man looks at him and asks to chat. They are standing in the hallway. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, "What is it?" Jack looks at him and asks how he found out about the relationship between Irene and the firm. Looking calmly, he knows who is on his tail. Frowning, he understands that if his father asks, Irene will not avoid the answer. Holding a book, they tell him that his father was very surprised and thought that he was the one who would not allow his sister to play. Raising his hand, Jack says that it seems like indulgence, the Lord highly appreciates his sister's talent. Closing his eyes, he says that instead of warning and punishment, he allowed her to realize the consequences herself, although she still will not understand anything. He looks down and remains silent. There was a dark aura around him, because Irene's weak point simply evaporated. Looking down, he asks, "Did someone from the firm tell him?" Waving his hands, he says that he just assumed. His eyes widen and he asks again. Raising his hand, the protagonist says that on a land their size, they need big customers, merchants will do everything to lure them and just threw the bait, and his sister got caught. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. Smiling, he decides to go, because he is a little busy. Jack closes his eyes and allows him to leave. After that, he bows to him. Looking back, he realizes that this has begun to irritate. Walking near the wall, Aaron thinks that he should do something before leaving. Walking along the corridor, and he decides to start investing. A screen appears with a partner market. Grinning his teeth, he gets angry because of the prices. Another screen appears where the prices are written. He sits on the bed and says that a year of internal cultivation is 3,000 coins, the average salary of the first class. He exhales, because it is important to understand that 1 year of internal cultivation is not 1 year of implementation. We see a man in white clothes, because I trained throughout the year, using only basic cultivation techniques. He remembers Sebastian because it has been a long time since the people of System 1 settled on this value. He looks at the screens because he can't say it's expensive, but he could buy it cheap. We see different items because he uses the search and sets the maximum price 300. He opens his mouth. A screen appears where there was a girl talking about her husband. He pokes at the screen because he wants to take it. 2 screens appear that he received 310 coins. Something glows in his hand because considering the price, it is better to buy potions or fermented cultivation and absorb them. But he has no time for this. Sitting on the bed, he thinks about whether to absorb. He closes his eyes. We see a blue object. Lines were approaching it. Everything was developing from the wind. Steam was coming from the object. His hair was also raised by the wind. All the sheets were lying on the floor. His face was serious. After that, Aaron exhales. Smiling, he realizes that he has missed 60 years of inner cultivation. Squeezing his hand, he says that it is still something. A screen appears next to him. Looking at them, we see that he now has 1 achievement, and for the next one he needs to increase the rank of his soul image. Exhaling, he thinks that he planned to sell all the martial arts and stop trading, but apparently he can't. Leaning on his hand, he thinks that in his past life he could not dream of a soul status, but in this life he can achieve other statuses. He pokes the screen, because he needs to get something. Opening his mouth, Aaron swears that he saw this in the affiliate store. His eye glows and he found what he wanted. We see 2 yin and yang beetles. The screen says that the beetles are very compatible with each other. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks that he better learn more about this so he can do everything right. Then he clicks on the notification. Opening his mouth, he asks if the guy is online, because he wants to chat. We see a conversation where they asked him to ask a question and he was asked about the yin and yang beetles. The man puts his hand to his face and says that it is not an object, but an organism. Opening his mouth, he apologizes. Sitting on the bed, he asks what the name means. Harry lies and says that the bug symbol in their names is actually a symbol of loneliness. They are parasites that live in people and cause some interesting symptoms. Opening his mouth, he asks what the worst thing a rival can say is. The guy sits and does not understand what is wrong with him. Raising his finger, he says that Aaron absorbed the yin and yang beetles. Making a scary face, he says that after hearing this, the heart begins to sink, loses hope and thinks that the end has come. Sitting on the bed, he is told that if he uses these bugs, he can easily turn an honest and rich person into a deceitful and stingy one. He looks at the conversation, where they laugh. His eye lit up, because he used the eye of insight. Many screens appeared, where they wrote about the soul image. An aura appeared near his hand, because it is an evil god of cruelty who threw away humanity. He puts his hand to his face, because he thinks that he turned into a black magician or a demonic acolyte. Opening his mouth, he asks, "Isn't it simple?" Smiling, Aaron says that he is right. Harry raises his hand and does not recommend using them on his family or lover. The protagonist stares and is told that this will give him complete control. There is no way to avoid the side effects. Exhaling, he says that people always come to ask about how to remove them, especially those who use them to conquer a girl. He touches his lip and is asked to remember that once they enter the body, it is almost impossible to remove, so you need to use it at your discretion. A smile appeared on his face, because this is far from what he expected. He looks away and decides to see who will eat these bugs. Harvey holds the sword when he is called. The protagonist comes with a cup. The guy bends over and says that he has finished training. The guys are sitting on the stairs, because such training is enough for knights to fall from fatigue. Closing his eyes, he says that Harvey is still on his feet. Smiling, he thanks for the compliments. Straightening his hand, he asks for a drink. Then he takes the mug and does not understand why he was given this. Looking at the mug, he thinks that everything will be fine. There was a green liquid in the mug. There was a smile on his face, and he wondered if he could not drink it at all. Looking into the distance, Harvey feels that his throat will be bad after this. The eyes of the protagonist were shining. They looked at each other and the guy understands that he cannot refuse. After that, he drinks it. Opening his mouth, he feels disgusted. Aaron looks at him and says that he made it especially for him. Saliva flows from his mouth, because this will definitely be good for his body. Raising his hand, they decide to give him the cup. He looks and sees that it is empty. Closing his eyes, he thanks. He smiles and the guy asks, "Are you really grateful?" Looking the other way, he says yes. Raising his hand, Aaron wants to ask for a favor. Looking at him, he understands that they want to ask him something. Closing his eyes, he asks to ask him. He scratches his head and asks to move away. His eyes became bigger from this. We see a palace nearby. Opening his mouth, he asks about creating an aura. They are standing in the forest and Aaron asks to show the aura. Raising his hand, he says that he wants to see. Exhaling, Harvey considers him a child, which was cute. He takes out his sword and asks to step back. The sword was near the ground. He closes his eyes to concentrate. After that, he opens his eyes. His sword begins to glow. The protagonist puts his hand to his face. Looking at him, he expected this from the knight's ace. His gaze is calm, because the quality of the color and density of his aura is not comparable to his older brother. A smile formed on his face, because there is no need to worry about an aura of this level. Frowning, he understands that everything is going much better than he expected. Clenching his fists, he says that he expected nothing less. Holding the sword, he and the captain would be nothing. Looking into the distance, something intrigued him. Standing next to him, Harvey is told that he is the youngest and that is why he was chosen. Raising his hand, he says that he probably spent 5 years obtaining an aura. He looks at him in surprise. Squeezing his hand, Aaron says that the feeling of overcoming a wall, knowing how to surpass yourself and who else could feel it. He scratches his head and asks not to be ashamed of your passion for the aura. He looks at him in surprise. Raising his hand, Harvey thinks that teenagers feel differently from adults. After that, they clap for him. He opens his eyes in surprise. Standing next to him, the protagonist asks if he understood. Smiling, he asks if he caught him. His eyes widen and Harvey does not understand what is happening. Looking seriously, we understand that the atmosphere has changed and the calm is gone. Standing nearby, he asks a question, does he think it will hurt if everyone knows about this? Open-mouthed, Aaron says that all this is about his personality. He looks into the distance and asks again. Putting his hands on his hips, he asks a question, how is the weather in the south? His eyes widened, because he was an imperial spy. Open-mouthed, he asks again. Smiling, he says he doesn't understand and that's too much. Exhaling, the protagonist asks why everyone behaves like this when they're under pressure. Looking at him, he says he's not a maniac. Harvey stands silent. His eyes widen because his real name was called. He looks into the distance because the mission has failed. Standing next to him, he says he went to a quiet place on purpose, but still suspects him. There was a drop of water on his face, and maybe it was a trap. Opening his mouth, he asks to stop, and if there was evidence, they wouldn't be standing here. Putting his hands on his hips, they tell him that he should have told the Count or the captain to deal with this. Opening his mouth, he asks if he admits to being a spy. Looking into the distance, he denies it and would leave the forest if he were one. Narrowing his eyes, Aaron asks if it's a threat. Looking seriously, he says he's just being careless. Raising his hand, he agrees, because only one knows who he is. Turning his head, the guy says that they are here alone. Standing on the ground, he asks if they can kill him. Frowning, he does not understand what the guy is thinking, and maybe he is just stupid. Turning, he understands that his name is known. After that, he runs to him and makes an attack. His eyes widen sharply. The protagonist corrected himself from that place. The pupil became smaller, because the guy disappeared. He turns his head and swears that he cut him. There was lightning near him, because he understood everything. Someone was approaching behind him. He turns his head. After that, they both attack. The protagonist smiles and remains silent. Harvey bares his teeth in fear. After that, he starts to run. When suddenly, he looks up. Aaron is standing nearby and he had an aura. His sword was damaged. Opening his mouth, he says that he attacked and exposed his back, how he became a spy at all. Sitting near him, he calls him problematic and never worried about his youngest son. Nothing changed when they found out that he was hiding his talent. Frowning, he realizes that he has an aura at 16 and this is completely different. Aaron smiles, because perhaps the blood has awakened in him. Sitting on his knees, he thinks that now is not the time to settle the situation. There was smoke around him, and his life is at stake. Opening his mouth, he understands that there will probably be a fist fight. After that, Aaron throws away the sword. Harvey is surprised by this, and the pupil becomes larger. Raising his hand, he rejoices. Grinning his teeth, he thinks that this is stupid. After that, the guy runs at him. The protagonist closes his eyes and sighs. There was a gray aura around him. He squeezes his hand. After that, he takes his leg. His eye widened, and he himself is silent. We see the light at the end. There was a blue aura. Through the smoke, you can see a silhouette. The protagonist stood with his legs spread wide. There was a mark on the ground in front of him. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him as he thought about how this was better than he thought. Harvey started coughing up blood. He looked away in anger as he wondered what had happened. Aaron stepped forward and said that he didn't think he would get internal injuries, asking if his mana heart was okay as he wondered how he could hide such skills. Harvey placed his hand on the ground. The protagonist's mouth dropped open as he advised him not to try to resist, adding that he wouldn't get off easy this time. The spy gritted his teeth and looked ahead. His pupils narrowed greatly as he realized that the guy was clearly not joking. The large protagonist towered over him as Harvey thought about the obvious difference in their strength. The spy clutched his injured arm when he thought it was the end, and then wondered who did it. Aaron was standing in front of him when he asked about which puppy told him, guessing it was an inspector or a security agency. Harvey looked ahead carefully when the protagonist replied that he didn't seem to understand the situation. The blonde looked menacing when he said that he was the wrong person to ask questions. The forest was visible behind the guys when the protagonist said that he had always wondered and that this island was only known for being the land of Richard, who stopped the Empire, and that it was neither a research center nor a strategic point, and then wondered if the information department really had that much free time. Aaron's face was shown close up when he asked about what they were trying to achieve by sending spies to them. Harvey looked ahead silently. The blonde smiled as he told him to look at himself, adding that he thought he should choose a loyalist if he was being sent to a foreign country. A shadow fell on the protagonist's face as he thought about him having all the skills of a spy, and also being a knight with an aura. The spy looked ahead indifferently as the protagonist thought about him being in A-class, and then realized that he was in S-class. Aaron's mouth dropped open, looking down as he realized that they were worried about them for sending him, and then said that silence was much more suspicious. Harvey looked ahead seriously, saying nothing. The blonde was in front of him as he said that he was nothing more than a tool, and then asked if he thought the Emperor would notice him because of that. The spy sat in front of him holding his hand when he replied that it didn't matter even if he didn't. Then the protagonist said that he was making him cry and then asked if he knew that it was only worse for him. Harvey frowned and looked ahead when he said that he could tear his nails and limbs and that he could do whatever he wanted. The protagonist waved his hand when he wondered if he was a savage, answering that he hadn't even thought about it. Aaron closed his eyes, smiling when he asked if he thought he didn't know that torturing a trained spy was a waste of time. The blonde held a bottle in his hand when he wondered what he should do now, saying that this one was a little different. At the bottom of the bottle was an insect. Harvey looked ahead worriedly when he guessed that it was a larva. The protagonist's eyes were closed as he replied that some people would freak out if they heard that, and then explained that they were yin-yang bugs. The protagonist stared straight ahead in concentration as he added that it was Een, and that the other one he ate was Yang. The spy looked shocked as he asked about the one he ate. He remembered holding the mug in his hand as Aaron asked if he didn't remember saying that it looked safe. The blonde stood in front of the hunched-over guy as he asked him to calm down, since it was too late anyway. The protagonist brought his hand to his head as he said that it was probably already in his brain. Sweat broke out on Harvey's face as he asked what it meant. 2 insects were shown when the protagonist explained that the Een and Yang beetles shared feelings, pain of course, and that the Yang was especially concerned about the Een. Aaron's eyes were half closed when he said that if the Een died, the Yang would lose the will to live and start eating his brain, and that then the owner and the beetle would die. The spy looked ahead, uncomprehending. He sat with his hand on the ground when he asked if he thought he was stupid enough to believe such nonsense, adding that he had never even heard of such creatures. The young man had a needle in his hand when he replied that he thought it was better to feel once than to explain 100 times, and that in that case he would try it a little. A terrified Harvey was shown in profile when he realized it was a needle. The sharp object was shoved into the bottle. The needle pierced the beetle's body, and it screamed. The spy looked dumbfounded as he looked forward. He opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. Harry was lying on his side as he said that the young beetle hurts more than the Een beetle and the owner is even worse, and that it would be a problem if he just died, so he would tell him a few tricks. A human silhouette was shown as the man advised to poke it lightly first, then the owner would feel pain like countless spear wounds. Harry's pupils narrowed as he explained that they would then throw it into cold water. The boy lay on the ground, covered in snow, as he explained that it would feel like his body was frozen solid and that the owner wouldn't even be able to breathe, summing up by saying that it was worse than being tortured naked on a snowy mountain. Harvey was engulfed in flames as the man said that they would then place the beetle next to a fire, which would feel like it was being thrown into a pit of hellfire. Harry pointed to his head as he said that they would even be able to feel their flesh burning, but it would all be in their imagination. The red-haired man smirked as he informed them that there were a few more steps, but they were pure evil, so he swears that these 3 tips will suffice. The protagonist smiled, touching his chin as he thought about how he had said it, and how it seemed he hadn't lied, and how he had reason to be confident. Harvey sat with his hands on his hips as he gave his name, and admitted that he was in the Imperial Information Department. The blonde protagonist stood in front of him, who responded that it was good, and then asked him why he had come to them, and what the Empire wanted. The spy looked up carefully as he answered that the Empire was afraid of a second Richard. The warriors held their blades in front of them as it was revealed that since even the mythical ranks had been lost to history, the legendary rank was said to be the last in sword mastery. The swordsman turned his back as it was revealed that the man who had destroyed that belief was the knight who had stopped the Empire from taking over an entire continent, Guardian Steelheart. The brunette crossed his arms when it was revealed that his son had become a heroic ranked knight. Aaron looked down with a serious expression as he said that he didn't want to hear something he already knew, and that while the heroic rank was amazing, the Empire had nothing to worry about. Harvey looked straight ahead with his mouth slightly open as he replied that it was true, and that he was right, since the Empire had a couple of heroic ranks and a legendary rank. The spy folded both his arms in front of him as he added that the important thing was that the heroic rank was the son of a mythic rank, and then asked if he thought it was just a coincidence. Harvey looked straight ahead as he said that of course they had started to think about it, assuming that it must be because of their blood. His father and grandfather were shown behind the blonde. The protagonist looked serious as he opened his mouth slightly and asked if the Emperor had predicted this. The spy looked down silently. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, deciding that his silence said everything, and then asked what the spy assigned to them thought. Harvey introduced the blonde boy when he answered that among his grandchildren, Kieran stood out the most, since reaching the second rank at his age was an achievement. The boy looked ahead intently, adding that if he reached the level of his grandfather or even his father, his words would be confirmed. Aaron closed his eyes when he said that it was impossible. The spy looked up intently when he agreed, saying that he would be happy if he reached at least the awakened rank, and that he did think that the power ran in their blood, but it weakened with generations. Sweat poured down Harvey's face when he said that he thought so until today. The blonde looked away tensely. In front of him sat the spy, who said that he had no idea that he inherited the most from Richard, and that he hid it well. The protagonist was shown half-turned as he thought about how he wasn't just wrong, and how he was completely right, and how it wasn't that the power weakened with generations. There was an open book underneath the boy as he thought about how he could use the aura because of the tome of dimensional transactions, and how it had nothing to do with inheritance. The protagonist was shown in profile as he thought about how, more importantly, the Empire was still watching them. Aaron looked surprised as he realized that maybe even his father's disappearance was their doing. A majestic castle was shown as the boy thought about how his family's downfall began with his father's disappearance. A male silhouette was shown as it was revealed that the hero had been sold, and that it was called Navarro's biggest mystery. The blonde stood sideways as he thought about how he couldn't find out the truth in his past life and how he never imagined that the Empire's goal wasn't just to spy on them, but to prevent another Richard from happening. The protagonist looked ahead with determination as he thought about how he didn't expect this, and how this could be a news story. The man's eyes were closed. He was sitting in the middle of the training grounds as he said that this was happening more and more often. Robin brought his hand to his face as he thought about how he didn't know when it started, but he was starting to get headaches during training. There was blood on his glove as the man thought about how dangerous it was because he couldn't get rid of it, and how he didn't recover while he was resting. Robin looked thoughtful as he wondered if this was an internal enemy he hadn't encountered yet. Aaron's father was shown in profile as he thought about the mind demon. He was standing with his back turned as Jack addressed him. The man turned his head to the side while sitting on the ground as he motioned for him to come in. Robin looked at the warden. Jack looked ahead worriedly as he apologized for disturbing him during training, saying he thought he needed to know urgently. The head of the house stood in front of the warden as he asked what was wrong, to which he replied that the youngest son had brought the merchant Olaf. Robin looked ahead boredly as he asked if that was something to worry about. Jack continued to look ahead as he explained that it was because of the man who had come with him. The man looked away intently as the warden reported that he had found an imperial spy. Clouds floated above the castle. People knelt before Robin. Sweat appeared on their faces. A shocked Kieran was shown in profile. The girls looked ahead in surprise. The body of a boy lay on the ground. Robin's mouth fell open, looking ahead as he said that he was dead. The protagonist was sitting next to the body when he apologized, explaining that he tried to keep him alive but it didn't work. His father looked down indifferently, saying that there was no need to apologize, and then told him to go get some treatment. The serious protagonist was shown in profile when he said that he was fine. Robin continued to look down when he asked him to explain himself then. Aaron looked at the man next to him when he said that it was Olaf, and that he was a mana stone seller. The hooded man's eyes were closed. The boy's father looked down in concentration when he said that he heard about him from the warden. The blonde looked forward, his hand on his knee when he said that he went to Lecheth to meet Olaf, and that he explained his situation and the two of them left, but something was wrong. Jack was standing next to Robin when the protagonist added that it was strange and that there was no point in following the merchant, so he lured the spy to a quiet place and asked who he was. The protagonist looked at the body behind him when he told him that he had pulled out his sword then. His father looked ahead intently when he asked how his son knew he was a spy. A parchment appeared in the boy's hands when he answered. Aaron handed it to the butler, who responded in the affirmative. The man handed the letter to Robin. He looked closely at the piece of paper. Sweat appeared on the faces of those present. The others looked ahead with interest. The protagonist looked serious. A shadow fell on his father's face when he said that everything was as his son said and that he believed he was a spy. Kieran's mouth opened wide when he asked if it was true and what was written there. He looked ahead in amazement and apologized when Robin replied that he did not know. His father held up a message in his hand as he explained that it was some kind of code, and that the Imperial Information Department did a lot of that, and that he had seen it a couple of times. His eldest son held his hand out in front of him as he asked if it was possible that it was just a copy. Robin looked away angrily. Kieran looked scared. His father's eyes were shown close up as he said that it looked like he didn't want it sent to the Empire. Kieran looked confused as he replied that of course not, because the Empire was the problem that needed to be fixed. Robin's mouth dropped open, looking away sternly as he asked if that was the real reason. His son's face was shown close up as he stuttered an affirmative. The people present looked in one direction as the chief addressed his eldest son, saying that when something happens, there are people who believe in the best no matter what. The villagers stood in line as Robin added that thinking that it will rain tomorrow when it hasn't rained today is not always a bad way to think, but it can be said that way if one is a pawn. The dark-haired man looked away seriously as he concluded by saying that lords do not think like that, and that the leader's thinking is that if there is no rain, then they should prepare for a drought. The chief's eyes were shown close up as he asked his son if he understood. Kieran looked down guiltily as he replied that he understood. Robin stood in front of Aaron as he addressed him, saying that he had done a good job, and the boy replied that it was nothing, and that he had caught him by accident. His eldest brother was watching him as the overseer was told to call the doctor, to which he replied that he did. The blonde opened his mouth. Kieran gritted his teeth in anger, mentally cursing at the protagonist. Olaf looked away, asking if he was overreacting. Aaron sat up in bed shocked, when he answered that he knew, but he didn't expect to be locked in there. Next to him sat a hooded merchant, who said that he only had a scratch, and was treated with various potions, and then asked if he was healthy now. The protagonist remembered how the healer stood in front of him, who said that the gentleman said to check him after every meal. Then the guy thought that they really focused on healing, although the speed of regeneration of the owner of the aura is higher than that of an ordinary person. The protagonist's mouth widened when he asked how long this would last, adding that in any case, it was a pitiful sight. Olaf looked away, wondering if that was bad. Then he was asked why he didn't look in the mirror. The skin on his face was taut, when the merchant replied that he had told him not to take it off. Harvey touched his hair, asking if he was happy. The spy sat by Aaron's bed, who asked what his father had said and if anything had happened. Harvey turned his head to the side, answering that he had asked ordinary things, and that it seemed like he didn't care about Olaf because of the spy. The guy had a mask in his hands, when he added that it was really well done, and that even a lord could be fooled, and that he could say that he wore a wig because of the scar. The spy turned towards the protagonist and asked why, when he asked to take care of it, warning that he would not be able to create the same face again. The protagonist looked away with a smirk when he asked what he meant by why, answering that it was because there was no other face like him. Harvey looked confused when he asked him again. He had a scarred mask in his hand. The spy dropped it on the floor. Aaron looked at the scared boy when he repeated that he needed to take care of the mask, because it was his salvation. Harvey looked away with concern, thinking about the incredible skills and things and how he had no idea where he got them, and then wondered who he even was, realizing that there was something more important. The spy turned his head to the side slightly when he asked if he could ask him something. The protagonist looked straight ahead confidently when he asked why he hesitated, answering that he could do it. Harvey was sitting on a chair when he asked why he was hiding his abilities. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he asked, sitting down, what good was it to show them, answering that he was only in the 5th grade and people were already uneasy. The spy was by Aaron's bed when he said that there was a limit to how much a chisel could grind away a clogged stone, and that it would simply break at his grade. The boy looked away, saying that he was a true descendant of Richard. The boys looked at each other when he added that he didn't think anyone would object to him even if he told everyone. Harvey turned his head to the side without saying a word. The protagonist looked ahead with interest. The protagonist looked angry when he told him to stop being cheeky. The spy looked ahead in fear, asking again. The blonde's eyes were shown close up when he asked if it was true that he wanted him to become a walking billboard and attract the attention of the Empire. Harvey held his hand in front of him, looking away as he replied that he wasn't talking about that. Aaron held a clear bottle as he asked if the protagonist hadn't realized yet that he was in his grip and not the Imperials. A white beetle was shown. The worried spy looked away, saying nothing. The protagonist smiled widely as he asked if he wanted to take it from him. Harvey looked away with empty eyes as he wondered if the protagonist thought he could fool him twice with an innocent face, and he replied that he didn't at all, and that it probably wasn't worth asking. The spy handed the letter to the protagonist, who asked to look at the report since he reminded him of it, asking if the protagonist had written it, to which the guy replied in the affirmative, adding that it was as he said. Aaron held the parchment in front of him. He introduced Robin when it was said that he had no significant changes, and that it was hard to tell if he was hiding his real rank. Kieran held a blade in front of him when it was said that he was a regular 2nd class, and that he might have potential for a 1st class, and that he was malevolent. Frank clenched his fist when it was said that he looked like a 3rd or 4th class, and that he was still trying to learn his body. The blonde stuck his finger in his ear when it was said that he had absolutely no signs of advancement, and that he was still supposedly worthless. Harvey was by the protagonist's bed when he read in the letter that there were also a couple of changes, or rather, the communications manager Gilbert died, apparently caught, and that they were still trying to figure out the real reason, and that it seemed they had increased the guard level, so it would be better to refrain from further contact. The spy was shown in profile when the protagonist said that everything was fine. Aaron was in front of him when he added that calling him a jerk was a bit much and that it felt like the report was biased, which was annoying. Harvey opened his palms in front of him when he replied that he was not saying that he was a jerk, reminding him that he just said to belittle him as much as possible. The protagonist looked away in displeasure, asking why he was apologizing, explaining that it made him suspicious. Sweat broke out on the spy's face when he realized that he was being toyed with. The protagonist looked at his hand when he said that he needed to hide a lie inside the truth, and that being too direct could get him caught, concluding that he had a bit of freedom. Aaron was sitting right in front of the guy, who agreed with him, saying that he would correct it and that he was about a 6th or 7th grader. The blonde's eyes widened as he asked how he would contact them without a communications manager. Harvey looked ahead as he said he knew an agent in Acadia. The protagonist touched his chin, looking away as he said it looked like they would be taking a ride. He closed his eyes as he told the spy he could go, asking him to try not to get caught. Harvey was standing next to his bed as he replied that he understood. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully as a distinctive sound was heard. He crossed his arms over his chest, wondering if he would be a good double agent, and then thought about how he needed to keep an eye on the Empire and figure out their plans. A serious Harvey was shown in profile as Aaron decided that if he started working with the Empire again, he could just kill him with a bug. The blonde's concentration was focused as he realized it was worth the risk. There was a door in front of him when a knock was heard. Robin came in, asking how he was feeling. The protagonist looked surprised when he addressed his father. The man stood in front of his son when he asked him not to get up, then he replied that everything was fine and that he was healthy. Robin looked down sadly when he asked if he was okay. The protagonist smiled, closing his eyes when he answered in the affirmative, adding that it was all thanks to his care, and that they gave him potions so that he was better now. Aaron sat in front of his father, who said that it was nice to hear and that he was thinking about postponing the trip. Then the guy replied that he was indeed fine and that he had a long way to go anyway. Robin's eyes were closed when he agreed with his son. The protagonist looked forward studying, saying nothing. He was sitting on the bed in front of his parent. The protagonist's face began to sweat as he realized that he was now wondering if his father had ever come to his room in his past life. Robin's calm face was shown up close as the boy realized that they hadn't had any private conversations like this. Aaron's worried face was shown as he thought about how he really couldn't get used to this. The man sat down next to him as the boy thought about how he hadn't done anything wrong, but it felt like he was being yelled at. The father and son were shown in profile as the protagonist wondered what he should do in this situation. Robin's mouth dropped open as he reported that the knights had found where the spy was staying. The protagonist sat next to him as he asked if it was already there, and he explained that they had been searching all night, so it had taken longer than expected. Aaron's father closed his eyes as he added that he was disguised as a merchant from Lechith, and that they needed to increase the number of guards and make sure there were no more spies. The protagonist looked away with a smile, thinking that this was great, because it was different from his previous life, and that now his father knew that the Empire was targeting their family. The protagonist sat on the same bed with Robin, who said that it was all thanks to him. Then his son replied that it was not at all. Aaron looked closely at the man, who said that now he wanted him to be more careful. The head of the house parted his lips as he said that he had done a great service after all. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking away as he added that it did not mean that he could lose his precious son to a spy. Two Robins were depicted as the protagonist thought about how the father he knew was not so friendly towards him, and how in his past life he was a stern man with a cold heart, and was completely different from the one he sees now. The protagonist watched the bearded man as he wondered if they were really the same person. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened as he realized something. He imagined his siblings as he thought about how he remembered everyone's future in the family and their downfall, and how he remembered the faces of everyone who was there. But his father was not there. Aaron sat with his arms folded in front of him as he thought about how the protagonist's disappearance would happen in 2 years, and how when his father disappeared, he was at the academy, so the only memories he had of him were his childhood. A thoughtful Robin looked ahead with his arms crossed as his son decided that he had misunderstood his father. They continued to sit on the same bed when the man said that, judging by the way he had been acting lately, he thought that everything would be fine for him in the capital, but asked the child to always be on guard. The protagonist looked worried when he thought about how he himself needed to be careful. Robin looked away with interest. Sweat appeared on the shocked boy's face. Father and son turned to each other when Robin asked if something was wrong and if he had hurt himself somewhere, to which the boy replied that he had not and that he was just listening to what he was saying. The blonde curled his finger, smiling when he added that he would keep that in mind. His father lowered his eyelids. Their backs were shown when Aaron thought about how he almost let his emotions get the better of him and told everything, and how if he did so, he could prevent the worst future, but if he tried, the boy would simply think he was crazy. The boy looked ahead with determination as he thought about changing everything on his own. There was a bright flash. The father and son were standing near the open door when Robin asked about how he seemed to want some free time to look around, and then said that he had an hour. Then the son answered in the affirmative, thanking him. There was a smile on the protagonist's face when he realized that he would finally get into the inner secret storage, and that in fact, he could easily get there anyway, because he wanted to reward him for his achievements and for entering the academy. The protagonist turned to his father, who was standing next to him, who asked if he really liked the secret storage that much, adding that if he needed an allowance, he could just ask. Aaron turned his head to the side when he wondered why he looked disappointed. The boy stood next to his father as he thought about how understandable it was, and how considering that if the Knights of Navarro were given the same opportunity, they would all only ask for one thing. The man with the blade stood in front of the warriors as the boy realized that they would all ask to be trained as a heroic ranked knight. The boy's father's eyes were half closed as the protagonist thought about how it seemed like he wanted him to ask him for that, and he was asking for time to wander around the secret vault. Robin looked at his son next to him, who said that he didn't want gold, and that he just wanted to see what was in there. The protagonist touched his face, looking away as he thought about how even though he already knew everything from his past life, it felt like everything he was telling his father was a lie. The man looked sad. Aaron stood behind him as he agreed, and the boy sincerely apologized in his mind for that. The blonde looked after his father, who said that he would wait outside and that he should take a good look around. Then the boy agreed with him, saying that he would be on time. The protagonist looked pleased, looking away. He had his back turned when he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Gold coins were shown when it was said that the outer secret storage was mostly emergency supplies that could be used at any time. A mountain of treasure was shown when it was said that the inner storage was filled with rare and unique items. The protagonist looked closely at the dark item when he thought that of course, just because they were rare, didn't mean they were expensive. Aaron looked away in disappointment, letting out a sigh when he said that he should have been given something like that. The shield was shown as it was explained that it was a magical item, the commander's shield, given to the family by the king, and that it was said to be enchanted with morale-boosting magic, so it could support the spirit of an entire army. The blonde stopped next to it as he wondered why a mythic rank knight would need such a thing, adding that even legendary or heroic ranks wouldn't use one. The protagonist looked away in confusion, thinking that the king who gave such a thing clearly had ulterior motives, and that it was his shield and not his sword. The king's gift was behind the man as the protagonist realized that when his motives were revealed, his grandfather had placed the shield there. The knight's cloak fluttered in the wind as the young man thought about how, after winning the war, his grandfather could do anything, because he was a knight of mythical rank, supported by society, and that if he really wanted to, he could have captured the entire kingdom of Navarro himself, but he decided to remain neutral until the last. The shield glittered in front of Aaron, who thought about how out of all the titles and other awards, he received many from the king, but these awards did not even come close to his achievements. The blonde turned away from the shield when he said that they could not sell it either, because the king gave it to him. The protagonist looked away with a smile when he said that there were real treasures in there. He turned to the uniform and weapons when he explained that they were his grandfather's equipment. The long blade was shown up close when the protagonist said that the best of it was his grandfather's comrade Dark Sky. Aaron looked forward with his mouth slightly open as he thought about something. A red aura enveloped his eye as he opened his inventory. There was a half-empty room in front of him as the system reported that the storage capacity was 763 out of 1,000. Sweat appeared on the blonde boy's face as he said that he thought it would be disrespectful to put him in such an inventory. He put his finger on the system window as he added that it was time to upgrade it anyway. Then the system asked if he wanted to level it up by giving him 200 coins. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed as he said that he had earned a lot from the last exchanges, so this amount was nothing, then ordered to level it up. The satisfied protagonist closed his eyes saying that it was no problem to level it up as the system window popped up asking if he wanted to do it again for 500 coins. The shocked guy opened his mouth wide and asked again when the system asked if he would raise further for 1,100 coins. The young man raised his hand to his face, covering his eyes as he said that although he had so much, he shouldn't spend it recklessly, and that he thought he would stop at level 3 for now, adding that he certainly wasn't doing it because he lacked coins. Then a system window popped up, telling him that the interior of the third-level inventory was an old wooden door and a cool floor. It showed a gloomy room. Aaron looked at it, disappointed, as he said that it looked cheap for the coins he had spent, and that he needed thousands if he wanted to set it up, asking if it had changed at all. The protagonist was holding a blade when he added that he was just going to check it out by putting it in his inventory and looking at the item stats. Then a system window popped up with an icon of a sword made of eternal dark steel that couldn't be cut even by an enhanced aura, and the words that the blacksmith had been creating this weapon for hundreds of days. So it was an excellent sword that contained the spirit and tenacity of a master. The protagonist looked ahead in delight, exclaiming that he knew it, and that he was right. Aaron looked at the blade in front of him when he said that it was different from the swords of this system, and his grandfather was good at martial arts, so he assumed that his equipment was from the first system. The blonde looked at the blade's edge when he added that Dark Sky had been with his grandfather since he was a child, which meant that he was originally involved in spatial trade. The protagonist put the sword back when he said that in any case, his curiosity had been satisfied. The smiling face of the young man was shown up close. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock as he cursed, exclaiming that he had gotten too carried away and that he didn't have time for this. Aaron was walking down the hallway when he thought about the reason he had pulled this off was to find the dimensional transaction book that should be there. Many hands were reaching for the tome as the boy thought about how there should only be one dimensional trader from Earth 1342, and how if this book fell into the hands of his loved ones, he might repeat the mistakes of the past. The blonde looked ahead with confidence as he decided that if it existed, he had to get it first. The protagonist looked to the side, touching his chin as he wondered if it wasn't there. He was standing in front of a long cabinet, as he said that it wasn't there anywhere. The protagonist walked past the bookcase as he assumed it was hidden in a strange place. He crouched down, looking at the shelves. The boy placed his hands on the surface of the cabinet when he said that if he remembered his past life, then maybe it was there, then added that as he thought, no. Aaron looked under the bookcase when he said that he couldn't see it anyway. His eyes sparkled when he asked what it was. The boy was lying next to the cabinet when he said that it was too far away and that he needed a little more, then exclaimed that he got it. The blonde was shown sitting half-turned when he wondered what the hell was that, and if it was too big. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. He was holding an egg in his hand when he assumed it was an ostrich egg. The protagonist looked at the object in his hand when he asked what it was, adding that it felt like metal. He was sitting on the floor with his legs crossed when he said that he didn't know and that it wasn't his thing. Aaron placed the egg under the cabinet, deciding that he would just leave it where he found it. The boy stood with his arms folded in front of him as he thought about how this only confirmed everything anyway, and that the dimensional transaction book was not in the internal storage. The blonde looked forward with a smirk as he realized that he was the only one with one. He stood with his hands on his hips as he thought about how he now only had to figure out how he got to the past, and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system. The pensive protagonist was shown in profile as he thought about how he had only come up with one possible explanation since the day he returned there. He imagined an item with symbols, thinking about the wish bookmark. The protagonist remembered his adult self as he wondered about what he wished for before he died. A dark silhouette was shown as he realized that it was so painful that he didn't even really remember, but he thought that he asked for another chance, and that he also wanted to monopolize the spatial trade. Aaron touched his chin, looking down as he said that he didn't even know, since the bookmark only grants one wish, then it doesn't work out. The guy with his eyes closed was shown in profile. The blonde looked forward in confusion as he said that he still couldn't think of anything, and then asked about the fact that there was no other book. The young man touched his neck, looking away as he exclaimed that that was it, and that it would be bad if he left it there out of ignorance, and also that now he would take something else instead. The protagonist went to the closet as he wondered what to take, adding that his father hadn't set limits. In front of him lay the blade as he spoke about what he would just take. The protagonist stood looking at the dark sky sword. The guy turned away, holding his hands out in front of him as he said that this was too much. He imagined all sorts of things when he said that there were a lot of magical items in there, and that they used to seem incredible, but he didn't need them anymore. Aaron stopped in front of the bookcase when he suggested that maybe he should just take his grandfather's notes. There was an item lying next to his feet. The blonde looked surprised when he opened his mouth. There was an egg in front of him when he wondered why it was there again. The guy picked it up when he said that he definitely put it back and that it didn't look like it had legs. The protagonist looked down intently when he thought about what could be there. The protagonist stood in front of a huge bookcase when he thought about how this was his grandfather's interpersonal vault, the greatest dimensional trader, and how strange things could happen and he couldn't just ignore them. The black egg was in his hand when he suggested that it was also from another dimension. His eye was enveloped in red energy when he decided to look, putting it in his inventory and checking the information. Then a system notification appeared saying that the features were not shown. The boy had a system window in front of him when he asked if she was joking, adding that it was just as well not to show anything at all. Aaron stood up straight when he asked if she would show the first level, saying that if most of the basic information services were not working, it meant that it was from a higher dimension. The blonde held the egg in front of him when he called it a ball from the second or third system, suggesting that he should now deal with it. Streams of energy rushed to the boy's eye when he activated the skill eye of foresight. His pupil dilated greatly. The protagonist looked at the object in his hand in confusion when he realized what it was. People were crowding around the building as the boy thought about how he remembered this day from his past so well, and how it was the day he went to the academy. Then someone said that they had worked hard, and that they were finally free. The men's mouths dropped open as they asked if he would become smarter there. The girls looked at each other, saying that no way, since he wasn't the type to change so easily, and that his family would only be better off if he didn't come back. There were dark silhouettes behind the boy as he realized that it felt like a celebration. There were upset people crowding in front of him, as he thought about how it definitely didn't feel like that. Then they started telling him to take care of himself and not get hurt. The happy protagonist waved his hand as he thanked them for their concern, wondering what he would have thought in his past life. He turned to the crowd of servants as he thought about how a few years ago he was the one everyone avoided, and now he was the hope of his family. The protagonist was shown in profile, touched, as he realized he was proud of himself. A girl approached him, asking if he was happy about leaving, to which he called her sister. Karen looked forward with warmth as she said that it would be 4 years. Aaron smiled, turning his head to the side, and said that basically yes, but he would be going home during the holidays. In front of them, the servants were loading a cart, as the girl asked him to remember to write when he arrived, to which he agreed. The blonde stood in front of his sister, who added that when traveling to foreign islands, health is the most important thing, and that he should not forget to eat well and always wash food well, and also that he should not throw food around and be polite to his friends, summing up that he should try not to get hurt, and then asked if he understood, to which he answered in the affirmative. Karen looked down sadly, as she said that she knew he would be fine, but she couldn't help but worry, assuming it was because he was younger. She looked at her brother in front of her, asking him to give her his hand, and he asked her again. There was a small bag in his palm. The protagonist looked at it carefully. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that it was a small gift. The confused protagonist's face began to sweat as he said that everything was fine, and then asked why he needed money at the academy. Karen looked ahead, her mouth hanging open, as he replied that she heard her brother say that it could come in handy. Aaron held the bag in his hands as he said that he had a good allowance, and he thought about how if he exchanged all his coins for gold, he would be able to hire a group of knights, and what he wanted to tell his sister. They stood opposite each other as the young man said that he would use it well, thanking her, and she replied that it was nothing. The protagonist stared at his sister, as he realized that she shouldn't have the money. The worried protagonist was shown in profile as he realized that it was missing. Aaron introduced Karen and the ruby pendant she always wore. A luxurious carriage was shown. There was a small bag on the couch. The blonde sat opposite him, looking at it. His sad face was shown up close as he thought about how there was nothing stopping his sister from selling the ruby pendant, and how it didn't look like it belonged to their mother, and it didn't seem like it had been passed down for generations. The protagonist closed his eyes, crossing his arms as he said that he knew how much she valued it anyway. The protagonist looked ahead warily, suggesting that perhaps she felt pressured. He imagined the girl standing up straight as he thought about how their family had no mistress, so his sister became one, and how she might not be able to help but felt like it was her duty. Aaron's eyes were closed as he exhaled, thinking about how it should be his feelings and not hers. The blonde looked ahead worriedly as he realized that he didn't have time to grieve as he had to be more prepared than ever before leaving. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, his head down as he entered the first system. He looked away attentively as the system notifications popped up stating that he had received 30 coins from Sebastian and that he had received another 22 coins from him. The protagonist looked displeased, looking away as he asked to look at him. The system window popped up showing the merchant's correspondence. The protagonist had a system window in front of him when he said he told him he didn't have time and asked him to get it as soon as possible. Then he was told they were working on it. An angry Aaron was shown in profile when he said he was sure it was working and that he seemed delighted. The guy with glasses looked ahead in horror when the blonde guy asked if he had really found a useful fool. The protagonist looked offended, crossing his arms when Sebastian asked about the notification, saying it was a misunderstanding and that it was an automatic exchange. Then the guy asked if scammers were using it and if he was trying to deceive him. A scared merchant with glasses was shown in profile when he asked the interlocutor to wait. Then the protagonist started talking about the new interest rates. Aaron's mouth was slightly open when he asked him again, asking him to speak. Sebastian was sitting at the table when he said that the truth was that he suddenly received a call from a customer, but that did not mean that he forgot about his words, because he was watching him while he was doing the registration. A shadow fell on the blonde's face when he replied that he was sure that he had already told him. A scroll appeared above the guy's hand when he advised him not to try to deceive him. A diagram of the interaction between the client and the supplier was shown when the system reported that the protagonist changed the interest rates. The upset merchant covered his face with his hand. The disgruntled protagonist lowered his gaze when he said that if he tells him to do something, then he should forget about everything and do it. Sebastian looked guilty when he apologized, saying that he will immediately check and contact him. Aaron had a scroll in front of him when he thought about how of course it works and how the contract between dimensions is guaranteed by the exchange center. The red parchment was shown up close when the guy thought about the spatial contract. The blonde smiled sinisterly when he thought that in exchange for protecting and keeping Sebastian's secret, he had to follow his orders and give him 80% of the profits for 100 years. In other words, he agreed to be his slave for 100 years. A treasure chest was shown when the protagonist thought about how the merchant had already enjoyed luxury and fun, and that even if he took 80% of the profits, he would not stop selling because a regular salary would no longer satisfy him. There was a smirk on the protagonist's face when he thought about how he was like a candy that did not melt, deciding that he would milk him for eternity. An icon with a book appeared when he reported that he got it. A red system window appeared in front of Aaron when he asked about what was really already, adding that he could, after all, and that it did not take that long. Then the merchant apologized to him. The blonde propped his head up with his hand as he offered to look. A system window appeared with an icon of Evangeline's breath tome, which was meant for women, because she never liked that all martial arts were created. So after she became a sword master, she decided to create this art, and found something amazing. The interested blonde was shown in profile as he wondered about what she found and why the explanations ended. A red aura appeared near his eye when he used the Eye of Foresight technique. Then the system reported that no additional information could be found. The protagonist sat with his head propped up with his hand when he realized that even so he couldn't find anything, and then asked himself if it was true. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when he said that he found it, and then wondered if this was what they needed. Because even if she was a sword master on Earth 3884, it was impossible to say that everything would work out as expected. Sebastian adjusted his glasses as he replied that he had studied the book as well, and then asked if the man had said that the person he wanted was a level 3. Aaron's face was shown up close as he asked if he was crazy, and who he said was a level 3. The merchant's face sweated as he replied that if he couldn't use the chi sword, he was probably a level 3. Sebastian looked dejected as the blonde asked him to shut up, saying that it was his internal energy that was a level 3. Tears began to flow from the merchant's eyes as he wondered who was to blame for this. The guy with glasses made a characteristic gesture with his hands as he mentally asked himself to be patient, thinking that he couldn't risk his life because of this, and then said that theoretically, it could be said that this was the highest martial art. The protagonist's mouth dropped open and he looked down as he asked about stability, noting that this was the most important thing. Sebastian's mouth was open as he replied that it was soft and pliable, so the risk of internal injuries was low. The protagonist was sitting in the carriage when the merchant added that he could barely get it when he wrote to his friends, and that it would be very difficult to find something better now, and the blonde asked if it was true. The guy with glasses held his hand in front of him as he answered in the affirmative, asking why the O system arts, and informing him that if he needed methods of studying internal energy for women, he had a couple. Aaron was sitting with his eyes closed in front of the system window as he replied that it was none of his business, and then asked about the others. Sweat was pouring down the merchant's face as he said that he was still waiting, and that he had already found the sellers, but they had not responded yet. The protagonist looked down seriously as he asked him to send them to him when they responded. Sebastian clapped his hands when he answered that he understood, and then reminded him about the interest rates. Then a system message appeared saying that the protagonist had left the room. The bespectacled merchant looked dejected when he cursed. Aaron looked at the book in his hand when he said that it was good that he spared him, because he was useful. The blonde studied the open tome when he said that it was a good book about martial arts and was translated well. The protagonist slammed the tome shut, looking away. Karen looked surprised when she asked if this was for her. Opposite her stood her younger brother, who replied that he thought it would be more useful to her. Then she wondered if he took it because of her, saying that he shouldn't have. The protagonist looked at his sister with the book in her hands when he said that maybe it seemed strange now, but there was a reason why he was giving it to her. Then she asked him again. Aaron smiled, looking ahead when he replied that she would know when she read it, and that he would be grateful if she read it at least once. Karen's eyes were closed when she said that she promised, and thanked him. The blonde smiled confidently, looking ahead when he thought about how talented she was, and how she was definitely better than the old him. He imagined the girl in armor as he thought about how if his sister learned Iron Breath, then maybe his family wouldn't fall, and of course, it was impossible to say for sure, because becoming a special knight was difficult. Karen looked ahead seriously as her brother realized that he was sure of one thing, and that was that his sister would not miss the chance to nurture her talent. The girl stood in front of the protagonist, who was thinking that he could give her everything if he wanted, be it first system martial arts or ultimate mana stones, but now was not the time. There was a smile on the protagonist's face as he thought about how everything was ready now that this happened. Aaron looked ahead in surprise as he realized that he almost forgot something. There was a crowd of people in front of him. The red-haired girl looked ahead worriedly. The blonde pointed his fingers at his eyes. He then pointed those fingers in front of him, implying that even though he was leaving, he was always watching. The boy made a scary face as he told her not to do anything stupid. Irene looked scared. The carriages were driving down the road as the protagonist thought about how in his past life, going to the academy was a road to hell, but now things have changed. Robin was shown frowning. Kieran and Irene looked to the same side as Aaron thought about having a good relationship with the people who hated him. Karen looked serious. The rest of his family was shown as the boy thought about the positive views of the people around him. The blonde stood with his back to his adult self as he realized that this was the most unlike his past life. The protagonist's eye was surrounded by a red aura as he thought about how this would create even more differences in the future. Then Sebastian informed him that the salesman he was looking for had answered. The protagonist looked down in concentration, answering that it was on time and asking if they were selling. The bespectacled merchant sat with his mouth slightly open as he answered in the affirmative, adding that he thought they needed to discuss the details. Aaron, who was sitting in the carriage, was shown in profile as he asked him to contact the merchant, to which he responded in the affirmative. The satisfied blonde looked down as he realized that he was finally going to start finding out something. A dark oval object appeared in his hand. A system window appeared with an image of a Bulgasari egg as it was explained that it was a popular werewolf in the fourth system. A dark silhouette of the animal was shown as it was explained that it was incredibly weak when born, but later grew into an uncontrollable beast by eating metal, and that as an adult it was so strong that it could cause a natural disaster, and that it was recognized for its loyalty to its master, making it an excellent companion when well trained. The protagonist looked at the egg with a smile when he called it a living natural disaster, saying that he never imagined that there was such a monster in there. A system window appeared in front of him. The protagonist put his hand on the system notification when he praised Sebastian, saying that he did a great job and that he would call him if he needed him, so he should wait. Then he replied that he understood. Aaron looked in front of him in amazement. A system notification appeared with an image of a man named Jasper from the fourth system. The blonde was sitting on the couch in the carriage when he wondered why someone from it was in the channel of the first system. The protagonist rested his head on his hand, thinking. He sat leaning forward when the system reported that the man was a warrior who participated in competitions and was also obsessed with championships, and that he spent all his winnings on gambling. The protagonist pointed at the system window as he said that maybe it was easier than he thought. The conversation between him and Jasper was shown. The bearded man held a glass in his hand as he asked if the guy from the first system had shown up. Aaron opened his mouth slightly, looking ahead as he asked if he could see the item. Jasper looked away as he answered in the affirmative, asking him to wait a second. A system notification appeared with an animal icon, telling him about a legendary tamer who was more monstrous than the monsters themselves, and that it was a manual that showed the tricks and stunts of the Beast Emperor Gambit. The blonde looked at the system window in front of him as he said that he confirmed it, and that he wanted to buy part 215. The bearded man opened his mouth slightly as he asked if he hadn't heard, explaining that he was sure he had told his slave that he couldn't sell it. The protagonist lowered his gaze when he asked him if he wanted to sell all 14 at once. Jasper smirked when he answered yes, asking if 2,000 coins would do. The protagonist looked ahead in disbelief when he thought that he was crazy to want him to throw away 2,000 coins on an egg hatching allowance. The bearded man's face sweated when the young man answered that he did not. Jasper put his hand on the table when he told him that this book made the Beast Emperor one, and that it was not expensive at all. Aaron looked sternly at the system window when he asked him not to lie, answering that it was not the book that made him this way, since it was written after he became the emperor. The mustachioed man looked away silently, realizing that it did not work. The blonde sat staring ahead as he voiced his offer of 150 coins for part 215, adding that he could count it himself, but he was giving him 8 coins more. Jasper had an open book in front of him as he advised the boy to at least use common sense when trading, since a full collection of 666 parts was worth more than 300,000 coins. The disgruntled boy closed his eyes, answering that it was when they were all at once. The bearded man was shown in profile as he asked if he couldn't see the pattern, since 14 chapters in a row was a premium item. The thoughtful protagonist propped his head up as he asked him to look closely, wondering if the boy really thought he could find this book in the first system. Then he realized that it was true, and that he wouldn't be able to find one there. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face as he thought about how this didn't mean the seller could bully him. Jasper looked confused when the guy offered to sell him a copy of part 215 for 100 coins. Aaron looked ahead in confusion when the man asked him again, and wondered how he could say such a thing. The bandana-wearing merchant opened his mouth wide when he asked him if he wanted to use a licensed item without paying the full amount, then told him to think about how much blood and sweat the author had shed in creating it. Sweat broke out on the blonde's face when he assumed he was on drugs, wondering what kind of sudden instructions he was getting. A red aura appeared in front of the guy's eye as he realized something. There was a small sign on the red screen. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise as he realized that this could have ended badly. A white symbol was shown above the book when it was explained that copyright was a mark on the tomes managed directly by the exchange center, and that if caught selling copies with such a mark, the person would be permanently banned and have all the coins taken away. The protagonist's mouth dropped open as he looked at the system window when he thought that it was no wonder the seller would say that, and then apologized, explaining that he had not seen the mark. Jasper, shocked, pointed in front of him when he asked him to be careful, asking if he didn't know that they were crazy about these marks. The protagonist covered his mouth when he said that then the copying wouldn't work. He opened his mouth, looking ahead confidently when he offered to give him the 215th part for 200 coins, adding that he should be wise since this was his last offer. The bearded seller looked confused. Aaron sat in front of the system window with his eyes closed as he said he didn't have to accept if he didn't want to, and then asked him to close the chat. The smiling blonde was shown in profile when he added that now everything will be decided by the fact who is more desperate. Then a system notification appeared that Jasper wrote a message, after which the guy said that it was expected. The bearded man looked down guiltily when he said that 200 coins was not enough, and suggested that they agree on 250. The confident protagonist looked ahead when he asked if he really did not know what the last offer was, adding that he thought he needed to think sensibly. Surprised, Jasper opened his mouth wide, exclaiming that the price would fall if the part from the middle disappeared. Then the guy asked if he would sell it. The bearded man looked ahead with displeasure, saying nothing. The protagonist smiled widely when he cursed and answered that he would sell. Then the young man thought that it was easy, as he expected. Aaron sat contentedly with his arms crossed when he thought about how he only had 400 coins and how he was so desperate that he came to the first system, summing up that it seemed like he was trying to raise the money he lost in gambling, so he had no choice. Then the system notifications about the purchase, the cashback received, and the knowledge acquired could only be used in the exchange center or could be absorbed appeared. There was a red aura near the blonde's eye when he asked if he should now look up what the emperor knew about Bulgasari. A system window with an image of a beast appeared, which said that if he trained well, he could reach the national level, and that there were cases of continental level. The protagonist looked scared when he asked again about the level. The protagonist looked at the egg lying next to him when he thought about how he thoughtlessly dragged it along, but he did not expect much. Aaron's face began to sweat as he spoke of the planetary level. The black shell of the egg began to shine. The blonde looked at him in shock as he realized that he was afraid. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Aaron saw a notification from the system that the absorption of 215 evil beasts had been completed. Bulgasari was not there. Looking at the notification systems, the boy thought that it was understandable, and he was not called the Emperor of Beasts for nothing, and this knowledge was worth it. Smiling slightly, the protagonist reasoned that hatching was only the beginning, and day and night methods of raising were different, and also, in essence, it was almost impossible for someone in System 1 to raise him. Imagining the distorted genomes in his head, Eren thought that since Bulgasari was an imperfect organism, in order to breed him, genetic information from another organism would be needed, for example, elephant mucus or other bodily secretions, like blood. Visualizing a huge iceberg floating on the water, the boy thought that in the beginning, potential is the most important thing, and for it to become bigger, powerful genetic information is needed as a basis. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, the protagonist realized that he needed a very strong organism. After a moment, an idea came to him. Looking ahead in surprise, Eren thought of a beast. At the same time, images of various wild animals appeared in his mind, and he thought that beasts existed even in the 0 and 1 systems, although it seemed that martial arts users that called them spirits. Visualizing mythical beasts like the horned tiger and dragon, the boy reasoned that not a single part of them was wasted, and it seemed that they were actively sold in the store. Immediately after that, the protagonist opened the system window and began to study all the offers on the market. Looking straight ahead in disappointment, Eren said that the order was described as follows: first human, then earthly, then heavenly, and finally paradise, and he didn't even know what to take. Suddenly noticing something in front, the boy said that it didn't matter, because he had it. A moment later, the protagonist wrote to Sebastian, asking if he knew about spirits, and he answered positively and asked what it was. After listening to his request, the merchant was very dumbfounded and asked again that he really wanted him to do this. Looking puzzled at the system notification window, the protagonist asked what he thought would make him tame someone without internal cultivation. Right after that, Eren explained that he was not that stupid, and the man in glasses who read his message sighed with relief. Fixing his serious gaze forward, the boy asked how much he knew about them, to which he received an answer that he knew as much as others. At the same time, the protagonist asked to evaluate something and sent a file to Sebastian, who looked at him with surprise, asking what he needed to evaluate. Eren moved his hand to the side, explaining that they needed to evaluate their combat power, and it seemed that good healing skills did not mean high strength. The merchant spread his hands, saying that he had compiled a good list, and healing skills and combat power really were not related. Imagining a giant turtle in his head, the bespectacled man explained that the blood of a 10,000-year-old ironmouth was good for cultivation, but in the end, it was just an old turtle. Pointing his finger forward, Sebastian added that the blood of a bloody fire dragon and the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear were much more difficult to deal with. Eren concentratedly looked straight ahead, listening to all this, wondering whether these two were really the strongest, and which one was better to take. At the same time, the merchant imagined a dragon in his head, shrouded in flames, explaining that, of course, a bloody fire dragon is better, and only a snake that has been trained for thousands of years becomes like that. Although it needs to be trained, a dragon is a dragon. Then the man in glasses sent a message that a large bear cannot cope with him, and Eren, who was thoughtfully looking at the system notification window, said that everything became clear to him. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy asked how art users hunt such beasts. Hearing his question, Sebastian was a little scared, stating that incredible people live there. After his answer, the protagonist scratched his cheek in confusion and thought that this was definitely true. A moment later, Eren wrote a message that this was a great job, and it seemed that he helped, so he was saying goodbye, and the seller suddenly began to fuss and asked him to wait. The man with glasses was about to tell something, while the boy, looking straight ahead with surprise, asked what he was waiting for and asked him to talk. Then Sebastian, moving his hand to the side, said that he bought Evangeline's breath with his coins, and although they made a contract, he was still broke. Hearing this, the protagonist smirked, asking that it really hit his wallet. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head after his words, the merchant noted that he did not mean it at all. Sitting in his carriage, Eren asked how much it cost, to which he received a message that he bought it for 300 coins. After reading this, the boy asked why he really paid so much for this item, and the man with glasses, spreading his arms to the sides, said that he was in a hurry, so he could not bargain. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if he was lying this time, and thought that of course he had already used flow recognition to check the price. Sitting at his desk, Sebastian wondered how he would lie under threat of death, and he still would not fall for it. Opening the red magic scroll after hearing everything, Eren noted that this was excellent, and therefore he would reward him for his honesty. A moment later, the system notified about the change in interest rate from Sebastian's former 17% to the current 20%, while the boy asked that now they were even, because he was very generous. After everything that happened, the merchant was a little confused, feeling like he was screwed. Smugly looking at the system notification window, the protagonist stated that he would call him if necessary, so he should be in touch, and if there was no answer within 10 minutes, it would issue a warning. Upon hearing this, the frightened man in glasses immediately agreed, while the system announced that Eren had left the room. Poking his finger directly at the system window, the boy said that he then wanted to buy the blood fire dragon. A moment later, the protagonist clicked the buy button, completing the purchase. At that moment, a bottle of red liquid appeared right in his hand. Looking at the pet egg lying next to him, Aaron wondered if it would work, since it had been in storage for about 10 years. Without thinking twice, the boy poured the fire dragon's blood directly onto the black egg. After doing this, the protagonist looked straight ahead in admiration, noticing that it was as if he was pouring something onto a hot frying pan. Suddenly, he was very surprised to see something in front of him. The black egg, located right in front of him, suddenly began to sparkle with a bright red light. Seeing this, Aaron was happy and reasoned that it reacted, and it was not for nothing that they call it a beast, because it was alive after so many years of oblivion. Sitting right next to the egg of the future pet, the boy wondered that in any case, how did it get into the storage of the grandfather, and did he really bargain with someone from the fourth system? Abruptly turning away, the protagonist said that he did not know anything about it. At that moment, the black egg moved a little. Noticing this, Aaron looked at it sharply. Turning his head towards the black egg, the boy wished the goddess of glory that everything was fine, and he was afraid that he might not like someone's blood. Folding his hands to his chest, the protagonist noted that all he could do now was wait. At this time, his carriage, accompanied by knights, passed by the lake. The carriage rushed very quickly right along the road. Inside, Aaron closed his eyes to concentrate. He was meditating, sitting in the lotus position and releasing his energy outward. Suddenly, the boy heard something next to him. At the same time, the egg lying next to him on the seat suddenly moved. Surprised, looking straight at it, the protagonist asked if it was really time already. A moment later, a crack appeared right on the black egg. Seeing this, Aaron was very dumbfounded, realizing that it was hatching. Noticing the silhouette of a certain monster, the boy thought that this was the infamous werewolf from the fourth system, and in theory, he was a planetary level, the living disaster of Bulgasari. Suddenly, seeing something right in front of him, the protagonist was very dumbfounded. He looked straight at the small ginger kitten that hatched from the egg and asked if it was really that cute. A moment later, Aaron was very surprised, wondering if something had gone wrong because he had hatched early, and maybe he was a baby. Well, it was a beast, and he didn't know if everything was okay. Then the little kitten meowed sharply. Seeing this, the boy's heart seemed to beat faster, and he realized that he didn't care at all. The blade of the blade made a cut right on the skin. The boy was letting out his blood right from his hand. Seeing this, the ginger kitten was very surprised. Remembering the pages from the animal training manual, that since Bulgasari do not have mammary glands, they feed babies blood instead of milk, Aaron held out his bloody hand forward. Reading the page about how babies remember the taste of blood and will treat this species as their own, and will follow the owner of the blood as a mother, the boy brought his new pet to his bloody hand. After a moment, the ginger kitten began to lick his wound, while the protagonist continued to recall lines from the book, that their aggressive behavior disappears, but it is best to feed them with your own blood for easier control. Looking directly at the ginger kitten in his hands, Aaron noticed that it was drinking very actively. At the same time, the boy was smiling widely with joy. After some time, his expression became clearly dissatisfied, and he declared that now it is enough. Looking directly at his new pet, who was licking his tongue, the protagonist explained that he will die from blood loss, and he needs to find a way to feed him in order to train him well before he drinks all his blood. Suddenly, an idea came to Aaron's mind, and he realized that he should give him a name. Immediately after that, the boy with a thoughtful expression on his face asked what to call him, and if his species is Bulgasari, then perhaps Sari will do. A moment later, the protagonist came up with a nickname for his new pet. Then Aaron asked how about Sari, and the ginger kitten, hearing this, was very surprised. Seeing his reaction, the boy thought that he liked it, because it just flew off, while his new pet expressed dissatisfaction in every possible way. Harvey, surprised, pointing his finger straight ahead, asked the young master about his hand. Seeing his worries, Aaron explained with a smile on his face that there was nothing to worry about and everything was fine. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the guy with green hair asked how everything was fine if there was blood flowing. The boy, continuing to smile, said that he was bored in the carriage, and he was playing with the sword, that's why it happened. Hearing such an explanation, the knight looked at his master in shock and just remained silent. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, Harvey asked him if he really thought he would believe that after he demonstrated his true skills on him. Looking away after such a question, the protagonist noted that he really needed to try harder. Keeping his hand on the hilt of his blade, the guy with green hair stated that he did not know what he was planning, but asked him to be careful, because he was responsible for security, and after all, his job was to protect. After listening to his subordinate, Aaron looked at the rest of the warriors, asking if they really stopped to eat, to which he received a positive answer and an explanation that they would eat and continue on until sunset. Then the knight asked if he should bring him something, and the guy pointed his finger to the side, saying that he needed to bring it to the carriage. Hearing this, Harvey agreed, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, the guy with green hair noticed something to the side. Looking straight into the bushes nearby, he saw a glint there. At that very moment, the knight was about to draw his blade. A moment later, the protagonist stopped it with his hand. Noticing this, Harvey looked at his master in surprise. Aaron, with a look full of seriousness, explained that everything was fine. Seeing such a reaction from the boy, the knight was very surprised. Suddenly, someone jumped off the ground right in front of them. A moment later, an unknown animal appeared right in the protagonist's arms. Harvey looked at it in surprise, asking what it was and whether it was a weasel. Stroking his new pet, Aaron declared that it was his animal. Looking straight at his master, the guy with green hair asked since when, and the boy explained that it had been for quite some time, which he did not believe. Looking away with displeasure, the protagonist asked that he was really not interested in him at all. Coming closer, Aaron whispered that wasn't he the one who was watching them so diligently, which greatly surprised the knight. Immediately after that, the boy looked at Sari, saying to say hello to Harvey. Hearing this, the ginger kitten looked away cutely. Seeing this, the green-haired boy was very delighted, asking if he could pet him. Noticing such a reaction from his subordinate, the protagonist smirked, thinking that he wanted to check something. At the same time, Harvey brought his hand right to Sari, asking his name, and called him very cute. When the green-haired boy began to pet the ginger kitten, he did not like it at all. Seeing such a reaction from his pet, the knight was very puzzled and said that something tells him that he hates him. Aaron grinned wickedly after everything that had happened, asking if he really expected him to start wagging his tail, since he was almost pointing the sword at him. Hearing this, Harvey drooped and said that he understood everything, noting that he had only pulled the blade out a little. Walking away upset, the guy with green hair noted that he would bring him food when it was ready. At that moment, the boy imagined an image of an enraged beast in his head, thinking that Bulgasari was a ferocious animal that became stronger by eating metal, and could also take other forms, and this could be useful, but also dangerous if he did not control it, since he would not be able to keep it close if it got angry at someone. Joyfully playing with his pet, the protagonist noted that it seemed that the blood was worth it. The story took place in the middle of the mountains. The carriage Aaron was in was traveling next to the river, accompanied by knights. Sitting inside, the boy reasoned that based on the Emperor's theory, the potential strength of Bulgasari is the strength and energy of the organism given to him in childhood, and that's how it was written. Imagining the image of a dragon and a huge number of different ingredients in his head, the protagonist thought that he solved the first part of the equation when he chose the blood-fire dragon, and to solve the next part, he needed sources of strong energy, such as elixirs. Looking straight at Sari, who was chewing on a pill, Aaron thought that the problem was that they were very expensive. With tears in his eyes, the boy thought that this was the bamboo pill of life that the leader of the mountain bamboo sect gave him, and one of them costs 150 coins, so he himself did not eat it. After a moment, the protagonist paused, thinking that Sebastian's money or even selling cheap items wouldn't be enough, so he had to act again. Looking straight ahead, Aaron realized that there were 53 days left until the mana stone limit reset, and he had to choose the next product. Imagining a huge number of different items in his head, the boy was thinking about what it would be, and something that everyone in System 1 wanted with a large reserve of balance. But what is certain is that the base price must be high to get a large profit. Suddenly, an idea came to the protagonist's head. He stood up abruptly, realizing that this was the very thing he needed. Imagining a bottle with blue energy inside, Aaron thought that this was internal cultivation and sold well, since everyone in System 1 wanted it, and it could be bought for a tidy sum of coins. Realizing this, the boy grinned and thought that the numbers showed the quality of cultivation. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the completed exchange and receiving 4,750 coins from the merchant, and the current amount was 5,382. Looking directly at the system notification window, the protagonist reasoned that even if he bought it for 250 and resold it, he would get 58.5 coins on top thanks to the skills. Visualizing himself surrounded by a huge amount of gold, Aaron thought that if he just resold it, he could earn thousands or even tens of thousands, so it was hard to even imagine how much he would get. Looking sharply to the side, the boy thought that the exchange center would definitely not allow this. Looking at the system notification window, notifying about the internal cultivation item, there were 50 years out of 50 years left until the limit expires, and there were as many as 500 days left before the reset. Seeing this, the protagonist was very unhappy, saying that he cannot wait, and he will have to wait more than a year to feel this pleasure again. Aaron looked away sharply and said that he had something. Looking straight at the notifications from the system about getting the achievement of the King of Gold, which required using 15,000 gold in System 1 and getting 1,000 coins as a reward, the boy said that he felt better, because he got the coins and completed the achievement. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked that now that he had money, it might be worth increasing the price. Realizing that the next item was an elixir, he received a huge number of notifications from the system about buying different things right on the market. Aaron poked his finger at the buttons for buying artifacts at great speed, arguing that they were not as good as real internal cultivation, but they improved him the best, and the category was not an elixir, but each person individually, so there was no limit on selling. Looking madly straight ahead, the boy understood that this meant that he just needed to prepare to earn a coin. After some time, the system notified about the end of the exchange. At that moment, the protagonist's fingers seemed to be smoking after a huge number of presses. Without moving at all, Aaron called out to Sari. Hearing his name, the ginger cat meowed in surprise. Immediately after that, the boy threw a huge number of pills in his direction, telling him to open his mouth, because here they are, the elixirs. Pointing at himself, the protagonist opened his mouth. Seeing this, the pet repeated right after its owner. Examining his fangs, Aaron noted that it was good and seemed to work, and he was clearly unhappy with this. Looking straight at the joyful Sari, the boy thought that he had changed a lot in a couple of days, and recalled the lines from the book on raising animals, that the color of Bulgasari's fur depends on the creature of the first blood, and when the animal grows, its fangs and fur completely change, and the baby stage ends. With a sigh of relief, the protagonist reasoned that now that he had reached the limit, there was no point in feeding him elixirs, since the coin-eater stage was over. Aaron then visualized the expense chart in his head and thought that he invested 30% of his profits in exchange, 50% went to Sari, and the remaining 20% went to internal cultivation and other items he needed. Thinking about the item he used most, the boy took out a scroll of blue paper from his inventory while the system announced that it was Pure Body, the second circle of daytime healing magic. A moment later, the protagonist tore this very scroll apart with his own hands. At the same time, a blue magic circle appeared right above his head. This same magic circle gathered blue energy around itself. At that moment, Aaron concentrated, trying to swallow this power inside himself. Immediately after that, the blue magic circle began to send all the mana it had collected straight towards the boy. After a while, the protagonist, with a smug expression, declared that if the chi breath was good for the soul, then there was nothing better than it for cleansing the outside. Imagining himself surrounded by a large number of stately ladies, Aaron concluded that he used to be called the star of Navarro's society. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the boy added that although it was not that long. Holding his face, the protagonist thought that appearance was also power, and he would do everything in this life to look good. Suddenly, Aaron looked away when he heard Michael's voice calling out to the young gentleman. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy asked what was going on. The knight, riding next to the carriage on a horse, explained that there was half a day's journey left to Acadio, and Sir Harvey asked to ask him if they needed a rest stop. Looking away, the protagonist explained that everything was fine and asked to tell him to continue moving and rest when they arrived, to which he immediately accepted the order. Looking out the window at the beautiful mountains, Aaron reasoned that while he was bargaining, time was flying by, and there was only half a day left. A moment later, the boy opened a huge number of system notification windows, wondering if he should continue. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred to a beautiful city with many houses and a castle in the center, and the system promised that this was Navarro's second city, Acadio. Looking straight ahead, the knights could not believe the truth of what they saw. They were all standing right in front of a huge mansion that seemed to shine. While the warriors continued to admire, Harvey asked Aaron, who was standing next to him, if this was too much. Looking at the green-haired boy, the boy replied that it was okay, since they had come all this way because of them, and the boy noted that it was true, but the famous Acadio Inn was a bit over the top. With a serious look, the protagonist explained that they needed to rest, and asked him to keep an eye on them. Looking straight at the knights, who were all very dirty after a long journey, Aaron asked what people would think of his family when they saw them, and asked him to take them to wash up, since they were in the city now. They said that it would cost 200 coins, so he should use it all. The boy threw a bag of money towards the knight. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist asked if it was enough for a hot bath and an expensive meal. Dumbfounded, holding the bag of coins in his hands, Harvey gave a positive answer, explaining that it was more than necessary. Looking straight at the green-haired guy with a smile on his face, Aaron would note that there was gratitude for him there, but they should have fun too. Looking away, the boy would state that they weren't there to play, and ask what was going on and what about the meeting place. Hearing this, the green-haired guy would move his hand to the side, explaining that he had left a mark near the castle walls, and they would contact them as soon as they spotted it. Folding his hands over his chest, the protagonist would state that it was good, and then they would just have to wait. Immediately after this narration, the story shifts to a local tavern in the middle of the night. The knights were knocking mugs of beer against each other, saying that they needed more. The Stillgard family warriors were happily drinking in the tavern after a long journey. At this time, Aaron and Harvey were sitting to the side, watching everything that was happening. Suddenly, the other knights approached them and asked what the two of them were doing there. Then the warriors suggested that they drink together instead of drinking regular water alone, which the guy with green hair refused. Getting him up from his seat, the subordinate noted that it was not like him, and the other knight declared that he also needed to try the local drink, to which he replied that he really could not. Saying that he could only have one glass, the knight abruptly turned around. Immediately he saw his master's furious look, which seemed to say that he could drink if he wanted to die. Noticing this, Harvey was very scared. Immediately after this, the guy with green hair waved his hands, explaining that he did not think he could, so he asked the guys to go, and the knights asked why he was giving up, and it was only one glass. Then the warrior hit himself in the chest with his fist, declaring that one would turn into two, and two into three, and asked that they really thought that the captain could be deceived. After listening to him, the knights left sadly, saying that if he wanted, he could always join, although they were sure that he would stay. Turning his head to the side after everything that happened, Harvey thought that it was a shame, but there was nothing to be done, because he couldn't risk his life for liquor. At that moment, the tavern worker ran right into him. Holding mugs of drinks in her hands, the woman asked for forgiveness, and the guy with green hair asked her to be careful, because she could get hurt. Immediately after that, the knight took his place at the table again with the protagonist. A moment later, Harvey was taking a sip of water from his glass, and Aaron was silently looking at him. Suddenly, the guy called out to the guy with green hair, and he suddenly looked straight ahead. With a serious look, the protagonist asked if he had lost it. Putting his hand in the inside pocket of his cloak, the knight asked who he thought he was, and stated that he hiccuped only because he was surprised. Taking an unknown piece of paper out of his inner pocket, Harvey noted that this was the first time he had ever seen someone deliberately bump into him. The story slowly shifts to the area near the main castle of the city. We are shown a back alley located between small houses. Aaron was there with Harvey, who said that they were memorizing the map and dividing the city into parts. Looking directly at the piece of paper in his hands, the guy with green hair explained that this T sign meant Trevor, that is, the person he was telling him about. Standing right next to his knight, the guy asked if everything was going according to plan, and he answered that, fortunately, it was. Looking to the side, Harvey explained that he was an agent with whom he had worked before, and so he thought everything would go smoothly, so he would go to him right now. Looking directly at him after hearing this, the protagonist asked if he was really going alone. Pointing his hand forward, the green-haired boy noted that it had always been like this, and Aaron, standing in front, stated that they could go to the meeting place together, and he would hide there. Moving his hand to the side, the knight explained that he could do so, but there were too many eyes in Acadio, and if someone saw them together, it would be bad. Staring forward with a serious look after hearing everything, the boy thought that he was right, and the problem was whether he could be trusted. Remembering how Harvey had become friends with the knights of his family, the protagonist mused that although they had become close while traveling, it was not even close to trust. Looking away sharply, Aaron asked to see his progress report. Looking straight at him in surprise, and after hearing what he heard, the green-haired boy asked that he really did not believe him. Opening his mouth slightly, the boy asked not to misunderstand him. With a serious look in his eyes, the protagonist asked if he really thought that there could be something like trust between them. A moment later, Aaron was reading something on a piece of paper. Suddenly tearing his eyes away from the document, the boy reasoned that he had not lied and had changed the part he had said. Harvey raised his hands up, saying that if he had finished reading, he could search him, since he could have given a fake. Looking straight ahead after hearing this, the protagonist, after a short pause, asked if he was really offended. Closing his eyes, the green-haired boy asked how he could, since he knew his place after all. After his answer, Aaron continued to look straight at him in silence. At that moment, the knight, a little scared, explained that life was important to him, and he did not want to go through that experience again because of some remaining suspicions. After listening to him, the boy looked straight ahead menacingly, saying nothing. A moment later, the protagonist handed a piece of paper towards Harvey, telling him to go. Aaron looked straight ahead with a look full of trust. Noticing this, the green-haired boy immediately trusted him. At the same time, the knight took the piece of paper on which the report was written. Bowing to his master, Harvey said that he would return soon. Looking after the green-haired boy leaving, Aaron thought about whether he was trustworthy or not. It was always difficult to understand someone's real intentions. Taking out an unknown scroll from his inventory, the protagonist realized that therefore there was a process that he had to go through. Immediately after that, Aaron tore the piece of paper with his hands. Suddenly, a red magic circle appeared right under the boy, while he was thinking, especially if they found out his secret, and the system notified about the activation of the invisibility of the third circle of magic and transparency. The protagonist stood still, waiting for the skill to start activating. A moment later, the red magic circle began to rise up. Red energy enveloped Aaron's hand. At the same time, it became translucent. When the magic circle finished activating, the boy became invisible. Looking straight at his translucent hand, the protagonist thought that it was better than he thought, and if he also used the skill to make his body light, then it would be great. Then Aaron, jumping on the roofs of buildings, thought that now he would easily become stealth itself. He jumped over a busy city street. The boy quickly moved forward, passing busy areas. After some time, the protagonist landed right on the roof of the building. Aaron looked at the city from its high part. Looking straight ahead, the boy thought that he really was a professional. The protagonist watched Harvey, who was walking along the city street between ordinary people, and thought that he was not walking fast, but he also immediately completely adapted to his surroundings and did not look like an outsider at all. At that moment, Aaron noticed several people following him, and wondered why so many people were following him, and realized that it would be nice if he went with him. A moment later, the boy grinned maliciously. While the guy with green hair continued to walk forward emotionlessly, the protagonist realized that the professionals were definitely different. A moment later, the knight approached the door of one of the houses. Suddenly, Harvey knocked with his hand directly on the door. At that moment, someone opened the entrance for him. It was a man who was going outside. A moment later, Harvey entered the building. When he was inside, the front door slammed shut. Standing on the roof of this very house, Aaron thought that he was doing everything that he was told to do. Then the boy closed his eyes and concentrated, now going to try new martial arts skills, while the system announced that the perception skill of 100 steps 7 stars was activated. As if immersed in his consciousness, the protagonist listened to the conversations of everyone inside this building, while the system announced that a skill was activated that allows you to hear a squeak at 100 steps, and it was a lie, but he actually hears quiet sounds, and anyone who collects information studies this skill. When Aaron heard Trevor and Harvey greeting each other, he suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that this is it. Firewood was burning right in the fireplace, while the man asked what news he came with, and the guy with green hair explained that the younger one entered the academy, and he became his bodyguard. Looking at the knight standing in front, the man with red hair asked why he came, and was it really to see him. Then Harvey said that Gilbert was dead, which greatly stunned everyone present. Trevor was very surprised, asking how this could happen. The green-haired man closed his eyes and asked him what he thought, and whether he died of illness or an accident. After listening to his old friend, the red-haired man grabbed his head. Suddenly raising his gaze, Trevor asked how he had survived then. With a serious expression, the knight asked what was not visible, and stated that he owed him his life. With his arms folded across his chest, the red-haired man called Gilbert a poor man and suggested that he seemed to have remained silent until the very end. Suddenly, an idea came to Trevor's mind. Sitting straight at the table, he said that the academy was in the capital, but Acadia was far away. At that moment, the red-haired man looked straight ahead menacingly, pronouncing the name Harvey. His subordinates also became wary, looking straight ahead menacingly. Aaron, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, was a little scared. At this time, the green-haired boy stared straight ahead emotionlessly as his old friend asked if it was possible that he had done this. Trevor stared straight ahead menacingly. In front of him stood Harvey, who said nothing. The green-eyed boy stared forward with a serious gaze. Aaron, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, wondered if something had gone wrong. With a blank look, the knight asked if he was having fun. Hearing this, the red-haired man and his subordinates were very dumbfounded. A moment later, Trevor suddenly laughed. Throwing his arms out to the side, the red-haired man asked his friend to relax and stop being so angry about the joke. Looking straight at the real Harvey in front, Trevor regretted what happened to Gilbert and asked what they could do since this was their life. He then added that they wouldn't be able to do their job if they regretted every death, and the boy sighed in relief upon hearing this and suggested that everything seemed to be fine. Moving his arm out to the side, Trevor asked how he got there, and the others didn't suspect anything since the journey would have taken much longer. Closing his eyes, the green-haired boy explained that he used the younger one and mentioned visiting Acadio, and he happily agreed. When the knight stated that he was quite stupid so it wasn't difficult, the protagonist, who heard this, was suddenly surprised. Immediately after that, Aaron became angry and didn't understand why his words hurt him. Looking straight ahead with interest, the red-haired man said that he understood everything and asked what he could do. Then Harvey put a piece of paper on the table, saying that it was a progress report, and asked to encrypt it and send it to the Empire. Still looking straight ahead, Trevor asked if that was all. Turning his head slightly to the side, the green-haired guy said that nothing more was needed. Then he turned around and walked towards the exit, saying that he was leaving. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead after everything he had heard, the boy thought that this was the life of a spy, and it was a pity that he had not received any useful information, because they had been talking about business and had already finished. Continuing to watch his knight, the protagonist mentally congratulated him, because he had done it. Turning sharply to the side, Aaron realized that he should start something then. As he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone ask the captain if it wasn't strange that the agent was alive and the contact was dead. The boy stopped abruptly and asked if that was all. Trevor looked away and asked what he was talking about, and if he was talking about Harvey possibly changing sides. Standing next to his captain, the boy assumed that was the case and that he had technically been demoted as well, and the red-haired man, standing behind his seat, explained that he wasn't the type of person to betray them. He then added that he valued his family very much and would rather die than cause them trouble, and the protagonist was very surprised to hear this. Sighing heavily, the knight noted that you never know what might happen. Hearing these words from his subordinate, Trevor looked straight at him and asked if he really didn't like him or something. At the same time, the guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, not knowing what to answer, and the man with red hair asked him to stop messing around and focus on work. Watching his subordinate, who was slowly walking down the street, Aaron heard Trevor say that everything would be decided by the higher-ups, and they would simply pass on the information they received. A moment later, the boy looked straight ahead seriously. Watching Harvey directly, who continued to slowly walk down the street of the night city, the protagonist realized that, therefore, he had his reasons. At this time, there were almost no people on the streets of the city. Aaron walked right past one of the houses of this big city. A moment later, his disguise suddenly dissipated. Looking at himself, the boy noted that invisibility and perception at 100 steps were perfect and definitely worth their coins. Continuing to walk straight down the street, the protagonist declared that he would use them more than once. Suddenly he looked to the side, hearing unknown voices there, arguing about the lack of social hierarchy, which was not even allowed to be spoken about. Turning his head to the side, Aaron asked if there was a fight. Seeing a crowd of people right in front of him, the boy wondered why they were making noise in the middle of the night. The commander of the warriors clenched his hand into a fist, asking how dare a mere knight of a baron contradict them. Putting his hand straight in front of him, another knight called him shit, explaining that it was his master the Marquis, and not himself. Seeing this, the boy was very dumbfounded, realizing that these were his subordinates. Then the commander of the warriors, looking menacingly straight ahead, asked if this jerk had finished speaking. Folding his arms across his chest, the other knight replied that he had not finished at all, and if it were not for the Stillgards, his powerful Marquis of Albret would not exist, and if he was stupid, he would have been better off keeping quiet. Hearing this, the protagonist became wary, thinking of Marquis Albret. A moment later, he was very dumbfounded and could not believe that this was the same person. The commander of the warriors became very angry, calling himself an idiot for thinking that he could communicate with the stupid northerners. He looked away sharply, intending to show him, a village slave, what dignity was. Hearing this, the other knight declared that he should only not give up and protect the honor of the Stillgards. Immediately after this, the two groups of knights rushed towards each other. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a noble appeared, who, opening his mouth wide, asked what they were doing. Hearing his voice, all the warriors suddenly froze. Looking away, the commander of the knights was very dumbfounded. Right in front of them stood a man who was called the second captain. Seeing him, the protagonist's hand suddenly trembled. Aaron looked straight ahead with displeasure, thinking that even now it felt like his body was being torn apart when he closed his eyes. At the same time, memories of being tortured in his past life appeared in his head. There were torture instruments right on the floor in front of him. The boy was tied to a chair and bleeding. Visualizing himself sitting on a chair and bleeding from wounds, the protagonist thought about the man who took everything from him. At the same moment, someone's shadow appeared right behind Nick. A moment later, someone began to come out from right behind him. It was a guy in an aristocratic suit, and when Aaron saw him, he thought that it was that same John Albret. At the same time, the boy became very angry, thinking that he could not believe that he met him there. At the same moment, an atmosphere of hatred hovered right around Aaron. The boy looked menacingly straight ahead. He looked straight at John, who looked forward with displeasure. Giving in to his rage, the protagonist asked whether he should kill him. After a moment, his anger subsided a little. Having calmed down, Aaron lowered his hands and understood that not now, and it is impossible to kill him quickly and painlessly, just to satisfy a sudden desire. Fixing his menacing gaze straight ahead, the boy was going to return his pain and even more. At that moment, John stamped his foot hard. This was immediately heard by Nick, who was standing right in front of the soldiers. The knight looked straight ahead with fear on his face, thinking that he was very big. The second captain looked menacingly ahead, stating that he seemed to tell them not to make noise. Hearing this, his subordinates were very scared. A moment later, they all bowed and apologized, saying that such a thing would not happen again. Immediately after that, the knight looked at another warrior standing next to him, who was very scared. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, he called himself the second captain of Albret Nick and asked where they were from. The knight looked straight ahead, puzzled, and replied that they were of the Stillgard clan. Hearing this, Nick looked ahead and asked what they were doing in this city. Aaron's subordinate was a little stunned and didn't know what to answer. Suddenly, a boy's voice was heard, declaring that he would answer everything, when suddenly everyone present there sharply looked to the side. Suddenly, they saw the protagonist right in front of them, confidently walking towards them. Looking straight at him, puzzled, the second captain thought that he had a calm gaze, but sharp as a dagger. Noticing his reaction, Aaron grinned maliciously, thinking that he was surprised, and so it should be, because, probably, he heard a voice caused by internal cultivation for the first time. Realizing that he had intimidated him in any case, the boy came closer to Nick. Seeing him, the second captain thought that he was a child and asked who he was. At that moment, the protagonist, looking straight ahead menacingly, said his name. Aaron said with an emotionless expression that he belonged to the Stillgard family. Hearing this, Nick was very dumbfounded. John, standing next to him, only sighed in displeasure after his words. Looking away, the second captain could not believe that a member of their family was there, and understood that now everything could become more complicated. Standing right in front of him, Aaron asked what he was saying, that he was Nick, and he gave a positive answer. Looking straight ahead, the boy wondered what he meant. He was asking why they were here, and there were reasons why the Stillgards could not be in this city. Lowering his gaze down, the second captain explained that this was not at all about that. The protagonist explained, spreading his arms out to the sides, that he simply wanted to stop by the academy on the way, and he was curious, because it was the second city of Navarro. A moment later, he looked menacingly straight ahead, asking why Albrecht was in Acadio. Standing right next to John, Nick explained that it was the same reason, and the young master wanted to visit this city. Lowering his head, the second captain wanted to apologize for the previous trouble. Suddenly, the heir of the Albrecht family entered the conversation, asking about the apology. Looking smugly straight ahead, he asked why apologize, because they were the cause of everything. Turning towards his master, Nick thought that the Stillgard family could not be suppressed by the title of Marquis, and if he did this to them, there would be a backlash, and said that it was already getting dark, and suggested finishing there to return. Looking straight ahead with displeasure after hearing this, John replied that he did not want to, and asked why they had to leave. Looking straight at him, the second in command assumed that there was a misunderstanding, and they could discuss it in the morning. Moving his hand to the side after hearing this, Aaron stated that there was no point in waiting. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy asked to be allowed to ask, because he did not understand, and asked if he even knew what had happened, since he had just arrived. Haughtily waving his hand, the heir of the Albrecht family asked that it did not matter, since a baron was lower than a marquis. Hearing this, the protagonist's knights became wary. At that moment, Aaron grinned maliciously. Closing his eyes, the boy asked that he really thought that if his title was higher, then they were to blame. Looking straight ahead, John replied that he finally understood, and every detail had to be explained so that they, the Northerners, would understand. After everything that happened, the protagonist smiled widely. After a moment, he began to wave his hand, saying that he was talking complete nonsense. Hearing this, the heir of the Albrecht family was very angry. Pointing his finger directly at the protagonist, he asked him to take his words back and apologize. Closing his eyes, Aaron said that of course he would do so if he was wrong. Immediately after that, the boy looked towards the knight, and those shouting about titles, and they asked in surprise what he wanted from them. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked to tell what happened. Putting his hand on his chest, the warrior explained that the Stillgard started everything, and they started yelling at them and started a fight. Directing his displeased gaze forward after everything he heard, John declared that he heard him and ordered him to kneel down and apologize. Looking in his direction, Aaron asked him to stop rushing, because he was not a child, and noted that both sides should be heard. Then the boy turned towards Michael, asking if it was true. Looking down, his subordinate gave a positive answer, but added that they were the first to laugh at the Stillgards. Hearing this, the protagonist directed his menacing gaze forward, saying that they were really being ridiculed. Imagining Richard in his head, Michael explained that they were asking how much longer they would brag about the achievements of the protagonist's grandfather. Clenching his hands into fists in displeasure, the knight of the Stillgard family said that they were acting too proudly for their past glory and considered themselves to be someone important, and also apologized for raising a fuss, but did not regret his actions. With his head down, Aaron's subordinates concluded that if they sat lazily while hearing such things, they could not be called knights of Stillgard. After listening to his knight, the boy simply remained silent. Immediately after that, the protagonist looked at the knight standing to the side, asking if it was true, and he gave a positive answer. With his hands in front of him, the male warrior noted that they were talking exactly like that. Hearing the words of his subordinate, Nick was very scared, realizing that the inevitable awaited him. With a clearly displeased look, Aaron said that it was all true. A moment later, he told Michael to raise his head, which greatly surprised him. Standing in place, the boy noted that it was an excellent job. The knight of the Stillgard family, looking at his master, was very grateful. At that moment, the protagonist waved his cloak, declaring that he was a member of the family who inherited a heart of steel. Hearing this, all the people present there were very surprised. Aaron looked away menacingly and said that he did not think he could ignore what had happened. Imagining his family crest in his head, Aaron stated that the Stillgard family was a steel heart that protected Navarro, and they protect, and will protect it. Then the boy added that they would fight for those who remember them, and his knights listened to these words with seriousness in their eyes. The protagonist also said that they would shed the blood of those who dared to mock them, and Nick, standing next to his master, was a little puzzled by everything he heard. Looking straight ahead menacingly, Aaron was about to ask again. Standing at the head of his knights, the boy asked that they still thought that they were nothing. Hearing this, everyone present was surprised, and the second captain could not believe that this child was actually the same age as Master John. Looking straight at him, Nick thought he was using his grandfather's fame to say standard political nonsense. Puzzled, the man looked straight ahead, realizing that he could stand up for himself with such elegance. Looking straight at Aaron's menacing gaze, the second commander realized that this was the anger of the backed by the strength of the family. Understanding all this, Nick was a little wary. Looking at the boy who seemed to tower over him, the second commander thought that this was the same Stillgard blood. Under the cover of night, representatives of two noble families tried to figure out who was right. After all that had happened, John gritted his teeth in displeasure, calling his opponent a small loser. Fearfully turning around, Nick realized that provocations would only get the situation out of control. Then he hit his subordinate with his fist. This was immediately noticed by everyone present. Then the second commander began to beat up every knight who took part in this skirmish. After all that had happened, the warriors fell to the ground from the damage they had received. Nick stood in the middle of his own subordinates, who were lying on the ground after receiving blows. With a menacing look, the second commander stated that they had tried very hard and had disgraced the name of Albrecht. Kneeling, the knights apologized. Standing right in front of his knights, Nick told them to say this to the young master. They did so to him, which greatly surprised him. Looking back menacingly, he stated that they had started all this, and had also embarrassed Albrecht. Hearing this, the warriors were very dumbfounded. Immediately after this, the knights bowed and apologized, asking for their forgiveness. Looking straight at Nick, Aaron realized that this man was not joking at all. Staring straight ahead with his menacing gaze, the boy thought that he had created an atmosphere in which ridicule could be replaced with provocation, and by making them ask John for forgiveness, he had made it seem like the quarrel was only between knights, reducing the size of the situation. Looking straight at the serious second-in-command, he knew that he had retreated, but had not ruined his reputation. Continuing to stare straight at Nick, the protagonist thought that he should keep an eye on him. At this time, the heir of the Albrecht family tried to contain his discontent inside. Abruptly turning his back to the others, he declared that he was going to bed. Seeing this, Aaron smirked, saying that it felt like he had received nothing. Watching John leave, the boy declared that he accepted the apology of the Marquis of Albrecht. Hearing this, the heir of the aristocratic family turned around with displeasure. The protagonist looked straight at him with a smile on his face. John continued to be angry, looking forward. At that moment, Aaron looked straight at him menacingly. A moment later, the heir of the Albrecht family hissed in displeasure and turned his back on him. Immediately after that, he walked away from there. Then Nick nodded his head, said that then they would take their leave too. After everything that had happened, the boy watched the people from the Albrecht family leaving him. Suddenly, Harvey ran into them, who was very surprised to notice familiar faces. Moving his hand to the side, the guy with green hair asked what they were doing there, and was there really anything funny. Hearing him, the knights of the Stillgard family looked menacingly at Harvey. Noticing their reaction, the guy with green hair was very puzzled and asked for forgiveness for something he himself did not know. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when day had already come in the city. A plate with breakfast was lying right on the table. John was discontentedly eating the food that was prepared for him, and did not say anything. As they continued to eat their breakfast, the heir of the Albrecht family asked if this child was not known to be the worst of the worst, and the subordinate standing next to him responded in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, Nick explained that sons were nothing compared to their father, and the youngest could not even catch up with his brothers, and he had heard this, but rumors were just rumors. With a displeased gesture with his fork, John asked what mere rumors meant, and stated that they had not seen his skill with a sword, so there was no need to exalt his sharp tongue. As they continued to eat, the heir of the Albrecht family noted that he did not like him at all, and asked why he had told them to apologize like that. With a calm expression, the second-in-command explained that retreating was the right decision, because there were still people who feared the Stillgards. Looking straight ahead with a puzzled look after hearing this, John noted that in any case, they needed to watch, and there was no choice but to retreat, but he would make him pay for yesterday's embarrassment. Looking sharply to the side, the heir of the Albrecht family stated that now that he thought about it, he had not seen a single rat from the Stillgards, and asked where they had gone. Standing right next to his master, Nick replied that they had left early in the morning, and he had offered to travel together, since they were also going to the capital, but they said that they could not be late, and set off. Looking straight ahead with displeasure after hearing this, John asked why he was doing something that was not asked, and he made it look like they wanted it. Lowering his head, the second-in-command explained that there was nothing strange in increasing the number of protection, since his safety was his most important task. A little calmer after his words, the heir of the Albrecht family noted that this was very arrogant. Setting down the plate of food, without even touching it, John said that he was finished and did not want to eat. Then the story moves to the moment when the city was plunged into the darkness of the night. At this time, the heir of the Albrecht family was sleeping in his room. He was lying right in the bed and did not move at all. There were 2 windows in his room that were closed. Suddenly, one of them opened. At this time, John continued to sleep in his bed. A moment later, someone invisible took him right by the head. Then the heir of the Albrecht family began to choke. Someone continued to cover his mouth with their hand. A A moment later, this unknown person became visible. The very person who got into John's room was Aaron. Bringing his finger to his mouth, the boy told him to be quiet. Seeing Aaron right in front of him, John was very surprised. The boy looked menacingly straight at his enemy from his past life. While the protagonist continued to close the mouth of the heir of the Albrecht family, he did not understand what kind of power he had. A moment later, Aaron said that he was looking for the best way to take revenge, and grinned maliciously. Towering over John, the boy explained that he wanted to return his feelings and would watch him break. Looking straight ahead with a furious expression, the protagonist asked if he knew about it. Hearing all this, the heir of the Albrecht family was very scared and tried to break away again. Looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, Aaron stated that after seeing his face that night, he changed his mind. Remembering the displeased expression on John's face, the boy noticed that his eyes were burning with envy. He continued to shut his opponent's mouth, telling him that in this life, everything will be the same. Imagining the heir of the Albrecht family sitting on the throne, the protagonist stated that he will pursue the Stillgards and try to take everything he has. With a look full of disdain, Aaron suggested that it looks like he will die tonight. At that moment, memories from his past life appeared in the boy's head, as he screamed, asking John why he was doing all this. The heir of the Albrecht family, grinning maliciously, asked if he really didn't understand. Sitting on his throne, John declared that he hated him from the first day they met. Then he added that he also hated the name Aaron Stillgard, which surprised him greatly. Standing right in front of him, the boy from his past life asked if he really took over their lands because of this. Looking straight ahead with disdain, the heir of the Albrecht family noted that he was no better than him in everything. Looking ahead with displeasure, John declared that although he learned the steel breath, he was also good, but because of his appearance, he was greeted with a smile everywhere. Hearing this, the protagonist from the past life was very dumbfounded. A moment later, the heir of the Albrecht family asked with a crazy smile on his face that now there is nothing in him that would be better than him, because he is broken and pathetic. Looking straight at the uncomprehending Aaron from his past life, John declared that he is just a failed lord without land. Sitting on his throne, the heir of the Albrecht family concluded that he is a great marquis. With an arrogant grin, John said that he finally won. Immediately after this narration, the story flashes back to the events of the present, when Aaron was right in the room of his enemy from his past life. The boy continued to cover his mouth, while the heir of the Albrecht family tried to get out and did not understand what he was even saying. At this time, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead. Seeing his gaze, John became scared and realized that he was serious and would really kill him. Realizing this, the boy tried to push his opponent's hand away. Then the protagonist grinned maliciously. A moment later, he pulled his hand right away from the heir of the Albrecht family, which greatly shocked him. Immediately after this, John screamed at Nick to save him. A moment later, he was very scared, and it came to him that he had lost his voice too. Taking his hand aside, Aaron explained that these were called pressure points, and he pressed on one of them and blocked his mouth. Then the boy added that he would not be able to speak until he unblocked it, and the heir of the Albrecht family, who heard this, was greatly shocked. John looked at his opponent in fear, while he said that he was very unhappy. Suddenly, the protagonist looked straight ahead with a crazy look and said that he could not put his face in a frame and hang it. Trembling with fear, the heir of the Albrecht family did not understand how this had happened, because there were guards all around his room and the second in command was in the next one. Then the realization came to John that his room was next door. Immediately after that, he grabbed the blanket with his hand, realizing that he had options to escape. Then the heir of the Albrecht family threw his blanket right towards Aaron. A moment later, he began to run away at great speed. John was approaching the door, thinking that salvation awaited him there. He just wanted to open it, and continued to run forward quickly. At that moment, the boy struck him with his knee right in the stomach. After receiving the blow, drool flew out of the mouth of the heir of the Albrecht family. At this time, the protagonist looked menacingly straight at him. Having received huge damage, John fell right to the floor, holding his stomach. He was shaking all over from the enormous pain rushing through his entire body. With his last strength, the heir of the Albrecht family began to crawl right towards the door. Noticing this, Aaron with a malicious grin on his face said that he was very pleased to see how hard he was trying. Then the boy struck right at the key points on John's body. He pointed his fingers forward after the attack. Immediately after this, the heir of the Albrecht family seemed to sink into a swamp and realized that his body could not move. Taking him by the t-shirt, the protagonist asked him to just not move, explaining that there was no need to create more problems. Looking straight at him, Aaron promised that everything would be fine, because just listening would not hurt him. Listening to him, John was very scared. Suddenly, the boy began to drag him straight to the desk. Then the protagonist sat his opponent right at the table. A moment later, Aaron again struck his acupuncture points. Realizing that the base could move, the heir of the Albrecht family moved his fingers. Suddenly, the boy put a piece of paper right in front of him on the table and told him to write. Hearing this, John looked at him with displeasure. Directing his menacing gaze straight ahead, the protagonist told him to take a pen. Sitting right behind the desk, the heir of the Albrecht family wondered if he really thought he would listen, and obviously kill him when he finished. Immediately after that, John looked away in fear. At that moment, he noticed Aaron's furious gaze. At that moment, the boy deftly waved his hand. He did not feel any emotion at all, looking straight ahead. At that moment, the heir of the Albrecht family was shocked and did not understand anything at all. A moment later, his hand fell right to the floor behind him. After that, John looked straight ahead in surprise and could not understand anything. Then he looked straight at his hand. Then he looked back. A moment later, the heir of the Albrecht family began to scream loudly, seeing his severed hand on the floor. At this time, Aaron looked menacingly straight at him and told him to pick up a pen. John was lying right on the floor and writhing in pain. Menacingly looking straight at him, Aaron stated that he told him not to complicate the situation and asked why he continued to cause trouble. At this time, the heir of the Albrecht family clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. A moment later, the boy took out his blade and asked to listen, which greatly frightened his opponent. Enveloping his sword in white energy, the protagonist stated that his right foot would be next. Seeing the aura on his blade, John suddenly cried and could not believe that he possessed it. Immediately after this, Aaron raised his blade, preparing to strike. Seeing this, the heir of the Albrecht family extended his hand forward, saying that he will do everything that he is asked. Then he slowly walked straight to the desk. John picked up a pen and asked him to say what he needed to write. Lowering his hand with the sword, the protagonist asked him not to stain the paper with blood. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Aaron declared that if even a drop fell on the paper, his head would flop to the floor. Hearing this, the heir of the Albrecht family was very scared and nodded approvingly. A moment later, the boy began to dictate that he write to his dear father, calling himself his pathetic son, and John immediately began to do so. The protagonist continued to dictate what needed to be written on a piece of paper, and the heir of the Albrecht family immediately wrote everything down. Sitting at the desk, John thought that everything was fine now and he could just put in a prosthetic arm, because the servants were doing everything anyway. With tears in his eyes, he realized that the most important thing now was to stay alive. Remembering the moment when he fell from the chair and writhed in pain after losing his arm, the heir of the Albrecht family reasoned that he did not make a noise when he fell. Visualizing the image of the first-rank Nick in his head, John thought that he should understand that something was wrong there. Then the protagonist continued to dictate what to write, standing right behind the heir of the Albrecht family, and he continued to write. John wrote with a pen directly on the paper and wondered why nothing was happening. He was very scared and did not understand what the second in command was doing, noticing that he was already on the last sentence. At the same time, the heir of the Albrecht family looked at Aaron standing next to him. With great fear on his face, John realized that he needed to buy time and perhaps deliberately make a mistake or try to drip ink. Suddenly leaning towards him, the boy declared that he heard his thoughts from the very beginning. With a mad expression on his face, the protagonist asked why he was trying to buy time. Hearing this, the heir of the Albrecht family was very scared. Continuing to press directly on his opponent, standing next to him, Aaron said to write the last sentence. Then John trembled with fear. His hand continued to move, and he wrote with a pen directly on the paper. When he finished, the boy happily took the sheet of paper in his hands. After reading everything written there, the protagonist noted that he did well. Frightened, looking straight ahead, the heir of the Albrecht family wondered what now, because he will not last long due to bleeding, so Nick needs to understand everything. At the same time, Aaron smirked a little. A moment later, the boy struck directly at John's throat. Immediately after that, he began to cough. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the heir of the Albrecht family realized that he had regained his voice. Holding the blade in his hands, the boy noted that it was pleasant and now he can speak. Hearing this, John looked away in surprise. Then he gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. A moment later, the heir of the Albrecht family opened his mouth wide and shouted the name of the second in command, asking him to help, because there was an intruder. Hearing this, the protagonist asked with a smile on his face if this was all he had come up with on the verge of death. Immediately after this, Aaron added that then he needed to shout louder, and John, hearing this, was dumbfounded, not understanding why he was so calm, because he would be killed if the guards came. Looking away, the boy asked his opponent if he really thought that he had not foreseen this. Looking at the huge magic circle that was erected along the perimeter of the entire room, the protagonist said that he used the scroll of silence as soon as he entered, and not a single squeak would leave this room. Then Aaron said that this applies not only to sounds, but also to vibrations, and the heir of the Albrecht family, hearing this, was very dumbfounded. Trembling with fear, John did not understand why he had taken his voice away. Aaron held a piece of paper out in front of him, and asked if he would have written this if he had no chance of survival. Realizing the whole situation, the heir of the Albrecht family fell sharply. A moment later, he landed right on the floor. Trembling with discontent, trying to comprehend everything that had just happened. Turning away from him, the protagonist concluded that he had lost to the Stillgards, and he was the reason for this. Standing right in front of his opponents from his past life, Aaron noted that he still did not deserve the power and wealth that he dreamed of, and John asked what he was talking about and what he had done. Immediately after that, the boy swung his blade, gathering white energy in it, and declared that it was all because of his inferiority complex. Noticing this, the heir of the Albrecht family held his hand out in front of him and asked to stop and spare him, because he would never forget this night. Taking the protagonist by the leg, John asked him if he knew about his family and explained that they were very rich, asking him to just name something and then he would give him whatever he wanted. Staring forward with a furious gaze, Aaron declared that he should not have killed him. At that moment, the heir of the Albrecht family began to cry and asked him to stop. Seeing this, the boy gave in to his rage. At that moment, he swung his blade. A moment later, John's head fell down. The protagonist watched everything happening with a menacing look. At that moment, the head of the heir of the Albrecht family fell right on the floor. Aaron stood right in front of his defeated opponents from his past life. The boy sheathed his blade, saying that this was his best expression ever, and he would congratulate him, but he had things to do. At that time, John's head was bleeding, lying right on the floor. Immediately after that, the protagonist used his magical eye of the system. He then took the bone acid from his inventory, and the system announced that it melted the body when it came into contact with blood, and easily melted solid substances like bones, teeth and nails, so it was good for hiding bodies. A moment later, Aaron poured out the contents, thinking that he should make it look like John was missing or dead. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy reasoned that he should make it so that he disappeared from the Marquis's reach. After some time, the bone acid melted the body of the heir of the Albrecht family, and the protagonist, standing next to him, thought that he should make it so that he simply evaporated. Imagining Harry in his head, Aaron noted that this was terrible, and in any case, he often said something unimaginable, although revenge was so easy thanks to him. Abruptly looking away, the boy said that now it was time for his things. Immediately after that, the protagonist opened the inventory window right in front of him. Aaron then threw John's clothes inside, thinking that the Stillgard knights travel on horses and are now in a city a day's journey away. Searching all the boxes in the room of the heir of the Albrecht family, the boy reasoned that it was impossible to return there in one night. Holding a magic sword in his hands, the protagonist thought that the Albrechts might suspect him, but he has an excellent alibi. Brushing the dust off his hands, having finished examining the room, Aaron declared that now all that remained was to leave. A moment later, the boy took out 4 magic scrolls from his inventory. Then several red magic circles appeared around him, activating the skills of invisibility, stealth, speed and time reduction. After finishing activating these skills, the protagonist looked around. He was in a completely clean room. Realizing that everything was now definitely cleaned up, Aaron noted with a smile on his face that this was great. A moment later, the boy disappeared right from John's room. At the same time, he imagined in his head the letter that the heir of the Albrecht family wrote before his death, telling his dear father that his pathetic son had thought for a long time and thought that he would not be able to lead his family. The bed on which the heir of the Albrecht family slept seemed to shine with cleanliness, while he wrote that if he were to get the responsibility for the family, their family would definitely perish. The sofa and table were also completely clean, and the protagonist read that John wrote that he came to this conclusion after several years of thinking and also planned to escape. Visualizing a chest of drawers with no evidence left in it, Aaron recalled the letter from the heir of the Albrecht family, who said that he was running away to a place where he could not live as the heir of a marquis, but as an ordinary person. Imagining the desk on which this letter was written, the boy remembered that there were words written there so that they would not look for him, because he would not be able to find him anyway. The entire room of the heir of the Albrecht family, in which the murder was committed, seemed to shine with cleanliness and had no evidence, while the protagonist imagined the last line of the letter, that it was written sincerely by his pathetic son John. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to Aaron's carriage, which was accompanied by knights. The carriage slowly moved straight down the road. Inside it was Sari, who meowed in surprise, looking straight ahead. He was puzzled, seeing his tired master from the front. Lowering his gaze down, the boy thought that the revenge he dreamed of so much had been accomplished. Staring thoughtfully ahead, the protagonist mused that even if he raised a glass to celebrate his victory, it would not be enough, and wondered what was bothering him so much. Remembering John's severed head, Aaron wondered if it was the satisfaction, the jubilation, and the accompanying depression, or if perhaps things would have been different if he had planned his revenge a little more carefully, and repaid him in the same amount as he had suffered at his hands. Sitting in his carriage, the boy mused that there was a time for everything, and thought that he would never have a better chance to exact his revenge. Remembering how he sat at his desk in his past life, the protagonist realized that it was enough that he regretted the countless things he had done back then. Closing his eyes, Aaron mused that he could not control the feelings that were overwhelming him. After a moment, the boy sighed heavily. Then he silently opened his eyes. Looking at his hands, the protagonist asked himself what he was doing. Then he asked what about the heir of the Albrecht family, and hit himself with his palms right in the face. The ginger kitten who saw this was very scared by the behavior of the owner. Remembering the coat of arms of his family, defaced by swords and arrows, Aaron realized that the fall of the family happened independently of John, and the disappearance of his father was the decisive factor. Imagining an image of an angry tiger in his head, the boy thought that he was a steel guardian who once ruled northern Navarro. Visualizing wolves that menacingly looked straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that this pack of wolfhounds wandered around the declining family. Looking at this largest pack of wild dogs, Aaron understood that John was just one of this pack. Staring straight ahead with his menacing gaze, the boy knew he needed to pull himself together. Activating his eye trading skill, the protagonist knew he still had a long way to go. Right after that, Aaron saw several system notification windows about receiving several coins, saying that precious metals and jewelry were quite expensive. Suddenly looking to the side at the system notification, the boy explained that he meant that there was only one thing left to do now. In that very system notification window, there was information about the magic sword of the heir of the Albrecht family, which also contained the characteristics. Puzzled by the system notification window, the protagonist could assume that the exchange attached a name to the item's name because it was not in the channel, and asked if the description was too crude. A moment later, Aaron noticed something on the other side of him. Looking there, he saw a system notification that he had received a message from the ubiquitous beach lobster, who was willing to buy the newly put up for sale for 500 coins, and he thought that was quite a good amount. Imagining John's magic blade in his head, the protagonist said that although it was of a low rank, it was magic that knights could use to good effect, and moreover, it was not some disposable trinket, and could be used many times. Aaron, looking forward with a serious gaze, stated that if he fought against knights with similar abilities, it was enough to influence the outcome of the duel. Then the boy looked thoughtfully straight ahead and said nothing. Imagining Nick in his head, the protagonist wondered if he could win, because Harvey said that only a special knight was stronger than him. Aaron looked ahead thoughtfully, arguing that if his strength was to be assessed, he would have no problem dealing with the first class now, and he could be proud of being the best at this level. Imagining himself wielding a magic blade wrapped in white energy, the boy realized that he was the successor of the mystical blade, and by cultivating deep inner cultivation, he had already overcome 1 year out of 60, and also had the second level mana that surrounded the heart, so considering his age, he had achieved crazy achievements. Looking down, the protagonist thought that it was also true that this was not enough, and it was not wise to engage in a duel with a special knight yet. Aaron continued to sit in his carriage, arguing that if there was anything that could help, he would rather use it. Suddenly, the boy noticed the system notification window appearing next to him. Looking at it, the protagonist asked if he could just use it himself. Imagining Nick recognizing his master's blade in Aaron's hands, Aaron stated that this was definitely not an option, and that carrying it around would only arouse unnecessary suspicion. Raising his hand in confusion, the boy concluded that the best solution would be to sell it. Immediately after that, the protagonist brought his hand to the sell button, when he suddenly stopped. It suddenly occurred to him that this was a magic sword. A moment later, Aaron pulled it out of his inventory. Looking at Sari lying in front of him, the boy called out to him, and he meowed in surprise. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked if he was interested in its potential value. The story took place in the middle of the mountains, covered in forest. Suddenly, we are shown how the ginger kitten happily bites off a piece right from the magic blade. Watching this with a smile on his face, Aaron noted that, apparently he likes it, because he is gobbling it up with both cheeks, asking if he even understands how many coins are in one such bite. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the boy thought that 500 coins is not a small amount, but compared to the coins invested in Sari, it seems like a mere trifle. Continuing to watch his pet, the protagonist reasoned that in the meantime, if there is no opportunity to use coins yet, he still needs to try to raise the one he tamed. Noticing that the beast Emperor Granbit divided the potential value of Bulgasari into 5 levels, Aaron recalled the lines from the book on raising pets, that the lowest level is to absorb some types of metals and transform into a simple form, the low level is to absorb a variety of metals and transform into a partially changed form. The middle level is to absorb almost all known metals and transform into various forms. The highest level is to absorb the magic and power of all metals as well as objects and transform into a very diverse form, and the highest level is to absorb with excellent absorption and growth speed, and the transformation can reproduce all the absorbed objects. Folding his arms in front of his chest, the boy thought that since he refuses metal, he is sure that he is of the middle level or higher, but if he reaches the highest level, he will reproduce a huge amount of coins eaten. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something off to the side. Sitting right in front of him was a ginger kitten who had finished eating. Looking at him in surprise, Aaron asked if he had already eaten everything. Pointing his finger upward, the boy asked how he felt and how he thought he had absorbed the magic, and whether he would be able to use it. After a moment, the boy was a little puzzled, noticing that he was saying that he had succeeded or was simply humming a song on a full stomach. At that moment, Sari meowed self-confidently. Seeing this, The protagonist was pleased and asked that he saw that he was full of self-confidence, and asked him to show what he could do. Stopping him with his hands, Aaron asked him to wait and not to show off the lightning strike, because if the carriage exploded, they would be in big trouble. Hearing his owner, the ginger kitten meowed sharply. For a moment, he began to tremble from tension. The boy watched his pet in surprise. At that moment, Sari's eyes suddenly sparkled. At the same time, a purple magical barrier appeared right around the ginger kitten. Clenching his fist in joy, the protagonist couldn't believe that he actually managed to use the shield, and thought that it was great, because therefore, its potential value was at least the highest level. Immediately after that, Aaron had an idea, and he swallowed his saliva from excitement. Then, he spoke directly to Sari, who was wrapping himself in a purple magic shield. Pointing his finger upward, the boy asked that perhaps he could take the form of the sword he ate. Looking straight at the magic sword, Aaron recalled the lines from the book on the development of animals, that if the Bulgasari he tamed turned into the sword that he absorbed, then he would have raised an animal that had reached its maximum capabilities. Smiling widely upon seeing this, the boy thought he was at the highest level. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed someone's tail. Looking straight at him, Aaron was very surprised and did not understand where the wagging tail came from. At this time, he noticed that this very tail was part of the magic blade. Looking at this, the protagonist was very dumbfounded. Suddenly, Sari again took on his original appearance. After everything that happened, the ginger kitten was very tired. Looking puzzled straight at him, Aaron praised the pet, saying that he worked hard. Pointing his finger up, the boy noted that he did this for the first time, so he should try the same thing again. Hearing the order of his master, the ginger kitten meowed enthusiastically. Immediately after that, he again turned into a magic blade, but the tail remained the same. With a smile on his face, watching what was happening, the protagonist explained that everything was fine, and now is only the second try, so he can make a mistake. A moment later, another transformation occurred, but the tail still remained. With a wide smile on his face, Aaron suggested trying again, but before that, relax. Then Sari would turn into a sword again, leaving his tail as before. Confused, watching everything that was happening, the boy would declare that this was really the last time. Immediately after that, the ginger kitten used the transformation into a blade, but his tail still did not give in. The protagonist looked at his pet in shock and could not say anything. He just silently looked straight ahead, not knowing what to answer. At this time, the ginger kitten was exhausted after long attempts to transform. They just sat and looked at each other, while the plot told that such a Bulgasari had not existed before, and asked what level it was, higher or the highest. After everything that had happened, Sari was very disappointed in himself. Noticing this, Aaron, with a smile on his face, tried to cheer him up, saying that everything was fine and he was a good boy, because he had already been able to absorb the magic of the sword. Listening to his master's words, Sari could not come to his senses and continued to cry. Seeing this, the boy looked away, thinking that before he completely lost heart, he needed to somehow console him, and such a case was not described in the complete collection of the Emperor of Beasts. Suddenly, an idea came to the protagonist. Pointing his finger straight ahead, Aaron declared that he was definitely the highest level, and in the highest class, this is the best. Pointing his thumb up, the boy said that there was no need to be so upset, because he was number one. After listening to his master, Sari stopped crying. A moment later, the ginger kitten smiled widely. Starting to dance, the protagonist said that he needed to smile more, because his pet was the best in the world, and he repeated after him. Having finished dancing, Aaron thought that now he could breathe easy, because before that he was very worried that he could completely fall apart. While imagining that black egg in his head, the boy reasoned that he had decisively rejected the valuables from the inner secret storage and chose Sari, and although the Eye of Providence had helped him a lot, the truth is that the result was close to an adventure without any guarantees. Then watching his pet having fun, the protagonist thought that he had tried to draw a rather big picture, and although it was not perfect, he still came back with good results, having prepared well for it. Opening the system notification window, Aaron looked at his balance of 10,083 coins and thought that, as he thought, everything was different in this life, and he had a good feeling, because he already had a 5-digit amount on his account, and this was no longer a level that could be ignored at the first stage. Smiling broadly, the boy asked that if everything was going so well, was it worth stopping there? Immediately after that, he received a huge number of notifications from the system about the purchase of various items, and the protagonist himself, sitting in his place in the carriage, reasoned that the Earth level was skipped, and the sale of heavenly elixirs immediately began. Looking at the system notification window, which contained his announcement about the sale of heavenly elixirs, Aaron was about to press the button to register by mail. Immediately after this, the properties of the story are transferred to the city surrounded by the water of Mid-Iam. Someone's voice was heard directly from the local tavern, saying that the forced route was difficult. Sitting at a separate table with Harvey, Michael noted that they were now close to the gates leading to the capital. Looking at his captain, the knight quoted the words of their master, who said that if they work hard in advance, it will be easier later, and the guy with green hair noted that everything was correct. Looking straight at him, Michael asked what the young master was doing, since as soon as they arrived there, he immediately went to his room and never came out. One of the knights of the House of Stillgard turned around, suggesting that he thought he was a little worried, since tomorrow they would already be in Theros, and Michael asked him if he was joking, talking about the young master like that. The warrior, looking to the side, explained that everything was very logical, and asked if he had not noticed how gloomy his face was. Then the knights, sitting in the tavern, began to tell that even if he looked smart beyond his years, it seemed that he was still worried about the academy, and this was quite possible, since after all, it was a place of training, and they asked that nevertheless, did it make sense for the young master to be so worried about this, given his abilities? After a moment, Michael and Harvey nodded their heads and together declared that he had absolutely nothing to worry about. Realizing that they had said this together, the knights suddenly looked at each other. The one who had fought him officially looked away in shock and did not understand why this had happened. At this time, the one who had fought him unofficially was no less surprised. Sitting next to each other in the tavern, the two began to talk, and Michael said that he nodded his head and looked at him, to which Harvey replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and the latter suggested that he seemed to think something was pathetic, to which he received the question of why he would think such a thing, and while the knight said that he had already seen the young master hit him first, and the spy declared that he understood him. The brown-haired guy who heard this looked away, not understanding what understanding was being discussed, to which he received no answer and asked if the young gentleman had really defeated the commander as well, and the green-haired guy answered that there was no way that had happened, and he assumed that he seemed to be a little late with his answer, to which he received the objection that he was just in such a mood today. Drinking alcohol from his mug, Harvey asked him to forget about the bad and offered him a beer, to which Michael agreed. Looking away, the green-haired guy wondered if that man from the academy really behaved like that, and noted that something in this situation was bothering him. Immediately after this story, the story moves to one of the rooms in this very tavern. Aaron looked straight ahead with displeasure, experiencing a nervous breakdown, and did not understand what was happening. Sitting in his bed, the boy wondered why the elixirs were not sold. Looking straight ahead in confusion, the protagonist wondered how so much time had passed and there had been no change, and was it because the heavenly grade elixir was an expensive item that cost around 2,000 coins each? Looking at the system notification window open in front of him, Aaron reasoned that, however, this was not part of his calculations, and it was a whopping 100 coins cheaper than the average transaction price. But not only was there no flow of orders, not even a single request. Looking to the side quickly, the boy realized that this was not just strange, but extremely and strongly so. Continuing to look at the system notification window, the protagonist thought that no matter how much he looked, there was no one selling elixirs cheaper than him, and there was no problem with the hourly update function. Suddenly, an idea came to Aaron's mind that it could be. Then the boy saw a notification from the system that there was no need to talk, and a request to contact them. Opening the reviews, the protagonist read a huge number of negative messages right under his post selling elixirs and was very dumbfounded. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after seeing it, Aaron asked who these freaks were, and he hadn't sold anything yet, so what was going on there? Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, the boy thought that he remembered that he seemed to have heard about this before, and there are forces that act only to mislead public opinion. Imagining people in Chinese kimonos in his head, the protagonist reasoned that he did not know where this term came from, but these guys were definitely bad. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Aaron thought that these were part-time workers. Aaron silently looked at the notifications. Looking down, he said that's how it is, he just decided to check just in case, but everything turned out to be exactly as he expected. A view of the healthcare center, the Great Mountain, opened up. Many health clinics appeared. All 5 are first-level partner stores. Sitting on the ground, the hero thought that the 5 main elixir manufacturers, who are the personification of each world of Nirim, united against him. Why? Because he did not start selling elixirs yesterday or today. Frowning, the protagonist asked, which is good, they decided that he crossed the line. Looking down, he thought that until now he had only dealt with wages and deposits, so they had left him alone, if he thought about it. Because of one annoying little gnome, big players like them would hardly act. His eyes lit up and Aaron added that but if this annoying little gnome was selling heavenly level goods, there was no way he could ignore it. The people stretched out their hands. The thought came to mind that he needed to crush a possible competitor in advance. Grinning, the hero said that this was something new. He had never been so furious. He saw that they were behaving like true gentlemen. Gritting his teeth, he added that since they were at the top of the system, as a special favor, he was throwing mud at others. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that fine, he accepted the challenge. He would mix the dirty water with slop and all sorts of filth, and then pour it on them. He looked down and added that they had messed with the wrong person. The view of the city opened up. Frowning, the man shouted what was wrong with this man, he dared to complain about them. Putting his hand forward, the old man said that he better tell them what to do, Stop wasting time on useless chatter. They were bitten by a mad dog. Closing his eyes, the monk said that he told them not to do this. It was obvious that they were using part-time workers. The correspondence between the men appeared. Closing his eyes, the man said that as for him, he agreed to this. The man sighed and said that he did too, but it was not what they had agreed on. The man frowned and shouted that who knew that this could happen, but since they had already done it, now they had to decide how to resolve this problem. Looking straight ahead, the old man said, "What's wrong with him? There would be no benefit for either of them if they quarreled. There would be a meeting soon, so countermeasures would be taken immediately." Frowning, the man asked what measures should be taken against that bastard. Okay, he would deal with it himself, and let them all play along with him a little. Clenching his fists, the man said that he would show the idiot from the lower rung what the general state of affairs in the first system was. The hero silently looked at the notifications. Smiling, he asked why did he suddenly call him a friend? What would he do if he said that he was much older than him? The man looked away and shouted that he dared to disdain him. He was 67 years old, and how old was he? Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was really embarrassed to listen to him. His age was the only thing he could boast about. The man asked again, his eyes wide open. Archie frowned and said he was ignorant because he was from a lower system. Luke closed his eyes and said he was pathetic and didn't have basic manners. Rick looked away and said it was terribly unpleasant. Ben gritted his teeth and said that this was what lower system representatives were like. The hero turned his head and asked if they had decided to attack him all at once. He was so offended, so he would deal with dimensional transactions alone. Looking straight ahead, the man applied the complete silence mode. The chat suddenly locked. People's eyes widened in amazement. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought it was one of the MK controls. Sitting at the table, the elf said thank you for joining the conversation. Despite his busy schedule, he was the master of the MK channel. This meeting was prepared to listen to explanations from the five of them regarding the suspicions expressed by the trader on the exchange. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that they were not here to argue, so he should refrain from sarcasm or profanity. The hero smirked when he heard that if the silence mode was in effect again, then in this case they would lose the right to speak out. Raising his eyebrows, Mayim asked that everyone understood him. The complete silence mode was lifted. The chat was resumed. Messages from players appeared. Frowning, James said that he wanted to speak out. He claimed that they mobilized part-time workers. Raising his hand, he added that he had heard such nonsense so many times that he was already pretty tired of it. Aaron smiled when he heard that those who jumped above their heads and then got burned were sure to do something like this. Honestly, if his product was of good quality, would he have received such an assessment? To which he thought, so that's how it is. Looking straight ahead, the man said let him listen. Everything is different from the lower system. In the first system, quality is trust. The hero smirked slightly. Raising his hand, James said that instead of wasting time on meaningless complaints, he should improve the quality of his goods. This is the attitude of a real merchant. The man looked surprised and asked again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said let him check. As he saw, there was no record of selling a heavenly elixir. A notification about the sales history appeared. Sitting on the bed, Aaron asked what people who did not buy anything complain about the poor quality of the goods. If they are not part-time workers, then who then? Frowning, James said that he did not even know. It could be a document he changed. Looking straight ahead, Mayim said that as a result of the transaction history query, it was confirmed that the document contains valid information. The man frowned and said that yes, in that case, maybe there really were part-time workers. The man, looking straight at him, asked what but was there any proof that they bribed them? Raising his eyebrows, the hero said that MK would confirm that too. Mayim propped his face up with his hand and said that suspicion alone could not reveal information from other exchanges. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked why. He was simply asking to confirm their affiliation with other organizations. Looking straight at him, the elf replied that it was impossible because the buyer's personal information was very valuable. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist asked that in that case, how was he going to grab the part-time workers? Did that mean he would just watch and do nothing? Looking at the messages, Mayim said that well, he didn't even know what to say, he was just in charge of the channel. Smirking, he added that it was because justice was not his job. The men smiled upon hearing this. James frowned, thinking about what exactly. The hero sat still. Frowning, he thought about the fact that he was aware of the dark conspiracy between the master and the partner store, but he had a little hope because Mayim seemed legally neutral to him. Images of people appeared, the thought appeared that but it turns out they are all in the same boat. The protagonist bit his lip. People were sitting at the table. A question appeared. How do cartels unite? Treasures appeared. The thought appeared that the lobby's answer. People shook hands. It was said that partner stores offer bonuses, and MK provides them with comfortable conditions. Frowning, Aaron thought that despite the fact that he knew about the close relationships between those who adhere to this scheme, essentially no different from dimensional deals, he was an idiot who still expected some kind of justice. Messages from them appeared. Grinning, Mayim said that in that case, on this. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what he wanted to say, that there should be some solid evidence, not just suspicions. Lowering his head, the elf replied that yes, so what? Looking down, the protagonist asked what if he had them. The guy widened his eyes. Frowning, James thought what kind of bluff, and then asked what and what he could have there. Let him not invent a problem out of thin air, but rather try to find his way. Smiling, Aaron asked that he didn't even know, after seeing this, whether he could lecture him in the same way. The people suddenly opened their eyes in amazement. Mayim's gaze froze and he thought how this was possible. The file was attached. Looking to the side, the hero said that he saved the exchange reports of the exchanges that left bad reviews on his product. They belonged to all of them in turn. James looked at him in amazement and shouted that it was a fake. Where did he get such nonsense from? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what MK thought about this document. He also thought it was a fake. Mayim looked at him in surprise and mumbled, and then thought about what it was. Where did he get such a report? He added, his eyes wide, that it was true. Aaron grinned and asked what was going on. MK activated the silence mode. Raising his eyebrows, the elf said that no, nothing like that, the screen save provided by the exchange cannot be edited. The people looked at him in amazement, hearing that the attached file was real. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that if they said so, then he thought the level of suspicion had increased. The guy smiled and replied that it was true. It was true that the elixir companies used part-time workers, 5 important guests, that is. The man frowned and shouted that he should listen. He couldn't do his job properly, until today. How much they had cajoled them. Frowning, Mayim applied total silence to him. Raising his hand, the man asked what he was doing. The guy opened his eyes wide and applied total silence to him. Looking straight ahead, Rick shouted that he should listen. Ben looked at him furiously and added that he had now decided to wash his hands. Luke looked at him fearfully and said that, but he hadn't said anything. Raising his finger, the hero asked if he was getting too hot. Mayim froze in bewilderment. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that part-time workers are an action prohibited by the exchange, isn't it? To which he was told that it is, to which he asked what and what sanctions will follow. It was heard that at the first detection of a violation, trading is suspended for 30 days, the same with the exchanges that made such an order. Aaron grinned and said that it is enough, to which he was told that well then. The people looked in amazement, hearing that they were processing reports from Aaron's exchange. 5 companies used part-time workers. Since this is the first such case, they will only be punished with a 30-day suspension of trading. Raising his hand, the hero asked that they could agree, said that he was not particularly interested in the administration of justice either. Mayim looked in amazement and said that in that case, how? The protagonist smiled and asked that for someone who deals with exchange, the most important thing is not coins. Looking straight ahead, Aaron said that the important guests should choose whether they wanted to be simply removed from trading, or they decided to pay compensation and continue doing business. Archie's eyes widened, thinking that a 30-day grace period was a very long time. Ben froze, thinking that he would most likely lose a huge amount of coins. The man frowned, thinking that he would not want to do such a bastard a favor. The man looked at him in amazement, and thought that if an agreement could be reached at a reasonable level, then the other side would benefit. Mayim's eyes widened, hearing that he could lift the silence mode from those people, to which he responded approvingly. The silence mode was lifted. The man froze and said that in the end, he was revealing his true nature, so that was why he started all this. Raising his hand, he shouted that compensation was not beneficial to them. The hero put his hand out and asked if they were twisting things like that, they would accept the suspension of operations, to which they replied that wherever he was, he should try it. He thought that they wouldn't be able to trade if they lost the ability to deal with dimensions. James frowned and shouted that their healthcare center was at the top of the peak. However, it was overcrowded with representatives of the Murim world who were buying their elixir. It wasn't a year, it was only a month, they just had to wait. Smiling, the protagonist said that well, let them do exactly that. What do the others think? They are unanimous with him. James smiled widely and thought that it was not for nothing that they were called the 5 major elixir producers. He thought that such a thing would shake their solidarity. The man looked at the messages in amazement, and added that they were such bastards. Archie frowned and said that of course, that didn't mean he would pay unconditionally. Raising his finger, Luke said that he first needed to know the exact amount of compensation, how much he wanted to receive. Frowning, the hero thought about how the Eye of Providence could not determine the damage they would suffer during the trading suspension period. Coins appeared. It was said that in short, if he named too high a settlement amount, they would simply say that they were ready to suspend operations, and if he named too low, they would catch him by the tail. The people smiled widely. It seemed that they would accept it as if they could not help it, screaming in pain, but in fact, their mouths would stretch into a smile that covered half their faces, and they would internally rejoice. Smiling widely, the protagonist thought that this would only happen over his dead body. Looking at the notification, he said that he had saved up some money, and the problem was not that he could not sell elixirs. Gritting his teeth, Aaron added that the fact that his reputation had been damaged, they had branded him as a seller of low-quality goods. Just thinking about it made him furious. Smiling, he added that he probably wouldn't be able to shake off the feeling of anger that was weighing on him if he didn't end up getting punished. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that in any case, the monthly income of each large company would be different. It would be stupid for him to offer a settlement in such a case. The protagonist raised 2 fingers up and said that he would only agree to settle the matter with 3 companies, 2 would be punished. The man looked surprised to hear that one company had already refused to settle. The people's eyes widened, listening to what was happening. From the remaining 4 companies, they would need to eliminate one. Crossing his arms, Aaron said, "Well, let's begin the auction for the amount of the settlement." The people froze, sitting at the table. Raising his hand, he added that the auction rules were very simple: unlimited bids, the lowest bidder gets a stop bid card. Archie frowned and shouted that this was nonsense. Ben held out his hand and asked if this was really acceptable. Mayum's eyes widened and he thought that with his authority as the channel master, he could press the stop button and end this dispute, but if he intervened, he could find himself in an even more difficult situation, and right now the best solution would be to simply play the role of an observer. The men looked at him in amazement when they heard that there was actually no problem. The method of agreement was at the discretion of the applicant. Smiling, the hero asked if they had heard everything, then maybe they could start. He said that they were all busy people. The men's eyes widened in surprise when they heard who would make the first bid. The protagonist smiled, looking at the messages. The men glared, saying that since a cartel was a group that came together only for profit, they might as well stab each other in the back for the sake of profit. Aaron looked down, thinking that this was a good start, and they would slowly raise the bids. He raised his hand. Luke looked down and said 8,000. Frowning, Ben raised the bid. Rick's eyes widened and he said a higher price. The man looked down and said 9,000. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it seemed like he was slowly approaching the estimated amount of damage that would be caused by the suspension of trade. The upward trend was strong. The price messages appeared. The hero looked surprised and thought that he had stopped, that this would be the end of the auction. The man closed his eyes and shouted out the price. Rick stuck out his finger and shouted out that he could end it all by raising the bid to 10. Frowning, Ben shouted out that if he did that, they would all die, so they would just end it. Sitting at the table, Luke asked what he was suggesting was only for him to stop his activities. This was simply unacceptable. Archie opened his eyes wide and shouted that he was a monk. Wasn't he a hermit? Why was he so greedy? Raising his hand, Rick replied that it was true, a selfless life, no property. Wasn't that how a monk should live? The man looked at him furiously and shouted that property sucked. Let him give it to him then. Where had he seen a merchant who didn't know what greed was? People looked at each other angrily, shouting about what about him. He was an empty-headed charlatan. A healer should think about saving lives first, and this was said by a bastard who filled his stomach at the expense of believers. Looking at the messages, the hero thought that it was so interesting to watch them. Smiling broadly, he added that even if the cartel had just a small crack, it could already be called a success. But what did he see? It had shattered into tiny pieces. Raising his finger up, the man shouted 10,000. The bastards were happy. Frowning, the monk shouted that he was suggesting that they all die together. Rolling his eyes, Archie said 10,000. He was afraid that he would fall behind. Stretching his hand forward, Ben shouted that what did he decide to raise the bet again? Raising his hand up, Rick said that this was madness, some kind of insanity. He was passing. If this continued, then the skin was not worth the candle. Refusing, he would simply suspend trading for 1 month. Looking straight ahead, Mayum said that it seemed that the decision had been made, the exchanges that would suspend their activities. Frowning, James said that the healthcare center Great Mountain bet 12,000 coins. The protagonist looked down. The elf looked surprised. The people froze, their eyes wide. The man closed his eyes when he heard that he suddenly decided to place a bid, to which he replied that he had thought it over carefully, and came to the conclusion that it was the right decision. He extended his hand forward and continued that he could not think about the monthly income so frivolously. He meant that the position of their trading outlet would fall sharply during the downtime. Right, considering the time and cost of restoration, he decided to go for a settlement. Ben smirked and thought that, but in that case, he would be the one who had to suspend trading, and then asked that the Great Mountain Healthcare Center could really participate in the auction. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it would not change anything. If they wanted to trade, let them bid higher. The man's eyes widened in amazement. Gritting his teeth, Ben thought that when the amount exceeded 9,000, he was already at a loss, but 10,000 was definitely too much. The protagonist smirked, and said that it seemed like a decision had been made. Mayum raised his eyebrows and said that in that case, he would be announcing a 30-day suspension of the Great Fortune Body Care Center and the Heavenly River Clinic. The man closed his eyes as he heard that the exchanges would be banned from entering all channels for the next month. Rick put his hand to his face as he heard that they should also pay special attention to future transactions as the punishment would be tougher as the disciplinary sanctions accumulated. Notifications appeared that they had left the conversation. Smiling, the hero said that those who had to leave had left, and those who should be paid should pay him, right? The man closed his eyes as a message appeared that he had received 10,000 coins from him. Archie clenched his teeth. James glared. Frowning, he said that he had made a big mistake. He would remember his name. Looking down, the protagonist replied that he wished, since he had learned something from the situation, he would give them one piece of advice. Raising his hand, he added that if they had time for stupid antics, they should spend it on improving the quality of the goods. The man clenched his fists, hearing that who had said that. This was the attitude of a real merchant. Notifications appeared that they had left the conversation. Grinning, Aaron thought that they had left in a flash, probably feeling the bitter taste of defeat. Waving his hand, he added that he thought he should also leave quietly. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked if they could talk to him for a while. The hero's eyes widened, thinking that why did he suddenly offer to talk, maybe? The protagonist looked at him with a startled expression and added that he had found out that providing coins legally was not a privilege. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that no, that was simply impossible. He had already checked this aspect before filing a complaint against the Big Five. Looking at the notifications, Aaron added that just like he couldn't check MK's information with his top class. A status window appeared. Mayim propped his face up with his hand and asked that he was a rich man in the null system. They had a lot of coins, so why bother with the elixir industry? It occurred to him that MK also couldn't see his data, which had been changed to information asymmetry. Sitting on the bed, the hero thought about what it meant. The topic of conversation should be related to the disclosure of the exchange report. He had no choice but to avoid mentioning the Eye of Insight and carefully looked around. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he was listening to him. Well, that would be convenient for him. Mayim closed his eyes and said that he knew that he was being lenient with him. He lowered his gaze and added that he would ask him a direct question then. Aaron looked down and said that it was about the report. The elf smiled and asked that he was the auditor, right? The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again. Hearing that it was useless to pretend that they didn't know anything, he was very perceptive. Raising his hands, the guy replied that although he had decided to take care of the convenience of the exchanges that had entered the local trading points, he was very conscious and moderate in his actions. Even if only one manager was fed, how much would he eat? The protagonist smiled when he heard that he knew everything perfectly well, didn't he? To which he asked again. Mayim closed his eyes and asked that he was really going to report this incident to his superiors. Aaron opened his eyes wide and froze. Suddenly his gaze froze. Putting his hand to his face, he wondered if that was it. The hero grinned slightly and thought he could smell it. He widened his eyes when he heard that he had been caught. Anyway, the channel masters had good taste, to which the protagonist thought that the smell of a stunning chance. Lying on the bed, Aaron thought that a crisis is an opportunity. In this situation, could there be a more appropriate expression? People frowned. It was said that he had won the confrontation with the 5 largest manufacturers of the first system. Mayim closed his eyes. The thought arose that MK was mistaking him for an auditor. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that in fact he was a little hesitant about whether he should file a complaint, because the maximum level privileges that were granted to him were like luck. Looking down, he added that he was always worried that they could be taken away from him at any moment, that if he sent a useless complaint, he would only start MK doubting his privileges. Such anxious thoughts haunted him. Grinning, the protagonist thought about how stupid it was to refuse honey. Afraid of being stung by a bee, his current balance appeared. Looking at the balance, Aaron added that he had paid off all his debts, and this is what was left, a little more, and it would be a huge sum of 30,000 coins. Closing his eyes, he thought about earning a year's profit of Stillgard in one go, and then said that he had scooped up a spoonful of honey once. Standing up, the hero said that easy money had come to him. With wide eyes, he wondered if it was worth betting on anything. The carriage moved forward. Looking at the notifications, the protagonist said that as soon as he posted an ad about wanting to purchase the methods of increasing the internal cultivation technique, he was immediately inundated with messages. Aaron sighed and said that it seemed like everything was going wrong. He closed his eyes and asked if maybe he should have first changed his profile to the first system and then posted a request. Did those people see him as a simpleton when it was written that he was from the zero system? The hero raised his hand and said that this would not work. It would be better for him to personally find what he needed, and then use the internal cultivation technique. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said to limit the search to less than 10,000 coins. Looking down, he thought that even though he got easy money, it did not mean that he should squander it left and right. Aaron stood still, thinking that in fact, an unpleasant situation had arisen because of those restrictions recently. Even if he absorbed chi at a certain point, the amount of energy absorbed was still not the same as before, and no matter what he did, his combat skills did not increase. Gritting his teeth, he added that the so-called saturation phase, his profound strength had reached the maximum that the 8-star heavenly cultivation technique could hold. The hero sat on the cliff, thinking that it was possible to increase the level of attainment and cultivate profound chi. But the first-grade wall was not so flexible that it could be climbed in one fell swoop and studied at once. Taking a step forward, he added that the only way was to think slowly, practice until he could, and move forward slowly but steadily. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this was how it was before the dimensional transactions. An hourglass appeared, and the thought arose that something that could save them a lot of time, that was the special charm of dimension transactions. Aaron looked away, thinking that of course, provided that they had a fat wallet. Looking at the notification, he said that he had already chosen approximately. Wouldn't it be better to check with a professional? Lowering his head, the man said that he had chosen good techniques. The achievement was also high. Raising his finger up, he added that although he had made a good choice, but let him remove the magic technique from here. With wide eyes, the hero asked why. Because of the extraction, a message appeared that this is the exchange's internal standardization policy. The angrier the energy, the greater the loss in the purification process. Raising his hands, Sebastian said that of course, this is also an important reason, but the big problem is that if he absorbs magic power, his capabilities are reduced. The protagonist lowered his head and asked that the deeper he delved into magic, the harder it was to master martial arts, and was told that it was. Black particles appeared, and it was heard that the principle was the same as the difficulty in purifying water that had become cloudy from ink. Raising his finger, the guy said that times had changed since interdimensional trade became active. In the past, the choices and opportunities were limited, but now there has come an era where everyone can learn and master martial arts. Aaron nodded his head after hearing this. Warriors appeared, and it was heard that because of this, the perception had changed greatly. Do they really need to learn magic techniques with obvious weaknesses? A similar question arose. Looking at the notification, Sebastian said that naturally, the amount of mana is decreasing, so there are great limitations in improving achievements. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that it is clear that if he wants to reach a high level, he should expand his capabilities with martial arts. Looking to the side, he thought that magical techniques were out of the question then. The protagonist waved his hand and thought that was out too. Holding his weapon in his hands, he added that it seemed like it would be fun to hit someone with lightning instead of aura. But if a simple knight started throwing lightning, he would attract the attention of the entire continent. Lowering his head, Aaron thought that moreover, the fact that an 8-star martial art was displayed on the same page as 7-star martial arts meant that his limit was extremely low. The hero crouched down and added that he had to choose one of the two then. Looking to the side, he said that he would choose spiritual yang. The boy looked at him in amazement and asked again. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked what he was talking about. Raising his hands, Sebastian said that it was nothing special, it was just that if he were in his place, he would make the opposite choice. He smiled and added that the Northern Lights technique was the essence of the purest martial art. Aaron raised his eyebrows and asked, what is even more than the heavenly cultivation technique he had? The guy raised his hands and said that of course, it was much more pure. Pointing to the side, he added that the heavenly cultivation technique was known for its quick achievements and gentleness. But if he looked closely, he would realize that this martial art was just a common technique of the Heavenly Sword Castle sect. Sitting on the sofa, the hero said that yes, there was some truth in his words. He even began to doubt a little. Putting his hand to his face, he added that no, but as he thought, it was better to choose spiritual yang. It said here that as an additional service, secret records will be sent. Sebastian said at the table that if it was because of the secret records, he could provide them to him. They were in the library, so he could take responsibility and copy them and send them to him. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that they were the secret records of the Northern Lights technique. He widened his eyes and thought that under such a condition, the Northern Lights technique was much more profitable. Aaron meditated, thinking that the spiritual yang technique, a method for enhancing extreme intelligence, once he chose this path, he would not even be able to look towards the highest point of the darkness of the Earth's energy. If the price was the same, then it was better to choose the option from which he would benefit more. Putting his hand to his face, he added that but why was that nasty person acting so strangely? He would never try so hard for him. Looking at the notice, Sebastian heard that he knew his character. If he decided to do something, he would firmly follow through, to which he replied that of course, he knew about it like no one else. The hero lowered his head and said that if he didn't want his share of the profit to be cut in half, then he should quickly answer his questions while he was speaking nicely, why he so desperately recommended the Northern Lights technique. The guy froze and mumbled. Looking away, the protagonist asked what he was up to. Sebastian silently looked forward. He lowered his head down. The guy raised his hand. Sebastian put his hands on the floor. Kneeling, he shouted that he was asking him to spare him. Aaron looked at him in surprise and asked why he was acting like this. Did anyone say they would kill him? Suddenly, the guy screamed in fear. Raising his hands, the hero said that no, he would not kill him. They had signed a contract after all. Lying on the floor, the guy said that he didn't need to kill. Surviving like that doesn't mean living. Sebastian raised his eyebrows and shouted that if he helped him just once, he would be loyal to him with all his heart for the rest of his life. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that his martial art let him pass on the technique of heavenly cultivation. The warrior stood on the roof. It was said that Murim is a distorted world that is crazy about martial arts. The guy smiled. The thought arose that the dumpling seller was too. The man was collecting coins. The guys looked happily. The man held his back. The fighters appeared. It was said that each of them had at least 1 or 2 low-level talents. The guy looked in amazement. The thought arose that what kind of life could a first-class warrior who suddenly became a rookie be in such a place? The beasts appeared. It was said that without any words, everything was so obvious. The guy began to cry, saying that he had no more excuses left. If he made even one wrong move, his wife would beat him to death. Putting his hand on his face, the hero thought that although he understood the situation he was in very well. Looking down, the protagonist said that if he took it out, his status would drop, so why should he suffer such a loss? Sitting on the floor, Sebastian said that this is why he recommended the Northern Lights technique to him. It is similar to the heavenly cultivation technique and has the same direction. Looking at the notice, the protagonist heard that although there will be some losses, he guarantees that he will quickly cover them. Raising his hands, the guy said that when he gives them the secret records, he will be able to reach an even higher level. Putting his hand on his face, Aaron thought that his words were undoubtedly true, but wasn't it too appetizing for a quick snack? He did not have to obediently follow this idiot. Raising his hand, he added that well, they will take a chance once, and then said that he thinks he does not know what is going on inside him. The hero lowered his head and said that he had known him longer than he thought. Well, he was also feeling some kind of inner discomfort right now. Sebastian's eyes widened in amazement. He froze in surprise when he heard what he meant. It was hard to pretend to be vulnerable in front of someone from a lower system. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he couldn't wait for him to let his guard down, right? The guy mumbled in fear. Aaron looked at him in amazement and asked again. Sebastian, sitting on the floor, shouted that it was not like that at all. He was wrong. He knew exactly what would happen if he behaved incorrectly. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the hell. He asked just in case, but apparently his guess was correct, to which he was told that there was some kind of misunderstanding. He was really sincere and serious. The boy gritted his teeth when he heard that. Well, that was the expected reaction. He would pretend he hadn't heard anything. The protagonist put his hand to his face and thought, but what should he do? He grinned and said that they would do it like this. Sebastian raised his eyebrows when he heard that since he was also involved in exchange, he shouldn't appeal to his emotions but just stick to the basics, to which he asked what he was getting at. Raising his hand, Aaron said that if the heavenly cultivation technique had 8 stars, then it was worth around 5,000 to 6,000 coins, then shouldn't he start the conversation by at least setting a minimum price? He smiled and added that if he wanted to return the internal energy cultivation technique, he should come to him with a worthy proposal, giving him 1 day. The boy looked surprised and asked what 1 day. Lowering his head, the hero said that he should have expected something like this when he said he would be truly loyal to him. The view opened up to the residence of the Albrecht family. The man was kneeling. Looking at the papers, the man asked why the young man had run away from home. Looking down, the man said that it was too presumptuous. He was not sure that the young master had done the right thing by leaving his home. Frowning, Dorian said that he saw that the letter was written by his son's hand. Lowering his head, the man replied that just because the letter was handwritten did not mean that they could believe everything that was written in it. Looking at him, the Marquis asked what he thought. He was being threatened. Nick looked down silently. Putting his hand to his face, Dorian said that indeed. Sitting at the table, he added that the eldest son was not too greedy to take everything and throw it all away, considering that he was deprived of talent, to which Nick replied that he did not mean that at all. Looking down, the man said that if he had really escaped, there should have been some traces left, but there were no eyewitnesses who had seen the young master, and none of the servants had seen him preparing for the trip that day. Frowning, the Marquis asked that in that case he thought that either someone had helped him, or he had been kidnapped. Looking straight ahead, Nick said that either they might have wanted revenge as well. Suddenly the man looked at him in surprise. Dorian, wide-eyed, asked what he meant by revenge. What did he mean? Nick frowned and mumbled. Kneeling, he added that 4 days ago, in the arcade, the vase fell to the floor. It seemed that he had brains at all or his head was only for decoration. Raising his hand, the Marquis shouted that this is why their knights were rated as a senseless group of spendthrifts. Did he have no dignity at all? Even if they wanted to hurt someone, then why did they have to go to the Stillgards in particular? Lowering his head, the man apologized. The Marquis glared at him and shouted that why was he even paying money to a knightly group? Kicking a chair, he added that if they raided someone, then he should leave him alone. The scrolls fell to the floor. It was heard that if he continued to rate, he would only ruin everything. The objects flew through the air, and the man shouted that now he was about to end up at the very bottom. Nick looked at the Marquis. Lowering his head, Dorian sighed. Sitting behind him, The man heard that so, the youngest of the Stillgard family turned out to be a surprise, to which he replied that yes, he was completely different from what was said about him in the received report. Nick's eyes widened as he said that he could be the true successor. Frowning, the Marquis asked that the steel heart protecting him, at that time, if they did not continue the supply, the heart would stop. The man lowered his head when he heard who it was still beating thanks to which he replied that yes, he was right. Putting his hand to his face, Dorian said that in any case, it was strange that Stillgard appeared in the arcade. Looking away, he added that, however, he had overdone it when he said that it could have been revenge, since Stillgard had no reason to harm the Kunts. Looking at him, the man replied that although it was true, the situation was too unexpected. An image of a hero appeared, a thought appeared that the cold look thrown then, maybe it was not their knights who insulted him, but as soon as he left, the young master disappeared. Nick looked away and thought that he was sure that there was some connection, definitely. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he thought there was good reason to investigate. Looking away, the Marquis said that something seemed to be bothering him. The man looked forward silently. Raising his hand, Dorian said that he should try to investigate, he should do anything to find his son. Looking at Nick, he added that at the same time, he should not take any rash actions, because Stillgard was the opposite. Frowning, he said that he was putting his life on the line. A view of the building opened up. The man was running forward at a rapid pace. The guy was breathing heavily. Rushing forward, he thought that he was going crazy, he was doing real madness. Gritting his teeth, Sebastian added that no, in any case, a long time had passed since the situation became irreversible, either way, he was doomed anyway. He grabbed his chest. Running forward, the guy thought that this was right. The hero smiled widely. He closed his eyes, thinking that he shouldn't laugh. The protagonist held back his laughter, thinking that but how could he hold back when he looked at this picture? The warrior swung his sword, and many notifications appeared. Looking down, Aaron thought that the official technique number 1, which brought the castle of the heavenly sword to its current state. Closing his eyes, he added that in his hands now is the martial art of swordsmanship, which even in the 5th world of Murim even babies know. With wide eyes, the guy said that he really put his life on the line by choosing her. Raising his hand, the hero said that it was not bad, he estimates it at 5,000 coins. Sebastian looked surprised and replied that it was much more, it was an item that he could not find anywhere else. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that he was right. First of all, they don't sell things like that, but if he had a chance to get something like that, no matter what the price, it would be worth it. Grinning, he said that, well, in any case, he had tried hard, proved that he had spoken sincerely about being loyal to him. Looking down, Aaron added that the heavenly cultivation technique had already been extracted, and he would deliver it to him as soon as he received the Northern Lights technique. Raising his hand, the guy replied that yes, he thought he would be done by tomorrow night. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was good, let him contact him right away. A notification appeared that the user Aaron had logged out. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that it was good, he was in a hurry to do such reckless things. This was completely different from the situation with rewriting the chaos cultivation technique. Lowering his head, he added that he had finished the preparations. Notifications about the purchase content and achievement appeared. Aaron looked to the side and said that he felt more and more relaxed after the calculated money auction. The hero's eyes lit up, thinking that the Northern Lights technique was one level higher than the heavenly cultivation technique. If he overestimated himself again, he might get sick and be laid up for a long time. The hero rolled his eyes and said that although it might take a long time, he had no choice but to deal with everything through separate absorption. He lowered his head and thought that he did not have the method of cultivating internal strength, so the chi energy of the lower abdomen became the 5th wheel in the cart. For a while he should only rely on the mana of the heart, and then said that he should try to spend a few days peacefully. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that it was Michael, to which he asked what happened. The guy smiled and said that they would be there soon. The carriage drove forward, and it was heard that it was in Theros. Sitting in the carriage, Aaron said that they would go straight to the academy, and he and the knights should go to the inn and rest a little, to which the young man replied that it would be done. Grinning, he asked what, well, are they done? The hero pressed the reject button. The Royal Knight Academy appeared. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that he was here after 15 years. The guy smiled and said that what a majestic appearance, as one would expect from the academy from which Richard came. Looking at him, Aaron asked that he was here for the first time, to which the student replied that yes, before he wanted to visit here at least once, but he had to serve in another place. Closing his eyes, the guy said that, however, thanks to him, he still got here. Turning his head, the hero asked how he liked it, if compared to the Imperial Academy. Harvey grinned and replied that he thought it was not as impressive. First of all, the scale was very different. He raised his hands and added that this was just a common comparison. He sincerely considered the Royal Academy majestic. Closing his eyes, the young man asked that isn't it precisely because of this place that not a great empire, but Navarro is considered a knightly state. Symbolically this nuance means much more than the entire Imperial Academy as a whole. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was afraid he was far from a spy, because speaking smoothly is also an art, to which the guy grinned. Harvey turned around and said that where is the admissions committee here? A view of the city opened up. Sitting at the table, the man yawned. Suddenly, the guys entered the office. Looking down, the guy asked that this is the admissions committee, right? Closing his eyes, the man replied that yes, let them give their letters of recommendation. The guy held out the letter. A seal appeared on the letter. The man opened his eyes in surprise. He extended his hand forward and asked that they were from the Stillgard residence. It was a great honor for them. Looking at him, the boys heard that he had accepted applications from their 2 older brothers as well. As he thought, blood is thicker than water, he recognized them at first sight, to which they thought that he had not even looked at them once. Closing his eyes, the man asked how the Count was doing now. Did he have any achievements during this time? The man held the sword in his hands. The thought came that his father was one of the masters representing Navarro. However, despite the remarkable achievement of the heroic rank, he was always compared to his grandfather who had reached the mythical rank and was judged as a failure. The same question was constantly asked, should he not at least rise to the legendary rank? Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, what about him and his brothers then? Not to mention the heroic rank, they could not even reach the awakened rank. The man looked at him silently. Smiling, he said that he apologized, he had shown an unacceptable tactlessness, he would be enrolled based on a letter of recommendation. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man added that if they went to the next building, there would be a small training ground, to which Harvey asked again. Looking at him, the guy asked that didn't the entrance exams end a few months ago, said that as far as he knew, the Stillgards have the right to special selection. The man closed his eyes and said that it was just an entrance test. Their academy does not provide special privileges just because they are an influential family. The protagonist sighed and asked that special selection is not a privilege. Stretching his hand out forward, he replied that they consider it a simplification of the process. After all, a member of the Stillgard family cannot fail the entrance exams, right? But the distribution into groups is not an exception. The guy looked surprised and asked what kind of test. Jeremy crossed his arms and said that the first test was to leave a palm print on the back of a stone wall. Standing in front of the boys, he added that he should not hit, but only feel that he was pushing the stone, and not think about bragging about his strength, because he wanted to see the overall control of mana. Frowning, the man said that unless he wanted to get the lowest score. Raising his hand, the hero asked to what extent he had to push it to get the highest score. Looking down, the instructor thought that they should just look at him. Usually the children of famous families just wrinkled their faces when they heard themselves addressed like that, and his brothers were the same. Smirking, he added that an interesting specimen had appeared. The protagonist looked at him, hearing that he could not clearly outline the boundary, just let him show as much as he could, to which he replied that it was fine, he would try. Looking straight ahead, he thought that in his past life he did not know what this test meant. The man stretched his hand forward, the thought appeared that the depth is the output of mana, the brightness is control over mana. Turning his head, Aaron thought that but all the prints here look so, there is not a single one worthwhile. He opened his eyes in surprise. The print appeared on the wall, the thought arose that this one is not bad, who left it? A glow appeared around the man, it was said that he was among the applicants. Crossing his arms, the instructor said that why is he stupidly looking at the wall, let him start doing it, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking to the side, Harvey thought that he was worried. With the master's abilities, it was easy to complete this task. The hero put his hand to the wall. Closing his eyes, he sighed. The instructor silently looked at him. He frowned. Harvey looked to the side. The protagonist froze in place. Bright particles appeared around him. Jeremy watched him. His eyes widened, thinking that he was definitely from the Stillgard family. Looking at the trace, the instructor added that it was neither clear nor blurry, either deep nor shallow. He crossed his arms, wondering why the brothers, one after the other, and then said that 5 points. Looking to the side, the hero asked what the highest score was. Looking straight ahead, Jeremy said 5 points out of a maximum of 10. Harvey rolled his eyes and exclaimed. The swords collided with each other. A glow flew around them. Looking down, the instructor thought that fencing was also strange. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. The thought arose that, having no talent, he was trying to look like an ace in the eyes of others. The man stood still, thinking that the future of the Stillgards was not as cloudless as it seemed at first glance. Frowning, he said that it was enough. Aaron looked at him, hearing the address. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the instructor said that mana control was normal, swordplay too, this is an average class. A view of the academy opened up. Walking forward, Harvey said what other middle class, does this mean that the plan he spoke about yesterday was disrupted? They said that in 2 years, he will graduate from the academy early. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he reported to the Empire that he was approximately 6th-7th rank. First he needed to match that information. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he was great. If he were in his place, he would have long ago broken down from indignation. How long was he going to hide his abilities? Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that he was not yet sure that he could cope with the Empire. Harvey suddenly opened his eyes in amazement. Looking at the hero, he thought that it did not look like empty chatter. The master's potential was less than Richard's. Aaron held the flag in his hands. The thought arose that it was quite possible that the Stillgards would be able to tie the Empire hand and foot. The hero looked away. Looking at the guy, he asked why he had such a distrustful expression on his face. Smiling, the young man replied that nothing of the sort. At this age it is typical for the heart to beat wildly in anticipation of new achievements. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that the next 2 years would have to be toiling without any respite. The guy froze in amazement when he heard that he should constantly report on the state of the Empire and the situation of the Stillgards. Then, having changed clothes, let him hold the strongholds around the Stillgards' possessions. If he copes well with the task set before him, then in 2 years he will be freed from the forced life of solitude. Wide-eyed, Harvey replied that he should rely on him. Grinning, the hero said that it was good, he was looking forward to it. Holding the bag in his hands, he added that he should have a good rest with the members of the nightly squad and carefully return back, to which the guy asked that he would not go with them, because the entrance ceremony was only the day after tomorrow. The protagonist, looking at him, asked that he could not endlessly waste time on one fun, he needed to cut the semester in half. Raising his eyebrows, Harvey said that everyone would be very upset. Aaron closed his eyes and said, well, in any case, they were not parting forever, let them ignore him and enjoy their well-deserved rest. Taking the bag in his hands, the young man replied that he obeyed, he accepted it with gratitude. Lowering his head, he added that he wished him great success and that he was always in good health. The hero looked at him silently. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that he had made all the preparations he could right now. Now he only had to prepare for the collapse of the family, which would begin 2 years later. Aaron looked to the side. The coat of arms appeared. The thought arose that the Tyros Knight Academy, he was once again going through the path of a cadet within its walls. Grinning, the hero thought that he should try to do everything in his power. The students sat down at their desks. The thought arose that the semester began the day after the entrance ceremony. At the same time the academy's curriculum called the Hell Race began. Bob raised his finger and asked what he had heard about it, said that the first class was a fixed duel against each other. Looking at the hero, he added that it was the so-called internal ranking battle, to which the protagonist replied that he knew. Putting his hand to his face, Aaron thought that this had really pissed him off in his past life, although even in the lower class, he was at the lowest level. Smiling, the student said, regarding the internal ranking battle, doesn't this show the uniqueness of Tyros Academy? All cadets have the right to apply for a duel with any other student, and it is impossible to refuse a duel. You can participate in a maximum of 3 duels with the same opponent, and if you manage to defeat him twice, then you will have the opportunity to change places in the ranking with this person. Frowning, the hero thought that Bob, a guy who can't remember the details, even if he tries to strain his memory. The boy's eyes widened. The thought occurred to him that he really didn't want to get close to him or pay any attention to him, but for 2 days now he hadn't even thought about closing his mouth. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that damn, he had screwed up with choosing a roommate. Why there was still no instructor, maybe his appearance would make Bob shut up. Frowning, the man shouted that why was it so noisy in here? Smirking, Aaron thought that finally. Looking to the side, the instructor said that they should quickly take their seats. The students looked at him in amazement. Jeremy was standing behind the counter. Leaning on the table, he said that he was the one who would be in charge of their class from now on, and what kind of person he was, they would find out step by step. The man frowned and said that first of all, they would begin the duel. Standing in front of the students, he added that the format was a full-fledged tournament in which the entire class participated. The opponents would be determined by lot, even if they did not think that the purpose of the fight was reconnaissance of the situation. If they dropped out in the first round, they were guaranteed to fall lower in the ranking. Looking straight ahead, he asked what was clear. The students, sitting at their desks, responded approvingly. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that everyone was gathering on the training ground. The man suddenly rushed forward. The boys clenched their teeth. The student fell to his knees. The young man raised his hands up, hearing that he was winning. Crossing his arms, Jeremy said that the next numbers were 33 and 34. The hero took a step forward. Looking straight ahead, the instructor thought that he was very unlucky. The boy smiled widely, thinking that his overall grade was above average, but when it came to swordsmanship, he was so good that he could easily stand on par with the top tier. If he could only improve his mana control, his ability would be enough to move up to the top tier. Looking at the hero, the instructor thought that on the other hand, he was at the average tier, no more and no less. Looking to the side, he added that how could a family of heroes be at the lower tier of the middle tier? The students stood in front of each other, thinking that it looked like they were about to see an extremely pitiful sight. Looking straight ahead, Jeremy thought that as he thought, his judgment could not be wrong. The boys began to fight. Watching them, the instructor thought that he was good at blocking the enemy's strong attacks, but had difficulty finding gaps in the defense to counterattack. The hero looked to the side in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this was a fiasco. He could not imagine that such a guy would be in the middle class. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist added that he was not just weak, but completely worthless. Eren looked at him in fear and thought that even pretending that they were on the same level was not an easy task. He should accidentally win so that it did not look awkward. The guy gritted his teeth and shouted that he was a stubborn idiot. Swinging the weapon, he added that he should try to parry this blow. Smiling, the hero thought that was right. Here was his chance. The young man swung the weapon sharply. Frowning, he asked what was dodging. The protagonist turned in his direction. He struck the guy's leg. Jeremy looked surprised and thought that a clean attack, not bad at all, was striving for something more. The boy grabbed his leg and shouted, to which Eren thought he was saying that it was a strong blow. He wouldn't even put a drop of mana into the attack. The man crossed his arms and shouted that Eren had won. Gritting his teeth, the boy said that he was a slippery bastard. They'll see who wins. Looking at him, the hero thought that he was shaking with fear. The 6th class was telling the 1st class that they'll see who wins. Walking forward, he added that the lower class was too annoying, since the low-status students kept challenging him, so it was better to just stick to the middle. He only needed to win the 2nd round, in which case he could safely refuse the 3rd. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this way they'd see who the next pair of duelists would be. The students stood in front of each other. Putting his hand to his face, Eren thought that the outcome was obvious from the start. The boy suddenly rushed forward. A blow flew at Bob. He winced in pain and cried out. Suddenly the young man swung his weapon at him. Looking at him, the instructor shouted that it was enough, he had won. The boy smiled widely. The student swung his sword. Blows flew at Bob. The young man clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, someone grabbed a weapon. Jeremy stopped the boy. With wide eyes, he asked what he found funny about what he said. Looking away, the boy replied that he was asking for forgiveness. He was so excited that he did not hear him. Frowning, the instructor said that this was a training duel, not a mortal fight. Now he was giving him the first and last warning. The student sighed and said that he would take note. Standing next to Bob, Jeremy said that he should go to the hospital and rest a little. Suddenly, the boy froze. The hero was standing in front of him. Grinning, Barry said that he should relax. There was no need to worry so much about his skin. Smiling widely, the student said that for him it would all be over with one blow. The protagonist stared ahead in silence. Barry turned his head and said that it looked like the idiot was scared shitless. Bob looked away. Eren looked at him in surprise. The boy was holding his hand. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he had suddenly remembered the past. The boy stood still, and the thought occurred to him that he was seeing his own self from a past life, angry at his own incompetence. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that, well, it wasn't like he was doing this for his roommate. They would call it payment for making him remember a moment he wanted to forget. Smiling widely, he added that he had to give him a good punch today. Barry swung his weapon and exclaimed. Eren deftly dodged his blow. He grinned widely. The protagonist swung his sword at him. The boy clenched his teeth. Frowning, he shouted that he was annoying him so much. The protagonist dodged his blow. Eren hit the guy in the back. Turning around, Barry shouted that for him the duel was child's play, to which the hero replied that it was true, thanks for the compliment. Swinging his weapon, he added that they would see how long his tricks would work. The hero jabbed him with his sword. The people's eyes widened in amazement. Barry frowned and wheezed. He clutched his chest. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he should have waited until he finished his sentence. But he opened up so well that he unconsciously lunged. Jeremy's eyes widened, thinking that his eyes were deceiving him now, as the average Eren defeated the top Barry. Looking at the hero, he added that he did not know if it was a victory of fortitude after a fierce fight, but from the outside it looked like he was just having fun with him. The instructor crossed his arms and said that Eren had won, to which Barry shouted at them to wait. He could still continue the duel. Frowning, he added that he should fight properly and stop using cheap tricks. Looking away, the guy shouted that he was submitting an application for a duel. The man closed his eyes and asked what he was kidding about, what other duel was happening in the middle of a tournament. And you can't challenge the same person to a duel twice in a row. He couldn't submit an application until next week. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that it was a curse. Looking at the hero, he said that his name was Eren. I think, how dare he lower him in the rankings? In a week they'll see who will laugh last. Looking away, the hero thought, well, let everyone watch as much as they want. Frowning, the student shouted that he was the son of an earl. Let him remember his name properly. The instructor closed his eyes and laughed. Looking away, the guy asked what was making fun of his family. Waving his hand, Jeremy said that no way. How could he make fun of the Count's family? The guy's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he simply found it funny that his father was trying to rise at the expense of the Stillgard family. The students looked in amazement, and it was heard that Stillgard, the family of the Steel Heart. The guy's eyes widened, and someone said that although this was also a Count's family, but unlike the Dariuses, it was on a completely different level. The young men froze, hearing that this was indeed a family of heroes. Frowning, Barry asked that he was Stillgard. Why didn't he say so from the very beginning? Smiling, the hero asked again, what, and he even asked him. A view of the building opened up. A bed appeared. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he had gone somewhere so early. Standing in the middle of the room, he added that it seemed like losing the first round was a good motivation for him. Although he didn't even remember it, he thought he was just an annoying guy who talked too much. Putting his hand to his face, Aaron thought that he was much better than he was in his past life. Scratching his head, he said that he also needed to slowly move forward. Looking at the pet, the hero said that he should eat this and sit here quietly. Nothing else can be eaten. He understood him. He would soon come back and play with him. Sari closed his eyes and exclaimed. A view of the mountains opened up. A thought appeared that the first day of the academy cadet was climbing a rocky mountain. This training was also called the Hellish Race because of the foggy peak and steep slope. A road in the forest appeared. The man suddenly rushed forward. The hero ran forward rapidly. He grinned and thought that climbing this mountain was always so easy. He didn't even sweat a drop. It felt like he was running on a plane. He would have to do it again later. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He slid along the ground. Turning around, Aaron thought that the same guy, it seemed, was his opponent in the first round. The young man looked at him with fear and said that he was waiting for him. A thought arose. What was his name? Looking to the side, the hero asked again. With his eyes wide open, the guy said that he thought he should go somewhere with him for a while. It concerns his friend Bob. Looking at him, the protagonist said that what other friend? He was just his roommate, to which the young man asked again. Stretching his hands forward, the young man said that it was understandable. But one way or another, Bob got caught in a rockfall. They should hurry to him. Aaron frowned and said that if there was an accident they should call the instructor. Jake raised his eyebrows and said that yes, someone had already gone after him, but Bob kept calling him. Looking at him, the hero heard that if he went to him now, he thought it would give him strength, to which he thought he was laughing at him. Rolling his eyes, he added that when he set the trap, he should have dug deeper. Everything he said was so unconvincing. Turning his head, the protagonist thought about how if he ignored them, they would probably start pestering him even more. Raising his hand, he added that it was probably best to end it now, and then told him to go ahead. A view of the forest opened up. Smiling widely, Jake shouted that didn't he tell you that this idiot would fall for it? Putting his foot on the guy, Barry said that good job. Frowning, the guy shouted that he was screwed now. He said they would still see who would win. Bob gritted his teeth and wheezed. The hero looked down. Looking at him, the young man asked what he felt like. What did it feel like to see his friend being beaten like a lowly cur? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was really interested in something, so he would ask just one question. Standing in front of the guy, he asked if something so serious had happened yesterday that he had decided to stoop to such a low level. Frowning, Barry shouted that he had just blurted out something. Because of it he had actually dropped in the rankings yesterday. Wide-eyed, he added that he knew, which enraged him even more. He beat him with a primitive punch, and voluntarily withdrew from the next round. Aaron looked down, hearing that he had avenged his friend and decided to wash his hands of it, to which he replied that he said he was not his friend. Frowning, Barry shouted that he shouldn't be laughing. He was fighting because of a feeling of resentment. Standing in front of the guys, the hero said that it goes without saying that if they gathered in a group of 5 people, including him, he would feel more confident. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew about the 5. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that it would probably be even more surprising if he didn't know. If he decided to hide, he should do it more carefully. The student looked at him in surprise. Putting his hands in his pockets, Aaron asked that they would make at least a drop of effort if he touched him, whether he would be able to cope with the consequences. Smiling broadly, Barry asked what he thought. Would his family be scared? He had heard everything from his older brothers. By the way, they are very familiar with his brother, who is the second oldest. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard what he thought. He even has the right to be called Stillgard. Standing still, he thought that for sure. His brother is also studying at the academy, only he does not know what he is like now. The guy asked him, flexing his fists, that he didn't consider him his younger brother at all, be it an errand boy or something like that. Let them do with him whatever they wanted. No one in their family would care about someone like him. That's what he said. Looking at him, the protagonist thought, what was the point of saying something like that? Standing in front of the guy, he said that he got beat up yesterday, so instead of persisting, it would have been better to just lie in bed. Clenching his fist, Barry shouted that he would be the one lying here now. Why are they standing there? Let them beat him up. Suddenly, the students rushed towards the hero. Aaron closed his eyes and sighed. He silently looked forward. Punches flew at the guys. The hero extended his hand to the side. Barry's eyes widened. Bob raised his eyebrows in surprise. Standing still, the protagonist said that it was possible. Looking to the side, he asked that the place where he could lie down would be his coffin. Swinging his fist, the boy shouted that he should shut his mouth. Aaron looked at him silently. He stopped his fist with his hand. The boy clenched his teeth tightly. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that he blocked a blow with the maximum amount of mana with one hand. The hero grabbed his hand. The boy rolled his eyes in pain and shouted. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he thought that this was the maximum mana he could draw, a little disappointing. The boy frowned, hearing that he was using mana like this. Suddenly, Aaron hit him in the face. Barry fell to the ground. The hero stood quietly in front of him. Bob opened his eyes in fear. The protagonist looked to the side. The boy sat up and asked again, hearing the appeal. Smiling, Aaron asked that he did not see anything. Okay. Walking down the corridor, the hero thought about how after a good lesson on the Rocky Mountain, life in the middle class had become very easy. Sitting at the desk, he added that except for one problem, the level of teaching in the middle class of the academy is completely not up to his level. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that maybe it really was worth going to the upper class. No, there is little difference between a chicken and a hen. Looking straight ahead, he added that he needed to graduate from the academy as soon as possible. For this, he first of all must return the chi energy. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes lit up. Notifications appeared that the weed removal was completely completed. The absorption of the heavenly radiance technique was completed. Smiling, the hero thought that how timely. Against the background of the night, someone talks about the capital. That here, like in any big city, in this magnificent city, light and darkness coexist. The man in the cloak looks and he continues that what he wants is on the dark side of this city. Aaron looks down and thinks that in order to get guaranteed freedom of action in the academy, he simply needs to get his hands on that man too. The blonde noticed something. The fair-haired man sees another man in a cloak and understands that this is the one he needs. The guy is stunned by something with the thoughts that for this day he has watched him countless times and he only has to glance at him from behind. So now he can immediately say that it is he. Because he has the same height and gait. Jeremy goes about his business while the guy sums up that he does not even doubt that it is he in front of him. Aaron shines an eye and asks himself maybe he should also slowly move forward and uses a human mask and a voice-changing pill. The guy in the cloak is near security. The man looks down and asks himself until what time he should do this. He walks down the street and understands that he has no way to change anything. The man turns around stunned, because he feels a murderous energy. He sees a man in the crowd. The guy is looking at him. The man does not look away. Someone is blocking him. The guy is gone. Jeremy stares in horror at the place and thinks that he disappeared in such a short period of time and asks himself who he is and realizes that he definitely had that look as if he recognized him. The man turns around and continues that he has a bad feeling and he needs to get out of there as soon as possible. The guy in the white cloak runs down the street. He sees something in front of him. The same man right in front of him. Aaron in the mask is waiting for him. Jeremy is perplexed. The man with the beard smiles. Aaron in the mask looks down and says that the instructor of the academy, who is supposed to be a role model, is into alcohol and women and understands that of course, this also happens. Jeremy looks at him in horror and hears that the love between the knight and the waitress is a bit much. The fair-haired man frowns and says that if the truth comes out, he asks if he will become the most talked about person in the capital. The instructor looks at him in confusion and asks again who he is. Aaron stands opposite him and replies that he can call him his most fateful meeting in a good place. Jeremy looks around and realizes that he no longer feels any energy nearby and that the guy in front of him is so aware of his personal life and is trying to understand what goals he might be pursuing. He notices something. The instructor goes on the attack thinking that he will stupidly catch him and find out everything. Aaron dodges the blow. Jeremy flies back. The instructor sullenly thinks that his opponent is not so simple and a protracted duel can be dangerous for him. He concentrates the energy in his fist and decides to act differently. Jeremy goes on the attack. Aaron calmly looks at his fist. The blow scatters dust in different directions. Jeremy stands in a cloud of smoke. He looks out sullenly. The man is taken aback. Aaron stands motionless right in front of him. He looks him in the eyes and clarifies whether it was or was a rather massive blow, approximately class 2, which is very close to the border of the first. Jeremy is horrified. He jumps away from his opponent. The instructor stares at him and thinks that in front of him is a user who is at the level of enveloping the upper body with an aura and that he is a pure first class. The red-haired man cautiously clarifies again who he is, because he does not look like an ordinary passerby and clarifies why he was looking for him at all. Aaron looks at him carefully and says that the waitress's name is Sylvia. Jeremy is taken aback by the fact that he even knows such details and guesses what is happening. The instructor clarifies whether he is from the nightly inspection squad, to which he does not understand what kind of inspection he is talking about, and asks him to relax, because he is not going to disgrace him. Aaron raises his hand saying that he came to him to help him keep his secret. Jeremy's eyes widened, asking what he meant. Aaron turns around when someone asks what's going on there, and if he heard a rumble. To which the other asks again if there was a sound from that gateway, maybe even something exploded. The guy looks at his interlocutor saying that they should first go somewhere else, and asks him to follow him. They came to the bar. The blonde guy turned to him and asked if it turns out that Sylvia is the daughter of his ex-lover, to which the instructor replies that everything is exactly like that and they do not have the kind of relationship he thought. Aaron looks closely and insists that there are all sorts of difficulties in life and asks if she is particularly cruel to him as it seemed to him, and adds that such sacrifices for the sake of the daughter of his first love, with whom he is not even related, is strange. Jeremy sadly replies that Sylvia is currently doing a job that she does not like at all, but nevertheless, at least a few hours a week, when he is near her, she can feel a little relief. Aaron sits also and continues that he must have spent a decent amount of gold coins by now and tells him that if he is going to continue in his spirit, then why not immediately fork out a tidy sum to buy her freedom? The instructor despairs that with his salary this is simply impossible, because they demand 10,000 gold for it. Aaron raises his hand and asks why he does not just ruin the business of its owner, because is not it a trifling matter for someone with the power of a knight? Jeremy looks at him and Aaron clarifies if he knows about the Black Mamba, to which he replies that it is a huge group that controls the entire dark side of this city. Aaron looks at him and says that he knows and that the city guard is in no hurry to deal with them. The instructor looks at the floor and says that Sylvia works in a drinking establishment run by this group and even he cannot guess what to do in such a situation. Aaron looks away and thinks that he is surprised that the situation as a whole is different from the version he personally knows. He looks at the instructor and continues that he thought that he was an instructor who ruined his life because he fell in love with a waitress. But now everything looks like pure love, which brings tears to his eyes. The guy looks at him kindly, thinking that he was originally going to use this trump card as leverage to put pressure on him. Jeremy looks at the floor, and he realizes that he chose the wrong approach. The bearded man smiles and realizes that it would be better for him to do him a favor and leave him in an unpayable debt to him. The instructor is taken aback by the fact that he says that he thinks he can help him with this matter. The guy in the black cloak clarifies if he is ready to make a deal with him. Jeremy stood up, pleading for the guy in front of him to tell him what he should do. Aaron clarifies if he knows Aaron. The red-haired man asked about Aaron in surprise, because of course he knows him as the instructor responsible for him. The bearded man hints that he should provide this guy with all kinds of assistance, to which he frowns. Jeremy frowns that he is most likely from his family's residence, and asks if this is an order from Robin. The instructor looks at him and corrects himself that the man would not have done such a thing and assumes that he is the man of the third young gentleman, but nevertheless, whoever sent him, there is nothing good in his proposal. Aaron is shocked to hear from him that the cadet's achievements are also assessed by other instructors and manipulations with his subject will not affect the overall grade. Aaron leans on his elbow and retorts that he most likely misunderstood him, because there is no need for him to manipulate his grades, but simply asked to pay attention to his comfort during his stay at the academy. Jeremy frowns and notes that his interlocutor knows how to spin and asks if he thinks that he is the first person to ask him about something like this, because bribing instructors from influential families has always been a thing. The red-haired man gets angry, saying that he chose the wrong person and that in his personal dictionary there is no such thing as falsification. Aaron exhales and corrects him again that he clearly said that his grades are not the concern, and the request is only to give him freedom of action. The instructor is taken aback that as payment for this he will rescue Sylvia. The bearded man continues that if this guy gets freedom, then Sylvia will also become free. The instructor, stunned, asks how he is going to do this. Is he really going to organize her escape? Jeremy reminds that the Black Mamba is a very stubborn group and that Sylvia will have an opportunity to escape from them. Aaron leans over and clarifies that everything will be different, and she will not have to leave the city. The instructor is horrified, noting that he is not allowed to cheat on grades. Aaron looks at him with displeasure and asks how many times he has to tell him that there is no need for this and asks if he should prove it. The instructor looks at him and does not understand what he is saying, and he replies that he has to wait because the allotted time is almost up. The man starts making a sound. Jeremy's eyes widen and he recognizes the voice. The man tears his face off. The instructor is horrified. He recognizes Aaron in it. Jeremy assumes that it is magic and corrects himself, but does not know what for. The guy gets up, while the instructor understands that it is all about the aura and that he has impeccable control of the aura and asks how he did it, to which he receives in response that he was always faster than the others from the beginning. The red-haired man spreads his arms out to the sides, saying that this is simply an amazing growth rate, because since he is a freshman, he is unlikely to have an aura of this level, and that he is clearly a genius who will go down in history. Aaron listens sullenly to the fact that at 16 he is not even in the second grade, but already in the first. The fair-haired man asks how he is and does not think that he will not be able to get the highest score. The instructor still has not moved on and answers that he definitely can. The blonde raises his hand and clarifies why he should falsify grades in such a situation, to which he understands that there is no need for this. The fair-haired man shows his finger and continues that now he has only one request. He simply asks to allow him to skip classes from time to time, which will of course be on legal grounds. The instructor perplexedly reasons that if this is his condition, then he can help him from his side. However, Jeremy asks why he hides his abilities except for now, when he found out about Sylvia. Aaron frowns and tells him that if he is too curious, he will start to suffer from insomnia. Jeremy is taken aback. Aaron puts his hand on his hip, saying that this is not the most important thing now, and asks him to think carefully and give him his answer. The blonde man slyly asks if he is ready to make a deal with him. It is night outside. The guy in the black cloak enters the building. The gray-haired man bows his head and asks if he wants to take Sylvia with him. The man looks at him and says that he understood everything correctly and that he wants to do it right now. The man thought for a moment and asks the girl if she knows him. The blonde looked at him with fear. The girl remembers that upon arrival, he told her that he came to her at Jeremy's request with the aim of getting her out of there, and she gives the gray-haired man a positive answer, and that his name is Flip and he often comes to her. Red-Eyed turns his head and realizes that the man has a strange name. Aaron is a little embarrassed and admits that he also blurted out the first thing that came to his mind when she asked him to introduce himself. Gray-haired frowns and notes that as soon as he forgets about her existence, such guys are sure to come and asks again if he is right. He smiles and asks the guy to bring him 10,000 gold and then he will let him take her with him. Aaron dumps a bag of money on the table and he is perplexed. The guy points to the bag and says that there are exactly 10,000 gold. Gray-haired looks into the bag and is perplexed that there really are people who can drag so much money at once. The man in the cloak turns around and says that he is taking her. Gray-haired hears a request to wait. Gray-haired looks with interest and clarifies whether he thinks that he can just take and leave, because he needs to listen to the interlocutor to the end. Aaron looks over his shoulder and states that he gave him exactly 10,000 gold pieces and asks if he has any problems, to which he replies that he is telling him this just to weed out any scumbags and that he is a businessman and never does anything at a loss. The gray-haired man looks slyly at him, saying that he suggests that he weigh everything again and asks how much he thinks Sylvia, who is so important to his business, earns in a year. He looks at them and continues that for some ordinary eatery her earnings would be about 8,000 gold pieces and asks him to correct him if he is wrong, but here he can get up to 12. The gray-haired man insists that there is no point in him giving away an ace in a day, which can be restored in just a year. Aaron calmly asks how much he wants. The chief looks at him and begins his reasoning with the fact that he will be able to use her quite well for the next 10 years. Sylvia looks down sadly as he continues that when she gets old she will no longer be in demand and then she can be sent as a concubine to some local rich man, and at least in this case he will be able to earn about 20,000 gold coins annually. The red-eyed man calmly does not shut up that in general during this time he will be able to earn about 140,000 gold coins on her, and will show a little generosity, and give her to him for 130,000 gold coins. The girl is tense until her master notes that this is the extreme price and asks if he has 130,000 gold coins with him. The gray-eyed man asks again with a smile, because it is obvious, but he thought he had money. He throws a bag at his feet saying that if he does not have that kind of money, then he should take his change and get lost. Aaron looks at him in bewilderment. He takes a coin from the bag saying that in return he also decided to show him generosity and give him another chance. Gray looks at him sullenly and asks him again what he said. Aaron hands him one coin and offers him to take only this and they are done, or he will have to fight him. Gray smirks and notes that he is simply speechless and asks him where it was seen that everyone around does only what pleases a specific person. Aaron holds the coin in his hands and says that he knew it would be like this, because all the people who hang out in the criminal world act in a similar way. Gray is perplexed to hear that although he is not a particularly kind person either, he still feels that he needs to be taught a lesson. Sylvia turns to him in horror and asks him what he is going to do, because the people in the Red Cobra are not that simple. Aaron does not take his eyes off Gray and asks her not to worry, but to just stand behind him. Gray underestimates him and waves him off and asks his guys to deal with him quickly, because his blood pressure is slowly reaching its limit. He does not have time to finish the sentence, as his man gets hit in the face. Gray is stunned to feel blood on his face. People turn around in fear. Sylvia looks at what is happening in horror. Everyone stares in horror at the guy who fell to the floor. Aaron threw a coin at him and explains that he could have just taken his 10,000 gold and ended this boring conversation. Aaron frowns and asks why he is angry. The guy throws a coin at another man. The one next to him is horrified. Each of this man's people receives a posthumous payment of 1 gold coin to the forehead. The gray-haired man jumps up from the table in horror. The chief takes out a blade and notes that the guy who came to them is crazy. He frowns and uses hellfire on his enemies and sends him to the underworld. Aaron makes a gun out of his finger. He shoots. The gray-haired man touches his hand and is perplexed by what is happening and that he cannot move his hand. Aaron looks at him angrily, asking who he wanted to attack with his dark magic. He looks at him and asks if he should talk to him in the language of the criminal world and asks again if he understands him, to which he is frightened and does not understand what it means in the language of the criminal world. The guy sarcastically goes on the attack and replies that if he doesn't understand him, it means he needs to hit him again. Aaron knocks the gray-haired guy to the floor. He goes to him saying that a person is really a complicated creature, and his opponent shouts at him to wait. The gray-haired guy holds out his hand saying that he will pay him double and that he will give him twice as much. Aaron looks at him questioningly. The guy looks at him and he asks if he is a troubleshooter and how much he was paid and convinces him that he will pay him twice, no, even 3 times more than he was paid there. Aaron is stunned by the offer of 3 times more. The gray-haired guy looks at him fearfully and asks him not to worry because he has a lot of money and notes that he himself heard what a sneak he is. The man continues that if he also reveals his customer, he will pay him 4 times as much. Aaron rolls his eyes and pretends that he does not know what to do. The boss kneels down and asks what is there to think about, because if he wants, he can give him a recommendation for work in their organization, to which the guy replies that he does not need it, and that is not the point at all. Aaron frowns and says that if you multiply 0 by 4, then in any case you get 0, and he probably should have gotten an order and then come to him. Gray is perplexed by the fact that he came to him without any order and does not understand why he came at all. Aaron stands in front of him and clarifies that he already told him this, that he came to him to take Sylvia with him, to which he asks again if he really came to him only because of this. The guy shines his eye at him and says that this is exactly why he should have seized the opportunity when he gave it to him. He looks at him sternly. Gray looks in horror and asks him to stop. Aaron finishes him off. Sylvia looks at him in bewilderment. Aaron turns to her. The blonde froze in horror. Aaron turns around saying that he didn't want her to witness something too brutal, but when he heard Jeremy's words, everything inside him started to boil. Sylvia turns her head asking who he is. Aaron stands facing the table, while she asks how he managed to do all this on his own. She is stunned to hear that he is just a man sent by Jeremy. He looks at her kindly and continues that he is also the one who gave her freedom. At night, the windows in the house are lit up. Gold coins are poured out onto the table. The man in the cloak looks at the man and says that he wants to rent the entire top floor and asks to bring dinner only for this girl, and that they should not even think of approaching him unless he himself calls them. The man enthusiastically agrees and says that everything will be done and that he will also arrange everything so that not even a mouse will be able to get through to them. Aaron holds out his hand saying that he will be in the room across the hall, so she should not worry about anything and have a good rest, to which she agrees and thanks him. The blonde nods and wishes him good night. Aaron put his hand in his pocket and thinks that he erased all traces with the help of disintegrating acid and they got out of there without anyone noticing. At least tonight no one will threaten her. He turns around and realizes that he has something to do. The guy throws off the old face. Aaron meditates and talks about the collision with Jeremy's aura, that ascending method with which he directed his energy into golden moments, and also about the 1000-dimensional footwork technique that he controlled to get to the hotel with Sylvia on his back, and when he released his skills without any concealment, he was able to realize something. What kind of foundation he needed to comprehend the technique of the Northern Lights. He continues to meditate. Against the backdrop of the energy flows, the guy continues that the heavenly cultivation technique and the Northern Lights technique have the same root, but he missed the main principle that exists in the heavenly cultivation technique but is absent from the Northern Lights technique, and that the intersection of the two martial arts that will connect the scattered threads, and he must understand this main foundation. The sun shines through the window. The guy meditates. Sweat flows down his face, and he realizes that he has finally finished. Aaron looks forward with satisfaction and summarizes that he has collected all the scattered threads. He picks up the blade. The blonde stands up and thinks that he has cleared the space with weed removal and planted the seed of the Northern Lights technique, which has 7 stars. He is stunned by something. The blade glows as he continues that it has begun to bear fruit for him. Aaron stands there and says that the only excellent rank of humanity is the special rank that the founding emperor achieved at the age of 17 years and 89 days. He says that he himself achieved it at the age of 16 years and 225 days, and that the immortal record has been broken. Aaron shines his eye as the system notifies him that he is holding a thunder sword and that its hilt is made of wood that was struck by lightning, and the blade is forged iron that was made in a 1,000-year-old thunder mine, and that lightning was also embedded inside, and that is why it emits soft electrical energy even in normal times, and that this electrical energy can be amplified by introducing internal energy. Aaron is pleased that his sword is not bad and has no frills, and thinks that with such characteristics it can be considered a magic sword. The blonde man closes his eyes and looks at the shopping list, saying that he hasn't shopped like this for quite some time. The guy looks at the screen and says that he has cast iron ghost bullets. This will be food for Sari, and also let the Dominion be the sublime dignity, and laws that have been adapted to the rank of awakening. The guy reads the sign about the distortion technique, that it allows you to change your face to the desired one using energy, and says that it really was an impulsive purchase for him. Aaron exhales with the words that he thinks that this can be useful to him, and this is all because messing with human skin is a little tedious. Blonde rubs his shoulder and wonders if he should test its effectiveness. Sylvia is sitting in bed. The blonde looks sadly at the blanket. Someone knocks and says that it is him. Sylvia opens the door and says hello. She is horrified. In front of her is a guy with blue hair. The blonde urgently closes the door in front of him. Aaron puts his foot in the doorway. He painfully says that he already told her that it was him, and his name is Flip, to which she asks him again. Aaron, with tears in his eyes, explains to her that this is his real face and that yesterday he used transformation magic because he could not allow himself to be exposed. The girl looks worried and asks for forgiveness, because she thought that someone from the Red Cobra came to her. The blonde looks at her and asks why she looks so tired, maybe she couldn't sleep. To which she replies that she didn't even close her eyes for a second because she was so anxious. The blonde stands in front of him while he says that she should have come to his room then, to which she replies that he himself said that she shouldn't approach him, and he explains that those words were said to the owner of this place, not to her. Aaron hands her a bucket and asks her to take it. There are cosmetics in the bucket, while she also can't walk around the city looking like before. Sylvia stands with a bucket and hears that the first thing she should do is change her appearance. Jeremy is taken aback. Aaron stands with a renewed Sylvia. The instructor bowed, saying that he apologized and that he must have gotten the room wrong. Sylvia fixes her hair, saying that it really is her. Jeremy turned around, puzzled. The girl shows her hair and explains that she simply dyed it and cut it, and he asks again if it is really Sylvia in front of him, because he has the feeling that he is facing a complete stranger. Aaron looks at him and explains that it is simple disguise magic. Sylvia touches the pendant, and he continues that this pendant is a magical artifact, and with its help you can avoid pursuit of a black cobra. Jeremy is perplexed where he got such a thing and notices for himself that he also changed his face. Something moves under his clothes. All three are stunned. Something breaks out of his chest. It tore his clothes. Sylvia grabbed her face. Aaron catches his rat. He licks his owner, while he says that he was surprised that the guy did not show up to spend the night at home without any warning. Sylvia looks in horror as Aaron asks him for forgiveness. The blonde man wonders if his pet will recognize him even though he has changed his appearance, and if it could be instinct. The girl leans over and asks who they have here, and the guy asks Sari to say hello to a girl named Sylvia. Sylvia reaches out and greets the animal. Sari looks at her and analyzes whether this person could be hostile to the owner, and most likely not, and what kind of relationship he has with her, most likely friendly. Sari makes a satisfied sound. Jeremy and the girl are touched. Aaron lets the pet play with Sylvia for a while. He went to the instructor. The blonde man asks what he thinks about his request. Jeremy looks ahead and replies that he signed him up for a closed training session. The man stands with a sword while the voiceover talks about the closed training session, that it takes place in a training hall that is prepared taking into account the achievements of geniuses. Aaron frowns and thinks that's great because it can be a passable excuse for him in many ways and asks how long it's for. Jeremy holds out his hand saying that it's all until the next full moon, to which the guy asks again because it's too short a period for him. The redhead looks at him in bewilderment, and notes that the number of days that the middle class can get at one time is very limited, and however, according to the rules, closed training can be done up to 3 times. Aaron looks displeased and realizes that he can't do anything about it, and he'll have to think about what other options there are. He nods saying that they should stop at what they already have and asks how about doing an exact count now, to which the instructor clarifies what he means. The guy stands with his back to him. He turns around contentedly. The fair-haired one calls out to the girl. Aaron hands her the bag, saying that this is her share. Sylvia looks on in horror. The blonde smiles, saying that she can consider herself compensated for exploitation up to now, and that when he was covering his tracks, he also managed to clean out their safe, and she notes that there is too much here. Aaron hands it to the instructor, saying that this is his share. Jeremy looks at him and says that he cannot accept this. The blue-haired man retorts that he can consider himself getting back the money he spent in the Black Cobra establishments. The instructor looks at the bag and hears that he is a little embarrassed to appropriate the entire amount for himself. The red-haired man looks at the bag and thinks that everything was resolved so easily. Even the shackles that he thought would bind him forever disappeared so easily and were smashed to pieces in just a day. The instructor turns around, saying that for his kindness. Jeremy bows deeply and continues that he will definitely repay him in any way possible and will do it no matter what. Aaron smiles and notes that he hopes that they will work together in the future. The guy looks at the girl and clarifies what she is going to do now and whether she has any thoughts on this matter at all. Sylvia gives a confused negative answer, because right now she is not thinking about it, because everything happened so unexpectedly for her. Aaron lowers his eyebrows. He smiles and asks what she thinks about helping him for a while, to which she asks again what he means. The guy holds out his hand with a request to work for him officially and do a little deal with him. Someone looks at the empty shelves and notes that Gabe is a bastard and asks if he pushed back the date of the bribe because he was just going to pull a similar trick. The second one crossed his arms and replied that he actually understood him to some extent, because after that jerk named Clark defeated his older brother, and thus absorbed the boss, he often had to blackmail and rob. Bill looks forward and understands that Gabe was not the one who broke this safe. Titan frowns and says that again everything is as usual, because he pretends to be reasonable. One look is enough to understand that the other guy took his gold with him and ran away. They look at the doors and Bill clarifies if the safe does not look to him as if it was opened with a key, because the door was broken down using force, and the second one clarifies if it does not look like that. Titan opens his eyes and answers that it is exactly so, because it means that the safe was broken by Gabe's subordinates. Bill stands with his hands in his pockets and wonders if there was a person among his subordinates, at least someone, who could cut iron plates so neatly, to which he receives a vaguely negative answer. Bill frowns and says that he has no doubt that it was not without an aura. Titan looks at him and asks again about the aura, because why would the owner of the aura rob him, to which the second replies that he does not even know. The red-haired one studies the shelves and notices that something is definitely wrong here and asks why everything is so clean. His gaze falls on something under the cabinet. He sees a coin there. Bill is stunned and says that apparently Gabe was really attacked and that the room was visited by an unknown character. Titan looks stupidly and asks what he means. Bill frowns and asks him how many owners of the aura exist who are capable of killing a person with the throw of a gold coin, and moreover, this is such a secret place that no outsiders know about it. Titan looks at his colleague and wonders who this person is, to which he responds that it doesn't matter who he is. Bill clenches his fist and continues that what's more important is that this person dared to disturb them. Aaron meditates. He tenses up and thinks that in order to expand the area of energy concentration, he poured out the elixir of 1,000 levels without a trace, and if he can thus collect 100-year-old energy and awaken the technique of the Northern Lights, then it will be wonderful. The flower fills him with energy. Energy spreads from the guy in all directions. Aaron sullenly continues that so far only up to this state. He sits on the floor. The fair-haired man gets up and says that at the moment, such progress is quite enough for him, and that if he hopes to reach the peak stage of development of his energy right now, then he will thereby show excessive greed. The guy warms up and understands that he has achieved certain goals and now he should rest. Against the backdrop of the fountain, he continues that he thought that he might have to live as Flip longer than he planned, so he decided to get a mansion for 50,000 gold coins, and he took into account that the mansion was being sold in the capital, so the price for it was more than reasonable and not too high or too low. The guy looks out the window and realizes that it was definitely worth the money. The blonde guy turns around. Sylvia is playing with Sari, and the guy thinks that after observing this girl for a few days, he came to the conclusion that she was more capable than he thought. She smiles and he says that it all came down to the fact that she completed all the work he entrusted to her, and besides, she can read and write and is also trained in etiquette. The blonde guy thinks about her silhouette, saying that he assumed that she belonged to some fallen aristocratic family, but he did not inquire about it. Aaron looks ahead with a frown and thinks that if his guess is correct, then perhaps his questions can touch on some painful memories. He remembers his past life and understands that perhaps she had something similar in the past. The blonde turns away and sums up that he has no need to interfere in the affairs of this girl and that he only has 10 days of closed training left. The guy shines an eye on the book and thinks that he cannot waste a minute on all sorts of useless things. Aaron reads the system window about comprehension of the flow, that in front of him is a mid-level mana stone and that it is rare and the average price for such is about 25 coins. The guy is stunned. Aaron thinks about Gerard, saying that he understands that he has grown noticeably and no matter how the Alliance promotes its high price policy, he thought that it would be limited to only 20 coins. The blonde continues contentedly that he turns out to be a much more nosy person than he assumed. The blonde smirks and realizes that this is great because it is finally time for him to cast his line. Aaron looks at the system window to himself that he has listed a mid-level mana stone for 20 gold and that it is an icon of mutually beneficial growth that cares about consumers and that he is publishing it. People all over the world are happy that the price is finally 20 coins, that it has gone down, and that many people said that paying 25 coins for such a thing is just terrible and that another one marked the goods as not selling. Then the Alliance had no choice but to lower the price and that the same seller who had a conflict with the Alliance has returned. Aaron slowly eats a cake. He receives a lot of notifications about stones being bought in multiples of 10. The blonde is sitting on the couch contentedly. He looks at his fork and notes that this is great because everything is going exactly as he thought and that now is the perfect time to sell such stones. Aaron sees a window that Mr. Gerard has sent him a message asking if he wants to join the conversation. Aaron agrees to the conversation saying that he didn't expect such a quick response from him. Gerard yells at him with insults and questions about what he came up with again. Aaron, stunned, holds his hand saying that he is also glad to see him. The blonde lowers his eyebrows and says that he noticed that his business is thriving and thanks to this he was able to sell stones that cost 4 coins for 20. Gerard, horrified, asks if he is that shameless bastard. Aaron is pleased to hear the question about how he did it, while he answers that it is a commercial secret. The gray-haired man gets angry. Gerard yells at him from the screen with a bunch of insults, to which he replies that he is not here to fight and does not want to hurt him. The guy raises his finger and clarifies that he just wants to earn himself 10,000 gold coins and get out. Gerard spits in anger and orders him not to talk nonsense, and asks if he thinks that at such a moment he will just sit with his arms folded, and notes that with his advertisement he slandered him and created a bad reputation, and states that he himself knows that this is all an excellent reason to file a complaint. Aaron exhales as he asks him to wait because he will soon present him with an official protest, and the guy thinks that he probably went too far when writing his announcement. The blonde looks away and wonders if he really thinks that he did this without a ready-made plan. He imagines Mayam, who continues that these restrictions on the trade of mana stones that he asked about, among the masters of the channel of the Zero system he has a junior comrade, so he will entrust this matter to him, and that in the future they will provide him with more comfortable conditions for his activities in the Zero system. Aaron looks ahead with satisfaction and thanks the elf, because he is now in his debt. Mayam awkwardly smiles with the words that what other debts can there be in their relationship, and if he continues to say this, he will be upset. The pink-haired looks down and notes that whether he knows it or not, there is a phrase that says that as is the greeting, so is the answer. The fair-haired man lies on the bed and answers that he absolutely agrees with him, and that he does not doubt him one bit, to which he is delighted and thanks him, and that he can always count on him. Aaron is pleased and mentally wishes Gerard luck, and asks himself if he needs to say anything else in such situations. The fair-haired man looks at the screen and thinks about what other gift he could give him. Aaron looks away and is perplexed, because an official protest has already arrived. The guy receives a letter from the Jade Dragon asking if he can talk to him for a minute, because he has an offer regarding a part-time job, to which the guy asks again about a part-time job, because perhaps he was sent by the 5 main elixir manufacturers. The guy uses the ability of the Eyes of Providence. He looks forward in shock. The fair-haired man asks in horror where this person came from and if he is an influential person. In the background, Joe receives a summary of the exchange and notes that he is the owner of the guild, and the only inside Richard, and that even the Golden Dragon will be jealous of his skills and wealth, and Jade prominent beauties admire his face, and that he is a Golden Dragon with a jade face and is a combination of beauty and wealth, and that the level of inaction that threatens super advanced players due to the desire to avenge their parents does not reveal its abilities. Aaron shines an eye and is surprised that even from such a short summary it is clear that he is an outstanding person. The guy lowers his eyelids and continues that his goal is to avenge his parents, and wonders if this has anything to do with part-time workers. He receives a letter from the Golden Dragon with a jade face explaining that the matter is about a dispute over hourly wages, so he will take a chance and send him another note and wait for his response. The fair-haired guy looks at the screen and asks why he is beating around the bush, and not clearly saying what he wants, and understands that if he just looks at the report, he can tell that this is a man who seems to have no regrets at all. He smiles and decides to try to play hard to get. The lights are on in the mansion. The guy is standing near the table and notes that 4 hours have passed since he received the note, and that he thinks that he has dragged out the time long enough, and that now it is time to slowly get in touch with him. Aaron shines his eye and calls the system to log into the first system and make him a request to talk to the Golden Dragon with a jade face, and writes to him that he just checked his mail and clarifies what business he has with him. The fair-haired guy keeps his hand in his pocket and reads the response with thanks for answering him, and the guy thinks that he does not understand how he answered him in a second, and understands that he really seems to be in a hurry. Joe holds his hands in front of him, while the blonde comes up with an excuse like he had some business to do, but now he is free, and he himself replies that everything is fine and asks for his forgiveness for disturbing him while he is working. The blonde looks at the screen and suggests that he go straight to the main point and asks how he found out about the part-time job. Joe lowers his eyelids, saying that he rushed and therefore demonstrated the urgency of this matter and did not really prepare for it, and again asks for his forgiveness. Aaron leans over while the brunette continues that he heard that he recently had a conflict with the elixir traders and asks if he is right, and notes that people say that a grave insult was inflicted on the head of the healthcare center called the Great Mountain. The fair-haired man looks away and asks if this means that he is well acquainted with the head of the healthcare center, which is called the Great Mountain, and notes that he himself heard that this head is a real chatterbox and therefore he could not cope with him on his own and therefore dragged him into this matter, and asks if he is right. Joe looks surprised and gives a negative answer with an explanation that he and the head only crossed paths a couple of times and are just acquaintances, and this story was passed from mouth to mouth, and thus sooner or later it was his turn. Aaron replies that it is still not so important, and clarifies what kind of business he has with him. Joe looks carefully and answers that he heard that he has 10 tickets for providing reports. The fair-haired man smirks and asks to look at this, and apparently that Mayam's words have some weight for them, and notes that he did not think that anyone would believe such nonsense. He remembers Mayam, who told him that he would simply say that the stock report was drawn from a random box, and he himself thinks that if he sticks to this legend, he will not lose anything at all. The guy smirks and asks himself if he should add a little pepper to this legend. Joe looks on enthusiastically, while the blonde asks again where he knows this information from and adds that he seems to have not shared this information with anyone. Aaron looks into the tap and hears that sometimes it happens to get the necessary information and gets down to business with the question whether he still has those 10 tickets, or they are gone. The blonde one shines his eye and says that he had them, but he has already used them. Joe looks down in horror. Joe lowers his head and frustratedly replies that he understood him, and that nothing can be done, and thanks him for taking the time to see him despite his busy schedule. The guy is stunned to hear Aaron's addition with the words that he does not have those 10 tickets, but he still has the right to provide the report. The blonde guy glares as he asks if he's telling the truth and how many pieces he has left, to which he replies that he has 5 pieces left because he used the other 5 to go to work part-time. Joe frowns and asks if he really has 5 pieces left. Aaron stares at the screen and asks if there's a point in lying to him. Joe smiles. Aaron, confused, hears them laugh out loud. Joe happily shouts that he finally gets his chance to get revenge and that those bastards are going to burn in hell because their luck has turned away today. Aaron hears them laugh and wonders if he's still talking to the same person because he feels like he's talking to a bloodthirsty demon. Joe is taken aback. Aaron gets a text asking for forgiveness for being rude because he was too excited and replies that it's okay and that's because he's met all kinds of people. Joe imagines people and explains that there are those in this world with whom he cannot live under the same sky, specifically the enemies who killed his parents. Joe continues sullenly that all his life he lived with the thought of revenge and finally today he was able to see a ray of hope. Aaron shines an eye with the answer that it seems to him that he wants to get the right to present the report, and therefore his enemies are those who are engaged in the exchange. Joe stunned says that this is true and that there is someone he suspects of this the most. Aaron lowers his eyelids asking what to do, given that he understands his circumstances. He still cannot give him the right to present the report. Joe calmly replies that everything is fine and that he will be satisfied and that he asks to transfer the contents to him. Aaron smirks because he hears that he wants to buy these 5 pieces from him for 50,000 coins. He looks down and thinks that if he judges by the phase of his soul and by the fact that he is calmly ready to pay him 50,000, then we can conclude that he is not from an ordinary rich family. The blonde imagines Richard and notes that this was his grandfather, and that he cannot judge how great a man he was as a king because he never heard his name in his past life and that he sees the lack of information about him on the stock exchange, therefore this king does not deal with transactions. Aaron frowns and continues that the fact that he has exactly the amount provided in his account means that they thought that this amount of money would be enough and asks if he should try to make his move. Joe is perplexed until Aaron asks if this is really all he can offer him. The man with dark hair raises his hand and retorts that 50,000 coins is more than 200 grams of gold, and that it is a reserve that will not be exhausted even after 3 generations, and that he knows that he has earned 30,000 coins by using the report 5 times. Aaron's eyes get excited as he continues that he thinks he has made him a good offer. The blonde man happily retorts in response that the amount he has earned from the 5 tickets was exactly 32,010 gold coins and in fact, he has gained much more from this than it may seem at first glance. Aaron stands and continues that by suspending 2 of the top 5 elixir companies for a month, he was able to strengthen his position in the elixir market, and that if you take into account the coins that were earned after that incident, you can't say that he only earned 30,000 coins. He lowers his eyebrows and says that he can't say that everything turned out this way only because of the report, but nevertheless, its presence greatly increased his chances of success. Joe's mouth falls open and he listens to him say that, nevertheless, depending on who and how uses the report, its value will vary greatly. Aaron introduces himself with a sword and explains to him that he also sought revenge and that he was overwhelmed with emotions that he can't simply put into words. The blonde looks at him from under his brows and turns to him formally with a question whether revenge is worth those 50,000 for him. The fair-haired man got excited and insists that if this is really so, then this means that his words about living his whole life with the thought of revenge are a lie. Joe is horrified. He screams that he is wrong and that he has been waiting for this day so much. Aaron smirks and thinks that his reaction is good and exactly what he expected and that now he will push him a little more. The blonde feels something. He quickly looked out the window. Aaron looks away and asks to continue their conversation later, to which he is perplexed why he is interrupted so suddenly, and receives in response that he has one urgent matter and says goodbye to him. Aaron snaps his fingers while he asks him to wait. The guy takes the sword and realizes that suspicious energy is gathering outside. Several windows in the mansion are burning. The man asks the second one if they are sure that they have come to the right place. The brunette sullenly gives a positive answer that he has already checked several times. The second one says that this is good. Bill raises his hand and says that the invasion will begin in a second. The bandits were walking down the corridor. They approached the door from which the light was coming. The guy raised his hand so that the other guys would stop. He crept up to the door and tried to open it. His face was puzzled. The bandit saw a flash of blue mana in front of him. He was shocked by what he saw. Powerful energy struck him. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Looking at their shocked comrade, they asked what just happened. Aaron ran out of the room. Energy was hovering around him. Frowning, the bandits cried out that the protagonist knew they were coming. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Eren rushed past the opponents. His eyes were shining brightly. The protagonist found himself in front of a dumbfounded guy. The bandit was terrified. Electricity struck him. Blood was dripping from the stranger's mouth. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that if he answered his question, he would send him to the next world without unnecessary suffering, after which he asked if he was his target. Eren's hair turned blue and he clarified whether he was their target. A bright light was coming from the window of the building. Bill crossed his arms and said that he saw it. He said with a serious expression that he didn't like it. He thought that the guys were in a mess. The puzzled guy said that he didn't think Eren knew that they were coming, after which he thought that the fool had an aura. Now there was no point in dividing the forces at his disposal into parts. The veins appeared on his face, after which Bill said that they would all go in there together. Raising his hand, he emphasized the fact that they would kill this fool in one fell swoop. Light penetrated the room, through the opening doors. The guys entered the estate. Inspecting the building from the inside, the leader of the bandits thought that there was complete silence, from which goosebumps ran down the spine, after which he asked everyone to be on guard, noting that it was unknown where Eren would suddenly attack from. The surprised guy pointed his finger forward. Descending the stairs, the main character said that there were a lot of them there. Holding the blade on his shoulder, the protagonist noted that he was even more confused because they went into a frontal attack. Surprised, Titan asked who he was. Smiling, the protagonist said that if anyone heard, they would think that he had broken into their house. Frowning, Bill asked if he had killed Gabe. Looking at him, Eren replied that the other guys called him older brother Gabe. The leader frowned at the question of whether the protagonist had guessed that he was the boss of the Black Mamba. The bandits rushed to attack. Holding the blade in front of him, the protagonist said that Bill turned out to be a real rusher, after which he suggested that they save getting to know each other for later. Titan appeared in front of him. Eren dodged the attack. He thought with a satisfied look that Titan was not bad. It was a pity that such abilities were wasting away in a criminal organization. The bandits appeared behind him. The protagonist dodged all the attacks. His blade was covered in a blue aura. The blows hit the bandits. Titan put his blade in front of his face to cover. His face was furious. Bill watched the fight and thought that Eren was much stronger than he thought. The subordinates he brought with him were the elite. Moreover, Titan, who was the leader of the vanguard of their organization, had joined. Clutching the scroll in his hand, the leader emphasized the fact that he hoped that he would not have to use it. Bill whistled to his comrades and thought that if the protagonist did not die, he would lose consciousness. Titan suddenly turned around. The dumbfounded bandits turned their attention to the scroll. Tearing the scroll, Bill mentally asked everyone to leave and save their skins. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Bill created a huge magic circle in front of him. Blocks of ice began to fly out of it. Eren watched this attack with a serious expression. Ice flows flew at the protagonist. Turning around, Bill shouted that he was going to blow them up and that everyone needed to take cover. The boys hid behind the columns. The ice flows began to glow brightly. They exploded. An icy fog rose in the room. Titan looked at the leader and said that it was amazing, after which he asked if it was a pity to use a scroll for 1,000 gold coins in such a way. Smiling, Bill replied that he was sorry. It was a mass destruction magic that could have been used on the battlefield. But, after all, the owner of the aura was. He was taken aback when he heard Eren's voice, who said that he bought this mansion less than a week ago. Surrounded by energy, the protagonist asked if they were ready to reimburse the costs of repairs. The dumbfounded Titan clarified whether the protagonist had received any damage. A frightened Bill asked how this was possible, because he was sure that Eren was at the center of the explosion. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the highest limit was very cool. He could block the magic for self-defense. Touching his hair, the protagonist noted that he was sorry that he could not completely negate all the cold energy. Annoyed, Eren said that his hair was frozen. The furious protagonist cried out that he put a lot of effort into daily care for it. He rushed into battle and said that they would be held responsible for his damaged hair. The bandits, dumbfounded, wondered if he was so furious because of some hair and not because of something else. A bright light came from the windows of the building. Steam rose from the beaten Bill. He fell to the floor. Looking at them, Eren sighed. Looking at the opponents, the protagonist said that if he had not held back, he would have destroyed the entire building. He emphasized with a smile on his face that his hair was at stake. Looking at the beaten guys, he began to reason that there were fewer people there than there were initially. It turns out that he missed a couple of freaks when he dodged the ice blast. His gaze fell on the open door. The protagonist began to run, thinking that they were definitely there. He looked into the room. Eren's face was surprised. There were corpses of bandits lying on the floor. The dumbfounded protagonist looked at the wounds of the dead and thought that their chests were pierced through. Besides, it did not look like a sword mark. The confused protagonist wondered who killed them. He turned his gaze. He saw the outline of a unicorn. Eren held the blade in front of him. The beast began to walk towards him. The protagonist was surprised. Looking at the unicorn, the protagonist asked if it was sorry. The beast's look was smug. Aaron was delighted and said that sorry had changed and that it was amazing. Pointing his finger to the side, he asked if the unicorn had dealt with all those guys. Sylvia looked into the room and turned to him. Standing in front of her, Aaron asked if she was okay, to which he received a positive answer. Stroking the unicorn, he said that this was Sari's transformation. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, asked why he would carry an ordinary marten with him, noting that Sari could take other forms. She would often see such things in the future, so she would soon get used to it. A slight smile appeared on the girl's face. Looking at him, she asked what happened, noting that she heard a loud noise. Her gaze fell on the corpses. Sylvia was scared by the words that there was a black mamba invasion. She should not worry, because he had already dealt with them. Standing opposite, Aaron emphasized that in any case, he was glad to see that she was safe and sound. She should stay in her room with Sari for now. The protagonist with an angry look said that he was going to interrogate her, because he had a lot of questions. Bill began to open his eyes. He was terrified. Looking at his body, the gang leader wondered if he was alive, because he was sure that he had been stabbed in the stomach. His arms were barely moving. The frightened guy asked what was wrong with his arms and legs. The protagonist brought a chair and asked if Bill had woken up and how he was feeling. Enraged, Bill loudly asked what this fool had done to his body. Irritated, Aaron wondered if the one he left alive should say that. The Titan also woke up. The dumbfounded guy cried out that he couldn't feel his hands at all. The leader looked at him and asked him not to waste his strength in vain, after which he suggested that it was some kind of magic. The main character clapped, saying that he had to interrupt this sentimental scene, after which he suggested that they introduce themselves to each other. Sitting on a chair, Aaron gave a fake name, noting that he was saying it in advance, because he was afraid that they would keep their mouths shut and waste his time. He looked at the frightened guys with a smile and said that he had the power to bring them back to life again and again. Burn and revive again. He noted with a crazy look that he would do this throughout the night. The bandits were terrified. They sat by the wall and gave their names. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that if you think about it, this is not an incident in which the boss would take personal part, after which he asked if they were the most important, and if they were somewhere in the middle. Titan closed his eyes and asked if the higher-ups would act like a hunting dog and risk their lives to fight the owner of the aura, adding that they were a group that was thrown out by the new boss. Aaron listened to them attentively with his arms crossed. Sitting in front of them, he said that he thought Titan was a good third-class guy, and that the guys who came with them were definitely fourth-class guys, and asked if he was saying that a group of third- and fourth-class guys were thrown out. The protagonist smiled and asked if they meant that their organization had suddenly become a royal knightly order. Titan closed his eyes and replied that if that were the case, they would at least understand why something like this happened. Clark was a bastard, throwing talented people to the bottom just because they didn't side with him. Aaron held out his hand and assumed that the guy named Clark was the new boss, and asked if they had a tense relationship because they had taken the other side, to which he replied that, in general, that was it. Frowning, the protagonist asked if they were expendable, who would win if they did, and would not mind losing if they did. The protagonist lowered his head and concluded that Clark would benefit from both their deaths and their return with the stolen money. He moved on to the next question with a satisfied expression, how they found him. Bill calmly explained that when everyone was saying that other organizations had done it, he had noticed one detail. That day, one of the waitresses had gone missing. A drop of sweat was running down his face as the leader spoke. That if someone had taken her and run away, there were two options: either they had left the capital together, or they were hiding somewhere in Theros. Aaron's face was calm. After introducing the estate, Bill added that he had looked at several possible routes, and even looked at real estate deals, which is how he came to this place. Resting his chin on his hand, the protagonist asked how he recognized Sylvia. Smiling, Bill said that even if the voice and appearance were changed, it was very difficult to get rid of old habits or gestures. Since she was the main ace of their establishment, he often looked at her. The protagonist with a satisfied look came to the conclusion that Bill was a professional in his field, very perceptive and meticulous for a member of a criminal organization. Looking at the bandits, Aaron thought that one was a torso and the other was a head. This is a good combination. The protagonist with a crazy look suggested that they would be useful to him. Sitting in front of them, he said that he found out everything he wanted. Now he needed to decide what to do with them. Grinning, the protagonist asked if it was true that killing them was the most prudent option. The boys were horrified by what he heard. Bill looked at him and asked what good their deaths would do him. Aaron smiled and said that at least he would be free of worrying about the future. Bill introduced the snake and said that no matter that they were outcasts, the organization would not turn a blind eye to this incident. They had connections all over the capital. There was no place that would not feed them. The embittered bandit asked if he could weather the storm, disturbing the Black Mamba. Looking away, the protagonist replied that his words made sense, although their organization did not pose a big threat to him, but the possible consequences should not be ignored. Sitting in front of them, Aaron said that they wanted to live, and he wanted to get rid of worrying about the future. Perhaps there was some way in which all three of them could get what they wanted. Bill asked with a serious expression if he was asking if there was such an ideal way to solve the problem, and Titan asked him to try to think a little, because if Bill did not know, then he even more so. The main character smiled. Looking at the guys, he said that there was one way. The dumbfounded bandits asked if they needed to get rid of Clark. Bill stood in front of them and said that they would capture the Black Mamba. Holding his finger in front of him, the gang leader said that they had failed their mission, after which he asked if the fighter thought that they would be able to kill that man, even if they made another attempt. The guys' faces were puzzled. Aaron looked at them with a crazy look. The bandits were scared. The guy held out his hand and said that it would be quite difficult. Closing his eyes, Bill replied that everything was not just difficult, it was practically impossible, even provided that all those who adhered to their line came. Raising his hand, the bandit asked how they could even trust that man's word. Standing in front of them, the leader asked what they would order them to do if they couldn't trust him, since he had brought them back to life when they were dying. Looking at the dumbfounded boys, Bill asked if they hadn't seen Aaron resist an ice blast with his bare hands. Placing his hand on his hip, the leader said that although it seemed a little strange, that man had made them such an offer first, they might never get a chance like that again. His face veins stood out as Bill said that they were lucky to have ended their discrimination. If Clark was still in charge of the organization, they would continue to be used as expendable material, and he would try to take them out of the game quietly at all costs. The boys were surprised. Titan asked loudly with an enthusiastic look if they should try to do something great with their lives since they had died and resurrected. The bandits were taken aback by the question, was it the same thing to die here or die there? Smiling, the protagonist thought that those two had excellent teamwork, as he thought, it was a good unity. The guy lowered his head and said that he could not risk his life for a person he did not know. Bill and Titan closed their eyes. They were taken aback when the bandit said that he believed in the commanders. Frowning, he cried out that he agreed. The bandits began to discuss that the commanders were absolutely right. They were ordered to capture the owner of the aura, whose abilities were completely unknown to them, and from another angle, they were the most important link of the most important, as long as their older brother, who was not able to utter a word of protest, was alive and well, he could call himself the boss. The excited bandits cried out that they agreed to change the government. Bill turned around. He nodded to Aaron. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was great. The master of the night Theros would change today. The night sky enveloped the city. Surprised, Clark asked if he had been captured. The guy answered with a serious look that this was true. He was now on the first floor. An angry Clark thought that these were fools, like cockroaches. No matter how much they were crushed, they continued to live. Looking at the guy, he clarified the state of the owner of the aura, to which he received the answer that he was on the verge of life and death. They made a bloody mess out of him. Clark thought with a displeased look that if those fools managed to beat him, then the protagonist was about the third, after which he ordered to tie him up and bring him there and, just in case, to take a couple of guys with good skills with them. The guy bowed and replied that this would be done. He left from there. Holding the glass in front of his mouth, the man thought that it would be great if the bandits died there altogether, but nothing could be done if the fool who robbed the Enterprise turned out to be not such a master. The chains rattled on Aaron's legs. His hands were also cuffed. Titan and Bill led the protagonist into the room. Looking at him, Clark asked who he was, adding that he did not recognize his face. The protagonist stood in front of him. He closed his eyes and gave a fake name. The enraged man clarified where his money was. Aaron, with his eyes closed, asked why Clark thought it was his money, since it belonged to Gabe. He frowned and said that it was his now. Looking at him, the man said that he was crazy. Raising his hand, Clark said that it belonged to the Black Mamba, and the Black Mamba belonged to him. Sitting at the table, the man asked what happened to the money, and whether Bill took it with him. The bandit nodded calmly. Enraged, Clark said that Bill had lost his mind and asked why he was repenting. He slammed his hand on the table and asked if the bandit was able to stand at attention and report everything properly. Smiling, Bill said that he never did anything pointless, and then asked what the point of talking to a corpse was. The dumbfounded man asked again. Bill turned around. The bandits' faces were serious. Standing next to the protagonist, the guy emphasized the fact that there was no one in this room who should stay alive. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was very good news. A white aura began to hover around him. The chains on his hands began to break. Aaron broke free from the shackles. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Clark was scared. The protagonist, looking mad, said that Bill and Titan needed to get out of there if they didn't want to kick the bucket. Aaron started killing the bandits, swinging the chain. The bandits screamed in pain. Blood sprayed from the people. The guys fell to the floor. Blood got on the protagonist's face. Frowning, Clark thought that for some reason he had some kind of strange premonition from the very beginning, and then wondered what kind of owner of the aura this was. He pounced on the protagonist from behind and mentally asked if these fools had joined him and planned all this together. Aaron managed to turn around. There was a grin on the man's face. Dodging, the protagonist wrapped him in chains. Clark was shocked by what happened. The chains began to strangle the leader of the gang. The protagonist stood behind him. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He said with a crazy look that thanks to Clark, he will absorb the Black Mamba. The stunned man screamed for Aaron to stop. The protagonist finished off Clark. Bill and Titan opened their mouths in surprise. In front of them sat a guy wiping his face from blood. He turned his attention to them. Looking at them, Aaron asked why they froze in place, then asked to go inside. Putting a towel on the table, he asked what happened to the lower floor, to which he received the answer that they dealt with all the gang members loyal to Cluck, and tied up the servants and controversial gang members and threw them under lock and key. Aaron said with a serious look that this is great, they did a good job, now speed is life, we need to finish everything before sunrise, and then asked if Bill said that there were brothels, gambling establishments, a trade association and a smuggling organization. The guy answered with a serious look that it was true. The protagonist calmly assumed that he had done enough to deal with the top brass. Looking at the boys, the protagonist wondered if they could win over the remaining opponents. Bill held out his hand and said that the smuggling organization was still following the previous boss's line, and Titan had once been in their ranks, so the negotiations would most likely go well for them, and the trade association also had a bad attitude towards Clark due to his unreasonable demand for debt repayment. Aaron, holding his chin, replied that this meant that half of them were already on their side. Bill, puzzled, said that was true, but the main problem was justifying their actions, because otherwise it would be treason. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they could just make up a justification. Sitting in front of them, he ordered to spread the rumor that Clark was the culprit of Gabe's murder, and that Clark was the one who hired the Aura user. They found out about this while investigating the case, and drew their sword. Surprised, Bill said that this was not bad. In this case, they would even be able to lure the brothels to their side. Looking at him, the protagonist added that then the gambling establishments would be isolated, and they would have no choice but to hang out the white flag. The dumbfounded Titan clarified if they really thought that the organizations would believe such a story. Aaron, with a satisfied look, asked what they thought was the reason for him being caught by them like this. Looking at them, he assumed that there were already those who saw everything and began to spread rumors, noting that it was like Bill and Titan captured the Aura user who is the culprit of the incident in the brothel. The dumbfounded boys listened attentively to the protagonist, who said that therefore they would have no reason not to believe what they said, if, as they themselves said, they were the basis of the Black Mamba. Standing up from the table, Aaron emphasized the fact that he was just a shadow, and it was the two of them who should come to the fore when it came to settling issues with other organizations. Touching Bill's shoulder, the protagonist asked him to use this opportunity to properly influence the public opinion of the criminal district. He looked with a smile at the inspired boys, who answered that they would try to do so. Leaving from there, Aaron said that he would listen to their report in his mansion. They should come there when everything was finished. The protagonist wiped his hair. Walking through his room, he said that such a rebellion was arranged in the middle of the night, but nevertheless, now he got the Black Mamba. He asked with shining eyes to see what decision the Golden Dragon made. Looking at the projection, Aaron read that Joe had been waiting for him all this time, after which he thought that he had been answered in less than a second. Apparently he was burning with impatience. The protagonist was surprised by the words that Grandpa Joe wanted to tell him something. He would talk to them now, after which he wondered if this was the King of Trade himself. The old man greeted him with a serious look and said that his name was Richard. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist thought that this was not a very good sign, and it was not at all that he did not know what to expect, but all because now he had to deal with an experienced merchant. He calmly added that, in addition, the King of Trade does not conduct interdimensional transactions directly, so he cannot see information about him with the eyes of Providence, and asked if he should negotiate with extreme caution. Smiling, Aaron said that he welcomed the head of the Golden Trading Association. Closing his eyes, the old man noted that, as he thought he knew him, to which he received the answer that it was because he was very famous. Richard listened attentively to the protagonist's speech, that he had conducted an investigation into his grandson's environment. He also said that he was acquainted with the head of the health care center, Great Mountain. Lowering his head, the old man said that he had avoided interdimensional transactions all his life, but he could not even imagine that a person from the Zero system knew about him. Sitting at the table, Richard stated that, as Aaron already knows, he is a merchant, an expert in both buying and selling. From his point of view, the protagonist's request seems somewhat excessive. Sitting in front of the screen, the protagonist listened to him say that if you add up the profit received so far, from the 32,000 gold coins that he received for settling the conflict, the amount will be more than 50,000 coins, to which he replied that this is true. Richard said with a serious face that the elixirs of the heavenly level were expensive because their production cost was also not small, and then asked if he wanted to say that during all this time he had earned about 20,000 gold coins. Aaron listened with a serious face that it was quite difficult, because even the head of the great mountain could not earn that much. Disappointed, Joe listened that he did not know anything about dimension trading, after which Richard clarified whether he thought he had gone a little too far. The puzzled protagonist thought that the old man had calculated everything, he could not even argue with him on this matter. Richard calmly listened to the words of the protagonist, who said that he was going too far and underestimating the value of the 5 tickets too much, to which he replied that he also recognized their value. With his head down, Joe listened to the head of the association say that the words about the cost of revenge being only 50,000 coins were shocking when he heard them from his grandson. Aaron listened with a serious expression to the fact that he was right, because he could not set a price for revenge for his parents. Crossing his legs, the old man said that he was a merchant, so he would also consider revenge from a merchant's point of view. He believed that 50,000 gold coins were quite enough. Aaron thought with a thoughtful expression that the old man was definitely different from Joe. It was difficult to anger him, and he knew how to calmly assess the whole situation. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that the king of trade had made a huge mistake. The protagonist, with his eyes glowing in thought, asked if he would play chess with him. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist suggested that he considered the price quite reasonable, and although for him it was also quite a decent amount. He asked with a serious expression if the king of trade was sure that he would not regret it. Interested, Richard clarified what he would regret. Aaron folded his arms and said that they say that children bury their parents in the ground, and parents bury their children in their hearts. He does not know how the old man will live out his last years after the attempt at revenge fails. Looking down, the protagonist asked if Richard could find comfort in the words that he was a merchant, so he should take revenge as a merchant, after which the old man was taken aback. He opened his mouth. Smiling, the protagonist thought, with the appearance of the king of trade in the conversation, it became clear that revenge was much larger and was the cherished desire of the whole family. And not just Joe, the side that could wish for anything was Richard, not him. Closing his eyes, the old man listened to Aaron say that the only one who could give him what he needed. He asked with a displeased look what his conditions were. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought about what he wanted, and then declared that if he continued to stand his ground, then someday he would have a day on his street. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that what he wanted was not coins or items, but trust. Stroking his beard, Richard began to reason that the protagonist seemed like an ordinary guy who was hungry for profit, so he was going to listen to what he had to say, but this friend continued to make excessive demands. Sitting next to his grandson, the old man asked him to convey his words. Lowering his head, Richard said that the Gold Trading Association did not deal with dimensional trade, and he would not open a new business for the sake of report tickets. That was his word. Continuing to sit with his eyes closed, the old man noted that the young stock trader was too greedy, and then wondered if Aaron could not simply be satisfied with a heavenly level deal. He sat quietly and thought that it was not harmful to dream. The protagonist dared to offer an exclusive trade contract with the Gold Trading Association if they entered into dimensional trade. This fact alone would cause a huge stir in the world of Nirim. Richard imagined a pile of gold and wondered if the protagonist wanted to become the sole intermediary and profit from concluding deals. Noting that this was simply unheard of impudence, he could not even imagine how influential he would then become. Joe looked at him and said that the stock trader Aaron made another offer, and if this condition was also rejected, then the old man interrupted him and asked to speak. The dumbfounded guy said that the protagonist asked to invest 200,000 coins. Taken aback, the old man asked again. Sitting next to him, Joe added that Aaron said that he would pay back the entire amount, and even with interest, after which Richard asked how he could take his word for it. The puzzled guy said that the protagonist said that he just had to sign a contract that provided a guarantee from the exchange. Raising his hand, the old man said that he didn't even know what Aaron's trading skills were. If he blindly invested money in something, he could lose everything. Joe pointed to the screen and said that the protagonist said that there was a solution to the problem there too, how to completely eliminate such a risk. Frowning, Richard asked again. Projections flew around the protagonist, who was enveloped in an aura, saying that absorption was beginning. The sponge in his head effect was being applied. General Introduction to Trading. Management Principle. 97 Types of Negotiation Skills. How to Win the Hearts of Customers. All about accounting operations. Were being absorbed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist thought that no matter how much he did this, he still couldn't get used to it, as if someone had opened his head, forcibly shoved knowledge into his brain, and then put it all back. Wiping the sweat from his face, he read that the absorption was complete, and noted that he had finished. After which he asked if the person from whom this knowledge had been extracted could continue to work with him in this field. Richard, with a serious expression, said that it was one of his subordinates who had been by his side since he had just taken his first steps in the trading field. The protagonist, with a slight smile on his face, stated that he needed to convey to him at least words of gratitude. Closing his eyes, the old man replied that there was no need for that, because he had forcibly kept him by his side, while he wanted to move from the capital to the village and look after his grandchildren. He imagined himself sitting opposite the protagonist and added that now that friend would do the same. He was sorry that he would become an ordinary villager, but if his abilities were preserved in other dimensions, he would only be grateful and happy about it. Looking at Aaron, Richard noted that in any case, he would take care of his people himself. He could not worry, because he would be treated with respect, so that he would never feel the bitterness of regret. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that the old man said that the Gold Trading Association did not deal with dimensional trade, and then asked how he was able to immediately arrange for shipment. Looking at the screen, the protagonist listened to the fact that they only did not make transactions on behalf of the company, but at the same time there were no restrictions on individual transactions, and then wondered in words whether any transaction was possible unless the name of the Gold Trading Association was at stake. Smiling, Aaron noted that in any case, this was a real jackpot. The knowledge of a subordinate who spent 50 years of his career next to the King of Trade, the knowledge he needed was directly supplied by the King of Trade. In addition, a huge investment and the desired contract were provided. He looked at the projection of the transaction agreement. Richard calmly said that he had satisfied all his demands. Aaron should not forget that he had made all these concessions on the condition that he would definitely help Joe. Smiling, the protagonist promised that he would provide the goods necessary for revenge for the next 3 years. The old man thoughtfully noted that the protagonist was a stock trader, so this was an extremely unusual bet. No one would have thought that he, who was called the King of Trade, would make a deal with such concessions. Getting up from the table, Richard said that in this case, they would consider that they had agreed, after which he thought that there was no doubt that the contract would greatly help Joe if used carefully. Aaron, with a burning eye, said that he hoped for further cooperation. The old man remained silent. Leaving his grandson, Richard wondered if this was the so-called hope for luck, after which he said that someday a good day would come for them too. Joe watched him go. He looked away, saying that in that case, he would immediately provide him with a list. The attached list popped up in front of Aaron. Looking at the screens, the protagonist thought that all 5 were characters from the 5th world of Nirim. The amount of coins in the account and the level of transactions were different, but there was one thing in common. Holding his hand in front of his face, the protagonist noted that it said that their soul phase was a master of transcendental martial arts. Imagining the outlines of the warriors, the protagonist thought that Joe had also reached the transcendental level, but he did not know if such a young man could confront them. Touching the screen, Aaron concluded that it did not concern him and would send him a report. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had sent him the countdown and asked him to check. The protagonist was taken aback by Joe's words that he dared to joke now in order to get something more, to add another condition. His face was calm. Joe became furious and asked him to admit honestly whether Aaron had fabricated the data just now. The protagonist, with a burning eye, replied that the head of the great mountain had said the same thing. Lowering his head, the boy listened to the protagonist know for sure that the report could not be faked. He asked with a serious expression if there was an enemy among these people, after which he suggested that something had gone wrong. Furious, Joe replied that this was not the case at all. There were 2, but the main culprit was missing. Veins appeared on his face as he said that he dared to ask again if he really had not made any changes. Frowning, Aaron replied that it would be better if it were so, but no matter how many times he was asked, his answer would remain exactly the same. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. The confused protagonist thought that he had a feeling of failure, which made him feel angry and disappointed. Even though he was in another dimension, it was transmitted very clearly. Sitting on the couch, Aaron thought that if the disappointment was as great as his despair, it was sad, but there was nothing to be done. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that if there were 2 enemies among the 5, it meant that they had something in common. Against the background of the black mamba sign, 2 people were talking. They couldn't believe what had happened. Bill stood with his comrade and thoughtfully said that when he first heard the proposal of the Night Master Theros, he asked himself what kind of nonsense he was hearing. But everything turned out exactly as Flip said. Titan stood with his arms crossed when he agreed with the statement. He turned to the interlocutor with the fact that he should take this place. He said that Bill copes well with paperwork, while he only knows how to use force. The dark man slightly turned his head and said that if he settled in this office, he would be no different from the furniture here. Bill looked at the interlocutor and thanked him. Titan asked if his friend found out about it. The guy nodded. Bill frowned slightly and said that he was told that neither healers nor mages would have the courage to do such a thing, and if they couldn't find a mage who had never seen them, then it wasn't even worth trying. Titan hesitantly asked him if he would leave everything as is and received the answer that at the moment there was simply no other way out. Strongman shuddered at the words that he also suffered that pain and worked. Titan said that for some reason when he said to drink slowly, he had a bad feeling. Aaron was holding alcohol in his hands and said that since they had become one team, they needed to raise their glasses once for this, and that he had prepared a cocktail especially for them. The partners looked at the drink with disgust. The hero smiled creepily and said to drink to the bottom. The comrades forced themselves to drink the cocktail. They remembered that day with horror on their faces. Day. A church with a castle can be seen in the distance. The hero sat in front of Bill and Titan and asked them to share their feelings. Bill looked at the protagonist and said that the mood was much worse than he expected, so they have no idea what the demands will be. Aaron crossed his arms and asked what they were going to take over the reins of the organization, and that's why they were so worried. He asked not to worry, because he was a sensible person. The hero rested his head on his hands and said that he would try to give them as much freedom in their actions as possible, because he was not interested in doing business in the criminal world. The partners jumped up in surprise. The protagonist put a note on the table and said that it contained his conditions, and if they followed them, they would never suffer Clark's fate. The interlocutors looked questioningly at the sheet. The first point on the paper said that an attempt to get rid of the bugs would be regarded as treason. The future subordinates widened their eyes in shock and thought that he knew everything. The second clause regarded the disclosure of the identity of the organization's creator as treason. The third established a 15% monthly payment from net income. Aaron watched the reading of the conditions. The fourth condition stated that all necessary materials would be purchased from Flip's trading company. The fifth stated that the Black Mamba, including the trade association, was obliged to actively cooperate with Flip. The sixth clause forced them to consult with the manager on all organizational issues. The partners stood in bewilderment and thought that this was a sheet with conditions or threats. Bill looked at the text and said that to some extent these conditions were quite acceptable. The hero was sitting at the table and asked again threateningly. The partners jumped up and began to assure the manager that this was a very generous offer. Aaron chuckled and said that he claimed to be sane. The protagonist's interlocutors stood and whispered that they also found a sane person. Bill frowned and thought that nevertheless this was not the worst-case scenario. He wondered what exactly Gava would do if he decided to secretly control the situation from the outside. He thought that although the requested monthly payment was quite large, they could still satisfy this demand. He asked Aaron about Flip's trading company, and said that he heard about it for the first time. The hero crossed his arms and said that it was his personal trading company. The partners looked at him in surprise and Bill asked if he was a merchant. The hero raised his palm and confidently confirmed. He said that he had 50 years of experience. The partners looked at each other with a question. Evening, the inner walls of the castle. An empty hall. The door creaked open. At the closed door, he let out a long breath and Aaron removed the invisibility technique and asked himself if there was a need to use it. He said that the security at the academy is not as strict as he thought. The hero exhaled and said that there was nothing wrong with being overly cautious, and that if he was caught, he would be expelled immediately. He sat down on the floor and thought that 15 days was a very short time, but he had managed to do a lot. He thought about how he had reached an excellent rank and imagined himself surrounded by an aura. Aaron continued to think. He remembered that he had made a contract with the King of Trade and acquired the knowledge of an experienced trader for life along with an investment of 200,000 gold coins. An image of an old man flashed in his imagination. He continued to think that thanks to this, he was able to buy out a bankrupt guild and open Flip's trading company. A picture of a large building stood in his eyes. Aaron thought about how he was able to put his man in the place of the boss of the Black Mamba, and remembered his subordinates. He sat on the floor and thought about how he could even sketch out a sketch. He thought he did the right thing by not giving up on his studies at the academy. And if you go outside and look around, you can see that the world is woven from various possibilities. The hero grinned and thought that in the end, even dimension trading exists to improve reality. He straightened up and thought that he would need to ask for another closed training. Jeremy opened the door and was glad that the hero returned on time. Aaron looked at him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that he was just about to visit him. He began to get up and asked about the closed training. The instructor interrupted the student and said that there was a more serious problem. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and asked what problem he was talking about. The master asked if Aaron had ever gotten into trouble before joining the academy. He said that a man from the prosecutor's night corps had come to him yesterday and told him that he needed to meet with Mr. Aaron. The hero asked again with a puzzled expression about the identity of the petitioner and asked what they had answered. The instructor looked at his interlocutor and said that since the closed training had ended only today, he had asked him to come next time and asked the hero if he had any guesses. The young man in the black cloak answered negatively. The instructor thoughtfully took his chin and suggested that it was not a trifle, since such a person had come to him. The teacher took his hand away from his face and said that the visitor had a companion, Nick from the Albert estate. The protagonist was surprised. The hero frowned and thought that he was absolutely sure what was going on here. He remembered the image of an elderly man and concluded that Marquis Dorian suspected him. The corridor of the dungeon. There is a guard at the last door. The protagonist was sitting at the table. The candlelight fell on the young man as he thought about how it was impossible to punish a murderer who had left no evidence, and besides, he had a solid alibi. He looked ahead firmly and concluded that even if he was from the prosecutor's corps, he would never be able to refute it. A man in uniform opened the door and addressed the hero. Aaron looked at him and confirmed his identity. The man made a hand gesture and introduced himself as the commander of the prosecutor's Night Corps Zeniths. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked what case he had been called for, and was surprised in his thoughts that it was the commander himself. The man stood in the doorway and said that there was no need to be afraid and that he just wanted to ask a few questions. The commander pushed back his chair. He bowed his head and asked if the hero would mind if he started right away. The interlocutor sat at the table. Zenith said that the situation was such that they still had not been able to find John. Aaron's face was illuminated by a candle. He said that this is what happened. The commander, with calmness in his eyes, clarified that the hero did not know about it. The protagonist shook his head negatively. Zenith was sitting opposite him. The man closed his eyes and said that indeed. How could he know about it? Because the guards of the Stillgard left the day before, and the incident occurred between midnight and dawn of the next day. The commander looked at the young man and asked if it seemed strange to his interlocutor that John was absent from the academy. The hero was sitting in a simple shirt, and answered that at first he thought that they were in different classes, but was puzzled that he had never seen him during all this time. The interlocutors were sitting in a stone cell. Aaron said that first of all they did not really know each other, and that John always did as he pleased, and therefore he decided that he returned to the Albert residence. William thoughtfully closed his eyes and said that he understood. He sat opposite the hero and said that he had no more questions for him. The protagonist looked at him questioningly. He reasoned with a serious expression on his face that if this was all that he was called to the interrogation chamber for, and that he thought it would be an intensive interrogation. The hero's hands were on his knees. He asked if he could go. William stopped him and raised his hand. He said that there was another person who wanted to ask Aaron questions. The commander looked back and said that now the unknown person could enter. The hero looked at the entrance. The forge door opened. The hero looked at the person who entered and thought that, as expected, the real interrogation would begin right now. Nick entered the interrogation room. He looked and greeted Aaron. The hero looked at the knight and said that his face had become very haggard. William stood by the wall. Nick sat opposite the protagonist and said that in such a situation there was no other way. The knight was gloomy. William looked at his interlocutors with his arms crossed. Aaron's face was expressionless. The man with a gloomy face asked the hero why he did it. The protagonist remained calm. He thought that his interlocutor had missed all the preludes and was hitting him right in the forehead. He asked what he was talking about. The interrogation took place in a quiet atmosphere. Nick said that just a day later, the day after the young man's departure, young Master John disappeared without a trace, and the day before that there was even a fight between the knights. He was gloomy when he asked if this behavior was too strange. Aaron closed his eyes and thought that it was all prepared, and that the basis was too weak. He asked if the knight was serious. He raised his head and said that he was suspected only because he happened to be there. Nick bowed his head and said that he had thought about it until today, thousands, tens of thousands of times. He had concluded that more than a month had passed since John's disappearance, and if he had left of his own free will, they would have had enough time to find him, and that if the young master had been kidnapped, the criminal should have demanded a ransom by now. William and Aaron listened to the man's reasoning with calm faces. He lowered his head and continued to think out loud that there were no traces anywhere, and no one was making demands, therefore it was not an escape or a kidnapping. Nick looked at him seriously, and said, as if cutting off that finally. He half-turned and said that when all impossible possibilities were erased, all that remained was the truth, and he believed it. He claimed that the young man had a motive and the opportunity to put his plan into action. William glanced at the knight, and reminded him that Aaron was the son of an earl and the descendant of a hero. He asked for respect. Nick looked away and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist turned to the commander standing by the wall and asked if this man had the authority to interrogate him, because he was not a prosecutor. William's expression did not change. He said that he came with him because the Marquis asked for it. He asked for understanding. The prosecutor suggested that if there were any objections, they could end there. Aaron refused under the pretext of curiosity. Nick and the hero looked at the commander. The protagonist raised his palm and asked what his motive was. He said that they live in a world where even murder sometimes happens because you looked at someone the wrong way. The interrogated looked at the interlocutor and asked if he could substantiate his guesses, what arguments he had. Nick frowned and began to list that on the night of the disappearance of the young gentleman, the guard detachment of the Stillgard stopped in the village of Tain, on a carriage, only a day's ride from Acadio, and that it was a very busy day. The young man listened intently to the knight's arguments. Nick tilted his head and asked if it was strange. He said that it looked as if the hero was trying to get to the village at all costs. The protagonist exhaled and answered that it was all because sleeping without a roof over his head was extremely uncomfortable. William also stood by the wall and said that sleeping on the ground was uncomfortable, and he would have done the same. The knight glanced at the man. He looked at the commander and allowed such an argument, after which he said that the most interesting part was beginning. He returned his gaze to Aaron and said that the villagers testified that the arriving party remained in the village from night until the next morning. William looked at the knight and said that this was not enough to accuse. Because there were dozens of similar testimonies, Nick calmly replied that they stood their ground, but there was a crucial gap in the eyewitness's testimony. His features sharpened and he said that the man who used the room alone, the one who did not go out until dawn, Aaron Stillgard. The protagonist remained calm despite the statement. He sat and thought that his opponent was well prepared, and he would like to applaud him, but the information provided was still not enough to sink him. William turned his head and asked what the knight meant by Aaron returning to Acadio, making John disappear, and then returning back to the village. The man looked back and confirmed the conclusions voiced. The commander of the Knights exhaled and said that the protagonist was a fourth-class cadet, and he did not even know if he could pull this off for them. The man turned around and said that he had already conducted the experiment, and he had succeeded with difficulty. William stood with his arms crossed and asked that even if it was physically possible, how could they fool the guards? The knight replied that Acadio had a low fortress wall, and it was easy to get in and out after midnight. The prosecutor closed his eyes and asked that the hero had managed to fool John's subordinates, who were in the next room. The knight confirmed gloomily. The commander shook his head and said that this was a complete set of conjectures and assumptions. He suggested that his interlocutor take a rest, because he had gotten too carried away. Nick got up from the table and asked why he hadn't asked for a favor. He moved the table and said that they only needed to check once. The knight stood opposite Aaron and asked whether the protagonist was hiding his true abilities or not. The man looked down gloomily. The hero calmly looked up at his rival. Nick watched Aaron and thought that having rank 1 at 16 was complete nonsense, but from the first meeting he felt some unique energy. He thought that in addition, if the opponent is Stillgard, one cannot conclude that this is speculation. He thought that Zhr and Stillgard should have rank 1, and then all the questions will be answered. The knight's face was ominous. William thought with uncertainty on his face that he did not know whether the main character was a suspect, but the accusation was absurd. Besides, Nick chose not an average family as an opponent, but the Stillgards. He thought that if he was not stopped, then in the end the situation could escalate into a conflict between noble houses. He said that a knight cannot at his own discretion place mana into someone else's body. Aaron stood up and calmed the commander. He argued that it was worth trying to check him, but first to clarify one thing. The hero closed his eyes and said that they insisted that he was involved in the disappearance of the merchant, and this was a little insulting, like falsifying data. He looked up and asked what Nick would do if it turned out that he had nothing to do with this incident. The interlocutor sullenly answered that he would do anything. The hero raised his hand and offered to finish quickly. The knight shook the protagonist's hand. Mana flared up around the characters. The situation was tense, but the characters were calm. Nick was surprised. He thought about Aaron's rank 4. For him it was nonsense that could not be. He looked tensely at the young man and mentally asked why there was nothing. He asked where the excess mana went. The knight's face expressed shock. The mana streams dispelled the darkness. The protagonist thought that if he did not know about the existence of the first system, then he would never be able to find his mana. The hero was serene. He noticed that the first rank mana was blocked in certain vessels, and the 100-year-old internal chi energy accumulated in the lower abdomen was not comparable to the heart mana. The two stood surrounded by energy streams. The mana dissipated. The characters stood where they were before. Nick was stunned. They broke the handshake. Aaron's calm expression did not leave him. William looked at the knight and asked what the results of the check were. The knight answered without looking back that it was the 4th class close to the 3rd. The prosecutor jumped up in surprise. He clarified the youth's class and asked how he managed to get into the middle class of the academy. Aaron looked at the commander and replied that he had recently managed to acquire achievements. William looked away and said that he understood, because at first he was puzzled by the fact that a first-year student studying in the middle class had a closed training, but apparently there are reasons for that. He addressed the young man with the words that his father would be proud of him. He wished him to try his best in the future. The hero thanked him. The protagonist looked at Nick. The man bowed his head and asked for forgiveness for his mistake. William made a gesture with his hand and said that he hoped for understanding, because the captain was in despair, and that was why he behaved like that. The hero calmed the prosecutor and said that he was glad that the doubts that had arisen were dispelled. The protagonist exhaled and said that they were initially groundless. The knight stood with a lost face. The man bowed and said that he was very ashamed of his actions. He claimed that a demon had entered him. The knight stood in front of Aaron and once again asked for an apology. The protagonist turned to the man and said that although he didn't know him well, he hoped that they would definitely find John. Nick agreed sullenly. The young man looked back at the prosecutor and told him that he would go to class. The commander agreed and thanked him for his cooperation. The protagonist opened the door and went out. His lips curved into a slight smile. He thought that this way John's case was closed. The protagonist glanced sarcastically at the dejected Nick and William, who put his hand on his shoulder. Bob indignantly crossed his arms and asked how Aaron could do this to him. The protagonist dejectedly propped his head on his hand and asked what he had done. His friend was loudly indignant that the hero left for a closed training session without saying a word. He asked if the hero understood how worried he was about him. Aaron exhaled and said that it was nonsense, and if his friend had asked the instructor, he would have immediately received an answer about his whereabouts. Bob was gloomy when he shouted that he had not slept at night waiting for him. The hero's face expressed slight irritation. He looked down questioningly. The students looked at the young man and whispered. They were discussing the situation with the closed training among themselves. Questions and assumptions were heard from everywhere. Aaron sighed heavily and thought about the level of thinking of his classmates. The blue-haired guy turned to the young Stillgard. He turned around in surprise. He did not expect to see that guy. He remembered that this was the only student who distinguished himself on the entrance test. The image of a handprint flashed in his memory. He thought that this was an ace who never descended from the top before graduation. A figure woven from mana settled in his imagination. He thought about the fact that the very existence of which was a kind of amplifier of his inferiority complex in his previous life. This is Kai. A young man in a cloak stood in front of the hero. Aaron took his hand away from his face, confirmed his identity, and asked what happened. He thought about why such a person spoke to him. Kai, with a serious face, challenged the protagonist to a duel. Aaron was surprised. His friend opened his eyes wide in shock. The jaws of the other students dropped in amazement. Classmates looked at the group of characters. Voices that did not understand the situation were heard everywhere. Kai and Aaron looked at each other. The blue-haired youth repeated the wish for a duel. The hero turned away and refused. The provocateur with a calm face asked the reason. The protagonist calmly answered that he simply did not want to. He was told that this was not a reason. Stingler looked askance at his interlocutor and asked why he suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel. He asked if he knew him. Kai looked at the hero and answered that it was impossible to refuse the duel, because such were the rules. The protagonist turned to the interlocutor and asked if he knew why the rule was created. Aaron said that if you are at the top, do not focus on your ranking and accept the challenge. This right is given to lower-class students. The blue-haired youth said that he can use it too. The hero calmly objected that this right was not given to feel superior by brutally killing other people. He asked the interlocutor from the upper class to have fun with those who are his equal. Kai replied that the instructor also gave his consent, and he agreed that he would be an observer. The protagonist's face expressed discontent. He thought that if this was the instructor's decision, then he could not refuse, and immediately mentally added that everyone was gossiping about a closed training. The hero sighed and thought that this is exactly why he has no choice. He agreed and asked when the duel would be. Kai said, as if sealing it, that the duel would be now. Aaron looked at his interlocutor with indifference. The students in the audience were shocked. Kai looked at the protagonist. The young man stood up from the table and offered to go. He said that in any case it would not take much time. He turned his head towards the interlocutor and told him to go ahead. The two young men leave the audience. Gossip began behind the opponents. The spectators gathered in the duel hall. Aaron and Kai stood opposite each other with swords. The instructor jumped up from the glance thrown by the protagonist. His whole appearance expressed remorse and thought that he was asking for forgiveness and that these were the rules. The hero frowned and looked away. Aaron turned his head towards his opponent. He asked the opponent standing opposite the reason for his actions. Cashin replied that he heard that until this morning he was at a special training session and among the first-year students no one had ever gotten there before him. The protagonist calmly replied that it was so and thought that only a week had passed since he entered the academy, and this could be said to be an absolute record. His opponent said that he did not understand how this was even possible, because his application was rejected. His face was expressionless. Aaron frowned and asked if he was acting like this because he stole the opportunity to be first from his opponent. Cashin jumped up and hastily rejected the assumption. He said that he was just curious why the protagonist was able to get permission, and he was not. The hero smiled sarcastically and thought that apparently this really hurt his opponent. Stillgard lowered his sword and said that this was an unconvincing argument, and that assignments to the training hall were based on potential, not place in the ranking. He asked his opponent if he knew this. Kai jumped up. The protagonist looked at his opponent and told him that there was a wall in front of him, and thanks to closed training he overcame it. He asked about the same purpose of special training. Cashin frowned slightly and replied that he knew about it too. Aaron raised his hand and asked what the problem was. He asked if his opponent thought that since he entered the academy with the highest grades, he should be the first in everything. Kai frowned and asked what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking about. The protagonist looked at the embarrassed opponent with a grin and thought about the sharp reaction to such a small provocation. He thought about the fact that Kai, who shown in his past life, is still a child. Kai pointed his sword at his opponent and shouted not to think about the fact that he was the only one who encountered a wall. He said that he was exactly the same. Aaron slightly bowed his head and replied that in that case he hoped that Kai would work hard and overcome the problem. The young man frowned and replied that so that his opponent would not go too far, he said that he would check himself to what extent the middle school student had improved his skills, and whether he had the right to close training at all. Kai raised his sword for a chopping blow. Two guys began to fight each other. One guy looked at them in surprise. The man also looked at the hero with his mouth slightly open. The guys continued to fight. The heroes opened their mouths wide. The guy looked askance at the main character. The look was sideways at the guy. Miriam realized in a jump that in his past life the guy had strutted around with his head held high. The look was looking away. The fight was still gaining momentum. Holding the weapon, the hero understood that it was an insignificant spot on his chest. The two heroes were fighting each other. Miriam asked the hero with confusion how long he would defend himself. Looking at Miriam, the guy really regretted that he could not deal with him with one blow. Looking at all the people, the hero understood that in the eyes of others his level was not high enough to defeat the hero. The guy's gaze looked ahead in surprise. Someone's hand was pressed hard into the wall. Miriam rushed forward. Hands waved with weapons. After a few seconds, the hero jumped to the side. The guy looked ahead with confidence in his eyes. The hero stood calmly. Miriam looked at the guy with incomprehension. Looking at him, the main character did not understand what he was doing. Touching the weapon, the guy calmly explained that he controlled his weapon and overcoming speed and gravity. His hands held the sword. The guy's gaze looked away in surprise. The other students listened with interest to the conversation of the two heroes. Miriam, opening her mouth, asked about the instructions. With a smile, the hero calmly answered that nothing more was said. Going forward, the hero decided to demonstrate everything by his own example. The sword was put forward. The hero's gaze looked away in surprise. Confidence and anger appeared in Miriam's eyes. Waving the weapon, the guy could not understand what kind of antics this was. Suddenly the gaze began to look at something. The hero's eyes widened, realizing that he had touched it, but he had not felt the blow. The guy looked at the hero with a smile. Miriam looked around in surprise. Anger appeared on his face. The hero swung his weapon and hit the guy. The hero continued to look forward with a smile. Miriam still did not understand what was happening. The gaze looked forward with incomprehension. The guy asked Miriam with a smile that he still had no right to do something. The gaze confidently looked forward. The guy looked around with interest. Eye was pointed. Everyone became frightened and surprised. The judge put his finger forward and loudly declared a draw. The students began to shout loudly that this was nonsense. The man looked angrily at the guys, offering them to return to class. Looking at each other, no one understood why they were fighting. The guy's gaze looked sideways. The students thought with interest about the closed training. Miriam, with his head down, listened to the rumors from the guys. The head bowed to the judge. A few seconds later, the protagonist left. With a smile on his face, the guy calmly shouted that this was an excellent end to the duel. The judge asked the hero if this was his plan. Putting out his hands, the man calmly answered that they had gone too far. With a smile, the guy said that this was true. Thinking about the technique, the hero said that it was the 8-star darkness sword technique. The judge, looking at the guy, calmly answered that he should have been confused by such a high level. Closing his eyes, the hero sighed. The man, looking at the guy, asked him to hide his skill. Lowering his head, the hero understood that he did not want to lose to that bastard. With a smile, the guy answered that after classes he would need to leave the academy. The man did not understand where he was going this time. The building. People were working, carrying things. Someone was counting objects. Someone was carrying them. Miriam, smiling, looking at this, understood that this was all his. Standing in front of the building, the guy understood that this beautiful view was also his. Turning his head, the hero heard someone calling him. Smiling, the deputy was talking about the incident. Looking at the main character, the boy calmly replied that his business was going very well. Hans gave the boy papers for approval of the decision. The main character calmly saw new employees. Calmly looking at the deputy, the hero decided to make deals and increase employees in the future. The man did not understand where they needed more people. Miriam, looking at her assistant, said that he needed to increase the employees by 4 times. Smiling, looking at the guy, the main character replied that now they would have a lot of business, and in many years their building would become the largest trading company. Standing next to the assistant, the guy told him to be careful and, first of all, to grow the company to the size that would suit him. Showing his finger up, the hero said to repair and expand the warehouse. Looking at the hero in surprise, the man answered that there was quite a lot of space in the warehouse. Looking at the guy, the hero asked him if he had just voiced his thought. Standing next to him, the hero answered that the trading company could use the shabby building. Looking forward in surprise, the assistant said that he would do everything. Looking to the side, the guy was thinking about something. Looking at the hero, the guy realized that Marcus was a good option for the position of deputy. Looking at him carefully, the guy could be sure that he would not strike any blows in the back. Opening his mouth, the guy asked about the secretary. Books lay in stacks on the table. A hand knocked on the door. The girl looked out from a stack of books. With a smile on his face, the guy asked the girl if the secretary had any complaints. The heroine with a smile on her face called the guy. The cat happily jumped into the guy's arms. The guy laughed and couldn't believe that she missed him so much. Smiling at each other, the hero realized that perhaps he had been asking too much of the girl. Smiling, the heroine said that she was only too happy to help. Holding the cat in his arms, the guy told the girl to tell him right away if something happened. Opening her mouth, the heroine replied that the guy's order had already been completed. The hero thought in surprise that it had happened very quickly. The girl, looking at the hero, calmly replied that during the day the deputy had personally picked up their order and that it was currently in the backyard. The heroine was surprised and couldn't understand where he was going to use it. The guy thought about the order with a smile. The secretary didn't understand what they were talking about. There was a carriage parked near the house. The guy, holding the animal, asked it if it could eat everything. The animal looked ahead with admiration. The guy, surprised, wished her a pleasant appetite. Watching the animal, the hero realized that for people it was most likely the same as a carriage made of sweets. The hero sat down and decided to check his mail. Using force, the guy accepted the entrance to the first system. With a smile on his face, the hero saw how a huge number of system windows appeared. One message began to show the store and its changes. Sitting on the bench, the hero understood that the price for the contribution is huge, but it is worth it. With a smile, the hero thought about his assistant, thanking him. Waving his fingers, the guy decided to change the name of the store. The system window showed all kinds of goods of the store. Thinking about something, the hero began to think. With a smile, the guy thought about such a concept. Looking at all the system windows, the guy realized that partner stores have one specialized field. Looking to the side, the thought arose in his head that he is not a manufacturer, but an intermediary. Thinking, the hero decided to diversify the advantages of his store. Looking at the store, the guy understood that it cannot be called that yet. Looking ahead, the hero saw how they called him. The guy's assistant answered with admiration that he was slowly collecting internal energy. Sighing, the hero said that he was asking about the security of the library. The guy, looking away in surprise, understood that all this was not a joke, because now it was difficult to even take one volume. With a grin, the hero said that he wanted to provide him with a partner. Looking ahead in surprise, no one could understand what he was talking about. The main character, smiling, asked the guys what the point of telling him all this was. The smiling assistant said that it was impossible to make a breach in the security. Sitting on a bench, the guy wondered if it was possible to bypass the security. The assistant was surprised to hear how the hero told him to collect more materials than necessary. The hero, smiling, thought about who the business partner was. The main character immediately began to answer that this was a partner store. Joy appeared on the assistant's face. The hero spoke of the store with admiration. The guy did not understand what it was. Opening his mouth, the main character told him not to laugh at such a name. The assistant could not believe that the guy opened a partner store knowing that he would have to go through a very strict check. The hero, looking away, told the guy to prepare records with martial arts. The assistant, looking ahead in surprise, could not believe such a small income. Smiling, the hero said that they should not wait for the weather by the sea and that they should sell their goods in full at a discount. The hero looked ahead in surprise. Thoughtfully looking to the side, the guy understood that such a large sales volume was very profitable. Sitting on the bench, the hero ordered to prepare all the records. The hand pressed on the system window of the finished conversation. With a smile, the hero decided to start replenishing stocks of other products. Night. The guy went down the stairs. With a smile on his face, the hero understood that this sortie was useful for him. Thinking about everything that was happening, the guy realized that he had opened his store and filled the product shelf with everything necessary. Looking to the side, it was clear that now the animal had a confirmed ability to transform. There was a carriage in the yard. The protagonist looked at the apartments in surprise. Looking around the entire carriage, the hero understood that the animal was small then. With a smile, the protagonist understood that he was a god of the highest level. Looking around, the guy realized that there were many other uses and now he needed to feed the animal even more. The gaze looked away in surprise. The guy was standing in a room with 2 beds. Closing the door, the hero decided to look at the partner store. The eyes began to radiate power. The system window showed a request for a conversation. With a smile, the guy began to think that he had finally made a firm decision. Sitting on the bed, the guy asked his friend about his affairs. Opening his mouth, the hero said that he had decided on a lot after a while. Gritting his teeth, the guy answered that revenge must happen. The main character, looking away, answered that he had chosen the right decision. The guy understood that he had spent a lot of time on these thoughts. Looking at the floor, the hero thought that he hated everyone, but not as much as the culprit of what happened. Closing his eyes, the hero understood that if he hid, he would lose the opportunity to take revenge. The main character, looking away, understood that a lot of time had already passed. Calmly watching to the side, the hero thought that after decades some news had reached them 100%. With a smile on his face, the main character immediately answered that they had their own special relationship. The guy looked away in surprise. Opening his eyes, his friend was shocked that he knew everything. Looking forward, the hero said that he knew everything in general terms. A memory of the tragedy arose in his head. It was a terrible case of abuse of the main characteristic of dimensional transactions, allowing the exchange of internal energy. Thoughtfully looking forward, the guy realized that the hero's parents were among the victims. The main character was surprised to hear the guy answer that he was going to wait a little and find the main culprit. Listening to all this, the hero clenched his teeth in displeasure. Clenching his hands into fists, the guy replied that he was burning from the inside with the desire to make them feel all this. Sitting on the bed, the guy answered that he was thinking correctly. Opening his mouth, the hero calmly said that they could contact him at any time. The guy looked forward in surprise. Bowing his head below, the hero thanked for everything said. The system window showed the end of the conversation. Thoughtfully looking forward, the guy understood that they would be able to take revenge. Exhaling, the hero understood that he would only have to take on the responsibilities. Poking his fingers at the system window, the hero decided to look at the reaction of the partner store. The gaze looked to the side in surprise. The mouth was open in surprise. The system window showed that doing this cattle was the right decision. All people looked around in surprise. Someone with admiration understood that he did not have to scour the entire channel in search of the right product. Looking to the side, the hero was surprised that he had such reasonable prices. Smiling, everyone admired the store. Sitting in one place, the guy understood that his business was going very well. Looking at the system window, the hero understood that at this rate everything would be sold out. Raising his gaze forward, the guy understood that now he could move on to the next step. His legs slowly walked forward. The hero calmly looked to the side. Looking sideways, the guy realized that he was familiar with this fifth force. Standing behind the main character, the guy asked why he was standing there at such a time. Smiling, the hero was surprised that they came to him so quickly. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized that if he had behaved quietly, then everything would have been fine. Slowly getting up, the guy thought about real brotherly affection. Looking sideways at his brother, the hero asked him if he was speaking correctly. The brother looked at the hero with displeasure. Looking at his younger brother, the guy could not understand what had happened to him. Opening his mouth, the hero did not understand how he had gained such power. Sighing, the guy thought that it was not so surprising. Looking ahead with displeasure, his brother understood that it concerned him, so he was to blame. Standing in front, the protagonist understood that he did not expect any other reaction. Looking to the side, it was unclear why the hero was so worried. The hero opened his mouth wide in surprise. Standing next to his brother, the protagonist understood that he tried harder than him, but still only had rank 4. Lowering his head, the hero decided to look at his outstanding skills. Looking at his brother, a slight feeling of anxiety was visible. The protagonist understood that he was the one who ignored him and worried at the same time. Introducing all his brothers, it was clear that the hero's thoughts were very strange. The look was angry. The guy looked to the side. Looking to the side, the hero could not understand how pathetic he had been all this time. The guys are standing on the pier. Exhaling, the protagonist does not think that he came here for a tearful reunion with his younger brother. Frank looks at him in surprise. Standing facing him, he asks how he did it. Opening his mouth, the guy asks him not to make fun of him, because his fight could never end in a draw. Looking at him, he asks if it was impossible to do that. Frowning, he says that it is not about that. Raising his head, Aaron says that there is always a way. His eyes widened, because they want to see him. Frowning, they tell him that it is Avon. Opening his mouth, he asks again. The guy looks down and is silent. Exhaling, he says that the guy is funny and if he has something to say, then why did he send him? Putting a finger to his face, he asks him to watch his language. Looking at him, the guy asks if his words are too rash. Exhaling, the protagonist asks where they want to meet him. The guy had an angry face and asked if he really thought the man would meet him personally. Holding a letter in his hands, the guy asked to come to the written address. After that, the letter lies on the floor and he is asked to put on a dress suit. Aaron looks down and is surprised. Frowning, he asks to know what an honor he has been shown, because an invitation to the freshman club is something out of the ordinary. Taking the envelope in his hand, the protagonist says that they simply gave him an invitation to a puppet show. Turning his head away, he wanted to say something, but decided not to. Raising his hand, he asks not to be late. After that, Frank leaves. The protagonist holds a concert and thinks maybe he should go, since the opportunity arose. There was an inscription at the concert, because there will be those with whom, in any case, sooner or later, he will have to run into and those whose faces he sincerely wants to see. We see the number 21. This is the name of the unofficial high society club of the academy, and there are the same number of members, so only students from high-ranking and noble families are invited to participate. The girls are holding fans, because the connections made here remain for life, so many strive to be among the chosen ones. One of them is holding a glass. All the people are talking and this meant the gathering of the rising stars of the current generation, on whom hopes are pinned. The guys are smiling and laughing. Someone is walking in white boots. People began to look in one direction. The main character was dressed formally. He passes by them and the guys are surprised, because they see him for the first time. A smile appeared on his face, because their wariness is quite natural, because in front of them is a body with a tag on it. Closing his eyes, the guy calls himself a high society star. After that, the guy opens his eyes. A girl with red hair is standing nearby. It was Selena, who has green jewelry. Looking at him, he remembers that she was in this club. He turns his head away because in this life it is better not to get involved with her. The girls behind her were shocked by his behavior, because this is disgusting manners. Frowning, she thinks that the guy probably thinks that if he has a pretty face, then everything will go away. Smiling, the protagonist thinks that in his past life he could not see Selena's true nature, and was simply fascinated by her, and there is no use in being near her. Two twins approach him. Looking up, he asks what they want. The guys bare their teeth at his question. Opening his mouth, Hylan asks a question. The guy does not distinguish who is on top, who is on the bottom. Darius folds his arms and says that it's all because of their brother, because he beat him, and now he even dares to ignore them. Aaron remembers Barry, because they are his older brothers. He looks at them seriously, not knowing what to do, because there are too many eyes here to make a fuss. They frown with anger. Standing next to them, the man thinks if he should politely ask them to get out of the way, when suddenly, someone comes to them and asks them to stop. Frank opens his mouth, because the man came. Turning his head, the protagonist says that he came because of him. The guy frowned and asks a question, what exactly to stop? Opening his mouth, the guy shouts that apparently brotherly affection has appeared. He looks in the other direction and remains silent. Aaron looks sullenly into the distance. There was nothing to say. Standing next to them, he says that Avon invited his brother. Hylan turns his head to his brother, because they decide to go. They look in different directions. The protagonist leaves with Frank. Following him, he is told that Avon is alone inside. Exhaling, he asks a question. The future Duke does not want to hang out with mere mortals? Frowning, the guy asks to watch his words. During the time that they did not see each other, he completely lost the feeling of fear. Putting his hand in his pocket, he is told to keep quiet and follow him. Looking down, he thinks that many are afraid of Avon. Walking with his hand in his pocket, he could understand them, because behind him is the aura of a noble family, unrivaled fencing skills and icy charisma. The man sits on the throne, because such qualities make not only students but also teachers tremble with horror, so in his past life he tried not to go against him. Opening his mouth, he was terribly curious. How will Avon look in his eyes now? In Navro there are 3 noblemen, grouped by similar nicknames, and one of them was a steel count. The blonde man was a fiery marquis. The blue-haired guy was a cold-blooded duke. They had a serious face and represented the real power of Navarro, or the appearance of a great aristocrat who can boast of fame at the continental level. Among them, the elder brother stands out, who is the embodiment of unconditional influence on all spheres, and he put his feet on the man. The protagonist looks down. The boy is sitting on the floor and is silent. His face was absolutely calm. With his mouth open, he says his name. Sitting on the couch, Luther praises his appearance, but he is not tall enough. Looking into the distance, the guy asks if Aaron is growing up. Calmly looking, he says that it is possible. Opening his mouth, he asks again. Frank bares his teeth, because he does not know the measure. The guy looks down, and his mood was not very good. The boy is sitting on the floor. Frowning, he wonders if Luther is crazy. Opening his mouth, he was surprised and could not imagine that the family was hiding such a pearl. Looking at him, he says that there is no sea shoal in the north. Smiling, he calls him funny. The man puts his hand on his leg and says that his brother should start to get nervous. The younger brother looked better than him. Raising his hand, he asks how this fool was better than him. Holding his leg, Luther says that even if one fool calls another the same, in his opinion, the younger brother is better to drag around as an ornament. His eyes widen sharply. Raising his hand, the guy decides to end the chatter. The boy sits on the floor and is asked to leave. The guy gets up and holds his chin. We see his exhausted face. The main character was calm. After that, the man leaves. He opened the door and walked on. Aaron looks back and is silent. The two of them look and are told that thanks to the arrival of the newcomer, he was quickly freed. Luther sits on the couch and says if he is overdoing it. Opening his mouth, the guy says that treating people like footstools is pointless. Looking calmly, Aaron asks a question, to some extent. Smiling, he says that he doesn't care what his thoughts are on this matter, because in the current situation he can see everything from this angle. His face suddenly became serious. Sitting on the couch, he asks why there is no politeness. Frank is standing behind and is surprised by the question. Standing not far from him, the protagonist asks, wasn't this the original cultural level here? Raising his hand, he says that the man is already a third-year student, and there is no politeness towards a senior. Opening his mouth, he says that he also decided to adhere to a similar line of behavior. Frank was very surprised. Luther's pupils dilated from shock. After that, the guy snorts. Sitting on the couch, he laughs and realizes that he also has a gift for speaking. The longer he looks at him, the more he thinks of him as a useful thing. With his mouth open, he hopes that his skills are not as good as his art of speaking. Looking seriously, the protagonist reflects that recently he only starts talking about abilities and is probably going to have a duel. Raising his hand, he asks if he had a duel with Kai. Turning his head slightly, the guy says that after the duel with him, Kai continues to remain in this state. He sits near people, and if we talk about general features, it is interesting why the guy gave up. Leaning on his hand, we are told that everyone asked themselves different questions. Closing his eyes, Luther calls them fools and what is so important in victory or defeat. Looking at him, he says that the words about the enlightenment of the steel count are truly important. Opening his mouth, Eren understands that it is he, then he may well be interested in such a secret. He was wearing a cloak, because he was a third-year student. If we consider the academy as a whole, he is among the best. Raising his leg, he asks if he has heard anything else. Opening his mouth, the boy says that he is at a crossroads now and thought that the words spoken by the steel count could be a guiding thread. He looks down and thinks. Standing next to him, Em asks the question, is there anything else? Smiling, the protagonist reflects that he is in the position of a petitioner, but speaks as if it is a gesture of goodwill. He was wearing a black jacket, and the boy reflects that even if it seems that the incomprehensible riddle is now hidden, the more you savor it, the more you fall into the labyrinth. Putting his hands in his pockets, he says that there is something else. Turning his head, Eren says that a knight who has reached the heights controls strength with softness, overcoming gravity with lightness, and overcoming speed with slowness, and these words were said to Kai. Raising his hand, he says that there is fullness in emptiness. His eyes widened, because he does not know what it is. Opening his mouth, he says that you need to pretend that there is nothing, even if there is something, be full, but look empty on the outside, a state when even in outstanding battles you look like an ordinary person more than anyone else. Frank's eyes widened. Luther looks at him in surprise. Opening his mouth, he says that it felt like his consciousness instantly opened. The protagonist exhales, because he does not deal with self-esteem, and if it were possible to achieve enlightenment with a couple of phrases, then perhaps he would have to go through difficulties. Sitting on the couch, he asks why the words are different from what was originally said. We see his face and the man says that the third son knows more nuances from his father's training than the second, and it is unknown who should be excluded. His eyes widened and he could not say a word. The protagonist was serious, and they are told that he would be useful in the family. Opening his mouth, the guy says that earlier the words that he should start to get nervous were a joke, but now he is going to talk seriously. Sitting on the couch, the guy says that he likes them. They are standing not far from him, and he says that this is their symbol, and they can't just go and increase the number of participants. Turning his head slightly, he says that he is sorry to just let him go. Frank's face turned blue, and they are told that they need to make room for their younger brother. Raising his hands, he asks if this is true. Exhaling, the guy says that he does not need to have 2 offspring from their family with him. The protagonist's face was serious. Opening his mouth, Avon asks to make his face simpler, and that he should say thank you. Looking into the distance, he realizes that every word he says sounds like a nitpick. Sitting on the couch, the guy asks not to worry, because he will stay in this club. Opening his mouth, Luther asks to fulfill his request. His pupils decreased and Frank happily agreed. Raising his hand, he asks for a trivial duel. His eyes widened sharply. Eren was serious and silent. Avon smiles and says that they are just testing their strength and need to check something. After that, he hits him on the cheek. Frank falls to the ground. Clenching his hand, the guy says that this is overcoming speed with slowness. Eren looks at him seriously and thinks that he is demonstrating the difference in abilities. Frank wipes his face with his hand and is asked to try harder. The guys look and say that today he has been given the role of a punching bag. The girls also talk and do not understand what the guy is worth. The boys smile and always knew that something like this would happen someday. He still wipes his mouth. Raising his finger, Avon asks to attack. Frank bares his teeth in anger. After that, he swings his fist. The guy makes the first attack. Opening his mouth, Avon asks, is this the control of the power of softness? Frank winces and still bares his teeth. He hits him on the cheek. Frank holds his nose. After that, he is hit again. Then he is hit on the other cheek again. Luther attacks him. The main character was serious. The men smile, watching the performance. The girls also watch and giggle. Frank falls near the table. They come to him and say that he made a couple of hits, and he stretched out his legs. Raising his hand, the guy orders him to get up. Frank is sweating. Suddenly, someone stands up near him. It was Eren, who asks him to stop. The guys were surprised by this question. Selena also looks at this. The boy with blue hair opens his mouth. Luther frowned and wondered if he had been told that. Eren was calm and saw only a one-sided beating. Raising his hand, Avon said that he could not get enough from one spoon, and that was how he learned the truth. His mouth gaped, and he said that if this were a wall that could be overcome by doing such nonsense, then even a dog could use the aura. He winced in anger and said that it had been a long time since he had seen anyone be rude to him, despite the leniency shown. Turning his head, he asked if he really thought the fools in his family could cause any trouble. Putting his hands on his hips, Luther asked how much longer they were going to brag about their grandfather's achievements. Closing his eyes, he asked the crowd if they were interested in hearing the answers to these questions. With his hands folded, one of the people called them weaklings. He turns his head and thinks that his blood is boiling in his veins, but this is the reality that he must accept. The man holds a sword, because their family is no longer the same that was revered as heroes. He extends his hand to Frank. Opening his mouth, he asks to leave. His eyes widen sharply. The guy bows his head. Then he takes his hand. Smiling, Luther asks if they are going to just leave. Turning his head, he asks if he needs his permission. Opening his mouth, he says that they can leave, but they must remember one thing. We see his face and he says that he always pays off both his benefactors and his enemies. In light of recent events, they belong to one or the other. Frank was very surprised. Looking at him, he says that he sees no point in handouts. His eyes widened and he asked again. There was a black and blue aura around him, and he asks if he did not give him what he so desperately wanted. Standing not far from each other, the guy says that this is the knowledge of the enlightenment of the Steel Count. His eyes widen sharply. Exhaling, Aaron says that even knowing the secret, he is still not able to comprehend the essence. Smiling, the guy walks away from him. Frank follows him. Opening his mouth, the guy calls them cowardly northern rats. They are still walking along the corridor. A smile on his face, because let them laugh at their leisure, because soon everything will change. We see his face, because the ingrained humiliation of his family will fly to pieces. It was night in the palace. The guys are walking along the street. Turning his head slightly, he understands that he held back in vain. He stands with his back and tells him that it is all because of him. Frank bares his teeth and trembles. Raising his hands, Frank says that he did the wrong thing and now they will kick him out of the club and make him an outcast in the class. Steam formed around him. Opening his mouth, the guy asks a question: is he so afraid of Luther? His pupils have become smaller because he is afraid, because he is the one who does not pay attention to anything. Standing next to him, he says that you can't look at him without tears, and why did their family suffer such a fate? When suddenly, Frank calmed down. His hand was near his pocket, and they tell him that it's all about them, because they wouldn't have done the same to his older brother. There were scars on his face. Looking seriously, the guy sees that you can tell from his facial expression that he thinks the same. Looking into the distance, he thinks about what to do and, frankly, has been holding himself back for a long time. Frank looks at him in surprise. Exhaling, he understands that he cannot show leniency and will just go and paint it well. After that, he goes on saying that he continued to be overcome by doubts. Raising a finger, he asks where Aaron went. He is standing with his back to us, because he does not have warm feelings for him, but he still remains an older brother. Looking back, he talks. His eyes widen sharply. There was an aura around him, because such behavior had insulted their family. Two brothers were standing next to him, asking why he had come here. Exhaling, the protagonist asked why they always got in his way. One of them was grinning, because he couldn't see who was standing in front of them. Luther was holding wine and smiling, allowing them to do whatever they wanted with it. Then he brought the wine to his mouth and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. The brothers smiled at these words. The guys were warming up and realized that he had come without his brother, because he felt uncomfortable. Aaron opened his mouth and asked if Barry hadn't told them anything. Looking at him, they said that he had, because he had used dirty tricks during the competition. Exhaling, he called them pathetic. They frowned and called him a fool. Suddenly, they were hit in the stomach. Sweat started to appear on their faces. The main character's hand was steaming, and the guy asked to know that this would happen to them because the younger brother had kept quiet about many things. They were lying on the floor. Luther was surprised by this. The people were also looking and could not believe it. The other guy was also looking at this. Aaron opened his mouth and addressed the man because he wanted to have a trivial duel. His eyes widened from this. The guy raised his hand and said that they would just measure their strength. The people were surprised because this was a provocation. The guys looked at each other because he had a draw with Kai, and perhaps because of this he lost his fear. The other man turned and said that he would kill him with one blow. The people were talking because they did not understand what was going on. Luther was standing next to him, and we did not know if he would accept the challenge. He looked down and called him a fool who had no idea about relationships and society. The guy wrinkled his face and asked if he was in his right mind. The people were surprised by this. Aaron exhaled and asked what he was muttering under his breath. Opening his mouth, the guy agrees to a duel. Raising his finger, the protagonist asks to attack and will demonstrate what he told about earlier. Avon bares his teeth in anger. Clenching his hand, the guy says that he has finally gone off the rails. After that, he hits the shadow. Luther notices that the enemy has disappeared. Avon turns his head, because he was at a loss. Aaron appears not far from him. After that, he clenches his hand and decides to hit again. Again failure, because the enemy is gone. His eyes widen sharply. His hands are in his pockets, and he asks where his eyes are. Smiling, he asks to try, because he will begin the demonstration only when he matches. Luther bares his teeth and calls him a fool. A red aura appears around him, because he has been holding back all this time. He opens his mouth and says that he will knock out the jaw now. Suddenly, Eren hits him. His face was absolutely calm. The guys were surprised by this. Selena also looks at this performance. The guy had a drop of sweat on his face. There was a blow on his cheek. He holds it. Then he gets blown again. The protagonist blows him again. His hand moves towards him and asks if he is beginning to understand. We see his mutilated face. He falls near the table. Eren is standing not far from him. There were drops of sweat on his face. The people are grinning and surprised. The guy opens his mouth and says that he has a face like he does not understand anything. His eyes are wide with hatred. His hand was in his pocket, because he was a hawk, hiding his claws. He is standing near him. There was a smile on his face. The guy wrinkled his face with anger. Wiping his lips, the guy does not understand what this is and how he dared to disturb such a family. Opening his mouth, Avon asks not to leave a wet spot of him. A man comes out of the crowd. Then another one comes out. Then a third one comes out. They stand near the guy and ask the question, what kind of crazy, daredevil bastard decided to stir up trouble? Opening his mouth, the guy asks if they are not ashamed to play 3-on-1 against the first year? The guys look at him seriously. Smiling, he decides to have a good row. They stand near him and Eren decides to look at the abilities of the future knight squad of the royal family. One of them squeezes his hand to hit. Suddenly, the guy misses. He wrinkled his face in anger. The main character makes an attack with his foot. He hits him on the neck. The guy raises his head and makes sounds. After that, he is on the ground. Luther opens his mouth in surprise and does not understand if this is possible. The guy with blue hair is also surprised. Selena's eyes widened. The guests look at this. Eren stands near the enemies who are lying on the floor. His face was absolutely calm. Luther still had a scar on his face. Raising his hand, Avon calls the man. The man with purple eyes comes out and asks if he is aiming to reach the threshold of the second class. Turning his head, he thinks that he has an eye for such things and it was impossible to kill anyone, so he released exactly as much power as corresponds to the threshold of the second class. We see Black Boots. His face is absolutely calm. Percival is standing next to him and should graduate from the academy next year. A smile formed on his face and he says that with such abilities it is permissible to behave arrogantly and nevertheless, it was necessary to restrain their ardor until they graduated from the academy. Exhaling, the guy asks, weren't they the first to climb on a person who did not touch anyone? His arms were long and he says that he has a good family, outstanding abilities. His pupils sharply decreased. A red aura appears around him, because they are not a club where a first year can dictate the rules. The guys were surprised by such words, and especially the red aura. Luther smiles and understands that he will not be able to get away with a couple of injuries. There is a red aura near his hand and there was something to see. Raising his hand, we understand that these are the famous spheres of light of the red moon. A smile forms on his face, because his strength needs to be tested. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, is he laughing? After that, Percival runs at him, because now he will not be laughing. We see red objects. People decide to step back, because they can be hit. The guy smiles, because Eren is steadfast. The man crosses his arms. His face is calm and he thinks that he is disappointed and he is far from being called a famous warrior. Defending himself from attacks, he thinks about what to do. If he uses internal chi energy, it is not difficult to suppress the attack, but if you defeat the aura user without using it, then this will truly shock everyone. Opening his mouth, he thinks about what is better to use. Percival swings his hand again. As suddenly, the main character moves away from him. Luther raises his hand to avoid getting hit. He has a smile on his face because it's over. In a second, his joy disappears. The guy's arm was twisted. The guys bare their teeth in surprise. Selena widens her eyes in shock. The guy is also surprised by this. Luther's cheeks were red and he doesn't understand how a first year can do this. There is a white aura around his hands. Percival is lying on the floor and screaming. His hand is near his hip and he wonders if his opponent is overdoing it because he is an aura user and because of this, all his bones will heal in a week. After that, he turns his head. The people were in complete shock. Looking at the crowd, he felt like they had caught seasickness. With crazy eyes, he asks them to stop staring at him. The guys are still looking at him. After a while, the guys started looking at each other. They clap for him and tell him that he watched the whole process with his own eyes. But he still can't believe what he saw. Luther opens his mouth and asks what the family still has gunpowder in their flasks. Looking away, he asks why he suddenly started talking. Raising his hand, he asks to end on this note. Straightening his palm, he decides to make a sincere offer. Luther offers to join the 21st Club. Opening his mouth, he says that if he had waited 2 years, his era would have arrived. Looking calmly, Eren asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. His cheeks were red and he says that the world is outside the academy. Pointing at everyone, he says that all those gathered here are talented people who will lead the political life of Navarro in the future, and let him think about what could be better for him. The guy just looks and says nothing. The guys smile at him. They all have dark hair. Selena looks calmly and says nothing. One has blue hair and is waiting for an answer. Luther frowns while waiting for an answer. Eren scratches his nose and says it's funny. His look was crazy and he asked again. The protagonist sighs and asks what's so difficult to understand in his words. Grinning his teeth, he talks about mercy. Putting his hands in his pockets, he says that these words are spoken by the one who ends up holding onto his father's pant leg and has nothing to brag about himself. The guy takes a sword out of his clothes and asks him to close his mouth. People are surprised by this and began to be afraid. Luther runs at him and asks how dare he talk like he knows something about him? Opening his mouth, Eren says that he crossed the line. After that, he straightens 2 fingers. The sword falls out of the enemy's hands. His hand reaches out somewhere. When suddenly, the guy grabs him by the neck. He lifts him while he screams. His body trembles and the man says that he won't get away with this. Smiling, the protagonist says that he has always been special. His face was calm. Approaching his ear, Eren says that for her he is nothing more than a worthless fool, and does not see anything special in him. They are standing in the crowd and says that the Club 21 is just a sand castle. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, what is he talking about? His face has become more fierce and asks to be careful. Grinning his teeth, they tell him not to have thoughts of destroying this castle. After that, Eren turns around. The guy looks into the distance, and does not understand what is happening. Suddenly, he throws it on the floor. The guys open their mouths in shock. Selena also does so in surprise. The guy with blue eyes has smaller pupils. Luther is lying on the floor. His eyes are completely white. He stands and looks at the crowd. Opening his mouth, he asks them not to cause trouble either. The guys look in different directions and are silent. Near the main character there was a black silhouette, because he is waiting for an answer. Their eyes widened in fear. They stand and say that they will not. His face was completely serious. The people look at each other. The guy with blue hair is surprised. Selena smiles at this turn of events. The protagonist turns his head. After that, he leaves them. It was night, the light was shining in the house. The guy opens the door and enters. The guy looks away, because he saw something. Eren, his mouth open, calls his brother. He stands with his back to him. Frank turns his head when he heard his voice. Clenching his fist, the man asks a question. Will he pretend that he did not see anything, although everything is exactly the opposite? His face was calm. Frank, with scars on his face, is silent. Looking down, he asks a question, how could he even leave? Not far from them, a light was shining from a window and the guy asks, why not? Or did he think that now that he fell out of favor with Luther, his life at the academy would become unbearable? Exhaling, he asks another question, was it not enough for him to be beaten, but he was also going to ask for forgiveness? Opening his mouth, he says that his brother has changed a lot and the past Frank would never have given up his pride. His eyes widen and the guy asks what he means. Frowning, he asks the question, does he think that he bows his head in front of the younger students because he likes it? His gaze was calm and he thinks he understands him perfectly. Luther looks at his hands because his tentacles, destroying their family with their suckers, a goat in the name of merit that no one, including his family, could earn. Opening his mouth, the guy says that his brother himself has changed. The windows glow behind him and the protagonist says that he secretly trained a little. Closing his eyes, he says that it's all true. Frowning, he asks why he did it. Squeezing his hand, they ask him if he is pretending not to understand on purpose. His face was scared, because Eren did not have to turn Luther against himself. The man cracks his neck and asks how the boys got to this point. Looking into his eyes, he says that his brother is always hostile. He remembers his former self. Opening his mouth, the guy says that a brother is still a brother. Closing his eyes, Eren says that if he is going to hit, he should punch him. His pupils become smaller from such words. He closes his eyes and remains silent. Standing next to him, he asks to hit him. Eren squeezes his hand and asks if he really watched everything properly. His eyes have become small and the man asks not to hit too hard. Exhaling, the protagonist remains silent. Looking down, he thanks his brother. His face became worried, because Frank scared him. Raising his hands, he asks what he will do now. Opening his mouth, the man says that he has an idea, but does not want to tell. His pupils dilate and the guy asks if he is afraid that he will run to report this to Luther. He closes his eyes and asks if it is interesting to watch a play when you already know the ending. Opening his mouth, the man says that it is not interesting. Walking away from him, the guy asks to enjoy the show. The guy throws glasses and calls people useless nobodies. Raising his hand, he asks how the 3 of them attacked and none of them could win. The guys look down and are silent. Luther looks at the crowd and tells them that the guys are good too. If someone dares to stir up trouble, they need to unite and teach the impudent fellow a lesson. They look down and are silent. Percival comes and asks them to calm down. Opening his mouth, he asks him to shut up, because he also didn't show his best side. The guy bares his teeth and is told that being the best in the class, he doesn't even feel a sense of shame. Luther looks at him and growls. Exhaling, he asks how his hand is. Looking at it, the guy says that it's bearable. Standing next to him, he says that he was careless. Frowning, Percival says that he hid the fact that he has an aura and a very powerful one. Even with such a flawless attack, he is only in the beginning stages of the second class. His eyes turn white and he wants to win next time. Opening his mouth, Luther says that he is glad to hear this, but if he fails, he will have to ask the upperclassmen for help. Raising his hand, he asks to remember that everyone present here must keep their mouths shut. Frowning, he says that if information about what happened today leaks out, he will definitely find out who let it slip. The protagonist puts his hand on his cheek and thinks that no one can be told about this, and this problem should be solved in a close circle. There is a smile on his face, because he does not know how he managed to act, right according to plan? Aaron looks at the building, because for some time everyone will be silent, as if they had water in their mouths, so there is nothing to worry about yet. With his mouth open, the man decides to move towards the true purpose of his visit to the 21st Club. We see two buildings in which the lights are on. Someone is standing near the house and crying. A knife is trembling in his hands. Remus has tears running down his cheeks. The guy is holding a knife pointed at him. With his mouth open, he is offered to make a bet. He turns and sees the guy. With his hands folded, the protagonist says that he cannot stab him. His pupils have diminished, because he remembered him. Smiling, the man asks if he remembers him. There was sweat on his face, and he remembered him. Remus slouches when asked about suicide. He smiles and says that he understands him, and also that his older brother is going a bit overboard. Even if they have different mothers, the guy really went too far. His eyes widen from such information. He was shocked, because he doesn't know how he knows. Standing near the house, he asks a question: is there at least one cadet who doesn't know that they are brothers? His eyes widened, because he has never shared such information with anyone. Exhaling, the man says that he won't say how he knows. He looks at him, and is silent. Raising his hand, Aaron says that in any case he won't be able to stab himself, and therefore it's better to give up the dagger. He begins to bare his teeth. After that, he takes the weapon with both hands. Remus puts the knife to his stomach and screams. Suddenly, someone takes his hand. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. The main character is next to him. Smiling, he couldn't even think that he would actually strike. Looking at each other, he asks to take his hand away. With his mouth open, he says that the older brother is too strong a problem, and the fact that the younger brother is too weak is also a problem. It would be good if the strength was mixed in moderation. Sweat is pouring down his face. Holding his hand, he says that if you look at him, you can assume that he has a rather hot temper. With his mouth open, Remus asks to let him go. Looking at him, he says that if he drops his hand, he will try to slash himself with a knife, and if he answers negatively, he will loosen his grip. He frowned with anger. The protagonist looks calmly. Holding the dagger, the guy says that he will not and let him go. Aaron relaxes his grip and remains silent. He still holds the knife. He sees his reflection in the weapon. Tears begin to flow from his eyes. Remus throws the dagger to the ground. Closing his eyes, he screams that he does not want to die. With his mouth open, he asks the question, why cry like that? The crying became louder, because if he continues to live, he will be no different from the deceased. Aaron turns his head, thinking that he is right in some way, because that bastard, Luther, is good at bullying others. He looks down, because there was no certainty. Tears flow from his eyes, because he has an uncertain expression and attitude, a weak impression without a shred of dignity. Closing his eyes, he thinks that if he is molded into something worthwhile, then he will probably have to sweat a lot. Aaron turns his head, asking if his family treats him better. Opening his mouth, he agrees because his father does not belittle him in any way. Looking at him, the protagonist says that it is like the Duke, to be cold to everyone is to say that everyone is equal. Putting his hands in his pockets, we learn that this is why Luther hates him so much. Tears are streaming from his eyes, because during his stay at the ducal residence he adhered to certain rules to some extent, but everything changed at the academy. Luther puts his feet on him, because he built his own kingdom here, and he is a prisoner, receiving the king's hatred. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: has he thought about escaping? Remus looks down, and says that this is not destined to happen, because he is still not considered a man. Squeezing his hands, he says that they are pointing a finger at him, because he is no better than an animal and his father will abandon him too. Raising his head, Aaron understands that Luther is mocking him, because he knows everything and apparently that is why he was going to lose his life. Remus looks at him, and is silent. His eyes widened, because he was told that it is too early to die young. Raising his finger up, he says that thank God they met. Turning his head, he decides to help him. He opens his mouth, because he will make him the head of the ducal house. They are standing outside and Remus asks if he will help him become the future head of the family. Opening his mouth, he asks him not to talk nonsense. Looking at him, Eren says that this is all serious. After that, the guy leaves, because this is complete nonsense. We see their backs. Turning his head, he thanks him for saving him and will definitely pay him back. Slouching, he says he is not a duke yet, is he? Exhaling, he says that he is not a duke. Opening his mouth, he says that he would like him to laugh at what he did to his brother. His eyes widen and Remus asks what he did to him. Turning his head, he says that after hearing his story, he does not believe it, and it is better to find out for himself. After that, he leaves and says to find him when he makes a decision. There is sweat on his face, because he is extremely surprised. Smiling, Eren thinks that even if he does not like it, there is no choice but to become a duke. He sits on the throne, because in a few years Luther will die of an incurable disease. Looking away, he thinks that he just needs to make a small contribution to this process. It was night in the city, lanterns were shining in the windows. The guys were sleeping on the beds. The protagonist looks at the ceiling and thinks that the policy of the 21 Club is to form connections with cadets who are likely to succeed in the future. He was calm and thinks, because such an undertaking will hardly be half successful. A smile appears on his face, because only those who will succeed are needed, because there are promising students who will turn from ugly ducklings into beautiful swans. We see the silhouettes of people, because the future head of the ducal family was a loser, who in the future will become the owner of the magic tower. Sitting on the bed, Eren thinks that all this time he was too frivolous about the academy. The creation of a trading company taking control of the criminal of the world will help move forward. The boys stand and smile, because these are the cadets gathered at the academy. This is the future of Navarro himself, and it is necessary to take away the diamonds and make them his people. Opening his mouth, he says that first of all, it is necessary to increase his own fame. Morning came, the sun was shining on the buildings. The man opens his mouth and asks a question, who is he? Another young man looks down and says that he knows him. The guy with blue eyes widen his eyes. The main character stands in front of them. Looking into the distance, he understands that the atmosphere in the upper class is quite fierce. We see someone's shoes. They come up to him and ask what business a cadet from the middle class has come here for? His eyes became smaller, because he was fed up with the fact that wherever he goes, a doorman appears on his way. Folding his arms, they ask him his name. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, why does he need to know? Looking at him, the man says that a name is useless, and what is the rating anyway? He had no hair and Larry says that he is in 30th place. Looking at him calmly, he says that it is weak and not suitable. Frowning, Larry screams at how dare the guy hang out here and say such things. Grinning his teeth, Eren realizes that if he is ranked 30th, then he is in last place in the upper class, and if he defeats him, he will automatically move up to the middle class. He turns his head to find a suitable target. He notices Kai, who is sitting at the desk. His eyes widen sharply. Smiling, the guy mentally asks him not to shake with fear. If he defeats him, he will attract too much attention to himself, and this is unacceptable. Opening his mouth, he remembers someone else. Max sits on the desk, because of the guy, he was always in second place for 2 years, but then graduated from the academy on an accelerated program, proving himself to be a talented and intelligent person. The main character, with his mouth open, asks if the guy is in second place. Looking down, he asks what business he has. Putting his hands in his pockets, he calls him pathetic. Looking at him, they tell him that because of the high wall, the guy is always in second place. He frowns and asks, is he kidding? With his arms open, he asks if he would like to try fighting someone of a different rank. The people's eyes widen sharply. Kai sweats on his face. He bares his teeth and agrees. Raising his hand, he asks to have a duel now. The people's mouths open in surprise. Kai frowns and remains silent. The other guys also looked at this. We see how the guys fight with swords. Max bares his teeth and makes sounds. Eren holds a wooden sword. He opens his mouth and tells them to stop. Then they make the final blow. Max's eyes widen in surprise. The protagonist smiles at him. The sword is near his neck. The guy folds his arms and says that Eren has won. People look at each other because he was in 72nd place. Others also look and say that this is not just a victory because he is far ahead in points. Kai looks calmly and is silent. Max bows before him because he does not know his true nature. People look at this because the protagonist had to move to the upper class. Larry opens his mouth and scares them because if they go down to the middle class, they will not receive all the advantages of the upper class. Raising his hand, he says that they need to win 2 victories. Squeezing his hand, he says that there is still hope. Folding his hands, he asks if he has gone blind. He frowned and asked, after what he had seen he could still stammer that Max would win the second fight. If there was a fight, the other guy would take second place. Sweat ran down his face, because he couldn't believe it. Putting his hand on his hips, they were told that this was not a difference that could be narrowed during training. Tears came to his eyes, because he had better prepare for the worst and Max would not be able to protect him. Folding his arms, he expected that this family had gunpowder in their powder flasks. The guy was standing with his back to us. Then he opened the door and asked why everyone was crowding together. After that, the guy turned his head. Remus was standing nearby and waiting for him. Approaching him, he asked him what the others were doing here. Looking the other way, the guy said that they came here. The people were serious, and this was Club 21. Opening his mouth, he said that everyone already knew the outcome. He raised his hand, because he found out that the guy had an aura. Looking at him, he asks, "Is this why they came to him?" Remus looks at him and says that he has thought about his words carefully. Turning his head, the guy says that this is not the best place for such a conversation. Closing his eyes, he asks to follow him, because he knows one quiet corner where no one will disturb him. We see the stairs to the water. Remus squeezes his hands and says that Luther will not turn a blind eye to what happened. Opening his mouth, the guy asks if he is happy inside. He looks at one point and thinks. A blush appears on his face, because the guy is incredibly happy. His eyes have become smaller, because he humiliated himself and lost. He takes his hand and thanks him, because he will never forget his kindness. Closing his eyes, the man next to him thinks that the members of this family are still some guys and is more grateful to him for defeating his older brother than for saving his own life. Remus has calmed down and says that it is stupid to think that he has gained the upper hand in this way, because Luther is a real man. Raising his hands, he says that he once tried to poison him. Opening his mouth, the guy says that he was 5 years old at the time. Aaron is surprised, because he really is a fool. Standing next to him, we understand that Remus is really afraid of him, but he still came to meet him. Raising his hand, he asks if the words were serious last time? Opening his mouth, he says yes. Raising his finger, the guy asks to speak more quietly. Standing next to him, they tell him that this can be laughed at. Looking down, he thinks. Raising his finger, Aaron says that it will be difficult, since he has decided to engage in self-flagellation. It is worth listing everything in turn. The guy looks down and is told that there is no legitimacy, some kind of illegitimate child. They are standing on the deck and he says that he lacks a lot. Looking down, Remus says that it is. He clasps his hands, not understanding how he can even claim the dukedom. Raising his hand, he says that it is a kind of investment in undervalued stocks. Putting his hand in his pocket, the boy says that his rotten thinking needs to be fixed first. Opening his mouth, he asks what he will lose if things go wrong. Frowning, Remus asks that if Luther finds out that he has teamed up with him, he will take it into account. Exhaling, he is told that he is not opposing the 21st Club himself. Looking down, he says that the situation will not get worse. Raising his hand, Aaron says that he has a different point of view. He clasps his hands, saying that Luther will graduate with flying colors, thereby completely solidifying his position as the successor to the dukedom. And if in a few years he becomes a duke, then what will happen? The guy opens his mouth and says that he will be treated like an ant, and the rest of his life will be filled with regrets. His eyes widen sharply from this. He looks into the distance, because some regrets will haunt him. He looks into the distance and remains silent. There is a smile on the protagonist's face. Grinning his teeth, the man agrees with him, because until today he avoided Luther and gave in to him in every possible way. The guy clenches his hands and says that he has become a nonentity. A smile popped onto Aaron's face. He clenches his hand because for the first time he thought that he should try to do something. Raising it, he asks the question, what should he do? Showing his palm, he asks to wait. Aaron opens his mouth and says that he has learned one thing properly, namely that he cannot defeat Club 21 alone. The guy looks at him with sincere eyes. Turning his head, he thinks that it is those families that are included in Club 21. The boy raises his hands and asks what he should do. Pointing upwards to where the silhouettes were, he asks to try to create his own club and will give him details as he has a list of potential candidates. The sun was shining on the buildings. The boy raises his finger and says, did he hear that he lost? Barry looks down as he might get kicked out of the academy. Then he is patted on the shoulder and wished good luck in the lower class. He looks down and they said about him that commoners should not be accepted. His eyes widen as even the people who supported him, believing only in his talent, probably refused such a thing. He clasps his hands because he cannot return like this. We see his back. He turns his head. The protagonist is standing in front of him because he wanted to meet him. He opens his mouth in surprise. The boy looks the other way because he followed him as if enchanted. They are sitting at the table. The protagonist fidgets with his fingers and says that everyone is here. He has a smile on his face, because they are ugly ducklings that will later turn into beautiful swans and turn the whole of Navarro upside down. We see two boys, because they are knights who represent the next generation. Benjamin holds a book, because he is the youngest mayor of Acadio, who will be called a genius in the administration. Davin folds his arms, He is an invincible field commander who is said to have expanded the horizons of military science. The boys are sitting at the table. They were geniuses who were overlooked at the academy, because they have talents that cannot be measured by the rating system of this educational institution. Smiling, he was sorry that no one followed this man. We see a man with a stick, because he is the second son of the Count's family, a famous knightly family with a 100-year history, and also a dissenter of the Count's house. He sits and writes in a notebook, because he was a magical genius. Remus raises his hand and asks to say at least something. He folds his arms and says that he is going to create a prestigious club that will be as good as the 21 Club. The boys look at him, because they are butterfly cocoons waiting for their moment. The guy raises his head, because they will call it takeoff. Barry raises his hand and asks to wait. With his mouth open, he asks if the idea will take off. Looking at him, he says that he has confidence in his abilities and a firm conviction of success. It was clear from his face that he was unsure of himself. The other one leaned on his arm. The girl looks at them in surprise. Davin looks down, because there is no one among them who would declare himself. Raising his hands, he says that this is a hopeless case. Closing his eyes, Benjamin says that he was simply stating the facts. Looking away, the guy says that Club 21 is a dream club because all the elite are there, but the name of their group is weird. Folding their hands, they are told that there is nothing but the opportunity to make connections. Opening his mouth, he asks if this is the only thing that makes them feel so insecure. Turning his head, he asks if there is any point in focusing on this. Looking into the distance, the guy decides to demonstrate an undeniable advantage. They are sitting at the table when they ask to come in. The door with the golden objects opened. Marcus, who was the deputy head of the Flip Trading Company, enters. The guys look at him and ask again. Closing his eyes, he says that they are a small company with several enterprises, but due to favorable conditions recently, business has suddenly gone well. Raising his hand, he says that he wants to provide regular sponsorship to students. 2 of the guys were surprised. The rest opened their mouths in shock. Barry looks into the distance and says why on earth he would give financial aid to such cadets. Folding his arms, they are told that the company is simply under the patronage of the protagonist. Sitting at the table, he says that this is not the end of the series of things he can give them. Resting his head on his hands, he gives them a choice. Night falls, there is no light in the houses. He sits on the bed and says that things with the club are settled, and it remains to get a thing. Screens appear near him, because he enters the first system. Clicking on the messages, the guy reads. He looks at the screen and says ding dong. His eye lit up with a red light. The window of the sun god appears, where they asked about buying the art of reincarnation. He leans on his hand and says that he hates those who begin to boast about their merits to impress. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he does not do such things. Looking down, he decides to name the price. A window of the art of rebirth appears near him, because it is one of the best things you can get in the first system, so it is always in the upper price range. His eyes narrow, because it is 150,000. Looking down, the guy asks if he knows who he hates more after the price is announced, namely those who start oohing and eyeing, trying to knock down the price. Looking displeased, he is told that if he offers a lower price, he will be out of luck. Raising his hand, he thinks, what does this person even do? We see a screen where it is written that the guy looks like a person. We see different people, because this is the most excellent, above the first class, the highest limit, soaring above the top, the border, reaching which everyone looks down on. Below him are people, because he is equal to God. Opening his mouth, the guy asks to wait, although he did not like to wait. Putting his hand to his face, Aaron wonders why an equal God is so poor and sees for the first time that the one who is about to make a deal did not have a penny in his account. Then he clicks on the stock report. Charlie makes attacks. He is the god of the sun, the supreme ruler of the palace of the sun, the young master of the first world of Nirim. We see another person with blue magic, because he emerged victorious from the confrontation with the ice warrior of the Northern Sea, which has been going on for 50 years. He bares his teeth, although he was honored, but not everything was in order. He sits on a chair, because the extremely strong ice energy that struck his body destroys blood vessels, so he is in critical condition. The protagonist smiles, because the overall picture is emerging, because he put everything on the line for one fight. Sitting on the bed, he realizes that he is 90,000 short. Even if he uses the new privileges, he will need more than 45,000. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy realizes that in order to create a body that will support reaching the level of an awakened being, he desperately needs the art of reincarnation. Opening his mouth, Charlie asks a question, apparently thinking that he hates Forthla. Looking at the screen, he says, how would he know? His eyes turned white, because Aaron guessed that he does not like to repeat himself twice. Raising his hand, he asks a question, what does he dislike when others hit the bullseye? Charlie leaned on his hand and said that if he does not intend to make a deal, he will leave the conversation. Sitting on the bed, he says that he wants to make a deal. Looking down, the boy says the reason why he is in a hurry to reach an agreement. Charlie looks down and is asked if by any chance it is because he needs to quickly extract the ice energy from his body. Raising his hand, he asks, how does he know? Smiling, Eren asks a question, is there a person on the channel of the first system who would not know about the battle of two powerful titans? Opening his mouth, he says that everyone knows about it, because there were quite a few observers. Looking down, the guy asks how he knew about the ice energy that was tormenting him. Raising his hand, he says that there are rumors that the Palace of the Sun first turned into an ice residence, because they say that it became as cold there as in the Ice Palace. We see the building, because he knows how to listen to what they are talking about. He opens his mouth and remains silent. His eye shines, because he does not think that he is in a position to ask for double the price. Charlie opens his mouth in surprise. Raising his hand, he thinks that the situation is so serious that he even decided to go and sell such a valuable art of reincarnation, and this is obvious. God bares his teeth and they write to him that if he wants to completely extract it from his body, then he will need high-quality basic essence, or many heavenly elixirs. Smiling, Eren asks if there is enough money. He bares his teeth in anger. The guy opens his mouth and screams, because he can't just say what he wants. Looking down, he says that he really does have an explosive temper and is probably shaking with anger over such a trifle. Frowning, he asks him again. Raising his hand, the protagonist says that he walks with his head held high day after day as a lord, so he looks at those who make deals as subordinates. The guy sits in a room and is asked if he can cross space. The protagonist looks at him, because the second heavenly pillar is more to be regretted, and the first heavenly pillar less, but it is better to answer which of the two parties will regret the failure of the deal more. Frowning, Charlie understands that they are probably hinting at him. Opening his mouth, he says that he does not think he will die if he does not obtain the art of reincarnation, but the god himself is on the verge of life and death. His eyes widen sharply. There was sweat on his face. Turning his head, they ask for his forgiveness, because the damned ice energy froze his brain. They accepted his apology in the correspondence. Looking at his hand, Charlie says that he never dropped the price, but is ready to make a discount of 10,000 coins. Straightening his finger, he says that this is not necessary and it is better to change the terms of the deal. His eyes began to circle and they ask him, isn't it funny to value the life of the sun god at some miserable 150,000 coins? Opening his mouth, he says that he needs a reincarnation technique, and he needs a way to get rid of the ice energy. Charlie pressed his lips together from what he heard. Closing his eyes, he asks how he can help him. Lanterns are shining in the house. The screen says how to use the item. The protagonist folds his hands and says that he spent several days removing weeds. A spark flew past him. The guy takes his mouth and realizes that an itch has appeared in the area of the molar. His eye suddenly lit up. There was a tooth in his hand. Holding it, he understands that the process has apparently started. Everything around him turns black and white. Then we see that something is starting to happen to him. Saliva is flowing from his mouth, because it felt like all his bones and muscles were made into a pancake. Eren kneels in pain. Grinning his teeth, he curses mentally that he should have been warned. His hair begins to fall out. The skin also falls from his face. His eyes have become crazy, because if he loses consciousness from this unbearable pain, he will die. Grinning his teeth, he tries to hold on. Blood has started to flow from him, but the guy will endure. The inner courtyard of the academy with a swimming pool was illuminated by the sun. A man in white boots was walking down the street. Passers-by looked at the main character questioningly. The black-haired girl, putting her hand on her mouth, was surprised. The guy, pointing his finger, asked if this was the first-year student who rose to the 70th place in the ranking after only one fight. Eren, with his hands in his pockets, heard people shouting his name behind him. A passerby, looking excitedly at the young man's back, noticed that he was indeed emitting a completely different energy now. The first-year student smiled smugly. The fair-haired guy, looking away, thought that it couldn't be any other way, because even he was wondering if this was really his body. The protagonist, making multiple attacks with his sword, reflects that last night, having tested his new abilities, he was able to understand how natural geniuses see the world, and if in his old body he needed to apply 10 times the force to get 10 times the return, now the ratio has changed, to 1 to 10, or even 1 to 20. He, closing his eyes, concluded that if he were born with such a body, then everything would be easy and simple for him, and then concluded that this was a terrible injustice. Eren, turning his head, thought that at least from now on, natural geniuses, looking at him, will think that fate has treated them unfairly. The long building with the square is illuminated by the rays of the sun. An aura lit up the air with blue fire. The protagonist, crossing his legs, concentrated. The young man, closing his eyes, asked himself if he succeeded. A window popped up, notifying Eren of a new achievement that he had received by absorbing 120 years of internal cultivation and was rewarded with another 10 years of internal cultivation. The blonde boy, looking at the screen that notified him that all the achievements and required soul phases had been achieved, exclaimed that he had completed the last achievement to raise his rank in the transaction sphere. The protagonist, placing his hands on his knees, saw that his transaction rank had been raised, and since he had reached the second level, he was given access to enter the channel of the second system, to which Aaron stated that from now on he had access to a new channel that he himself was not very familiar with. The protagonist, looking down, said that even in the first system things were not going well, but from contact with the second system only bitter memories remained. Aaron, turning around, saw on the screen that he had opened a new privilege, and asked if there was anything left there. The protagonist, having pressed the screen, saw that he had received a privilege called Heart Tone, which allowed him to see a detailed psychological state of the person he was talking to and also to learn the whole background of the interlocutor, to which he asked if he had really received another fraudulent privilege, which resembled reading thoughts. The young guy, swiping the screen down, said that he would try to use it later, and then he would understand what was what, and concluded that now he had a much more important matter. A window with the choice of system appeared, on which a medieval castle was drawn on the 0 system, a multi-story wooden building on the first system, and the second system was not activated. The protagonist said that he would now activate the channel selection window. Aaron pressed the second system. A disappearing scroll soared up above the satisfied protagonist. The young guy, looking down, noticed that he had not seen this system for a long time. A magical sigil appeared above the stone palace. The protagonist explained that he had not seen the magical world for a long time, which laid the foundation for magical enlightenment and collected a collection of magical lands. He, having clicked on the plate with the inscription "Coupon delivered," asked himself whether he should first look at the page with events. A window popped up, which congratulated the protagonist on reaching the borders of the second system, to which he, crossing his arms, asked if they were going to foist the coupon on him again. Aaron's gifts appeared on the screen, which included an ancient pendant of mana enhancement, a seal of the ring of mana, an introduction to hermeneutics and a lightning massager, to which he asked what it was and wondered if there was a lightning massager in the second system. A level 6 inventory with a steel door and various places for storing items opened in front of the protagonist. Aaron pointed his finger at the window with his new items. The description of the ancient mana enhancement pendant appeared in front of the hero, to which he noted that the name here had not changed at all. The characteristics of the mana ring seal appeared, to which the protagonist said that this did not look like the formation of the core of internal energy, and added that this was not bad. A window appeared with a description of the introduction to hermeneutics. Aaron noted that this would also be useful to understand the basics. He turned his head tensely. The fair-haired guy, looking at the plate with the description of the lightning massager, noted that a glance at the first line was enough to understand that this was complete nonsense. He clicked on the plate "Read More." A long-haired man laughingly held a strangely shaped massager against a backdrop of raging hooded men. The hero explained that this massager was developed by a monster in the field of magical engineering named Antello, and it is said that there are about 1,500 symptoms that can be cured and improved with this machine, and then added that the wizard healers, afraid of being left without a piece of bread, showed fierce resistance, so mass production was never fully established, and on the interdimensional trade channel this product can only be found from a few entrepreneurs. Aaron, scratching the back of his head, noted that his intuition had not deceived him, and this was some kind of nonsense. He, touching his face with his hand, noted that this may not be nonsense, because dimensional trade should not be based on common sense. Besides, he is already on the second system. The protagonist, having pressed the screen, concluded that he would leave the massager for now, and then look at it, and added that he would start with what was right in front of his eyes. A notification about the start of the absorption of the mana ring seal and an introduction to hermeneutics popped up. The protagonist with a stratified heart under a magic sigil, having closed his eyes, thought that knights accumulate mana in the heart, and a wizard creates a mana ring around the heart, and then came to the conclusion that the mana heart interferes with the installation of the ring, and it in turn interferes with the accumulation of mana, and concluded that since this is a complex process that requires 5 times more effort than using one thing, it is impossible to predict whether at least one such person will appear once in 100 years. Aaron swung his sword against the background of a pentagram. The young guy decided that he was a magical sword master. Notifications appeared that the absorption was complete, and the mana ring seal was installed. The protagonist, looking askance, declared that he was now qualified as a magic sword master. The main character, looking sheepishly at the magic charge in his hand, realized that he only had one ring, and therefore was ashamed to call himself a magic sword master with such a meager amount of magic. The young man, clenching his fist with a magical aura, asked himself if he would try to increase his level. On the screen with the notice board, there are lots of different players who are selling something. People are going about their business in a room filled with potions and books. Aaron explains that most of the representatives of the second system are scientists and researchers, but even here there are people obsessed with magic, and then adds that he heard that wizards who are engaged in dimensional transactions are the most sociable among them. The main character, reading an ad from Lancelot selling 3 circles and an expanded mana circuit, notes that this is a pretty good offer. The protagonist wrote a message that he saw the seller's ad on the bulletin board about selling and asked if the deal was still relevant, to which he replied that it was, and Aaron thought that the answer was very fast, and the wizard could wait for someone to write. The young guy, opening a brief description of the seller, thought that he should probably look at his profile and request a report on transactions, and then he noticed with a smile that Lancelot is more of a theorist than a practitioner. The protagonist, putting his hands on his knees, activated the heart tone privilege. The long-haired guy, leaning on the table, said that from his ad, the protagonist must have understood what situation he was in, and then added that he was going to quit everything and stop practicing magic, so Aaron should understand that he would not sell anything separately. The fair-haired guy, his face changed, was upset. He raised his hands and shouted that he had used a terribly useless privilege, because he himself could understand without any prompting that the seller was depressed and bitter. The protagonist, looking at the screen, thought that he needed to calm down first, and then said that the ad only said that he was selling rings and additional contours. Lancelot, looking at the screen, said that, frankly speaking, at first he was going to sell only this, but in the end he decided to sell all his knowledge, but he had not yet had time to edit the ad. The protagonist, resting his head on his hand, mentally asked whether there was anything useful in the long-haired guy's goods, and then came to the conclusion that he did not want to buy something completely unnecessary. Aaron, opening his mouth, saw a sign that said that selling all the accumulated knowledge is the same as throwing away 10 years of your life, and then another one that said that the seller really needed money, and there was nothing to be done about it. The young man leaned over and thought that he could see even all of Lancelot's thoughts, and everything that was on his soul. The protagonist, raising his hand, decided that he would try to use the ability later and then he would understand what was going on, and asked if the green-eyed man could clarify what kind of knowledge he was selling. The wizard, lowering his head, said that he was selling magical knowledge. The message from Lancelot said that he was selling advanced runes, the average level of illusionary technique, advanced hermeneutics, a scroll for making one ring, and something else like that. Aaron, with his mouth open in surprise, came to the conclusion that his privilege really worked. He smiled and realized that although all privileges were fraudulent, this one was special. The protagonist realized that this privilege literally represents a shield. The fair-haired guy in armor defends himself with a golden shield, on which the characteristics of the privilege called heart tone are written. A notification about the result of the transaction popped up and a separate window with a cashback of 121 coins. Lancelot, scratching his head, said that thanks to Aaron, he can now be treated like a person. The guy with a burning gray fire in his eye, lowering his head, noted that he was also completely satisfied with the deal, and emphasized that if fate so wills, they will meet again. A notification appeared that young Aaron left the conversation. He, having become serious, thought that the heart tone is really a worthy privilege, and the fact that this is the second system does not mean that there are no liars here. The guy, adjusting his sunglasses, stands with his back to the man in the hood. The main character noted that since Sebastian was in the first system, then of course there would be a similar shot here too. The fair-haired guy, shifting his gaze, mentally declared that the moment his enemy appears, he will pierce his soul with a pair of daggers called the Eyes of Providence and the Tone of the Heart. The mysterious man, hidden by the hood, stands. Aaron, turning his head, mentally asked Shylock to wait. The purple sunset illuminated the roof of a large building. Aaron confidently walked along the corridor and thought with satisfaction that it was safe to say that this weekend was a blast. Aaron stood against the background of the image of magical hieroglyphs, and proudly thought that he now had 3 rings of mana surrounding the heart, 1 extended contour and 3 most important manuscripts of wizards, and now he is a full-fledged wizard of the 3 rings. The protagonist skipped along the corridor and thought impatiently that he needed to finish his morning training as soon as possible, and start honing his new powers. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened and he heard a girl from behind kindly ask if he was already going to train, early in the morning, noting his diligence. Selena was casually standing in front of him in the corridor. The girl smiled coquettishly at Aaron and softly asked if he had a minute, asking him to give her some time. Selena looked at the protagonist hesitantly, and asked him to tell her about this or that, to which he directly asked what exactly she wanted to hear. The girl looked away in confusion, and Aaron suspiciously wondered what was wrong with her, and whether she was waiting for him. The protagonist sighed heavily and said sarcastically that this time, so this is how things are, and if she is all neat and radiant, then no one will guess anything, asking if this is the style and fashion these days. Selena looked into Aaron's eyes in confusion and asked what he meant. Aaron looked at the girl coldly and replied that he was talking about her true face. The girl sighed with annoyance and thought that perhaps she had lost her grip too. Selena roughly adjusted her hair, said that she did not think that some greenhorn freshman would figure her out, and then asked him directly how he knew the truth about her. The girl propped her chin on her hand and Aaron coldly replied that he couldn't help but know, because in his past life he had fallen into her net, remembering that Selena was a woman like a drug, with a beautiful appearance, an impeccable pedigree, like a knight, not lacking in talents, and in addition, cunning, and had mastered the skill of manipulating other people's hearts to perfection. The protagonist angrily pursed his lips, thinking about the years of torment he spent trying to get out from under the spell of this spell that had drawn him in like a swamp, years that were a shameful page in his life, and Selena persistently repeated her question about how he found out. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly and said that she understood what was going on. Selena defiantly stepped closer and asked directly if they were birds of a feather. She folded her hands in a businesslike manner and asked where he was going to use the talents he was hiding. Aaron looked at Selena with a knowing look, and she asked with a grin if it was that club called Takeoff. Aaron looked at Selena and asked her point blank if the young man had sent her, adding if he had ordered her to find out anything about his club, to which the girl replied that if Avon wanted something, he should figure it out himself, and stated that she had come to him with another proposal. Selena stepped forward and said that she had originally planned to quietly test the waters, but added that there was no point in the players dragging their feet among themselves. Selena coquettishly put her hand on Aaron's shoulder and asked how about trying to meet her once. The protagonist decisively turned away, thinking that he had wasted his time on a useless conversation, and Selena shouted after him for him to wait and tell the reason for his refusal. The girl, putting her hand to her chest in despair, screamed that she was Selena Lefebvre and if he started dating her, everyone would explode with envy, asking if any more arguments were needed. Aaron clenched his teeth, thinking that his ears were blocked from her screaming, while the girl screamed that this was not the end and that she would make him crawl to her on his knees, to which he replied that she should do whatever she wanted, since he did not care at all. The protagonist thoughtfully raised his head and wondered how she knew that his club was called Takeoff, and if there was an internal leak. The protagonist's friend guiltily raised his hand and admitted that he thought it was him. Remus lowered his head and added that he informed the young man about his departure from Club 21, and that the name of the club and the list of members were already ready at that time. The blue-haired guy lowered his head guiltily and continued that Avon kept asking him questions, and so he somehow blurted everything out, asking for forgiveness, and Aaron suggested that he leave the room for a second. Aaron put his hand on Remus's shoulder and asked why he behaved like that, and the protagonist's friend apologized fearfully and asked if he had made a serious mistake. Aaron, calmly looking at him, said that he was not talking about that, adding that there was nothing secret in the name of the club and the list of members, to which Remus asked in surprise what he was talking about then. The protagonist looked sternly at the protagonist's friend and said that in Navarro there was no higher name than the royal family, and since he was a member of the Carson family, he should behave accordingly. The blue-haired guy sadly lowered his gaze and replied that even if he was Carson, he had neither skills nor talents, and if he removed the name, he would not stand out from the crowd. Aaron looked at him and thought that he would like him to realize the situation on his own and change, but there was nothing to be done, and first he should take care of his equipment. The protagonist turned decisively to his friend and asked him to give him his hand, to which he asked why he needed it, and Aaron grumpily suggested that he not waste time on chatter. The protagonist took the ring from Remus's hand and asked what kind of ring it was. He put on his index finger the ring of courage, which awakens courage. As soon as you put it on, then fears and concerns are suppressed, and the hero feels less embarrassed. Aaron looked closely at the protagonist's friend and sympathetically asked how he felt and if there were any changes, to which he thoughtfully replied that he did not know, but for some reason he suddenly felt calmer in his soul. Remus looked questioningly at Aaron and asked what this could mean, and Aaron quickly turned away and, wondering if he had stumbled upon a scammer, suggested that they go back inside. Aaron walked forward and gloomily thought that it would be better to slowly move Remus in the right direction, because if he pressed him, he would inflict an even more serious injury on his friend, and instead of trying to glue him in a hurry, it would be better to change him for sure. The comrades stopped and heard voices contemptuously discussing how the main character's friend turned out to be so dim-witted and unable to figure out what was worth saying and what was not. Ben crossed his arms over his chest and confidently declared that, compared to what he had heard, Remus looked even more weak-willed, to which Dave added that the problem lay not in the weak-willedness, but in the level of intelligence. Ben raised his finger in bewilderment and asked how the cold-blooded Duke could have such an offspring, to which Dave agreed that apparently the best of everything, including looks, abilities and intelligence, went to the older brother. The blue-haired guy abruptly grabbed his friend by the collar, and he only managed to say that although the young man could not be called sane either, however, it was better to be cold-blooded. The protagonist's friend, in a fit of anger, pulled Dave straight towards himself. Remus angrily twisted his face and shouted for them to repeat, asking if this meant that Avon was better than him. Aaron looked at what was happening and exclaimed to himself that they should just look at this, while he wondered with surprise if everything was really that easy. An image of the protagonist's friend appeared with a confidently raised hand, and the protagonist delightedly thought that the opponent, because of whom Remus felt fear, was a young man. The blue-haired boy made an angry face, and Aaron added that it was Avon who turned out to be the key to his transformation. The protagonist smiled slyly and thought with anticipation that if he used it correctly, he might be able to achieve the highest efficiency from the Ring of Courage. Remus hung his head dejectedly, and Aaron noted to himself that he really was losing his temper too quickly. The protagonist's friend looked at his hands in panic and desperately thought about what he had done, and what would happen if all the club members left because of his actions. Aaron turned to his comrade and said that Ben and Dave bowed their heads guiltily, and he accepted their apologies, realizing the misunderstanding, and asked for forgiveness for losing his temper, to which Remus was surprised to think that he had momentarily lost his cool. Suddenly, the blue-haired boy's eyes widened in horror. The protagonist's friend looked at his hand in fear and, realizing that it was because of the ring, exclaimed that he had exactly the same feeling as when he first put it on and decided that he shouldn't wear it, since he was becoming someone he wasn't, because he had never been so angry about something like that in his life. Aaron looked encouragingly at the protagonist's friend and said that it was good and advised him to wear it for a little while, thinking that there was some truth in Ben's words. The guy looked ahead in surprise, and Aaron asked Remus if he had seen how the guys had changed, their looks and manner of speech, to which he hesitantly agreed. The protagonist looked seriously at the protagonist's friend and advised that if he was having such a hard time accepting what had happened, then he should consider his opponent Avon, because he could be harsh towards him. The blue-haired guy leaned over and said that it was quite possible. Remus clenched his fist and promised that he would try, because he was Carson and would live up to his last name. Aaron, raising his fist up, was surprised to think how simple everything was. The protagonist sat in the center of the table and addressed the group in a conciliatory manner, offering to leave what happened in the past and take care of each other, and asked if everyone agreed with him. The members of the new club answered in agreement, and Dave added that he was all for it. Aaron turned to his comrades and addressed Baryon and Mitya. The protagonist handed them tied bags and told them to eat one pill after each training session, despite the fact that the smell was disgusting, and one of the guys asked doubtfully what it was. The protagonist opened a bag of green bamboo pills for fatigue, and Baryon asked incredulously if it was even possible to eat it, to which Aaron firmly replied that they should definitely take it, since it was good for the body. The protagonist called Ben and Dave to him, and the young men turned around excitedly in his direction. The guys looked at the table in surprise and exclaimed what it was. Ben and Dave were holding 2 passes in their hands and exclaimed in shock that it was a pass to the Royal Library, and asked how the protagonist could give them something so valuable. Aaron stood calmly in front of them and explained that if the books they needed were not there, then they should send a request to the Flip Trading Company, since he had already given orders and would get them everything that could be brought from abroad. The protagonist looked away from himself intently. The dark-haired guy looked at Aaron with trembling anticipation. Aaron noticed Albus's intent gaze and asked with interest what he was staring at and if he wanted to say something. Albus awkwardly put his finger to his lips and timidly asked if he could get a pass too, as he would like to read some books too. The protagonist looked at him calmly and replied that it was no big deal, but perhaps Albus didn't need it. The 14th magic tower stood majestically against the cloudy sky. Aaron confidently led Albus, to which he excitedly asked why they had suddenly come to the magic tower. The protagonist turned to his comrade and reassuringly replied that he shouldn't worry, as he would introduce him to a very good mentor. A man came out of the tower, and Aaron said that the magician had already come out to meet them. The protagonist's friend looked at the man with delight, and thought that it was obvious at first glance that he was a high-class magician, and that this must be the same mentor. The man looked warmly at the guys and greeted Aaron, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Aaron looked and introduced the man as his uncle, Sir Kendall Risker, and Albus obediently lowered his head and said hello. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in horror. The boy's face twisted into a surprised grimace, and he asked Aaron what he said. An image of Kendall appeared, standing in magical rings, and Albus realized in complete shock that in front of him was the very same Sir Kendall Risker, the youngest owner of the 6 rings and the first in the ranking of contenders for the position of the next Archmage. The teapot levitated in the air in a strange way. The man froze in amazement and thought with trepidation how this was even possible. The uncle looked sternly at the protagonist's friend and asked if a direct descendant of the Klaus family really wanted to become a wizard, to which the boy hesitantly said if that was strange. Kendall continued his thought, stating that, of course, it was strange, because a direct descendant of the very same Klaus family wanted to study magic under his guidance. Aaron raised his hand decisively and intervened in the conversation and explained that his request was not for him to take Remus as an apprentice, but only to allow him to use the materials of the wizarding tower. The protagonist looked sarcastically at his dark-haired comrade and said to himself that although Albus had wasted 20 years, he had talent worthy of the chair of the Archmage, and if he began to practice, he would reach great heights. Albus in his wizarding robes soared into the air, and Aaron continued his thought, adding that he could very well become the youngest Archmage in history. The man crossed his arms and importantly stated that the wizarding tower was a haven of truth and a beacon of wisdom, and not a place that opened its doors to anyone, and that he must make sure that the protagonist's friend was worthy of such a right. Kendall turned to Albus and said that since Aaron had vouched for him, he would give him a chance and told Aaron to step outside for a bit as he was going to conduct a small test. The protagonist looked at Albus encouragingly and advised him to try hard since this was a good opportunity. The dark-haired boy nodded calmly in response. Aaron left the room, wondering what he could do to kill time. The protagonist looked back and heard someone panting. The other wizard clutched his head in despair and thought sadly why he couldn't find the answer, where exactly the problem was hidden, and that he hadn't been home for a week because of this problem. The wizard propped his head up in panic and thought that if he couldn't fix the mistake this time, his mentor would eat him alive. Aaron, who was watching him, was surprised to think that the formula wasn't that complicated and why he was struggling so much over it. The protagonist put his hand on the unfamiliar mage's shoulder. The guy turned angrily to the protagonist, and Aaron politely turned to the senior mage and asked with interest if he could take a closer look at this magic circle. The senior mage measured Aaron with his gaze and, noting that he had seen him talking to his mentor recently, asked if he was a wizard. Aaron grinned modestly and replied that he was not quite, and one could say that he simply had some basic magical knowledge. The senior mage named Emmanuel straightened up proudly and stated with superiority that he was the senior mage here, the second most important person in the laboratory, and mockingly asked if Aaron thought he could solve a problem that had even stumped him, and all just because he had picked up some knowledge somewhere. The protagonist calmly pointed to the formula and confidently asked that if the value of T was increased a little and all the disordered parts were cut out, it would be a good magic formula. The senior magician looked at his desk in surprise and exclaimed in shock. The senior magician angrily loomed over Aaron and threateningly asked if he thought he could put up with everything since he was the mentor's guest, and ordered him to get lost while he was being spoken to nicely. Aaron turned away in disappointment and sarcastically thought that he was not a magician at all, since he was being given an answer and he was rearing up, and that the only thing he had was pride in the knowledge he possessed. The protagonist politely raised his hand and apologized for bothering him in vain. Aaron walked forward thoughtfully through the library, thinking that since he was a senior mage, he must have at least 4 rings, and wondered why he couldn't see what he, the owner of 3 rings, could see. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought enthusiastically that he could do this now. The protagonist walked over to the shelves with books and declared that he would work on solving the test problems there. Aaron leaned over the table. These were standard wizard exam questions, for which you have 90 minutes. The task was to correct the wrong path of the presented diagram so that it becomes correct and to find and measure all the flaws of the following magic circles. The protagonist looked at the exam questions and easily thought that these were all 2 easy tasks, and that this was as easy as pie. Aaron looked ahead with confidence, and finally convinced himself that just as the released internal energy of the first system crushes the owners of the continent's aura, so the 3rd ring of the second system should not be considered the same as the 3rd ring of the continent's magicians. The protagonist turned in amazement at the voice shouting from afar, "Does this make any sense at all?" The senior magician Emmanuel overturned his desk in a rage. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked him how dare he lie, because he had previously said that he was not a magician. Kendall looked through the library door and told the protagonist that he had already finished testing Albus. The protagonist's comrades stood in bewilderment, and Emmanuel furiously asked Aaron who he was and where he came from in the magic tower. The mage angrily walked towards Aaron and shouted whether he enjoyed tormenting people like this and whether it was fun to torment him. The man called out to Emmanuel sharply and sternly asked what kind of commotion he had caused in the lab. Stuttering, the boy turned to his teacher and tried to explain what the bastard had done. The uncle looked angrily at Emmanuel and asked whether he had corrected all the magic formulas and that was why he had decided to stage this whole show. The senior mage looked down in confusion and only muttered in confusion. Kendall crossed his arms and coldly declared that indeed, if the senior wizard had no sense of responsibility, he should be thrown out by the scruff of the neck. Emmanuel clenched his fist in anger. The mage closed his eyes in rage and shouted whether his mentor was going too far. The people in the library looked at the young man in surprise and he shouted at him to just look at how hard he had worked until now. Aaron looked at Emmanuel in confusion and he told him to look at his appearance. Because of this problem he had not been able to go home for a week and did not look like a human being. The senior magician leaned over in rage and shouted that because of the hard work he could not eat or sleep properly. The man stood calmly in front of him and calmly asked if he did not know when he applied, because this is the fate of the senior magician. Emmanuel put his hand to his chest and shouted in despair that he understood everything perfectly well, but if they make someone work, they must be responsible until the very end, and how can you shamelessly recruit a genius boy to give him a leadership position? The teacher stood in the middle of the room, puzzled. Kendall looked calmly at the furious Emmanuel and replied that if he was talking about Aaron, then he was just the son of his old friend, but not a wizard, to which the elder wizard angrily shouted at him not to lie to him. Emmanuel pointed his finger at the tests, and furiously asked how this could be explained if he was not a wizard. His uncle looked at the sheets with interest and noted that if he had corrected everything, then he should have said so right away, to which the elder wizard asked again, puzzled. Kendall looked at the solution with admiration and asked what an amazing solution, and how he came to such a conclusion. Emmanuel looked at the protagonist and confusedly replied that it was not him, but that guy. The man looked angrily at the student and languidly asked what kind of nonsense he was continuing to talk, to which the senior magician furiously objected that it was not nonsense at all. He menacingly brought out sheets of paper with magic formulas in his hand and ordered him to look at the tests that he had just solved, adding that they were all of the highest difficulty, and he had coped with everything in 5 minutes without a single mistake, and after that they were still going to claim that he was not a wizard. The magician calmly lowered his eyes to Kendall and asked the young man if he knew Aaron's last name, because he was from the Stillgard family, and if he had not heard this last name, then shame and disgrace to him. Emmanuel froze in bewilderment and thought with amazement about the last name Stillgard. The guy continued to look ahead in amazement, unable to utter a word. The senior magician threw his head back in shock and exclaimed, "Could it really be about Steelheart?" Emmanuel's eyes widened and Kendall asked if he needed any more explanation. He just turned away and mumbled confusedly that, generally speaking, he didn't. The man looked away impatiently and asked what he had there. Emmanuel turned to the teacher and could only squeeze out incoherent sounds. Kendall turned guiltily to Aaron and asked to forgive Emmanuel for his inappropriate behavior, citing overwork. The protagonist looked at his friends and kindly replied that it was okay and asked how their test had gone. The heroes turned to each other. Albus smiled happily. The guy raised his admission card in his hand. The protagonist's friend straightened up proudly and delightedly declared that he had been accepted. The windows were still lit in one of the school buildings. The young man loomed over the boy angrily and shouted at him for daring to lose a duel to that worthless brat, asking if he had dog paws instead of hands. Percival, the purple-haired boy, looked at the young man calmly and calmly advised him to calm down so as not to cause himself unnecessary trouble. The blue-haired boy desperately raised his hand to strike. The defeated boy, trembling on the floor, apologized and said that he had no idea that his opponent had overcome his fear of swords. Avon angrily turned away from the offender. The hero's boots stepped on the young man's face. The young man looked coldly at his opponent and told him to shut up, saying that he did not care about losing and reminded him that they were a 21 club. The blue-haired boy looked ahead furiously, calling them a group of winners that the entire academy looked up to. That was the situation until now, and that was how it should be in the future. The boy angrily clenched his fist and swore to smash the Rise Club to smithereens, after which he ordered Jason to challenge them to a series of duels for an unconditional victory. The city fell into a dark night. The boy stood nearby, near a stone wall. Frank sighed heavily, standing to the side. The boy suddenly opened his eyes and Aaron noticed that he was sighing too loudly. The protagonist asked if he had been having a hard time lately, to which Frank languidly lowered his gaze and replied that the stress had made him 10 years older and, of course, it was not easy for him. Frank lowered his head and bitterly complained that he had not been treated with much hospitality before, and now they were looking at him like some kind of spy. The hooded Aaron looked away calmly, and the long-haired guy stated that everything was going according to his plan. The long-haired guy turned to Aaron and said that the young man had decided to offer him a series of duels. The protagonist looked ahead confidently. Frank looked away worriedly and asked if everything would be okay, assuming that Aaron was worried about the other members of the club, to which he confidently replied that he should not worry, since not only Barion and Remus, but also others were showing stunning growth. Jason tried to move closer to the interlocutor, clarified if he was right, and Aaron firmly replied that he was absolutely right, and advised not to worry too much about it. The protagonist said goodbye, saying that he needed to prepare for the duels and that he would contact him later, advising him to take care of himself, to which he crossed his arms a little confusedly, and replied that he should also be careful. Frank Stillgard stood rooted to the spot and thought bitterly about the ridiculous situation he had found himself in, relying on his younger brother. The guy stared at the floor in silence. Suddenly, Frank smiled bitterly at his thoughts. The guy walked forward up the stairs and thought with satisfaction that this was also a pretty good deal. The blue sky was as beautiful as ever. The sun illuminated the rare clouds. The roofs of the building shone brightly in the sun. The protagonist's friend leaned over on the couch and worriedly asked what he was proposing to do, and another member of the club added incredulously that this could not be, and asked if he had misheard. The protagonist, sitting in the middle of his comrades, firmly stated that everyone had heard everything correctly, and it was decided to hold a series of fights between the 21 and Takeoff clubs, and the one who lost would close the doors of the club. Aaron continued with a gloomy look, explaining that both the name of the club and the opportunity to hold meetings would disappear. The short-haired guy threw his hands up in panic and screamed desperately that this was unacceptable. The guy with gray hair raised his hand questioningly and asked why they would take such a crazy step. Dave looked desperately at his friends and asked the protagonist if he didn't want the club to cease to exist. Remus raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and asked the guys to calm down first, suggesting that Aaron must have some kind of plan, and that's why he decided to take such a step. The protagonist's friend looked questioningly at Aaron and asked when the series of duels would take place, suggesting that it could happen in a year. The protagonist mysteriously showed his hand. One of the club members looked at the protagonist in shock and muttered that 5 months was too short a time frame. Aaron looked ahead cheerfully and corrected him, stating that the duels would begin in 5 days. All the club members froze in complete stunned shock from what they heard. Their shock quickly turned to confusion and horror. Remus looked at his friends indignantly and asked what was wrong with them, and wouldn't it be better to sort out the problem as soon as possible. The protagonist's friend raised his hands to his face in agitation, and Dave angrily shouted at him to stop talking nonsense, calling him a crazy idiot and asking what the hell he had done. 5 days later. The walls of the old castle were brightly illuminated by the sun. The young man looked ahead with bitterness and thought that Aaron was a crazy bastard. The guy looked around the huge arena in complete shock and asked what all this was, and noted that, apparently, they approached the preparation of the fights with all due care. One of the spectators in the crowd looked ahead and asked another how much he had bet, and the second noted with admiration that the scale was certainly impressive. The crowd was crowded around the arena, and one guy noticed that the crowd was rich and famous, and another guy wondered how they had all been invited here. A purple-haired guy named Percival leaned over to the young man and said that he thought something was wrong. The blue-haired guy bowed his head languidly and said that nothing would change if the Takeoff Club wanted to be humiliated right in front of everyone. Avon made an angry face and promised to give them a good smear. Remus turned to the main character and asked if everything was really going to be okay, because he had no idea that so many nobles would be present at the duel. The main character looked at his comrades confidently and told them not to worry, because everything was going like clockwork. The man raised his finger in the air and said that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, and today he would be responsible for the live sound, the process of holding and broadcasting the match. Kendall pointed at himself and said that he was a mage representing the 14th Magic Tower. The man turned to his assistant with a sneer and announced that he would be assisted by the commander of the 2nd Squad of Imperial Knights. People in the crowd turned to each other and discussed how, despite the fact that this was not even a royal tournament, the commentators were a mage of the 6 rings and a knight of heroic rank. The teams turned their gazes to each other, and Kendall loudly announced the beginning of a series of duels between Clubs 21 and Takeoff. Frowning, Kendall said that soon the first duel between Clubs Takeoff and 21 will begin. I wonder who exactly has the honor of opening this competition. The guy held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that while he was speaking, the participants of the first duel had already ascended to the arena. The boy raised his hand, hearing that the firstborn of His Highness the Duke of Carson, he was highly praised as a talented young man who would become a pillar for the next generation. The man took a step forward. It was heard that the club would take off and confront him. Gritting his teeth, the student said that the damned bastard, in any case, he must admit that he had an excellent sense of humor. Holding the sword in his hands, Remus heard that they were waiting for the duel of the Carson brothers. Weren't they trying to intrigue them from the very beginning? The boy frowned. Remus's eyes widened. Pursing his lips, the boy thought that it was terribly scary, although he got here because he trusted Aaron. The boy looked down. The thought arose that, but still unable to cast aside the fear of Avon. Looking straight ahead, the student said that seeing his frightened face, he could assume that he did not enter the arena voluntarily. Frowning, the boy asked how it felt. Did he like being a toy in Aaron's hands? The boy opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Avon said that this time he would give him a chance. Remus looked in amazement, hearing that he should refuse to participate in the duel and return to him at the club, promising not to take revenge on him for betrayal or assign any punishment. Everything would just return to the original course. The boy's gaze froze in place. The boy threw his legs over his back. The thought appeared that he would return to the original course. The boy froze in place. A sword appeared. Suddenly the weapon rose. Frowning, Remus said that he could go to hell. The boy raised his hand up. He swung his hand sharply. The student suddenly rushed forward. The boys began to fight. The man swung his weapon. Remus opened his eyes in fear. Looking at him, the boy said that he was a worthless thing. Rushing forward, he shouted what the hell he was hoping for by going up against him. The boy fell to the ground. It was heard that Remus was unable to get up on his feet. Apparently he had received a serious injury. Did this mean that the winner of the first duel had already been decided? Lying on the ground, Remus wheezed. Looking away, Avon said that he should have known his place. Looking at him, the boy asked that he admit defeat. If he did not give an answer, then it would be automatically counted as a loss. The student frowned. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, Remus rushed forward. The boy suddenly turned around to him. The boy struck him with his fist. People opened their eyes in amazement. It was heard that Remus returned to the line. The man suddenly stopped. The boys stood in front of each other. Looking at Remus, Avon said that he was a bastard. Smiling, the boy replied that he couldn't believe that this day had finally arrived. Looking at his hand, the boy heard that he was madly enjoying it. Clenching his fist, he said that he shouldn't expect to leave the arena on his own 2 feet. He would count all his bones. The man raised his hand up. Looking to the side, Remus said that he admitted defeat. Looking at him, the instructor responded approvingly. The boy looked in bewilderment, hearing that the victory was awarded to Avon. Looking to the side, Remus said that he congratulated him. He won. Wide-eyed, the student asked again. Taking a step forward, Remus said that today. Wide-eyed, the boy thought, damn it, What kind of shame is this? He looked to the side in surprise. The hero chuckled slightly. The boy clenched his teeth and thought, that damned freak, he had planned all this from the very beginning. Sitting on a chair, the guy said that thanks to the chance they gave him, it was as if a stone had fallen off his soul. Smiling, the protagonist asked what he was thanking him for. He himself made the decision to get rid of Avon, congratulates him on becoming a true Carson. Aaron crossed his arms, hearing that now they were waiting for a second duel. Let the Takeoff Club prepare for the fight, to which he replied that they should prepare. Raising his finger up, the hero asked that they had not forgotten what he told them. The guy widened his eyes and asked that no, but was it really possible to do so? Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that it was natural. A view of the training camp opened up. It was heard that didn't it look like a situation when there was no food at the feast? The young man lowered his head, and someone said that they lost, compared to the first duel. Weren't both cadets too sluggish? Looking straight ahead, the man said that the fourth participant from the Takeoff Club was entering the arena. Brian took a step forward, hearing if he could break the 21 club's winning streak. The man extended his hand to the side and shouted that they were starting. The boys rushed towards each other. It was heard that it was the fourth match. They stood in front of each other. The man's eyes widened and he shouted that it was an amazing fight, excellent attacks that made you forget that there were 3 matches before. The students clashed. It was heard that it was an intense fight without a single concession, to the point that the huge difference in rankings turned into nothing. Looking down, the instructor thought about how a second year from a lower class was fighting equally with a third year who occupied a leading position in the upper class. Even if we assume that he had improved his skills recently, didn't the situation still seem absurd? The boy clenched his teeth tightly. Looking away, he thought that now he understood why he had not taken any action. He wondered how the situation had turned out like this. Brian struck him. A thought arose. How can a person change so much in an instant? The youth took a step forward. The student frowned and wheezed. Brian glared at him. Suddenly, he swung his sword. The boy exclaimed with wide eyes. The youth looked away furiously. The boy fell to the ground. It was heard that the first critical moment, the blow was significant. He trembled. It was heard that Avon, exhausted from pain, could not get up. Brian put his hand to his face, hearing that it was amazing. He thought he should apologize for his previous remarks. The boy clenched his teeth and thought, damn, he would not like to use such a method. Holding the ball in his hands, he added that but he had no other choice. Stretching his hand forward, the youth asked that he could continue. Standing up, Avon answered approvingly. The student looked surprised, hearing that he was a little sorry. No, to be honest, he was very sorry. The boy looked away and said that if he weren't such a homeless orphan, he would invite him to their club. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. The fighter looked ahead silently. Suddenly, he disappeared. The boy swung his sword sharply. The boy jumped up. The man clenched his teeth. Frowning, the boy said that he was a small bug. Raising his weapon up, he added that he would show him where his place was. Brian parried his blow. He looked away angrily. The boy closed his eyes. The student swung his weapon. It was heard that he was carrying out a series of furious attacks. He thought it would be more correct to say that earlier he was only probing his opponent. The boy's eyes widened and he thought that even though he had raised his mana to the maximum, the shock wave knocked him off his feet. How could a person change so quickly? The man suddenly stopped. Swinging his weapon, the boy exclaimed. Brian slid along the ground. His foot was slipping. Suddenly he stopped. The student bent down to the ground. The boy spat out blood and wheezed. Looking to the side, Avon thought that now he was definitely out of strength. Even he, who was throwing punches, was out of breath. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The boy bent down to the ground. The student frowned, hearing that he was demonstrating an amazing fighting spirit. Grinning, the hero thought that he would show them. The protagonist struck. He swung his sword sharply. The boy held back his attack. Suddenly, Aaron swung his weapon. A bright glow appeared. Particles flew around the weapon. The boy's eyes widened. The students froze in amazement. The people's eyes widened in surprise. The spectators watched in admiration. Gritting his teeth, Brian thought that the results of their training. The man looked surprised and asked what was there, to which the instructor replied that it was correct, and also very clear. His gaze froze in place and he added that they all witnessed this wonderful scene, so beautiful and so terrifying. The guy took a step forward. It was heard that a new aura user was born. Brian looked down. Gritting his teeth, Avon muttered. Suddenly, the young man rolled his eyes. He abruptly fell to the ground. It was heard that he spent all his strength on creating a cloud of aura. What a pity, he lacked only one step. Dave frowned and shouted that what were they all doing there? Let them immediately take him to the healers. This student is a treasure. The instructors looked in amazement. It was heard that it would be done. Let them carry a stretcher. The guys lifted him, and someone shouted that they should slowly, carefully lay him on the stretcher, not get in the way. Avon froze in bewilderment. Gritting his teeth, he thought that even though he won, he was the one who was the loser because of the situation. to win without being the winner. The young man looked away, hearing that they had witnessed a truly amazing event, and now how about getting back to their competition? The hero took a step forward, and the instructor shouted that the head of the club was taking off. Eren was going up to the arena. As he knew, the cadet had made significant progress recently. For example, in the freshman rankings, he managed to rise to second place. The guy looked angrily, hearing that Carson was against Stillgard. Wasn't it an entertaining spectacle? The protagonist smiled, looking at him. Standing in front of him, the young man said that he pulled a funny trick, putting Remus against him. That's hilarious. Frowning, Avon asked how he knew that he would go into the arena first. Eren closed his eyes and asked that he would probably have to be a complete fool not to guess that. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was also obvious that he would be the last one to come out. The young man opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that he therefore calculated that he would have at least 4 wins in his pocket. On the one hand, it would be nice to attract attention to himself thanks to a series of victories, and on the other, he would have an excuse if he lost to him. Frowning, the hero asked that if he had not exhausted himself, he would have certainly won, something like that. Well, he hit the nail on the head. The student glared at this. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that no matter what he said, nothing would change. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that today would be the end of the takeoff club. The protagonist grinned, looking at him. He threw the sword to the side. Looking at him, the young man asked what was wrong, some kind of problem with the sword, to which Eren replied that no, nothing like that. Turning his head, he said that he simply wanted to show courtesy to his opponent, who had endured 4 fights in a row, and thought that in the current situation it would be better to switch to fist fighting to minimize possible injuries, the above being a joke, of course. Smiling broadly, the hero asked that this way he would be able to shower him with punches for much longer, right? Gritting his teeth, the boy said that he was a bastard. The sword broke in half. Avon looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked away. He extended his hand forward. The boy swung his fist and exclaimed. Eren extended his finger forward. Suddenly, he struck the boy. The boy grabbed his throat and wheezed. He opened his eyes wide and thought that his voice. The hero smiled broadly. The boy rolled his eyes. Suddenly he froze in amazement. Lowering his head, Avon thought, what about his hands now? Standing next to him, the protagonist asked that he had planned to deliver a few blows and surrender, hadn't he? Looking straight ahead, Eren said that but his voice was gone and his hands weren't obeying him, so no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't refuse to participate in the fight, right? The guy's eyes widened, hearing what to do. Swinging his fist, the hero asked that all that was left was to beat him half to death. Blood flew out of the guy's mouth. A blow hit him. The protagonist swung his arms. It was heard that Eren's attack was terrifying, but Avon steadfastly endured it, blow after blow. Rolling his eyes, the guy thought that everything was not going according to plan. Something was wrong here. He fell back and added that even if he was trying to just fall under his onslaught, the body was independent of his will. Eren smiled widely and used airflow subjugation. The young man winced in pain, and thought that he was rising to a fighting stance again. The students stood in front of each other, and it was heard that Avon continued to stand firmly on his feet. Perhaps he was greatly impressed by Brian's fighting spirit. A blow flew at the young man, and it was thought that this was not so at all, so let him stop. Suddenly, the hero struck him. Avon was completely beaten. The instructors carried the boy away, and it was heard that although he had lost, he had shown a truly amazing fight. Kendo raised his hand and said that this was a very valuable first victory for the Takeoff Club, wasn't it? He was all ablaze with anticipation, and hoped that such a tense atmosphere would last until the very end. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that while he was speaking, the next participant from the 21 Club had entered the arena. The young man walked forward. He heard that the first place in the ranking of freshmen. He thought this duel would also be extremely exciting for the spectators present here. The hero grinned, hearing that the participants of today's duel would fight for the title of the best in the ranking. Today he would be the star of the freshmen. Kai frowned when he heard that, so who would be on top among the freshmen? Standing in front of the hero, he said that what he did then. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked what he could do again. Stretching his weapon forward, the protagonist replied that well, there was nothing difficult about it. Kai looked straight ahead, listening to what it was. Eren smiled, hearing that the game on the nerves of the first and second place. It seemed they had already begun to feel each other's spirit. The young man closed his eyes. He took a step forward. The guy's weapon appeared. He touched the ground with it. Suddenly Kai's eyes widened in surprise. His foot slid along the ground. The boy's eyes widened. Suddenly he ducked. Raising his eyebrows, Kendall shouted that the enormous wind pressure, Kai's excellent response to Eren's provocation. The young man looked at the hero. It was heard that how did he manage to reach such heights at the age of 16? He once again proved that it was not for nothing that he occupied first place. No wonder that he was called a genius. He stretched out his weapon in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the student said that he could not get even a centimeter closer. Looking at the weapon, the hero said what nonsense he was talking. He sees a significant increase. This time he definitely felt the power contained in his hand. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he managed to get some kind of consolation. Lowering his head, he added that from someone who is a real monster. Kai walked forward, listening to what happened this time. He refuses to fight. Percival frowned and asked why he suddenly decided to give up. Standing in front of the guy, he shouted that they should attack according to Avon's strategy. How could he do that in a situation where he had the opportunity to make him spend a little more energy? Looking down, Kai replied that they would also soon understand the reason for his decision. The man stepped to the side. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that this strategy would not affect Eren at all. Kai walked straight. Looking down, Kendall said that Kai's refusal to participate was a rather strange turn of the fight. Not just strange, everyone present here was extremely puzzled by his decision. The student held his hand. It was heard that despite the fact that they were only defending themselves, both admitted their defeat. From any angle, it looks like the strategy of the 21 Club is to knock out the leader of the club from takeoff. Looking away, the man asked if the best third-year cadets really had no pride at all. What were his thoughts on that matter? Dave crossed his arms and said that there were times when pride had to be forgotten in order to achieve victory, and that was the special appeal of a series of fights where strategy played the main role. He looked down and added that whether this method worked or not was another matter. The man's eyes widened and he asked what he was talking about, and Dave replied that he would understand everything himself during the final fight. Kendall smiled and shouted that, yes, the Takeoff Club had won its fourth victory, and it was time for the final fight. The guy put his hand in his pocket when he heard that it was a showdown between the best fighters from the two clubs, and that they would be witnessing the final battle any minute. He held the ball in his hands, and it was heard that whoever would win the series of fights, let them not miss the long-awaited fight. Gritting his teeth, Percival thought that now he would knock all the arrogance out of this bastard. He would be finished. He raised his eyebrows, hearing that, if you do not take into account the fourth-year students who went to undergo night practice, he was certainly the strongest among the remaining students of the academy. Would this be the end of the finest hour of takeoff? Frowning, the guy said that, as he expected, they met in the finals. Raising his hand, the hero replied that he was looking. His broken wrists had completely healed. Gritting his teeth, Percival said that well, let him wait a little, soon he would wipe that annoying smile off his face. He looked forward furiously. A glow appeared around him. It was heard that a red aura, such a variety, also exists. The protagonist stood quietly in front of him, and someone said that this was a great rarity. He also personally saw such an aura for the first time. Eren grinned slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. The hero was holding a sword in his hands. They were standing quietly in front of each other. The man opened his eyes wide and shouted that the silver aura. The students froze in amazement. People looked at him in admiration. The protagonist froze, hearing that it was crazy, so he was an aura user. Looking away, the guy asked that he knew that Eren was an aura user, to which the young man replied that he did not. Remus smiled and said that although he knew about it, he never expected that his aura would be so amazing. Suddenly, the student rushed forward. Percival swung his weapon. The hero smirked, looking at him. The protagonist dodged his blow. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. A glow appeared around Eren's weapon. Kendall opened his eyes wide and shouted that what he saw was breathtaking, a fierce fight between two aura users. They swung their weapons at each other. The young man frowned and thought about how he managed to achieve such a result. He stood there like an impregnable mountain. He couldn't move him even an inch. Swinging his weapon, Percival exclaimed. The hero parried his blow. The weapon held back his attack. Blood was flowing from the guy's nose. The protagonist grinned and said that now he had finally lost. Standing in front of the guy, he added that even during the fight between Avon and Brian, he had suspected something was wrong, but he had still driven away such a thought until the very end, because even if your thoughts are clouded by the desire to win, there's a line that you shouldn't cross. Frowning, Eren said that, for example, you shouldn't take a prohibited drug that enhances all the indicators necessary for fighting. The guy clenched his teeth when he heard that such as explosive concentration pills. He looked down and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked, didn't he know that if he miscalculated the dosage, he would be in serious trouble? Swinging his weapon, Percival shouted at him to shut up. Who the hell was he slandering? Eren jumped to the side. The boy looked away in amazement. Frowning, the hero said that meant he was going to pretend until the end. The boy flew to the side. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had originally planned to fight half-heartedly, but he had gotten on his nerves. Percival landed on the ground. He clenched his teeth. The protagonist jumped up. Frowning, Eren said, what a snotty bastard. The boy looked at him in fear. The hero opened his eyes in rage and said that he would teach him to admit his mistakes. A powerful explosion erupted. The boys stood in the smoke. The people covered their faces with their hands. They covered their eyes. The man coughed from the smoke. He asked again, his eyes wide open. Percival was lying on the ground. It was heard that it seemed the winner of the final fight had been determined. The students suddenly looked in fear. People froze in amazement. They opened their eyes wide. The guy rolled his eyes when he heard that there was a winner. The hero grinned when he heard that Aaron was from the Takeoff Club. Suddenly the students exclaimed joyfully. The men raised their hands up. It was heard that the Takeoff Club was amazing. The students rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist winked. It was heard that he would ask for silence. The fighting arena appeared, and someone shouted that Aaron, that is, the Takeoff Club, was the winner of the series of fights. Sitting on the bed, the boy said that the 21 Club was disbanded. Members of the 21 Club were forbidden to be members of other private organizations on the territory of the educational institution. Any acts of retaliation against the Flight Club were prohibited. He swears using his mana as a witness that he will control the members of the dissolved club. Closing his eyes, he added that in order to ensure compliance with the above. Frowning, the young man asked that he was satisfied. Grinning, the hero replied that yes, now all the I's were dotted, wasn't it? Because there was no place for trust in their relationship. Holding the pet in his hands, he added that as promised, he would keep the use of illegal drugs a secret, to which Avon replied that he was a walking thorn. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he confirmed the existence of the oath, so all the best, they will not cross paths anymore. Opening his eyes wide, he thought about how this man ended up here. He did not remember inviting him. The boy crossed his arms and said that it had been a long time since he had seen him. Standing in front of him, Aaron said that yes, he was glad to see him, asked why he had come here, to which the boy replied that he was asking such a stupid question. He had heard that the match of the century would be held within the academy, so he couldn't help but come and watch. The hero extended his weapon in front of him, and it was heard that a new aura user was born, followed by another one. Frowning, the boy asked that it would be more correct to say not a birth, but an open demonstration, right? Looking straight ahead, he added that it was worth calling what had happened a miracle, a student who had been a fourth-class knight until recently. Standing in front of him, the hero heard that he had become an aura user in such a short period of time. He smirked slightly. The crest appeared, and it was heard that the breath of steel was a method of concentrating mana that worked miracles. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that even as a first-class knight, he should have known that the aura was not created, but given. Frowning, the young man asked if there was a special reason. Looking at him, Aaron said that it was a sense of urgency, a desperate desire to protect the people dear to him. Crossing his arms, the boy asked what desperate desire he had, to which the hero replied that the audience might not know, but the survival of their club depended on this series of duels. Frowning, the young man said that he did not know, even if such a condition was put forward, the word despair somehow did not suit him at all. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he thought, that he hid his abilities. The boy frowned and thought that this was an even more absurd assumption. In order to deceive Sir Nick, he needed to reach one of the special ranks. If he had managed to reach a special rank at that age, then he should not have been called a genius who broke the record of the founding emperor. Standing in front of him, Aaron said that although he guessed what he was thinking, he was not a first class, but a second, to which the boy replied that yes, such coincidences do happen, but this does not change the fact that what happened looks suspicious. Looking at the hero, the boy replied that in such a short time he became an aura user, and besides, he did not send him an invitation to a series of duels. Closing his eyes, the hero asked that is there at least one person who would not know how busy the inspectors of the prosecutor's night corps are, and he is also the commander of this unit. He did not want to distract them from their work once again because of such a trifle. Raising his finger up, the guy said that even the fact that he cared about him so much looked too suspicious, to which the protagonist replied that it probably would not end. Looking at them, the man asked that so that's where he was. He had already looked for him. Raising his eyebrows, Kendall asked that he himself asked for mediation and disappeared without saying a word. Lowering his head, the young man said that thanks to him, he enjoyed watching a series of fights, to which the man replied that he was flattered, he was only glad to discover such a rare talent. Pointing forward, he asked what was next to him. The girl's eyes lit up. The guy looked in amazement, and thought that this look. Lowering his head, he shouted that he greeted her. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought who it was. Looking to the side, Kendall said that he should also show respect, the 14th head of the Magic Tower, the only Archmage of the 7 Rings of Navarro, the 7th Mage of the continent. The girl suddenly took off her hood. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought that the Archmage, whose glory pierces the heavens, not to mention the nobles, even the imperial family did not dare to express disdain for her. The mage crossed her arms. The thought appeared that in front of him was that same crazy girl from the south. Lowering his head, Aaron said that it was a great honor for him to meet her. He was the third son of the house of Stillgard. The man closed his eyes and cleared his throat. Turning around, the guy said that he had one urgent matter, so he was forced to leave them, to which Kendall wished him a good journey. Looking at him, the hero asked what business he had with him, to which the man asked again that he remembered that he gave Emmanuel advice regarding the magic circle. The hero extended his hand forward and asked if this incident had not been resolved yet, It was like a cow backing away and crushing a mouse. He should not attach much importance to what had happened. The man closed his eyes and said that he understood everything perfectly. He should not worry. He had no intention of interfering with his nephew's bright future. He had simply seen a sight that was amazing in many ways today. Raising his finger up, he added that, however, a magic circle was an area that could not be explained by the word chance, by the way. Standing in front of him, the hero heard that he had ever heard of the gift of a beautiful eye. The man extended his hands forward. The thought appeared that a magical talent that is said to be 1 in a million, an eye that can see the beauty of brevity and effectiveness of magic formulas, the gift of a beautiful eye. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he certainly did not have anything like that. Aaron stood still, the thought that this was just a knowledge of the second system, obtained through interdimensional trade. The girl sat in front of him. The thought arose that why the hell he was in this carriage. The carriage moved forward, and the hero thought about the fact that they suggested talking in a quieter place. So where are they going to go? Looking straight ahead, the mage asked what he was looking at. He was very excited, which he kept glancing at endlessly. The protagonist looked in amazement and asked again. Smirking, the girl asked what she was wondering how she could look like this, isn't it, when she reveals her true identity, all the while looking at him with exactly the same eyes as he was now. Looking at her, Aaron replied that yes, there is such a thing, and then thought that it was really interesting how a person who is already over 50 can look like he is not even 30. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that her heart hadn't fluttered like that for a long time. My God, what a creative, laconic and beautiful magic circle this was. Only someone like a genius could have come up with such a formula. Grinning, she added that since this topic was touched upon, maybe they would transfer a small check? Holding the crystal in her hands, the archmage said that if she found an ineffective section, she would give this. He knew what she had in her hands now. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought that how could he not know this was a product of his store, and then said that of course he knew. Sitting in front of him, the girl asked what was that all, to which the protagonist replied that the color was pleasant. Looking at the crystal, she added that it was strange. 100 out of 100 knights who saw this crystal, their eyes immediately filled with a thirst for possession. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thought about why he would so passionately desire something that only cost 200 motes, and he had more than 100 of them in stock. He extended his hand forward and added that if she was going to give the crystal away for free, he saw no point in refusing, and then said that it was here, and over there. Kendall's eyes widened and he said that it was amazing. Without a doubt, he had the gift of a beautiful eye, and in the time he had pointed out 4 inaccuracies, he had only found 1. Looking straight ahead, the mage replied that there weren't 4. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. Frowning, the mage said that she was saying that there weren't 4. Extending her finger forward, she asked why this section was ineffective. Looking straight ahead, the girl continued that of course, this was the part that reduced the effectiveness, but this ineffective section was essential for activating the magic circle. Raising his eyebrows, the hero replied that, whatever the case, the fact that he was ineffective remained unchanged. There was no point in leaving as is something that could be improved. Raising her hand, the archmage said that he should then try to correct this flaw, the glowing pencil. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that while continental magic was far behind in theory, it was still surprising that there were 7 archmages. Looking at the girl, he asked her what he thought. After the adjustments he had made, the magic circle looked better. Sierra answered with wide eyes that it was beautiful. Looking straight ahead, Aaron heard that his eyes really did have the gift of a beautiful eye. Throwing the crystals, the girl said that he should keep them, giving him 2 jokes, to which he thought that it was a saving of 400 coins. Raising her hands up, the archmage said that he should try to improve the circle too. Sitting in front of her, the hero asked that she said that she wanted to talk in a quiet place, so he went with her, right? To which the girl answered that that was exactly it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that then wouldn't it have been more correct to say what she wanted from him first. Sierra closed her eyes and replied that there was logic in his words. As expected, he was a truly gifted youth. Crossing her arms, she added that she had a very difficult problem to solve. She had been tinkering with it for a long time, but she felt that she had reached her limit, so she needed the help of the owner of the gift of the beautiful eye. Perhaps then a breakthrough in this field would be made. Frowning, the girl said that let him help her, promising a reward that would not disappoint him. The girl's eyes lit up, and she added that she would become his guardian. The hero asked again, widening his eyes. Kendall closed his eyes and said let him listen. His nephew chose the path of the sword. He thought there was no need to make a different decision here. Raising her hand, the mage asked why he thought so. Because he was from the Stillgard family. If people born in this family were so good at fencing, then they should all ignore magic. Looking straight ahead, she added that it looked like she would have blinked at least one eye if she had seen that his father had brought the entire knight squad with him. Although if his grandfather had returned alive and well, he might have made him a little nervous. The protagonist looked in amazement, and wondered what was going on. Why the atmosphere had suddenly become like a kidnapping. Were they really heading to the magic tower now? Holding the pet in his arms, he added that the magic tower with virtually unlimited mana power was the home of wizards. The moment his foot stepped on that land, he would never be able to get out of there on his own. If he was dragged away like that, he might end up as a slave to the magic formulas in the magic tower for the rest of his life. Aaron closed his eyes and said that he should listen and calm down, not that he didn't like her offer, and his uncle didn't give a categorical refusal either. Sitting in front of her, the hero said that as she knew very well, he was from the Stillgard family, to which Sierra replied that since he was a Stillgard, there was no point in turning his gaze towards wizards. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he did not mean that at all. Looking straight ahead, he added that living as a member of the Stillgard family is not an easy matter, high interest and expectations, constant pressure from the outside, acutely reacting to the manifestation of any weakness, even if through incredible efforts unprecedented growth is achieved. This is just a story about a thorny path of humiliation, covered by the aura of family or blood relationship. Frowning, the girl asked what he was getting at now. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it would be great if she became his patron, because she is one of the two giants protecting him. Looking straight at him, he asked what, but she knew that the bigger the tree, the wider the shadow. Since sunlight does not penetrate the tree's canopy, the grass under it has a hard time growing tall. He was burdened by the name of Stillgard, but if he had to live under the shadow of someone who had much more significant prestige. Sierra, widening her eyes, said that someone who had more significant prestige than the Stillgard family, he really thought so. She smirked and added that well, she understood him perfectly. No matter how much of a prodigy he was, his prestige could indeed be a burden to him. They looked at her in surprise, hearing that he should say what he wanted. The mage smiled and said that she did not hire people for nothing. Aaron looked down and said that he didn't even know what to say. He was a noble after all, so he didn't really lack anything. Instead, could she just give him some time to think about this conversation? He looked surprised when he heard that she would give him 10 minutes. Closing his eyes, the hero said that his life was at stake. Let her give him time to think about everything alone in a quiet and calm place. In exchange, he would improve the formula that she had shown him earlier. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Raising 2 fingers up, she said if he really improved that formula, then she would give him 2 hours. She was making a promise on behalf of Sierra, the 7th mage of the continent. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought that he had to escape from her clutches. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that even if he faced the worst-case scenario. Aaron got out of the carriage. Looking to the side, the archmage said that she would wait for him here for 2 hours, let him think it over carefully in a suitable place, and come back if he suddenly broke the agreement. Smiling, the hero said that of course she would return, because the promise given by the head of the magic tower is not a joke. The protagonist stood in the middle of the village. He looked to the side. Aaron jumped up and thought that the 2 hours he had worked so hard to get, during this time he should find a way to get rid of that crazy woman. The villagers carried the box on their shoulders. The hero grinned, hearing that why he was there was something more important. Shouldn't he now be participating in a series of duels? Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that all the duels were brilliantly completed, because they had prepared well for this confrontation. He had worked hard, to which the man replied that he was exaggerating, he was just following the orders he had received from him. Holding the pet in his arms, Aaron said that there was no need to be so modest. By the way, let him look after Sari for a while, to which Marcus replied that he would listen. Holding the paper in his hands, he added that he should sort this out too. A carriage was standing at the crossroads next to the market. Let him deliver this letter there in exactly 2 hours. Sitting on the windowsill, the hero said that he wishes you a good working day, he will stop by a little later. A view of the building opened up. The headphones were lying on the table. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was great. With the help of the dream machine he managed to find Sierra's weak spot. Having made a deal, he would be able to fully turn the situation in his favor. A lot of notifications appeared in front of him. A view of the outer hills opened up. Aaron sighed heavily. Standing among the stones, he said that he barely managed to finish in the allotted time. A view of the city opened up. The girl held the letter in her hands. It was said that no matter how much he thought, the path of magic was alien to him. Grandfather had reached a mythical rank, and Miss Sierra was only legendary. It seemed he had made it clear which way he intended to go. Looking at the letter, she read that no matter how outstanding the archmage was, he was truly great only in the magic tower. If she did not think so, then maybe he would try to prove the opposite once. He would wait for her on the outer hills, outside the capital. If she was not confident in her strength, then let her calmly return to the magic tower. The archmage clenched her teeth, reading that and one more thing. Since she was no more than 30 in appearance, then maybe we should switch to another form of address. If the age difference was so small, then he thought using respectful speech was somewhat inappropriate. Frowning, Sierra asked why this greenhorn dared to make fun of her. A glow suddenly appeared in the carriage. The girl flew up. Frowning, she shouted that where was he hiding? Let him quickly crawl out of his hole, while she was talking to him nicely. Sierra opened her eyes wide and shouted that these damned mountains. Every time she crossed this area on a carriage, she thought that this road was extremely inconvenient. Since everything turned out this way, then could he turn this mountainous piece of land into a plain? She lowered her head, hearing that the slope of the mountain at 7 o'clock let him stop looking around and come down from heaven to earth. Gritting her teeth, the Archmage asked that wasn't this a message transmission spell. The hero closed his eyes, listening to the fact that the damn boy knew how to handle magic and at the same time babbled about the torments of burden, to which he asked that this was not a spell at all, but the so-called whole tone. They will leave it. If she wants to believe that this is a spell, then so be it. The girl looked furiously, hearing that in any case, even if he launched into an explanation, she probably still wouldn't understand a damn thing about what she asked again. She looked away. The protagonist raised his hand up. The Archmage suddenly rushed forward. She landed on the ground. Standing in the smoke, the girl asked that she was not just angry, she was shaking with anger from head to toe, but suddenly she even became curious. With her eyes wide open, she added that she was terribly curious about what this bastard believed in, that he was so insolent. That was the question that arose in her head. Eren closed his eyes and said that he didn't know what he should believe in. He frowned. The hero suddenly ducked. Grinning, he said that maybe the answer would come after a short check. Looking at him, the Archmage thought that it was funny to tears, just some kind of unfortunate aura. She looked in fear, hearing that the mana flow was unstable, the magical power had weakened for unknown reasons, and unknown energy was blocking the mana flow. The girl lowered her head, thinking that her mana was not circulating. The protagonist looked away. The Archmage frowned. Suddenly, Eren used a lightning strike. A glow appeared in the forest. The hero grinned, thinking that damn, she was not awarded the title of Archmage for nothing, despite his careful preparation. The girl stood in front of the barrier. The thought occurred to her that she managed to complete the protective spell in the blink of an eye. Sierra, her eyes wide open, said that he had done something that even his father could not handle. Suddenly, a blow flew at her hand. Frowning, the hero thought that the jokes were over. The girl's eyes lit up and she said that she would not leave a wet spot of him. The fiery spheres rushed forward. They quickly flew down. Flying into the air, the girl asked that not only did he decide to play with her, but he also dared to inflict a wound on her. She glared and screamed that she would never forgive him. Suddenly, a pentagram appeared in front of her. Sierra used the firestorm skill. A powerful flame erupted. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Looking to the side, he thought that this was a really impressive scale of attack. Holding the scroll in his hands, the protagonist thought that if he didn't have the scroll, he would really be in great danger. Looking at the girl, Eren thought that somehow, he had to do something about this madness. Since she was in the air, items would also be ineffective. Raising his head up, the hero said that the fight was in the air then. A view of the room opened up. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that in the end, he had no choice but to use this. A view of the burnt forest opened up. Looking around, the girl asked where he hid. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise and asked again. The Archmage suddenly rushed forward, heard what was going on. Her eyes widened, hearing that an unknown flying object was approaching at high speed, detection of supermassive energy. The girl's gaze froze in place and she thought that she could understand everything if it was a simple flight spell, however. The hero put on armor. Armor appeared on his hands. The protagonist rushed forward. A thought arose. What the hell did this whole appearance mean? With wide eyes, the girl asked what he was doing. What kind of armor was this? Eren grinned and replied that he was looking. Even the Archmage was surprised by his appearance. But, raising a finger up, he added that he would not tell her anything. The girl's head appeared. Looking straight ahead, Sierra asked what this meant. What was his answer? Smiling widely, she shouted that in that case she would have to extract information from him by force. The girl stretched out her arms and used the lightning net skill. The hero stood quietly in front of her. The lightning began to fade. Suddenly, the Archmage shouted about the lightning net. It began to fade again. The girl opened her mouth and wondered what the hell. She widened her eyes and added that why did she keep failing again and again. Looking at her, the protagonist said that the lightning throwing had failed. He looked down and added that it seemed like the magic armor's performance was up to par. The armor appeared and was said to be a type of magic armor that could be obtained in the second system. Flames appeared around the people, and the thought arose that as long as even the weakest wizard wore the armor, his physical abilities would be in no way inferior to the best warriors of the first system. A glow appeared. It was said that in addition, various spells and multi-spells are possible. In fact, this is an item, in theory called the strongest combat weapon. Eren smirked, thinking that of course he did not buy the armor for use in combat, but, holding the weapon in his hands, he added that since everything turned out this way. Swinging the sword, the hero thought that now it was his turn to strike. A view of the sky opened up. The protagonist frowned. Gritting his teeth, the Archmage thought that a curse. She widened her eyes and added that why did everything turn out this way? The man extended his hand forward. A thought arose that she was beside herself with joy when she heard that Kendall found the owner of the gift of the beautiful eye. The hero looked straight ahead. It was said that of course he was a little embarrassed by the fact that he was a member of the Stillgard family, but his rare abilities were undeniable. A pentagram appeared, a thought appeared, that therefore the only wish that she was unable to fulfill, but she just wanted to finally make it come true. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked why. Frowning, she screamed, why the hell was he doing this to her? A view of the tower opened up. It was heard that she only wanted to complete the spell in the magic tower. Was there really something wrong in her actions? The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that why they should now fight for life and death. Looking at the magician, he asked that she still did not understand what she did wrong, to which the girl asked again, what was he talking about? Raising his hand, Aaron said that this was his gift of the beautiful eye, his eye. Frowning, he asked why he should complete her magic spells. Her desires were not his concern. Sierra looked away and asked him what he was saying, fighting her over such a trivial matter. If he had any objections he could have said it directly in the carriage. Raising his hands, the hero said that if he had raised the issue, she would have listened to him, and if he had refused, she would not have grabbed him in a vice and taken him to the magic tower. Sparks appeared from the hero's legs. He quickly rushed upward. The protagonist swung his weapon and shouted that he swears that she would have done exactly the opposite. The girl, wide-eyed, thought no. She smiled and added that she was the 7th archmage of this great continent, and an invincible legend would lose to some child. A glow appeared behind her, and the girl thought that such a situation was unacceptable for her. Aaron flew forward. A thought appeared that she could not allow this. He opened his eyes wide and said that he was wasting his mana again. In any case, it was powerless against the magic armor. The weapon appeared on his hand. The hero froze in bewilderment and asked again. Looking at the sphere, he thought that the skill was not working. The outskirts of Theros appeared. Sitting at the table, the girl said that last week everything was sold out. Now there were about 20 pieces left in the warehouse. She held a pen in her hands. Looking straight ahead, Sylvia asked if everything was okay with the gentleman. From the deputy's words, one could assume that he had some difficulties. Turning around, she asked that she was also worried about him. Yes. The girl opened her eyes in amazement and asked again. The bed appeared, and she turned to the pet. A view of the sky opened up. Falling down, the hero screamed. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist thought that the skill was not working. Could this really be the magic of the 7 rings? The girl crossed her arms. A thought appeared that this could not be. He confirmed through the dream machine that she was defeated. The archmage was kneeling, and the hero thought that in the battle with the head of the 5th magic tower, because she did not use the magic of the 7 rings. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that she had no restrictions. Then why did not she go further than the magic of the 6 rings? And then said that only not this. At this rate the forest suddenly caught fire. It was heard that it would fall to the ground and break. The monster's eyes lit up. Aaron clenched his teeth tightly. Lying on the ground, he said that the head, what is this? Because before hitting the ground he should have been flying for a couple more minutes. With his eyes wide open, the hero heard that thank God he made it in time. Looking around, the protagonist listened to what he had long wanted to address him in this way, to which he asked what kind of voice. Aaron's eyes widened in amazement. Flames appeared around the creature, and the thought arose that blood-like scales covered the enormous body, and the flames spoke softly, as if enveloping it. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that if it was a creature he was familiar with, then asked if it was really him. Sitting on the snake's head, he turned. The beast looked up, and it sounded like he was really sorry. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked how everything had turned out this way. He had turned into a crimson fiery beast, and even started talking. Looking straight ahead, the pet said that he also didn't quite understand what had happened. He had just had a good night's sleep and felt that his body wasn't the same as usual. Putting his hand to his face, Aaron wondered what he had always wondered, why he had been so sleepy lately. He had never expected that this was a prerequisite for awakening. Grinning, he added that he was now quite big, and then asked what was going on. A bright glow appeared above him, and it was heard that in this situation, could they really waste time on empty talk? The snake rushed forward, and the hero shouted that no, to dodge the blow. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that if there was no barrier, they would be in big trouble, and then said that it was an excellent maneuver. Raising his hand up, he added that it was surprising that although his body was wrapped in tongues of flame, why did he not feel the heat? Looking straight ahead, Aaron heard that it was because he was its master. The snake crawled through the forest. A thought appeared that why was he surprised at all? Sari was originally a monster from interdimensional trade. No matter how strange everything looked, the current situation was not something that should be assessed using common sense. Well, of course. The hero asked again, his eyes wide open. The girl crossed her arms and shouted that she should not look. A thought appeared that he could not even imagine that he would encounter something much more shocking here. The protagonist froze in front of the girl. Looking straight ahead, Aaron said that was the reason why she had never used the magic of the 7 rings. Frowning, Sierra replied that yes, because of him, she had lifted the restriction for the first time in 20 years. Clenching her fist, she added that she had put so much effort into hiding it. The hero silently looked at the girl. Rolling his eyes, he thought about how he thought she was hiding some kind of outstanding secret. The Archmage looked at her with fear. The thought occurred to him that she was actually acting like this only because she wanted to look young. She frowned furiously, hearing that she had only not used the magic of the 7 rings because of this, to which the girl shouted that he should stop laughing. The protagonist grinned. Hearing that, he thought she wanted to hold one of her rings in the grip of restrictions so much, he had no idea what was going on in her heart until today, to which he replied that he should forgive her. It was just a nervous laugh. Anti-aging care is a serious problem. Looking straight ahead, Aaron asked that, however, they could continue their conversation downstairs, said that he wanted to say something about what happened earlier. Frowning, Sierra said that he shouldn't make her laugh. He thought she would let him live after he saw her true form. Putting his hand on his side, the hero replied that he was looking. She really wanted to fight not for life, but to the death. Suddenly, the girl looked at him in fear. The protagonist stood on the head of the snake. Clenching his fist, he said that even if she was an archmage, her mana was not unlimited. Aaron smiled broadly and asked if he wanted to fight again. Sierra gritted her teeth and wheezed. The sky opened up, and it sounded like a curse. The forest was ablaze. Holding the clothes in his hands, the hero said that here. Looking at him, the archmage said, "What is this?" To which the protagonist replied that her clothes were torn, so he should put on this cloak for now. The protagonist grinned when he heard that she said thank you, to which he thought that he should be the one thanking her. If they had a second fight, he might have to use another expensive magical armor. Looking away, Sierra said that she would allow him to ask him one question. Why did he suddenly become so caring towards her? Looking straight ahead, Aaron said that it was because the reason for the confrontation had disappeared, to which she asked again. Standing on the monster's head, the hero asked, "Well, she doesn't really want her secret to be revealed, but he's not eager to reveal his cards either." Looking to the side, the archmage thought that indeed, unknown equipment, a monster transformer, and everything else. A glow appeared around the protagonist. It was heard that he had reached the awakened rank at such an age. Sierra, wide-eyed, thought that in terms of speed, it was even faster than the founding emperor, and then said that all his abilities came to him from that boy, that is, from Richard. Raising his hand, Aaron said that they had many questions for each other, but they would put it all on top of the table. Standing in front of him, the girl asked what was on top of the table. What other table? To which the hero asked again that he remembered he had recently said that he wanted to tell her something. Smiling, he added that now they were on equal terms, so there was no reason to fight like before, so they would lay all their cards on the table and talk about it. Sierra looked surprised when she heard that in general. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked what about starting negotiations. The scroll and drawings were lying on the table. The man was standing near the shelf with potions. Crossing his arms, Kendall said that a lot of time had passed and they were still not there. That boy got into trouble after all. He looked surprised when he heard that the head of the magic tower had returned. Taking a step forward, the man said that she had finally returned, to which the girl responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, Sierra asked that nothing had happened in the magic tower in her absence. Raising his eyebrows, the man thought that since she was so calm, it meant that everything had been resolved safely, and then said that everything was fine, but the guy froze in silence. He heard who was with her. Holding the door handle, the girl said that he should come in. Looking straight ahead, she added that he could use this room from now on. It had everything he needed, so he wouldn't feel any inconvenience. Raising her eyebrows, Sierra said that no one could go up to the top floor of the tower without her permission, so he had nothing to worry about. Holding his face, the guy said that in that case, he could calmly take his original form. Looking straight ahead, the hero smiled. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she was amazed every time she saw this ability, a transformation spell that could be cast without wasting magic rings, to which the protagonist replied that he thought she could do it too. Aaron closed his eyes and asked that, however, not only mana was involved here, so the training would probably take about 10 years, to which he was told that he refused. He would leave this option for the most extreme case. A door appeared. It was heard that in general the room was at the end of the corridor. Besides it, he could use any room he wanted here. Turning around, the girl said that he should do his closed training or something like that, to which the hero responded approvingly. The protagonist looked to the side. A room appeared. It was heard that it was quite nice. The cat was walking on the bed. The flasks were on the floor. It was said that he was helping Sierra with research in the field of reverse aging magic, in exchange for which a contract was signed for the supply of magical items between the Tower of Magicians and Aaron's trading company. The negotiations ended with an agreement on the provision of various amenities, such as a place for closed training. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he had experienced some inconveniences in Stillgard Castle and the academy because he had to constantly worry about other people's eyes. But here he had the opportunity to fully focus only on interdimensional trade. The hero's eyes lit up and he said so. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to enter the second system, to which he replied that they would begin. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had immersed himself in closed training for only one purpose, to carry out the final revenge related to his past life. The guy stood still, a thought arose that in relation to him. Sitting on the bed, Eren thought that in order to get his attention, he got close to him, expressing a desire to buy magic armor, and now that they had become acquainted, there was only one thing that should be done. Notifications about the inventory and current coins appeared. Looking at the messages, the hero thought that in the remaining time, he must at all costs bring this bastard to the very bottom. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that great, today he was also able to earn 10,000 coins in daily sales. The coins were falling down. The thought came that in the 0 and first systems he had already earned recognition, so he was able to maintain a certain volume of sales there. But in the second system he was very new, so he had to start from scratch, but the newly acquired statuses turned out to be very useful. Putting his hand to his face, Eren said that he was still far from the balance. The last time he checked, there were about 330,000 coins on his account. Clicking on the notification, he added that there were no other worthwhile advertisements for purchase and sale on the exchange. The hero looked at the message in amazement. With wide eyes, he asked what kind of new request for a deal. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked again. A notification from the channel master of the second system appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Eren asked that it turns out that he really is the channel master, but he did not create any problems in the second system, so why did he write to him? Sari rushed forward and addressed, to which the hero replied that he should wait, that he would sort out this businessman, and he would be all his. Lowering his head, the man said that he had ignored so many messages. Frowning, the channel master asked what, and as soon as he saw that a letter had come from the channel master, he had immediately slapped together an answer. He just had bad manners. Closing his eyes, the hero thought, what kind of bastard was he? Why did he start yelling at him from the first sentence? And then said that he had received a message from him for the first time. What was he saying now? Looking at the notification, the man said what he had said. He had immediately answered only when he saw that the message had come from the channel master. Did his ears get blocked or something? Wide-eyed, the protagonist said that he had to write that he was the channel master to get his answer. He smirked, thinking that before the battle with Sierra, he kept receiving letters from an unknown sender. He was very busy at the time, so he ignored those messages. But was it really MK who sent them? And then said that he was asking for forgiveness. He was still adjusting to the second system, so he didn't know what was what. Eren looked surprised, hearing that it was enough. His brother Mayam was kicked out because of him. The guy smiled. It was said that the channel master of the first system Mayam, outwardly he is a strong-willed channel master who pretends to be honest and claims to manage the channel fairly. But in reality he is a greedy guy who gives privileges to merchants by taking bribes. A notification appeared. The thought arose that he, too, managed to benefit from the fact that he had mistakenly taken him for an auditor. But as we know, if you leave something by its too long tail, then someone will take it and step on it. In the end, he was fired from his position, and even his large trading account was destroyed. Looking up, the hero thought that it was his own fault for what happened. He himself had misled himself. So why were all the stones flying at him? Clenching his fists, the man said that Mayam had told him everything. Being an auditor, he had only taken care of his own benefit, and then sent Mayam to hell. Clicking on the message, he added that he would do the same. Wide-eyed, the protagonist thought that that person was. The guy looked at him in fear. The thought arose that Lancelot. With a wide smile, Siam said that since he was doing monitoring, he should do his job properly and honestly, since he dared to ruin the market using a shady company for hiring part-time workers. Sitting on the bench, the hero heard that now he was finished too. Frowning, he thought that hiring part-time workers to ruin public opinion was a real crime. But the deal with Lancelot took place during his first login to the second system, and they did not contact him after that. Their correspondence appeared. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that well, this is his life, not his account, so he does not care what he does, but he is somewhat curious about why he dragged him into this kind of scam. Stretching his hands forward, the young man replied that no, he never tried to drag him into his business. Eren frowned and thought, what a kid, something is fishy here, but he is not going to say. Clicking on the notification, he added that then he should figure out what happened himself. Sitting at the table, the man said that loyalty, from which tears welled up in his eyes, thought that he would be able to hide their close relationship, because Eren provided most of the money for his enterprise. Raising his hand, he added that he should answer on the merits. Eren's main assortment of goods left mana stones and magic items, whether he did part-time work in the trade related to these goods. Looking down, the guy said that there was a case, but if he answered honestly, then he was promised to turn a blind eye to the company hiring part-time workers. But why did he continue to drag Eren into this matter? Leaning on the table, Siam said that that's how it was, so there was the use of part-time workers, with the aim of eliminating competitors. Smiling broadly, he asked that he had something to say. The hero looked amazed, hearing that the psychological state of the person he was talking to was displayed in detail. Frowning, he thought that the tone of the heart also works on the channel master, in which case, maybe the second effect will be able to be applied. A notification appeared that all the ins and outs of his interlocutor will be shown. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist heard that so much effort was spent to drill him, and he still barely moves his tongue. Is it so difficult to say that he is a dummy leader and that the real owner is Eren? The hero smiled, hearing that first he must push him into the grave dug for him. Soon he will be buried forever. The man looked amazed, hearing that on the contrary, it seems he knows why he is doing this. Looking straight, the protagonist said that the channel master is trying to denigrate the reputation of the monitoring agent by framing him. He must have prepared many accusations against him, right? Siam froze, listening to the fact that the channel master was trying to tarnish the reputation of the monitoring agent by framing him. He probably prepared a lot of accusations against him, right? Eren grinned, thinking that it seemed like he hit the nail on the head, so he would see what he would do. The guy looked surprised when he heard that he could leave the chat for a while, to which he responded approvingly. The hero smiled when he heard that he left the chat, to which he said that now they were alone, so they would talk frankly. Looking straight ahead, Siam heard that or even if he had 10 mouths, he probably still would not find what to say, to which he replied that he should stop. Closing his eyes, he asked what about having a serious talk. The window in the room was open. It was heard that the gift he received when he entered the second system was actually given to him by him. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if he had actually sent a warning to stop. Raising a finger, the man replied that he had given the gift out of the heart, wanting him to feel his affection for him. Smirking, he added that he had spent a lot of time looking for it, and then thought what an annoying bastard he was who didn't understand sarcasm. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist reflected that, one way or another, as the conversation continued, he had formed a rough picture of what was going on here. Firstly, unlike regular users, the intentions of channel masters were only activated when they were worried about something, and this channel master Siam was just a coward, scared of the position of an observer agent. The man looked down, thinking that of course he was thinking about taking revenge for Mayam, but the bribe he sent him when he first entered the second system completely changed the situation in his favor. In the end, he turned out to be an individual who was more concerned about his own skin than friendship. Eren smirked, thinking that if he took advantage of the current situation, it would greatly help his plan, and then said that he was very sorry that Mayam was so unlucky. He wanted to turn a blind eye to this incident, but the upper management noticed an inconsistency in the reports. Siam looked down, hearing that how was he supposed to know that a mid-level agent of the second system would directly take care of this, to which he asked again. The man touched the notification, hearing that yes, the guy was active in the second system, to which he replied that but he was not in the database. Frowning, the hero thought that the channel master's powers included even searching, but now he was a guy from the past who had not yet changed his nickname, and then said that of course this was not his nickname, and especially not his real name, to which Siam replied that it was some kind of code name to hide his identity. The man put his hand to his face and said that it turned out that in order to survive, he must get rid of that mid-level agent. The protagonist grinned, hearing that but why did that person suddenly decide to help him? Wasn't he connected with him? The correspondence between them appeared. Raising his hand up, the hero said that it was all because he was of no use, and then asked where it was possible to use an auditor whose identity was revealed. Siam looked surprised, hearing that he also had to find a way to survive. Stretching, the protagonist said how well everything worked out. He grinned and added that he had managed to direct the wrath of the channel master Siam onto that guy, although he had been attacked so unexpectedly, but he had shown quite good ingenuity. The pet hid under the blanket. It was heard that now that the channel master was on his side, he would be able to quickly catch that bastard. Eren's eyes widened, thinking that for sure, because of the conversation with Siam, he had completely forgotten about Sari. Lifting the blanket, the hero said that he should forgive him. He had an urgent matter. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that he had said that he would quickly sort everything out. He hated his master. Eren knelt down. Rolling his eyes, he thought that something suddenly felt bad. He had never expected to hear something like that from Sari. Looking at him, the pet said that he should forgive him. He had gone too far, yes. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that something huge and scary was just sitting inside the tower, to which he thought that it was huge and scary. The torch was hanging on the wall. The protagonist stood in front of the door. Crossing his arms, he thought that the archmage had strictly forbidden anyone to come in here, and then asked what she was saying that very something was inside. Lightning appeared near the entrance. It was heard that by the way the door was ajar. He did not think that Sierra had left it open on purpose. Standing next to the hero, the pet said that he was at fault, to which the protagonist replied that it was his doing. Looking up, Eren said that he had been warned, so if what had happened became known, he thought that such an ending awaited him. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that but the closer he got, the stronger he felt streams of pure mana enveloping his entire body. Smiling, the hero said that since the situation had developed in this way, he thought nothing terrible would happen if he took a quick look at what was inside. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and asked what it was. The food was on the table. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist silently looked at her. They were sitting in front of each other. Holding a knife in her hands, Sierra said that if she wanted to say something, then she should just say it, without trying to guess the right moment. Looking at her, Aaron wondered why she was acting colder and more reserved than usual. As expected, she noticed everything. Stretching his hands forward, he added that in that case. The pet smiled, hearing that he should look at the cutie sorry and calm down, maybe stop dodging the answer. Looking straight, the archmage said that he should just lay everything out frankly, how much he saw. Frowning, the hero thought that there was nothing to be done, he would have to get to the point, and then said that this was a rather ambiguous question. The creature was locked inside, and he was the source of the endless flow of mana, which was necessary to maintain this magical tower. She asked about it, so he saw absolutely everything. And what did he say? Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that magicians had used him for hundreds of years, and if he helped him get out, then a forbidden power, to which the girl replied that he was a crazy cretin. Looking up, she added that she was not talking about him, it was just an artificial body that controlled the flows of mana called an ego controller. A glow appeared near the pit. He heard that the magic towers were built in the dragon craters located throughout the continent. Right, the energy of nature that erupts from the dragon's blood. The greatest achievement of the founding emperor was that the magic tower coped with these flows and began a full-fledged age of humanity. A bright sphere appeared, and the girl said that but the dragon's blood is still too strong for humans, which is why the ego controller is a symbolic creature that shows their limits. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that he was much more interested in what kind of forbidden power this was, and then asked if it was really just a device that controls the flow of mana. Looking at the girl, he asked that, by the way, she was almost not angry at him at all, to which Sierra replied that she was originally going to do so. Looking away, the archmage said that his voice had magical power, so everyone who encountered him without first using a mind protection spell was possessed. Every time something like this happened, a riot began and a bunch of problems fell on his head, but for some reason everything was fine with him. Raising his hand, the hero asked that then maybe she would allow him to continue dating him, to which Sierra replied that she did not see the point in prohibiting him. But what was he going to do? Holding the pet in his arms, the protagonist said that it was just funny to watch him pretend to be God knows what. Smirking, he added that, by the way, he had another interesting idea here. The girl opened her eyes in bewilderment. Aaron took a step forward. Raising his hand, the hero greeted, to which he was told that he had come again. The protagonist froze in front of the eye. The eye was looking at him. Aaron smirked slightly. Standing still, he heard that the curse failed to take possession of him again. He didn't use the mind protection spell. So why was this happening? Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was stupid, he failed yesterday, so he thought that everything would work out today, and then thought that the Northern Lights technique was the quintessence of spiritual martial arts. It was ridiculous that he hoped to bewitch him with his insignificant voice. Looking at him, the creature heard that Sierra had just told him everything about him. He was not a great creature at all, but just a control system, to which he asked again. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was enough, let him think as he pleased. He raised his hand and added that anyway, he heard that the excess mana from the dragon's blood dissipates before the mana flow becomes unbridled, if suddenly there was at least a little of this mana left. The creature looked at him in amazement. Grinning, the protagonist asked that he could assemble it, right? Holding the device in his hands, he added that if he was going to stop, then why the hell would he shell out so much money for a mana stone manufacturer? Closing his eyes, Aaron said that he would happily gobble it all up anyway. Particles were flying in the air. Magic crystals appeared. Looking at them, the hero said that at this rate, his reserves would quickly run out. The pet looked at the crystal, and the thought occurred to him that 3 things were needed for the plan he had developed: a large capital, users who would help with the work, and an MK that would oversee the entire thing. Siam smiled, and it was said that now, not only had he hit the jackpot, but he also had Lancelot at his beck and call, who was in charge of a significant staff of part-time workers, and lastly, he even managed to persuade Siam to cooperate. Looking at the notification, the hero said that finally, all the best ingredients were laid out on the shelves, now only he was left. The guy looked straight ahead, a thought arose about whom he must certainly take revenge. A view of the magical empire of Lizenia opened up. The man held a book in his hands, it was heard that he should not touch it. A notification appeared in front of him, and he said that they would look, if you include interest in the unpaid balance, then he gets 3 million gold coins per month, and if they also include the cost of their labor, then he will have to repay the amount of the debt within 10 years. Frowning, the guy shouted that he was trash, thinking that if he is a member of the most influential guild of the empire, then everything is allowed to him. The guy closed the book, hearing that this is a scam, a real ripoff, to which he replied that he asked for forgiveness. Smiling, Miriam said that but his business is not going as well as he would like either. Looking at him, the young man heard that he had work to do, so he would leave first, to which he exclaimed. The book was lying on the table. Frowning, he asked what they had here. A notification appeared that Aaron had been invited to the conversation. Miriam looked surprised when he heard that the result matched the predictions made. He received 5,000 gold coins from Aaron. Putting his hand to his face, he thought about what 5,000 was the amount he expected to receive. Behind the door, he heard that he was so glad that the magic armor was useful. The guy frowned when he heard that. Excuse me for asking such a question, but he had never thought about investing, to which he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he was talking about it so suddenly, to which the hero replied that he was of course not forcing anything, he just wanted to make a simple offer. Putting his hand to his face, Miriam thought that no matter how close they were, most premature investments end up in a hole from a donut. The hero looked straight ahead. A thought appeared that but based on the fact that this guy bought third-generation magic armor, and also never bargains, that he does not engage in empty chatter. Raising his hand, the young man thought that maybe he should try to invest 1,000 coins. As a test, that day he did not take his words seriously. Miriam smiled, hearing that why he suddenly fell silent. The profit was less than expected, to which he replied that no, he was extremely surprised that the amount increased fivefold. He frowned and asked again. A tower appeared, and the protagonist said that if we are talking about the Magician's Guild, then its daily income is tens of thousands of coins, that is, hundreds, or even millions of gold coins are circulating in trade. He was very surprised by the amount of profit of his guild. Looking down, the guy thought that it was because it was the guild's money. If it was his personal savings, he would tremble even over a handful of coins, and then said that of course, the amount itself was small, but it was great that the profit exceeded 500%. Frowning, he thought that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have invested all his money, and then asked what and how much he himself had earned from this venture, to which Aaron replied that it was not that much. Miriam looked surprised, hearing that about 100,000 gold coins, to which he thought that 100,000. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that but now these are just words, there is almost nothing left, because it is necessary to take care of one subordinate, then another, to which he replied that it is understandable. The young man looked down and thought that it was true. Without connections he would never hit such a jackpot. The magic crystal appeared. The thought arose that when he first listened to this guy's explanation, he was very nervous, spreading rumors to bring down the prices of high-quality mana stones, then buying up the cheaper mana stones in large quantities and putting them up for sale once the price returned to normal. Putting his hand to his face, Miriam thought that everything happened exactly as he said. The mana stone that cost 30 coins was now worth 200 coins again. Looking straight ahead, he added that how did he do all this? Was MK behind him or something? Sitting at the table, the guy thought about what if the one who appeared earlier, this could not be, the most he could do was just talk to him, nothing more. Frowning, Miriam wondered what then really. Standing in front of the people, he added that he was sitting above MK. Messages from the hero appeared. The boy raised his hand and thought that this was his chance to change his life, and then asked that they look down on a 6-figure sum, but regretfully said that he needed some measly 1,000 coins for investment. If you think about it, it was all a bit strange. Pursing his lips, he added that he spoke too harshly, but if his thoughts were correct. Sitting at the table, the boy listened to the fact that the eye is a diamond that sees profitable investments, the ability to always stay alert, as well as resourcefulness and determination. He would be disappointed if he refused to cooperate with him. He clenched his fist, hearing that he gives him the go-ahead, to which the boy thought that it worked. Miriam smiled, hearing that one could say that the first investment was something like a test, to which he asked what he wanted to say. The hero smiled and asked what, well, is he ready to play big? The boy looked at him in surprise. The protagonist was holding a pet in his hands. Looking straight ahead, he said that he had swallowed the bait well, and then thought that it was so interesting to know the secret of reducing the price of high-quality stones. He simply changed his nickname, used the information distortion function and sold stones like crazy. The guy looked down. A thought arose that then using the rumor that the unknown person was the channel master, he got close to him, pretending to be Siam, so that now Miriam would never doubt their relationship with the channel master. Aaron smiled and said that he agreed, smelling the money. He did not hesitate for a second. Raising his hand, the guy asked that person was not engaged in monitoring, said that in addition, if he is a middle manager, he should use his power to expose corrupt practices, allow himself to be treated in this way. The hero smirked and replied that just because he was a monitoring agent didn't mean he couldn't be seduced, to which he was told that but even if that was the case it was a bit disappointing. The young man looked at him in amazement when he heard that he had the right to talk about such things when he himself ran an illegal part-time labor recruitment agency. The protagonist smiled when he heard that when he sold magic he should have at least put a silencing spell on his mouth. Siam extended his hand and asked that seducing him by lowering the price was a success, so they would move on to the next step. Raising 2 fingers up, Aaron replied that yes, now that trust had been established, the second step was to raise the price in the opposite direction, to which he was asked what he was going to raise the price and how. Looking at the notification, the boy heard that he had an idea, to which he asked again. Looking down, the hero asked what he was bored of having to just watch. It was time for them to go on stage. Messages appeared above the people. It was heard that with his part-time workers. The academy coat of arms appeared. The guy walked forward. Raising his hand, the young man said that he saw that he was in a good mood today, to which Miriam replied that he did not even know it looked like that from the outside, to which he was told that he had been walking around with a terribly satisfied face for several days. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he could not achieve the same success in magic as he did, so it was all about interdimensional trade. The guy grinned, hearing that the guild master would definitely like his actions, to which he thought that this annoying bastard. The man crossed his arms. A thought appeared that being a 5th circle mage, he was losing to him, a 7th circle mage, but was it necessary to try to emphasize this in every possible way? Looking straight ahead, Miriam was thinking that, however, while he would let him get away with it for now, he would become rich anyway by using that boy. Sitting on the throne, he added that he would become a multi-millionaire, to be exact. Raising his hand, the boy said that he had also looked through the articles. The price was 8 times higher than the first time. He grinned and asked what he was saying. He had done nothing, and then thought that he still didn't know what exactly caused the price of expensive goods to fall, but it had never been a problem to get the price to rise. A glow appeared around the stone, and the thought arose that Raftel was the main material for making magic armor, which was only produced in Lusenia, and at the same time it was a top-secret material that allowed the Empire to accumulate enormous wealth. People were drawn to the armor, and it seemed that since the technology for producing high-end weapons and key parts of the second system had never been revealed, users began to desire such goods even more. After all, the Raftel on the market had become the most expensive material in the entire second system, even if it was mined from discarded magic armor. Miriam smiled and thought that, but what if in the current situation, a rumor spread that there was a disruption in the production of Raftel in the Lusenia Empire, and then he, a representative of the guild associated with Lusenia and the manager of the partner store, appeared on the scene. The investors blinded by the coins had no choice but to accept his words for what they were. Sitting at the table, the guy heard that, by the way, how much did he invest this time? To which he replied that taking into account the debt write-off from the 5,000 he had earned earlier, it came to 30,000 coins. Miriam frowned as he heard that if he subtracted what he was entitled to from the profit he had received of 240,000, his share was 170,000. The boy looked surprised as he heard that if he looked at the trend and demand flow right now. Suddenly, a notification appeared that it could be calculated that the profit would increase by 50 times, so there was a high probability of earning 1,100,000 coins. The young man frowned when he heard that, however, it would actually be less than 1 million because the 45-fold increase in profit belonged to him, to which he asked that, but if he sold too much, would the sales limit apply to him? Sitting at the table, he heard that he did not need to worry about it. Soon the supply of goods would be practically unlimited, to which the young man thought that it was unlimited. What kind of situation was this where even the sales limit was ignored, and then asked that he could find out what his investment amount was. Miriam frowned when he heard that he could not go into detail, but he would say one thing: it was 8 digits, to which he thought that it was 8 digits. Mountains of gold appeared. It was said that of course even 1 million coins was a huge amount of money. After all, with such money one could live in luxury for 3, or rather 30 years. Looking away, the guy objected. The man raised his head. A thought appeared that this was not enough if he wanted something more. Smiling, Miriam thought that it turns out that he needs to earn more than 1 million, about 5, no better about 6 million coins, then he can easily capture the guild. Looking at the message, he heard what he was thinking so hard about, to which the guy replied that nothing special. Looking at the balance, the young man thought that at present there were more than 450,000 coins in the guild account. Frowning, he added that if he took them and used them, and also changed the goods in the warehouse, then he would get about 1.5 million, and then if he withdrew the 40-fold increased profit from the account before Aaron and returned the main amount of the additions, he would get about 6 million. The guy held the glass in his hands. A thought appeared that of course the plan of that boy was clearly all messed up, but if he was asked if he would be satisfied with only 1 million and the title of a rich man. The young man stretched out his hand. It was said that, or he would like to become a big hand that would rule the world of magic and leave his name in history. Miriam smiled widely, thinking that he would answer that they only live once, so why not take a chance? Looking at the message, he added that in any case, one of them would one day stab him in the back. That was the whole flavor of interdimensional stock exchange trading. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was going crazy. A mountain of gold appeared. The thought arose that the idea was to sell the Raftel bought at a normal price to Miriam at an inflated price. And if everything went according to plan, then according to rough calculations, the profit amount should have been about several 100,000 coins. But the result exceeded all his expectations. Looking at the message, the protagonist said that as expected, people do not change 8-figure investments. Where have you ever seen such a thing? Coins are pumped into the channel, so there is an increasing trend. Images of guys appeared. A stool with blood appeared. A thought appeared that he kept thinking endlessly whether it was right to go so far because of the resentment that had accumulated in his soul in his past life. Looking down, Aaron thought that he was tormented by the question, would everything be different if they were given a choice like him? A notification appeared that the Magicians Guild had deposited 300,000 into the account. It was heard that in the end the answer should be received any minute. The man ran forward rapidly. The guy ran down the street and shouted that he could not have gone far. Let them turn everything upside down. Looking to the side, Miriam thought, damn, how could this even happen? Looking at the notification, he added that no matter how you look at it, such a drop in price is too much. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he should not have touched the guild's money from the very beginning. Even if he made an investment, he should not have touched the goods from the warehouse. Raising his hands, he shouted that he had found it. Gritting his teeth, the young man said, what a disaster, they don't give him a second to rest. Lying on the ground, he said that he was rushing like crazy, and he also managed to crash into something. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The young man grinned and asked why they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He looked down, hearing how he ended up here, to which he replied that they came to knock out a debt for the magic armor. How could a beggar who coveted big money expect any other outcome? Miriam looked in amazement, hearing that they all heard, he could not compensate even 1% of the losses, even though he took out the magic ring. Stretching his hand forward, he said that everything was right, he would pay him the debt, let him go. On the contrary, it was profitable, to which the guy asked what he was carrying. That debt had already been transferred to the guild. Miriam opened his eyes in fear, hearing that therefore from now on there was no need to beat around the bush. A room appeared. Looking at the sphere, the hero said that his current appearance reminded him of his past life. The guy winced in pain. The thought arose that now Miriam was finished. One of two things awaited him, either to pay for everything with his death, or to drag out the life of a worthless scum. Holding the sphere in his hands, the protagonist said that on this note, they could put an end to settling personal scores. Aaron froze, thinking about how when they took their first steps on the path of revenge, he was breathless with excitement and delight. But over time he began to feel disgust. The problem is that the heart does not find peace, and he seeks more and more powerful stimulation, but feels that he is losing control more and more. The guy smiled. A thought appeared that this time it was the same. What would have happened if Miriam really did not get greedy and stopped there? Traces of blood appeared on the ground. It was said that knowing his character, one can say with 99% probability that he would not have stopped. What if that 1% still somehow affected the result? Closing his eyes, the hero thought that looking back, he understands that his actions were reckless, and then said that one way or another, he had already dealt with revenge, so now. Looking at the message, he said that he only had to prevent the fall of his family. The protagonist stood among the gold. It was said that the incredible and unexpected changes that began with interdimensional trade, the one who was called the shame of the Stillgard family just a few months ago was now a titan and the real third genius of the Stillgard family. Sierra smiled widely. The thought appeared that after that, starting with Aaron. The pet looked at the creature. Siam smiled widely. The thought appeared that signs of change began to appear everywhere. They say that small changes in life and changes in decisions. The hero yawned and thought that what happens to everyone is one big change. But strangely enough, Aaron's ordinary life did not undergo any drastic changes. Putting his hand to his face, he added that lectures at the academy and club activities, training and interdimensional trade in a place hidden from prying eyes. So the first year passed since entering the academy. A glow flashed in the arena. It was said that and finally the very next school year has arrived. People looked in amazement. They froze in shock. Sitting on the ground, the guy heard what it was. Smiling, the protagonist asked that they hoped that there would be no unexpected turn of events. Aaron stood still, hearing that he was the winner of the duel. A view of the academy opened up. Looking at the papers, the man asked that Aaron was an aura user. Gritting his teeth, he said that he needed to visit the capital. People were standing in the capital of Tyros. Sitting at the table, the man sighed. Looking at the papers, the hero said how this paperwork was exhausting him. Looking straight, he added that and why he blurted out that he would act as a general director, and then thought that over the past 2 years, Aaron's trading companies have become the largest firms that no one could ignore anymore. People were drinking. It was heard that from now on all the materials needed for the organization would be purchased from the trading company. The man held a box in his hands. It was said that the company had achieved steady growth by trading with a huge criminal organization. People looked at the items. It was thought that Aaron's company had hit the jackpot with the interdimensional trade of rare items with the zero system, so Aaron, who owned both companies, naturally rose to the top, becoming the CEO of the combined business. The girl held an apple in her hands. It was heard that nevertheless, he felt an internal satisfaction because his business was flourishing. The hero smirked slightly. The girl looked at him shyly. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked again. She exclaimed in amazement when he heard that she had water already overflowing there. Water was pouring out of the flower pot. He heard that everything was fine. He just felt a little awkward that she was doing even such a job. Sylvia grinned when he heard that maybe instead of a secretary it would be worth assigning this job to a deputy. To which she replied that in no case, she takes care of the flowers because she likes it. The thought occurred to her that in this way she could also take care of Aaron's master. The girl froze in amazement. Sitting at the table, the protagonist heard that, well, she would leave him. Aaron grinned, thinking that now her look, facial expression and gestures spoke for themselves, and then said that even a fool would understand everything. The hero put his hands to his face. The thought occurred to him that but what if she falls in love with him too much? She will have serious problems. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, hearing the address, to which he said that this voice. Marcus looked at him in fear, hearing what had happened, to which he shouted that there was a big problem. Standing in front of the hero, he said that the guards had arrested members of the Black Mamba organization, to which Aaron asked what and why all this. To begin with, it was a criminal organization, so the arrest of its members was not that rare. The man frowned, hearing that they would probably conduct a standard check procedure and let everyone go home, to which he replied that this time the situation was different. A secret arrest had been made. The hero looked at him in surprise, hearing that not only the regular employees were in custody, but also the leaders. The man was sitting on a cart. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that if they were captured, then this was not some kind of petty squabble. The view of the city opened up. It was said that Tyros is the capital of Navarro and the first city of the country, behind the colorful and luxurious picture of which they hide criminal activities in the back streets, reminiscent of the shadow of the city. Images of people arose. The thought arose that initially criminal groups continue to be created, even if they are pulled out like weeds, so it is more useful to maintain order by checking organizations, and not catching them. The guy put his hand behind his head. The thought arose that, moreover, a very close connection is formed in the process, and there are many cases when people did not have time to come to their senses, but already found themselves in the same boat with the criminal world, so an attempt to eradicate a criminal organization is something impossible. Looking down, the hero thought that the Black Mamba is a huge organization that has entangled many things here with its networks, so even if a raid is organized, everything starts from the lower ranks. Sitting in front of the hero, Marcus asked if maybe both bosses were in the middle of some kind of dispute, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't think so. Those people didn't have the guts for something like that. The people smiled broadly. It was heard that, but who can even know what the representatives of the criminal world will come up with? You can't ignore the possibility of impulsive actions that led to serious consequences. Frowning, the protagonist asked that if we are talking about Titan, then this is quite possible, but he will never believe that the reasonable Bill would behave in such a way, and then thought that he took this nuance into account from the very beginning, which is why he made them co-leaders, to which he was answered that, well, he noticed correctly. Looking down, Marcus said that one way or another, he would like nothing serious to happen. Closing his eyes, Aaron said that he also hoped for this. First he needed to figure out how things are at the moment. He looked out the window. The men were standing in front of the gate, and it was heard that they were there. Looking at the man, the hero asked what he had said, that he had a friend among the guards, to which Marcus replied that yes, he knew the chief of the guards. A glow appeared near his hand. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it meant that it would not be difficult for them to enter inside. The boys were sitting in a cage. The young man looked away in surprise, hearing that he could talk. Aaron looked at them. Holding onto the bars, Bill said that he knew that he would come immediately, and Titan asked that he had come to get them out of here. Looking at them, the hero replied that he was not sure that he could immediately free them from custody, to which they asked again. Marcus was standing in front of the man, and it was heard that Marcus had met with the chief of the guards and found out something. In this matter, in addition to the guards, the Night Corps also participated. The protagonist smiled broadly and asked what exactly they had managed to do behind his back. The guys looked on in amazement, and it occurred to him that without a doubt, the profit he had managed to make working with these guys had been a huge help to his business at first. But now that his company had become established, not only was trading with them a tiny fraction of his total sales, but collusion with the underworld could become his weakness in the future. The guy lowered his head and shouted that they had done nothing, and it occurred to him that if the Night Corps had been involved, he should quietly wash his hands of it. Aaron asked in front of them, and they shouted that the accusation was completely absurd, that it made no sense, and that it was all because of that idiot. The guy frowned and asked that he remembered that he had used the Ice Blast scroll the first time they met. Looking down, the hero replied that he was talking about that incident. It happened, but what was the connection? Stretching his hands forward, Bill said that that scroll was actually bought in his lair, although in the end they just threw money away. One way or another, they were connected, and that crazy bastard. The guy smiled widely. It seemed that he decided to conduct a forbidden experiment. The hero suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Frowning, he asked that they say more precisely what he did. Looking at him, the young man replied that he heard about it briefly during the interrogation, so he knows little. The problem is that that bastard indicated their name in the customer line. Gritting his teeth, Titan said that he was suffocating from such an unfair accusation. They often made deals and there were never any conflicts between them, so why did he stick a knife in their back like that? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the trembling in their voice, the rapid heartbeat and breathing, did not seem like they were lying, and then asked if they had done something that made him hold a grudge against them. Frowning, Bill said that no matter how much he thought about it, they did not have such a bad relationship with him, as Titan said, on the contrary, they always maintained a good relationship, which made them even more offended. Putting his hand to his face, Aaron said that he could not hold a grudge against them. An image of a man appeared, a thought appeared that in this case, the answer was one of two: simple evasion of responsibility, or someone deliberately aimed at the Black Mamba. A view of the room opened up. The hero and the man were walking down the corridor. Looking down, the hero thought that he wanted to hope that it was simply about evasion of responsibility. People raised their hands up. The thought arose that a forbidden experiment, this term is usually used to refer to anti-human magical experiments, and of course the level of punishment is different from the punishment for ordinary crimes. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that if this case was carefully fabricated and even the evidence was forged, then the entire Black Mamba could go downhill. Aaron silently looked forward. People passed by him. The hero turned around abruptly, and Marcus asked what was going on. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what he saw him, to which the man asked who he was talking about. The guy frowned. It was heard that the man who was walking in front of the group of people was the commander of the prosecutor's night corps. He should remember this face well. Marcus froze in amazement. The thought arose that a mad dog appeared in the city guard department. Now the whole background of these unexpected incidents became clear to him. William looked straight ahead, the thought that the target of this case was not just a Black Mamba. Aaron looked down and thought that the bastard was targeting his trading company, or rather him. The boys smiled widely. The knight looked down. Standing around the corner, the hero thought that this was the same slums where he was told he was hiding. Raising his eyebrows, he added that such a place was not able to provide even basic security, and then said that even more so if we are talking about the prosecutorial night corps, and not the guards. The guy looked straight ahead, the thought that led by Inspector William, who continued to dig under him even after the end of the series of matches where the fate of the clubs was decided. The people covered their eyes. The thought arose that although there was not a single gap in his defense that he could take advantage of, but as a result of this incident, the employees of the trading house were arrested and pressure began to be exerted on his entourage. In the end, in order to understand the situation for sure, he came to the hideout of the one who had started this whole mess. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that there was no doubt that there was something there, since they were still guarding this entire perimeter, and then used invisibility. Suddenly, he jumped up. Walking on the roof, Aaron thought about how it had been a long time since he had used the invisibility spell and the light step technique to infiltrate something, and then asked what the hell those bastards from the prosecutorial night corps were hiding. The hero suddenly opened his eyes in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this smell. Aaron pulled back the curtain. He froze in surprise. Looking at the corpses, the hero thought that although he had some guesses already at the moment, when he heard about the forbidden experiment, but this is the real essence of the disaster. The protagonist silently looked forward. He froze in front of the corpses. Frowning, Aaron thought that all the houses in this area were the same. Crossing his arms, he said that the brutally mutilated corpses and the organs lying next to them were not just an experiment on people. Looking at the bracelet, the hero thought that the bracelet that Sierra gave him. A pentagram appeared in front of him, and he added that he should ask her about it. Taking a step forward, the girl asked why he was constantly interrupting a busy man from his work, to which the protagonist asked again. Sierra smirked, hearing that wasn't it thanks to him that the reverse aging spell was completely completed, to which he replied that he could have just said that he was glad to see her. The pet's eyes lit up. It was heard what kind of hat it was, which did not suit her at all, and the girl said that no matter how hard she tried, she could not return her previous hair color. Sari jumped towards the hero and turned to him. Holding him in his arms, the protagonist asked how he was doing. He also played with the ego controller today, to which Sari replied that he tore it into small pieces. The thought arose that after the end of the closed training period, Sari began to make mana stones on his own, every now and then visiting the magic tower on his behalf. Standing in front of the hero, the archmage said that how surprising, but she was not able to secure the favor of this animal at all. He still continues to bare his teeth at her, to which the protagonist replied that everything was quite logical, because there was a special connection between him and Sari. Frowning, the girl asked what business had he called her for, and what was that stench? Aaron stretched out his hand to the side and replied that he should follow him about that. He wanted her to look at something with her gift of the beautiful eye. Looking straight ahead, the mage asked what she needed to look at with her gift of the beautiful eye. Frowning, she said that this was complete madness. Standing in front of her, the hero asked what her verdict was, to which the mage replied that, as he had said, this was not an experiment, but a summoning ritual. The body was lying in blood, and it was heard that it was not just a summoning of some cruel creature. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that if Sierra said so, then it meant, and then asked that this really was a ritual to summon the devil. The monster smiled widely, thinking that the devil summoning ritual, one of the most taboo acts on the continent, was criticized more than treason or war crimes, which was called the replacement of humanity and was considered a crime with the harshest punishment. Putting her hand on her face, Sierra said that it was a common expression, and in fact, It represented the evil that lived in another dimension, but why was the Night Prosecutor's Court dealing with the matter of the devil summoning ritual, which was under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower? Standing in front of her, the hero said that he thought the reason was because of him. Using this incident, William was trying to capture him. Raising her finger, the Archmage said that although there was a lot of malice accumulated in Wyoming in the past 2 years, he was not the type to fabricate evidence. The protagonist frowned when he heard that he had indeed never tried to summon a real demon, to which he shouted that why the hell would he do something like that. Aaron looked down, hearing that no, well, okay, to which he thought that it was not to say that he did not understand Sierra's reaction. The guy looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that William was not one of those who would act without strong evidence in hand, which meant that he clearly must be keeping the first witness in this case alive somewhere. The girl raised her eyebrows, hearing that she was now able to use the spells of the seventh ring without any risk. It turns out that she was also able to find a trace of evil, to which she replied that well, if someone came into contact with evil, then a trace remains on him, like a stench that cannot be aired out. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that but if he uses such a high-level mage here, then he will probably be noticed immediately. He cannot worry about this. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Raising his finger up, the hero asked that it would be enough to just lift her up. The outskirts of the capital appeared. The knight at the entrance yawned. Suddenly the boy opened his eyes in surprise. They grabbed their weapons. They heard an intruder. Buildings appeared, and someone asked what he was doing. There was no one there. A blow flew to the boy's head and he said that it was strange. He was right. The guard opened his eyes in fear. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that compared to the external defense, the internal one was much weaker. The carriage rose up. They heard that they probably had no idea that the blow would be delivered from the air. Aaron frowned, hearing that he could hear him. The one who performed the ritual of summoning the devil was inside his room, to which he replied that it was clear. The doors suddenly opened. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they finally met. The man was sitting on a chair. They heard that he was Andrew. Raising his head, he asked who he was. The protagonist put his hand forward and said that more importantly, he was the same person who was causing trouble for others by talking as he pleased, to which the man asked that he was a member of the Black Mamba. Andrew frowned when he heard that no, let him try to take it higher. What would the answer be then? To which he asked again. Aaron crossed his arms, listening to him say that he was Stillgard. Sitting in front of him, the man asked what the hell brought the CEO of the United Trading House here, to which the hero replied that it was because he had a lot of questions for him. The lamp shook. It was heard that he would beat him up a bit, and then they would start. Lowering his head, the man shouted that he should listen. He had no grudge against him, to which the protagonist asked again. Aaron frowned when he heard that the reason he blamed the Black Mamba was because that bastard poisoned him, so there was nothing else to do. He was told to testify and in return they promised to give him an antidote. That's why he did it, to which he asked if that bastard was William or something. Looking at the hero, the man said no, it sounded like it was that bastard. The protagonist looked away. A thought occurred to him that he thought that the Albrecht family had finally calmed down, and then said that he didn't know that he had joined the ranks of the prosecutor's Night Corps. The man crossed his arms. They looked at each other. Nick frowned. Looking at him, Aaron wondered why it was quieter inside than outside. The locking device was activated when an outsider entered. The hero frowned and said he had no idea what he was trying to achieve. If it was about John's disappearance, hadn't they cleared up all the misunderstandings last time? The man gritted his teeth as he heard why he was dragging him into this incident by tampering with the evidence, to which he asked again, what else was he asking why? Looking straight ahead, Nick shouted that it was a knight's duty to take revenge on the one who killed his lord. At that time his reasoning was not wrong. The man jerked his hands. It was heard that falsifying evidence using Andrew, that's right, he did that too, but he knows. The man glared and said that the current him was capable of going even further. The hero smiled widely. Looking straight ahead, he heard why he was laughing, to which he replied that he was simply grateful to him, because now he heard exactly what he wanted. Nick's eyes widened in surprise. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what he really, to which the protagonist asked what he wanted to guess what he thought. He wrote everything down. Holding the ball in his hands, Aaron said that if it becomes known that the testimony was falsified, and the use of poison will also be mentioned. Smiling, the hero asked if he would have to go to death row arm in arm with Andrew. The man glared and said damn, it occurred to him that he should have remained calm as a boa constrictor, but in the end he would have to fight. The protagonist shook the man's hand. It occurred to him that Aaron Stillgard's skills were so superior that his method of measuring mana did not work on him, so he would never be able to stand against him alone. The knight's eyes widened and he asked what happened, that man after all. The guy froze upon hearing the address. Aaron raised his eyebrows. A scream was heard in the building. Holding the knight in his arms, Nick shouted that he should come to his senses. He could not just up and leave his wife and children, to which the guard asked what happened. The guy was unconscious. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the intruder killed him. Holding the sphere in his hands, the protagonist heard that as his lord's acting lord, he was ordering him to be killed. He frowned and thought that the crazy bastard, obsessed with revenge, if he showed the contents of the crystal ball, even his comrades would turn their backs on him. But he still had the courage to pull such a trick. Standing in front of the knights, Eren asked that maybe they should listen to him first, to which the guard shouted that he should shut his filthy mouth. The men grabbed their weapons. It was heard that how dare he do something like that to their comrade. The knights rushed forward and shouted that he should not expect mercy. The man entered the room. The thought appeared that the death of the knight was a good reason to raise the anger and morale of the squad members. Smiling, Nick said that among the squad members there were a couple of aura users, so with such support. Rushing forward, he thought that he could kill this bastard. Blood dripped onto the floor. The man froze in place and said that this couldn't be. Looking at the hero, he thought that this was some kind of nonsense. He was playing with them as if they were some kind of puppets. Grinning, the protagonist asked what and why he was so surprised. Didn't he see what he had been endlessly claiming? Looking down, Nick said that as he thought, he was the criminal, and then thought that in this situation he would also suffer. He needed something that could become a variable, anything. He looked away in surprise. The chair was lying on the floor. He heard that it was not. Rushing forward, Andrew shouted that he should be distracted by the fight and completely forget about it. The real winner is him. He hit the knight with his hand. Nick opened his eyes in amazement. Eren froze in surprise. The man stretched out his hand and shouted that the great being that roamed the outer universe had prepared a great sacrifice for them. A building appeared and it was heard that he should accept it. A glow appeared around the people. They flew up. Purple rays flew in the air. Andrew smiled broadly and said that he would gladly accept his sincerity. Nick looked at him in fear and wondered what this feeling of incredible power was. Standing in front of the man, he added that it was the appearance of the devil. Andrew looked at him angrily. The sword fell to the floor. Lying on the ground, the man shouted. It was heard that he was not interested in this idiot. Looking at him, the hero heard that he looked pretty tasty for a miserable bastard from the lower world, to which he asked again. Taking a step forward, the monster asked what was wrong. Is there anything strange in calling pathetic things pathetic? To which the protagonist asked again. Why do all the bastards from another world behave like this? Frowning, he added that they only want to eat something. It pisses me off to hell. Smiling, Andrew asked why he had so much hostility towards him. On the contrary, he liked him. Looking at him, Eren replied that he saw perfectly well what his follower had done, so he had no desire to show sympathy towards him. Taking a step forward, he added that the creature that entered this vile body. The hero swung his weapon and shouted that a warm welcome awaited him. A glow appeared around the protagonist. The man gritted his teeth and thought that the aura blade was a skill that was not even close to the usual aura, and then said, "Really?" Eren looked down, hearing that Eren Stillgard was a hero rank. There were pools of blood on the ground. The stones suddenly shuddered. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. A piece of flesh was lying on the floor. It began to move. A substance was rising behind the hero. The boy turned to look at it, thinking that the monster that people feared, calling it the devil. It was an evil of another dimension. The monster's eyes were black, telling that although it actively acts while in the body of a person or other living being, its essence is the mental body. So even if the owner of the original body dies, it is able to constantly reassemble itself through the evil force inside the body. The monster was talking about how such an insignificant human dared to do something like this to this body. The hero looked at it and began to speak. The monster was enveloped in magic. Eren asked about the fact that he connected the top and bottom incorrectly. The villain attacked the guy from above and said that it was none of his business, that he could do whatever he wanted with his body. The young man pulled out a sword, trying to defend himself. The creature bared its teeth and called him a bitch. A sharp blow was dealt to the monster. The hero, shrouded in magic, cut the enemy in half. Pieces of flesh fell to the floor. An eye popped out of the largest one, the rest began to gravitate. The remains of the flesh said that they would kill him. Eren looked with indignation and thought that at this rate he would only be engaged in cutting up his body endlessly. His eye emitted light, after he thought that perhaps it was worth connecting. Lloyd crossed his palms. He looked at the system window and asked about whether he had not said that he was not interested in necromancy. The hero wrote that a business had appeared that made him interested in necromancy. The warlock replied that he could tell without even looking that a high-ranking spirit had appeared next to him. Eren was pierced by energy when he realized that he had hit the nail on the head. The hero looked into his eyes and thought that when talking to this blue-eyed warlock, there were moments when he began to feel uncomfortable, because of his insight, which seemed to penetrate into other people's hearts, as if he could see right through the interlocutor, like in the case of using the privilege of the heart tone. The guy reasoned that talking to him only created such a feeling, because he had already checked his profile with the eyes of Providence. A card with information about Lloyd was shown, which said that he was a black mage of 8 rings and a necromancer who made the continent tremble with fear. Eren thought about the fact that he had 8 rings, if not just to draw a parallel with a knight of mythical rank, but also to look at the phase of his soul, which says that in front of him is the one who has become one with the darkness. It can be said with confidence that he has reached the pinnacle of black magic. The hero thought that there is no need to doubt his abilities. Lloyd smiled and noted that since he does not answer, it means his guess is correct, and initially in such a situation he should have paid for the consultation, but they have known each other for a long time. The warlock wrote that therefore he will consult him for free. The guy closed one eye and thought that in comparison with his charisma, he is a very soft person by nature. Lloyd wondered if he should start telling him how to get rid of the spirit. The hero looked at the substance and replied that yes, it just didn't look like some kind of all-powerful evil, but at the same time it kept coming back to life, noting that it might be because it was from another dimension. The warlock crossed his arms and noted that it was probably about demonic possession, that the body stolen by such creatures was just a shell, so it would continue to live until it swallowed all the power of the soul through which it got to that world. Lloyd suggested that he just kill it until it died. The young man smiled, noting that so that's how it was, thinking that even a fool could understand it. Aaron looked at the monster intently and thought that nevertheless, he clearly saw that its recovery process had slowed down compared to the last time, but he was too angry to let it die such an easy death. The tortured corpses lay on the floor in blood, the guy thought. We are talking about the fun of the otherworldly mental body and the greedy desire of the black magician, because of which dozens of innocent people were forced to lose their lives. Aaron clenched his teeth. The guy looked at the system window and asked a question about whether there was some way to turn this creature into a slave. Lloyd asked if he meant that he was ready to put his hand to necromancy. The guy wrote that any dangerous object can become an excellent tool if it is well controlled. The warlock opened his palm and said that this is exactly what he kept telling him over and over again, curious why everyone thought that since it was about black magic, it was necessarily bad. Lloyd smiled and added that he would give him a good discount anyway, because he was his regular customer, and he liked his thoughts on the current situation. A message popped up saying that he could command knowledge and an absorbing mirror without being possessed by a spirit. The warlock wrote that he owed 2,000 coins. The hero clicked on the screen and confirmed the deal, completing it. Lloyd raised his hand and said that since he could calmly be distracted by the enemy and discuss the deal, it meant that it was clearly not a high-ranking spirit, so even knowledge alone would be quite enough. He wrote that the young man should try to drag out the time while he was busy absorbing knowledge. Aaron looked down and wondered if there was any need to waste time. A notification popped up saying that the knowledge absorption was complete. It was talking about the maximum level privilege. The guy looked at the monster and told him that it seemed like the restoration was almost complete. The demon pointed at him and said what a pathetic bastard and a lowlife he was for daring to fool him, and if he brought down the full power of his true body on him, there wouldn't be a wet spot left. Aaron didn't believe it and asked him to hit him with all his strength. The monster scratched the back of his head and clarified, saying that it would take some time for him to reunite with his true body. The hero calmly replied that he could wait. The young man said that he was curious about what his true body was like, since he was so confident in himself. Andrew held his neck and wondered if he was joking right now. His hand was stained as he thought about how he didn't know what the guy was planning, but anyway, the soul power of this body was almost at its limit, and if he continued to push him, his pride would be hurt. The guy raised his hand and asked if he was going to hurry. The monster looked at him and thought, let it be so. He chased away the thought in his head that his opponent was a bastard from the lower world. Magic flared. A wave of flow flew out of the monster's mouth. Andrew's forehead moved. Horns came out of his head. The demon's muscles became larger. In front of the hero was the silhouette of a large devil, which said that he would regret deciding to let him show his true form. Aaron, holding a sword in his hands, appeared behind the monster, who did not expect this. Energy sparkled when the chain of the soul of the heavenly sword, the third technique, was reported. The demon began to be attacked by a sword. The hero used slashing. The monster was furious and screamed that a cowardly bastard was attacking during his transformation. The hero reached into his robe and said that it was strange to hear words about cowardice from someone who only steals other people's bodies. The guy abruptly pulled out a mirror and aimed it, blinding the enemy. Andrew screamed furiously. The demon was absorbed by the hero's mirror. The monster fell inside the object, and Aaron reasoned that it was because of the training in necromancy that he gave him the opportunity to show his true appearance. The devil was enveloped in energy. The guy said that since the mental body of the other world is in another dimension, then in order for the demon to be completely absorbed, the spiritual body must let all its spiritual strength into this world. The monster tried to get out of the mirror, exclaiming that this was some kind of nonsense. He didn't understand how a wretched bastard from the lower world could use necromancy techniques. Aaron looked in the mirror and said that this is how his arrogance backfired. The demon was behind the glass and, calling him a bastard, asked if he would let him get away with it. The enraged devil said that he would rip his skin off alive and show off his creation to his family, friends and lover. The guy looked away and noted that he was not tired of talking nonsense yet. Aaron stood looking into the corridor, and a notification about the 8th level inventory appeared. The hero put the mirror on the table and said that he thought this place was perfect for him. The guy looked carefully at the system window. A message appeared about an absorbing mirror with a possessed spirit inside. The young man grabbed his chin and wondered what kind of fragment of Andalusia was, whether it was the essence of evil. Aaron wrote, addressing Lloyd. He reported that after the evil was absorbed, he had a question about what the 17th fragment of Andalusia was. Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise when he read about it. The warlock wrote whether there really was the 17th fragment of Andalusia. The hero clicked on the system window, asking why he was clarifying whether he was an important person in the other world, adding that the soul power did not exceed 1,400 units. Lloyd imagined the substance in his thoughts and said that the fragments were not something grandiose. Before the division, Andalusia was a giant mental body. The warlock offered to sell it to him, and he would pay whatever he asked. A message appeared that the hero had left the conversation. Lloyd sat in a chair, not understanding what had happened, calling Aaron. The guy was scrolling through the system window when someone asked him what he was doing. Sierra appeared in front of him with a questioning face. The body of the monster was lying between them. When the hero asked if she had seen it by chance, the girl clarified in response, but the guy did not answer what. He was thinking that perhaps, thanks to the functions of the inventory, she did not feel any traces of necromancy. People in armor were lying in the forest. Aaron asked how everything went and whether the knights were safe. Sierra answered that while he was waving his sword here, she moved everyone away from this place. The girl put her hands on her belt and asked curiously why he himself did not go on stage and fight, and made her do the most troublesome work, running back and forth. The hero spread his hands and answered that even if they were on the outskirts, someone could still see her. The boy raised his hand and added that even if he wasn't a high-ranking evil, he was still a bastard that a normal level wouldn't be able to handle, and that's why he thought it was better to send her away than to shut up all the witnesses later. Sierra put her hand to her chin and said that it made sense. The girl looked at the hero with the sword and thought that although it was only for a moment, that blade of aura was impossible to imagine that at such a young age, he had already reached the heroic rank. She held her chin in her hand and imagined people, thinking that it was not enough to deal with those old men yet, so now she had to protect him by any means necessary. The hero looked at her and asked how things were with Nick. The girl crossed her arms when she thought of him. She said that he died? Aaron's eyes widened and he asked again. He pictured the man lying on the ground and wondered if he had died from just having his legs broken, claiming that even if he had suffered evil, it couldn't possibly have been fatal. The boy looked away as he was taken aback, wondering if that was it. Sierra crossed her arms and said that Nick was the one trying to trap him. Aaron threw up his hands and screamed, asking about killing the commander of the prosecutor's night corps, if they were even in their right minds. The girl held out her hand and informed him that the man had found out that he was a hero. The boy looked at his palms and listened, saying that he himself knew that in this situation, he should never have been left alive. The hero looked down and thought that although he had reacted too emotionally, in reality he also knew his fate, and since there was no 100% guarantee that he would be able to control Nick, killing him was the right decision. He remembered the man with the sword and thought that although it was mutual hatred, but if it were not for him, Nick would have lived like this, holding the position of deputy commander of the nightly squad of the Albrecht. The hero wondered if this was the very process when revenge begets revenge. The guy understood that some kind of bitter sentiment appeared in his soul. Aaron told Sierra, apologizing, that after thinking it over again, he realized that she was absolutely right. It was impossible to do otherwise with him. The girl looked at him with surprise and said that usually he always throws around caustic comments, but now he does not seem like himself. Sierra looked at him and said that she didn't know what was going on, but he certainly didn't have to worry about the consequences. The magic tower would soon join the investigation, and she was the head of the magic tower. She put her foot on the monster's head and added that the blame for what happened could be entirely placed on the evil from the other world. The hero stood at the demon's feet and said that, indeed, having seen all this, hardly anyone would dare to claim that there was no summoning of the devil. The girl remembered that the guy would now have another nickname. The young man smiled, asking again about the nickname. Sierra blushed, answering that it sounded a little rude. Headquarters of the prosecutor's night corps. The hero, putting his hands in his pockets, walked past the guys. Aaron walked down the hallway and people around him were discussing how he was now also called the Demon Slayer, whether he was planning to collect nicknames, that on top of everything, he had a good family, and at such a young age he owned a store. This did not prevent him from acquiring a couple of nicknames. They were talking about how he was only the youngest in the family, although he was not deprived of talent. But the title would still be inherited by the eldest son, Kieran. They were also discussing whether it was worth watching the result of the race for the inheritance of the title. The crowd looked at the back of the guy, who was thinking about the fact that he had now become a demon slayer. The young man continued to walk and talk about how only recently he envied people like them. The man paid attention to him. He put a box on the table and clarified what business Aaron came here for. The hero came closer to him and said that as soon as he heard the latest news, he rushed here. He asked a question about whether he was really going to resign. The man looked into the box and said that he did not understand how things could turn out this way. The hero watched him with a serious look and thought that in the current situation he even felt some remorse. Sierra looked at Nick's corpse. The guy thought that, of course, Nick's dislike for his person was sky high. But according to the girl, he left a will, which said that William had nothing to do with this incident. The manuscripts were shown and he said that then the results of her own investigation and the internal audit of the prosecutor's night corps also pointed to the conclusion that William had nothing to do with the fabrication of testimony. Aaron looked down and thought that the most important thing. The man fell to his knees. He knelt before the hero and asked for forgiveness for being wrong about people, both about him and about Nick. William looked down and said that he didn't understand why the hell he was so obsessed. He couldn't imagine that Nick would do such an outrageous thing. Aaron looked at him and listened to him about how he really lost face as a leader and head of the investigation, and thought that the man seemed extremely disappointed in himself. The hero drove away the thought in his head that he didn't think William had knelt down and appeared before him in this form just to survive. The man picked up the box. He walked past the guy and said that he had to take his leave. William turned around at the door when the guy stopped him. The hero thought about how, in the end, he was just a terrible investigator of the case, so it was too early for him to resign, because nowhere would you find such a strong ally as William, when he stands on the same side with you. Aaron turned to him and said that if he thought that his current actions were a responsibility, then he was seriously mistaken. William didn't understand what he was talking about. The hero raised his hand and replied that Nick had done something that he should never have done as a knight. As a result, one knight was killed and even a demon was summoned. If it hadn't been possible to find out that evidence had been tampered with, there would have been more innocent victims. The man looked at the hero seriously and said that even if he had 10 mouths to feed, he would still have nothing to say in his defense. Besides, he was grateful that the video's sphere had not been officially made public, thanks to which the honor of the prosecutorial night corps had not suffered. Aaron crossed his arms and said that this should not be considered a compliment, but he was resigning to ease his conscience, wasn't he? William replied that he was not. The hero added that in that case, he should take responsibility and not cowardly flee the ship. The man with the box in his hands looked up and wondered why he was cowardly fleeing. The boy watched and listened to him talk about how he just wanted to take responsibility for his actions, starting with the investigation into the Black Mamba, then going after the trading company, and finally trying to hold him accountable. William nodded on the box and claimed that now that he thought about it, he realized it was an unfounded investigation from the start. But even so, just conducting such an investigation had dealt a blow to the boy, who knew that it would go beyond reason and turn into a game of revenge. Aaron raised his elbow and asked that, however, wasn't all of this planned by Nick himself, and why should William be held accountable? The man narrowed his eyes and said that he wasn't some cowardly bastard, and if he pulled out a sword then he was also willing to be struck by someone else's sword, so he was trying to take responsibility too. The boy listened and thought that, to his great surprise, he was filled with nobility. He stood with his back to William and thought that he could not silently watch the man make such a decision. In this case he had no choice but to go for a trick. The hero clarified whether he was disappointed in himself. The young man turned his head and said that aggression, forcing him to attack, regardless of the rank of the enemy and the obstacles on the way, that is why they call him a crazy dog. But at the same time, he never bites without reason. William was stunned to hear that he did this because he considered him to be the killer of Kuntz, right? The man hesitantly said that it was all at once. William imagined in his mind meetings with people, information about the hero, and listened to the fact that the conflict between two families in Acadio and Nick's desire for revenge, then his achievements at the academy, and in some insignificant 2 years, the man managed to build a giant trading house and even subjugate the criminal world. The young man said that it seemed as if he was not living this life for the first time, and that he had a strictly business relationship with the Black Mamba. The man held the box in his hands and answered that even if so, he still did not know whether the hero dared to kill Kuntz or not. William looked at Aaron and stated that he assumed that if he had the intention to kill him from the very beginning. The man looked menacingly into his eyes and said that it was impossible to kill a person without leaving any evidence, as if he had disappeared or escaped. The hero exhaled. The guy put his hand on his neck and said that it was ridiculous. William bowed, asking for forgiveness. The young man looked at him and said that there was no need to apologize. In any case, unlike Nick, these are all the actions that he should do as an inspector, right? The hero advised him to continue to bear responsibility. The man was surprised and asked what he meant. Aaron lowered his head and spoke about the investigation into him, asking about how he had never made a mistake before. The boy said he couldn't understand, asking why someone like him would give in because of Nick's misdeed. The man listened attentively about how he didn't want a mad dog to sit still, because a dog always had to bite someone to get a taste. The boy raised his hand and said that therefore, instead of resigning, let him take responsibility by continuing the investigation so that the innocent and victims would never suffer again. William looked in amazement and thought about what kind of person she was. He thought about how the nights that the man stripped naked always swore revenge. William remembered how evil people told him that he was a crazy son of a bitch. One day they would peel his skin, cut the flesh and eat it with a lot of soy sauce. That he should be ready. They would meet again when he was released. They cursed his entire family and all his descendants. The man thought that nobles and knights never forget their offender, and tried to certainly take double revenge. William looked at him and reasoned that in 20 years of his knightly service he first met such a person, and despite the fact that Aaron Stillgard became a victim, he just let it go and told him to continue investigating the Coon's case. The guy looked at him, crossing his arms. The man thought about what Aaron Stillgard was like at 17 years old. The carriage moved down the street. The hero collapsed and exhaled, saying that he was so tired of talking nonsense. The guy remembered William's face, who said that it was impossible to kill a person without leaving any evidence, as if he had disappeared or escaped, and thought that in any case, he got a good result, and who would have thought that his train of thought had gone so far. Marcus asked Aaron how it went. The guy looked at him and said that they had nothing to worry about anymore, although it took a lot of effort, but he still managed to talk him into it. The young man smiled, saying that no matter how you look at it, he himself was not particularly keen on quitting, asking how a man who enjoyed exposing others could possibly work anywhere else. Marcus leaned forward in agreement, saying that he had been ruthless and brutal during the interrogation. Despite the fact that he had not committed any crimes, his heart was pounding like crazy. The man raised his hand and asked if the hero had talked to him about Ryan. The guy said that he had not yet. Marcus wondered why he had not brought it up. Aaron raised his hand and said that William was just starting to look at him, so if he asked for a favor right away, his position would immediately become clear to him. The man gestured with his hands, answering that nevertheless, he did not think it was worth turning a blind eye to those bastards, and if this time the supplies to the royal court were captured, they would have big problems. Aaron crossed his arms and drove away the thought in his head that even a part-time job at the royal court was being eyed, saying that he had also learned a lot about Ryan lately, but first he needed to wait a little. The coachman announced that they were there. The hero got out of the carriage. Suddenly, an animal jumped into his hands. The guy held it in his hands and asked what it was. He thought about the fact that it had come to the owner today. Aaron looked at the paper and realized that over the past 2 years he had received many envelopes in the same style. In his hands was an envelope. He thought about the fact that this was a message from Jarvis. The hero was sitting at the table in the office. The envelope was opened and he thought that this was a regular report from Jarvis, which he periodically received. The guy read it carefully, saying that he extracted and transmitted only the core of information so that he could understand the course of things, even from a distance, but the text was always encrypted in case of an unforeseen situation. He said under his breath that he would try to analyze it. He read that he was getting more and more out of control. It was not enough to graduate from the academy early, but also to get a Karsam. Silhouettes of people with angry eyes were shown, and it was said that now the Imperial Intelligence Service will watch them even more carefully. And there were also rumors that Theros' organization would move. He asked to keep an ear open and be careful. Stones in boxes were depicted, and it was said that the sales of the Yulov company, which he entrusted to Jarvis, were very stable, because as the hero advised, he began to accept subcontracts from the Damien Trading Company. The girl stood with her arms crossed. Jarvis wrote that thanks to the persistence of Mrs. Darren, they would receive a stable profit over the next few months. Aaron looked at the text in surprise, imagining their dialogue said that Jarvis was a bastard, because he ordered him to do this 100 years ago, but although sluggishly, he did everything that was required of him, so he would be lenient with him. The guy thought about the subsequent content, looking at the letter, which said that there were no special changes in the VIP's personal entourage. The man was leaving on horseback. It was said that some time ago he went to Transom, and since he was there without an escort, Jarvis could not find out what the purpose of his trip was. Aaron carefully read that the VIP went to Transom, and reasoned that here the VIP was a code name meaning his father, Robin. An empty throne was shown, and the boy was talking about the incident with his father's disappearance, and the beginning of the family's disintegration. Where the thing is that as the hero disappeared without a trace, the boy thought that he needed to be prepared for this event, so he should gather as much information as possible. The hero was looking through the pages of the letter, and wondering why he went to Transom and not to Let. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, looking at the text, about his father going to a banquet. A logo was shown, and it was said that the Stillgards are the guardians of the North. The hero thought that because the Stillgard family did not participate in central politics, it became a symbol of loyalty, despite the fact that it had the power to usurp the throne. The grandfather stood with his back, and the boy said that after Richard received the commander's shield given to him by the previous ruler and retired to the castle, this attitude soon became something of a Stillgard family tradition. The hero looked at the text and said that his father followed his grandfather's wishes and did not appear in high society unless it was unavoidable. In the end, he graduated from the academy, received a Karsam, and became the main hero of the autumn banquet. Aaron put his hand on his chest and thought about how his heart began to beat wildly when he realized that from a useless younger son he became the pride of the family. The guy looked back at the door. When someone knocked, he thought that it was Marcus. The hero burned the letter in his hands, thinking that after this incident, he seemed to have offered to assign an escort. He looked at the flame and said to come in. A guy with a sad face appeared in the door, turning to Aaron. The guy put his elbows on the table and clarified with Jenkins about what suddenly happened. The guy came closer and answered that he needed to report something to him. The young man listened with his eyes closed about the theft of their goods by the Ryan trading house, doubting that it was theft, but then again came to the conclusion that it was theft. Aaron looked at the confused Jenkins and thought that first he needed to make him calm down. He put his hand on his shoulder. The hero closed his eyes, thinking about the Northern Lights technique. Jenkins widened his eyes, not understanding what had happened. The guy held his hand on his shoulder and asked if he had calmed down and could now talk, to which he replied that yes, he could. Aaron clarified what business he had come for. Jenkins said that it was a little difficult to explain the essence in words, inviting him to go straight to the warehouse. A crowd of people looked at the boxes and bags. The girl thought, examining something in her hand. She was stunned to hear that he was over there, the CEO. The guy put his hands in his pockets and headed towards them. Marcus and the young men bowed. After he said that the CEO had arrived, the young man told them to calm down. He pointed and said that he would look now, asking if he had said anything about this. Items fell out of the bags and powder fell out. The hero grabbed his chin, talking about why the goods looked like their blue pills and beauty cream. One guy from the crowd threw up his hands and said that he simply had no words, because these were green pills and beauty cream. Aaron turned to the side and asked again. The hero looked at Jenkins and asked where all this came from. This guy raised his palm and said that when he was checking the trading operations, he found that the goods were delivered to the wrong address. The man handed over the bag. Jenkins reasoned that it looks like the Ryan Trading Company is distributing these products, passing them off as their new product, but they sell everything in extremely small quantities. Aaron lowered his head and thought about the fact that fakes had already started to appear. He was talking about how these bastards dared to lay eyes on their product and brazenly copy it. The hero turned around when he was told that although the situation was not pleasant, he did not think it was worth worrying about. Marcus held the pill in his hands and said that it was not to say that the pill had no effect when taken for fatigue, but if the blue pill was high mountain whole leaf tea, then this fake was nothing more than low-grade crushed tea. The girl behind him suddenly said that the same story was with the cream. It certainly moisturized the skin, but it was no match for the cream for beauties. The young men smiled and said that, in fact, no matter how well made the green pills and beauty cream were, they were just a second-rate copy of their products, and because of the difference in quality, they would not be used, asking what if someone started giving away the products for free. People asked whether the Ryan Trading Company looked pathetic, and whether they had lost their sales acumen. The protagonist looked at the boys and asked why they were laughing. Aaron glared at them and said that even if it was a trivial copy, it was not something to laugh at. In response, he heard an apology. The young man looked at Jenkins and asked how much a blue and green pill cost each. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and said that a blue pill cost 2 gold and 50 silver coins, and a green pill cost about 80 silver coins. Jenkins looked at the hero in surprise, hearing the question about what it means that their products cost 3 times more, and this situation does not evoke any associations in him. The boy thought about how it was like when they plunged the potion industry into a recession. Jenkins imagined the bottle in his head, thinking that the potions that were the main products of the Ryan Trading Company were small in size and expensive, and if the packaging was damaged, it was relatively easy to transport. But the main reason for the decline in sales was that the potions did not have the effect of curing external damage, and the blue pill was superior to them in all respects, from price to practicality. Jenkins spread his hands and asked what the hero wanted to say, that if counterfeit blue pills appeared on sale, then they, the manufacturers of the original, could be forced out of the market. The young man pointed and noted that they must be dreaming about this, and even if it was impossible to force them out, he proposed to consider an option that could well become a reality. The young men listened attentively to the question about what they knew. Blue pills and beauty creams had already become fashionable among the capital's aristocrats. The hero looked at them and said that, as a rule, fashion flows from the upper class to the lower, from aristocrats to commoners, and it must be assumed that Aaron was a representative of the middle class. Blue pills on paper and money were shown when the young man said that people say that everyone takes it, but buying a blue pill hits my wallet hard, because 2 gold and 50 silver coins are very expensive for him. Green pills and several coins were shown. The hero wondered if green pills appeared on the market, he could easily shell out 80 silver coins, and his wife and daughters living with him would buy not beauty cream, but beauty cream. Aaron put his hand on his belt and said that they were a trading house that dealt not only with nobles, they had to serve the entire capital, all the inhabitants of Navarro as a client. People looked at him and thought that now, having analyzed the situation again, it was obvious that the CEO was absolutely right. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and said that how dare they copy their items and skim the cream. He showed his fist and assumed that Ryan was looking at them as an eyesore, right? Marcus put his hands out and agreed, saying that if this investigation dragged on, other large shipments would be taken. The man listened attentively, which was right, And now that everything turned out this way, Aaron clarified whether they should meet face to face. He asked again without understanding. The hero went to the side and confirmed, saying that they were moving right now. Marcus and the guys watched and said that he obeyed. The boy walked forward and reasoned that there was another reason why he had recently noticed the Ryan Trading Company. The carriage was floating in the air, shrouded in magic. Sierra was casting a spell with her eyes closed. The hero looked at what he was doing and clarified that if she scanned the capital, she would be able to find Andrew, right? The girl looked into the magic circle and replied that it was true, but not easy, because the range was too wide. Sierra was shocked, her eyes widening. The boy looked at her and asked what she was doing and what went wrong. She replied that she found it, but the girl's mouth fell open in surprise when the young man clarified if there was another place. The hero smiled and asked her to be serious. Aaron put his hand to his chin and suggested that they stayed and tried to use it, but they could not. An hour later, the carriage was riding at sunset. The young man and the girl sat opposite each other in silence. The guy sat with Sari on his neck and wondered what Mary meant, and given that the animal was acting extremely relaxed, one could conclude that she did not harbor any hostility towards him. The girl sat opposite him and turned to him, apologizing that she wanted to ask him something. Mary looked at him carefully and asked why he had chosen her as his bodyguard, although there were two other candidates who were more suitable for this. The guys were riding in a carriage, where Mary said that she wanted to ask him something. The girl looked at him and asked why he had chosen her as his bodyguard, although there were two other candidates who were more suitable for this. Aaron's gaze was calm. The evening sky surrounded the settlement. Crossing his arms, the protagonist clarified who these people were, to which Marcus replied that they had applied to join the nightly squad they had created, which he had mentioned earlier. Looking at the boys, Marcus added that the CEO should distribute what positions they would occupy and what duties they would perform. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that, starting from left to right, they were dealing with the middle level, then the lower and one lower level of the second class. Two of the men were already of a certain age, and the girl was quite young. Mary calmly said that she was 22 years old. Perplexed, Aaron said that this meant that she had graduated from the academy 3 years earlier than him, after which Marcus explained that she had not studied at the academy. The protagonist looked at Mary's face. Pointing his finger at the boys, the protagonist said that in that case, regarding the two of them, one would take the position of commander, and the other vice-commander of the nightly detachment of the trading house, and Marcus clarified what about the escort. Looking at the girl, Aaron asked if there was one more person left. Entering the carriage, the protagonist noted that he was no longer going to make concessions. His face was serious. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was the reason why he chose her, and Mary remarked that he simply created the right atmosphere, but did not really say anything. Smiling, Aaron thought that the girl's reaction was funny. He did not make such a choice without a reason. Imagining a symbol, he began to reason that if a girl from an aristocratic family applies for a job as a knight of a trading company, then it means that we are talking about fallen nobility. Looking at her, the protagonist clarified whether she was the eldest daughter in the family, to which he received a positive answer. Disappointed, Mary listened to him that this meant that she was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. Crossing his arms, Aaron began to think that a sense of urgency that cannot be hidden even if you pretend to be calm, a feeling of pressure that oppresses as if there is no air in your lungs. He knows these feelings better than anyone else, because he too has been in a similar situation. The wheels of the carriage creaked as the protagonist thought that he had chosen Mary as his bodyguard not because he felt a kindred spirit in her. Looking at Sari, the protagonist said that he should stay in the carriage. Stroking the beast, Aaron said that his presence made the atmosphere softer and more favorable, and he had not come there for reconciliation, so Sari should show understanding. Looking at Mary, the protagonist asked if they would go. Getting out of the carriage, the protagonist looked at the sky. Looking at the castle, the protagonist said that it was majestic. Entering the building, Aaron noted that this was not surprising, because Theros was the main trading city, and Ryan had been skimming off the cream of the crop for several decades, making money in it as a trader, after which he assumed that they had immediately noticed them, which had begun to slowly expand. The guy met them and asked if they had come to visit. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy introduced himself as Henry, adding that he was in charge of greeting visitors. Holding his hands in front of him, he asked if they had an appointment, or if they had decided to pay a greeting visit, to which Aaron replied that it was neither. The dumbfounded guy listened to what he had to tell the head of the trading company to run there immediately. The protagonist was furious. Henry ran away from them screaming that he was asking them to wait a little, after which he thought that the blonde youth with sharp eyes immediately seemed familiar to him for some reason. The head in his office asked if Stillgard was there. Bowing, Henry said that he was, without a doubt it was him. The man frowned and said that the protagonist should come in. Aaron was examining the vase. Holding his chin, he said that if he sold only this one thing, then it would be possible to build an entire building, and the man asked if he had come there to inspect his room. Frowning, the man added that the protagonist had not even deigned to say hello and that it was rude, after which we were introduced to the head of the trading company, Ryan. Turning around, the protagonist asked again, noting that he had lost the power of speech for a second. Throwing a small bag on the table, Aaron said that in a situation where Ryan had to come to him barefoot and beg for forgiveness, he had shown leniency and personally arrived there. Examining the contents of the bag, the man said that these were the products of their trading company, quite good goods, effective and cheap. Frowning, the protagonist asked why Ryan was putting on an act if he knew why he was there, after which the head of the trading company asked if he wanted to order the delivery of their products, adding that it was quite problematic. He was ready to give this product to other trading companies even for free, but he could not do this with regard to his trading house. Aaron said with a serious look that Ryan was a master at avoiding an answer. Looking at him, Ryan said that he had recently begun to be irritated by the protagonist's manner of speech. He did not show respect to an older comrade in this industry. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that a person who does not even follow the norms of generally accepted morality wants to be treated like an older comrade. It turns out that he is greedy, and the head of the company replied that the reason why he eats so well and lives so well is precisely because of his greed. Aaron, embittered, assumed that Aaron had not heard the saying that excessive greed breeds anger, and then thought that if he had shown even the slightest bit of conscientiousness, he might not have found out about anything, but the green pills and beauty cream were literally a declaration of war on him. Ryan listened to him say that he had crossed the line by copying the protagonist's products, and then smiled and asked if the protagonist knew what phrase had been circulating among trading companies lately. Imagining a letter, the man said that it said that a young predator named Aaron Stillgard had appeared, and that this newcomer would drive out the old iron rice bowls and take all of Thero's money. Ryan, with a satisfied expression, pointed out the fact that this phrase came up every time a newcomer appeared, but he felt that this time, too, the fuss had been in vain. Folding his arms, Ryan stated that Aaron simply blindly believed in his noble blood, and his arrogance pierced him from head to toe, and he could not control his emotions at all because of his youthful spirit, and then asked what the protagonist could do and how he was going to stop him. Looking at Mary, the man added that he only cared about his appearance, so he took a beautiful bodyguard with him. If the head of the trading company was such a person, then the business would end in just a couple of years. Taking the vase in his hand, Aaron listened to the proposal to entrust all the work of the trading company to Sir Marcus, and himself to enjoy his undeserved wealth. The protagonist threw the vase at him. The man dodged the throw. He clenched his hand into a fist. The vase suddenly began to hover in the air. Taking it in his hands, Ryan asked if the protagonist had completely gone crazy and did he know how much this thing cost. Looking at the man with the eyes of a necromancer, Aaron noted that he thought so. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist clarified if Ryan was saying that the man was an arrogant guy who blindly believed in his noble blood, adding that only his self-confidence did not appear out of thin air. He already knew how to block the copying of his products, and he had so many ways to stop it. The head of the trading company was taken aback by the question. Did he say that Mary's bodyguard accompanied him to create a beautiful image, and whether he headed a trading house, but was so bad at understanding people? Frowning, Aaron said that most noblewomen would prefer to advance their family through an arranged marriage, but Mary turned out to be taking such an easy path and chose the truly difficult and thorny path of creating a future for herself and her family with her own hands. Stunned, Mary wondered if this was the reason he chose her. Pushing the girl, Aaron said that he satisfied her curiosity and asked her to go to the carriage, adding that everything was fine. He needed to exchange a few phrases with the head of the trading company in private. The protagonist closed the door behind the girl. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he thought that from now on it would be better for them to continue the conversation alone. Smiling, Aaron asked why Ryan didn't call off the guards, because then it would be fair. The dumbfounded man clarified what he was talking about. Looking at the hatch in the ceiling, the protagonist asked if he was pretending to be an idiot, or if the one hiding in the ceiling knew his secret. Grinning, the protagonist said that the man was a demon summoner. Ryan was horrified by what he heard. The enraged head of the trading house screamed to grab this fool. The man jumped out of the hatch. He was flying at Aaron with a knife. The protagonist watched the assassin. He dodged a series of attacks. The protagonist thought calmly that he was quite agile. Watching the movements, Aaron thought that these were excellent concealment skills and a sword as fast as a beam of light. Despite the rather high rank, if he did not know about the escort, he would definitely get hit. The protagonist extended his hand in front of him. With a swing, he declared that the bandit had attacked the wrong opponent. The bandit jumped back. His face was serious. Energy covered the protagonist's hands. He rushed into battle. The guy collided with Aaron. Swinging the blade, he tried to deal many blows. The assassin was suddenly taken aback. He dodged the attack. Frowning, he thought that although the protagonist was the youngest owner of the Karsam rank, he had little experience. Even if he wrapped an aura around his hand and used it as a weapon, he was still a greenhorn. The dagger appeared in front of the protagonist's neck. The dagger fell to the floor. The guy began to tremble. Aaron rushed at him. The bandit was lying on the floor. Looking at his hand, the protagonist wondered if the mercenary had underestimated him too much, and then thought that a characteristic feature of the Dark Moon technique is that the longer he fights, the more Dark Moon energy enters the blood. Stunned, Ryan asked how he did it in the blink of an eye. Looking at the mercenary, he thought that even if he was not that good at understanding people, but who else, and the bodyguard he had chosen was the best, Chris's stealth and surprise attack skills were at the highest level. To defeat him, the knight must have a pretty high rank. He pointed his finger at Eren and said that he was hiding his abilities, and the protagonist asked if he was hiding dark malice within himself. The man lowered his head and thought that although he was a little worried about being called a demon slayer, it didn't seem like he was there to kill him, so the angry words poured out of his mouth in an endless stream. Wrapped in a dark aura, Ryan said that it was amazing, even the mages couldn't notice anything, and asked how a mere knight knew about it. He transformed into a demon and loudly asked how he knew about him. The demon rushed into battle. Energy emanated from Eren's fingers. He struck the man in the neck. Standing above him, the protagonist said that he shouldn't rely on just his spirit, but also learn a few martial arts techniques. Raising his head, Ryan asked if he thought he would be safe after daring to do something like that to him. Creating a spell in his hands, the protagonist replied that he thought he would be safe. An aura hovered around the demon. A scream was heard in the building. The demon's hands were shaking. Eren looked at him and asked why he was asking for mercy, if in any case he was the one who summoned the devil, so death was not scary for him. The protagonist listened with a thoughtful look that if he struck again, he would really die. Looking at the man, he began to reason that Ryan was not lying because his recovery speed was lower than Andrew's, and then asked if this was a special case of fusion and coexistence without the dominance of evil. Using the necromancer's eyes, Eren thought that in this way, even if the regenerative power is reduced, the ego is preserved. A notification appeared in front of the man's face, saying that an otherworldly evil spirit was detected, after which the protagonist reported that this was a poor camouflage with a triple-digit soul power, which was easily revealed by the detection spell. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that people who were connected to the demonic spirit were not welcome anywhere, which was why it was important to hide one's own energy, and asked the man what would happen if it was revealed that the guild master, who was a model for small, medium, and large guilds, who was said to have amassed a tower of gold bars, was a devil summoner. Lying on the floor, Ryan cried out that the protagonist was in the same situation, and then asked Eren if he thought that with the Stillgard family behind him, he could get away with it. He was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist held the cork in his hands. Looking at the dark spirit, the protagonist said that he had been doing nothing for too long, now it was time to work. He showed the spirit the man and ordered him to deal with him and come back. He imagined the guy's face and added that everything was exactly as the blue-eyed warlock Lloyd had said. Eren looked at the spirit and thought that right after the incident with Andrew, he had made a contract with Lloyd. He was very interested in collecting all the fragments of Andalusia, so if he decided to put the fragment he had up for sale, he would be first in line, and in return he would be given various tips and items. The protagonist imagined a frightened dog and added that the most important information was that spirits lay down flat like dogs when they saw those with higher spiritual power than themselves, and if they were unlucky and caught by a necromancer with high spiritual power, they would be on a leash for the rest of their lives. The spirit surrounded Ryan. The man pursed his lips. The surprised protagonist heard himself called master. Kneeling, Ryan noted that since Eren owned his body and soul, he should call him master, he was his eternal servant, so he begged him to stop. The puzzled protagonist noted that the man quickly changed his shoes, adding that if the spirit did not want to return to the tight mirror again, he should stop and return to the bottle. The embittered fragment said that he wanted to feast a little more. The spirit flew into the bottle again, while the protagonist thought that he had sucked out about 500 units of soul power, but his own power had only increased by 300 units, the absorption rate was not the best. Lowering his head, Ryan thanked him, and Eren asked if he was really the one he had seen a couple of minutes ago, because he had a feeling that he was ready to lick his shoes now. The demon began to crawl towards him. Sticking out his tongue, Ryan said that if he was ordered, he really could do it. After some time, the protagonist took the cup in his hands. The man stood in front of him and asked him to try the most popular black tea in the Empire. While drinking the tea, the protagonist asked if it meant that the man had summoned evil because he wanted to live a long life while remaining healthy, to which he received the answer that it was true, no matter how much money he had, an incurable disease could not be cured with it. He looked down when Eren clarified how many lives were sacrificed for his health. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that 10 people were sacrificed. A frightened Ryan said that in the future they would stop selling green pills and beauty cream, while the protagonist thought that he had sacrificed fewer people than Andrew, but in essence, he was no different from him. Nevertheless, as long as he was useful, he should make good use of it. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist asked if the products were in high demand, to which he received the answer that they were. The goods were flying off the shelves among the commoners. A smile appeared on the man's face when the protagonist stated that it was quite difficult to make a product a hit. Looking at Aaron, Ryan asked if he was implying that it was better to continue selling this product, to which the protagonist replied that he was. Putting down the document, the protagonist asked him to sign it. Reading the document about the loyalty agreement of the trading houses, the protagonist said that since he confirmed that he copied their product and made good money selling it, now he should reimburse the costs. The puzzled man asked how much he wanted to receive, to which he received the answer that it was about 20%. Aaron asked what kind of nonsense the head of the trading house was talking when he heard the question whether he meant 20% of the profits received. The man shuddered when the protagonist stated that he wanted to receive 20% of the sales. Biting his finger, he thought that one green pill cost 80 silver coins. He imagined a small handful of coins and continued to reason that the profit was about 25 silver coins, so he could easily give 20% of this amount. But if he set the condition of receiving 20% of the sales, then he would only have 9 silver coins left in his hands. Frowning, Ryan came to the conclusion that in this situation it would be more profitable to engage in the sale of other products. He had a feeling that the evil incarnate was not him, but the protagonist. Holding the pumpkin in his hands, the protagonist asked if he did not like the conditions and whether he should drag that fool out again. The man touched the document with a bloody finger. Holding the document in front of him, Aaron thought that in this way the first goal was achieved. He shifted his gaze. Looking at the guy, he clarified what to do with this bodyguard. Holding his head, Ryan said that if he was dead, then some difficulties would arise, after which the protagonist said that he was not dead. Looking at the hatch in the ceiling, the protagonist began to reason that if they were friends, Ryan would not have made him hide under the ceiling. Looking at the puzzled man, the protagonist asked what the problem was and whether it was all because he was a smart bodyguard, after which Ryan replied that it was not the reason. Chris was the man Dorian assigned to him. Surprised, the protagonist asked again. Getting up from the table, the protagonist clarified whether he meant the ardent marquis, to which he received the answer that this was exactly it. Holding his chin, Aaron thought that he did not foresee such a turn of events. Imagining Dorian's face, the protagonist wondered why he was mentioned in the conversation. Sunlight covered the rooftops as the story told us that when the so-called fake product story ended, Aaron's trading house had acquired a significant capital that did not require maintenance or management. The guys stood in the crowd that the CEO scolded Ryan, after which he admitted his mistake and paid all the expenses. People raised their hands as we were told that no one was closer to the right answer, and the fact that even Ryan could not harm Aaron's trading company raised the morale of the staff. The protagonist was in his office. He was holding a dream machine in his hands, after which a notification popped up that it was a complex magical object that allows you to see various dreams. Information about future plans stored in the subject's subconscious can also be verified. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he never expected Dorian to be Ryan's investor. He was lost in thought. The news that he had thought was just a rumor in the past was that the Ryan trading house was pointing to Kunz as the successor to the Albrecht family. The Ryan trading house had signed an investment agreement to support the Marquis's 300,000 gold coins. Ryan, the gold demon, was starting to play a significant role in the political world, fully supporting the young Marquis. Looking at the situation from this angle, it seemed like Ryan had chosen Kunz. But in fact, the Marquis had complete control over the Ryan trading house. The protagonist introduced the boy and added that, moreover, even Luther, one of the 3 major lords, was coming to the capital, and then wondered if this gentleman also had something to do with this. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that since the incident with Nick, Kunz's name kept popping up every now and then, so his head was in a real mess, and asked if he should get into interdimensional trading to clear his head a little. Aaron began to buy various items. He glanced at the projection that said the purchase of the selected items had been completed. Holding his chin, the protagonist read that the shopping list included deadly poison, knowledge of the art of dragon poisoning, knowledge of the history of self-defense and overcoming power, internal cultivation and shadowless stealth, and then said that he now had 360 years of internal chi energy. Smiling, the protagonist thought that fierce bargaining and sports were also one of the delights of interdimensional trade, but the most comfortable thing was when you don't think twice and buy right away, and said that with a whopping 360 years of internal cultivation, even after reaching his peak and stepping over all boundaries, he would not experience a shortage of chi energy. Sitting in front of the screen, the protagonist said that he would first absorb martial arts. His cloak began to flutter. He calmly asked if it was a battle cloak, and then read that the area it covered could instantly be switched to void mode, and sent into the otherworldly space. Holding the cloak, Aaron activated the void mode. The surprised protagonist emphasized that the color had only become slightly darker. His hand began to go into space, and the protagonist noted that he had the feeling that he was being sucked into an infinite space, after which he said that if he put on this cloak and entered into battle, the attacker would not have time to blink. Holding the cape in front of him, the protagonist stated that it was not bad at all. Magical armor could arouse a lot of suspicion in this world, and such a thing would be a pretty decent replacement for it. Now Ron doesn't have to worry about something like saving. He glanced at the projection. Someone was calling him. Annoyed, Aaron stated that if it weren't for that brat, he would have been able to earn a lot more coins. The guy wrote to him to ask if the protagonist had accepted his application today, although he always ignored it, to which he received a reply that he had been busy lately. Raising his hand, the guy asked what he could be busy with, adding that the partner store was working on its own and had been doing poorly with sales lately, so rumors had spread that he had lost his original intentions, after which the protagonist stated that this was just a rumor that his interlocutor himself was spreading. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this was an annoying fool. He remembered how 2 years ago someone wrote to him. Looking at the screen, Aaron asked if the guy wanted to buy something, and then heard that he had a lot of things to do these days, so the guy decided to contact him to share information. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist heard that Siam was kicked out of the interdimensional trade. Raising his hand, the stranger asked him not to pretend, because the protagonist himself had planned everything in advance. Looking at the schedule, he added that at first he thought it was just price manipulation, so he tried to put all the threads together and get him kicked out of the interdimensional trade, but no one would have thought that his plan was only to strike at the Rochester Magic Guild. Aaron was surprised by what he heard. Smiling, the guy said that as for him, you could say that he is a person who is interested in the protagonist. Having imagined various people, the stranger said that the merchant Aaron was the one who caused the Mana Stone crisis in the Zero system, achieved the suspension of the activities of 2 of the 5 main elixir manufacturers in the first system. In addition, he had a direct and indirect influence on the dismissal of Niam and Siam and recently even managed to bankrupt one of the largest guilds. Frowning, the protagonist listened to him say that, nevertheless, he could be calm, although there were violations, but they were not enough to remove him from interdimensional trade, so the guy did not include them in the report and asked about the report. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Putting his hand on his chest, he asked to let him introduce himself. He is the only one who knows all the rumors, the auditor of interdimensional trade, Alex. Frowning, Aaron thought that he pretended to be an auditor in order to carry out revenge and took advantage of those guys. But he never expected that a real monitoring agent would come for his soul. Alex asked with a satisfied look if the protagonist would like to work with him, since there was one vacancy. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if the guy had heard that he was busy and whether he should handle his own work. Extending his hand, Alex said that it was all because he really needed his help. Looking at the many resumes, the guy told him that 5 people had been fired so far, 3 of them were permanently excluded from interdimensional trade. He should admit that he was not without a talent for causing trouble. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he was being sarcastic. Looking at the boxes of crystals, Alex emphasized the fact that Aaron just needs to accept his offer, because he is currently being heavily oppressed due to the fact that he managed to earn the hatred of many, and face frequent sales restrictions, so the mana stones just continue to accumulate in their warehouse, and lately the protagonist has never made a discount. After which the protagonist asked not to get it and get lost. Sitting in front of the projection, Alex clarified whether he said that the work would be free, for each service performed he would receive, co. Looking at the screen, which said that he needed to sell 10 high-quality mana stones to the channel, Aaron thought that, co. was quest points. This is a new category that is added when entering the second system. The quest is similar to achievement of the first system, but it feels a little different because the quest conditions are adjusted to the situation on the channel. He was seriously reasoning that the quest points themselves were nothing special, but they needed to be collected because they were a step to enter the third system. But now he was losing more than he was gaining. Holding his chin, Alex thought about it when the protagonist asked where he could use these quest points. The surprised protagonist imagined a mountain of gold when the guy asked how he felt about being given the quest points he needed to enter the third system. The guy, looking pleased, said that he was quite capable of giving 18,000 at once. Smiling, he asked if he would still refuse. The protagonist's face was dumbfounded. The puzzled protagonist asked what kind of frame had appeared, noting that when trying to look at something, the information changed every time due to information asymmetry. Holding his chin, he thought that one look at the numbers was enough to understand that the offer was really worth it. It took him 2 years to earn the 30,000 quest points he had, so he could get about half of that in one sitting. Smiling, Alex said that he guaranteed that the matter would seem like a piece of cake to him. He just had to be friendly with the people he was doing interdimensional trade with. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that this was what he was worst at and said that he would try. Grinning, the guy said that Aaron had made the right decision. He needed to slowly start playing in the big leagues. The thoughtful protagonist began to talk about the third system. Presenting the gate, he noted that no matter how much he dug into his memories from his past life, he had no information on the third system, although among the conditions there was an incredibly huge amount of quest points. But the main problem was that it was extremely difficult to reach the final stage of the soul phase in the second system. Looking at the notification, Aaron emphasized the fact that he currently had 3 unique phases of the second system. The puzzled protagonist said that if he discarded the servant of evil of the second stage, then he still had 2 soul phases. Both options were terribly difficult. He read what he needed to do and said that with his experience, he could achieve the required trading volume. The main problem was in the mandatory condition. Unlike the first and second stages, where the difficulty increased gradually, here he was faced with a sharp jump in difficulty. Crossing his arms, Aaron wondered what kind of system this was. Imagining the guy, he came to the conclusion that in the end, he had no choice but to ask the one who entered it. Spirits were flying around the ruins. Lloyd held his head and said that he was a little difficult to answer. The angry protagonist asked if it was really so difficult for him to say what dimension it was, and maybe the third system was forbidden to talk about in the lower systems. Sipping his drink, the guy said that it was not that. He was delighted and said that it was very tasty and had no calories at all. The protagonist asked again with a serious look. Crossing his arms, he said that he was interested in the third system because he was slowly getting closer to getting there. Sitting on a chair, Lloyd said that it was worth entering and asked if he had enough coins to buy a level 8 ring, to which he received the answer that he had enough coins. The problem was that there were almost no level 8 rings for sale. The irritated protagonist said that seeing how he was constantly dodging the question, he thought that he was just wasting his time. He walked down the hallway and said that he would check everything with his own eyes. Frowning, Aaron thought that after such a gesture, it was somehow awkward to bombard him with questions again. Mary met him in the hallway. Holding a book in front of her, the girl addressed him. Standing in front of him, she said that she was his bodyguard, so she should be prepared for any emergency. Smiling, the protagonist assumed that if such a situation arose, she would simply be confused. Looking at the book in Mary's hands, Aaron thought that the mana breathing technique that suited her perfectly, found on the channel of the Zero system. She was very talented. Since she did not even attend the academy, she was able to reach the second class. The protagonist introduced her as she was training and emphasized the fact that the problem was that her family had extremely poor mana practice methods, so in order to overcome the wall, she needed to change her breathing technique. Standing in front of her, Aaron added that to be honest, this is why he chose Mary to be his bodyguard. Unlike the other 2 candidates who just wanted to make a living, she desperately wanted to grow, then said that her posture was perfect, he would give him time to train, so she should work hard and raise her family. The embarrassed girl replied that she would definitely repay him for his kindness. Holding the door handle, the protagonist heard that they had a guest. The beast rushed at him. The surprised protagonist called out to Sari. Holding Sari in his arms, the protagonist heard that he was ordered to watch the main roads, but in the distance he smelled a smell similar to it. Smiling, Aaron replied that then there was no doubt. The escort was driving along the road. The sunlight fell on the walls of the fortress. Watching the escort from afar, raising dust, the protagonist asked if it was them. He emphasized with a serious face that they would meet again very soon. Remembering how he sat next to his father, the protagonist began to reason that he was abandoned in his past life. He did not know that restrained fatherly love, so all his life he considered his father an insurmountable wall. Javis opened his mouth in surprise. He ran to Aaron, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Javis knelt down and said that he saw him in good health. He answered with a smile that he was listening when he heard that he should stand up, because the other knights were watching. Spreading his arms, the guy said that during the time they had not seen each other, Aaron had grown a lot. In a few months he would definitely be taller than him. The protagonist asked if the road was not easy, because his face had become very haggard, after which Javis closed his eyes and answered that there were no problems with the schedule and route. He thinks that it was all because he had a lot to do lately. The protagonist calmly thought that it couldn't be any other way, because he was a second-class knight of the Stillgard family during the day and a merchant at night. A knight ran towards him, shouting that Javis had run so suddenly that he had already thought about an enemy attack. Looking at Javis, Aaron said that they would talk later. Raising his hand, he asked if all the knights were doing well. Looking back, the protagonist asked if his father was in the carriage. He was surprised. Robin got out of the carriage and looked at him, saying that he felt a little awkward seeing his father after such a long time. Looking down, the protagonist replied that it was not so. Bowing his head, the protagonist said that his son was greeting him, after which he thought that this reunion was filled with great meaning, which only he knew. Pointing his finger at Sari, Aaron said that when he came to the capital, he came across this baby and decided to raise him. The girl suddenly called out to him. She hugged the guy. The upset Karen asked if it was hard and lonely for him all this time away from home. The joyful protagonist thought that she had a warm voice that pierced the ear, and his older sister had hardly changed either. Looking at the sky, Aaron replied that it was not hard for him at all. He did not listen to his sister's grumbling day after day, so time passed calmly. Karen began to play with Sari. Looking at Irene, the protagonist asked if she had also arrived, and the girl asked what kind of strange reaction this was. Holding the back of his head, Aaron said that he was simply surprised because she could not stand high society, to which he received the answer that Irene had come there to broaden her horizons. She imagined the outline of a person and told him that someone had told her that she could only open her eyes when she reached a higher level of activity. The protagonist hit Jarvis with his elbow. He approached him and asked if he had said anything about broadening his horizons. He stood separately from the others with Jarvis and asked why he had brought Irene there and what about managing the merchant guild, to which he received the answer that all his subordinates were trustworthy and there would be no work slump for a while. The upset guy said that he had no other choice because the lady had begun to have suspicions. Jarvis presented his real face and under the disguise and said that suspicions had arisen that he was Olaf. During the time that he was away, Olaf would not have been able to appear at the Stillgard residence, so she would have definitely figured out what was going on. Looking at Sari, Aaron replied that that was true, but he did not think that his sister could be easily fooled by such a cheap trick. Perhaps everything would have been different if he had not gone to the capital, but in fact, Olaf was also currently absent from the guild. The guy started whispering something to him. The protagonist was surprised by the question. Could he help him put on a show? People gathered in the square. Frowning, Irene said that she hadn't even had time to unpack her luggage yet, and he was already asking her to come to him, and the knight said that the young gentleman just wanted to give him a tour of the trading house. Turning around, Irene asked since when Jarvis had been obediently obeying Aaron. She remembered how they had moved away from everyone and told him that the guy had been acting strangely since the moment they first crossed paths, running to him one of the first, as if he had seen an old friend. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked him not to pretend to be a fool. The protagonist, with a calm face, came to the conclusion that, in fact, she suspected that Jarvis was Olaf. Holding the human mask in his hands, the protagonist thought that there was nothing surprising, because Jarvis did not have two bodies, so it was not for nothing that these things were hidden. The protagonist shifted his gaze and said that, one way or another, all the preparations were complete, it would only be enough to make his move later. Looking at Ryan and Chris, the protagonist clarified why they had come there now. Chris lowered his head and said hello. Standing up from the table, Aaron asked if the shadow keeper could walk around openly next to him, to which he received the answer that it was even more convenient. Chris had been secretly trained by the Marquis, so no one knew his face. Smiling, the man said that he had already met with Dorian, but at such meetings there was no exchange of information. An average merchant like him was nothing more than a wallet for him. Crossing his arms, Aaron asked if Ryan had come all this way because he had managed to find out something, after which the man said that this was to be expected from the CEO. The protagonist frowned as he heard that Dorian and Luther had a secret meeting, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were plotting something. After imagining various guys, the protagonist thought that he had dealt with Dorian's son, but now his father had become a thorn in his side. The recent incident involving Nick fabricating evidence might not have been his personal initiative. The former deputy commander of the Knightly Order was manipulating the evidence. The knights of the prosecutorial corps were putting pressure on Aaron's trading house from all sides. And finally, even the Raihan Trading Guild had gotten its hands on the trough. The protagonist imagined Dorian controlling the building and noted that if he hadn't dealt with this whole story, Aaron's trading house might have already ended up in Dorian's hands, so it was too early to say that the conspiracy had been put to an end. Holding his chin, the protagonist wondered if the main problem was that the opponent, Dorian, already had an unusually large amount of wealth in the south, if he had hindered the growth of Aaron's trading house only to expand his business all the way to the capital. He imagined a tank with a man floating in it, and noted that he needed to know the exact answer to effectively use that thing. Touching his chin, Ryan reported that Dorian said that the young friend was too bold and persistent. Frowning, the protagonist ordered him not to dare to hang noodles on his ears. He was sure that the Marquis said that the little fool irritated him terribly, after which the man admitted that Dorian was extremely annoyed because he could not agree with the strict Duke, and he was even more furious that even Zeniths had deflated. Sitting at the table, Aaron asked if he had said anything else besides that, to which he received the answer that this was all Ryan had heard. The puzzled protagonist said that everything was clear to him and that Ryan could go. The people were unloading the cart. Ryan began to climb into the carriage. He said with an angry look that it was not enough for the protagonist to pin him against the wall, so he decided to clip his wings. Chris looked at him and asked if he wanted to hear his opinion, after which he thought that in the 10 years that he had accompanied Ryan, not only had he not shared information with him, but he had not even asked him a single question. The carriage began to move and Ryan asked whether they should remain on Dorian's side or join that fool Aaron. A distressed Chris asked if the CEO had their lifeline in his hands, after which the guy thought that the horrible thing that happened to him after he swallowed the bug that the protagonist fed him was an experience he didn't want to go through again, even if he was ordered to undergo hellish training, and then added that besides, Aaron said that there was no way to get rid of the bug, so they had no choice but to obey him. Shaking his head, Ryan stated that he didn't think so one-dimensionally. The man imagined the protagonist's crazy face and stated that Aaron was much worse than Dorian. If they chose him for their own comfort right now, they would become something like his errand dogs. Holding his chin, Chris noted that then they should slowly look for a way to escape from his bonds, to which he received the answer that this is not so, if they are going to get out of the trap, then this can only be done now, his intuition is screaming at him. Looking out the window, Ryan emphasized that the point is that they need something that can piss Aaron off. Looking at the girl, the man said that she is a beauty, but he feels a subtle mana. Ryan with burning eyes thought that this cannot be, this is a very proud and sublime tribe. An aura enveloped the girl's body. Grinning, he assumed that the heavens have not yet turned away from him. Frowning, Ryan said that they are immediately leaving to meet Dorian. The moon brightly illuminated the forest. The main character walked along the estate. He noted with a smile on his face that, fortunately, the performance with dressing up as Olaf worked. Imagining Jarvis and Irene, Aaron wondered if what he was thinking about would happen, because there were strange currents of air between them. The dumbfounded boy called out to the young gentleman, who thought that although he did not dislike him, he had no intention of considering an imperial spy as his brother-in-law. People began to walk towards him. Enthusiastic young men surrounded him and began to discuss his success. Aaron thought with a satisfied look that this was a change that had occurred in the last 2 years. Fred, with a smile on his face, said that his father was currently resting in his room, and the eldest lady was training. Energy enveloped the blade. The girl threw herself at the tree. She cut it in half. The girl closed her eyes and sighed. The surprised girl turned around at the sound of Aaron's voice, who said that he wanted to look at her a little longer. The protagonist extended his hand and said that if she practiced a little more, she would be guaranteed a second grade, to which he replied that it was a pity, she was going to hone her skills and surprise him. The delighted girl said that the book he gave her, Evangeline's Breathing. The more she read it, the deeper and deeper she penetrated into its knowledge. She listened with a smile on her face as he told her that for those who do not have a discerning eye, even jewelry is just stones. She does not know how it got there. But when a valuable thing is lost in a pile of junk, it is extremely difficult to find. After which she replied that she thought it was very difficult to appreciate the value of this breathing technique at first glance. Moreover, it is a method of practice optimized for women. Aaron carefully found out all these subtleties and presented her with such a gift. The surprised protagonist wondered what she was talking about. Karen presented the book and said that every time she reads it, new sensations appear in her soul. Using advanced speed reading, Aaron began to read it at a tremendous speed. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought that indeed, all the martial arts in the world are oriented towards the male body, but this teaching uses female power and maximizes it. His older sister was able to rise to the 4th grade even by practicing the standard mana breathing technique. It turns out that this breathing method is not just wings, but an engine. Standing in front of her, the girl clarified why he was looking at her like that. Looking down, Karen admitted that she did not receive support from her father, because she was never able to tell him. Looking at him, she added that as she said before, she wanted to surprise him with her aura. Besides, she did not think that he would like the fact that she began to study the breathing method from an unknown source, abandoning the existing method. Robin came there and said that her thoughts were wrong. He noted with a smile that he believed that she chose the right path. Approaching her, Robin emphasized the fact that his eldest daughter had made a very important decision. He as a father could not help but notice it. When they returned to the Stillgard residence, he would give her his support. Taken aback, Karen asked again. Touching her shoulder, Robin said that any day now, the birth of the 4th aura user would occur in their family. Looking at Aaron, he assumed that his youngest son had accomplished a great task. Robin with a satisfied look said that they say that misfortunes never come alone, but he never expected that this law also works for happy events. Taking up the sword, he said that Karen would soon become an aura user. Pulling out the blade, he added that his youngest son graduated from the academy with a Karsam grade. Standing in front of his son, he explained that people had been asking him how he managed to raise his children while managing such a huge fief, adding that he was extremely confused and at a loss, and then asked how his youngest son, whose education he had not paid any attention to, was able to achieve the best results among all his children. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he meant that he wanted to see for himself. Frowning, Robin stated that he did, as it was better to see once than to hear 100 times about his incredible growth. Aaron stood in front of his father's sword. Robin pointed his blade straight at Aaron, stating that he wanted to see for himself. He then added that he wanted to know how much he had grown, and the boy was a little puzzled upon hearing this. Looking at his smiling father, the protagonist mused that, although somewhat unexpectedly, his heart was bursting with joy, because he also wanted to show off his growth. Looking at Karen standing behind him, Aaron asked his sister if he could borrow her sword, and she agreed to do so. Taking hold of the hilt of the girl's blade, the boy thanked her and noted that he would use it carefully and return it safe and sound. Holding the blade firmly in front of him, the protagonist asked if he was going to fight him seriously. At that moment, the heroic knight wrapped his sword in aura, declaring that he would only use basic energy. Immediately after, Robin rushed forward with great speed, saying that it was time to begin. A moment later, the two met in a fierce battle. They crossed their blades, wrapped in aura. Suddenly, the heroic knight abruptly disappeared from his place. His son followed suit, immediately jumping to the side. A moment later, the two knights began to fight with blades, leaving behind only traces of blows. Robin was advancing directly towards Eren, who parried his blows with his blade. The protagonist's father grinned happily and remarked that he was moving well. The boy gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and said that he was flattered. Then the protagonist would swing his blade, which the heroic knight would dodge by leaning to the side. Karen, standing to the side, watched all of this with admiration. She saw only the traces that the swings of the blades of these two warriors left behind them, and stated that at first she tried to follow the trajectory, but at some point she lost sight of their movement, and it is not for nothing that they say that it is impossible to follow the movements of a special rank knight with your eyes, noting that their father was very good. Looking at Eren, who was glaring straight ahead, his sister added that, however, her younger brother was also great, and although their father was not giving it his all, she still did not expect him to last this long. Suddenly, the girl was surprised when she saw something in front of her. At the same time, Robin rushed forward, preparing to attack. Noticing this, the boy swung his blade to make a counterattack. In an instant, they collided with each other, leaving behind only an explosion of aura. Seeing this, Karen was scared and ran straight into a cloud of dust, thinking that her father had miscalculated his strength, and called out to Eren. Suddenly, through the dust, she saw the boy, who was claiming that he was fine, and that his father was in trouble, while his sister, who heard this, was very surprised. Then, she looked away in shock. The girl was looking straight at the heroic knight, who was bleeding from his mouth. At that very moment, Karen called out to her father, who, holding his hand to his chest, explained that he was fine. Robin then stated that his youngest son was a master swordsman, and he was now convinced that he had received Karsam's appraisal due to his own efforts, and not because he was his son, and the protagonist, hearing this, shook his head in denial, saying that he was completely out of order. Eren, tightly gripping the hilt of his blade, noted that it was just an aura, so why did he lose? Imagining a carriage in his mind, the boy realized that he was stupid, because he should have realized everything the moment he was told that he arrived on a carriage. Visualizing a knight of heroic rank riding a horse, the protagonist remembered that his father always said that if he was a knight, he should ride side by side with his subordinates, and he hated carriages, finding them too cramped. Remembering the huge temple, Eren thought that, in addition, his father had recently visited Transum, and this is a place where priests live and divine magic is used, not understanding why such thoughts did not immediately occur to him. Puzzled, the boy thought that why he did not immediately think about the fact that there is something that no one should know. Looking straight at Robin, who was coughing up blood, the protagonist understood that right now his father has some kind of problem with his body. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the bedroom in Eren's mansion, where the sounds of coughing were carried right through the room. A knight of heroic level lay in bed, noting that it was good that he left the knights to Captain Hunter. With a smile on her face, Karen said that she didn't even need to talk about it, because it was a complete relief, and Irene, who was standing next to her, said that she was even surprised to see such a huge man shedding tears, and imagined the upset captain of the Stillgard Knights in her head. Then an awkward silence fell in the room. The boy silently looked straight ahead, assuming that perhaps he was trying to joke to ease the situation, but his words only made him even more anxious. He thought that it would be better if he poured out his soul, or if he just started grumbling, then his heart would not be so heavy. When suddenly Robin at that moment, looking straight ahead, concluded that he was completely fine and wanted to rest for a while. Hearing this, the red-haired girl was very scared, saying that he was completely not fine, and his coughing up blood alone was worth something, and the protagonist's father asked that didn't he say that he was fine. After a moment, the heroic knight declared that they could all go, and Irene silently looked down while the brown-haired girl next to her suggested that they go out. Robin simply watched them go silently. Looking straight at his son, the heroic knight noted that he seemed to want to say something else, and he gave a confident expression as he did. Imagining Jack in his mind, Eren stated that perhaps others did not know anything, but he knew everything, and it was unlikely that he could hide the truth even from his right hand, to which he received an answer from his father that only he knew everything, and it seemed to him that everyone would worry too much, as happened now, so he decided to keep it a secret. Then the heroic knight asked if his curiosity was satisfied. Lowering his head, the boy said that he still had one more question. Then the protagonist asked to tell him what the symptoms of his illness were and the possible cause of its occurrence, and Robin, hearing this, imagined a healer from the temple in his head and said that perhaps he wanted to play a doctor, but it was all useless, because he visited all the famous healers, went to Transum to receive the blessing of the priests that the overseer mentioned, but no one could cure his illness. Opening the system with his magic eye, Eren stated that he now had a slightly different opinion. While the system promised that the absorption was complete and the diagnosis of the life-saving solution was finished, and the recipe for making a life-saving solution was received. Looking directly at his father, the boy explained that he was going to check his veins, and asked if he could therefore give him his hand, and his father noted that he was a complete stubborn person. Taking the heroic knight's hand, the protagonist explained that he would put in some of his mana, receiving the answer that he could do whatever he wanted. Immediately after that, Aaron concentrated and released his white energy outward. At the same time, he felt unknown red accumulations located on his father's body, and thought that there were blood clots all over his body, and therefore even a slight overexertion could cause internal damage. Suddenly, the boy said that the mana flows were tangled, and it seemed that he had been in this state for about 2 years, and Robin, who heard this, was very dumbfounded. Continuing to hold his father's hand, the protagonist explained that at first he only felt slight discomfort, but gradually it became more and more difficult for him to control mana, and as a result, he lost the ability to fully use it, and his father answered that he was right, and asked that recently they were also teaching healing at the academy. Immediately after that, Aaron gave something into the hand of the heroic knight, and told him to drink it, and he asked what it was. Holding a recovery pill in his hands, the elixir of which instantly heals all internal wounds when taken orally, which was notified by the system, Robin heard the words of his son, who asked to trust him and drink it, because there is no better remedy for eliminating internal damage. Hearing this, the man immediately swallowed the pill. Putting his hand on his chest, he noted that it really worked, and potions have not helped him for a long time, so he even managed to forget about this feeling of unprecedented lightness. Then Robin said words of gratitude. Aaron, looking straight ahead, thought that despite his weakened health, he made such a long journey to the capital. Imagining in his mind the knight of heroic rank who stands at the head of the Stillgard family, the boy reasoned that no matter what anyone said, he was a cold-blooded scheduler who had retired from participating in the politics of the central regions, and who never left the residence. Remembering the image of his smiling father, the protagonist realized that even though he was such a person, he also had a parent's heart, which burned with the desire to congratulate and praise his children when they succeeded. Staring forward with a serious gaze, Aaron thought that in his past life, he had no idea that his father, like everyone else, had hot blood running through his veins. Standing right next to Robin's bed, the boy declared that he did not know what he would think of him in the future, and he did not care whether it was doubt or censure. A moment later, he added that he would get him back on his feet no matter what, and the heroic knight began to cough, saying that although the medicine he gave him was quite effective, his illness was not an easy one. Looking straight at his father, the protagonist stated that he knew everything, and the mana flows needed to be completely untangled and corrected, and Robin explained that this was just one of the symptoms, not the main cause. A moment later, the heroic knight explained that it was the demonic heart that was destroying him from the inside, and Aaron, hearing this, was very dumbfounded and imagined this very heart in his head. Robin then asked if he understood what he was talking about, and the boy, looking straight ahead in confusion, replied that of course he understood. Visualizing a snake biting a man, the protagonist mused that the demonic heart was a tangled ball of threads located deep within the heart, and the inner enemy of the masters that held them back the moment they tried to cross the wall. Standing next to his father's bed, Aaron mused that on the other hand, the fact that his father was suffering from a demonic heart meant that he was on the verge of reaching the legendary rank, while his father stated that in order to help him, he had to be a legendary rank, and with his talent, perhaps in 20 years he could reach it. He then added that he could of course unravel the ball of threads for him, and the boy, looking straight at Robin, thought of the ball of thread. Then the protagonist clarified that he really wanted to say that if someone with a legendary rank helped him, he would be able to get rid of this condition, and the heroic rank knight, looking straight ahead with a serious expression, explained that in this way he would be able to get the answer he needed, but if he intended to ask Sir Dorian for help, he would be better off abandoning this idea right now. At that moment, Aaron imagined an image of an old man with a blade in his hands and thought that this was Dexter Ruffern, 71 years old, the only legendary knight in Navarro, who was training hard to surpass Richard, and whether it was fighting spirit, an inferiority complex, or just jealousy, because he hated the Stillgards with all his heart, but despite his age, his soul still radiated heat. Poking his finger at the system notification window, the boy told him not to worry, because such a thing would never happen, and on the contrary, the one he wanted to address would be extremely upset by being compared to Sir Dexter. Noticing something strange about his son, Robin asked what was wrong with his eye, while the boy continued to use his system, realizing that he had already made a firm decision. Immediately after that, the protagonist reasoned that even if it required showing interdimensional transactions, he would heal his father and asked him to introduce himself, while the Greek-ranked knight looked straight ahead in surprise. Aaron pointed his hands straight at the system notification window. When Charlie appeared behind him, the boy introduced him as the sun god and called his name, pointing his hands straight at the system notification window. Aaron asked his father to introduce himself. Then he said that this was the sun god Charlie, and Robin looked straight ahead in surprise and could not understand anything. Thoughtfully looking at the system notification window of himself in his house, the beggar sun god noted that since he called him, it meant the matter was extremely important, and asked what its essence was. Smiling a little, the boy began to briefly tell what happened. When Charlie heard the whole essence of the matter, cries of surprise echoed right through his office. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, The beggar's son god asked him if he was joking, and was speechless that he dared to disturb him with something like that. Then he sent a message that his enlightenment belonged entirely to him, and the protagonist, looking menacingly at the system notification window, noted that he was not asking to share his enlightenment, and only needed something like a hint to increase the rank, because it was not something difficult for him. Then Aaron wrote a message that even for the mythical rank, asking for a hint was probably too difficult, and Charlie, who heard this, became very angry, declaring that he was overstepping his bounds. Then the boy, making a hand gesture, asked him not to worry, because he was not asking to share his knowledge with him for free, and asked how about 500 coins for each question. At that moment, the beggar's son god wrote a question in the message, who dared to spread such absurd gossip about him, and the system showed that the offer seemed tempting to the opponent, using the privilege of the heart tone, while the protagonist reading all this realized that no matter how much he denied, his ability would always show true feelings. Suddenly, Charlie thought about his friend's offer. A little embarrassed, he answered that, nevertheless, since they were related to each other, he would satisfy his request for 1,000 coins, to which Aaron immediately agreed. At this time, the heroic knight looked at his son in surprise, asking what he was doing now, and Aaron asked him not to look at him with such a look. Immediately after this, the boy stated that he certainly looked crazy from the outside, but this was not the case at all, as suddenly several system notification windows appeared, notifying about spending 18,000 coins and buying a 10,000-year-old king ginseng, as well as receiving a cashback of 2,700 coins. After some time, the protagonist came to Mary's office and called her, and she immediately obeyed the CEO. Peeking out from behind the door, Aaron declared that from now on, no matter what happened inside and no matter how much time they spent, everyone was strictly forbidden to enter inside, to which his subordinates replied that even under pain of death she would not let anyone enter inside. Seeing the animal sitting right on the girl's head, which saluted, the boy noted that Sari was there too, so everything would be fine, and counted on them. Then the protagonist closed the front door with his hand. Looking down a little, the protagonist realized that all the preparations were now complete and there was only one thing left to do. Aaron, staring menacingly straight ahead, knew that his job was to get his father back on his feet. Suddenly, the story shifted 3 days later to the moment when the sun was shining brightly on the trees, and the plot explained that the sky was becoming clearer and clearer with each passing day, and now it was harvest season, when ripe fruits were torn from the branches and weighty ears of grain were gathered from the fields. Raising a mug of drink, someone declared that they needed to drink to him, to them, and to all of humanity. Standing on a small box, the man offered everyone a drink, and the plot explained that the traditional Navarro festival of autumn feasting had opened. Showing us beautiful stone statues, the plot explained that everyone was giving thanks to the gods of the earth and the weather. By visualizing the common people who were walking and drinking, we realized that the common people all over Navarro are enjoying carefree festivities in the open air. By imagining the aristocrats who are socializing with each other at the ball, the plot also explained that while the nobility are enjoying parties indoors. Immediately after this, we are shown a castle in the capital, saying that there is also the most grandiose of them. The Lord Chamberlain looked at the nobleman with a smile on his face, saying that this year everything was prepared according to his wishes, and asked how he liked it. The King of Navarro, David Navarro, looked straight ahead, noting that in principle everything was fine. Pointing his finger directly at the chandelier, he noted that, in particular, he really liked the way it looked, and Kevin, delighted by his words, thought that the king deigned to somehow react to the interior decoration of the hall. As David sat down on his throne, he asked if they would begin the formal reception, and the Lord Chamberlain bowed and accepted the order from His Majesty. By showing us the aristocrats seated at the dinner table, the story offered to consider the etiquette of Navarro at banquets, and if the hosts of the banquet were the royal family, they were seated according to their degree of kinship. By visualizing a man walking down a carpet straight to the king, we were also told that the guests, on the contrary, took their places in order of honor, starting with the lowest rank. A moment later, a man, looking straight ahead, called himself Viscount Ryan Televerman of the Viscounty of Televerman and saluted the king. With his calm gaze directed forward, another man called himself Count Vint Darius of the County of Darius and also saluted the ruler. Then someone announced the next earl from his earldom who was greeting the king, and David, listening to them, began to yawn from boredom. Immediately after this, the king of the party looked at his assistant, asking when approximately it would be the turn of Earl Stillgard, and he answered that he should be right next. Then David noted that 10 years had passed since their last meeting, when suddenly the knight announced that it was necessary to go next in line. Seeing the aristocrats who were invited to the king, all the guys present at the banquet were delighted. They looked at the beautifully dressed daughters of the Stillgard house, Lady Karen and Lady Irene Stillgard. Watching the girls, the other aristocrats said that this means that Earl Robin not only brings up his sons well, and their appearance and dresses makes the heart tremble. A moment later, the girl in the purple dress lifted her skirt. The daughters of the Stillgard house bowed to the king and greeted His Highness. Looking straight at them in surprise, David asked why they were the only ones to come to the banquet. Then the king of the country said that Count Robin had said he would attend the banquet, so he was looking forward to the reunion of the three legends, and Karen, looking down, explained that due to some circumstances, he was unable to come. Looking straight at the girl standing below, David asked what these circumstances were, and whether he had any health problems. Then Kevin intervened in the conversation, asking to quickly tell the truth, and Irene, standing next to her sister, whispered that in such a situation, she would prefer not to attend this banquet at all. At this point, Karen silently looked down, thinking that although she had decided that it would be more correct to appear at the banquet, she did not expect that she would be asked about her father's health from the doorway. Gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction, she thought that nothing could be done. She also reasoned that, of course, if she lied here, it would become a serious problem, but a much more serious problem was the disclosure of her father's condition. After that, the protagonist's sister replied that he had a slight cold, and David, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked if it was really that same steel heart. Sitting in his throne, the king of the side asked how this had happened, and the girl explained that it was not for nothing that they say that even if he has the endurance of a dragon, there is no guarantee that the disease will not overtake him. Karen also added that, nevertheless, the healer said that the father would return to normal in a couple of days of rest, so there was nothing to worry about, and David, who listened to her with a serious expression on his face, said that now he understood everything. After which he grinned a little. Then the king of the side suggested that they first sit over there and enjoy the banquet he had opened instead of their father, and the smiling girls thanked him for his sensitivity and care. A moment later, the story moves to the entrance to the hall where the ball was taking place. The guard opened the doors, telling Marquis Dorian that he could enter now, while the man standing by the wall stated that they had been told that the three major lords would be gathering together for the first time in a long time. It was the only legendary rank knight in Navarro, Dexter Ruffern, who kept his hands on his hips, noting that this was expected, and that something like this was not something that could be done so easily. Looking straight at Sierra, who was standing in front, the old man said that he was very sorry, and that he had heard that the head of the magic tower, who hated such gatherings, and was also looking forward to this, had honored the banquet with her personal presence. Staring ahead with a displeased look, the white-haired girl did not understand what she cared about the three major lords after hearing this, and wondered why Aaron was nowhere to be seen either. Suddenly, Dexter extended his hand to her, which greatly surprised her. Looking straight at the head of the magic tower, the legendary knight explained that it would soon be their turn, and asked if she would give way to the old man due to her younger age, while Sierra, who was standing in front, wondered if he was really proud of being old, and he himself had already entered last several times, so shouldn't he give way this time too? Then a spark of anger seemed to flare up between them, and the plot told us that these figures, personifying the sword and magic of Navarro, were the two best of the Marquis rank. Immediately after that, we were shown how the girl with white hair entered the hall, and were told that if she did not enter first, the magicians would be displeased. Visualizing how the old man entered the hall, we were told that if he refused his turn, the knights would be offended. Suddenly, the cold-blooded Duke Luther Carson walked right up to them and asked why they didn't all just enter at the same time. Thinking that if the higher-ranking duke walked in front, there would be no need for an argument, and the witch and knight happily looked at him, agreeing with this proposal. Explaining that this was indeed possible, the cool-headed duke took a step forward, saying that they should follow him. A moment later, all three entered the hall, while the guard announced that they were His Highness Duke Luther Carson of the Carson Duchy and His Grace Marquis Dexter Ruffern, a warrior of legendary rank, as well as the commander of the first squad of the Order of Royal Knights, along with the head of the 14th Magic Tower, the Mage of the Seven Rings, Her Grace Marquise Sierra Peldas, and they all greeted His Highness. A moment later, the three bowed to the king, while the story told how they were the highest limit in rank and real power, the most powerful people in the country, whom even the king himself was unable to find fault with. Suddenly David stood up from his throne. Karen and Irene, standing near their table, watched everything that was happening. Marquis Dorian Albret raised his head and also looked straight ahead. At the same time, the king of the side, spreading his arms to the sides, declared that today was the day when everyone should enjoy food and drink to their heart's content, so he had prepared the best for them. A moment later, David was very surprised to see something in front. At that moment, two people entered the hall where the banquet was taking place. They were Robin and Aaron, who walked confidently forward with smiles on their faces. Aaron, together with his father, walked along the carpet, heading straight for the king. Walking further, Robin said that they were late, while the guard looking at them asked whether he should announce their arrival or not. Realizing that he still had to do it, the knight opened his mouth wide, announcing the heroic son of the Stillgard family. As the two continued to walk slowly forward, the guard explained that they were his lordship, the heroic warrior Count Robin Stillgard and his son Aaron Stillgard. David was clearly displeased when he noticed them, and seeing his reaction, Kevin thought that, as expected, nothing had changed. Imagining the image of a heroic knight in his mind, the High Chamberlain reasoned that the king said that he respected and appreciated the Stillgards, but this was only in words, and in reality he suffered from a feeling of inferiority because Richard was respected more than the previous king, and Robin was respected more than him. Looking straight at the heroic knight, who clenched his hand into a fist, Kevin thought that, besides, even with the naked eye it was obvious that in front of them was a toned warrior's body. Looking directly at David, who was clearly overweight, his assistant added that he had a protruding belly that spoke of his wonderful personality, in itself. At the same time, Kevin thought that also, unlike Robin who avoided aging thanks to the practice of circulating mana and internal energy, the king's wrinkles were becoming deeper day by day, while David, looking puzzledly straight ahead, asked the count how his health was. He also added that his daughter said that he was bedridden due to illness, and the knight of heroic rank, putting his hand on his chest, said that thanks to his prayers, he had already completely recovered. Moving his hand to the side, the king of the side noted that this was a great relief, and asked him to take his place now, and the protagonist's father standing in front bowed, accepting the order of his majesty. Immediately after that, Robin, along with his son, headed towards his daughters, who were very happy to see him. Irene, worried, looked straight ahead, saying that he really came, and the heroic knight apologized for making them worry. Then Robin was chatting with his family members, while the others, watching this, said that all three major lords were gathered there, and this was a historical moment, so it seemed that he really decided to go to the capital because his son received Carson. The nobles continued to look at them with envy, gossiping that they said that the count was sick, and he looked so healthy and maybe he was late on purpose to stand out. At this time, Robin and Aaron looked around smugly, while the plot stated that the appearance of these two, who were already thought to be absent, was unexpected. Everyone around them looked at them with envious glances, and the plot explained that in this confusing situation, many eyes were looking at them, but nothing special happened. Showing us the moment when David presented the personalized blade to the boy, the story told us that simply after their appearance there was a monotonous introductory speech and the awarding of a magnificent sword to Aaron, as this year's Karsum, and then the boring sequence was over. While all the nobles clinked their glasses of wine, we were told that this was the moment when it all began. The nobles were chatting with each other right at this ball, while the story explained that the start had been laid for drinking, eating and real conversation. Suddenly, someone called out to Aaron, and he quickly turned around, recognizing the voice. Right in front of him was the joyful official successor of the Carson family, Remus Carson, who was saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking directly at him with displeasure, the boy noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After all, it hadn't been a few days since final exams, and the boy with blue hair suddenly froze in place and explained that when he saw him every day, didn't he feel empty afterwards if they hadn't crossed paths for a few days. Then he added that, in fact, several weeks had passed, and called him a cold-blooded boy, and the protagonist, who looked at him with puzzlement after hearing this, noted that regarding cold-bloodedness, it was precisely he who was famous for this, and asked what the younger students called him. Imagining the image of Remus with a cold look, Aaron asked that he was called Sir Ice Blood, and he, hearing this, suddenly shuddered. Then Carson asked who he got it from, and the boy, pointing his finger back, explained that from him. Looking straight at Albus, who was holding some papers in his hands, the blue-haired boy asked when he had already managed to approach him, to which he received the answer that it seemed that he had come on behalf of Uncle Kendall, but in the end he told him a lot of interesting things. Remus looked straight at the protagonist standing in front, noticing that he was a talkative boy, while he thought about what he had heard today was not only about his friend's nickname. Imagining the image of Brian fighting, Aaron thought that he had held the first place throughout the year and became a potential candidate for the place of the next graduate with Carson. Visualizing the image of Mita, the boy reasoned that after grueling training, she was going to break the wall of the second form. Remembering Benjamin and Davin, the protagonist understood that they were also working hard in their fields. With the image of Albus using magic in his head, Aaron thought that of course he too had decided to finally become a wizard, not to be influenced by a family famous for its swordsmanship, and now that he had become a fourth-ring wizard, he said that when he came of age, he would inform his family of his decision and officially enter the Wizarding Tower. Looking straight ahead happily, the boy thought that everyone had a better start in life than the last time. Looking straight at the envious Remus, the protagonist reasoned that nevertheless, he, standing in front of him, was the one who had shown the most progress, and this was the guy who had unexpectedly been thrust into the role of successor in his past life, and now he had become the head of the flight club and, even without the Ring of Courage, had established himself as a being called Sir Ice Blood. Putting his hands on his hips, Aaron asked how things were with the second generation of flight. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, Carson explained that, as he said, they were still unopened buds. Imagining a shining pearl in his head, the guy with blue hair told, at first he was perplexed why the choice fell on those guys, but after a while it became clear that all of them, the pearls, were hidden in the bite, and it was similar to their meeting 2 years ago. Then Remus thought, asking who should be chosen from the first years who would enter the academy this year, and the protagonist explained that after the admission ceremony, it was necessary to choose more or less passable guys and make a list, and he would look at them during the second stage of selection and filter out those who did not pass, to which he received the answer that then he would be very grateful to him. Aaron suddenly looked back sharply, not understanding where his voice was looking, and guessing that it seemed to have taken up too much of his time. Pointing his finger directly at the Rio boy in front, Carson asked if they weren't there to meet him, since he was the star of the party tonight, and he explained that he didn't think that was the case, since even if he graduated from the academy with Carson, the heir was still Kirin. He then stated that they weren't even knights, but if you look closely, they were representatives of Toho from the Carson domain, and he thought they wanted to take this opportunity to meet the heir to the line, while the lower nobles who heard him were very surprised. Folding his arms across his chest and after his words, the blue-haired boy noted that it didn't matter, and in any case, it was immediately obvious that they were the ones who were just going to raise him, so he would tell him to wait. Pointing his finger straight at his friend, he asked who was standing in the pose of Sir Ice Blood, and noted that he had really changed a lot in 2 years, while Remus, embarrassed by this, asked not to call him that. Immediately after that, Carson's words were spread right through the hall where the banquet was taking place. He stated that every time he heard this nickname, his fingers twisted into cramps. The boy answered that he would not, but he still had to go to those guys. After listening to his friend, the guy with blue hair came to other aristocrats, and the protagonist reasoned that the Duke needed political power most of all, and of course, leadership qualities were also important, which is why he appointed him the head of the flight club to improve them. But you also need to know how to deal with nobles who come and openly line up. Aaron suddenly looked away and was very surprised by something. He saw Luther Carson staring at him menacingly right in front of him. Remus's father stared straight ahead with a serious look while the boy was thinking that he was giving off a cold feeling and, as expected, he was not called the cold-blooded Duke for nothing. Immediately after this, the story's narration moves to the second floor of the royal palace's banquet hall, from where the entire room was visible. The protagonist was standing right next to the railing, watching what was happening from above. Looking at the aristocrats, he said that almost all of them were trying to attract the attention of high-ranking nobles or the royal family, and not to enjoy the reception, but it was not for him to judge them, because everyone was surviving as best they could. Seeing how the men were dancing with women, Aaron stated that at least it could be said that not all of them did not know how to have fun. Looking straight into the system notification window, the boy saw a message from Alex, who was asking if he was going to work. Staring straight ahead with displeasure, the beastman would state that he had said to wait a bit, and an hour had already passed, to which he would receive a message from the protagonist asking for forgiveness, and he had not thought that the formal part of the reception would be so long. Continuing to look at the system notification window, Aaron would ask if the group chat had appeared in his absence, and why he was in such a hurry, to which Alex would write a message that he knew how important it was to make a good first impression. Imagining the boy reaching his hand towards the blue magic crystals, the beast man would explain that the reason he liked him was because of his performance in the null system, and that was the impression he had of him to this day. After reading this, the protagonist would write a message that he thought it was because his interference had smashed the first and second systems to smithereens, and Alex, seeing this, was very puzzled, noting that this was not without it too. Then the red-haired guy pointed out that he hoped he wouldn't get caught anyway, while Aaron, looking at the system notification window, asked him to stop chatting and send the invitation already. A moment later, the boy saw the system notifications right in front of him that Cybernik had invited him to a group chat, which surprised him greatly. Imagining a guy with VR glasses on his head, Alex explained that this was the guy who invited him to the armored group chat when the plan to catch Shylock was still in development, and now he works as a monitoring agent. After listening to his partner, the protagonist clicked the button to accept the invitation. Immediately after that, a general chat opened, where Cybernik was happy about his arrival, telling everyone that this is the one he told them about, and Aaron greeted everyone, while the man with glasses asked if this was the same money bag he mentioned earlier, and the nickname is simple, it will be easy to remember, so everything is very wonderful, and said that he is tired of greeting everyone as a crow. So he writes exactly like that. Then the man in the mask wrote a message with obvious displeasure, that they are always happy to see a new lender, or rather a client. The guy watching all this understood that it is clear that he is not particularly welcome there. Then he wondered why they were so angry, when suddenly Engineer Tyler with a smile on his face said that he was glad to meet, and gave his name, explaining that he represents everyone gathered. Then he wrote in the chat that the armor did not remain silent and also said hello, and he immediately obeyed him, while Aaron, looking at the system notification window, thought that only the manager seemed more or less normal. A moment later, the engineer, imagining a set of armor in his head, said that he heard that he hoped to make magic armor to order, and he came to the right place, explaining that the skills of those gathered in this chat were not inferior to any workshop. Directing his serious gaze forward, the boy asked if they really believed in this. In response to this, he asked that perhaps he did not trust them because they were not from the Mado Empire, while the elf and the masked man suddenly shuddered upon hearing this. At the same moment, they wrote a message that although there were few original technologies, But when he bought their products, he would understand that they would never become obsolete, and asked if he had joined the chat because he was already aware of everything, because if he intended to just pour from empty to empty, he could leave. Looking directly at the system notification window, the protagonist thought that the reaction was much sharper than he expected, and said that it seemed that they were well informed about the empire. In response, the man with glasses wrote that they say that only their products are real and the rest are fakes, so how can they not pay attention to them, while Cybernik, sitting at his desk, said that now is not the time to speak in a raised voice, and asked to explain that Mr. Aaron did not pursue such intentions when he spoke either. Suddenly, the boy wrote a message that everything is correct, and honestly admitted that he has doubts, because the number of engineers is insignificant, so he is not sure that they will be able to maintain the stated bar. Imagining the plans of the armor in his head, the engineer wrote a message that perhaps he saw the manual they gave him, to which the protagonist replied that he really did, and the plans are excellent, wondering if this is really what it means to be a small elite, and noting that, in particular, the heavy light model fulfilled the necessary task of increasing performance and reducing weight. Engineer Alan, scratching his cheek in confusion, wondered what Vel had said that he had doubts, and wondered if he was making fun of them now. Grinning sarcastically, Aaron looked straight ahead, arguing that Alex's intentions were not at all to get to know them and make a deal. Imagining these very engineers in his head, the boy mused that his goal was to fathom the depths of their souls, gradually reducing the distance. Visualizing a magic circle erected right above the castle, the protagonist wrote a message that he had heard that he was not inferior to the Empire, but only used Imperial models, from the displayer to the third-generation Hellfire, to which the man in glasses replied that this was complete nonsense. At the same time, Engineer Ronnie Stock, looking sheepishly at the system notification window, noted that nevertheless, all these products were good. Immediately after that, Tyler wrote that he considered the displayer to be a worthwhile thing. The Hellfire was also well done, while the guy with glasses said that the price/quality ratio was not justified, because for the same development costs they could make something better, while the protagonist reading their messages, holding up his hand in front of himself, declared that they were right about that. Then Aaron wrote that, given the bad environment, he thought it was beyond the level of failure and sold well, and the engineer with glasses, puzzled by such words, thought that he was being attacked and then praised, and wondered why he kept saying something so unpleasant. Well, then Tyler asked him what he wanted to say in conclusion, and the kid, looking straight at the notification window of the system, declared that he knew that they were the best engineers, but one workshop could not achieve such excellent results on such a scale. The protagonist also wrote a message that he needed an unusual magical armor, which he had ordered so far, and the dumbfounded engineer Killian, looking straight ahead, asked what he needed then. At that moment, Aaron, opening his mouth wide, said about the fourth generation. Hearing this, Engineer Tyler was very dumbfounded. Imagining in his head a completely new perfect armor, the boy declared that he wanted the fourth generation magical armor. After hearing the customer's request, Alan asked if he hadn't come to get a custom armor design, while Tyler was confused by such an order and wondered if there had been a leak of information about them developing the fourth generation armor. Then he realized that everyone who worked in the workshop were people who had put their lives on the line, so they would not divulge internal secrets. When suddenly a message appeared in the engineer's chat from a guy with glasses on his head, who was interested in whether any of them had told anyone that they were developing the fourth generation armor. And a man in a mask asked the leader if he was crazy and who would even do such a thing. Then Killian wrote a message that if it became known that they had such a technology, then everyone would immediately try to remove them from their leading positions, and the engineer, thoughtfully looking straight at the system notification window, assumed that there might be something else. Then he asked Ronnie if it was really him, and the gnome engineer got really scared and said he wasn't involved in this. Right after that, Alan wrote a message that he thought they should take his word for it, and Killian, adjusting his glasses, heard this, remarked that he really was too stupid for this kind of scam. Then engineer Ronnie wrote that it really wasn't him, and Tyler, looking straight ahead seriously, said that if he said so, then it was so. Then the man in the mask, imagining the cybernetic, asked what the probability was that the guy, having received the information, shared it with someone, and the engineer with glasses on his head explained that the man, of course, didn't know anything, especially since he wasn't with them initially, and in general, he became a member of their team only to help run the business. Suddenly the man with glasses wrote a message that it was true, and they had never talked about fourth generation armor in front of him, while Tyler, sitting at his desk, spreading his arms out to the sides, concluded that, in general, it seemed like he had just pointed his finger at the sky, so he should watch his language in the future, to which the others agreed. A moment later, the engineer coughed and told the client that he seemed to have misunderstood something. At the same moment, he wrote a message that the third generation of magic armor was the last, and the fourth generation simply did not exist, and Aaron, glaring at the system notification window, stated that he saw that they took him for an idiot. Hearing this, Tyler was very surprised, and the boy, holding his hand in front of himself, explained that he was also aware to the same extent as the others. He then wrote a message asking if they knew why they said the third generation was better than the previous one in every way, and Ronnie, picturing an unknown metal in his head, explained that it was because the material branchium was very good. Picturing the perfect magic armor in his head, the protagonist stated that everything was correct, and when the weight loss problem, which was always a headache, was solved, the performance naturally increased, and the magic armor became the star of the battlefield, since it became possible to engrave various spells on it. A moment later, Aaron wrote a message that in the end, the third generation was nothing more than spooning honey with a spoon thanks to a fraudulent metal called branchium. So he wondered if this could be called progress, and Killian, puzzled by everything he heard, thought that he had hit the nail on the head, and in fact, strictly between them, now he should be considered the 2.5th generation. The real third generation has not yet come out. Visualizing a huge number of gears in his head, the boy said that even so, in the end, in order to call something the fruit of real progress, he believed that improvements should be achieved in other areas as well. Immediately after that, the protagonist visualized a cluster of energy and explained that, for example, improvements to the power section, which does not develop at all after the rechargeable stones fail. Hearing his reasoning, the masked engineer silently thought, thinking that although they are not the only ones thinking about the fourth generation, his thoughts are very similar to theirs. Then he wondered if he was aware of the mana editor they are developing, when Aaron suddenly noticed someone approaching him. Immediately after that, the boy, spreading his arms out to the sides, explained that, in general, design is not the only thing he wants to do, and is now trying to officially make an investment proposal. Before exiting the chat directly, the protagonist added that, however, looking at the reaction, it seemed that doing something like that there was just a waste of time, and Tyler tried to stop him. A moment later, the notification window of the system notified that he had exited the chat. At that very moment, a girl came straight to Aaron, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was Selena Ruffern, who, with her arms crossed over her chest, called the boy's name. Standing right in front of him, the girl with red hair asked what he was doing there alone and why he was huddled in the corner, and the protagonist explained that he simply decided to indulge in thought in his free time. Then he asked if today was really her first official debut, and Dexter's granddaughter, who looked straight at him in surprise, asked what kind of official debut. Looking straight ahead, Aaron explained that he meant that this was her first time in society, to which Selena replied that it was, and although it wasn't exactly her first, the scale hadn't been that big before. Looking away from her, the boy noted that high society was a fun place and special for people like her or him, people with a bright appearance. Remembering how the other guys looked straight at the girl with red hair, the protagonist concluded that it was great to indulge in pleasure and fun here and considered it an experience that should be had at least once. After a moment, Aaron added that he still thought it was better not to get too carried away with it. Dexter's granddaughter, looking straight at him, asked what he was even talking about now. Waving her away with his hand, the boy explained that she would understand someday, and now she can leave, because, nevertheless, he was kind and gave her very valuable advice, which stunned Selena even more. After hearing all this, the girl with red hair gritted her teeth in displeasure. With her back turned to him with an angry expression, Dexter's granddaughter asked him if he really thought she wouldn't do it if he told her to go. As she continued to walk away with displeasure, Selena wondered what kind of annoying attitude he was having, and he dared to humiliate her not once, but twice. The red-haired girl stared straight ahead with an angry expression, knowing that she couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, the girl in the robe walked past. It was Sierra, asking who that girl was just there, and upon hearing her voice, Aaron turned around abruptly, explaining that she was just an acquaintance from the academy. Folding her arms across her chest after hearing that, the white-haired girl noted that she was too clingy to him for just an acquaintance. Looking straight at Selena, who was among the other aristocrats, the head of the magic tower asked that it seemed like she had some regrets about him, and perhaps she should get rid of them completely. Pointing her finger upward, Sierra explained that, unfortunately, this is something that is formed under the influence of hormones, and thus, if you take a spiritual connection spell, everything can be solved, and the boy standing right in front of her was very dumbfounded, thinking that he was very glad that they did not collide. Looking straight at his acquaintance, the protagonist offered to close this topic and talk about what he asked for, and the girl with white hair, spreading her arms to the sides, agreed to this, explaining that she had prepared everything, because this was his request. Then she asked what he was planning this time, and Aaron, looking straight ahead seriously, answered that nothing special. A moment later, the head of the magic tower whispered in his ear that his eyes showed that he was about to cause trouble again, and the boy, puzzled by her words, wondered who she took him for. Standing right in front of her acquaintance, Sierra asked if the girl who had left earlier was Dexter's granddaughter by any chance, to which she received a positive answer and an explanation that she was from the Ruffern family. Immediately after that, the girl with white hair noted that her Aaron, it turns out, has high demands, and he is going to get his hands on a legendary knight instead of his granddaughter's husband, and he, hearing this, was very unhappy, not understanding what she was even talking about, and stated that he could not stand Dexter and was not particularly eager to become related to the Ruffern family. After which he asked why she was talking about Selena again, and the head of the magic tower. Pointing her finger straight ahead, told him to see for himself. At the same time, a red-haired girl was crying in the middle of the banquet hall. Noticing this, Dexter slammed his glass right on the table in displeasure. Standing up from his seat, the old man said that the father and son were very similar, and he dared to offend his granddaughter. Grabbing Selena right by the hand, the legendary knight concluded that his patience had come to an end. He then headed straight towards the Ruby, where he was chatting with other nobles, while other people were asking what was going on and why the Marquis was acting like this, assuming that something terrible was about to happen. Approaching the heroic knight, Dexter called out to the Count and asked how he was raising his children, and the Count asked why he was suddenly talking about this. Showing the wound on his granddaughter's hand, the old man explained that this is what his son did to her. Seeing this, the nobles were very surprised by what was happening, and the protagonist's father, who was looking straight ahead with a menacing look, asked if he really said that this was Aaron's doing. Looking at his opponent with displeasure, the legendary knight asked if he really meant to say that his granddaughter was lying, and Robin explained that his son was not the type to use violence without any reason. He then added that he should first calm down and consider the situation based on the facts, and Dexter, who heard this, was very angry. A moment later, he released his internal energy, telling him to shut up. Noticing this, David was very surprised. Sierra watched with interest to see what would happen next. Seeing what was happening from below, the protagonist looked straight ahead with a menacing look. A bright white energy enveloped the old man's entire body. The legendary knight put his hand right into his jacket pocket and said that even in the face of death he would continue to act like a noble man, and that was what irritated him most about the Stillgards. Throwing his glove right on the floor, he asked that even in this case he would act like a noble man, and Robin, who was looking on in shock, wondered if this was really a challenge to a duel. The heroic knight waved his hands and asked to listen to him, noting that he had drunk too much and offered to settle the misunderstanding after finishing the armor, while Dexter asked if he was trying to shirk responsibility with his head held high again. The old man looked away with displeasure and said that in the end he had no choice but to run away like a coward, and Richard was okay, but the others were just pathetic laughingstocks. At that moment, the legendary knight realized that he had said too much. When he realized that he had misspoken, the protagonist's father was already very angry, asking him what he had just said. Watching what was happening, the white-haired girl was very scared and called out to Aaron. Watching the two daughters try to restrain their father, the head of the magic tower asked if he shouldn't stop Robin, because he had raised the gauntlet, and his sisters seemed to be trying to reason with him, but their persuasion did not work on him. Hearing this, the boy only continued to silently watch the outcome of the events, and looking at him, Sierra did not understand if he was really his biological son. A moment later, the white-haired girl said that besides her, there was no one who could stop the legendary knight, when suddenly the protagonist grabbed her right by the arm. Not letting his friend leave, Aaron asked her not to do anything, and she asked why, because only she could calm that crazy old man down. Without explaining anything to her, the boy simply asked if she could stay there and not interfere, and the head of the magic tower, looking at him in surprise, thought that she had no idea what was on his mind. At that moment, David walked straight up to the strongest nobles of his side, saying that the fight was in full swing, and Sierra, watching all this from the side, thought that, nevertheless, the king was present, so everything should be fine. Folding his arms over his chest, the king of the side declared that since everything had happened like this, it would be a good idea to settle the misunderstanding right now, which greatly stunned everyone around. Then David asked how they felt about him acting as a second, and the white-haired girl, stunned by such words from the king, suddenly thought that he had also gone crazy. The king's question echoed throughout the entire castle, asking how they felt about him acting as a second. At the same moment, the commander of the second knightly detachment, Meltatanian, looking straight ahead in shock, told his majesty that this was unacceptable, and how could a quarrel that arose while intoxicated be brought to a duel, and he looked at him, asking how he could do that while intoxicated. Looking at Sir Dexter, who was standing in front of him, David asked if he was drunk, and explained that he was completely sober. Enveloping himself in white energy, the old man explained that, as he himself saw, he was fully aware of what was happening, and since the Count had just accepted his challenge, he was not going to back down. Looking menacingly straight ahead after what he had heard, Robin noted that he, too, did not want to cowardly hide behind imaginary nobility. At this time, the mage who was part of the 14th magic tower, who was among the other nobles, was noting that the two of them were the main strategic units of Navarro, and he saw no reason for such a useless duel, while the king, glaring at him, explained that there were many magicians there, and even the head of the magic tower herself was present, and if he was worried, then why not provide the necessary protection with a magic shield, because he thought that each of the magicians present there had the skills to protect these two. At this time, the nobles who were at the king's banquet were asking what kind of truth they were all saying, and although they were both guardians of the north, it would be strange if the Count enjoyed more favor than the Marquis. Sierra was watching all this from the second floor. Suddenly, she looked straight at Eren, who was standing next to her, and asked why he was just standing there and watching this. After which the white-haired girl asked if he didn't care what would happen to his father, and the boy, looking straight ahead, talked about facial expressions, looks, and reactions. Seeing the mischievous grins on the faces of the Ruffin family members, the protagonist said that they were looking forward to this conflict escalating, as they had always coveted the title of the best swordsman, but now they most likely thought that this was a great opportunity to secure it for themselves. Then Eren added that, on the other hand, Dexter's reaction was surprisingly weak, and the head of the magic tower was looking straight at him in surprise. The boy continued to watch everything from above, thinking that no one else seemed to be stepping forward like his two adopted uncles did, but he needed to understand what everyone was thinking about this situation. Putting his hands together, the protagonist asked if this wasn't the perfect chance. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, Eren declared that now they will find out who is a true friend and who is a false one, and also this is an opportunity to reveal their enemies. Immediately after this, the story moves to the huge training arena of the First Night Squad, where there was already a hum of people talking. Robin was slowly climbing the stairs directly to the battle ring. He confidently walked forward, while someone announced that the duel was finally beginning. Then the unknown person said that he never thought that he would be able to witness such a great duel, while the opponent of the knight of heroic rank was also walking towards him. A moment later, the two great warriors stopped in front of each other, while the host announced that this was not comparable to the banal banquets that were held year after year, and now the Marquis would face the Count, the legendary rank against the heroic. Watching everything that was happening from the stands, Sierra stated that it was obvious that Dexter's prime had long passed, although there were rumors that he continued to challenge the mythical rank, but everyone understood perfectly well that this would never happen. Looking at the confident old man, who seemed to symbolize the beast, the girl with white hair noted that even in this situation, the lion remains a lion, and his very appearance differs from the appearance of the Steel Count. Also, the head of the magic tower added that therefore it is necessary to stop everything before there is no way back, and Eren, looking seriously straight ahead, asked that he seemed to have said that everything would be fine, and suggested just quietly watching what was happening. At the same moment, David, sitting on his throne, raised his hand, saying that it was necessary to begin. A moment later, he announced the beginning of the duel, and the knight of the legendary rank, having heard this, put his blade straight in front of him, saying that he would allow him to attack first. Hearing this, Robin concentrated his yellow energy into his blade, noting that he would be very grateful. Immediately after, the heroic knight continued to concentrate aura into his sword, while the announcer noted that this was the golden magic of the Steel Earl, and this was the first time he saw it in real life. A moment later, Robin rushed towards his opponent with great speed. At that moment, the two warriors crossed their blades. Continuing the fierce battle, Dexter looked straight ahead with a smile on his face. A moment later, the two knights swung their blades. The old man swung his sword to make a strike. Noticing this, the heroic knight also swung his blade. Then, the two began to exchange a series of blows. Watching Robin swing his sword again to strike again, the commentator asked if he really hadn't retreated even a millimeter and was so confident. After all, the legendary rank is also a master of aura, but if the fight depended only on it, then wouldn't victory be in the hands of the Steel Earl? At that moment, the legendary rank knight tightly gripped the hilt of his blade, preparing to strike a strong attack. When he crossed his sword with his opponent's weapon, blue energy spread throughout the area. Continuing his onslaught straight at Robin, Dexter asked if perhaps he had given him so much freedom in vain. Immediately after that, the two warriors swung their swords. Then, they both jumped back to regroup. Looking straight at Robin, who was glaring straight ahead, the old man noted that, of course, unlike him, Richard had been blessed by heaven in the form of a son, so he had always envied how blessed this man was. At the same time, the legendary knight added that as he grew older, he realized that he was the one enjoying greater blessings, which greatly surprised the protagonist's father. Suddenly, Dexter enveloped his sword in bright blue energy. Holding the blade straight ahead, activating the blade of aura, the old man declared that it was all because he was still alive in this world. Immediately after, the legendary knight rushed straight towards his opponent, swinging his sword. Noticing this, Robin held the blade straight ahead to parry the enemy's attack. A moment later, the two crossed their weapons again. The nobles in the stands covered themselves from the flow of air that was sharply directed towards them. At that moment, the entire battlefield was covered in a huge number of explosions from the clashes between the two knights. Robin swung his blade, which Dexter deftly dodged by jumping back. Noticing this, the heroic rank knight gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, thinking that after the first attack, he was still trying to increase the distance, and as expected, he would now try to take advantage of the legendary rank at all costs. Imagining the pyramid of knight ranks in his head, the protagonist's father thought that even if there was a gap, it was not an insurmountable difference between the legendary and heroic ranks. Visualizing a warrior who fell straight to the ground after losing, Robin reasoned that if we consider those below the awakened rank, they would not be able to overcome the limitations of the aura blade, because it was larger than the aura itself. While imagining a knight who was wrapping himself in aura, the heroic rank knight thought that, however, with a heroic level, it was quite possible to use a similar aura blade, even if the quality was a little inferior. When he realized that there was a problem somewhere, the legendary rank knight looked straight ahead with a menacing look and shouted loudly. Then, he swung his blade, sending out a slash of energy. The nobles in the stands who noticed this were extremely dumbfounded. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred right in the training arena of the first squad of knights. The warriors there ran away and said that they should dodge. The guards took out their shields, hiding from the falling rocks. Standing right in front of David, the knight was told to protect his majesty, and David could not believe that he had used aura blades. Taking a confident step forward, Dexter asked if he liked the legendary tank in all its glory, and noted that he should not have been stubborn and humbly apologized. Continuing to envelop himself in white energy, the old man asked, because he was thinking about this right now. Then he asked if he already regretted his decision a little, while Robin, who was standing right in front of him, was heavily wounded. The heroic knight was breathing heavily from the injuries he received. Multiple wounds were visible on his body, from which blood flowed. Coming closer to his opponent, Dexter said that now the time of enlightenment has passed for the Stillgards as well, and asked that he, who occupied the position of one of the three main lords, how long did he think he would continue to receive special treatment? Swinging his sword straight above his head, the old man concluded that, however, no one would tell him to come to his senses now. Immediately after that, the legendary knight swung his blade, sending forward blades from the aura. Then, right in the training arena of the first squad of knights, there was another explosion. Robin opened his eyes, trying to see something through the dust. He looked straight at the huge crack in front of him, while his opponent said that therefore he had no choice but to take the rods and set his mind straight. Watching everything that was happening from the stands, Sierra told Aaron that no matter what he said, he did not think that everything would end well, so this match should be stopped. The boy looked at her in surprise after hearing this, asking why she decided so, and the girl with white hair was very dumbfounded, wondering if he himself could not see it. Then the protagonist grinned, asking if they were really talking about a 30-year age difference, and explained that they were referring to the age difference between his father and the Marquis, because if you look at the root, the age difference with him would be about 40 years, and the head of the magic tower, looking straight at him in surprise, did not understand what kind of nonsense he suddenly started talking. Then Sierra declared that they really should stop this match now, and the one confidently looking straight ahead concluded that in such a case there was a need to find a suitable excuse. Looking straight at his father, who was pointing the blade straight ahead with complete confidence, the boy added that it would be a little strange if the older one was unilaterally beaten by the younger one. While imagining Charlie who was training him, the protagonist's father thought that the training process under the beggar god of the sun had been going on for the past 3 days, and by solving the riddle that had been troubling him for so many years, he had finally managed to break through the wall. Looking straight ahead, Robin realized that now was the time to let everyone understand. In an instant, the heroic knight charged forward, thinking that he was one step closer to his father, who was his idol. Noticing his opponent's attack, Dexter activated an aura shield, covering himself with a blue magical barrier. At the same time, the protagonist's father wrapped his blade in an aura blade. The nobles who noticed this were greatly dumbfounded and did not understand how this was possible. At the same time, Robin struck directly at his opponent, destroying his defense. The nobles asked what kind of aura blade was that could break a shield. Immediately after that, the heroic knight approached his enemy, who screamed loudly in fear. Then, a huge explosion occurred right in the arena. Everything around was covered in dust, through which only a silhouette was visible. The protagonist's father held his blade tightly in his hand. He pointed the sword straight ahead and was ready to fight further. At that moment, the commentator announced that the Steel Count had finally achieved his goal, and asked if he was already over 40 years old, while Sierra, who was dumbfoundedly watching everything that was happening from the stands, asked if Robin really had a legendary rank. The girl with white hair asked Aaron how this even happened, and he happily looked straight ahead. At the same time, Dexter was holding his wound right on his shoulder. Looking at his opponent in front of him, the old man asked why he was so confident. Suddenly, the legendary knight said that he was also the strongest representative of the nation, and he wrapped his blade in a bright blue energy. Holding his sword straight out in front of him, Dexter declared that this was why he would not give up so easily. The two knights stood opposite each other and were about to fight again. A moment later, the old man rushed forward at a tremendous speed. Noticing this, Robin parried his blow with his blade. The protagonist's father used his sword to block his opponent's attacks. He then swung his blade sharply, knocking his opponent back. Seeing the right moment to attack, Robin abruptly moved forward. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, the old man gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the two crossed their blades. Watching everything that was happening, the Lord Chamberlain stood right next to the king, asking His Majesty that now that it was known that Robin was a legendary rank, should the duel not be stopped. In response, David replied that until they stopped themselves, no one could make them stop fighting, while the two warriors continued their fierce battle right in the arena. Suddenly, the protagonist's father soared into the air above the enemy, swinging his blade. Immediately after that, he struck directly at the opponent, destroying the ground under his feet. Dexter parried the enemy's attack with the last of his strength, thinking that he was able to use the modified aura to break through the aura shields, and at the same time, he could use the real aura blade to suppress the modified aura. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the old man called his opponent a cunning bastard, looking straight at whom he continued to hide the fact that he was a legendary rank to this day. At the same time, the new legendary rank knight thought with a smile on his face that he thought his son was still a little chick. Then, memories of Eren holding out an unknown book to him appeared in his head. Taking it in his hands, the protagonist's father asked his son what it was, and he answered that it was a story of destruction and overcoming self-defense. Looking straight at his father, Eren said that he wanted to give him some advanced martial arts techniques, but they were not suitable for basic training, and anyway, he would be able to use all the techniques described in this book without much difficulty against an opponent of legendary rank. Once again swinging his blade, Robin thanked his son, because with his help he was able to force the Marquis, who has been a knight of legendary rank for 10 years, to retreat. A moment later, the protagonist's father realized that he could even get the upper hand over him, and launched an attack directly at the enemy, destroying his defense again. After his barrier was destroyed, Dexter abruptly jumped back. The old man stared straight ahead, dumbfounded, thinking that he was inferior in terms of young blood and youthful spirit, but he also could not maintain the advantage in technical aspects. Landing directly on the platform, the legendary knight realized that, however, he had lived more years. Then, Dexter released all of his white energy outward, concluding that his mana reserves were several times larger. Immediately after that, he pushed off with his foot, rushing forward. Noticing this, Robin also pushed off with his foot, running towards his opponent. The two poured all of their remaining strength into the next blow, intending to find out the winner. In an instant, these two colossal energies merged together. At that moment, the entire battle arena was covered in a huge amount of dust raised into the air. David watched in surprise, asking how it all ended. In an instant, he saw something right in front of him and was greatly dumbfounded. The nobles in the stands also did not understand anything, saying that this was some kind of nonsense. Everyone there was wondering how such a result was even possible, while they saw Robin standing right in front of the defeated Dexter. The old man suddenly started coughing up blood, asking how this happened. Imagining the ginseng root in his mind, the newly minted legendary knight said that he did not even know, and perhaps it was because having a good son was a blessing, and thought that the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs that Eren gave him had an amazing effect, and the energy accumulated in his stomach now exceeded the amount of mana of Marquis Dexter. Still standing right in front of his opponent in the battle arena, Robin reasoned that if he fully absorbed the knowledge he had received, he would be able to make incredible progress, and asked if he was going to continue the fight. In response, the legendary knight would give a negative answer, and the protagonist's father, who was looking straight at him, would say that he could not understand his words, so he asked him to say it properly. When he added that he needed to say everything clearly and distinctly, Dexter gritted his teeth in displeasure. Kneeling before him, the old man would say that he had lost, and he had routed him to smithereens, so he no longer had the strength to fight. Hearing this, Robin would say that he should then admit that what he had said was a mistake and take his words back, which greatly surprised the legendary knight. At the same time, the protagonist's father would open his mouth and explain that the Stillgard family never acts cowardly. At that very moment, Richard would appear right behind Robin, and he would say that this was not only about him, but also about his father. Looking straight at him with displeasure, Dexter would think that he seemed to have plenty of persistence, and would say that he was taking his words back. After which he added that the loser cannot say anything at all, and the Stillgard family does not know what cowardice is, so Richard is no exception in this regard, while the newly minted legendary knight, who heard all this, smiled and expressed great gratitude to him. Having heard everything he wanted, Robin left the battlefield. Lowering his head, the old man said that this was all some kind of curse, and thought that he was humiliated and tried with all his might to outdo Richard, but in the end he did not succeed. At that moment, the Stillgard family coat of arms seemed to appear right in front of him, and Dexter understood that he had lost even to his son. Showing us the battle arena, which seemed completely empty, the plot explained that the duel of the legendary and heroic rank came to an end, and as a result of the fierce battle, the victory went to Robin, who managed to reach a new level. Looking straight at the maid who was serving the food, Eren mused that after some time, the suspended banquet had resumed again. There, the protagonist's father was smiling widely while his daughters were extremely dumbfounded. All the nobles at the banquet began to walk straight up to the head of the Stillgard family, trying to gain his favor, and the boy who was watching this mused that of course, the atmosphere was completely different from what it was before. Eren continued to watch everything from the sidelines while Kendall was next to him, who could not believe everything that was happening. Looking straight ahead, the named boys were saying that wherever they looked, everyone was like hyenas, and they understood that it was a legendary rank, so they surrounded Robin to appear in a more favorable light. He then added that if he had lost, he would have been treated extremely coldly, and the protagonist, who was looking ahead, noted that this was their nature. Remembering how his two named relatives stood up for their father, Eren stated that he was nevertheless grateful that they had stepped forward earlier and expressed their opinion on this matter, and the green-haired sorcerer asked what was the point of being a good friend, since in the end it turned out to be a duel that did not need to be stopped, to which he replied that this was not entirely true. Amused that thanks to the situation that arose, he reaped a decent harvest, figuring out who was an enemy and who was a friend. Looking directly at Kendall, who was next to him, the boy asked if something had happened to Sierra, since she suddenly turned pale and abruptly left, saying that she was leaving everything else to him, and he explained that he did not even know and could not say for sure. Then the protagonist's name was mentioned as he remarked that he was very glad to see that his father's illness had receded, and upon hearing that he was sick, he thought that his blood flow had gotten even worse, while he watched Robin talking to the aristocrats. Suddenly, the green-haired sorcerer noticed something right in front of him. Looking straight at Marquis Dorian, who was drinking wine while sitting at his table, Kendall asked how it had been 2 years since John had disappeared, and he still looked so sad. At the same time, Eren silently looked straight at the head of the Albrecht family, thinking that he looked sad in his uncle's eyes. Watching Dorian suddenly stand up from his seat, the boy realized that he clearly saw that he was nervous. Watching the Marquis slowly walk towards Robin, the green-haired sorcerer asked what was wrong with him. A moment later, the head of the Albrecht family would approach the protagonist's father and congratulate him on his new achievement, and he would note that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Dorian would point his menacing gaze straight at him, noting that the old saying was absolutely true, and Robin would ask what he was talking about. Immediately after that, the head of the Albrecht family would say that misfortune always lurks next to happiness, and it seemed that he was no exception, and the protagonist's father, who had looked straight ahead with displeasure after hearing this, would wonder if he had really come up to start an argument rather than congratulate him. Robin would then ask what he meant, to which the Marquis, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, would explain that he had raised his child to be a traitor. Dorian would then ask if he knew that his youngest son was hiding a traitor, while Eren continued to watch everything from the top floor. Attracting the attention of all the nobles in the banquet hall, Dorian declared that he had raised his child to be a traitor. He then asked if he knew that his youngest son was hiding a traitor. Robin, who was looking straight ahead, asked what he was suddenly talking about. Imagining the image of Sylvia in his head, the Marquis shouted that it was Reyna Bale, who was now hiding under a different name, and he was informed that the traitor's daughter was his beautiful son's assistant. Suddenly, right from behind the newly minted knight of legendary rank, the king appeared, asking the head of the Albrecht family what he had just said about a traitor. Noticing his majesty, the man immediately greeted him, and he, folding his arms over his chest, said that he asked why he had said so much. As David approached the two, Dorian explained that of course, tracking down traitors was the job of the king's knights, but he, like his subjects, could not sit idly by, so he eventually allowed himself to take such actions. Looking ahead, the king of the party noted that the name Bale seemed familiar to him, while his assistant whispered in his ear that he had really forgotten. Imagining a guillotine splattered with blood in his head, the chief chamberlain explained that the entire family had been beheaded after it turned out to be possessed by the devil and plotting a rebellion. Hearing the words of his assistant, David stated that for sure, and it was a family of large merchants, and in the end they could not find the granddaughter of the head of the family, so he thought she needed to be arrested immediately, and the Marquis, looking menacingly straight ahead, explained that there was no need to worry about that. He then stated that his subordinates were just taking her there. The king of the side, delighted by this news, noted that his speed was pleasing. In response to this, the head of the Albrecht family said that it would be right to put an end to this as soon as all interested parties gathered together, and asked where Eren Stillgard was now, and he continued to watch everything from the side, thinking that this was not even an interdimensional deal, but they were going to go all in. Immediately after this, the boy called out to his uncle, and he, standing next to him, looked at him, asking to entrust the rest to him. Then the protagonist slowly walked out onto the red carpet. Eren walked among the other nobles, while they looked at him and reasoned that if the suspicions were true, it would be a huge blow to the Stillgards, and if, on the contrary, everything turned out to be a lie, then the Albrecht family would be under attack. And of course, given that Robin had risen to the legendary rank, there were certain concerns, since simply keeping him under control was not enough. At this time, the protagonist's father looked at his son worriedly, while the other nobles asked that therefore all the circumstances did not indicate that the Marquis' words were true. A moment later, Eren appeared right in front of the king. At the same moment, the doors of the banquet hall opened, and Sylvia's face was visible. The guards led her inside, while the girl asked not to touch her, when Dorian, who saw this, suddenly noted that the other side was finally there too. A moment later, the knights threw the girl right on the floor. Then she raised her head, looking straight ahead. A moment later, Sylvia was very taken aback. She was right in front of the king and other nobles. At that moment, the girl called out to Mr. Aaron, and he, looking straight at her, thought that her entire body was covered in bruises and abrasions. Looking at the sorcerer standing next to him, David asked him to begin, and he obeyed his majesty. It was a mage of 6 rings, in the service of the royal house, who placed his hand right on Sylvia's head while she was asking what he was doing. He explained that there was no need to worry, because he would not harm her, when suddenly a green magic circle appeared right above his hand. A moment later, it began to gradually disappear. After some time, the sorcerer announced that the interrogation could now begin, and the king of the party, hearing this, pointed his finger straight ahead, asking if she was the assistant of the head of the Aaron trading house. After asking the question, the girl looked straight ahead in confusion, while David pointed out that this fact was probably well known to everyone, so they could skip it. At that moment, the king of the side opened his mouth, saying that they needed to get to the main point. Looking straight at Sylvia kneeling before him, David asked if she was Raina Bale, the only survivor of the Bale family. A moment after his question, the girl's eyes flashed red. Then Sober, who was standing next to her, explained that, of course, he remembered, but to repeat that when the eyes turn red, it means that the speaker is extremely excited, so in this case, he thinks it can be taken as an affirmative answer. After hearing all that, the king of the side suddenly thought about it, and Robin, who was standing right in front of him, noted that the fact that the girl was excited did not mean that she was definitely Raina Bale. Suddenly, Dorian came out from behind him, asking what to do if he had a witness confirming this fact. Hearing this, David noted that in this case, it would be better to call him here, and the protagonist's father, who was standing next to him, clenched his teeth in displeasure. Obeying the king's order, the Marquis suddenly looked towards the court sorcerer, asking if he could turn to him for help, and he immediately agreed. Pointing his magic staff directly at Sylvia, Sober stated that if he meant the spell that changed her appearance, it would be dispelled right away. Noticing how the green magic was starting to affect her, Sylvia was very scared. In an instant, her amulet was cracking, she screamed in fear. Immediately after that, the girl's hair began to take on a different appearance. In that same moment, it was dyed blonde. Sylvia's eyes also took on a completely different appearance. In an instant, they became completely blue. After some time, Sylvia looked at herself in her true form in shock. The girl was kneeling right in front of the aristocrats, when suddenly someone appeared behind her. It was the head of the Ryan Trading Company, Ryan Saliaman, who bowed to His Majesty and said that he welcomed him. Looking straight at him, David asked how he had never heard of this matter. While looking straight at Sylvia, Ryan explained that his company had done business with the family for a while. Looking away after hearing all this, Sober said that in this true form, she was the spitting image of her traitorous mother, and that the words of the head of the company were probably true. At that moment, the man in the blue robe clutched his head, saying that the memories of them were still vivid in his mind, and he could not imagine that such people would commit such a terrible act. While Sylvia, kneeling next to him, asked him not to talk complete nonsense, because he was an enemy of this family. Then Ryan asked that she didn't look like a member of the family of those who had summoned the devil and sunk into evil, while David, looking straight ahead, seriously stated that in that case, the problem now was Chika Stillgard, who was hiding the traitor. The king of the party then added that, however, if he said he didn't know, he was suddenly interrupted by Dorian, who was looking straight ahead with a stern expression, stating that it was still tantamount to treason. He also added that he certainly knew who she was, while the boy continued to stand there with an emotionless expression. Sylvia, who was right in front of the king, explained to His Majesty that the CEO really didn't know anything, and he abruptly shut her up. Standing right in front of the rest of the nobles, David asked whether he knew or not, and the Marquis, who was standing next to him, explained that during his investigation, he heard from a former member of the underworld that a woman named Sylvia had worked in the organization's brothel 2 years ago. Visualizing the person who saves her, the head of the Albrecht family said that one day she suddenly disappeared, and according to rumors, a mysterious aura user killed the gang members, robbed the safe, and took her somewhere. Looking straight at the protagonist standing to the side, Dorian noted that, however, in the current trading company, there was not only an assistant with that name, but also a character who became an aura user 2 years ago. At that time, he asked if it was too strange to be a simple coincidence, and Sylvia, who heard all this, was very scared. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead after hearing everything, David noted that indeed, everything fit too perfectly to be a coincidence. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the king of the side asked his subordinate to answer. Then he inquired why he decided to approach the traitor first, while the knights were pointing their weapons at the 2 representatives of the Stillgard family. At the same time, Aaron was thinking that on the continent, conspiracy to commit treason is a representative crime falling under the guilt by complicity system, while David, menacingly looking straight ahead, called out to the boy. Suddenly he asked if he really dared to hold a grudge against him, and Karen, dumbfounded by everything that was happening, wondered why everything had turned out this way. At this time, Irene gritted her teeth in displeasure, arguing that she was so glad that her father had finally recovered. Being surrounded by knights, the girls did not understand what kind of accusations of treason these were. At this time, Robin, looking straight ahead with displeasure, thought that his youngest son could not have planned treason, and therefore this was also a trap set by the Marquis. The newly minted knight of legendary rank suddenly looked at the protagonist standing behind him, and did not understand what to do. At the same time, Aaron was smiling widely at everything that was happening. A moment later, he looked at the Marquis standing next to him, saying that the logical chain is that if he helps a traitor, he also becomes one, and he replied that it is useless to evade the answer. With his hand outstretched in front of him, the boy explained that he agreed with this as well, and when it came to treason, the scope of punishment should be broad to serve as an example. The protagonist then asked that if the one who was falsely accused of treason were to be accused of the same thing again, wouldn't this entire system be meaningless, since it was nothing more than a scam against the royal house, while Ryan, who was dumbfounded by his words, didn't even understand what he was about to say. Surrounded by the knights, Aaron wondered that, anyway, wasn't it clearly stated by his own mouth? Imagining a handshake between people from two different worlds thanks to the trading system, the boy mused that in interdimensional trading, going all in is the highest bet a merchant can make, and then the inventory functions are blocked, and the losing party promises to delete the account. A moment later, the protagonist grinned wickedly, wondering what would happen if there was a know-how to never lose with such a bet. Aaron, looking straight ahead with self-confidence, thought that he simply had to bet on his account only if she won, and asked that therefore there would be no mitigation. A moment later, the door to the banquet hall began to open. The knights of the prosecutor's corps entered inside, as other nobles spoke, and their leader explained that he would like to apologize for their intrusion in the middle of such a magnificent ball. The nobles, seeing this, asked if Commander William himself was really at the head, and Dorian was extremely dumbfounded by everything that was happening. Watching directly at the man, menacingly looking straight ahead, he wondered why there was a mad dog there. The nobles in the banquet hall did not understand what all this meant and who the traitors were. They darted between Stillgard and Albreth, while Dorian abruptly looked away in silence. Remembering the battle between the two knights of legendary rank, the Marquis mused that he did not know what the mad dog had brought, but the duel that had taken place earlier could easily have been avoided. Meanwhile, Robin stared straight ahead in surprise, while the head of House Albreth reasoned that the fact that the king had allowed the duel to take place nevertheless meant that he considered them a thorn in his side, and therefore wanted to find fault with them at all costs, so that he could do with them as he pleased. Looking directly at William, David noted that it did not seem like he was late for the banquet, and asked what brought him there then, and William bowed, explaining that matters involving treason were serious matters that must be reported at all times. Holding out a certain letter in front of him, the commander of the Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps asked to report that he had received an anonymous letter a few days ago. Immediately after that, he added that the sender wanted to reveal the truth about the incident that led to the death of an entire family 9 years ago, and the king of the country, who heard this, suddenly thought about it. After a moment, he noticed that at that moment, only the incident with the Bale family had taken place, and William, who was looking straight ahead, stated that everything was true, but he had one single question about what had happened then. Then he asked why they took such a step in the midst of their commercial success. The aristocrats present at the ball suddenly began to whisper among themselves. Looking at his subordinate after hearing all this, David asked how they could know what was on the minds of the demon minions, and why he had the impression that he still sympathized with them, and the mad dog shook his head in denial, explaining that treason was an unforgivable grave crime. Then he noted that after conducting an investigation, he discovered a truth that shocked him, and the king of the country, who heard this, was very surprised. Sharply looking away, William announced that the truth was that someone was behind this incident. While the members of the Stillgard family continued to be surrounded by knights, the head of the Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps concluded that this person was right there now. At that moment, sounds of surprise spread throughout the entire palace. The nobles were very dumbfounded and could not believe that he really found out that a warlock was there. They all said that this was to be expected from the prosecution squad, while William happily listened to their flattery, wishing for glory for himself. Suddenly opening his eye, he thought that everyone should have exactly this reaction. A moment later, he was greatly taken aback when all the nobles present did not react to his words at all. Aaron, standing right in front of him, explained that he had already managed to mention the false accusations of treason. Then the mad dog asked if he would be allowed to call a witness, and David, puzzled by everything that was happening, allowed him to enter. A moment later, a man entered and knelt down on one knee. Bowing before the king, the man introduced himself as an instructor of the Knight Academy, Jeremy. As he lowered his head down, the king of the country asked what kind of relationship he had with the suspect. Looking straight at the imperturbable Aaron, Jeremy explained that 2 years ago he was in charge of the class he was studying in. He then went on to say that after meeting Sylvia, or Reina, by chance, he had helped him a lot, and the girl listening to this was worried about her uncle. Imagining a pair of lovers in his head, the Knight Academy instructor explained that Reina's mother was once his love. Visualizing a guillotine, he added that although he saw that they could not maintain their love, and later she was persecuted as a traitor and sentenced to death, while the plot told us about Jeremy's relationship with Raina's mother, who was his first love. Showing Ryan standing with a bag of money in his hands next to Sylvia, the plot also told us that the person who kidnapped the young girl and sold her to a brothel was Aaron, who simply listened to the situation they were in and helped. So if the crime is treason, then it only applies to the one who hid the truth from them. At the end of his story, Jeremy said that this was exactly how it happened, and David, who heard this, thought about it, saying that so this is how the circumstances were. Immediately after this, the king of the country said that even if this was really the case, it was still the same as betraying him, and the instructor of the Night Academy, who was frightened by his words, said that he really regretted it. Recalling how he sat on Sylvia's bed and talked to her, the man with red hair explained that for the past 9 years he firmly believed that the Bale family was falsely accused. Suddenly pointing his finger straight ahead, Jeremy explained that the culprit was an ungrateful bastard who deceived everyone. A moment later, the instructor of the Night Academy announced that it was Ryan, and Ryan, hearing this, was very dumbfounded. Immediately after this, the head of the trading company asked him to stop talking complete nonsense, and asked how he dared to slander him without any evidence, when suddenly William raised the book above his head, saying that regarding the evidence, they really did have it. Hearing this, the man in the blue robe was very dumbfounded, while the king took the very book with evidence, and asked what it was. Looking back sharply, the commander of the Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps explained that this was the accounting book of the Bale Trading Company, and at that time they said that the book was lost, but in fact it was kept by him, and in it they also found traces of Ryan's systematically continuing theft from their joint venture. The Mad Dog also noted that below is an official letter of protest from the Bale family on this matter, while the head of the trading company, listening to all this, wondered how this book ended up in the hands of that instructor. He then asked himself that if he had been sniffing around, he would have noticed, and William, holding his hand out in front of him, said that Ryan had overdone his business at the time and would have gone bankrupt without the Bale family's investment. Visualizing a bald man stealing something from a large bag at night, the commander of the Knights of the Prosecution Corps stated that he probably would have been able to save his business if he had continued to squander his investment funds in this way and if the Bale family had not stood in his way, seeing his true identity and expressing their protest, thus becoming a thorn in his side. Hearing this story, Nine thought about it, saying that this would be enough to motivate a feud, when Dorian looked at him and pointed out that one should not forget that the Bale family worshipped the devil. He also added that it didn't matter what kind of relationship he had with Ryan now, and the nobles in the banquet hall looked at each other, noting that this was indeed the case. At this time, Aaron looked straight ahead with a serious expression, thinking that even if something came up, it would clearly not be enough, and at this point, they both had fulfilled their roles. By showing us the image of Mary reading a book, the plot told us that for the past 3 days, even while helping his father, Aaron continued to work hard until this moment. By imagining the boy standing with his arms crossed over his chest, the plot talked about the only people who could gain access to the secret room. By visualizing the images of the 2 knights of the kingdom, we are given to understand that these were exactly the 2 people. William was telling something with a serious expression on his face, while the plot noted that he was needed to turn the situation around. At this time, Harvey studied the papers, while they explained to us that he had taken on the task of collecting information and recruiting witnesses. Aaron suddenly looked at the man standing to the side, thought that, of course, his greatest preparation was him, and this was the last thing left. At the same moment, Kendall, putting his hand on his chest, addressed His Majesty, declaring that he also wanted to report a serious crime that could not be ignored. Looking thoughtfully straight at him, David asked what else was going on, and the green-haired sorcerer explained that he meant the aforementioned Ryan, the damned beast who had treacherously treated such a concept as loyalty, falsely accusing a companion. Suddenly, the named uncle of the protagonist enveloped his hand in magic. A moment later, he pointed it straight at the head of the trading company. Pointing a disgruntled finger at him after everything that had happened, Sober asked how he dared to use magic in front of His Majesty, to which Kendall apologized for his tactlessness. The royal mage looked away sharply, greatly surprised. At that moment, a certain man was enveloped in dark purple energy and was trembling all over. It was Ryan, who was taking on his true form, while the green-haired sorcerer declared that demons were a serious problem under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower. Noticing the transformation of the trading company's head, the Marquis and the King were extremely scared. The aristocrats at David's reception were also scared, and immediately began to run away in fear. A moment later, the knights surrounded the king, receiving orders to protect His Majesty, and he did not understand how this was even possible. Looking straight at the reincarnated man, David asked what they were saying, that he was a demon summoner, while he himself looked at his body with displeasure. A moment later, Ryan looked straight at Aaron, declaring that he was also a demon summoner, and offered to die together, and Aaron, scratching his head, said that he was cornered and was now struggling as best he could, and asked why he suddenly summoned demons. Then the king of the country ordered Kendall, who was standing in front, to check just in case, and he immediately accepted the order, activating his magic. A moment later, he pointed his hand straight at the protagonist and activated a green magic circle. After some time, the green-haired sorcerer declared that everything was clear and Aaron Stillgard was clearly not a demon maker, and Ryan, who saw all this, was very surprised. At that moment, the head of the trading company said that they were just pretending to check him, since he had seen the summoning with his own eyes, and the boy who heard this only smirked. Imagining in his head the information from the system about the item of necromancy closure that could protect against the spell of detecting evil cast by a mage of 6 rings or less, the protagonist thought that he never thought that the thing unexpectedly received from the blue-eyed warlock would be used in such a way. In a moment, the guards surrounded the demon, while their commander ordered all the knights, except for the bodyguards, to begin the attack, and Ryan was very scared, realizing that he should not have joined that idiot Dorian. As if plunging into darkness, the demon thought that the feeling of defeat was taking over his entire body, and this life was maintained through dirty tricks to satisfy evil, and now such a miserable end awaits him. Suddenly, the trading company leader began to release his dark purple energy, declaring that he could not end it like this. Seeing this, Sylvia was very scared. Ryan rushed straight towards her, saying that he did not accept such an end. At the same time, someone's blade was enveloped in bright white energy. Aaron skillfully wielded his sword, destroying the demon with several strikes. After receiving damage, the trading company leader was bleeding. This very blood flew straight towards the frightened girl from the Bale family. At this time, one of the knights was very surprised by the disappearance of his sword. Holding the blade enveloped in aura in his hand, the protagonist declared that he wanted to chop it into pieces for a long time, but he was unable to do so. Aaron quickly looked back, bidding farewell to his opponent. When he mentioned once more that he was a demon summoner, the banquet hall was completely stained with blood. Immediately after this, the story moves to the training ground of the royal palace, where sorcerers used magic to destroy the demon's body, saying that they must burn away the evil. Adjusting his mana ahead, the young sorcerer received the order that he should not forget for a second, that he should not let down his guard until there was no trace left of him. Watching everything that was happening from the side, the unknown person said that this year's banquet of the royal house was short, and the other, standing next to him, did not know if it could be called a banquet at all. Dave recalled everything that happened at that very banquet and said that nevertheless, it will remain in his memory for the rest of his life, because it concerns both the duel of the legendary ranks and the fact that Marquis Dorian drew his sword. Then he suddenly asked why he had brought in a demon summoner as a witness, and Kendall, who was looking straight ahead, said that he himself could not understand it. After which the green-haired sorcerer suggested that he must have to take the corresponding responsibility for this step, when suddenly the narrative of the story was transferred to the banquet hall again. Kneeling right there, Dorian asked to believe him, stating that he had no idea that the head of the trading company was a demon maker. Standing right next to the king, Sober explained that the results of the test showed that he was not a demon maker, and the king noted that this meant that he was not in cahoots with him. Puzzled, David clutched his head, thinking that even so, the situation had become a headache, and it was one thing, let's say, a nobleman's mistake himself, but now he also dragged him into his machinations. Suddenly, the king of the country was very dumbfounded, having heard something. He then asked how about stopping at the fact that both Ryan and the Bale family were demon summoners, which caused Sylvia to suddenly stand up and call out to His Highness. At the same time, Aaron stopped her by placing his hand right on her shoulder. Seeing this, the blonde girl looked at her master in surprise. At the same time, William, holding his hand straight out in front of him, said that however, the circumstances were too obvious for this to be the case, and there was a clear motive, and if both were demon summoners, they would not have suffered at all. Then the commander of the knights and the prosecutor's corps asked how about fixing everything right now, and David, who heard this, suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the king of the country asked what he was really saying now, that he should admit that he destroyed an innocent family. Still looking straight at his subordinate, David wondered if the king of this land had been fooled like an idiot by some worthless merchant, and the latter explained that he had not meant that at all. Looking down, the mad dog reflected that faith in justice and truth was the main principle of an investigator. As he imagined himself bowing to the royal coat of arms, William understood that he was already, first of all, a knight of one man, and if the dignity of his master was offended, then he had no choice but to retreat. Looking at Robin, who looked down in bewilderment, he wondered who should step forward in such a situation. Then the commander of the knights and the prosecutor's corps looked straight at Aaron and Sylvia, who also did nothing. At that moment, the king was greatly taken aback when a certain man stepped forward, declaring that it was not necessary to look at the incident from that angle. It was the Duke of Carson, who was glaring menacingly straight ahead. A moment later, he slowly walked past the protagonist. Luther suddenly looked back at Aaron, who was standing behind him, silently. David, rising from his throne, asked what this meant, and the cold-blooded Duke, who had come closer to him, explained that Ryan had been proven to be a malicious and cunning man. Imagining in his mind the battles of a hawk and a snake, Carson explained that by plotting against his competitors, he had become a better merchant, but in the end he could not escape the all-seeing gaze of His Majesty. Immediately after this, Luther added that if he went this way, confiscated all the merchant's property and allocated a part as compensation for the victims of his machinations, then people would praise him for centuries, and the king, who heard this, suddenly thought about it. As David imagined the royal family crest fluttering in the wind, he thought that there was logic to what he was saying, and even more so, that he could use this chance to raise the prestige of the royal house. A moment later, the king of the land asked how much the compensation would cost, and Sylvia, looking straight ahead, explained that now that her opponent was dead, there was nothing more she could wish for, and she would simply be glad if her family's honor were restored. Looking straight ahead with a stern expression after hearing this, David stated that in that case, he thought he should be given appropriate compensation, and asked the Marquis if he had heard him, which Dorian was very surprised about. Suddenly, the head of the Albret family asked why he was telling him this, and the king of the land, who looked at him with obvious displeasure, asked him what he really thought. He did not know that he had provided financial support to Ryan. Then he said that most likely he started all this because he wanted to become the best among the three main lords, and asked what was his next goal, and Dorian, looking straight ahead with fear after hearing everything, explained that it was not like that at all. Kneeling right in front of David, the Marquis explained that he took this step because of his son, which surprised him very much. Then the king said that, as far as he knew, his son had disappeared 2 years ago, and the head of the Albret family, imagining John in his head, said that he had been reported missing, but the real circumstances of the case were different. After a moment, he looked menacingly to the side. Looking straight at Aaron Stillgard, I say, he declared that it was he who killed his son. Immediately after that, all the people present there looked at the boy, and David asked what the hell was going on. A moment later, he wondered if he was really saying that Aaron had killed John Albret, when William would suddenly join the conversation, holding his hand over his chest and asking to be allowed to speak about it. Imagining in his head the skirmish between the two boys in the city, the commander of the Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps explained that 2 years ago, when Aaron was on his way to the capital to enroll in the academy, he had a conflict with John Albret. Visualizing a letter left right on the table, the mad dog added that a few days later, Dorian's son disappeared, leaving a letter behind. Then William would recall the interrogation of the boy, and the boy would reflect that he had subsequently told everyone that he had been investigating him for John's murder. Imagining Nick in his head, the protagonist would reason that, however, it turned out that the whole thing was a matter of fabrication of evidence by the second in command, burning with revenge, and Dorian was furious at such an outcome of the investigation. Visualizing Luther telling something, Aaron thought that in the end, along with Duke Carson's help, his accusations of killing John were baseless. While the Marquis looked down in displeasure, the boy noted that it was all summarized as an absurd statement by a father who was madly thirsty for revenge after losing his child. Immediately after this story, it moves to a few hours later at the building of Aaron's trading house. At this time, a man with blue hair was lying right on the bed. Sharply looking back, the boy explained that he tried his best to fix everything, but for now this is his limit. Then he added that, however, if he is well taken care of, he can live for about 10 more years, and Luther, hearing this, crossed his arms over his chest, thanking him for his work. Then Carson declared that then their deal was considered closed, and the protagonist sharply looked at him. We are then shown the events that took place 3 days ago, when Harvey, standing right behind Irene, asked that instead, why not look around a little more? Continuing to walk straight down the street, the girl with red hair wondered why he was actually acting like that, while Aaron watched them from around the corner, thinking that they should slowly begin their introduction. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised when an unknown person asked for his time. Looking straight at Luther Carson in a black robe, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Hiding his disguise items behind his back, Aaron asked why he was there, to which he received the answer that he had a favor to ask of him. Bowing right in front of the boy, the cold-blooded Duke asked for help for his eldest son, Avon. Hearing this, the protagonist asked him what he was talking about, while Luther, lowering his head down, explained that his son said that only he could cure him, but he would never listen to him. Immediately after this, Carson stated that this is why he was asking him instead, which greatly surprised Aaron. Returning to the events of the present, the boy looked straight at Avon lying on the bed, thinking that, of course, his body was already destroyed, so not only could he not become a successor, but he was in no condition to do anything at all. Imagining the image of Robin in his head, the boy thought that, nevertheless, there was only one reason why the cold-blooded Duke was trying to save him at any cost. Looking straight at the dejected Luther, the protagonist reasoned that it was all because he was the father of his child. Sitting upright on his chair, Aaron talked about Marquis Dorian and asked if he really took this step because he thought his son's disappearance was because of him, to which he received a positive answer. Imagining Albret's frightened face in his head, Carson explained that he did not understand yet, since he did not have his own children, but parents who lost a child cannot live, remaining in their right mind and reason. He also added that therefore even His Majesty said to quietly close this matter, and the protagonist, who heard this, silently directed his menacing gaze forward. Immediately after this, the narration of the story transfers to when night fell. Eren slowly walked straight through the forest. Suddenly, a man came out to meet him, suggesting that the conversation seemed to be dragging on. It was Ryan's former shadow bodyguard, Chris, who was studying the information on a piece of paper, when suddenly the boy asked what the results of the investigation were. Continuing to study the document in his hand, Chris explained that the prosecutor's squad had begun to operate, meaning they planned to use this opportunity to uncover illegal activities involving the head of the trading house. Staring straight at the shadow bodyguard, the protagonist asked if he was being too distant for someone who had worked with them for 10 years, while the bodyguard spread his arms to explain that he was nothing more than a shadow, and that only Dorian and Ryan knew of his presence. After a moment, Chris added that now only Marquis Dorian remained, and the hour, glaring straight ahead, mused that if there was one mistake Ryan had made, it was his existence. Imagining a larva in a man's head, the boy reasoned that it was life that he had laid down because of the bug in his head, but unlike Ryan, who could be resurrected, he had betrayed him in order to survive. Visualizing the book with the notes, the protagonist realized that in this way all the information, as well as the ledger and the letter of protest presented to Jeremy, were provided by them. Looking thoughtfully directly at Chris, Eren noted that, given that he had material that could become his weakness, it seemed that he was very offended by Ryan, to which he received the answer that when you live for 10 years in a musty space under the ceiling, it is unlikely that some discontent will not arise. Holding the book in his hands, the shadow bodyguard explained that, in general, he considered it better than to continue to be a ceiling crossbar. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that they would see each other later, when work appeared, which Chris noted that he only needed to give orders. Saying goodbye to him, the shadow bodyguard abruptly jumped right off the ground. As Chris moved swiftly through the trees, Eren thought that it was obvious that he was an outstanding talent and skilled enough to serve as a bodyguard for a rich man, and his sword skills were at least first class, so Dorian would be very upset if he found out that he got his hands on such a guy. Stating that he was completely unsatisfied with this ending, the boy opened the system notification window right in front of him. With a mad grin on his face, the protagonist thought that, however, no matter how worried a parent was about a missing child and said that one thing is one thing, and another is another. Looking straight at the trees surrounding him, Eren asked that since Dorian made such a bet, does it mean that he has something to lose? A moment later, the boy opened a level 8 inventory right in front of him. Right there was a cryogenic capsule with an unknown creature. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked to get out faster. Seeing an unknown silhouette peeking through the dust, Eren asked why he was outside for the first time. The story's narration is transferred to the center of Theros, to one of the fenced estates of an aristocrat. Someone was smashing a bottle of wine right on the floor, saying that it was all some kind of curse. At the same time, the commander of the Knightly Order of Albret, Howard, immediately ran up to his master. Grabbing him from behind, the man declared that he should stop, and Dorian asked to let him go, saying that this was an order. The Marquis looked menacingly at his subordinate, who declared that now was not the best time to behave like this, and he himself asked why he could not behave like this right now. Remembering how he stood right on his knees in front of the king, the head of the Albret family declared that not only was he unable to do it together, but on the contrary, he was also disgraced, and besides, he lost the Ryan Trading Company. Trying to break free from the grip, Dorian asked if even he was being neglected now, to which the commander of the Knightly Order of Albret gave a negative answer, explaining that this was not at all the case. A moment later, Howard said that the young master had returned, and the Marquis, hearing this, was very surprised. Immediately after this, he opened the door and called out to John. Going outside, the head of the Albret family looked around and asked where his son was. When William appeared right in front of him, who addressed his lordship. Seeing him, Dorian asked if he had forgotten something there, and if Eren had sent him, which greatly surprised the commander of the Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps. Then the mad dog moved his hand to the side, explaining that not at all, and simply thought that this was a matter of utmost importance. Pointing his hand directly at the boy standing in front in tattered clothes, William noted that this was precisely why he contacted the guards and personally brought him to him. The Marquis was taken aback when he saw the man, while the commander of the Knights of the Prosecutor's Corps, who was standing right next to him, said that he claimed that his name was John and thought that he had decided to return to his father's house after he had fully experienced what it was like to lead a wandering life. At that moment, the head of the Albret family ran straight to his son and asked if it was really him. Noticing the scar on his child's neck, Dorian realized that it was indeed the same man. A moment later, the Marquis hugged his son, saying that he was sure that it was him in front of him. Immediately after this, the story moves closer to the night to a beautiful building, from the windows of which light was coming. Eren stretched, noting that these days had been simply crazy. Remembering the image of the Ragged John, the boy declared that nevertheless, now he would no longer be suspected. Suddenly, the story's narrative shifts to the previous day, when an explosion erupted right in the middle of the forest. Then, an unknown person emerged from the water. It was someone in the form of John, who was kneeling down, asking the owner to voice his order. Standing right in front of him, the protagonist declared that he was starting to perform his duties right now, so he must behave in accordance with the stated guidelines, to which he received the answer that his order was accepted. Getting up from the ground, John sharply addressed Aaron as, "You." Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the heir of the Albrecht family called him an insignificant bastard, and the boy who saw this noted that even the details were perfectly taken into account. While John asked if he was laughing at him, the protagonist looked straight at him, thinking that during his studies in interdimensional exchange and work in a trading company, he was immediately attracted to the magical creature homunculus. Visualizing a capsule with unknown contents in his head, Aaron reasoned that these were artificial life forms created by wizards who had reached into forbidden areas, and depending on the cultivation method used, they could become anything. Imagining a handkerchief and some other unknown device, the boy understood that, however, there were established beliefs that it was impossible to become a real person through simple cultivation, but he used the handkerchief stained with John's blood and the memories of the days spent with him at the academy and the night squad. Looking straight at the surprised heir of the Albrecht family, the protagonist thought that no one would have thought that a real person would come out of his experiment. Waving his hand at him, Aaron told him to play well in the future and cover his body with something before leaving, and he walked away, saying that he should not dare to order him around and would do as he wanted. After everything that had happened, the boy grinned, saying that now everything was clear to him. Watching directly at John, who was silently hiding in the bushes, the protagonist declared that even speaking in this way, he was faithfully following all of his orders. Returning to the events of the present, Aaron, crossing his arms over his chest, said that now he could only wait for the fruits to ripen. Imagining the Albrecht estate in his hand, the boy concluded that in any case, it was he who would absorb their family. Suddenly, someone appeared right in front of him, noting that he was quite late today. It was the protagonist's father, who said that he was glad to have him back. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Aaron asked that it was already past midnight, and he had not yet gone to bed, to which Robin replied that he needed to think about something. The newly minted legendary rank knight put his hands together and asked, more importantly, if it was time to tell him everything. Looking straight at him after hearing this, the boy asked what it was about. At the same time, his father imagined Charlie's system notification windows and the ginseng root in his head, saying that every time he thought about what had happened, it all seemed unbelievable to him, and there was a mythical ranked warrior, and the sides of the medicinal plants, and on top of that, he, who was a heroic ranked warrior. Robin stared straight ahead and asked him to explain how this had happened. Then he asked if it had anything to do with his father, and Aaron, who heard this, was very dumbfounded, recalling the image of his grandfather. At the same time, the boy was a little puzzled and did not know what to say, thinking that he was prepared for such a conversation, but the words were hard to come out of his mouth. A moment later, the protagonist announced that he had a book of interdimensional trade, which greatly shocked the newly minted legendary knight. Looking directly at his son, the man asked what kind of interdimensional trade this was, and he replied that it was as he had assumed. Immediately after that, Aaron told him that it was probably used by his grandfather Richard Stillgard, a mythical knight, and that it was what made him a hero of this country, while Robin, having heard all this, thoughtfully looked straight ahead, saying that he could not even think of such a thing. Watching his father, the boy reasoned that this information could shake the common sense of the people of the Zero System, who do not know about the existence of interdimensional transactions, but the reason why his father was still quite calm was probably due to the uniqueness of the continent of Giant. Imagining representatives of different races and monsters in his head, the protagonist thought that on this continent, humans are not the only intelligent life forms. Visualizing unknown energy clots flying straight across the sky, Aaron thought that spiritual beings were trying to penetrate there from the void world. Imagining a demon towering over a burning city, the boy thought that starting from the incident of evil that descended on the earth and plunged the continent into chaos. Visualizing a deity sitting upright on its throne, the protagonist reasoned that it could end with the existence of a god who influences the earth in the form of miracles. Imagining the earth from space in his mind, Aaron thought that even if no one told them, the inhabitants of Earth 1342 vaguely knew that they were not unique and special. Visualizing a bright light in the middle of the boundless universe, the boy came to the conclusion that since there is a higher world and more perfect beings. At the same time, Robin, sitting right at the table, asked what it meant that the man, the sun god, was also just a participant in the deal, and the protagonist answered that, strictly speaking, that was exactly it. Hearing this, the newly minted legendary rank knight looked down, noting that even a mythical rank warrior was just one of the cogs in the trade, and asked what he had said, that the place where he was called the first system. Then he noted that it turned out that there was a second system, and even higher ones, and Aaron, fixing his serious gaze straight ahead, explained that there was a third and fourth system, and perhaps even more, thinking that everything that came next was uncharted territory for him. After listening to his son, Robin thoughtfully looked straight ahead and said nothing, while the boy, watching him, realized that, as he expected, accepting the truth the first time was beyond his strength. Remembering his own dejected image when he realized that they were not even up to the level of dust, the protagonist thought that indeed, when he learned the truth in his past life, he was in a daze for several days. Immediately after that, Eren would move his hand to the side, explaining that nevertheless he had nothing to worry about because, of course, in the upper world people like them, superhumans from the lower world, are nothing more than fodder, but these are two different dimensions, so they will never meet. Hearing this, the newly minted legendary knight would lower his head, declaring that it turned out that his father's fencing art was too weak, and the son standing right in front of him explained that it was only a first-system martial art. Imagining in his head the image of a warrior on horseback who fights off other knights, the protagonist reasoned about a hero who saved the country, or a loyalist who remained in his family nest of Stillgard after the end of the war. Visualizing his family's vast estate, Eren thought that everything he had said so far was true. Imagining a blade in his mind against the backdrop of a multitude of open mouths, the boy mused that the swordsmanship talent that followed in the footsteps of the founding emperor came from the Murima martial arts, so in the end his grandfather was far from the great genius that the people of the continent praised. Looking at his father in confusion, the protagonist reasoned that for him, who had immense respect for Richard, this must have been a huge shock, but he had nothing to say about it. After a moment, Robin suddenly smiled. Then he began to laugh, saying that this was how it really was, while Eren looked at him in surprise. Sadly recalling the image of his father, the newly minted legendary knight said that he had tried to surpass him so many times, but he saw only an insurmountable wall in front of him, so he decided to simply stick to the martial arts that he had in his arsenal. But here's what it turned out to be. At the same moment, Eren, standing right in front of him, noted that, however, if you look at the situation from the other side, he is none other than a real genius, which greatly surprised him. After hearing all this, the protagonist's father looked straight ahead in surprise. At the same time, the boy took out a magic book from his inventory. Opening it, the protagonist explained that he is a genius of interdimensional trade. Eren, opening the book, said that after all, his grandfather came from ordinary knights, but managed to achieve a mythical rank, and then added that in some ways this is truly an unimaginable achievement, and Robin, who was sitting, repeated that Richard is a genius of interdimensional trade. A man with a thick beard, arms crossed, standing in front of mountains of gold coins, the protagonist explained that in a past life, he himself, with the legacy of the Stillgards behind him, decided to challenge and failed, but his grandfather achieved great success, although he was empty-handed. The protagonist continued that, of course, at first he was disappointed when he learned the true nature of fencing, but realizing that interdimensional trade is not easy, he began to pay more attention to it, to which his father, touching his chin to his hand, replied that he understands everything. He, placing his hands on the table, said that he is grateful to the blonde guy for revealing the truth as it is. Robin added that he also thanks his son for saving his life, to which Eren, holding the book in his hands, changes his expression. The protagonist, lowering his head, said nothing. The full moon illuminates the fountain. The protagonist replies that there is nothing to thank him for. The sun's rays illuminate the roof of the stone house. The fair-haired guy drinks from a cup. He puts the cup on the saucer, noting that he is in a wonderful mood today. The boy, gesturing with his hands, explains something to Robin. Eren mentally explained that he told his father his secrets, and told him about the incident of the hero's disappearance, so now there is one less headache. The protagonist, smiling against the background of the screen with the shopping list, notes that he even made a complete outfit for his father, and asks who would dare to harm the strongest in Navarro. The protagonist, turning around at the knock on the door, concluded that now that he no longer has anything to worry about, it is time for him to work on his growth. A young man burst into Eren's chambers, asked him to excuse him and asked if the Count had said where he had gone. The fair-haired boy answered that he had not, and then wondered what had happened. Harvey thoughtfully touched his face with his hand. He replied that the Count had recently disappeared without a trace, to which the hero with a cup in his hand widened his eyes in surprise. An image of a staircase covered with a red carpet appeared. Kendall called out to Eren, who had crossed his arms. The man with a beard, looking closely at the protagonist, said that no traces of magic had been found either in Robin's room or anywhere else in the mansion, and then added that everything was clean near the mansion. He, turning his gaze to his partners, suggested that the owner, for some unknown reason, could have left the mansion himself, and then concluded that in the current situation, everything looked exactly like that. Kendall's expression darkened and he asked if that could happen, to which Harvey asked him what he wanted to say. The long-haired man hit his partner on the back and wondered if anything could happen at all, since their master was a legendary. Harvey said that Robin would definitely be back soon. Eren frowned and thought that the fact that the legendary had disappeared without a trace was even more worrying. Eren suggested that he might just be overreacting to what had happened. Harvey defensively asked Kendall to stop, to which Kendall apologized. An image of a bed appeared. The protagonist mentally said that he was starting to feel anxious. But on the other hand, another hope appeared, And as if to confirm that his worries were not unfounded, his father had not returned. 2 days had passed. The buns were on a plate opposite the glasses. Irene, crossing her arms, told Aaron that Karen was worried about him, so she personally brought the food, but he did not even touch it, and wondered what kind of violence he committed against himself, to which he replied that his sister did not need to know, and then thanked her. The red-haired girl, moving her legs, said that the hero was not okay, and then asked if he had exhausted himself too much to say that. She, shoving a bun into the blonde guy's mouth, added that from an idiot to an exemplary son, you need to know when to stop. Aaron, grabbing the bakery product in his hand, shouted what his sister was doing, to which she displeasedly noted that he did not understand words, and the food itself would not get into his mouth, and in general, there is nothing wrong with worrying, and then recommended that the protagonist eat, and then worry further. The boy angrily put the glass on the table. The young man, spreading his arms, said that he had eaten everything and asked if his sister was happy, to which she noted that he should eat all the buns that were lying to his left. The hero, biting into a bun, thought that he really was completely fine. That's how Aaron couldn't get up from his place until he finished all the bread. He wiped his face with his hand. The fair-haired guy got out of bed. He turned to Irene and asked if she really thought that he would hide in the corner of his room and stop going out anywhere, to which she answered negatively. Aaron, picking up his jacket, noted that if she really thought that he would just sit there until his father returned, then who did she take him for? Irene looked at her brother in surprise. He came to the thought that there was nothing surprising in this, because if it were him before he decided to completely change himself, he really would have tried to cope with his anxiety. Closed himself off from everyone. The protagonist, leaving the door, noticed that the girl already knew that he was no longer the same as before. Clouds covered the sky. The wheels, covered in fire, were spinning. The carriage was moving at great speed. The protagonist, holding a letter in his hand, reads out loud that according to Zenith's 2-day investigation, there were no records of anyone leaving or entering through the fortress gates, and there are no eyewitness accounts, and then said that even Sari could not find any traces by smell. Aaron, tightly clutching the piece of paper in his hands, realized that in the end, everything started exactly the same way. He, sitting against the background of his father, said that the hero had disappeared. The coachman shouted that there was something ahead, to which the fair-haired youth looked up in fear. The cloak was fluttering in the air. Sierra was hovering in the air. The young man looked out of the flying carriage and asked what the girl was doing there, and then noticed that she had left the banquet hall so suddenly. The white-haired woman spread her arms and asked Aaron to stop there. He looked out from behind the carriage and asked what Sierra was doing, and then added that he didn't have time to hang out with her, to which she replied that she knew everything. She asked if it was true that the protagonist had gone looking for Robin, to which he, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked how she knew that. The violet-eyed girl, turning serious, replied that she had to do everything to prevent the hero from finding his father. He asked what that meant, and Sierra clenched her teeth in anger. She shouted that she was the one who made Robin disappear, and Aaron looked away. Fire ignited under his hands. The blonde-haired man from the burning carriage asked what Sierra had just said. Aaron looked forward in surprise, and Sierra said that she was the one who made Robin disappear. The protagonist's hands were covered in red flames. Aaron, seeing the falling burning carriage, asked Sierra in confusion what she had just said. The protagonist, languidly lowering his head, asked if it was really Sierra who made Robin Stillgard disappear. The girl deftly levitated in the air, and Aaron remembered that 2 years ago, their first meeting with her was not very pleasant. An image of the heroes with their fingers raised appeared, and the blonde guy thought that over time they began to understand each other better and better, and he believed that she had become his closest friend. An image of a broken mirror with a girl appeared, and Aaron asked in amazement if this meant that she was the one who was behind the disappearance of the hero. The orange carriage was parked under spreading trees. The girl, putting her hand on the protagonist's shoulder, said that, first of all, she was very sorry. The protagonist arrogantly slapped the girl's hand away. Aaron, glaring at the girl, ordered her to stand still or even take a few steps back, to which Sierra said that if he was reacting like that to what she had said earlier, then the thing was that she had something to tell him and she couldn't choose the means to do it. The girl's eyes glowed purple. The protagonist shouted at the girl not to come closer, and she realized that the object was experiencing emotions of mistrust, suspicion, and a desire to keep his distance. Sierra took a step back and agreed with Aaron, thinking to herself that in the end, nothing could be done about this nuance. The protagonist glared at his companion, and she said that he probably knew that Robin had disappeared, because they had arranged everything this way on purpose. But Aaron interrupted her and ordered her not to beat around the bush. Sierra turned to the dumbfounded blonde boy and stated that there was a secret society on the continent called the Seven Eyes, which united all the archmages. The protagonist asked if they were archmages, then each had 7 rings, and added if they were aiming for world domination, to which the girl replied that their goal was to eliminate geniuses who were superior to them from the world. An image of many warriors appeared, and Sierra explained that they were identifying promising talents in the field of swordsmanship and magic throughout the continent of Giant in real time and evaluating them. An image of a schematic pyramid appeared, and Sierra explained that for Aaron's information, he occupied the second tier, entering into the number of gifted. Sierra pointed to the side and added that if she told him the truth, he would be considered a monster and would be ranked at the very top, and added that in particular, at 17 years old, being a hero and having 5 rings was something unimaginable. An image of a dark-haired boy appeared, and Sierra continued that Robin was ranked 3rd, the talented, and among those at that level, he was the leader, and he had also reached the legendary rank, and in the current situation, they decided to see if he had the potential to grow further. Aaron thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and said to himself that it seemed strange to him that the archmages had come up with such a sinister plan, and asked the girl why the people who were in charge of the magic towers and had outstanding skills would do something like that. The protagonist, looking menacingly at the girl, heard her hesitantly answer that it was somewhat difficult to answer this question, to which Aaron asked why. The girl, blushing in embarrassment, heard the protagonist's question if this was an important secret that could not be revealed, to which Sierra confidently answered that it was not even about that. Aaron, crossing his arms over his chest, heard Sierra say that all this was in order to maintain the balance of the world, to which the fair-haired guy asked in bewilderment what kind of world balance. Sierra, taking a deep breath, said that it may seem childish, but those old people take this seriously, and besides, they put enormous resources and effort into this matter. The protagonist, tensing up, caustically noted that she was really good at coming up with such high-flown phrases as the balance of the world, and added that there was one but. An image of a man in a red robe appeared, and Sierra confidently stated that superhumans really could change the world, just like how the founding emperor and also a knight of excellent rank brought an end to an era. The man in the image swung a flaming sword, and Sierra added that her grandfather, a knight of mythical rank, had thwarted an attempt to conquer the empire. Aaron, thoughtfully raising his hand, suggested that changes that would change history should not be made by one person, and countered that he could agree with her. Sierra pursed her lips pitifully, and the protagonist angrily continued that not only were they from the empire, but her homeland did not become a colony precisely because of her grandfather's actions, and she now enjoys her status precisely because the founding emperor established the magic towers, to which Sierra excitedly replied that she also had objections to this. But she did not want to get involved in an argument. The protagonist asked with a serious expression what if he hadn't, why did he have to give her the bracelet and make her hide her ring? Aaron looked ahead thoughtfully, wondering if that was the reason for her actions. Sierra, her head hanging languidly, heard the protagonist say that in any case, his father had been declared a dangerous person and expelled, and asked what exactly this exclusion of theirs was, to which she replied indifferently that it was usually death. The girl looked at Aaron calmly. The protagonist, his eyes wide with horror, muttered in shock, "You killed my father!" To which Sierra, justifying herself, exclaimed that it was not so, and added that he was still alive, but he should not look for him for some time. The blonde guy looked at the girl and asked in confusion if he shouldn't try to look for him, to which the girl said with tears in her eyes that she wanted to protect Robin, but what could she do when he was not in her hands? The girl took out a glass ball from under her purple robe. Aaron, looking at the object, asked Sierra what it was, to which she replied that it was a video recorded in a crystal ball. Sierra, glaring at the protagonist, resolutely stated that she wanted Aaron to know how much she tried to protect them. The protagonist looked at the crystal ball, while on the recording one of the mages suggested killing Robin, and another asked what a stupid question, because it was obvious that he should be killed. The girl slammed the table and shouted that this should not be done, to which one of the council members asked why. In the recording, Sierra passionately confessed that she loved Robin dearly and suggested that they lock him in Requiem. The heroes sat in the middle of a round table, and the girl asked in surprise what kind of reaction this was, because she was just using her authority, and moreover, she did not know where she was, so they had no reason to refuse. And another mage noted that it was not even that they intended to refuse her, but they were just a little surprised, because she always looked at Bemis, and love really does change. One of the mages crossed his arms over his chest and said that Bemis was not the same for a long time, and he supports that too, and another said that he had no idea why she continued to give her love to someone who would never be with her. Aaron looked at the crystal ball in confusion. Sierra in the recording firmly looked at the council and agreed that then there would be no place for her. Sierra pointed to the crystal ball and assured that Robin was safe and just imprisoned for a while, and the protagonist thought in shock about the 6 mages with 7 rings. The system window noted that the blonde boy was full of courage and determination. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth and stated that because of him, his father became the main target of the 7 eyes. The hero, looking down, thought, because he himself reached the legendary rank. The girl looked at Aaron with concern, and he bitterly thought that because he stepped forward in vain, something like this happened, and Sierra worriedly asked if he intended to go there. The protagonist sharply clenched his fist and stated that he must immediately correct the mistake. The end of the 3rd season. The state of Skyadon, neighboring Navarro to the east. The quiet city was lit up by the lights from the windows. A male employee led the hero down the hall and told him that he could use this room. Eren decisively opened the door to room number 302. Olaf, having examined the new room, confidently thought that if it was not about the Empire, then infiltrating other countries was a piece of cake. Sierra, looking seriously at the protagonist in the carriage, told him not to attack blindly and to retreat if the operation failed, to which he calmly replied that he would look at the situation. Sierra stepped closer and insistently objected that this was not done, reminding him that he was not the only one who owned the relic. The protagonist turned around in surprise, thinking about the word relic, and Sierra continued that no matter how many archmages there were, he shouldn't forget that Robin was also a legendary rank. An image of a bespectacled interdimensional merchant appeared, and Eren, wondering how his father could have disappeared, realized that since Sierra called his items obtained through interdimensional transactions relics, then the Seven Eyes probably had an interdimensional merchant as well. The red-haired animal raised its head and meowed loudly, and the blonde boy thought that in that case, there was no way he could have crossed paths with it, and Olaf asked his animal if it was excited about moving to a new place. The guy thoughtfully pulled out a crystal ball and sadly said that now they would have to take on only the most boring work, to which the little animal squeaked questioningly. Olaf, showing the little animal an image of a man, explained that his name was Demeus, he was a member of the Seven Eyes organization, was the head of the 11th magic tower in this country, and the Archmage of the Seven Rings. He, imperiously raising his finger in the air, suggested that they watch Demeus for a while and under no circumstances get involved in a fight with him, to which Eren's little animal obediently replied that it was okay, master. Olaf, resolutely looking out the window, mentally addressed Demeus, asking him to wait a little. The moon brightly illuminated the building of the tall tower, and he ominously promised that he would soon visit Demeus. The red-haired guy named Alex looked tiredly at his display. The protagonist, sitting in front of his terminal, confidently thought that the people in this workshop, without a doubt, possessed fourth-generation technology. Eren, crossing his arms over his chest, answered the interlocutor's question about the source of such confidence, saying that they eventually accepted his investment and were impressed by his willingness to cut a window to the creation of fourth-generation armor. The protagonist, thoughtfully flashing his purple eye, thinking that if Alphyskin had to spy, then the reason is by no means noble, and he cannot help but wonder why he is looking for fourth-generation technology. The blonde guy, grinning decisively, decided to throw the bait and thought that since he promised investments, he was told something in secret. A message from Alex appeared in the chat window, who curiously asked what the secret was. Eren sent a message in which he wrote that this is really the fourth generation. The notification showed that the red-haired guy was very surprised, and the protagonist noted with satisfaction that although his interlocutor usually did not show emotions, his words greatly surprised him. Alex, confidently leaning over his device, sent a message to the chat, in which he was glad that thanks to Eren's assistance it would be easier to complete the task, and stated that he was sending the promised reward. A notification appeared, stating that the blonde guy received 18,000 KO from Alex. The protagonist, looking enthusiastically at the notification that Alphyskin had left the conversation, thought with disdain what a simpleton he was. Eren sent a message to the chat, where he ordered to prepare a secret hideout, since the other side would soon begin to act, and advised to take care of himself, and wondered if he would have spied if he had initially approached with good intentions. Suddenly, the protagonist turned back. The little animal was desperately trying to get in through the glass, and the protagonist was calling it by name. Sari suddenly appeared in the room and excitedly shouted that something had happened. An image of a dark forest appeared, and the little animal hurriedly reported that they said that in a few days the enemy would go hunting. An arrow furiously pierced the body of the poor hare. Demeus, standing in the middle of the forest with a bow in his hands, thought with satisfaction that today's hunt was going well. Demeus, turning around abruptly, exclaimed in amazement what was happening. Demeus looked at the illusory unicorn in complete shock. The magician, pulling the bowstring, thought with delight that this unicorn belonged to the illusory species, and added that he was incredibly lucky and he could not miss such heavenly luck. The arrow bounced off the unicorn's skin, and he wondered with bewilderment what had happened. The man, standing in the middle of the clearing, said to himself that his arrow simply bounced off, and their skin was strong. Demeus said that this was some kind of complete nonsense, and the blade of the sword pierced his chest. The man frowned from incredible pain in his chest. Demeus, seeing Eren, opened his mouth wide, and the fair-haired guy said that if you change your point of view, then any nonsense can make sense. The main character, calmly standing in the middle of the clearing, said with a grin that it was all because Demeus himself was the prey. Demeus, looking around, thought in confusion, because this forest was cast with flawless protective magic, and why did it not work then? To which Eren asked with interest if he was curious why the protective magic did not actually work. The protagonist, clutching the golden anti-magic cube in his hand, asked Demeus if he had ever heard of an anti-magic field. Eren, activating the golden cube, which created an anti-magic field, explained that in this space, any magic is nullified. Demeus angrily asked who he was and how he ended up with the relic in his hands, and the protagonist, putting the cube back into his robe, calmly replied that he had come all this way to talk. The protagonist, looking menacingly at the elderly mage, said that they both had questions for each other. Demeus, writhing in pain, heard Aaron's offer to make a deal. The hero, standing in front of the mage, said that if Demeus answered his 3 questions without reserve, he would dispel the anti-magic field. Demeus, with his face twisted in pain, heard the fair-haired boy say that he had to swear on Mana that if he lied, his heart would break into pieces, and Demeus asked why he needed to do that. Aaron, taking out his sword, said that since the mage did not want to make a deal, he did not care, to which Demeus desperately shouted that he swears to him. The protagonist tightly clenched his hand with the ring. The protagonist, standing over the elderly mage, asked where the place called Requiem was, and the mage asked in horror how he could know about it. He clenched his teeth in pain. Aaron sternly ordered him to answer, and Demeus admitted that he did not know. The fair-haired boy, looking at the mage suspiciously, heard him say that only Areldo and a few elders knew about it, to which the protagonist thought that it did not look like he was lying to him now. Aaron, with his fingers extended, asked a second question, demanding to know about the relics that the 7 eyes had. The mage, wincing in pain, heard the protagonist's question about how they kidnapped Robin, to which Demeus, realizing that Aaron was from Navarro, tried to ask a counter-question. The protagonist abruptly interrupted Demeus and demanded an answer, after which he explained that they used the subspace creator. The men in black robes surrounded the enemy, and Demeus stated that it was a relic that creates a new space within the original one, allowing all traces of the battle to be hidden, no matter how intense the battle was. The protagonist, imperiously crossing his arms over his chest, demanded to know about the other relics. But Demeus replied that he did not know anything more, since he was not part of the core members. The dark forest plunged into darkness, and Aaron, deciding that this was enough, asked the last question. The old mage winced in pain in his chest and asked if this question would be anything like the previous one. The fair-haired guy grinned maliciously and said that it was enough. Demeus closed his eyes and heard the protagonist smirk and say that he had no choice but to keep his promise, to which Demeus thought with relief that he had managed to pass this test. The old mage raised his hand with a fireball over the protagonist. Demeus furiously fired an explosive inferno spell at him. The old mage, calling Aaron a fool, thought that even with a damaged circle, he still had protective magic on his body. The mage's eyes widened in horror, and Demeus thought with glee that now only ashes would remain of him. Flames flew through the air. Black smoke rushed past the antagonist. The protagonist covered himself with his cloak from the flames. Black smoke rose into the air. Demeus, in horror, recoiled, shouting if this robe was also a relic. The protagonist, calmly standing in the fire, answered with a grin that he had hit the bull's eye. His foot stepped on the ground. The students were running, one of them shouting that they had to quickly find the teacher. A young guy at the head of the students, running up to the teacher, asked what kind of flames that was. Closing his eyes, the teacher put his right hand on his elbow. The young men stood at attention and asked if Demeus was okay, and wondered what had happened inside the forest. A dark sky appeared. The guys widened their eyes and were surprised that it was a sudden attack. One of them knelt before Demeus and asked him for forgiveness, because they should have checked everything in advance. The teacher walks behind the young men and tells them to finish wiping their knees and go back to practicing harder because he has figured it all out. One of them puts his hand behind his head and says, "What kind of business is this?" Because Demeus is not the type to turn a blind eye to something like this. The 11th magic tower stands illuminated by the moon. Aaron, with both hands behind his head, sits on a chair and is surprised that the conquest went without a single bloodshed and turned out to be easier than he thought. In the background of the protagonist, standing shoulder to shoulder with the old man, information boards with the distortion technique and skeletal change jumped out. The protagonist thought that if he changed his appearance with a polymorph spell, those guys would easily notice the deception, but since martial arts are not magic, he managed to penetrate inside without being noticed. Sari looked up. The protagonist noticed that he had also worked hard, incarnating as a unicorn. Aaron holds Demeus' ring in his hands. It illuminates everything around. The walls are covered with bright cracks, and the protagonist wonders if it's time for them to inspect the room. The protagonist looks at everything that is happening and states the fact that this was to be expected. Aaron stands in a room filled with gold and realizes that this is the classroom of the head of the magic tower. The protagonist stumbles upon a mountain of coins and realizes that upon exchange he will receive 1,000 or tens of thousands of coins. A message from Joe appears on the red screen, saying that they have not seen each other for a long time and that Aaron was in good health. Richard looks forward angrily. The respondent explains that the man with the long beard is one of the richest people of the Murim and the grandson of the Golden King, who is the owner of the Golden Trading Association. Joe holds a sword, the blade of which is illuminated, and explains that the old man is valued as a support that the next generation of Murim will lead. Aaron looked at the screen in surprise and wondered why he was contacted 2 years later. The respondent wrote a message apologizing to the protagonist for contacting him so suddenly, and then explained that he was the only person he could contact. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that the screen showed Joe in pain, and then added that he himself had a bad feeling. Aaron asked if he had succeeded in taking revenge, to which the respondent grinned. The protagonist stared at the red screen in horror, because Joe had written that he had managed to kill 2 of the 3 enemies, but had not been able to find the third. The swordsman was running with a bloody sword, and he was a master of the boundaries of divinity. In the 5th world, Murim is the greatest black swordsman, who is called a demonic dragon. Aaron, having learned about the swordsman's title, opened his mouth. The messages of reaching the peak, the limit of the peak and the boundary of divinity appeared. The protagonist thought that if it was the boundary of divinity, then isn't it a dream level that can only be reached by those who have overcome the wall of the limit of the peak? The protagonist clenched his fists and realized that the last object of revenge was such an outstanding figure and that he needed to prepare thoroughly. Aaron opened his eyes in surprise because of the message that said that it would be great if the defendant had the same prudence as the protagonist. Joe, with his arms torn off, sat covered in blood and said that he did not have much time left. He stared at one point and said that he worked under the swordsman for 2 years to kill him. Joe looked down in disappointment and said that he knew from the beginning that he joined for revenge. Aaron raised his face because he was offered a deal. The protagonist was given the martial arts of the limit of the peak that he had been looking for so long. Joe looks at the screen with a feeling of annoyance and asks to kill the swordsman, because he gave the protagonist everything he has. Aaron is horrified and screams that this is nonsense, and that he will immediately send a teleportation scroll and a potion. The protagonist makes an angry look, because Joe wrote that his clan was wiped off the face of the earth. The long-haired guy looks devastated and says that the only thing he can do is impose his will on others. Joe, staring at one point, asks the protagonist to voice his request. Aaron looked down after the words where it was said that he should not forget the guy who is already doomed. Tears fell on the legs of the long-haired guy, and he said that there will be no trace left of him. They flowed like a river, the long-haired guy says, to remember a warrior named Joe. Aaron stared at the screen, where it was written that this was the request. The protagonist thought about it, because his interlocutor is a representative of another system, with whom he briefly became close 2 years ago. Aaron gritted his teeth and said that it was a curse. He thinks that first everything should be calculated properly with a cool head. The protagonist, angrily fixing his gaze on Joe, shouted that all the worries were on him, and he would kill the bastard and everyone in the 5th world of Murima would find out about the incident. The look of the long-haired guy became more doomed. Joe stared at his feet. He, closing his eyes, continued to cry and thanked Aaron. The protagonist looked down. Sari looks at the protagonist. The protagonist raised his hand and thought that he succumbed to emotions and was filled with a desire to avenge his parents. Aaron presses the button, realizing that he will need to keep his word. The protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist, understands that he needs to complete his own revenge. The northernmost part of the continent, the stronghold of the 7 Eyes called the Judicial Tower. Snow falls on the castle. Blue fire blazes. Ustin puts his face on his fist, understands that he has nothing special, only that Cadiz is training like crazy. Devane holds his hand on his beard and says that he is not the youngest warrior of legendary rank among those from the Empire. Carl clenches his hands and says that for some time they were quiet, but suddenly for some reason they began to act. Jane raises her index finger up and answers that it is not because Robin has reached legendary rank and that they are overcome by a sense of crisis. Sierra looks thoughtfully and thinks that no matter how hard the Stillgards try, it is impossible to hide the disappearance of the head of their family. Errol put his head on both hands and said that he is only training and that there is no point in them interfering. The old man clenched his hands and said that they will move on to the next point. Areldo, looking at Demius, is surprised that he did not say a word, to which he replied that there were too many bastards to kill and he was wondering who to start with. Everyone is sitting at a round table, and the old man says that 5 must be killed. Carl, pointing his finger, asks that among all of them, no one has a legendary rank. Devane asks if young geniuses have appeared. Devane is beheaded at the moment when he wanted to know the names of those who must be killed. All the leaders look at this in amazement. Devane's head flies a considerable distance. The old man, holding a sword in his hands, realizes that now there are 4 left. Demius stood in a fighting stance with a sword in his hand and said that now there are 4 left to kill. Carl looked at the corpse in amazement and declared that the old man had gone mad. The man in brown clothes looked at his hand. The gray-haired old man rushed forward, cutting off Carl's head, who before dying managed to say that Demius did not use magic. Jane screamed in horror. Suddenly, the gray-haired Demius looked away. A huge steel robot fell between the guy in the cloak and the gray-haired old man. The blonde guy stared ahead in disbelief, not believing that he was still alive, and Areldo shouted at him to quickly leave if he did not want to die. Demius, holding the sword, smiled. The robot stood in front of the old man, and the old man asked if it was an iron golem. The metal giant moves forward. The iron golem slammed its hand on the ground, missing the old man. Silver-haired Erelda looks at the walking golems and says that fortunately the magic blockade did not work on the steel machines. John touched his chin and thought that if the blockade worked, they would all be dead, and also that even without the aura shield, Demeus is at the heroic rank. The head of the 9th magic tower said in surprise that the old man with the sword could not train at such an age, and then asked if it was really Demeus, to which Ustin, crossing his arms, replied that even if it was still difficult to deal with 5 golems. The robots looked forward with their red eyes. Ustin said that in any case, the golems were a new invention and that they had excellent mobility and super performance that could not be achieved with continental technology. The old man with the sword stood surrounded by robots. The guy with red hair said that even if Demeus was holding on now, his time was running out. Sarah, looking at the red-haired guy, came to the conclusion that it was impossible for a heroic rank to deal with so many golems. Ustin said that this was their new invention, and thanks to the robots, their lives were saved. The golem swung his arms at the gray-haired swordsman, and the girl noted that it was precisely the heroic rank that could not handle it. Blue magic fire was emitted. Demeus thought that he had a heavenly destroying sword, Sacho. The head of the 5th magic tower looked ahead in surprise. Mentally pronouncing blue wave, the swordsman pierced the golem with his sword. Ustin and Jane opened their mouths in confusion. The blonde guy shouted that the old man used the ability to release aura. The red-haired guy could not believe that Demeus had the power of a legendary rank. Errol stood near the column. The heads of the 1st and 9th magic towers screamed that now death is only a matter of time, and that everything is over, and the head of the 5th said that it is not yet. Ustin stood in amazement, and Errol suggested changing the location first. The old man in the cloak held a magic artifact and said that it is needed to create a subspace. Demeus swung his sword at the 2 golems. The swordsman struck the iron monsters and said to himself that there were 3 left. The robot looked at the blue light. Demeus cut the steel giant in half and thought that there were 2 left. The magical glow gathered into a ring. A stream of energy hit the floor. The swordsman opened his mouth and shouted a battle cry. Demeus jumped with his sword at the golem, and thought to himself that there was only 1 metal monster left. There was an explosion of magical energy. The old man with the sword looks ahead in bewilderment. The gray-haired man stands on the wreckage of the golem. Someone is hovering above the ground, and Demeus wondered if he was really in the very place where his father suffered. Jane looks down at the old man and says that everything is exactly as Erelda's planned. The guy bares his teeth and says that now that he is out of reach, he can use magic. Demeus looked at the hovering head of the 9th magic tower, and Jane asked him who he was. Gray-haired Demeus looked ahead. The fair-haired boy asked what right the swordsman had to do this, and the old man was surprised by his words. The gray-haired man jumped on Jane and said that he was a son who came for his father, and that this argument was enough. The red-haired boy looked ahead, panicking. Erelda looked at the old man in the head of the 9th magic tower and shouted that it was time to attack, and the red-haired man asked about the consequences for Jane, to which the silver-haired man replied that he was already dead and that they should hurry. Ustin used fire magic. Sarah conjured a plasma cloud of energy. Ereldo created a blue magic attack. Dust rose up. The red-haired man stood with his hands outstretched in front of him and said that due to the combined efforts of the 3 archmages, the swordsman was probably already dead. The blonde girl looked ahead in surprise. Ustin said that he had used more power than usual and was now empty, and Sarah thought that this was very fortunate. The magic attack pierced the red-haired man. The silver-haired man looked ahead in horror and shouted his comrade's name. The blonde girl looked ahead with anger. Ereldos looked at the surface below. The head of the 5th magic tower turned around in amazement. The girl was floating above the ground, and the gray-haired mage could not believe that Sarah was a traitor, and she coldly remarked in response that how could he think that she would forget what he did to her master. The blonde raised her hand. Aldos asked her where she found someone who, with a legendary rank, was ready to sacrifice his life for the girl, to which Sarah replied that he did not act for her sake and that such an assumption was nonsense. Smoke rose up. A blonde man in a blue cloak appeared in place of Demeus. The blonde hair wavered. The cloaked guy stood in front of them and said that if there was no void mode, he would have died. The guy with yellow eyes was in the purple smoke and said that old people still, the longer they live, the more magical power they gain. The gray-haired mage looked ahead and thought that it could be Rabadon Stillgard, although the guy is too young. The blonde looked ahead, and the mage guessed that it was Aaron Stillgard. Errol hung in the air. Aaron asked if even after all this, he did not have the right. A smile appeared on the old man's face. He said that this is a sad situation. Sierra opened her mouth while he continued. How long will it take him to gather 6 members again? His hand was covered with armor. The protagonist looked at it. He recognized that this was the 4th generation magic armor. Errol was completely covered in it. There was something glowing blue inside the armor. It was an armor that used a mana reactor, in other words, a power generator that used mana stones as raw materials, if the previous technology was only at a primitive level, extracting and replenishing the mana contained in the mana stone. The stone was surrounded by fingers. The development of a mana reactor is a technology that will destroy the commercial structure of the second system, maintaining hegemony due to existing patented technologies. A pentagram was shining above the tower. Sierra frowned. She said that she was wondering why this vile old man was hiding his true face. But it turned out that he hid the relic as a trump card. Red lightning surrounded the armor. The information window reported the detection of super-powerful energy. Presumably this is a kind of magic armor. A purple flame ignited in the girl's hand. She said that the old man was unlucky, unfortunately for him. She swung and shouted that this wasn't the first time she had encountered something like this. Her blow hit the reactor. Aaron watched and said that in a split second the attack had passed through the cracks in the armor. The old man's red pupils were moving. The guy continued that the fight with him had been useful after all. Errol passed out. Sierra smiled. She said that even if the armor was strong, inside was only the decrepit flesh of an old man. She lifted him above her and added that despite the fact that the old man was an archmage, all that was left of him must be a bloody mess. The guy's mouth fell open in surprise. The man struck Sierra. The protagonist only managed to call out to her. She landed with an explosion. Dust enveloped the space. The old man clenched his fist. He looked at the girl's body and said that the force barrier was a spell designed to absorb blows. Blood was flowing from Sierra's mouth. Geraldo came to the conclusion that he was one step ahead after all. He looked at the girl and said that now all that was left was to deal with Aaron. The guy clenched his fists. He lowered his head down and told his animal to take care of Sierra. He turned to the old man to pray that the girl would be alive. The old man looked at the protagonist. The guy's leg was covered in armor. Blue lightning came from the guy's armor. He continued that only in this case, Geraldo would be able to peacefully and calmly leave this mortal world. He slightly lowered his head and thought that the guy even had divine armor. The rivals looked at each other. Geraldo wondered what the grandfather and family of the protagonist did. Aaron rushed up. The opponents collided. The guy swung his fist. But the old man was able to hit first. The blonde swung his leg. He managed to hit his opponent. Geraldo looked at him. The boy looked back. The old man ran in a zigzag pattern. He swung. At full speed, he struck the boy, who made some sounds. But Aaron landed on his feet. His eyebrows furrowed. His opponent looked at him. The boy asked how the old man got the 4th generation armor. He asked again and realized that it seemed to be their name in the antagonist's family. Aaron looked at him and asked that the man did not know such a thing as magic armor. The man in yellow armor levitated. The boy thought that this man had nothing to do with interdimensional trade. The old man replied that one great person predicted such a turn of events and bestowed these relics on them. He flew at the protagonist and shouted that this was precisely so that they could punish bastards like him. The old man looked down. Another man in armor came to the rescue and hit Abeldo on the head. The old man flew to the side. The protagonist watched all this. He said that Sari hit him hard. She stood up and asked if she was good. Aaron smiled. He replied that it was a good job. His friend's ability was to turn into what he ate. The complex magical armor was no exception. Lightning ran through Geraldo's body. He thought that his strength was running out. His reactor was hot. He thought that if he was going to die anyway, then there was only one way. He flew towards the protagonist and shouted that he would complete his mission to the end and die. Sari stood between them and said that she would block Abeldo. After that, she spun in the air. The protagonist called out to him. The enemy was approaching him and shouting for him to die. Aaron prepared to shoot a discharge from his hand. The old man crashed into a rock. The guy looked at it in surprise. Abeldo jerked his leg. The information window reported that the inventory was entered. The following information windows reported that the interior was damaged and needed repairs. The protagonist smiled. He said that he thought that he would really die. Sierra looks at the guy in red armor with horror and asks if he is okay and what is going on here. The girl remembers how the little animal gave her a life pill and asks a question about it being a thing that has a better effect than potions. The man in orange armor sits on the floor and puts his hand to his head. The guy in red lifts his eye protection and asks what then. Maybe they should try to eliminate that bastard. The fighter in yellow lowered his head in thought. Sweating, the young man asks about the armor. The guy with pointy ears, holding a yellow helmet in his hand, is surprised at where this junk was taken and says that he would not be surprised if they said that it was an exhibit from a museum collection. Aaron pokes his finger at the screen and states that he understands the other person first, thanks him for the information he provided, and ends the conversation. The protagonist turns his head and says that considering that this armor is the 1st generation, it has demonstrated tremendous performance. The device that allowed the armor to demonstrate tremendous performance and generate energy amplified hundreds of times by mana stones is in the guy's hand. Against a background of unknown people, Aaron frowned and thought that now that the main source of energy for the 4th generation magic armor is in his hands, he needs to be more careful because he doesn't know what step Alfaskin will take, acting in concert with the forces that are holding back the manifestation of the 4th generation magic armor, and who handed over this generator to the 7 Gas organization. He grins thoughtfully. An old man hangs in green chains. The grandfather, without looking up, says that the protagonist is making a mistake. Eren gets irritated and wants to continue the torture. The prisoner, lowering his head, says that Sarah told him that the boy wants to know the location of the Requiem and where his father is. The prisoner said that he will tell where the protagonist's father is, to which he looks at the old man in surprise. Standing next to Sierra, he mentally asked himself what kind of thought suddenly came to his grandfather, and states that the prisoner will not do this for free, and asks his conditions. Arelda looks up at the boy, calling the hero's name. He states that since the boy is a knight of legendary rank and a mage of 6 rings, this means that he is the next owner of the relic after Robin, and adds that, moreover, the hero is only 18 years old, and Stillgard, clenching his fists, listens attentively to the old man. Sweat appears on the prisoner's face. Abrasions cover his face, and he says that Eren has gone further than his grandfather, and has become a monster even stronger than the latter. The old man bowed his head and said that he was addressing the hero and asking him to commit suicide. Sarah said that the grandfather had completely lost his mind, and the prisoner looked at Eren and said that the boy had no idea what kind of influence he would have on the continent. The hero did not take his eyes off Areldo, who said that when the hero reached the superior rank, the continent would face terrible destruction because of them. Sierra narrowed her eyes and asked if it was true that the old man received magical armor from those whom everyone called they, and asked who he was talking about. The old man, his face changing, said that they were gods. Holding on to the green branches, the grandfather asserts that he was talking about the deities that rule this world. Eren's eyes widened and he asked if the old man was asking him to believe in it, and Areldo replied that whether he believed it or not would not change that fact. The man in the black cape extends his hand forward and attracts blue mana with a cylinder, and against their background, the grandfather claims that they were given relics to control people. The guy sweats on his face, and it dawns on him that the relics are items obtained through interdimensional trade. Eren pretends to be calm and asks where he needs to go to meet them. Areldo, closing his eyes, states that it is not easy to get a simple audience with them. Black smoke with pieces of ash develops against a white background. Gray fire burns in the darkness. The old man's eyes turned white and he screamed in pain. The center of the prisoner's chest turned gray. Areldo, breathing heavily, claims that this is the price for revealing the secret and that he is still paying for the oath. The prisoner, located between the pillars, tells Eren to swear and commit suicide as payment for revealing Robin's location. Sierra's eyes and mouth widen in surprise. The boy turns to her and says that they don't have time and if Areldo dies, it will all be over. Eren puts his hand to his heart. Blue streams of magical power come out of his chest, and he makes an oath. The girl falls to her knees with a sad face. The old man, coughing, approves of the oath. The animal watches Eren and Areldo from the side. The top of Eren's head was in the shadow. Sierra and the animal look at them in confusion. The prisoner, with a change in expression, learns that people in other worlds do not care about the oath of mana. Eren's hand went down. The hero takes out a doll that is used to pay for curses, oaths and covenants, and it was made to look ugly, not to cause regret. Beams of yellow energy come out of the toy. Areldo makes a face of anger and shouts the hero's name. A gloomy sky rises above Mount Pates, the southernmost part of the continent of Jaen. The passage into the mountain has been opened. Eren, tensing up, asks what is this. The boy and the girl enter the room with incubators. In capsules with blue liquid are former members of the Seven Eyes, who have fulfilled their duties and have grown old, and they will sleep until the magic of reverse aging is completed. Sierra looks at the hall in the spring of life in surprise and says that even she has never been here. The girl is frightened by the sound that emitted. The stranger, grinning, apologizes for being late. Eren's naked father is in a sleeping mode in a capsule. We see white steam. The protagonist holds a naked man. Opening his mouth, he asks if he is okay. There was liquid in the container, and this is the secret place of the Seven Eyes. The elderly people were in these tanks and all of them were former members of the Seven Eyes who were guaranteed eternal life in exchange for their service. But there was no way to implement this idea yet, so they just continued to wait for that very moment of glory in the Hall of Eternal Life. The guys are standing on the floor and Eren says that they can rest easy. Smiling, he says that the guy is really great. After that, Robin hugs him. A smile appears on his face, because he had a feeling of relief. Suddenly, they come up to them and say that this is touching and now he will cry. It was Sierra, whom they have not seen for a long time. Robin bares his teeth, because it is not all over yet, while the protagonist says that she is on their side and quickly found a teacher. His eyes widened. Benos points to himself, because they know him. Putting his hand on his chest, Robin says that they once happened to cross paths in childhood. Opening his mouth, Eren asks to leave here quickly, because who knows, maybe the henchman remained. A purple ball appears near her, and she says that this can be left to her. Raising his head, he asks to wait a second, because the others deserve to die, but she must be taken with him. His pupil dilates sharply. We see a girl with ears, it is an elf. Folding his arms, Benos says that the girl was captured in the past by members of the Seven Eyes, but the details are unknown. The protagonist holds her by the shoulders. Opening his mouth, he says that elves are truly beautiful. The girl opens her eyes. Looking down, he realizes that she has come to her senses. A blush appeared on her face. Then the guy's cheeks also turn red. We see that the door is open in the test tube and they tell her everything. Ariel clutches her coat and talks about the members of the Seven Eyes who were killed. Her legs are shaking, and the guy says that they are really killed. It happened during the rescue of the kidnapped people and they decided to pull her out at that moment. She starts to tremble, because they stirred up Seven Eyes, while not knowing anything. With her mouth open, the girl says that it is dangerous to be here, because the manager will come soon. The guys run out of the cave. Looking up, she makes a super. We see someone's red hair. It was the manager, who is holding a stick. Hanging in the air, he says that it was interesting if the rats were hiding here. Looking up, she says that the manager managed to get here. The guy straightens his hand, and in general the guys did not know about the existence of the manager. Then he makes a blow, because he was a magician of 8 rings. We see a red explosion. Someone is holding a sword in his hand. It was the main character, and he hopes that this is a worthy opponent. Explosions occur near the cave. The guy's father runs with the sword. Then he makes a blow. The people behind are casting a spell because they are making a barrier and also a cover magic. Ariel puts her hands on her chest and does not understand who they are. There was an explosion behind Robin. Aaron flies towards him with the sword. After that, he makes blows. We see how the sword glows. There was a big light in the air. Raising a finger, the girl says that there was no need to worry. It was clear from her face that she had calmed down. Someone stamped their foot on the ground. Aaron goes and says that the enemy is unlucky. Blood flows from his mouth and the guy asks him to shut up, because he was a coward. Coming closer to him, the main character says that only their group behaved cowardly. 7 attacked when there is no special courage. Holding the object, he says that he thinks quickly, because it was on the man's new armor. His eyes widen sharply. Grinning his teeth, he says that he is not an interdimensional merchant. Holding the sword, he is told that in his hands is a relic passed down from generation to generation by the gods, and it is not an object that can do anything. Squeezing his hands, he is told about the gods. The guys run to them, and we learn that there are other managers. Opening his mouth, Chad speaks about the managers. When suddenly, the main character cuts off his head. The guys look and are surprised by this. His sword was covered in blood, and Aaron says that it will be enough to simply catch and kill everyone. Robin approaches him and asks if he is okay, to which they answer yes. Ariel puts her hand on her chest when she is asked her name. Walking towards them, the guy decides to explain something to her. Looking down, she is asked a question: who are the managers and what are the gods? We are on an uninhabited island without a name. It is hundreds of kilometers from the island of Alta. The animal bathes in the water and makes sounds. Approaching him, the pet says that he is having fun and can frolic together. Taking him in his arms, he says that you can't get carried away and you need to slowly return. Then the guy comes to the house, because they prepared a temporary shelter in advance, preparing for the possible arrival of enemy reinforcements. Standing near the house, he says that if there are 2 archmages, then making a house is easy. He takes hold of the door. Opening it slightly, he hears Sierra asking if she is acting like this on purpose and why. Knowing everything, she continues to pretend that she knows nothing. Putting her hand to her chin, Baron says that there are taboos in the world. A blush appears on her face and she says that there is no big age difference between them, because she is 60 years old. The girl strokes her hair and calls her a beauty. Suddenly, she notices the main character in the door. The guys look at the closed door. After that, she runs out and says that he understood everything wrong. Raising his hand, Aaron asks not to pay attention, because he has no prejudices in such matters. Her eyes widened, because they said that he wanted to push them into each other's arms. We see his back, because the girl wants to tell him something. Leaning over, Sierra thanks him. Closing her eyes, she thanks for the 7 eyes, as well as for saving the teacher, because without him she would not have been able to resolve any of these issues. Ariel puts her hand on her chest and says that she took an oath on mana, so she cannot answer the questions. Looking at him, she is told that this is very good. Pointing to himself, the protagonist says that this is his area of specialization. The girl sits with a ransom doll, because he will fulfill this oath on her behalf and can safely answer questions. They sit at the table and he asks to tell us about her origin. We learn that she was born in a great forest, and is more than 300 years old. She puts her hand to her mouth, because at that time the era of elves ended and the era of people began. Her eyes were turquoise and the girl says that then she received an offer to become a balance holder, and rejected it. Instead she was imprisoned in the Hall of Eternal Life. Folding his hands, Aaron asks why they didn't just kill her? A blush appeared on her face, because at that time the manager treated her with love. We see a toy that began to talk. The protagonist looks at her, because her hand was torn off. She closes her eyes and Benos cannot believe that she was forced to take an oath on mana because of something like that. Slapping himself in the face, the guy says that the girl does not reach the heroic rank. With her mouth open, she says that she simply has not fully restored her strength yet, and was originally approximately a legendary rank. Clenching her hands, she says that they will fight later. Closing her eyes, Ariel says that the true nature of the managers is unknown to herself. With his hands folded, he is told that there are at least 10 people. The manager who was killed had average statistic skills. We see Chad near the people, because an organization where 8 rings is an average statistic. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: if the guys wanted, they could conquer the continent, so why did they create something like the Seven Eyes organization? We see a doll, because she does not know much, but there is something that the managers are afraid of, that is why they acted through agents. Robin listens intently, because most of the managers work separately from each other, but once they figure out the situation, it will be difficult for them to stay safe. The girl put her hand on the table, and since their comrade is dead, they will thirst for revenge, even if it means searching the entire continent. Looking down, Aaron thinks that the girl is right. If 2 managers had arrived then, they would have been buried already. She opens her mouth, because they asked about the race of gods. Her eyes widen and the girl apologizes. A weapon was presented to her, because she could not answer. We see a beautiful wooden house. Sari pinches his cheek and wishes him a good morning. He pulls himself up, because today is the day to return to the residence, because he has collected enough information and planned what to do next. Exhaling, the guy thinks that there is a contract of a higher rank than the mana contract. We see his eye. Ariel came to him, because she watched him sleep. Closing her eyes, the girl says that she is joking and his name is called. Robin's son came. Opening his mouth, he says that there is such an atmosphere as if he wants to make an important announcement. His face suddenly turned pale, because his father decided not to return to the residence. Standing on the floor, he says that there is a high probability that the next target will be himself, expelled from society by the organization of the Seven Eyes, and he needs to settle on the island for some time, continuing to remain missing. There was a smile on his face, and he is told that this is complete nonsense. Looking at him, they ask him if he is not there. Robin grabs him by the shoulder and says he is proud of him. His mouth opens and he asks to rule their fief as the lord of the land. A man is riding in a carriage. Inside is Aaron, who thought his father was out of his mind. We see them talking and the son says he is the youngest. Robin opens his mouth and says that their family has valued ability over seniority for generations. We see the boy, because he has all the qualities of a lord. Standing next to him, his father says that the question of officially granting him the right to inherit the title is still open, but he does not think his thoughts on this matter will change in the future. His pupil dilated, because this is completely different from the past. His back is to us, and the man is bleeding from the mouth, because in his past life there was a time when he took the place of the Lord, but this happened because his father disappeared and his brothers died. His gaze was serious, because he received recognition from his father. Aaron raises his hand and says that he cannot leave him. The guys approach them, because they had also decided to stay. She folded her arms and said that they were planning to stay here and devote all their time to training, avoiding the eyes of the managers. One of the guys was holding a book, because the guys had managed to reach the level of 8 rings. The main character began to smile. The father had a serious expression on his face. He said with his mouth open that they had apparently made a firm decision, and in that case would follow his will. Looking seriously, the guy said that he would protect the family. The ferret was still sleeping. While stroking him, he thinks that he needs to have such skills that he can crush the managers and bring his father back. Ariel is sitting next to him, asking what he is thinking about so deeply. Her hands were on her knees. Sitting next to each other, the girl says that she has business in the outside world. Opening her mouth, she is told that it will be difficult, because she has skills that barely reach the heroic rank. His hand is near her hair, and she asks to check. We see her mouth, because Ariel wants to fight. Straightening her hand, the girl asks to stop the carriage. They are in the forest. The guy holds a sword and asks if it is necessary to go so far. Taking the weapon in her hands, she says that she is not going to give in. He remembers the guys, because he really hurt her pride. Ariel begins to run at him. The main character also holds a sword. The girl makes attacks and her movements are fast, smooth. Perhaps this is the fencing art of the elves. We see a white blow. Aaron holds the sword and understands that the blows are very heavy. Looking at them, the guy thinks that the abilities that put her at the top of the heroic rank. She is at the top, and the guy remembers that when the girl first opened her eyes, he did not feel such power. A smile popped up on his face. He holds the sword, because he can test his knowledge in a fight with her. Ariel bares her teeth, because she feels a strange energy. An aura appeared near his feet, because now he has warriors of the legendary rank in his hands. He holds the sword like a different person, because this is the knowledge that is the key to the mythical rank. There was a smile on his face. There was light not far from her. With her mouth open, she understands that the guy has disappeared. Then she looks back. The girl holds the swords and tries to hold back the attack. She narrowed her eye. Aaron runs at him. Then we see a powerful explosion. The girl is lying on the ground. A blush appears on her face, because she has a guy on her. The guy takes out a sword and says that Ariel was in the middle of the fight in the epicenter of internal chi energy, so they had to shield her. They sit and tell her that if the blow had hit the target, her whole body would have turned into a sieve. Closing her eyes, the girl says that she lost. Holding the sword, he asks what principle lies at the heart of her silver sword. The girl puts her hand on her chest and decides to answer the question. Behind her, a girl is praying because one of the few representatives of the Moon Clan from the Great Forest and among her relatives was chosen as the master of the Moon Spirits. Aaron puts his hand to his chin. She exhales and says that apparently she does not believe her and can consider this an extremely rare talent. The girl creates a ball because she wants to show him. Someone's paw appears from the light. His eyes widen because he does not know what it is. A blush appears on his face. We see a small fairy with blue hair. He raises his hand and says that the image of the spirit is usually determined by the abstract thinking and level of consciousness of living beings. We see two animals, because the spirit appears in the most friendly form. The spirit of fire is usually a lizard, for the same reason the spirit of ice looks like a snowman. The guy looks down, and his face is blushing. Eluna was in his arms and looked like the spirit of the moon. Looking at her, he thinks that the moon is often described as a younger sister or a child of the sun. The girl sits on his hand. The guy squeezes it and puts it on his heart. His face turned even redder. We see beautiful girls, because in his past life he rarely met beautiful men and women and developed immunity to beauty. Her eyes widened, because this was what did not knock him off track, but what was cute became an exception. The main character raised his hands, and in his past life he died without having children. He had zero immunity to any manifestation of cuteness. She raises her hands, and the ferret growls. Suddenly, because of her hand, his eyes widened. The guys look at each other and talk. He raises his hand to his face, and we learn that Eluna likes what is beautiful, and the guy came to her liking. Folding his hands, he says that such an appearance is recognized even by spirits, and apparently committed many sins. The girl has her eyes closed. He looks at him, because she is too overexerted and sleeps like a log. A screen appears near him, because the man requested a conversation. Another notification appears, because it contained what he asked for. Raising his hand, Aaron thanks him and asks if he can join their conversation with such a reserve. Adjusting his glasses, he asks the question if there is a need to master such knowledge. They write to him that it is not enough for someone who is called an investor to simply lay out money, he also needs to have at least basic knowledge. We see his eyes, because the interlocutor wanted to help. He puts his hand on his chin and thinks that he delved into this issue not for him, but for the sake of analyzing the mana reactor he recently discovered. He holds the mana reactor, which was the heart of the 4th generation magic armor, and if he had handed it over, the guys would have instantly created a copy. Sitting on the chair, the guy thinks that he abandoned this idea and would rather try to understand the technology himself and study it little by little. Then he presses the screen to absorb. The protagonist closes his eyes and the sponge effect is applied, and there were a couple of days left to absorb this knowledge. The guy looks out the window, because they were approaching their destination. We see his mouth, because he returned again as the master of this land. Morning was coming and the carriage was heading to the city. Someone was running along the road in blue shoes. There was a smile on her face. Putting his hand on his chest, Aaron says that from this angle it seems as if a mother and daughter are in front of him. Eluna twitches the ferret's cheeks. He folds his arms and says that the mansion is a decent distance away and can be walked slowly. We see the entrance where the county territory itself began. He was wearing a hood, because he hadn't been here for a long time and he needed to look at the affairs of the fief. We see the roofs of houses. People are walking with things. Ariel puts her hand to her chin and says that there is a strange atmosphere here, and they explain to her that now is the height of the agricultural season. He looks into the distance and thinks that there is no tax on their lands that needs to be paid to the king. This means less burden on the inhabitants of the fief. A man looks at them, and in the past life of the protagonist, it was rare to find a village with such a neglected situation. We see houses, because they decided to go out to eat. Someone is holding a fork in their hand. The girl is eating and she likes it. His eyes widened, because Ariel offered her more. Sitting at the table, the girl says not to try to understand everything, why she is eating after all. A man looks at them when they were discussing food of animal origin. With folded arms, the guy approaches them. The protagonist looks at him in surprise, as he is asked for 3 gold and 30 silver coins. With his mouth open, he says that originally there were 33 silver coins and that he must have made a mistake with the 0, and they tell him that they are not in the mood for jokes. After that, he clasps his hands. Looking back, the protagonist wondered how there could be so many visitors in such a dilapidated house. With a frown, they tell him that something must have happened in the county. A circle appears near his feet. Aaron was in his usual appearance. Ariel's eyes widened from this. The guys were surprised and he was asked to stand up. Raising his hand, he says that there are many questions. We see a building with a brown roof. Men are lying on the floor unconscious. The owner of the tavern is kneeling and says that he will not take payment from him. Putting his hand to his face, he asks why everything has changed so much. He looks down as the owner begins to understand something. With his mouth open, he is suddenly recognized. There was sweat on his face, because he was waiting for the master. Eren says that he quickly changed his shoes, and he is told that they stoop to such actions not at all because they like it. His eyes widened, because the gang was to blame. We see a man with red eyes. Opening his mouth, he says that it happened a month ago. Kirin straightens his hand, because the guy announced that the head of the family was missing, then sent an appeal to the lords of Navarro and His Majesty the King with a request to conduct a national search. He bares his teeth, because it was necessary to delay the announcement until others began to suspect. Standing next to him, Eren thinks that Kirin could not hold his tongue because he wanted to quickly take advantage of the chance to become the master of the county, which appeared earlier than he thought. He exhales and thinks about what to do with his stupid brother. Raising his hand, the guy says that the knights supported him and became the new face of their family. The men stand because Dickens appeared with his knights. The protagonist looks down, because it is his uncle. The boy holds the beaten child, because from a young age he constantly created all sorts of problems, and eventually he was expelled from the academy, after which he hid to avoid his grandfather's eye. He raises his hand because as soon as his grandfather died, he came to his father and demanded part of the inheritance from him. Standing near the tavern owner, he asks the question, what did Dickens expect, since he risked taking such a step? The girl touches the man's face, and they say that Dickens achieved great success in a foreign land, and here he brought a bunch of escorts, which even knights cannot handle. With his mouth open, the guy says that he will replace the empty place of his older brother, and began to help Kirin. Looking down, Eren says that it is only in words to help, but in reality he took him under control and simply began to fill his pockets with ringing coins. He throws coins to which his hands reach, because he was not in his right mind. Bowing his head, the man asks to save the city and will gladly accept the punishment. Opening his mouth, he is told that the tax is 3,000 gold coins. The man is still sitting on the floor and they tell him that such money cannot be obtained from small towns and that the uncle is not in his right mind. Ariel is behind and she is told that a parasite has penetrated the territory. Opening his mouth, he says that apparently, first of all, it is necessary to clean up. We see the Stillgard mansion. The girl scratches her arm, not understanding how the situation can only get worse. We see the son and father. The girl touches her face, because just 3 months ago their family became the star of the royal banquet and suddenly, there was a knock on her door. Isabel knocks on the door and says that it is time for the evening meal. Opening her mouth, she is told that Deacons ordered that everyone be sure to gather for dinner. There was a scar on her face, and she was asked why she did not come in. After that, the door opens. Her eyes became more serious. The girl looks down and almost cries, because she was hit. Standing next to her, the girl says that they hit her for rudeness. She opens her mouth, and the girl thinks that her uncle has always been a mean man and uses everything that surrounds him to get what he wants. We see the lamps on the ceiling. Deacon sits and laughs, calling it family. There were 2 girls at the table. Kirin looks down. He did not look very good. The man smiles and asks a question, is it all because he sits at the head of the table? He closes his eyes and denies, because everything was fine. He holds a glass and asks his niece to pour it. Irene folds her arms and rudely tells him to pour it himself. The guy opens his mouth and laughs, because his niece has a sharp tongue. He narrows his eyes and says that he won't repeat it twice and let her do as she's told. Sitting on a chair, she says that she doesn't want to. Suddenly, Deacons gets up and breaks the glass. The guy lifts the sleeve of his shirt and says that he probably believes that her brother is alive. A guard comes and asks if he's being too harsh. A hand appears near him. Corey appeared, who ordered not to interfere in family matters. The man goes to her and says that all the girls in this family lack any manners, in which case he will use this chance to beat the nonsense out of them forever. Eren's mouth opens in shock. Her eyes widened, because someone said that it was the first time they saw dishes flying and fists swinging at a dinner. It was the main character, who had seen a lot thanks to his uncle. Opening his mouth, he was surprised by his appearance. We see the bottom of his face, because they saw each other for the first time in 10 years. He frowned, because the guy was thinking about whether to let them live. Squeezing his hand, he ordered them to take the fools he brought with him and get out if they didn't want to die. The guy went on and said the same words. Kirin was surprised by his presence. The girls got up from the table. Frowning, Deacons asked how he got here. Standing not far from them, he asked what kind of problems there could be if he was going to his own house. Touching his neck, the guy said that he was moving on a plane. Someone approached him from behind. It was Isabel, who called him. Suddenly, she fell to her knees, because the dishes broke. He touches her face and asks what's wrong with him. He frowns and the girl says that there's nothing special about it. Eren turns his head and asks if he's overdoing it. The boy's mouth drops open and he realizes that the enemy hasn't left yet. Deacons comes up to him and says that his nephew grew up without a mother, and that's why he has a fondness for useless things. His mouth drops open and they tell him about 3,000 gold pieces from the city of Zarya. We see a man behind the counter, because his city has 4,000 pieces. The boy is walking with a girl and they asked for 6,000 gold pieces from the city of Rosswood. He turns his head and says that the man has squeezed them so tightly that even the dry towel is dripping with water. His mouth drops open and he says that this is an equal division of adversity, and Stillgard is in grave danger. Looking at him, he asks, apparently thinking that his father shares his thoughts. The guy holds his hand to his chest, because when Robin returns and finds out everything, how will he intend to deal with his anger? Closing his eyes, he thinks. Opening them, the man says that it would be better if his father were here, because then he could get off easy. Smiling, he laughs and says that he has a child's face. Suddenly, Cory appears near him, who attacks. Opening his mouth, he says that he is not particularly patient. After that, he removes the guy and decides to give them 2 chances. The other guys take out their swords. Deacons points and asks to tie him up. After that, the enemies run at him. Irene opens her mouth and orders the captain to provide support. We see someone's jaw, which forbade. Kieran squeezes his hand and says that the guys will sort it out among themselves. Frowning, he says that he is now a lord. She takes a knife in her hand, because she did not expect support from him. After that, she runs, because she won't just watch. The guy takes the weapon to help. He also took it, because he wants to join the fight. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: how can he look into the eyes of the lord if the young gentleman and lady are hurt? They had a tough fight. The protagonist holds the sword and says that for the most part there are 3rd class, but there are also 2nd classes. Cory bares his teeth, because he is a 1st class knight. Irene appears, making a blow. The guy falls dead on the floor. Their swords had an aura and they decide to grab her. Her pupils became larger, because there are too many of them, and she will not be able to block all the attacks. She runs to the enemies on the left, because then she will deal with the enemy on the right. The protagonist hits the enemies on the back. Grinning his teeth, they tell her that this is unexpected. Smiling, the guy says that he did not expect to side with him. Her face turned red with anger. Showing his hand, he says that he will deal with the rest himself and let him step aside. They put a leg on Cory, because he was the commander. Standing next to his uncle, he asks about the man. His hand glows, because his thoughts were not quite right, although he tried to help. Suddenly, Aaron hits him with his fist. Deacons flies back several meters. We see an explosion from this. There was blood on his face. Lying on the ground, he is asked if he hit Isabel. After that, the protagonist strikes. Holding a sword, the guy says that under his leadership, a 1st-class squad was definitely assembled. Raising the sword, he says that this is not enough to break Stillgard. Jack opens his mouth and forbids him to do this, because without him they will not be able to resist the 3 viscounts. Looking surprised, he asks again. We see 2 people, because the guy does not know what this means. He puts 2 fingers on the neck of the man. Standing next to him, he thinks that he pressed the point of the main threshold of chi energy, so even if he comes to, his body will be paralyzed and will not pose a danger. The protagonist stands and says that he did not do anything special. Deacons holds his hands, although he tried to cheat a little. Holding the sword, he remembered that he forgot to greet someone. Kieran frowned with anger. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: how can he do at his own discretion, if he does not know what situation Stillgard is in? Closing his eyes, the guy says that he did everything possible to help and should not worry. No matter what happens, he will take full responsibility. His eyes were narrowed and he asks, by what right is he going to take responsibility? They are standing not far from each other and Aaron says that by the right of the new Lord Stillgard. The guys were surprised by such words. Holding the sword, the protagonist says that if his older brother had not handed over the fief to Deacons, he would have had some doubts about doing so. Clenching his hand, he shouts that because of the 3 viscounts, he had no other choice. Aaron, mouth agape, says that this happened because he tried to take away the mining rights by force. We see a blue square. These are the Laval Mountains, which are located north of Navarro, and there are 3 mines there. The man holds a sword, because these territories have long been the property of the Stillgards. We see 3 people, because his grandfather granted the mining rights to 3 viscounts whose fiefs are located nearby. The boys rejoiced at this and Robin also adhered to this. They opened their eyes because Kieran, who was the temporary lord, suddenly announced that he was demanding the return of the mining rights. The men hold their swords, because the 3 viscounts were angry about this and made an alliance, and so a detachment appeared, whose strength was comparable to the military power of the county, or even exceeded it. Holding the sword, the protagonist asks what he started the mess and why it was necessary to touch the viscounts, who did nothing, and they tell him that they should not adapt to them. With his mouth open, the guy asks that such a person united with Dickens? His look became lost, because if he sat still, he could have gone half the way, but this is where the games of the Lord ended. Raising his hand, Aaron declares that he demands the resignation of the temporary lord. He opens his mouth and calls him a fool, but someone behind him supported him. It was Jack, who put his hand on his chest, because the words of the young master are absolutely true. The guys also raise their hands because they agree. One of the girls is silent when she is asked. The knights are also silent because they agree. Opening his mouth, he says that if the missing master did not appoint the young master as his successor, then he believes that Kirin, who is older, has the right to become the successor. Turning his head slightly, he is glad that there is support from the military. The guy stands with his back to us and is silent. His pupils have become smaller because he did not hate him. He raises his sword because he wants to avoid bloodshed. The weapon begins to burn with a blue flame. Then a flower appears at the end. His eyes suddenly become larger. The guys open their mouths, because this is a sword flower. Kirin frowned in shock. The protagonist takes this flower in his hands, because he has reached the awakened rank. The guy holds a rose, and the awakened rank is the level that every knight dreams of reaching. The sword flower is a representative technique that symbolizes such an awakening. Isabel comes up, because she was asked to look at him. He gives her the flower to touch. Smiling, they tell him that he is very beautiful. The boys were shocked and could not believe their eyes. The man looks away and realizes that this is not something shocking. Eren is holding a sword in his hand, because in terms of the level of formation and maintenance of aura, he is very close to the upper limit of the awakened rank, closely touching the heroic. Behind him stands a man, because he may have a talent that surpasses the talent of the founding emperor. Smiling, the guy thinks that the young master really showed unspeakable generosity. We see a wolf with red eyes, because if Eren wants, he can kill all the knights. There are bones and skulls, because for an awakened knight, knights of the second rank and below are only one tooth. He will eat each one and not choke. Someone walks on the floor and asks not to worry, because he is not going to do anything to him. Closing his eyes, he offers a condition that he will single-handedly deal with the problem regarding the rights to extract minerals, and in this case he will receive his calling. His eyes were yellow and he was the fifth child of the family who could have the right to become a temporary lord. He holds out his hand and speaks about 5 days. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that if he does not solve the problem in 5 days, he will humbly step back and help. The guys are standing near the people and he asks to make a deal. We see a great building. The guy bites his nail and asks if they really did the right thing. The girl stands with her back to us and says that he clearly has a plan. The guy grabs his head, because the protagonist has been messing around for the 4th day in a row. He opens his mouth and sighs. Eren is lying on the bed and is glad that he is home, and there is 1 day left until the promised deadline. The street was depicted when people were discussing that the hero gave that idiot Dickens a good thrashing. They wondered if this was the only thing he did, if he forgot that all the additional fees were cancelled. It was said that immediately after the return of the young master Eren, everything returned to normal. They were still gossiping that the guy, it turns out, was a knight who had reached one of the special ranks. People were talking among themselves, discussing that if we are talking about one of the special ranks, the question is whether he is stronger than the commander of the knights. The man opened his mouth in surprise and assumed that the young master would become the new lord. They answered him that they did not even know, and as he overheard, the hero offered Kirin some kind of bet. The young man hit the table with his fist, asking who was spreading rumors, and how it happened that this information flew throughout the county in just a few days. Hunter closed his eyes and assumed that someone from the mansion let it slip, asking whether words do not fly faster than the wind, even without a horse under them. Kirin was indignant, clenching his fist, said that this is really so, what a curse. The captain looked ahead and thought about who would be the next lord, a very sensitive topic for everyone, and the fact that such rumors were going around the county meant that Kirin did not inspire confidence. The young man turned his chair and, holding out his hand, asked that he had been sitting at home all this time, hadn't he? And in any case, there was only 1 day left before the deadline. Hunter put his hands behind his back and confirmed, adding that this was a bit unexpected. Kirin smiled and said that since he decided to make a bet, it meant that he himself did not have an answer. The young gentleman laughed and said that this boy Eren praised himself too much. The captain looked at him and wondered if everything was really so, because the hero's look was full of confidence. The guy looked, smiling, and reasoned that in 5 days he would be able to deal with 3 viscounts, and prove that he has the right to take the place of the lord. Hunter thought about the fact that he made such a statement, and then 4 days passed. The hero was lying on the bed and laughing. The connection was happening. The guy was pressing the system window, saying that they needed to see what progress was being made, when the conversation started. Killian wrote that the investor had joined the conversation, saying that he had shared a truly amazing idea. Ronnie asked how he had come up with this idea, calling it madness. They wrote that thanks to him, the research is currently underway. The hero was pressing the window and saying that the reaction was good. The characters were inspired, saying that with such technology, the dream of creating 4th-generation magic armor could be realized. A hexagonal object was depicted and the guy said that a little earlier in the conversation he had shared with everyone a little information regarding the mana reactor. The young man stared at something, wondering if they weren't geniuses since he had given them just a few hints, and they had made such a huge leap towards creating the 4th generation armor. Ronnie looked at him with enthusiasm, saying that this method was great, asking how an investor who was not a professional engineer could make such a great discovery. The hero raised his finger and thought that it was because he had absorbed the knowledge and also personally discovered the very same mana reactor. The young man said that he was glad to hear that he could help in some way. Aaron sat on the edge of the bed and told them to continue working hard, and they told him that he could rely on them. The guy watched as someone knocked on the door, thinking that now it was only a matter of time before the 4th generation magic armor was created. Isabel entered with a plate in her hands and offered him some cookies. He ate with pleasure, saying that it was delicious, asked if she baked it herself. The maid smiled and said that she was glad that he liked the cookies, saying that she did. The hero looked at the girl and asked if she was going to scold him. Isabel was holding a plate in her hands and asked again. The guy looked away and said that he was lying in bed doing nothing, and because of this, everyone seemed to be running out of patience. The girl smiled and said that she believed in him. The hero added, asking that even despite the fact that he had not lifted a finger for 4 days, and now he was stupidly sitting in bed and eating cookies. Isabel nodded her head and confirmed. Aaron sat on the bed and noted that at this rate, she could later be deceived by scammers. The maid covered her mouth with her hand and replied that everything was fine, she had good intuition. The boy continued to talk to Isabel when Karen extended her hand and shouted his name loudly. The evil sister, standing in the doorway, asked how much longer he intended to behave like this. The legs were shown and the hero told Isabel that she could go. The girl blushed with anger and asked if he really didn't realize the seriousness of the current situation. The boy asked her again. The sister spread her arms out to the sides and said that resolving the situation with the mining rights in 5 days without mobilizing the knights and achieving an acceptable result for everyone was an unthinkable condition in itself. The hero looked at her with clenched fists and said that there was nothing complicated about it. The girl shouted that now there was only 1 day left. Karen asked what he intended to do if Kieran took the Lord's place at this rate. The young man turned and laughed, telling her to calm down. Aaron approached her and said that he did not know that his sister had such a fiery temper. The girl was stunned by his statement. Javis entered the room, who addressed the two of them. The guy looked at him and asked what was there, and if everyone was satisfied. Javis looked at them and said that even without a long explanation, you could see how the corners of their lips were treacherously pulled up. There was an atmosphere in the air that said that all the Viscounts would be happy to sign the agreement. Karen crossed her arms and clarified what kind of agreement. The guy held up 2 fingers and explained that the agreement was that in exchange for the full transfer of all 3 mining rights, they would receive part of the Viscount's holdings adjacent to the county of Stillgard. The girl was indignant, asking how it was possible to voice such an absurd condition. Aaron looked away and said that she knew what the approximate value of mining rights was, didn't she? The protagonist looked out the window at the street when he was asked if everything would really be okay. The guy wondered if Sari was doing a good job. It was said about what was happening at that very time in the Laval Mountains. The animal's head was ablaze. The little dragon looked away. It was Sari in forager mode. The animal looked forward enthusiastically and said that it was necessary to gobble everything up and go meet the owner. Sari looked around the cave and wondered when he would eat it all. The characters stood at the entrance to the tent. Gates turned to the brothers, asking if they were sure that this was not some kind of trick. Heron read the paper and said that it was a very good deal for them and that they could easily exchange some worthless land for mining rights. Heinz turned around and asked why that seemed strange. They said that the Earl's youngest son who had recently returned to his father's house was an awakened rank knight. He looked at Heron and asked if he really believed that empty talk when his brother asked him again. The brothers were sitting at the table. The man showed the paper and said that if they dug a little and confirmed that the boy was not of awakened rank, then they should make an agreement excluding the cultivated land. He asked what they would do if they got bare land. One of the brothers said that it was a great idea. The men's faces changed when it was announced that the Stillgard family had arrived. The young men walked forward. The Viscounts greeted them with surprise. Heinz noted that it seemed like they were underestimated. Aaron and Javis walked towards them as the brothers discussed how they were so fearless to show up to the meeting with only 2 people. The Viscounts were indignant, discussing how many people they had brought with them and questioned. It seemed like they had come to fight. The hero looked ahead and told them not to worry, because he was just there to talk, unless they did something stupid. Heinz and Heron looked at him tensely, thinking that he was a cheeky boy and a boorish brat. The brothers introduced themselves, saying that they were glad to meet them. Gates looked at them menacingly and said that they had all been waiting for them for a long time. The hero smiled and replied that he had arrived exactly at the appointed time, specifying how early they had arrived. Aaron stood in front of the brothers and noticed that there was a fire, inquiring about the fact that it looked like they had set up camp here since the previous evening. Gates looked with hatred and thought that they had indeed set up camp in advance to prepare for an unexpected ambush, but the fact that he did not demand back the initial capital invested in the enterprise said that this youth was not so simple. The man smiled, closing his eyes, said that he was glad to meet him, and that he was Count Pisserid, acting as a notary, and said that in the time since they had seen each other, he had already become a young man. The hero looked away and listened to how his father was currently out of business, but hoped that they, the brothers, would be able to cope with the situation together. The guy thanked him for the words. He thought that this was excellent, because an amazing scene was prepared here. A tent with a flag was shown, from which came the fact that first of all it was necessary to turn to the agreement. The young man was reading the paper when one of the brothers said that since the basic conditions were completely satisfactory to both parties, he proposed to consider only additional points. Aaron scratched his chin, looking at the document. The guy looked at Gates and asked if, in such a situation, the fief of the Viscount Medchen would not be the only one whose territories would be cut off. The Viscount put his fists on the table and asked again. The brother asked not to find fault, since they had already discussed everything among themselves. The hero extended his hand and said that he was not finding fault, he was simply worried that their blood ties could be damaged because of such a trifle. The young man imagined 3 islands and said that the sizes of the 3 fiefs were approximately the same, and therefore it would be fair if an equal part of the territory was cut off from each fief. Heinz was dumbfounded to hear that the hero unfortunately saw this as a huge flaw, wondering how he managed to miss this. Aaron held out his hand in front of them, knowing that even if all the territories were the same size, the Viscount of Medchen had the least amount of farmland, so if an equal amount of land was cut off from each fief, the Viscount of Medchen would suffer the most damage. Ein stood up and shouted that it was true if he thought about it. Wondering if the 2 brothers knew about this, Aaron stated that they did not. The brothers stood on the other side of the table with dissatisfied expressions as Aaron mused that the 3 Viscounts were currently allies, but they mostly kept each other under control, and it turned out that their trust in each other was so weak. Gates spread his hands, asking not to get excited, saying that if he had such information, he would have certainly written it down in the agreement, asking how he would even know how much farmland the others had. The guy looked at the piece of paper and asked curiously whether Gates' farmland was at the foot of the mountain. The hero looked at it resolutely and noted that in that case, the damage would be done to Heron's side, which occupied the flat lands. The man clenched his teeth in anger. The brothers began to discuss whether this was true or not. The man grabbed a pen and offered to increase the amount of farmland allocated by 1.5 times, asking if that would suit them. Heinz crossed his arms and said that he did not particularly like it, but for the sake of concluding an agreement, he was ready to make concessions. Heron lowered his head and said that from now on he would keep an eye on him. Gates frowned and reasoned that his land, which was his flesh and blood, if he had received more advantages than those 2 fools, he could still close his eyes to what was happening. The man looked back, calling out to Liam. The servant listened with a serious look to the Viscount about the need to check whether the boy really had an awakened rank, and accepted the order. The guy looked at the servant and listened carefully about his name being Liam Livel, and he received Theosum among the graduates of the 53rd graduating class of the academy. He put his hand on his chest, approaching Aaron, said that he heard that he received Karsum this year, stating that it was a great honor for him to meet him. The guy sat at the table, saying that he was glad to meet his senior comrade. Liam extended his hand, indicating that their meeting was truly fate, offering to shake hands. The hero jumped up, his palm was enveloped in flames as he agreed. A seal was put on the paper, saying that the agreement was now complete. Pisrid held 2 papers in his hands and said that the parties should take 1 copy of the agreement. The brothers suddenly looked back at someone's screams. Liam fell to the ground, grabbing his hand when the guy calmly walked away from him. The men watched silently at the table, thinking that he really did have an awakened gift, and that they only wanted to feel sorry for Liam. Gates looked at the agreement sheet and thought that he needed to control himself. In any case, iron mines were much more profitable than farmland. Aaron turned around in his chair and clarified whether all the contentious issues were settled, talking about how good it was to solve problems through peaceful dialogue. The Viscount confirmed what was said. Heinz looked at his brother and reasoned that seeing how he had beaten Gates, it was safe to say that he was not an idiot at all, wondering why he had sacrificed the future of the Stillgard so easily. The hero leaned his elbows on the table and turned to Gates, asking why he seemed so displeased, assuming it was because he had to give up a little more farmland, the Viscount thought, tensing up. Aaron raised his hand, presenting land, wheat and money, stating that he had only cut off some 750,000, asking that perhaps the annual harvest from such a plot was about 6,500 kona, and if for 100 kona they offered 1 gold coin, then from this plot of land one could earn about 65 gold coins. The brothers looked at the guy and wondered how he knew so much, and now played the role of a tax collector or something like that. Heron watched as Aaron twiddled his finger and said that 65 gold coins were equivalent to the amount of iron ore mined in 1 day, and even if you estimated by eye that iron mines were much more profitable than farmland, you wondered why they were so dissatisfied. The brothers looked at him with an angry look and wondered why the hero was acting so relaxed and unceremonious. Maybe this was all a trap of the Stillgards. Aaron smiled. He showed the agreement and asked if they could now play it back. Since all the seals were already on the documents, the brothers agreed to this. The guy closed his eyes, saying that then great. The hero extended one finger forward, using the field of silence. The brothers looked at him in bewilderment. The Viscount's guards behind them did not understand what had happened. The fighters grabbed their weapons, wondering. Aaron launched 2 sheets of paper with one hand. The paper hit the guards' heads, knocking them out. Aaron looked back, hearing the fighter fall to the floor. Heinz raised his fist and exclaimed that this was why he offered to meet, that if he thought that such actions would help him get his mining rights back, then he was deeply mistaken. He did not need these pieces of iron. Gates' mouth dropped in surprise, hearing the guy say that since he came to see them, he wanted to convey greetings from his uncle. Aaron's eyes widened and asked about it. After all, they were the ones controlling deacons from the shadows, weren't they? Gates showed his palm in fear and exclaimed what he was saying. Some kind of misunderstanding. He said that they were only trying to protect their mining rights. The hero got up from the table, chopping off his hand. Gates looked ahead in horror. The brothers leaned back, not believing what was happening. There was blood on the tip of the sword, and the boy said that there was no misunderstanding, but a matter of such magnitude would not be within the power of some ordinary viscounts. They asked who he was. The boy put the sword on his shoulder and said that the one who planned all this, asking who exactly was standing behind them. The count raised his hands in fear, and asked the young man to calm down, noting that he was not that kind of person at all. Pisrid opened his mouth in fear and listened to the question of what kind of person the hero was, then asked again. He answered that he was a quiet and kind boy. The young man, hearing this, smiled. Aaron kicked with all his might and turned the table over, after which the brothers fell from their chairs. The boy turned around and said that they did not know him at all. He approached the brothers and ordered them to line up in one line. Heinz sat on the floor and screamed about how crazy he was, wondering if he was out of his mind. The boy's eyes lit up when he clarified that they hadn't realized the situation they were in yet. The Viscount screamed in fear, asking what he was doing. The hero struck Heinz in front of Heron. The man knelt down, and with his palms together, began to beg, saying that he would tell him everything if he stopped. Aaron looked down at him and heard about Marquis Brian, that they acted according to his will, and thought about it. He imagined the man with red eyes, and wondered if his appearance was much different from how he appeared before him in his past life. The hero looked at the kneeling Viscount and reasoned, wondering if Brian originally appeared much later. Aaron brought the sword to his head and asked about what else Brian had planned besides this. Blood on the floor was shown as Heron said that was all he knew. The boy exhaled, putting the sword on his shoulder, and said that it was disgusting, asking how Brian's family could stoop to such a low act. Gates was shaking in the corner, bleeding, listening to how they must be very eager for the fall of the Stillgard family, asking why Brian had started all this. The Viscount replied that he did not know, because he could understand the hidden intentions of a person. The boy raised his hand, looking at Javis, answered that he was right about that. Heron was horrified to hear the hero's request to Javis to clean up after him. The frightened man held out his hand and begged for mercy, because if he killed them, the Stillgards would not benefit from it either. He told everything he knew. His eyes were red. The characters looked at the corpses of the brothers, and Aaron asked why they were making a big deal out of something when he had only knocked them out for a while. The guy held out a bundle and ordered that the Viscount's limbs be reattached using this whistle. Javis accepted the order. The Count clutched his head and thought about the fact that their memories would be erased anyway, and wondered what could be enough to scare them gently. The guy put away his sword and told Javis that although memories could be erased, the fear that had penetrated into their flesh and blood would remain with them. Aaron smiled and said that this would ensure that they would never dare to oppose the Stillgards again. Javis thought that he couldn't shake the feeling that the Lord was more like a villain than all of them put together. The Earl closed his eyes, thinking about something. He opened his eyes, seeing Aaron in front of him. The guy was waving his hand and asking about them coming to their senses. The Earl was sitting on the floor, exclaiming the hero's name. Heron was scratching his head and wondering why they were lying on the ground. The young man pointed his finger to the side and said that it was there. He was standing by a large boulder and telling them that there was a rockfall, and it just had to happen that a large boulder fell right on the tent. The fighters were shouting, asking if they were okay, and that they needed to quickly call a doctor here. The brothers stood up. Heron was holding his head and saying that he was okay and did not have any serious injuries, only a buzzing head. Gates looked to the side and clarified that they were saying that this huge boulder fell on them from above. Heinz opened his mouth and said that it was fortunate that they were alive. Aaron stood in front of them and asked if they were all right. The Viscount stared at the hero and thought that this boy did not have a speck of dust on his suit and not a single scratch on his body, and this was not surprising, because he demonstrated incredible combat power. Gates opened his eyes wider and wondered about the incredible combat power. Did he have a chance to see such a thing? The guy stared at them. It was said about the use of memory control. Hands reached for the boy's head. It was said that you can delete the memories of the one to whom the spell is applied at your discretion, and edit his memory at will. Aaron spread his hands and began to say that they should end their meeting, because everyone is busy. He clenched his fist, and drove away the thought in his head that recently. The brothers looked at the hero with concern, and the man wondered why his heart began to beat wildly when he looked at this boy. Sari flew with his paws spread out and shouted to his owner that he missed him. He rushed at Eren and asked if he missed him. The hero smiled and answered that of course, he missed him very much. The guy stroked him and thought that he was still the same affectionate and soft animal. Eren held him in his hands and clarified whether he had enjoyed the treats well, saying that he thought he was not feeling unwell or something like that. The animal answered that, as he was ordered, he ate everything without leaving a trace. The hero praised him, saying that this was an excellent job. Eren extended his hand and spoke about opening the inventory. A large window lit up in front of the hero and the beast. Sparks sparkled around, filling the room. The guy went inside. He held the beast in his hands and asked if he could now transform the ore he had eaten into ingots and put them here. Sari exclaimed that he had no problem with it. He put his paws to his muzzle. A magic circle appeared near the beast and ingots of ore flew out of its open mouth. A dragon surrounded by fire was depicted. It was said about the special ability of Bulgasari, a monster of the fourth system, that he can chew and eat an almost infinite amount of metal, while becoming stronger as he absorbs it, and after eating the object, he can remelt it into any desired shape. The hero watched all this and thought that he could go crazy. In front of him was a pile of ingots of the highest quality steel, namely 500,000 tons. Eren and Sari looked at the metal and the guy thought that even if he counted it by eye, he had 500,000 coins in his hands, and if you take into account the convenience of using such ingots, their value increases significantly, and the amount that small thieves could only mine in 50 years, he managed to get in just a few days. Eren twirled the animal around himself and exclaimed that it was really magnificent, and Sari asked him if it was true. In the evening of the same day, the Stillgard mansion. Mary asked the hero if he was really crazy. The girl raised her fist and exclaimed, asking that because of some insignificant agricultural lands he gave away all 3 mines. She said that she was talking about a mine that annually gives an income of 200,000 gold coins. The hero sat silently at the table and listened to her. Eren threw his hand to the side and told his sister that he was slowly starting to get tired of this kind of repertoire. Mary was taken aback by his answer and asked again. She listened attentively to him about how time would tell if it was really a loss. The young man took a piece of paper in his hand and added that this was a fantastic way to solve the problem. The leader mine was shown. The men were working in the dungeon. Nielsen held a pick in his hands and told the guy that he had worked hard. Clint looked back and asked his uncle if he had stayed to work overtime. The young man was moving a cart and reminded him that he had back problems, asking if he was overexerting himself. Nielsen threw the pick over his shoulder and clarified that he still had energy in full swing. Clint smiled and thought about how he needed to slowly wrap up and go back. The characters turned around, hearing something. They ran to the frightened Nielsen and asked what had happened, saying that they needed to be careful. The worker opened his eyes wide, noticing something in front of him. In front of them was a dark tunnel with holes all around. Clint looked at it and asked what was going on. Nielsen told them to look inside the passage, saying that one hole followed another, and there was no end to this chain, stating that all the iron ore was missing. Mountains were shown, under the scorching sun, and it was said that the loss discovered by Nielsen and Clint after that. With a small difference in time, the same thing happened in other mines. Ariel did not understand and asked how long she should sit within 4 walls. The guy told her to stay here, and as soon as Stillgard came to normal, he would introduce her to his family. The girl sat on the bed and noted that she was in one place, without the ability to go anywhere. It was boring. The hero stood with his back to her and asked why the elves were so impatient. Eren pressed a button in the system window and thought that it was time for some fun spatial deals. A knight and a girl in a hood who was casting a spell were depicted, as well as a guy in a robe. The hero was thinking that even having reached the mythical rank and being an 8th circle mage, he could not guarantee success in the event of a fight with a group of administrators. The young man flipped through the window and thought about the need for new power. Eluna looked and smiled, and he thought that first of all he needed to see the power of the spirits like hers. Eren had several phases of the moon in his thoughts, and he was running through his head the thought that in the case of Ariel it was said that the power of the moon was increasing. A notification appeared that he had started a conversation. Ranuel sat in front of the window and said that he was glad to meet, asking about the fact that he was looking for a dark spirit. The young man raised his finger and asked if he could sell a high-level spirit. The elf said that they do not sell spirits to just anyone. After a thorough check, they only allow worthy exchange partners to make a deal. Eren's eye began to emit magic. He used flow comprehension. A message appeared that the set price for the dark spirit is 30,000 coins. The hero thought that this is a good amount. Ranuel opened his mouth listening to the question of what exactly they look at when they conduct an inspection. The elf answered that there are various conditions. Firstly, whether he can pay the security deposit, whether he has at least basic knowledge of elemental magic, and so on. The hero sat at the table and asked about the security deposit, saying that he does not have much time, but how does he feel about demonstrating the level of provision of a guarantee on his part? The elf asked him again. Ranuel focused on what he heard. The guy would pay an additional security deposit, and in return, There was a question about how about reducing the number of other checks. Aaron looked down, smiling, and listened to how the elf was not doing this to earn coins, and there was a question if he thought that Blackie was just a source of money. It was said that the interlocutor was unhappy. Ranuel was stunned by the offer of 32,000. He opened his mouth when he heard about 35. It was said that this was too much to refuse, so the deal was made. A notification about the payment, discount and cashback appeared. The guy's palm glowed with a high-level dark spirit summoning stone, and the hero exclaimed that it was great that the deal was completed. Aaron sat at the table and said that now he was the owner of a high-level spirit, and being spirit masters, he offered to start exchanging information. Ariel was lying on the bed and asked again if the purchase was successful. The elf was holding a lin in her hands and claimed that he would not be able to make a contract because the probability of an ordinary person making a contract with a high-ranking spirit was almost zero. The guy simply replied that he knew it himself. The elf girl stroked the dragon, and he said that this is why high-ranking spirit masters are valued higher than awakened rank. The stone in his hand began to emit a bright pink light. The window outside the house was illuminated by a bright light, and the hero asked a question about not knowing until you try, right? A cloud of magic dissipated in front of the characters. Death with a scythe appeared in front of them, Ariel exclaimed, calling him cute. The guy watched him and thought that now he understood why the elf called him Blackie, and wondered why he was smaller in size than Ilan. Aaron approached him and, smiling, turned to him asking if he would agree to make a contract with him. The black man remained silent in response. The hero turned around when he flew back to the elf. Ariel spread her hand and said that it seemed that he was more comfortable next to her, and as expected, the young man wasted his money. The guy laughed, saying that he wasted his money, as she said. He clarified with Ariel if she had never seen before what it was like to throw money around. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked again. The hero spread his arms to the sides when windows appeared in front of him. They talked about searching for interdimensional deals, about a blue-eyed warlock. Lloyd leaned his head on his hand and asked what happened. Aaron answered that he was buying the item being sold. The ring was shrouded in purple magic, and the warlock clarified that he meant the ring of the Dark Lord's dominance. The guy replied that yes, he would need it now. Lloyd listened attentively, his hand raised to his chin, about this being the last condition for advancing to the third system. The warlock stated that he did not expect to see someone from the 0th system fulfill all the conditions and so quickly. The young man put his hand on his belt and explained that he had always been very nimble. Lloyd said that in any case, he congratulated him, wanting to enjoy his new world. A notification popped up about the completion of the transaction for 124,500 coins. A ring appeared on Aaron's hand, shining with magic, stating that the conditions for moving to the next phase were met, and a phase change was taking place. It said that the purchase of 5 magic items worth more than 100,000 coins was completed. The boy smiled, clenching his fist, when a notification appeared that the deal rank had been increased. The hero flashed with a bright light of magic and it was reported that he had reached the 3rd level. Ariel covered her hand from the bright light, not understanding what had happened. Chernish suddenly saw something. He clung to the hero, and the surprised elf asked again what was happening. The girl exclaimed, asking a question about the guy buying intimacy with the help of an interdimensional deal, and where had they seen anyone do such a thing. Chernish sat on the hand of the young man, who replied that since she was born with a spoonful of intimacy with spirits in her mouth, it was better for her to keep quiet. Aaron looked at the system window and thought that now he needed to go to an unknown world, which he was never able to reach in his past life. The guy smiled in anticipation and said that it was time to see what was so special about the 3rd system. He tapped the screen, wondering what they were trying so hard to hide. A notification popped up saying that the 3rd system channel had been accessed. The hero stood with his arms outstretched. The color of the system changed to yellow. The guy looked out the window, smiling. The system greeted the hero, writing, "Welcome Aaron Stillgard." Ariel looks into the frame and the voiceover notes that she is the girl who is one of the few inhabitants of the continent who knows perfectly well that Aaron makes interdimensional deals. She looks at him and thinks that food and materials for building houses literally appear out of thin air. She wonders whether it would be S equals door or not if her clan had the same abilities, and the voice continues that the degree of her understanding of the exchange system is at the level of sorry. Ariel realized something. Aaron looks at the screen contentedly, and Aaron wonders if he has ever looked so surprised during a deal, while he reads the message that someone greets him and congratulates him on reaching the channel of the 3rd system. He looks at the little death and reads further that the current channel is subject to the agreement, and that recycling will occur if prohibited items are sold in one of the lower systems. The blonde frowns and sees in front of him a congratulation that he has reached the 3rd system and that he will send him a small gift later, which was prepared by his administration, while he himself thinks that he will check it a little later. The guy pokes at the screen and sees that the information about the mana reactor has been updated and that there are goods that are prohibited for exchange according to the agreement. He remembers the people with the thought that now he understands why everyone was silent when it came to the third system, and that this is due to the fact that from the third system and above, sales to lower dimensions are prohibited, and that he belongs to the zero system. The blonde man shines his eye and asks himself, what kind of agreement is this? His eyes turn red while the system tells him about the agreement, that it is a trade agreement of dimensions that was concluded between the rulers of dimensions, and that its approximate provisions are as follows. Against the background of different dimensions there are provisions. The first one states that the leading forces of the dimensions spare no effort to preserve the uniqueness of each world. Ariel looks at the guy and he reads the second point about the fact that items that can destroy the ecosystem of the dimension are designated as prohibited, and he thinks that in this way each dimension preserved its own appearance. The blonde frowns, realizing that the third system is different. While the system indicates that there are various items for warfare on sale, bombers, intercepted and reconnaissance aircraft, and that they share with their users meditation techniques that allow you to exercise control over your own mind, and that this is a safe playground for everyone, and that everyone can put half a gold coin for free for registering right now. While the guy is perplexed how weapons of war and a playground are related, and that he has no feeling at all that such things can be somehow connected. The blonde frowns even more and does not understand at all what kind of world this is. Purple energy reaches for the ring. It glows and tells him that this time he got to a beardless youth, and that he is a freak who does not even know the basics. Against the background of the Dark Knight, the system explains that this is the ring of dominion of the Dark Lord, and that this is the ring of the ruler, in which the spirit of Ian is imprisoned, who was an ancient monarch who led a dark civilization. Aaron looks at the ring, and it continues that the owner of the ring is able to freely manipulate spirits and the power of darkness, and naturally becomes the owner of the dignity of the Dark Lord, while the guy clarifies whether it was he who told him this just now. The ring shows him a sign of prohibition and orders him to listen to it here, because if he speaks to it, but he did not finish, and Aaron set him to silent mode. The blonde points at him and clarifies that he was not told that he should give a tough rebuff to the guy in the ring, and if he gives in, then he can seize the initiative from him. Aaron looks at the portable death, saying that it's his turn, and asks if he wants to make a contract with him. Ariel asks again with displeasure what the hell contract, because he basically just forced him to obey him, to which the guy replies that she's just keeping quiet and blowing things out of proportion. Ilun cries while the girl insists that he told him that spirit magic doesn't have that meaning at all, to which the guy doesn't listen to her. The girl looks at the crying creature and asks why she's crying. Aaron scares the energy while the elf says that she's acting like that because of the evil energy that surrounds him, and asks him to do something with it, to which he rolls his eyes and asks the little death to come back to her for a while. Aaron hears someone shouting for him to come urgently. The blonde opens the door and asks her what happened, to which the red-haired one is indignant that he even did such a thing. Darren clutches his head, saying that the Viscounts just arrived with a note of protest, and asks him how this could have happened, to which he asks again what exactly she is talking about. The girl stands opposite him, saying that all the iron mines are depleted and that the mining rights are now useless. Aaron smirks as someone asks what he did. He runs his fingers along the table and thinks that today is the last time he will see this place. The man with long hair notices that the 5 days Aaron told him about have passed so quickly. He frowns and looks ahead and thinks that the young master did not keep his promise, and will also refuse the place of the Lord, and that he, who stood on his side, will also be thrown out. The long-haired man turns to the door, thinking that he certainly does not regret anything, but nevertheless, the sediment remains until someone calls him. He looks at the man with the tail and asks what happened, to which he receives in response that they have a big problem, because the Viscounts came to the gates of the mansion with a note of protest. The long-haired man tilts his head and asks again about the Viscounts, because as far as he remembers, they already got what they wanted, and asks why they are protesting now. He is stunned by the fact that he explains to him that the mines that were transferred to them at the moment are completely depleted. The protagonist team stands in front of the Viscounts, while someone asks them how they can so recklessly invade someone else's territory, and with knights at that. The Viscount with the round nose asks again about the invasion, and asks him to watch his language, and clarifies whether this was all originally the Aaron family's plan. The fair-haired man asks him with a smile how the mines could have been depleted by his appearance, because he looks like he has some kind of special power, to which he retorts that he clearly used some kind of trick in this matter, and otherwise it will not be good. Darren and Ariel frown, thinking, the first about the fact that she agrees that the mine, which is depleted, is the same as barren lands, and the second about the fact that this is a situation where the Viscounts were at a disadvantage. The guy shows them the contract and clarifies with them what was said in the last point of the agreement, that this agreement is permanent and irreversible. The Viscounts behind ask the one in front to do something. They look at the guy, and the first one is perplexed by what is wrong, because he does not understand why he feels an inexplicable horror since the last meeting with him. Aaron looks forward proudly and thinks that the effect still holds well, and even though their memories were erased, the feeling of horror is firmly imprinted on their bodies. The guy takes a step towards them and shouts, asking how the Viscounts could even dare to express their claims to the Count's family, and clarifies if they are really so confident in themselves that they are ready to turn his family into their enemy. The Viscount is horrified, while he continues that in this case, there must be a very reliable ally behind them. The Viscount raises his hand and denies what he said and clarifies what he is saying and how they can even ignore his family. They just all got very angry and therefore briefly lost their composure. Aaron looks displeased and asks if they have anything else to say, to which he receives a clearly negative answer. The blonde frowns and asks in this case to take with them all those whom they brought with them and for them to hide from his sight. Against the backdrop of the mansion, someone asks if he got a very favorable agreement and asks who disagrees with him. Ariel clenches her fist, saying that they gave them mines in which it is impossible to extract anything, and in return they received land with a huge area, and Darren adds that this problem was really solved in just 5 days. The blonde discontentedly asks if she is definitely not in cahoots with the Viscounts, because who can even believe that the mines are depleted? Aaron lowers his head and hears that the man does not admit it and that he was just lucky, to which he replies that he knew what the man would tell him there, because he already knows that his older brother is completely incapable of calculating everything in advance. The older brother is indignant until he adds that if he wants to give up, then he has no choice but to use something. He looks in horror and the man continues that he was not going to resort to this method because he was afraid of hurting his pride. Aaron thinks about his family member, saying that this is the right of the keeper of the treasures of his family line and the symbol of the Lord. Aaron holds the key, while his brother is perplexed whether this is the same key. The sun is shining on the mansion. Aaron looks contentedly and thinks that this is what technological developments for the human body are. He sees in the chair and continues that he is very comfortable in it, and that there are a lot of similar things in the third system. He pokes at the screen with the question whether he should check the rest of the concoctions that the administration sent him and sees a list of items from a bag to a car, an automatic rifle, and so on. The blonde lowers his eyelids and decides to go in order, that they sent him a chair, a bag, a weapon, a car, a helicopter, and a subspace. The guy looks at him contentedly and notes that of course the most important thing in his collection is the trading assistant with artificial intelligence, Secretary Imam. Aaron looks at him and notes that in his absence he will be able to conduct trading operations instead of him, and this is only the 13th privilege. He disappeared, while the guy thinks that he can't just look at the screen all the time and do trade deals, and so this secretary will be very useful to him, and that in the end he returned to this place again. Aaron sits at the table and now he understands that he is a lord in his family. The guy frowns and thinks that despite the fact that he occupies this place only until his father returns, he will try not to screw up here like he did in his past life. Someone knocks, and the guy allows him to enter. The man enters and says that he is Hunter and wanted to call him a young sovereign, but corrected himself to lord, and he replies that his interlocutor is simply faceless and asks whether he committed any crime. Hunter with a grin retorts that what kind of crimes can we talk about if he cannot imagine his life without laws? Aaron asks if he is going to leave his family. The guy closes his eyes and talks about the key to the treasury, because he showed it at the very end, and he quickly grasps the essence. The fair-haired man asks him again quite happily, because did he really think that he was just stalling for time to then kick him out of the residence, to which Hunter clarifies if that is so. Aaron sits at the table and says that thanks to this incident, he was able to confirm who was not involved and who really cares about the future of the county. Hunter listens with interest that he was unable to find a single empty shell. Aaron looks at his subordinate and says that he just wanted to find out that there are conservatives in the territory who value law and tradition. The guy remembers his comrades and asks if he had just shown them the key. Does he think that everyone would have recognized him as a lord so easily? Hunter frowns and thinks that his young master thereby simply wanted to convince everyone that with the help of his abilities he is not just a shadow of the leader. Hunter frowns and asks if this means that the depletion of the mines was just part of his plan, to which Aaron puts his finger to his mouth and says that he refuses to answer this. Hunter stands in front of him and retorts that he is the man who stood on his older brother's side and that he is not sure that after this he can trust him in the future. Aaron remembers that it was a long time ago and replies that of course there was a time when he harbored a grudge against him, because as a teacher he was too strict with him. The blonde man is visible from the window and he continues that now he knows that it was about the severity that was born of loyalty. Hunter sullenly hears that this is why he trusts him, and he himself is perplexed why he trusts him only for this reason. Aaron sits and thinks about him that he has no reason not to trust him, because in his past life Hunter remained loyal to his family until his very end. The blonde man sullenly replies that he knows that in front of him is a man who will never abandon his family and residence, and that he cannot know for sure about the rest, but he is absolutely sure of this. Hunter looks displeased and hears that he is as good at understanding people as his father. The man falls to his knees and calls him master. Hunter puts his hand on his knee, saying that he will serve him faithfully from now on, to which Aaron retorts that he has no need for such sentimentality, because he is the one who deserves trust, and that is why he trusts him. Hunter insists that his master can speak to him informally and that from now on there will only be 2 masters in his life. The guy materializes something blue and explains that for him it was the most pleasant thing he has heard from him so far. Hunter is perplexed by what he is doing. Aaron extends his hand to him and offers him an oath of master and servant, which will be sealed with mana and clarifies whether he is ready to serve him as his master. Hunter sits opposite and unconditionally agrees, and Aaron continues that he is ready to go through all the difficulties and hardships with him as his knight, to which he also agrees. The blonde looks at him and clarifies whether he swears allegiance with his mana and spirit. Hunter sullenly replies that he swears this by his mana and spirit. The energy dissipates. Aaron smiles and notes that the captain can now stand up and that fortunately no one saw it. The blonde looks at his subordinate and notes that when he scolded him earlier, the words flowed from him in an endless stream and asks why then during the oath he only uttered short lines, which the latter did not understand. Against the backdrop of the mansion, Aaron sharply asks him to quickly go to work and not to even dare to hint about resignation in the future, to which he agrees. A stack of papers is on the table, and Aaron thinks that he dealt with the 3 viscounts, and also strengthened his position as a lord and therefore thought that he could take a short break. The long-haired man looks at the stack and gives a positive answer to the question of whether these are all promissory notes. Aaron looks at the sheets of paper with the words 5,000 gold coins from Trading Company No. 1 and another 80,000 gold coins from Trading Company No. 2 in bewilderment. The long-haired man hears the question why his father lent so much money, because it is almost a third of the annual tax revenue, to which he answers that the conditions that Company No. 2 provided them with were very good and thanks to this they were able to safely survive the lean year. The guy looks at Aaron thoughtfully and hears the question of how he thinks Trading Company No. 2 was credited with providing a loan with such favorable conditions for them and explains that the values that trading companies pursue are, firstly, making a profit, and secondly, making a profit, and he himself decides to clarify whether this was done simply to get closer to his family, because in the long term it is beneficial to the trading company. Aaron knocked on the table and hears that now there is an opportunity to open the treasury, and therefore they can repay this loan in the shortest possible time. To which he replies that he does not know and that he now has completely different thoughts on this matter. The fair-haired man raises his hand and says that even if the words of the second campaign are like that, then he is not simply one of those who makes concessions due to the current circumstances. To which the long-haired man did not understand what he said and why he thinks so. Aaron opens one eye and thinks how to explain it to him. Aaron imagines Derek and says that he is only a person who represents the company, and its actual owner is Brian. The fair-haired man remembers the Marquis and clarifies that it is the same one who then planned the fall of his family, and did it not just like that, but used 3 more viscounts and provided funds to solve his family's problems, and that his intentions are obvious. He thinks about the snake and the frog and continues that it must be that this man plans to absorb the entire family and at the same time accumulate interest for himself. Jack is taken aback by his words and notes that even if these are his guesses, which turn out to be correct, then all the same if he opens the treasury, he will quite be able to which he is interrupted. Aaron leans on the table and counters with a question about whether the only thing they can rely on is the treasures of his ancestors, to which the other is perplexed. Jack looks at him in confusion and is asked to follow him. Aaron holds the car key on his finger. The blond man smiles and notes that he will explain everything else to him on the way. He lowers his glasses and asks if he likes a ride with the wind in his hair. The car drives along a forest belt. Jack, terrified, holds the handle and shouts for him to slow down. The guy looks ahead with satisfaction and hears a question about how it is possible to drive like that, to which he asks him to consider that this is some kind of magic carriage. The car drives on, while Aaron thinks that it is a monster that squeezes out the power of 400 horses and weighs 2 tons and asks if anyone says that this is a common means of transportation in the third system. The blonde puts his hand on the gear lever and continues that the driving manual, which he absorbed with the help of a sponge in his head, stated that you need to obey the speed limit. The car bounces while he adds in delight that in his Zero system there are no such rules, and Jack continues to shout. The plot shifts to Trading Company No. 2. Derek, dumbfounded, extends his hand and remarks that it is truly amazing that he, at 17, received the highest score and clarifies whether he is not the youngest holder of such a score in the entire kingdom, and corrects himself that he is the youngest on the continent in this matter. Aaron sits opposite and hears that, moreover, at such a young age he is performing the duties of a lord and remarks that he would so like his son to be at least half as good as he is. Aaron frowns while he suggests that they move on to discussing business matters, to which the blonde agreed. Derek reads the paper saying that he came to pay off an overdue bill. Jack is taken aback by the fact that he clarified whether 2 whole months have already passed. Jack looks displeased while Derek shouts that this is not right. The guy with long hair nervously notices that he is now saying everything completely differently, and reminds him that he told him that the term does not matter and that he will just need to return the amount received, to which he receives in response that perhaps he said so then, but now he cannot afford such generosity. Derek looks stunned, while he clarifies why he suddenly says differently, and what is his reason, while he himself explains that the situation is changing all the time. Aaron calmly drinks tea, while the gray-haired man insists with the question of what he can do about the fact that the conditions that were acceptable then are not acceptable now, and the assistant is angry, because where has he seen such a thing as changing the terms of agreements on the fly? The blonde closes his eyes and asks the assistant to stop. The acting lord looks and says that the amount of the payment was 80,000 gold coins and continues that he will return him twice as much gold coins, which is 160,000 gold, and clarifies whether they can now draw up debt documents. Derek gets up saying that this will not work. Aaron calmly clarifies about the threefold size and receives in response that no matter what he offers him, his decision will not remain unchanged and he plans to follow the proper procedures. He waves a piece of paper in front of the blonde guy while he clarifies how he intends to act and receives in response that he will act in accordance with the points that are written in the contract. The guy frowns and asks again if he is going to press for his success until the very end. The gray-haired guy opens his eyes and says that traders are people who speak the language of contracts and receive answers in the language of gold, and that he is simply behaving as a businessman should. Aaron gets up displeased, saying that he understands everything and says that they are going back, to which he replies that he apologizes for not being able to give him the answer that he wanted to hear. The gray-haired guy looks displeased and hears that he does not need to apologize and asks if he remembered the way from the reception area to the office well and asks again what the guy is talking about. Aaron turns around and points out that this Torvasai will greatly regret his decision, and therefore he should try to use his memory as much as possible. Derek smiles and says that he doesn't even know if something like that will happen. The assistant and Aaron walk while the former apologizes for getting a knife in the back from him. Aaron walks with his hands in his pockets, and hears questions about whether he wants to tell him anything, to which he immediately receives the answer that he doesn't know what he needs to say because he made a decision that he discussed with his father. The blonde looks straight at him and asks him to first sort out urgent matters and specifies what exactly he should receive according to the agreement. Jack rubs his chin and says that it was a typical bill of exchange agreement, and that he can use the right of preliminary arrest for an amount 3 times the amount of the overdue period. Aaron listens that usually the price of confiscated items is greatly underestimated and therefore this should hit them hard, to which the guy understands that roughly speaking in such a situation they will have to pay 6 times the amount. Against the background of the building, the guy clarifies with his assistant what damage the loss of more than 500,000 gold coins will cause to the finances of their fief, to which he receives in response that this amount significantly exceeds the annual tax income, and that the loss of 500,000 gold coins will lead his family to bankruptcy. They go and Jack again clarifies whether they should still open the treasury. Aaron turns around quite satisfied and gives a clearly negative answer with an explanation that it is not worth doing for such a trifle and notes that he will not open it until a truly critical moment comes, to which he clarifies whether he does not mean by this that this is not a critical moment, to which the Lord only rolls his eyes. The blonde looks somewhere while his assistant doubts whether he has gone crazy. The guy smiles and notes that he trusts his assistant, but it seems that he is not able to trust him, and he justifies himself that everything is not as he thought. Aaron holds out his hand, saying that they aimed at their weakness and asks then why don't they also hit their weak spot. The blonde raises a finger, and notes that he himself mentioned his son to them. Rondo gritted his teeth. He frowns and thinks that every time he is sure that he is winning the game, he lacks only 1 point to win. Son Derek looks at the guy in the cloak and realizes that it is all because of that strange guy sitting in the corner. Rondo jumps up screaming that it is a curse and that he gives up, because why does he not even follow the game properly, and notices that the guy is clearly a cheater. Pierce closed his eyes, saying that he has been watching him closely lately, but nevertheless did not notice even a hint of cheating from him. Rondo gets angry and continues that he also bribed this man before the game and asks if he seriously wants him to believe that everything that happens is a pure coincidence. He pulls his hands towards the blonde. Aaron twists his arms behind his back with one right hand. Aaron looks at him and hears an order to let him go. Aaron throws him away, saying that he should not be too interested in other people's faces and better concentrate on the game. Rondo rubs his wrist and asks him to wait, and he will definitely give him change. The guy points at himself and complains that because of this jerk he was left without money and asks to give him only 200 gold. Pierce does not look at him in bewilderment and replies that he cannot do this because the head of the trading company ordered them not to lend him a penny, to which he is indignant because of the answer and how his father could even say something like that. He turned around at the voice behind him asking him to pay attention and clarify if he was Rondo, to which someone asked him in return who he was. Jack in the cloak notes that his interlocutor had encountered a swindler, because he too had once received a strong blow to the wallet from that light guy, to which Rondo wonders if this is true, because he felt that he was a swindler. Jack came closer with a smile and continues that as he understood, he needs money and he thinks that he can lend him as much as he needs, and he happily replies that he will only be grateful to him and clarifies whether it is necessary at all costs to defeat the swindler, whom even the manager cannot grab by the arm. Jack raises a finger and notes that it looks like this swindler has a clever Uruk, and therefore he needs to put the dealer and conduct a personal search. Longhair stands in front of him and continues that if he judges by his skills, he bets that Rondo will never lose and asks if he is right, to which he receives a positive answer and an explanation that now that his bad luck has gone, it is time for his luck to come. Aaron looks contentedly at the assistant, who hears the question of how much he can lend him and answers that he will lend as much as he wishes to take. Rondo frowns because he wants to give him a condition. Jack hands him a paper saying that first he wants to make a contract with him. Rondo pokes the paper with his finger and explains that he likes everything except the last point. The guy frowns at him, asking what does it mean that if he can't pay off the debt, he will have to hand over the rights to his body, including various organs, and asks if the guy thinks that's too much. Jack stands behind him with a smile, saying that he will hit the jackpot anyway and if he can't win, he will just have to pay them the required amount, to which the guy replies that he is right, because his father is still rich. The assistant frowns, thinking that his son is actually an idiot, just like his father said. The long-haired man remembers that this man is on par with the left hand of a real lord, who said that Jack is a mysterious man. Someone takes a card, while a voice talks about a duel at a card table and that this infamous game has produced countless widows and orphans. The cards are in a row and a voice explains that the rules of the game are very simple and explains that it is a game of chance in which an ascending sequence of 40 cards is created and the one who collects the highest combination of cards from lower to higher wins the bet. Rondo looks at the cards with satisfaction and notes that after he borrowed the money, he now wins every round. Aaron holds the card and he still thinks that the goddess of fortune has finally smiled on him and that he has already returned all the lost money and even made some money on top. People in the background shout that no one has played big for a long time and someone asks if he will have 10,000 gold in his pocket if he continues to win in the same spirit. Rondo looks at the cards and sees 3 black cards from 4 to 6 and wonders if his luck will fail him this time. Aaron rubs his chin while he wants to see what he has and sees a black 9. Pierce stands near the table and calls for them to place their bets. Aaron bets 500 gold coins. Rondo smirks and mentally asks the others to look at him, and says that he calls the bet, and adds another 500 on top. The story moves to the next card, where Aaron has a red 7 and Rondo has a black 8. Against the background of the chips, one says that he calls the bet of 1,000 gold and adds another 1,000 on top, and the other agrees. People watch, thinking that there are already 5,000 gold coins at stake and that this is a lot of money, which if you eat and have, you can provide yourself with a comfortable life until death, and that Rondo is Derek's only son and therefore he can easily make such a bet. People look at the blonde in bewilderment, wondering who his opponent is then. Rondo tensely waits for his opponent to show him the cards. He is glad that he succeeded. He looks at his combination of 1 color and 5 numbers in a row and notes that this is literally the best sequence in card duels. Rondo blushes and tells himself to calm down and remain calm because he can't show his opponent any emotion. He looks down and continues that if he wins this game, he will finally be able to live independently of his father, and at the same time bathe in the luxury that he deprived him of. Rondo looks at his opponent and says that he wants to call the bet of 5,000 gold, and adds 10,000 gold on top. He closes his eyes and clarifies if everything will be okay with his partner, given that he looks a little scared and suggests that he just fold the cards, to which the partner states that he will call the bet of 15,000 and adds another 30,000 on top. Rondo looks at him in horror. The people are stunned and ask about the 30,000 and assume that he means 3,000. Pierce comes up to him and asks him to pay attention to him, because such an amount requires verification. Aaron calmly dumps gold bars on the table. Pierce looks at the bars and hears a request to check them, to which he notes that he thinks this will be quite enough. Aaron frowns and says 45,000 gold pieces and asks if he is sure he can handle such a bet. Rondo gets excited saying that he calls the bet, and will do it unconditionally because he will not scare him with that. Aaron asks him again where his money is. Rondo turns to Jack and asks if he can lend him that much. The guy makes a note in the contract and gives him a positive answer. Pierce announces the end of betting because 125,000 gold pieces are already at stake in this round. Pierce looks at them and calls for both sides to show their cards. Rondo happily throws them on the table saying that he has built a sequence of 1 color. The people were excited about the sequence of 1 color, which means he had a reason to go all the way. Rondo takes all the chips and calls them to him. Aaron raises his hand asking him to wait because he still has not shown his cards, to which Jack replies that he does not see the need to do so because at best he will have a pair. The guy turns over the cards, saying that his opponent is wrong. Rondo watches closely. He is terrified. He sees a sequence of red from 6 to 10 in front of him and realizes that this is the highest sequence in duels. Rondo is horrified, while the crowd shouts about the highest combination, and in red at that. The man says that he really has never seen such a thing. Aaron gets up and hears the man's indignation that all 3 of his unopened cards turned out to be an increasing combination and asks how this is even possible. Aaron slyly snaps his fingers, saying that if he is upset, he can go and order himself a bowl of stew for 1 chip. Rondo is smoking with rage. He frowns and realizes that this is a scam, because he is sure that Aaron cheated. Aaron stands facing the people, to which he calls Pierce. Pierce looks at the blonde man, saying that he should just take his winnings and leave. Aaron looks at him and notices that he is intimidating a customer who won a measly 60,000 and asks if this is the only way to do business in this place, to which he receives in response that it is more likely not the amount, but that he chose the wrong opponent. Aaron hears that he is giving orders to people to take all of this customer's things. Someone puts his fingers on the cards, saying that so far they did not pay attention when he was losing, but only saw the problem in the fact that he won the last round, and notes that there is nothing to be done about it, and that the only option in this case is to simply be born the son of an influential person. Aaron asks if they know who he is. The guy sawed him in half with a card, while he asked again and clarified who he was. Aaron dealt with everyone with just one card. Pierce is horrified, while someone noticed Aaron's movements. The blonde guy throws down a bloody map while someone asks how dare he touch a white anaconda, and Aaron asks if they are trying to imitate the black cobra because they are terrible at coming up with names. Rondo holds up his fist saying that their organization was the first, to which he replies that they are not good at extolling themselves either. The guy is stunned that Aaron is addressing Jack. He grabs Rondo by the collar while he asks what he is doing. Aaron asks him with a smile what he means by that question and notes that he has lost a lot. Rondo is horrified when he hears a call to go with him to a place. The guy sees Aaron take off his mask and realizes who this mysterious player is. The plot moves to trading company number 2. Derek is taken aback and says that he did not know that he would resort to such methods. Rondo, without a tooth, calls out to his father. Aaron looks at him contentedly and hears a question about why he does not think about the consequences. The blonde guy raises his finger and says that this guy owes him a total of 60,000 gold pieces and that there will be a 20% commission on the return. Derek doesn't know what to say to what he continues, that right now he should get his rightful 72,000 gold pieces. He holds up the teeth and says that he values the teeth at 500 gold pieces. Aaron says with a satisfied face that this amount will be reimbursed by them, and thus his debt will amount to 71,500 gold pieces, to which he asks what this all means. Aaron shows him the document that his son signed. The father is horrified. The gray-haired man does not understand how his idiot son could sign a waiver of his own body. The fair-haired guy smiles and hears that he should wait, because he will bring him 70,000 gold pieces right now. The guy spreads his hands in satisfaction and asks what will happen if he is not satisfied with this. Aaron moves his hand to the side and continues that nevertheless he came to him personally, but he does not think that he will be able to solve this problem. Aaron thinks about him and understands that they could still come to an agreement then, but now everything is different, and says that as a merchant he should perfectly understand what he means. He reaches out to his son. The father looks on in horror. The blonde continues that now he owes him 70,000. Derek is horrified, saying that this is a serious criminal act, from hiring players to torture. Aaron looks at Rondo and notes that he disagrees with him because no one forced his son to agree to something like this, and continues that borrowing, losing and refusing to return the money, and that all of the above was done voluntarily by his son. The guy laughs while he counters that they can file an official complaint against him through the administration and can also ask the Merchant Association to stop doing business with his family, to which he replies that the Merchant Association will obviously satisfy his request. Derek is taken aback, while he asks if he really doesn't know that he is an eyesore for the merchants. Derek looks at him and understands that he is behaving like a snake and clarifies whether he is really the same age as his son. The man comes to him saying that even 70,000 gold coins is a sum that is difficult to prepare, and clarifies what he intends to do if he is not going to accept it. Aaron takes out a blade. He looks at him contentedly and says that he will fulfill the terms of the agreement. Derek asks in horror why he is behaving like this, that most likely he has gone crazy, and that he really thinks that this way he will be able to deal with his promissory note. The guy brings a knife to his son, saying that if he is going to stoop to blackmail, then he will make the first move. The father looks in horror as his son loses an eye. Aaron looks madly and says that now the debt is 69,400 gold coins. Derek opens his mouth and thinks that from the story with the 3 viscounts he already understood that there is more than enough poison in this guy, but this is clearly too much. He looks at him and understands that this is a new level of toxicity. Derek grits his teeth under his father's screams. The fair-haired man stands with a knife and continues that there are 63,000 left and offers to take on another part of the body. Derek asks him to stop. The gray-haired man, trembling in his body, says that he will destroy the promissory note and suggests that they pretend together that nothing happened. Aaron winks at him and says that he should have done this from the very beginning. Derek frowns and says that he will do everything as he wants, but if he thinks that he can solve all problems this way, then he will have big troubles, to which he asks again how it will go to the minus for him. The document burns while he continues that with the help of cruelty, which does not skimp on methods and means, and that if he does this even during the conclusion of commercial deals, then will the inhabitants of his county be able to survive under such oppression. Aaron wipes his blade and laughs at him, and also states that then he will also give him one warning. He looks at him angrily and mentions Dickens and the 3 Viscounts, and asks what he thinks of him, how much he knows. Derek looks at him in horror. Aaron turns around and calls his assistant to leave. The father runs up to his son asking if he is okay and that he will call a healer right away, to which he replies that he is fine. The father looks at him in horror and does not understand what he means. Rhonda looks at him in bewilderment, and he understands that his son is safe and sound. If you do not look at the 2 missing teeth, then there are absolutely no problems, and he understands that he was playing with him using an illusion. Aaron goes ahead and asks if he trusts him now or not, to which he asks to forgive him for his stupid thoughts. Jack lowers his eyebrows and understands that in an instant this man freed his county from the burden of $500,000 gold, and he is not the one who can judge his lord at all. Jack looks at him and asks if they are heading to the residence, to which he receives a negative answer with the explanation that he has his own business here. The assistant's eyes widen from the fact that he notes that since they made the first step, then why shouldn't they go all the way, and he himself clarifies what he means and whether he is saying that they are not finished yet. Aaron insistently states that his trading company is still afloat. Jack hears with a smile that such a chance should be used in order to show what awaits those who touch his family. The plot moves to the northwest to the Bryan residence. Bryan is sitting with a paper and asks how everything coincided so. He looks down and notes that Dickens and the Knights were defeated to smithereens, and the 3 Viscounts eventually ceded part of their lands. Derek and Rhonda listen that the amount of support from the head of the trading company was about $500,000 gold and clarifies whether they are to blame for anything. Bryan looks away and remarks that they are simply unlucky that a noble man had such a vile son. Derek kneels and begs him for mercy, and he offers to see that he can no longer turn over cards. Rondo is horrified to hear that in this case the easiest way would be to get rid of his hands. Rondo tries to break free from the guard's hands, asking them to wait, because he has truly come to his senses after this incident, and asks one more time. Bryan yells at him in rage. The guy whines with injured hands. The father kneels in front of Bryan and listens that this way he can no longer do anything like gambling. Derek is red in the face, while Bryan notes that he does not even know, because he is still able to place bets with his remaining left hand. Bryan smirks. He laughs, saying that he was joking and orders him not to dare repeat his previous mistakes again. The man in the cloak sits contentedly and notes that after the sight of blood he does not feel very well, and if he wants to move independently on his own feet, then he receives an order to leave the residence immediately, to which he agrees. He takes his wounded son away. Bryan sat back on the throne. He leaves the room. The man holds out his hand. Bryan makes contact with the wall. A passage opens. Something glows blue with the words that he is late, and that he has a gloomy expression. The entity in the blue cloak clarifies whether some unpleasant situation has arisen. It looks at him intently and clarifies that there is still a possibility that he came to him again empty-handed, and without a single good news. Yua comes closer and asks that she first listen to him. He puts his hand on his heart with the words that the test showed that Aaron really has an awakened rank and that he does not know that he will return and therefore could not do anything with him. Cassandra counters that it is their fault that he is unable to foresee different scenarios, to which he replies that is not what he meant. He opens one eye while she insists that he should shut up because he could not deal with one and only teenager, and this is what came of it, and asks if he dares to blame in such a situation, to which he apologizes. She is taken aback by his question of whether he should also be given a place next to his father in such a situation, because the speed of his growth is astounding. Bryan looks at the spirit, who says that this cannot be done, and asks him why. He frowns and hears that he does not need to know and that he is talking too much today. Cassandra stands still and hears that nevertheless she does not need to worry because he is well aware of the financial situation of the Aaron family at the moment, and therefore he just needs to continue to put pressure on them. He bows his head and continues that soon he will destroy his entire family with these very hands and asks her to trust him one more time. Cassandra agrees discontentedly and orders him not to disappoint her. He looks at her and hears that he must fulfill her order if he does not want to be abandoned by that respected person. Bryan smirks and notes that he will remember this. The carriage goes along the road. Derek looks at his son and understands that this man is a cruel freak. The father looks away and notes that nevertheless, despite all the backstory, he saved his life and he will find the best master and order his son a prosthetic hand that will suit him perfectly. Rondo angrily thinks about Aaron that at the first opportunity he will do the same with his hand too. Derek got out of the carriage while someone tells him that they are there and that trouble has happened. The father looks at him and asks why they are raising such a noise. Energy is released into the air. Aaron flies in a red metal suit. He looks at his assistant, who is collecting data. The blonde smiles and thinks that this assistant can be used not only for making deals, but as a real advisor and notes that this is very convenient. They stop while the assistant reports that the territory of his family corresponds to the development of civilization at level 1.7, to which the guy asks again if this is a very high level of development. Aaron hears an explanation that the values usually vary around 9, to which he understands that things are very bad. Aaron rubs his chin and thinks that this is not surprising, because there is almost no fertile land in his county, and that even last year they had to endure a crop failure. The assistant presents a bag of flour and says that it is best to use complex fertilizers and improved rye for development, and he additionally recommends that he explore the northern mountain ranges. The fair-haired man looks at him and clarifies about the mountains, because there should be a lot of resources there. But the main problem is that these mountains are so high, wide and impassable that most of them remain unexplored. The bespectacled man offers him a drone, saying that he recommends reconnaissance drones for various geological and resource studies. Aaron smiles and hears that if more free hands appear due to the increase in grain production through the use of selection, then he will recommend that he use the free labor force to develop the mountain ranges. The fair-haired guy flies and thinks that this guy is a pretty smart assistant, and all because he helps not only in trade, but in managing the residents. Aaron says that in this case he asks him to prepare the necessary drones, to which he replies that everything will be done. Aaron came down to the ground and thinks that every time he had to make a decision, he had no choice but to do everything alone. But he never thought, and could not, that having someone nearby with whom he can discuss every aspect gives him the opportunity to feel such stability. The guy puts away the suit. He enters the building and continues that everything is fine except for those moments when he has to make a decision, then he no longer feels lonely. The red-haired ones smile at him and say that they were waiting for him. The guys are also happy to see him. Aaron opens his arms and replies that he has not seen them all for a long time, and now that they are reunited he would like to say something pompous. Aaron looks slyly and asks if they have been living well here, while the system notes that he is officially announcing his return. Aaron holds up a glass and says that he wishes Marcus success in everything he touches. Marcus awkwardly adjusts his hair and Aaron continues that he looks impressive and that he gives off the aura of a big man, to which he replies that he asks him to refrain from this nickname, because he is embarrassed. Marcus smiles and notes that he did nothing and does not understand what kind of golden hand they can talk about, and that it was Aaron who created his trading company and grew it to such a scale. The blonde smiles and notes that such words are very appropriate now, because for some time he will have to run the company, and therefore he must look presentable in the eyes of others. Marcus is nervous while the blonde is thinking that of course he will be in touch with him all the time, and that of course finding his father is important. But he also shouldn't forget that he needs to properly manage the territory until his return. Marcus raises his eyebrows and asks if he plans to continue staying in the residence, to which he receives in response that he needs to stay. The guy with the glass was listening to something. He closes one eye and explains that his family's annual tax income is 300,000 gold coins and that the trading company under his name has already passed this threshold and continues to expand. Aaron finishes the contents of the glass and continues that given that he can see this picture, he can wonder why he clings to his father's residence so much, to which he denies it, because the point of a trading company is that the bigger it is, the better it will be. The blonde guy put the glass on the table while he continues that this company cannot be compared to fiefdoms, to which the guy notes that he understands well what is what. Marcus is stunned to hear that despite all this, he needs to keep his ears open. The blonde guy holds up his finger, saying that soon his fief will catch up with his trading company and that if he does not want to be killed, he will have to show a little courage, and notes that it still looks like some kind of struggle with himself, but there is something else in it. Marcus clenches his fist and shouts that he will make every effort, to which the guy agrees and thinks that he likes that Marcus is serious in everything he does. Against the background of a chicken, Marcus clarifies how he should deal with one commercial matter, to which he receives in response that he would like to create comfortable conditions if possible. Marcus is perplexed while he continues that he should not profit from his partner, but use the rule of mutual benefit. Marcus sighs with relief and thinks that if you take into account the shipping costs and generously split the profits with him, there won't be much left. Aaron turns away while he continues that he should console himself with the fact that for the first time in a long time he was able to meet the CEO, who says that sometimes you have to pay such a price and asks if he wants to walk there with him. The guy opens the doors. Marcus, stunned, asks what this is, to which he asks again if he still doesn't understand anything. The blonde guy looks slyly and says that these are new items for sale in his trading company. Marcus looks at the toilet paper and clarifies if he understood correctly that this item is called a roll of paper napkins and that they are used to remove residues of substances that appear during physiological processes. He holds the toilet paper in his hands and says that even being so thin, paper is still paper and asks again if it would be too wasteful to use it for something like this, to which he receives an unequivocal negative answer. Marcus is horrified that the CEO plans to sell one such roll for 1 silver coin and asks again if he considers this a great luxury, and he himself is indignant why not for 1 gold but for 1 silver, and what will they have left after setting such a price. Aaron presents a diagram and says that if someone buys in bulk on the 3rd level, then for 1 coin you can buy about 3,000 rolls and that even if you exclude the costs of logistics, there is still some left, and there will be more on top. Marcus strokes the roll and clarifies who except nobles would spend their money on something like this, to which he replies that about these rolls of paper napkins, some people call them differently. Aaron raises a finger and says that it is called toilet paper, which is used for toilet needs. Marcus looks at him in horror. He is embarrassed by this amazing feeling of softness and clarifies that if instead of the usual way he will use this roll for toilet needs. Aaron looks slyly and thinks that after the first use for its intended purpose, he will go all the way, and in this matter, the Empire feels the greatest gap between rich and poor. He explains that in the Empire, the royal family and rich people use silk, and ordinary people limit themselves to leaves and straw. The blonde holds out his hand, saying that this is an improved version and that he is thinking about supplying a lower quality product for about 30 or 40 copper coins, and clarifies whether this will definitely work, to which he replies that it will definitely work and cannot fail to work. Marcus shows him a roll and asks permission to go and check how it works. Aaron looks puzzled and thinks that he must have some doubts about this. The plot moves to another building. Aaron looks at the screen and thinks about what to do, because first he needs to buy about 100,000 rolls, and this, despite such a significant volume, will cost him only 30 coins. The fair-haired man smiles and understands that at the moment he is a lord and a merchant of the third level of interdimensional trade. However, he clarifies whether it would be right in such a situation to leave his subjects at the level of development of the tax system. He thinks about the fields and notes that he will develop both the fief and the trading company at the same time, and will pursue the goal of making them the best on the continent, and the scope will not be comparable to his previous life. Someone knocks on the door asking to come in. Jeremy puts his hand on his heart, while Aaron thinks that it is high time to meet with all those whom he has already managed to miss. The subject stands in front of him, and he continues that the reason for his official return is the stabilization of public sentiment, and that now Jeremy is also called to fill this gap, to which he clarifies whether he has lived well all this time. The instructor smiles and asks why he suddenly started talking so formally, and asks to address him as before, especially given that he is now a lord, to which he informally clarifies whether it is worth doing so. Aaron crosses his fingers and asks how life is going at the academy and maybe there were any incidents. The instructor explains that most of the members of the Oplith who were near him have already returned to their homeland, and if he talks about incidents, he needs to think about it. He mentions that John recently returned and asks again if he knows about it. Aaron takes his hand away, saying that William told him about it, to which he receives in response that he is glad that he managed to clear himself of those false accusations, and that he cannot even imagine how annoyed he was all this time. Aaron smiles, thinking that he honestly admits that the accusation was not false and that he did not feel any feeling of annoyance, and will even say more. The blonde looks slyly and says that modern John is his homunculus. Jeremy looks on and notes that he thinks that running away from home did the boy good, and adds that he heard that he has good grades now, to which he replies that teenage riotousness eventually ends. The instructor clarifies if everything is okay with the girl. The blonde leans back in his chair and replies that he always wondered why he went to his residence with such ease at his first call, and adds that his instructor has not changed at all. Jeremy smiles and says that he hopes that the child will live a happy life. Sylvia is confused, while Aaron thinks that at Jeremy's request she was allowed to continue helping his father's trading company, while she thanks him, and Aaron does not understand why she always avoids his gaze. The guy looks at the red-haired girl and notes that she is still living like a king, and asks if he is right, and states that he appointed her as his personal bodyguard, but never resorted to her services, to which she notes that this is true. Aaron approached her and thinks that he believes that she trains regularly, because the exit to the second class for her is just around the corner. Titan looks at him contentedly and asks what he should do for him. Aaron looks at the wall and replies that he does not need anything special, he just wants him to take control of the entire criminal world of the city, and asks again what the name of the current organization is. Is it the White Anaconda? To which he laughs and asks again if this is a literal fake that claims to be the original. The guy leans on the table and continues that he assumes that this organization is connected with the trading company Derek, and asks if he is sure that something can be done here, to which he asks not to say such upsetting words, because he will immediately get down to business. Aaron waves his hand at him while he says that he is leaving. Some spirit looks out from behind the wall, and Aaron asks to follow him just in case and provide him with hidden support. Chris looks at him, while the blonde thinks that now he has killed the worm and has become his subordinate, and the condition for removing this worm is to work for him for 5 years. Aaron pokes his fingers with the words that he has dealt with all urgent matters. The blonde sits down at the screen and notes that now is the time to have fun and plunge into interdimensional trade. The blonde noticed something and is perplexed. He sees a message from a person and does not understand what he needs. The red-haired man holds his head and denies what is happening. He looks at the descending graph and does not understand how it got to this point. Aaron was examining the magic armor. Looking at the graphs, he noted that this is the key business that created the current Lausinia, a small but strong industry that did not lose its leading positions from the first to the third generation of magic armor. The graph began to grow upward, and the protagonist said that this is exactly how it was, but the shares suddenly began to fall. Smiling, the protagonist noted that this is not just a fall in shares, but a complete collapse. If he from the past was sitting there now, he would have to parse every word to grasp the essence. But now one glance at the screen is enough to understand what's what. Looking at the projection, the protagonist began to reason that this is a graph showing how investors' hopes are burning to the ground. He imagined Alex and added that they are burning like this guy. Aaron read the guy's messages with a satisfied expression, wondering if he had met the members of the group chat they were in on their channels in the time they had not seen each other, and if so, he should contact them. The protagonist thought with a calm face that this was a rambling message disguised as a greeting. He must be out of his mind right now, since the stocks he invested in had been cut in half. The protagonist smirked, emphasizing the fact that this was because of him. A video began to play from the crystal ball. A man in magical armor was flying at a rapid pace. Gusts of wind enveloped him, while the voice in the video said that the suit had improved power and minimal shipping costs. The robot's hands began to glow. It began to fire volleys. A powerful explosion was heard. The robot's eyes began to glow. The crystal ball glowed brightly, while the plot told us that as this video spread, chaos reigned among the armorers. The audience began to discuss the video with a dumbfounded look. After introducing the people behind the creation of the magic armor, we were told that this was the sudden appearance of the fourth generation, and in some small workshop. Aaron, with a satisfied look, said that someone had wiped everyone's noses, and we were told that the protagonist was behind it all, who filmed it on the mountain behind the mansion. Imagining the arrow falling, the protagonist added that as this news spread, the Lunasia magic armor industry, which was leading the existing market, collapsed, and investors, including Alex, began to tear their hair out. People were shocked. Closing his eyes and sighing, Aaron noted that it did not end there. The tip of the spear of angry investors would first be aimed at Lunasia. The spears were aimed at a group of guys, while the protagonist reasoned that after some time, the target would change to Tyler's workshop. He looked at the projection. Alex, dumbfounded, asked if it was true. Looking away, the protagonist said that he knew roughly where they might be. The frightened guy loudly asked where they were, to which he received the answer that they had talked about high mountains, Kajin, or something similar. Alex, taken aback, came to the conclusion that they were on Mount Kajingar, noting that if they were working on top of the mountain, they would be able to find them quickly. He needed to send mercenaries to destroy them right now. The protagonist listened with a satisfied look that Alex would certainly repay him for his service in the future. Getting up from the table, the protagonist said that he had been much calmer in their previous meetings, but before the stock market crash, no one could control their emotions. Alan wrote to him and asked if they should continue hiding in the tunnel, to which the protagonist replied that it was true, he would contact them a little later. We were transported to the top of Mount Kajingar. The warriors burst into the room. As they moved through the room, they began to shout that there was no one on the first floor, and the basement was also empty. Frowning, the man cried out that they should first inspect every corner. The guy examined the magic armor and said that this was the set that was on the video from the crystal ball. The surprised guy listened to the fact that they should take it carefully, because if they brought it, they would receive 10,000 coins. Examining the armor, he asked if it was a fake. Standing in front of the suit, the guy said that it was a processed product, a tricky device that allows you to insert 2 mana stones into each part. Turning around, he said that it turns out that 4th generation magic armor does not exist. Closing his eyes, the man came to the conclusion that if this is true, then the investors will end up at a loss, after which he asked if they raised such a fuss. But in fact, everything turned out to be a scam. The stock started to rise, and the plot told us that the 4th generation technology, this show without the real thing, is not a technology that can be created in a small workshop. Aaron looked at the news about the rise in the price of magic armor. Looking at it, he said that it was great. Holding a glass in his hand, the protagonist exclaimed that the stock price had skyrocketed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered what if he sold the stock when it reached its peak and released the 4th generation magic armor. The protagonist introduced Alan as a chess piece and noted that the Lunesian magic armor industry would collapse, and Tyler's workshop would monopolize the production. The grown men held Alan's figure while Aaron reasoned that if they grew to this level, their safety would be safe because big investors would protect them. And Mung flew next to him and said that he had a saying about investing: you need to buy from the knee and sell from the shoulder, and the protagonist said that he wanted to buy from the floor and sell when he reached the head. And Mung happily congratulated him on the successful purchase at a low price, but until they converted it into coins, it was just cyber money. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that they would not be too greedy because he had one more important thing to do right now. An excited Marcus shouted that this was a new world. He could not believe that such a great thing had fallen into his hands only at this age. He stood in front of the protagonist and said that this was a real explosion. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before rumors spread, to which he received the answer that the supply contract had been concluded, so he should try to sell all the goods well. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist thought that now there would be no problems with the growth of the trading company, so he could focus on the growth of the fief. Looking at Emung, he asked if he had completed the survey of the Laval Mountains. Looking at the projection, Emung said that the survey using drones was completed, the main mineral resources and potential value of the Laval Mountains were estimated at 8 billion coins. Sighing, Aaron clarified whether this was just an estimate of the value of the area, noting that the costs of mining and investment in equipment still needed to be calculated separately. Imagining the books, the protagonist thought that the knowledge from the third system that he had recently absorbed was very useful. This was evident from just a conversation with Among, an artificial intelligence that boasted maximum level performance. The protagonist noticed an empty space in the mountain. Crossing his arms, Among said that it was believed to be a limestone cave. Judging by the artificial traces, it was assumed that it was built by the indigenous people. Looking at the space, Aaron mentally noted that this could not be, in such harsh conditions of the local mountains. Even if such structures existed, construction of such a scale was impossible. Smiling, he wondered if that legend was real. Gusts of wind swirled around the mountains. The protagonist imagined the cave and thought that living high in the mountains and deep in the caves, a creature well versed in magic and capable of using various servants to carry out large-scale construction. In his imagination, the entrance to the cave appeared. The dragon lay in the darkness, while the protagonist thought that this was a legend about the existence of a dragon's nest in the Laval Mountains. After imagining the monster, Aaron told us that the dragon exists both in the first system and on the continent of Jaen. The dragon began to breathe fire, while the protagonist reasoned that the very embodiment of a moving catastrophe that can destroy the walls of the castle, houses and everything else with one swing of its tail, and uses enormous size, super strength, and even magic. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that this is the strongest living creature of the continent, and the nest of this creature is now in front of him. He stood in front of the entrance to the cave. Looking at the pit with stakes and magical signs on the wall, Aaron thought that out of 30 drones deployed for reconnaissance, about 10 returned. As expected from a master of magic, numerous traps were set up throughout the area. The bracelet on his hand began to glow, and the protagonist suggested going inside. The magic armor appeared on his shoulders. He started running through the cave. Looking around, the protagonist thought that there were dozens of traps made of magic circles. If he got down to business, he could deactivate them one by one, but his time was too precious. A cube appeared in his hand. A bright glow began to spread throughout the cave, after which notifications popped up that this was a cube that nullified magic. It nullified magic in a certain space. Aaron smiled and thought that in fact, he did not see any problem in a frontal attack, because he was wearing magic armor, which was equipped with a basic and improved magic barrier. Flying past the columns, the protagonist wondered if he was already approaching the nest, noting that if he lived in such a place, his heart would be filled with greatness every day. He saw many glowing eyes in the darkness. Gargoyles flew out at him. The protagonist began to watch them. He looked at the defeated monsters. Frowning, the protagonist said that there were all sorts of attacks there. Apparently they only reacted to living creatures, which is why they ignored the drones. He created a cloud of energy that illuminated the cave and assumed that this was the center. Aaron was surprised. His gaze fell on the dragon bones. Standing in front of a pile of bones lying on a lot of gold, the protagonist clarified whether something like this was hidden in the cave and whether he received only this as a reward, not some resources. Looking at the coins, the protagonist turned to Amon. He began to analyze the pile of coins. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that the estimated exchange amount was more than 1 million coins, after which he said that this was quite a lot, but something was wrong. Touching the gold, the protagonist asked if the amount was only about 1 million. His look was puzzled. He saw that there were silver coins lying below. Looking at the dragon's skeleton, Aaron stated that for someone who was called the Lord of Treasures and the most powerful being on Earth, this was a bit small. Looking at the treasures, the protagonist stated that the dragon bones alone were an incredibly valuable material, with at most 10 of the best swords and staffs on the continent containing parts of the dragon bones. As he began to walk forward, the protagonist noticed that the dragon's heart was considered the most valuable. He stood in front of a cloud of energy. Looking at the heart, Aaron thought that it looked like a core of inner strength. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist noted that he should be careful at first. A dragon spirit appeared in front of him. The protagonist was puzzled by the sound of people wishing him death. He looked at the monster with a surprised expression and wondered if it was a spirit. Shielding his hand from the gusts of wind, Aaron glanced at the message, which said that he had found a spirit. The malice had been accumulating for many years. His soul power was 50,000. Imagining the demon, the protagonist noted that even its fragment had a soul force equal to only 2,000, but now it was about 50,000. A spirit flew out of the portal. Watching what was happening, Aaron wondered if the baby thought that he was his master, was in danger, so he performed the summoning himself. The protagonist, looking satisfied, said that he was proud of him. Energy began to emanate from the ring, while the protagonist said that a powerful soul force must simply be answered with an attack of a more powerful soul force. The dragon spirit began to roar. A scream began to come from the ring. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Smiling, Aaron thought that he felt the emotions of the dragon from the time when it was alive. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of the dragon. Raising his hand, the protagonist inquired about what the monster had to endure during its long life, noting that he felt surprise, disbelief, betrayal, grief, humiliation, and firm determination. Looking at his hand, he listened to Ian's words that he could try to find out if he absorbed the dragon's spirit into the ring, he would be able to bring it back to its senses, after which Aaron clarified whether he was thinking of escaping using the power of the dragon's soul. Stroking the spirit, the protagonist listened to how 50,000 was a high number for the lower world, but if he had this power in his hands, he could do nothing with it. He was bored, so he wanted to take it for himself to play with. Looking at the torch, the protagonist asked to wait, because he needed to consult once. Lloyd, with a smile on his face, said that he would advise not to trust Ian's words too much, but 50,000 was really not the amount that could harm the ring. And Mung flew in front of him and said that Aaron had made a fortune, and now he was sucking his paw since his investments went bankrupt. Lloyd sighed and said that only now, having reached such an age, he realized that stocks were not for him, after which the protagonist asked why. The protagonist listened as Lloyd shouted that he was simply saying that he would not do it anymore. Aaron calmly replied that he had completely different thoughts on this matter and asked if stocks were the best source of profit if he was leading the market. Sitting at the table, the guy asked if he had any useful information. Lloyd looked at the projection and listened to the offer to make a lot of money with the protagonist, because even without knowing how to play the stock market, he would get 100 times more. The surprised guy replied that if it was true, it sounded tempting. The main character smiled when the guy asked him what he wanted from him in return. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he wanted the power of an archmage and asked to give him the 7th ring. Streams of blue energy hovered in space. The spirit flew in front of the man and said that this time he also brought only upsetting news. Looking at the irritated Brian, the demon asked if he was saying that he was confused because he was unable to deal with a single insignificant fief, and whether the power of his family was nothing. Walking to the spirit, Brian said that Derek's trading company had come under their attack and even the White Anaconda had been defeated. Now if they did not start a war, then nothing. The spirit looked at him and asked if they should just start it in that case. He held out his hand and cried out that Stillgard was the great throne of the destroyer. The waning fortune was restored with the return of the destroyer. The destroyer finally revealed his name. His name was Aaron Stillgard. Brian was horrified by what he heard. He held out his hand and said that the destroyer could not be simply driven from the throne, nor could he be spared. This was a message from him, Metheus. The frightened man wondered if Metheus, the god of wisdom, had personally intervened in this matter, and then wondered if Aaron was really the destroyer who would destroy the continent. The spirit with glowing eyes asked him if he now understood the seriousness of the situation, to which he received the answer that, nevertheless, unleashing a war was unacceptable. The ghost looked at him and asked if he meant that he would be completely fine with the Branchel family's terrible secret being revealed to the world, to which Brian replied that it was not. He was saying that war was a last resort. The man frowned, thinking that he was mixed up with some madman. He really didn't want to resort to this method, and then said that he had an idea, a trick that would destroy Stillgard from the inside. We were transported to the main Stillgard forge. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that this was excellent, work was in full swing, and Jack noted that he looked satisfied. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it would be a must, and then thought that everything had been going according to plan for the last 2 months. He introduced the necessities and emphasized the fact that the third product of the Aaron Trading Company, the toilet paper roll, was a huge success. The people of the feud were additionally supplied with toilet paper, soap, toothbrushes, and so on, greatly improving their standard of living. Titan walked along the street with a grin while the protagonist thought that the commercial district of Lehade and the night streets were absorbed by the Olaf and Black Mamba companies. With his arms crossed, the protagonist read that the process of absorbing the 7th ring of mana was taking place. Aaron imagined how people worked in the mine and emphasized that thanks to the iron ore mined in Mount Laval, they became self-sufficient in necessities and weapons, and it also turned into a large industry of the Stillgards. Everything worked as stated. Jack asked with a serious expression if agriculture was the first priority. Looking at the protagonist, he added that since all the youth were concentrated in the mining and metallurgy industries, he thought there would be a labor shortage in agriculture. Standing next to him, the protagonist asked if it was true that the number of workers had decreased and the area of arable land had increased. It was the same as making fun of the land alienated from the Viscounts. Introducing the beast, Aaron listened to why not use the Viscounts' help, because they said that due to the depletion of the iron mines, there was a lot of labor left, and the protagonist thought that it was because Sari ate all the iron ore. Looking around the forest, the protagonist replied that it was not a bad idea, but he did not know if the Viscounts would allow the use of the labor force of their lands, to which Jack said that they were the first to make this request. Looking back, the protagonist said that they provide the labor force of their fiefs. This is a real blow to their pride, after which he thought that the productivity of agriculture is important, because in the end it becomes the basis of all industries. Turning around, Aaron asked if they could get 500 workers from each Viscounty, and Jack clarified if this is too much. Smiling, the protagonist ordered to do as he said. The man assumed that they were finished. He stood next to the guy and said that building fortress walls is no different from forced labor. They say that the new lord is so evil that there is no other devil, so he wonders how many people will die. They paid attention to the cry that they should stop talking and listen. Putting his hand on the fence, the stranger asked the workers to take these stones and carry them to the castle wall. He turned his gaze. Pointing with his hand to the pillars, the man asked to use them in the work. Surprised, the guy asked what it was. The stranger asked with a satisfied look if they were going to work without any tools, like the last ignoramuses, noting that from now on everyone should forget about how they worked before. A new world would open up for them. In the workers' quarters, a cry was heard that 50 silver coins per person per day. When they worked like donkeys in the mine, they did not even receive half of this amount. The joyful workers discussed the excellent working conditions. They hit their mugs of beer, and the story told us that 2 weeks after the workers began working, there was not a single person among them who was not satisfied. The man burst into the room to Clint, who was coughing loudly. Looking at the exhausted guy, he asked what happened to him, because in just 2 days he turned into wilted spinach, after which Clint clarified whether he would be fired if he did not show up for work tomorrow. The man also began to cough. Taken aback, he asked what the cough was and whether he had eaten too much ramen. The boy bowed and told him that they said that a plague had spread to the county of Stillgard. He put his hand on his chest and said that they said that more than 100 people were infected. At this rate the disease would spread throughout the entire territory in no time. Brian smirked and said that this was terrible news, adding that Tim had quite good skills. A smile appeared on Tim's face. Holding a pen in his hand, the man said that the plague was the ghost of the ruler's vice. He was going to use this as an excuse to attack Aaron. Putting a mark on the map, he guessed that the fief would disappear from the map before the war broke out. Jack's mouth fell open. He introduced the sick workers and said that at the moment the number of sick people was more than 800 people. Almost all of them were workers from the Viscounty. 11 people were residents of the fief. 9 of them were workers of the castle. Jack frowned and added that 30 of the Viscount's workers had died. Standing in front of the protagonist, he added that there were no deaths among the fief's inhabitants yet. These figures were like a miracle. The patient was brought a glass of water, while the protagonist was saying that it was thanks to the hygiene products being distributed. But it was no time to relax. With the appearance of the first symptoms, the sick should be immediately quarantined. Holding the document in front of him, Jack clarified what the reason was, if it was the plague that suddenly broke out in the spring. The guy was taken aback by the words that a taboo that Viscounts were not supposed to break was violated. Furious Aaron suggested that someone more powerful than the Viscount was eager for war with them. Now he had no need to hold back. We were transported to the Lord's mansion, in the Medchin Viscountry. The man was lying on the bed and noticed the noise. Fire enveloped the protagonist's fist. The protagonist knocked down the doors to the Lord's room. Aaron grabbed him. He furiously stated that he had crossed a line he shouldn't have. Tim raised his hand and asked if they shouldn't be in tip-top shape before heading there, as they were going to work on land ruled by a golden demon. He grinned evilly and asked them to come to him so he could bless each of them. The protagonist seriously stated that this was truly a terrible thing to do, the Lord tricking the workers into thinking it was a blessing and sending a plague upon them. The beaten man was kneeling in front of him. He turned away and claimed to know nothing. The protagonist punched him in the face. Aaron watched as the Lord flew away and stated that he didn't expect anything else from him. He was sure Brian had ordered him to do it. Standing over him, the protagonist added that the Lord had the right to rule the territory, and therefore he was obliged to protect the inhabitants of the territory, after which he clarified how he dared to use his people as a tool for the plague. The protagonist smirked and said that he was going to spare the Lord's life anyway, since he needed him to catch Brian. As Aaron walked towards the Lord, he said that he would beat him up first. A scream could be heard in the manor. Lloyd said with a serious expression that he had never disappointed anyone in his entire life, not even once, after which the protagonist said that he would not forget his kindness. Lloyd invited the girl to a conversation. The protagonist seriously thought that although many had the ability to heal themselves, the ability to heal others was rare. He imagined beating up people and curing someone and noted that he wanted to find and destroy each and every one of those who spread the plague. But healing was a priority. Touching the girls' faces, she asked since when did they ask how they were doing and why he was doing something he had never done. Aaron folded his arms and began to listen to their conversation. A notification popped up in front of the girl that she was a white mage named Sarah, the most beloved subject of the Holy King, and was respected by hundreds of millions of people. Looking at the projection, the protagonist asked what he should do if, even in his world, this situation was out of the ordinary. Closing her eyes, Sarah replied that she did not like being called a friend of the blue-eyed warlock. But thinking about his subjects, she would give advice. First, they needed to find out if this was a bacterial infection or a virus. The protagonist said that in this case, it would be faster to ask the fool who spread this infection. Tim flew to the side. He hit the wall. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that the patients who died from the disease he created groaned in the same way. Releasing streams of energy from his hand, Aaron asked him to suffer more and suffer more. He grabbed him by the throat. Tim, dumbfounded, wondered how the protagonist knew he had created the plague. The guy, shrouded in dark energy, cried out that he shouldn't have entered the necromancer's house alone. The protagonist listened with a serious expression as Tim said that he was the one who lacked samples for the experiment, so he would be very useful there. The guy turned into a demon and cried out that he would kill him and use him as an ingredient for a new plague, after which a notification popped up that a spirit with a soul power of over 3,000 had been detected. Aaron's ring began to glow, and he noted that this was pretty good. He released the dragon spirit and asked if it wanted to say hello. Bowing his head, Tim cried out that he was asking for forgiveness and would consider him his master. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he liked that he quickly understood his place, after which he offered to let him start over. The frightened demon cried out that his name was Tim, he was 39 years old, he belonged to the Black Dawn, he was a necromancer, a plague wizard, and also an undead sorcerer. Standing in front of him, Aaron said that he was a good guy and asked what kind of Black Dawn. The demon introduced people in capes and told that sorcerers were not welcome in this world. It was an organization where they shared information and helped each other. Looking at the guy, the protagonist clarified what kind of plague he was spreading, what kind it was, or was it some kind of black magic. Looking down at the projection, Sarah asked about the plague parasite and whether Tim himself had grown the plague microbe and spread it. Studying the test tubes, the protagonist assumed that the warlock had discovered the plague microbe as a result of his own research. The enraged girl screamed that Tim used such a talent to harm people, then he even more so cannot be forgiven, after which she added that judging by the situation, it cannot be a virus, all they need to do is quickly create a vaccine and start administering it. Looking at the projection, Aaron replied that he was counting on it, and would pay generously for the help. Closing her eyes, Sarah replied that there is no need to pay for saving lives. The protagonist was suddenly surprised. The enraged girl screamed that the fool who committed such a crime cannot be left alive, he must be punished now. Sarah shuddered when the protagonist said that this will not do. Aaron with a serious look said that he was going to destroy those who are behind him as well. Karen's voice was heard from the building, saying that the protagonist had returned. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked how things were in the mansion, to which he received the answer that everything was fine there for now, but Isabel had contracted the plague. Aaron was shocked by what he heard. He looked down and thought about Isabel. The blue sky surrounded the tents. The girl was lying on the bed and coughing loudly. She looked at the protagonist and said hello. While the protagonist was walking towards her, the girl asked him to leave quickly, because he could not catch the disease. Putting his hand on her hip, he asked her not to lie. He knew that she was experiencing hellish pain, after which Isabel noted that she should have listened to her mistress and not gone to her parents' house. Holding out the scroll, Aaron asked her not to talk nonsense, because he would have done the same. Sarah, with a satisfied look, asked him not to worry that this scroll would not help. A bright glow began to emanate from the scroll. Energy was drawn to Isabel. A bright light was coming from the tent while the protagonist was saying that she would not get sick now. We were transported to a construction site where active work was underway. The man was smiling and saying that he wanted to go on a picnic, that he was sad to build a wall in such weather, to which his comrade replied that this work was better than sniffing the dust in the mine like before. Raising his hand, he asked the man if he had seen it with his own eyes. He noted with delight that he was talking about the scene of a miracle. They stopped and began to discuss that it was something like the radiance of God himself, which was pouring out of the body of the Lord, after which they were asked if they were exaggerating too much. The man asked again with a serious look. He touched her shoulder and said that it was the opposite. Even now, when he remembers it, goosebumps run through his body. Placing her hands on the table, Sarah asked if it was not wonderful, a real collaboration of modern medicine and divinity. A powerful aura healed Isabel, while the girl said that now the patient will never get infected with this disease. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if something could be done about it and if the shine would disappear, to which he received the answer that there was nothing surprising in this. This scroll is designed to heal the crowd. If you put mana into it, then Aaron will be able to save 1,000 people while the effect lasts. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Watching the guys, he wondered if in this situation he would be able to figure everything out here and now. Isabel was surprised. Raising his hand, Aaron began to pour mana into the cloud of energy. His face was calm. A powerful glow began to spread throughout the quarantine zone. The joyful doctor said that he took pity on Stillgard. The delighted man wondered who dared to call such a person a golden devil. People began to reach out to Aaron. The crows sat on the tree. Brian and the knight walked through the black forest. He was furious when he heard that it was almost time for the meeting. He imagined his spy and noticed that he had disappeared. He imagined how the aura spread throughout the quarantine zone and noted that the protagonist had cured all those infected by unknown forces. Holding the document in front of him, Ryan added that in addition, the Viscount admitted that he had a crystal ball. He stopped in the forest. Frowning, the knight said that they were coming. The protagonist stopped in front of them. Aaron listened with a serious expression that, as he said, Ryan came there alone with only his personal knight. The man extended his hand and asked if there was a problem. Looking at him, the protagonist meowed. He suddenly closed his mouth. In his hands was a crystal ball. Ryan stood in front of him and asked what he wanted in return, a decent amount of money or a piece of land in the central or southern regions where the climate was warm. The protagonist looked at him silently. Frowning, the man wondered why the protagonist had remained silent lately. 2 more knights were hiding behind the trees and Ryan wondered in his mind if he had noticed the ambush. Aaron suddenly turned around. He started to run. The knights ran after him as ordered. Running away from the warriors, the protagonist heard Ryan screaming that he could not be allowed to escape and, at worst, kill him. Looking at his warriors, the man thought that they were 3 knights of a special category. No matter how genius Aaron was in flying and crawling, he would not be able to defeat them. The protagonist stood behind the man and asked if they were prepared properly. Ryan and the protagonist met eyes. The stunned man fell to the ground and began to scream in fear. Aaron asked with an evil grin if the knight's name was Hale. He showed the boy's head and asked if this was the man was calling. Ryan was horrified. Throwing his head into the bushes, the boy noted that they were now both without any escort. He held various potions in front of him and offered to negotiate. Ryan was horrified. A scream could be heard in the forest. Sitting on a tree stump, the protagonist reported that he had made the right decision by choosing to dislocate bones and tendons. Wiping blood from his mouth, Ryan listened as someone named Cassandra prophesied that he would be a destroyer and cause the destruction of Stillgard. Closing his eyes, he added that since she knew the weakness of a man, he could not do otherwise. Standing up from the tree stump, Aaron stated that thinking about the people who died because of the plague, he wanted to put him in a torture chamber and make him go through the same experience. Smiling, the protagonist added that this was only in his hearts, the desire lurked only in the depths of his soul. Frowning, Ryan came to the conclusion that unless this guy was completely crazy, he would never kill him. He needed to persuade him to negotiate at all costs. Aaron rushed into battle, saying that he simply felt sorry for killing him too quickly. The man was terrified. In Ryan's mansion, someone told him that he had done a great job. He bowed his head and listened to the news that the job was successfully completed. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the spirit, Ryan said that Aaron was more accommodating than he thought. The protagonist hid under the guise of a man and thought that the infiltration of Ryan's family was complete. We see the man and the protagonist, because bone adjustment and distortion techniques were used. Brian sits on the throne and is asked if they are going to sell the lands in the central and southern regions. Opening his mouth, they tell him that this is a condition put forward for the destruction of the sphere, and to this they answer that we are talking about one of the granaries of Navarro. From these lands the profit was more than 5 million gold annually. Standing next to him, they tell him that they are not doing this because of the money, but simply confiscating it back in the future, and that's the end of it. The butler turns around, because he heard something. The guy with glasses came, because he was called, and that's why the butler left. Walking further, Kyle says that last year they collected 1,247,821 gold coins, 67 silver and 19 copper. Raising 5 fingers, he asks for their opinion on collecting taxes and is told that they collected them 6 months ago. He opens his mouth and is told that they will not force him, they will simply collect money from those who want to pay taxes in advance for the next year. Based on the data for last year, they are going to collect only 70%. We see his mustache and he is told that if the bar is lowered, everyone will want to contribute money and because of this there will be losses. His pupils have shrunk and he is asked if he wants a raise. Raising his hand, Brian promises to give him a seat next to him. The guy smiles and is told that he can rely on him. He stands next to Cassandra, who says she can return the ball. She folds her arms and says that she has been actively collecting money from her family lately, and he replies that he has been short-sighted up until now. Brian puts his hand on his chest and says that he intends to declare war on the Stillgards. He opens his mouth and says that he underestimated the main character. A smile forms on her face as she is told that all plans to destroy the Stillgards have failed, so all that remains is to resort to the last resort. Cassandra stands and says that he made the right decision and that of all the things he has said lately, these words are the ones she likes the most. Brian stands and sees that the spirit has evaporated. Frowning, he rejoices, as he has mastered the technique of deception. We see his legs, as now the truths that were hidden in the shadows are revealed. He squeezes his hand, as the guy does not know why, after the hero disappeared, Stillgard was overrun with hyenas. There is a flag near Cassandra and she was the head of the Imperial Intelligence Agency of Observers, responsible for providing prophecies and advice to high-ranking officials of the Empire. We see the coat of arms, because the girl predicted that Stillgard would become the cradle of destruction and that a destroyer would be born who would destroy the Empire. Walking down the corridor, he remembers the spy guy who was sent because they wanted to get rid of them. The guy puts his hand and decides not to retreat and resist to the end. Frowning, he thinks, because he will do anything for this, even if it means becoming a destroyer. We see wheels moving along the road. The man lifts his hat and says that the guys have arrived. Brian stands with a cane and decides to go. Opening his mouth, Sorry is silent. Looking at him, he telepathically tells the man that with this he talks incessantly, but in life he is silent. Raising his head, the guy says that everything is fine and he does not need to say anything. We see his eyes and he does not understand what kind of unexpected turn this is. Brian is standing near the Acadio Hotel. The protagonist is standing near the man, because it was here that he erased the cunts from this world. The man opens the door and comes in, because it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Dorian drinks the drink, enjoying the taste. He has a smile on his face and he was the man who was watching the lands in the central and southern regions most of all, which belonged to Brian, and that's why he came here after such a long time to make a deal. Raising his hand, he says that they are probably seeing each other for the first time. He opens his mouth and greets his new acquaintance. The man frowned and is silent. Putting his hand on his chest, we learn that his name is John. A mannequin is floating in the water, because the owner gave him life. His eyes are closed, because the purpose of his existence is to forever obey the owner and follow orders. They are standing on the street and the man asks if everything is okay with him. Raising his hand, they tell him that they will report on what is happening to him so far. The man begins to cast a spell in front of his face, because he uses mental magic, reading thoughts. The guys talk, because they did not love Dorian's son. A boy opens his mouth and asks if he is going to master the art of fencing. A little girl holds a dog because she saw her brother. A maid spills water and is told that everything is fine. A boy smiles because he did not know how he made a lunge. A girl holds her brother's hand because he is rough on the outside but soft as jelly on the inside. Dorian holds a piece of paper because his son can take second place in the academy, and if he tries he will become the best student. Squeezing Brian's hand, he says that things are not just going well, but even too well. With his mouth open, he is told that he will not destroy this family. We see his face and he is told that his heart aches when he thinks about his father and family, who will die by his hand. Standing on the ground, the boy asks not to worry, because he looks at his family as a wallet. Closing his eyes, he says that money is just a tool that facilitates exchange. Raising a finger, he says that he will agree with only part of his arguments. Opening the screen, he says that in order to protect what money can't buy, you need money. There was a large balance on the screen, because it exceeded the historical maximum. The protagonist looks at the screens and thinks that the total amount of money earned from robbing Brian's family was 10 million gold and the coin account also reached a record high. A smile appears on his face, because he entered the group chat. The guy raises his hand and asks about registering a company for the production of magical armor on the stock exchange. Lloyd looks at the screen and uses the cat's eye. Aaron folds his hands and answers in the affirmative. As soon as the workshop appears on the stock exchange, the stock price will skyrocket and they will give them the opportunity to become large shareholders. The girl asks with her mouth open, why did they call her? Raising his hand, he says that their competitor is the Luanesia Magic Armor Concert, and the second largest shareholder in this company is the Alchemy Guild, the priest of the Holy Kingdom. Showing the chart, he says that the shares of the Luanesia Magic Armor concern will soon collapse, then the Holy Kingdom, one of the largest shareholders, will suffer the greatest damage. The girl squeezes her hand, because she was told that if she makes a kingdom, she will go bankrupt. Folding his hands, the protagonist says that this is why he shared the information with them. Her pupil dilated because she must move to the workshop boat and the retirement of the clergy will be fully guaranteed. The guy raises his hand and says that he can invest about 500,000 gold if he gets his finances in order a little. Aaron goes and says that he plans to cover most of the initial investment, and they ask him how much he is going to invest. A smile appears on his face. Everyone was shocked, because he wants to invest 3 million coins. The girl looks at the screen and opens her mouth. The guy's pupils have become narrower. The guy stands with his back to us, and they tell him that he has gone crazy. Opening his mouth, he says that he is putting his life on the line. A man with blue hair walks along the road. It is Imperial Intelligence. The girl smiles, because if Brian starts a war, then no matter how strong the destroyer is, her life will be in danger. The girls create a fabric, and if he successfully completes this task, the guy will trust him more. Louise's fabric suddenly tears. Turning her head, she says that someone gave him a prophecy. Then we see yellow lines. There was a text written where she was called stupid. The girl stands with her back to us and reads the message, because they wrote there that they could not believe that she could not recognize the destroyer when he was in front of her. With her mouth open, the girl reads that he is deceiving him with his sweet, pleasant speeches. Raising her hand, she thinks about the main character. Her eyes turn red, because this is nonsense, and if he used magical disguise, she would have noticed right away. He puts his hand on his chest, because he behaved strangely, collected money and his vassals under the pretext of preparing for war. She bares her teeth, remembering him, because he was not preparing for war, but simply emptied Brian's treasury. A girl runs up to her and calls her. Standing next to him, the girl says that someone penetrated the airspace of the temple. We see the young man smile, because he penetrated. Eren put his hands in his pockets, because he was supposedly the destroyer. Raising his hand, the girl calls his name. The protagonist looks, because he does not know where he came. Opening his mouth, he says that he came to the dump, where the garbage was collected, aiming at the Stillgards. The guy creates a circle around himself. The girls look at the magic circle. He creates even more, and this is at least the magic of the 7 rings. Cassandra looks at the guys and orders them to run to activate the teleportation. Louise's eyes widened in surprise. Looking in the other direction, she realizes that the teleport is blocked. Holding the cube, he asks, "Where are you going?" Squeezing her hand, the girl calls him a vile destroyer and his unclean magic is revealed. Raising his hand, he says that if he was not touched, then nothing would have happened. He snaps his fingers, because he was not born a destroyer, he was made this way by the Imperial Intelligence Agencies of the Observers. We see a lot of tsunamis. She squeezes her hand and asks not to do this. Grinning her teeth, she thinks that there is still a chance, and if she survives, she will be given a new prophecy. We see a paw near her. It was a dragon with red eyes. Putting my hand in my pocket, I apologize to her, because I came with a clear plan. Sitting on it, the protagonist says that today the Imperial Intelligence Agency disappears from history. After that, the dragon sprays fire. He looks down and is silent. Raising his hand, the guy calls him a stupid destroyer. Cassandra's eyes lit up, because how dare he challenge a god. Squeezing his hand, he is asked to be more polite, and this is not the kind of creature to talk to so casually. Looking the other way, he is told that they are giving him one last chance. Open-mouthed, Cassandra orders to kill herself, and then the cradle of the destroyer, Stillgard, will be safe. Squeezing her hand, she is told that they have the same style of speech. He takes the sword in his hands, because if we are talking about the enemy Stillgard, then he has only one task. His sword glows and you need to kill everyone to the last one, without a drop of regret, because such is the role of the Lord. The guy is standing next to her. Holding her hand, Cassandra asks a question, apparently thinking that she will be safe after this, because she angered the gods. Holding the sword, he says that if he were afraid of God's wrath, he would not even start. There is a sword next to her, because the woman gives him a last chance. The main character was serious. The girl is lying on the floor, because he was irritated and she apparently was not tired of repeating the same thing. The dragon looks at this and asks to eat everything. Turning his head, he says that there is nothing surprising, because he absorbed the metals in the lands of Brianna and emptied 3 mines. Opening his mouth, he allows her to eat and let him destroy everything. After that, the guy opens the door, because he needs to find something interesting. Harris helps his friend and asks to be patient. The girl had blood on her chest, because the girl wants to unfreeze it. Suddenly, she looks the other way, because she is asked if he wants to send her to the grave. Eren opens his mouth and says that he looks exactly like Cassandra and there are many questions. Raising her hand, she says that she will not answer the questions and let him kill her instead. Holding the sword, Eren says that he will send her to the next world. Raising her hand, she asks for mercy. Tears flow from her eyes, because all her life she did nothing but weave cloth and now she must die, without even having been in a romantic relationship, and this is too unfair. We see Cassandra, because the girl will give the watching Harris, and if she saves her life, she will become useful. Putting his hand to his face, he says that this makes sense. Behind him, the girl begins to cough. Raising her hand, she asks to save her sister. Opening his mouth, Eren says that a great idea has occurred to him. The guy raises his hand and uses healing magic of restoration. Smiling, he asks her name, and we learn that her name is Rose. Opening her mouth, the girl says that she is now the head of the observers. Her pupil dilated, because this is very good. He holds a worm near him, and he just had things to do. Closing his eyes, he says that from this day on, the Imperial Intelligence Agency of the Observers is subordinate to him. We see the Temple of Prophecies. Someone squeezes his hand and curses. He lies on the throne and asks a question. When did Eren manage to absorb the 7th ring? Metheus bares his teeth. A window appears, because the production of magical armor has fallen. Demon smiles and says that the loss has exceeded 3 million, and therefore they say that you should not make investments or something like that. There was a girl near Esper and he asks a question why the guy predicted an increase in stock prices, but in the end they fell. Sarah's yawns and says that apparently there was a mix-up of funds. He bares his teeth, because it is forbidden to use prophecies or foresight in interdimensional transactions. He is sitting on a cloud, because all this time he has achieved good results. There were letters near him, because the combination of flight and combat technology and magical techniques. Lucky stocks that are growing like crazy. He opens his mouth, because he believed in the prophecy, and even took out a loan to invest in the Luanesia magical armor industry. The man looks down, because they were collected at the request of Metheus. His eye is red, because he will pay a decent reward. We see these guys and they are asked to destroy the main character. Looking the other way, Sarah asks why not get rid of it with her own hands? Raising his hand, he says that he tried to get rid of him, but failed and the relic and the intermediary were destroyed, so he has no way to do anything yet. Cleese holds his head and decides not to get involved in this, because this child drove out the plague and raised the status of her church. Another guy puts his hand to his face, because they can't be helped. Clara opens her mouth and says that she has her eye on this child and even sent a go-between. Ariel is standing next to Luna. Metheus puts his hand to his eyes, because the two guys also refused. The guys love each other, and the girl was climbing on him because she loves him. Tears are streaming from his eyes, because he doesn't know when Clara will look at him. Looking at the screens, the guy understands that he will have to give up everything. Suddenly, his eye widens because someone asked for time. Standing with his back to us, he decides to do the deal a little later, because he is not in the mood. He turns around, because it is the merchant Aaron. The guy raised his hand and says that he knows everything, because he launched the production of the 4th generation armor. He suffered huge losses. He looks down, and is told that they are looking for someone to lead them. We see 3 people. Then we see several more men. The guy looks at the photos. Raising his hand, Alex says that they have a union of those affected by Aaron. His eye turns red and asks if he wants to destroy the guy along with them. We see a white building. A graph was drawn, because this is a project for the production of 4th generation magic armor, and it has overtaken the Luzaninian magic armor industry. The guy is sitting near the screen. Looking down, he thinks that this is a gold quest, and although the stock price has changed, the number of shares issued is different, so their weight is still only half the weight of the other side. The guy grabs his head, because the first model presented is slightly superior to the 3rd generation, but we can safely assume that the game is over. Suddenly, his sister comes to him. Her face was serious. The main character is sitting at the table and says that the guys are seeing each other for the first time since the plague incident, and is glad that she looks healthy. Opening her mouth, she asks how long he intends to deceive her. The guy squeezes his hand, because he is called by another name. Approaching him, Irene asks him not to back down from answering, because she was told. He scratches his head and asks how much he knows. We see 2 guys, because he disguised himself to sell mana stones at a trading company, and then left this role to another person. Folding his arms, he says that he knows everything. Putting his hand on his hip, Irene says that he could not lead her by the nose for 2 years without a special reason. Her pupil dilates, because the girl reacts more sharply than he thought. Her cheeks turned red as he asked about her feelings for Harvey. She stood next to him and didn't understand how this related to him now, as Olaf was a fictional character and didn't really exist. Raising his hand, he said that the situation was confusing, but Olaf could be considered Harvey in full, as he had been playing the role for 2 years, except for the first 2 or 3 days. Closing his eyes, Aaron said that he was smart, had an aura, and was handsome. The man stood next to the man in the cloak, as in his eyes, Harvey was worthy. Opening his mouth, the guy said that even if you turned all of Stillgard upside down, how many people did you think would be his equal? We see half of her face and she asks if Harvey deserved his calling. A smile appeared on her face, as how could he acknowledge him or do anything like that? Straightening her hand, the girl says that there is no need to take back the words that she just said and let her put pressure on him as a vassal. After that, she closes the door. He stands near the table and understands that the issue of the marriage of the heiress of a noble family is a confusing and complicated matter. Opening his mouth, he says that even without all this, no one would have spoken out against it, and it is immediately clear who Stillgard is here. Irene fixes her hair. It was night, we see foliage. Harvey closes his eyes and asks him why the guy is an imperial spy. Standing next to him, he says that he is not suitable for her lover and let her write a letter before he leaves. Opening his mouth, he says that his sister is beautiful, smart, and ambitious, different from ordinary young ladies. Text appears near him. His pupil immediately dilates. A beetle appears from his hand. Then he squeezes his hand. The guy raises his hands and makes sounds. Harvey scratches his head, because he does not understand anything. He still holds his hand and is told that Aaron got rid of the bugs, because the man served him faithfully for 2 years. Folding his arms, the guy asks if he can live with his older sister, being a coward? With his mouth open, he says that he meets his personal criteria, but he cannot allow the spy to meet with his sister and let him go over to his side. His pupil dilates and he is told that he has family left in the Empire and therefore cannot fully become a vassal. Turning, he asks not to worry, because he will help transfer them all to Stillgard. Smiling, Aaron says because he made a friend in the Empire. We see the capital of the Empire. Harris walks down the corridor. He was the director of the Strategic Intelligence Department of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. His eyes were serious. He stands next to the boy, because the magic poured out on the Temple of the Watchers clearly refers to the power of the 7th ring. If so, then there is no doubt that it was about a dragon, but there are inconsistencies in the testimony. He remembers a man who spoke of a creature that looked more like a snake than a dragon. The dark door with a picture opens. The boy stands next to the lady. Rose opens her mouth and says that he must be busy if he arrived so late. Frowning, he thinks that the girl is impudent, whose milk has not yet dried on her lips. Silhouettes of people stand around her, because members of the imperial family tend to rely on the oracle, and when Rose took the empty place of Cassandra, it took her only a few days to win the hearts of the imperial couple. The girl sits on the throne and says that a spy is returning from the county of Stillgard. Straightening her finger, she shouts to bring him immediately upon arrival, but she is told that it is important to follow the procedures. Opening her mouth, she asks, "Is this more important than the will of the imperial family?" Closing her eyes, Harris says that he misspoke and will bring him to her right away. After that, he leaves and thinks that he is probably going to meet with a spy without following the procedures. Apparently something is not right. She closes her eyes and is silent. Opening one of them, she calls the protagonist. There was a girl in the ball, because she did an excellent job. Sitting near the ball, the guy says that he made friends with the right person. We see the city, where it was day. The guys are standing behind the house and tell them to keep quiet, because something is clearly wrong here. Their eyes were serious, because the oracle is clearly interested in him for some good reason. The guy stands behind and says that they are meeting alone. Opening his mouth, he says that it is on Antamenon Street, and the report says that the oracle has a teleportation scroll. He frowns and tells them to wait until they get there and then raid them. We see the windows because there's something fishy going on here. After that, the guys run because she's trying to organize the escape of the Harvey family from the Empire. The guy kills Cassandra because that's what the guys thought. After that, they open the door. Turning their heads, they tell her that they were really following. Opening their mouths, he calls them fools for wanting to betray the Empire. Then they raise their hands and ask them to wait a second. A guy in a hood stands there and says that it's obvious to the naked eye that they've set a trap for them. Then the guy unfastens his cloak. Their eyes widen sharply. They see that it's the main character. He raises his finger to his face and uses a hold. A circle appears around them. The guy behind him says that the body isn't moving. Aaron's hand is glowing because he immobilized so many people. Opening his mouth, the guy calls the girl stupid and let her come to her senses because how can you team up with a destroyer? After that, they grab him by the face and order him to eat it silently. Standing next to them, the guy says that he ate a larva, or more precisely, yin and yang beetles. We see his brain, because if it goes against his will, the brain will explode and die. Exhaling, he asks if there is any point in starting a war of conquest. Putting his hands on his hips, Aaron orders him to do the work as usual. Grabbing his face, the guy says that in this way the department director will gradually accumulate achievements and become the head of the intelligence agency. His subordinates will accumulate workdays and take the positions of department directors, and one of them will be promoted to deputy. His pupil has decreased, because he was asked not to worry. His eyes are shining, because he is going to take control of the entire intelligence agency. On the street, he raises his hand and says that as soon as everything is settled, he should return to Stillgard with his family and not make his older sister wait. Turning his head, he says that Rose will have a lot to do in the future. Pointing at her, he asks her not to forget to report regularly, remembering to be careful. He puts on his armor. Then Aaron suddenly disappears. Looking up, the girl says that this is a high-speed flying machine that cannot be detected even by the Empire's protective magic. The protagonist flies and she does not know what kind of person he is. He opens the window because this way he managed to solve the issue with the Empire. Emung appears near him because something happened. Opening his mouth, he is shown a message from the goddess of the sixth system. The guy stops and is told that her beloved daughter is in danger. Squeezing his hand, Aaron says that this name is widespread not only in Navarro, but also on the entire continent. His eye glows because he activated the providences. We see a screen where they talk about Claire. The girl had white hair and was looked down upon, called lowborn, but thanks to a benevolent concept, she became a self-proclaimed goddess. Looking up, he is told that the girl is a human, inclined to active activity and quite optimistic. The man holds a circle in his hand, because in the distant past the girl was born and with her appearance good and evil arose. We see white light, because at this time the gods of the sixth system were born. Most of them have their own possessions that they rule. The gods live, creating miracles for their believers in those dimensions where the guys rule, receiving tribute. He scratches his head, because this is too much information. A mirror breaks near him, because she is a first-class businesswoman. Opening her mouth, she thinks that the letter has not arrived. Raising her hand, the girl asks to save her daughter. The guy folds his hands. Opening his mouth, Aaron asks why he should do this. Her eyes turned white, because it took him a long time to understand. Pointing to herself, the girl says that she is a revered goddess who rules his world. They open their mouths, and Emung himself was shocked. We see someone's lower face, because at that moment, when he receives a message in the interspatial trade chat. The girl is sitting in the bowl, because she came empty-handed and if she decided to start trading, she should raise the bet. Closing her eyes, she says that it is impudent. Looking at the screen, they write to him that the girl is the goddess of the continent. She stands near the screen and they tell her that she does not look like a person who would do charity for free. Opening his mouth, Aaron says that when you are too poor, you start to actively work your tongue. She starts to bite her nail. Folding her hands, they write to him that it was in vain that she was so pressed. We remember Cassandra with her white eyes. The girl with white hair says that she tried to resolve everything without any payment. Opening her mouth, he asks to tell about Metheus. Knights are lying near the house. The girl casts a spell and bares her teeth. The guys stand near her and say that she should give up and there is no point in trying to hold out, wasting her last strength. Then the guys hit her defense, because they feel her scent. Looking at the axe, he does not understand why he cannot break through the barrier. Another man makes a blow and asks if they have seen a tree that would not fall after 10 blows of the axe on the trunk. She looks at the sword, because there was a crack. Frowning, he asks not to worry. Then the guy decides to make another blow to treat her more like a gentleman. The girl closes her eyes and casts a spell. After that, Kate opens her eyes. We see that his arm fell off. The guys were also killed behind him. Someone is walking in black shoes, because everyone outside died. It was the main character, and they decided to retreat. Kate is still in the circle when she is asked if she is okay. Looking at him, the girl asks who he is. Putting the sword on his shoulder, Aaron asks not to worry, because he came to save. A blush appears on her face. Putting her hand to her face, she thinks that this is like a prince on a white end. She looks at the screen and is told that they did not agree to catch the gang, and the conversation was with the help of divine power. Turning his head, the main character says that if he provides additional information, he will do as he orders. Her eyes widen and she is asked how the gods affect other dimensions, and whether the summoning of demons is related to the sixth system. Claire opens her mouth and does not understand why he is so informed. A smile is on his face, because he is told to destroy, and if he misses even one, then he will be punished. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy asks the saint to relax. Then he summons the square of the deluxe room. The guy throws the girl there and asks to close the door from the inside, and also to have a snack. After that, he goes and says that he put her in a safe room for a while. Even the magic of the 7 rings will not break through the protection of this place. The guy goes outside. The main character runs with a sword in his hands. The men run away and say that they are being caught up. Aaron is near them and uses blink. After that, he kills. One of them uses fire magic. His eyes widen sharply. We see a fiery blow. Opening his mouth, the guy says that it was not in vain that he trained for 10 years. Aaron stands and holds a sword. He scratches his neck and uses protective chi energy. Standing near them, the guy says that looking at their level, an entire magic tower was mobilized and what is their true identity. Then his head is cut off. The guys are stunned by such an event, and they are told that he needs one person to get an answer. Opening his mouth, he asks Among about the weapon that is best to use in this situation. The guys were shocked, because they are being analyzed. Heat-seeking missiles appear behind him. Squeezing his hand, he thinks that they will not catch up. His pupils dilated, because he saw the light. Explosions occur in the forest. Claire looks at the screen and realizes that the guy freely uses martial arts of the first system, magic of the second system, and even civilized weapons of the third system. He holds a sword and it was a hodgepodge. We see a box and this is a deluxe room. It is highly durable, and its volume is much more spacious than it seems, freely adjustable to any taste. The main character comes in and hears laughter. The girl eats chips and cries from laughter. The girl is scared, because they ask her if a saint has entered her body. Holding her head, she asks when he arrived. He takes the remote control and says that he will bill for watching cable channels later. Her face is flushed, because the guy was petty. Aaron opens his mouth and asks, what did she do Advent to hang out in front of the TV? They hold hands. This is the agreement of the pioneers, the law of interdimensional exchange, preventing the spread of artifacts from higher dimensions to lower dimensions. The guy looks down, because due to this agreement, it is usually impossible to get information from the gods of the sixth system. She sits on the floor, because if you use Advent, you can ignore the agreement to some extent. Putting his hands in his pocket, the protagonist says that the group is dead. Remembering the man, he says that he left one alive to interrogate, but a self-destruct spell was cast on him. But one thing seemed strange. Her eyes widened, because when he examined the bodies, they found that they were all sorcerers, but did not use black magic or necromancy. Putting his hand on her hip, the guy asks if there are any ideas who is behind this. With her arms folded, Kate asks if he asked how the gods influence other dimensions, and what is the true nature of the devil's minions. We see silhouettes of people, because there are cosmic beings like them, who can project divine powers into the dimension they rule, a typical example being the Advent or sending prophecies. With her mouth open, she is told that if she pays the appropriate price, she can come personally. Looking up, she says that she must pay a round sum. Aaron is standing on a white circle, because he says that there is a possibility of moving between dimensions. We see a man with a bun, because he is able to take revenge on him. His gaze was serious, because it can be done not with the help of an interdimensional deal, but with your own hands. Looking the other way, the guy thinks that before, when they pissed him off, He told them to come here and sort it out. In the future he should be more careful in his statements. Raising her finger and pointing at the monster, the girl says that demons are cosmic beings and can only live in the real world using minions. But unlike gods, their appearance requires a great price and sacrifices. Opening his mouth, he wants to say something. Standing with his back to us, Aaron says that when the girl reaches the sixth system, she can become a being capable of interfering with other dimensions. Closing her eyes, she laughs, because she does not hate a person with great ambitions. Looking down, the protagonist asks to answer the last question. Her eyes widened, because they asked about the managers. We see the cup in the forest. Dameron looks at the screen and asks what happened. Opening her mouth, Coral says that she conducted an investigation into the bastards who kidnapped Kate, and all the guys turned out to be warlocks. But they never resorted to black magic or necromancy. Sarah looks down and asks, aren't warlocks minions? Raising her hand, Claire says that Metheus protested because they recently refused to help catch the destroyer. Clenching her hand, she says that she has no proof this time and will close her eyes. Grinning, the girl says that she should try something else and hates it when people touch what belongs to her. Opening her mouth, she remembers something. Dameron's eyes suddenly widen and ask if they let anything slip about the managers. Sarah's looks down and they are told that the protagonist already knows about their existence. She pokes the screen and asks to be careful, even if it is about interdimensional transactions, because this is not information that someone from the null system should have. Irene puts her hand on her chest and says that she wants to record her official greeting. The woman waves her hands and asks him to look up. The protagonist's eyes turn white, because it is not very pleasant to see your older sister like this. The guys shake hands, because the Harvey family has safely arrived in Stillgard, and in the future they will figure everything out themselves. A guy runs after them and says that he urgently needs to go with him. Turning his head, he is told that the saint has come to her senses. We see roses on the table. Kate blushes and we remember that she has never looked at him and apparently such a shy character. Sitting on the bed, she is told that she was unconscious for 3 days. Raising her hands, the girl says that she is fine. He was serious and does not understand what the connection is between being a benefactor and using respectful speech. Perhaps there is such a point in church doctrine. Folding his hands, he says that he cannot talk to her as he pleases. Her face blushes and says that Aaron is the saint of Mrs. Claire. Pointing to himself, he does not understand what they are talking about. His eyes widened, because he was asked to enter the interdimensional trade chat. With folded hands, they tell him that Claire doesn't care that the boy is so abrupt in his conversation with her, but he should treat Kate like a gentleman. She stands up and says that there is no need to break her daughter's castles in the air. With her eyes closed, the girl says that her daughter has a keen eye. If the boy turns out to be unremarkable, she will limit herself to gratitude and say goodbye. Looking down, they ask him if this is not the golden youth who was recognized as his apostle and shook the current continent. Putting her hand to her nose, she decides to say something honestly. Her face is blushing, and the main character is on a horse, because for her, the guy is the one that the goddess prepared for the saint. His eyes widened at such words. The girl stands on a dais in front of a crowd of people. The guy in black stands and understands that he has prepared a partner who is a saint from a barren land, and this man of destiny will appear when the time comes. Aaron, pressing his hands to his body, realizing that those who go against this destiny will be severely punished, asks if Claire cherishes the so-called saint too much. The girl, clenching her fist, replies that in the sacred kingdom of Myostin, there was a custom of early marriages and that perverted princes were obsessed with the girl. Mila, holding a staff with a moon on the end, Claire exclaims that it has been 12 years since she voiced this prophecy. The protagonist, staring at the screen, realizes that the girl was about the same age as Eluna now. The girl asked if he understood her concerns. Aaron, throwing his head back, asks why he is the saint of the barren lands. Claire holds the girl in her arms. She says that she is curious about what kind of person this is, the saint of the barren lands, to which the girl clarifies if she has not already said this. Helix, Richard and Sergio tower over the protagonist. Mila said that the man from the barren lands has Helix's face, Richard's fencing skills, and Sergio is not even close to him in wealth and fame. The protagonist answered if the worldly standards are too much. The girl's messages appeared, indicating that she simply drew a picture to calm the child, and then asked if Aaron does not fit these criteria. The protagonist looks at the screen with confusion. The girl assumes that it is because of the memories of how he saved her, because of which Mila now believes that he is a saint. Claire begins to cry. She asks to help her once and promises to do whatever the protagonist wants. The guy wrote to explain to her properly, because he does not wash his hands. Having received the message, he sighs. It was written that she begs to do this, the protagonist thought. Who would have thought that the gods are such ugly creatures? The protagonist put his right hand on his belt and thought that it took him, a man of the zero system, for years to achieve exchange with the third system, and then asks himself how much time and effort it will take to reach the sixth system. Aaron, pressing his hands to his belt, understands that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, and first you need to set a goal to reach the fourth system of interdimensional trade. The fair-haired guy, looking at the screen, realizes that to reach the next level of trade, a huge amount of QP is required, up to 300,000. The protagonist, putting his finger to his chin, understands that in order to earn these points, you need to actively complete quests, and that as you move towards the third level, the scale of the quests becomes colossal. The desert filled with yellow barrels is illuminated by the sun, then a message appears that you need to recycle 1 million tons of plastic waste from the countries of the third system to get 13,000 coins, and also recycle 5,000 barrels of waste to get 20,000 coins, to which the hero asks what kind of quest this is, and is it true that the lower systems are a dump for waste from the third system. The protagonist peers closely and thinks that there is nothing worthwhile and suddenly notices an environmentally friendly quest. Wind turbines are working and a message appears stating that you need to install 100,000 megawatts of environmentally friendly energy, for which you will be given a reward of 100,000. The protagonist understands that the energy is attractive because it is environmentally friendly. Aaron looks at Among and asks how they can produce clean energy, to which he replies that given the characteristics, wind power is the most recommended option. The secretary stands in front of the wind turbines and then says that if they can secure a large area with northern winds, they can produce between 120 and 130 megawatts per year. Aaron, swiping his finger across the screen, says that because the terrain is mostly mountainous, a wide plateau is needed, and Among says that there is no such wide area in Stillgard. The protagonist holds his right hand and thinks about what if we consider a place not in Stillgard, but somewhere nearby. Aaron looks up and says that he has a great idea. Claire smirks and says that there is no more beautiful saint, and then adds that this is a delight for the eyes of a goddess. Aaron holds his hand behind his head and tells the girl to stop reacting like that, and that she is overdoing it. The locals look at the boy and the girl, thinking and not understanding whether the girl is a noblewoman, who is next to the lord. People react in shock. For residents stand and assume that the lord has come to spring, words are able to walk without legs. The black-haired girl looks at the man in the hat, and asks him if he has heard that the lord has a girl. The old man with a beard smiles and says that this is the new keeper of the hearth of the Stillgards. Everyone says that everyone should leave quickly. Mila opened her mouth in admiration and said that here it is, the place where the miracle is performed. The protagonist looks at the girl, she says that she still feels Claire's loving hands. Aaron, angrily holding his hands in front of him, understands that this is the place where the plague was expelled with the help of the cat's eye, and that Claire pisses him off, and that she needs to play along a little. The protagonist, raising his hand, says that he feels that he receives more divine energy when he returns to this place. Mila takes the protagonist's hands and says that he feels the same. The girl looks into Aaron's eyes and realizes that the protagonist is definitely the saint of the barren land that Claire was talking about. The guy wonders why she suddenly brought this up. The protagonist looks away from the girl. Turning around, Aaron did not understand what the noise was, as if dozens of people, the residents, were watching them. The residents of the feud look at the guy and the girl in surprise. Mila looks embarrassed. Someone said that these two look perfect together. The protagonist sighs. The resident asked if they were engaged. The protagonist looked at the girl and was very surprised. Mila's face turned red. The protagonist wonders why she turned red. Claire, putting her hand to her chin, wrote that she liked it and asked what about becoming a saint of the barren land. The guy looks shocked. There is a building illuminated by night light. The protagonist thought that he just wanted to go home and do interdimensional trading. Claire wrote that it was a wonderful date and that she was happy. Aaron sighs and tells her not to make him do something like that, to which the girl replied that he hadn't had fun. The protagonist made a sullen look because the girl suggested that he seriously start dating Mila, because they are suitable for each other. The girl buried her face in the screen. The protagonist wrote that he has neither the time nor the desire, because there are many things for which he must be responsible. Mila pressed her lips and realized that Aaron is an exemplary lord, that it is not for nothing that the inhabitants of the feud praise him so much. A message from the guy appears, in which it is written that he hopes that the girl will keep her promise. She replied that the protagonist should not worry, because Claire lives off of trust. At night that day, the building illuminated by night light stands. A map appears. After the fall of Viscount Ines and Marquis Paranta, the Viscountcy of Medchen became an ownerless land. Pius, covered with a blanket, lies with his eyes closed. Although the royal family sent a coordinator to find a new owner of the land, this coordinator has one peculiarity. The old man opens his eyes from the light. Claire appears in front of the old man. Pius kneels before the beauty, and admiringly calls her mistress. He is an ardent follower of Claire. The blonde looks at the old man and tells him to listen to her. She closed her eyes and said that Aaron should be given the lands without an owner, and a temple should be built in her honor. Pius clasped his hands near his open mouth and said that well, since she has such a will, he will do it. The girl explained that there will be no pain or illness there. The blonde understood that this way it would be possible to acquire vast highlands for the production of wind energy, and Among thought that this was possible. The sun illuminated a large snow-white palace. The mustachioed man bowed his head and respectfully said that he would convey this news to the royal family and expressed his great gratitude. The heroes, looking at the passing carriage, read the text that appeared, stating that thanks to Mia's help, the Medsiana fiefdom was absorbed into the county of Stillgard, and although a condition was added about the obligatory construction of a temple, the acquisition of huge territories in itself is a great benefit. The protagonist, turning to Mila, asked how long she planned to stay in Stillgard, to which she replied that she had already sent a message to the cathedral about building a new temple. Mia, looking sweetly at the protagonist, said that that was why she was going to stay here for some time, and immediately asked if he wanted her to leave as soon as possible. Aaron, walking forward with the girl, replied that he, for his part, would ask the saint to stay, to which she asked in surprise if this was true. The protagonist, turning his head back, said that yes, because her mere presence nearby brings great help, to which she asked in confusion what he meant. Mia, surprised, turned around to look at the little red-haired girl. Mia, looking at the little girl, joyfully exclaimed what a cute child she was, and asked if she lived here. Luna, her eyes wide, sternly ordered Mia to stay away from Aaron. Luna, looking sternly, added that she should put the damn stone down as she planned and go back home, advising her to listen to her advice as long as he spoke nicely. Mia, her mouth wide open in surprise, asked if that was really a girl speaking just now. Mia, turning to the young man, asked if the child could speak, to which he replied that he was not sure, since it was just baby talk, nothing more. An explanatory text appeared against the image of the castle, stating that several days had passed since the coordinator's departure. Aaron, sitting in his dining room, thought with bewilderment that this was strange. The protagonist, putting a piece of food in his mouth, thought that Mia, for the first time, did not give him any prophecy, and that she had been silent for a whole week, but there was no need to worry about it. The protagonist thought that he should focus on the internal affairs of the fief, when suddenly an assistant named Jack burst into the office and informed his lord that trouble had occurred. A purple-haired guy named Jack pointed to the side, and Aaron excitedly asked the assistant what had happened. The gray-haired man ran closer, apologized for disturbing him, and said that the situation was urgent. The young man leaned over the table and asked why he was in such a hurry, since he was supposedly Sir Edvald's knight of guard, and the knight, lowering his head, said that his lord had been attacked and asked for help. Aaron, frowning, ordered him to explain everything in order and asked what he meant. The lord had been attacked, to which the knight replied that those bastards turned out to be strong magicians and were different from ordinary bandits. The girl looked at the man with awe, and the knight admitted that to his great shame, he did not have time to do anything and simply ran away. The knight looked at the protagonist in fascination, and Aaron noted that since he was the head of the coordinator's security, he was an aura user and a first-class knight, to which he confirmed that this was exactly the case. Ellen looked at the hero with excitement, and he continued that it turned out that they were dealing with a group of magicians who were capable of defeating a first-class knight. The protagonist, looking ahead mysteriously, thought that these were the bastards who kidnapped Mia, and added to himself whether there were any other members of this group left. The young man, abruptly stretching out his hand in front of him, froze. Aaron, noticing that the purple-haired guy had lowered his hands, told his assistant that he was leaving for a while, to which he agreed. The protagonist, briskly soaring into the air, told them to take care of themselves. The protagonist, rushing through the air, reflected that neither the departure of the coordinator, nor the fact of his presence here had been publicly disclosed. Aaron, frowning menacingly, thought that the only ones who knew about it were Stillgard and Medchen. A huge snow-white palace shone brightly in the sun. The inscription Feud Medchen appeared in the background of the image. An elderly guard, languidly looking ahead, stood at his post. Suddenly, something fell from the sky with a crash in front of the guards. One of the guards, seeing the fallen man, shouted that it was an intruder and ordered his partner to find out his identity, and not to stand rooted to the spot. The protagonist, calmly stopping in front of the gate, introduced himself as Aaron Stillgard. The guard looked at him with disdain and was indignant that just because he was young and fair-haired, it did not make him Stillgard, and ordered him not to talk nonsense, but to reveal his identity. The young man quickly waved his sword in the air. The protagonist, smiling slightly, asked if he was not the only young owner of an aura in the world, which made the guards realize the truth in horror. The guards, stepping back in horror, apologized and asked what brought him to their fief. The bright sun illuminated the snow-white facades of the building. Aaron, looking at the mansion, added that Viscount Ince had been arrested for spreading the plague, and wondered who was in charge of this place now. Leopold, adjusting his glasses, introduced himself as Medchen's assistant and apologized for the gatekeeper's mistake. The protagonist, raising his hand, replied that there was no need to apologize since the guards were simply doing their job, and added that he had arrived in a hurry, after which Leopold asked if he could find out what brought him to their fief. The young man, looking at the maid's hands, asked why they were shaking so much, to which Leopold laughingly explained that she simply saw the lord about whom there were so many rumors, and therefore could not help but feel all. The protagonist, turning to the dark-haired girl with a plate, asked her name, to which she, stuttering, replied that her name was Makaret. Aaron, smiling affably, said that it was nice to meet her, but there was something suspicious about her, and asked why she was behaving like that, to which Makaret, fearfully retreating, assured that nothing of the sort, asked to forgive her and not pay attention to her. The protagonist, looking at the girl insistently, ordered her to speak, adding that he was curious. Makaret, her eyes wide in horror, looked at the protagonist. The girl, clutching a plate tightly in her hand, told him that a friend she worked with had disappeared 3 days ago at night, adding that she was simply worried that something terrible had happened to her, to which the young man asked with interest what she meant by that. Leopold, adjusting his glasses, said that this was a common occurrence, since there had been a significant brain drain lately, and assured them that there was no need to pay attention to it. Makaret, turning towards Leopold, excitedly exclaimed that Yinia would never have behaved so irresponsibly and that she was not the only one who had disappeared. Leopold, laughing, said that the servants often got together with each other, and suggested that she simply did not have the patience to slip away later. Makaret, gritting her teeth in horror, looked at Leopold. Leopold, crossing his fingers, reminded the protagonist that they had urgent business and asked what it was, to which Aaron, looking around, said that it was not very convenient to talk here and asked if there was a quieter place. The protagonist, getting up from the table, said that they should go to a more private place, since they could be overheard, to which Leopold, perplexed, asked what he meant. The young man, heading for the door, noticed that that room looked quite soundproof, and Leopold, in a panic, shouted at him to wait. Leopold, clutching his head in horror, exclaimed that this was his room. Aaron, looking at the broken door, said that he liked this place, and Leopold again shouted at him to listen to him. The protagonist, picking up the hairpin he found, asked what it was, to which Leopold quickly replied that it was his hairpin and that he liked such accessories. The protagonist, reaching out to the closet, sarcastically asked if he should respect Leopold's taste, and added what it was then. Bloody entrails fell out of the slightly open closet door onto the floor. Leopold, stammering, explained that they were just pig intestines, since he was interested in anatomy, and added that he had dreamed of becoming a doctor since childhood, to which the young man noted that he was pleased to see a person challenging himself. Aaron, bowing his head to the deathly pale hand sticking out of the closet, asked if there was really a model of the human body there. The protagonist, noticing how Leopold clenched his teeth in anger, asked if he had made this model to order, since it was very realistic. Leopold, turning into a huge horned monster, roared angrily. The monster, looking angrily at the protagonist, asked if he was making fun of him and if it was really that funny. Aaron, grinning maliciously, looked at the monster. The young man, grabbing the sword, confidently declared how stupid it was and asked Leopold if he understood it now. The bloody monster, baring his teeth, wheezed to stop. Leopold, looking at the protagonist leaning over him, asked if he was afraid that he would kill the hostage. Aaron mercilessly thrust his blade into the monster. The protagonist, stepping forward decisively, ordered him not to dare even stutter about negotiations and explained that he was asking a question and he was simply answering, to which the monster nodded obediently and agreed. The young man, turning to his defeated opponent, said that, judging by what he saw, Leopold used black magic, and added that the one who had recently spread the plague was also a warlock. Aaron, looking closely at the horned monster, asked if the guy said that he was a member of the Black Dawn, and whether he was also a member of this group, to which Leopold, shaking his head, answered negatively and asked again what this was all about. The protagonist, noticing how the monster looked away, said that it seemed that his version was correct, to which the horned monster exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist, looking suspiciously to the side, wondered how this was even connected. In the background of the diagram, Aaron explained that since Metheus held a grudge against him and predicted that Stillgard would be destroyed, Branchel hired Tychon of the Black Dawn for this purpose. Cassandra, who received the prophecy, ordered Branchel to destroy Stillgard, then Tychon spread the plague across Stillgard's territory. The young man, looking down, stated that when that didn't work, they hired more members of the Black Dawn, and wondered if this should be considered outsourcing of outsourcing, seasoned with more outsourcing. The protagonist, stabbing his blade into the floor, stated that outsourcing can be effective, but it is not always the solution, and concluded that the most important things should be done with their own hands. Aaron, seeing the toothed monster covered in magic discharges, thought that Stillgard had been the target all along anyway and asked why they were targeting the saint. Leopold, lying on the floor, replied that he had been asked to outdo Mia. The red-skinned monster, throwing the protagonist back, said that it was nice to meet Aaron Stillgard. The protagonist, looking at his magic blade, thought that this monster was different from the evil of the other world and was a divine being that could penetrate through an intermediary. Leopold, clenching his fist, asked if they were the type to greet each other peacefully, to which the young man calmly replied that he could take a punch well. Leopold, spreading his arms, introduced himself as the god of evil of the sixth system and the ruler of demons, adding that, as Aaron could already guess, he was the true owner of the Black Dawn. The protagonist tilted his head in surprise and asked about the god of evil and thought that, well, such a god should exist too. The protagonist tilted his head thoughtfully and thought that if this meeting had happened a few days ago, he would have been seriously scared, because he had to confront someone who held the title of the god of evil, and this was extremely burdensome. Leopold grinned ominously and asked if Aaron was surprised or felt regret, because he was 3 steps higher, and added that he had killed his subordinates, so he should get it in full, while the young man thought that now that he had managed to extract so much information from Mia, things were different. The protagonist, calmly scratching the back of his head, said that he did not think so and asked why he owed him anything. Leopold, his pupils widening in surprise, exclaimed what was going on. The protagonist, raising his weapon, said that Leopold's abilities were certainly transcendental, but on Earth they were clearly limited to certain limits, and asked if that was the case. Aaron, casually looking at his sword, added that this was why he founded a religious order and created a contract society called the Black Dawn, and mockingly asked if the Black Dawn was a children's club, since he had never heard of it. Leopold, distorting his face in rage, shouted how dare this impudent boy insult him. Leopold, widening his eyes in surprise, froze in place. The protagonist, suddenly attacking, heard Leopold exclaim in surprise. The protagonist, raising his bloody blade, threatened that from now on he would find all of his followers and intermediaries and kill them, and asked if this meant that Leopold would also have to start all over again. Leopold, raising his hands in panic, shouted for Aaron to stop, explaining that he had no intention of fighting in the first place, but was simply scaring him a little at Metheus's request. Leopold, throwing up his hands, said that he was not asking for much, that he would return the hostage, forget all the insults, and would not touch the Stillgards in the future, but in return he would ask for something. Leopold, baring his teeth, demanded the 4th-generation magical armor, specifying that, as far as he knew, the prototype had already been released. The young man, calmly lowering his gaze, said nothing. Aaron, moving closer to Leopold, asked him again what he wanted. The protagonist, looking away languidly, asked if he suddenly started talking about investing in stocks, to which Leopold, justifying himself, said that he was doing this to survive, because he believed Metheus and invested everything in the 3rd generation. The protagonist, looking at Leopold, asked if he had arranged all this to earn coins, to which the monster, looking at him in surprise, replied that he was completely in debt and would be glad to receive advice on profitable stocks. Aaron, straightening up, invited Leopold to come closer, to which he, happily exclaiming, noted that the young man really did assess the situation quickly. Leopold, bringing his hand to his ear, asked the protagonist which of the companies would be better for his investment. Aaron created an electric discharge in the air. The protagonist put his hand on the antagonist's head. Leopold, with a crash, fell face down on the floor. The young man, holding his hand on Leopold's head, activated his mind-reading ability, to which Leopold screamed in horror at what he was doing. The protagonist, calmly looking forward, stated that it turned out that the Black Dawn base was very close. An image of a rocky area appeared, and Aaron thought that from the moment Leopold became a threat to Stillgard, negotiations could be forgotten. The cave guards, falling to the ground, screamed in horror. The protagonist, leading the dark part of the cave, heard the members of the Black Dawn organization scream in panic, "What the hell is this monster?" The bloody protagonist angrily looked at his opponents. Simon, stamping his foot on the floor, asked the protagonist to stop. The guy in the hood, grabbing the coordinator by the neck, ordered the young man to stand, shouting that because of him he is completely in shit and that it was not necessary to bring everything to this point. Aaron, standing belligerently in the antagonist's way, asked if he had changed his body and ordered that the coordinator be handed over to him, to which Simon in response asked what the protagonist would do in his place, since he was also cornered. The guy in the hood, looking at the protagonist in panic, demanded that the interdimensional trade window be opened immediately and that 1 million be transferred, threatening to kill the coordinator, to which Aaron, grinning maliciously, asked again about the million. The young man, looking coldly, said that Simon, on the contrary, should transfer this million to him, to which the guy in the hood, wildly surprised, exclaimed. The protagonist's red animal, appearing from behind cover, looked ahead. The protagonist, having placed the red animal on his shoulder, prepared for the conversation. Aaron, showing off the black pearl, asked if it was Leopold's sacred relic, to which the hooded guy exclaimed in shock as to how he got it. The protagonist, watching the antagonist tightly squeeze the coordinator's neck, said that he heard that a god who lost the relic would not be able to descend to Earth, and added that although he had suffered some losses, without this pearl, he would be practically unemployed. Simon, with a flash of his eyes, said that the sacred relic could be found again, and threatened that if the young man tried to break it, he would make him regret it. The protagonist, calmly holding the pearl, said that by the time he paid off his debts and returned the relic, hundreds of years would have passed, and added that then he would think about whether to break it. The hooded guy, frowning in rage, called the protagonist a son of a bitch. Simon, holding his blade out towards Aaron, asked if they should call it a draw. The protagonist, raising his hand with the black pearl, heard the hooded guy yell at him to stand still. The protagonist, swinging his blade, yelled "Okay, Vzpo." Simon, raising his weapon in panic, yelled at the young man not to do this, repeating the strange words several times and begging for help. Aaron, looking at him in surprise, asked again what Poe meant. Leopold, opening his mouth angrily, declared that this was a gathering of victims, suffered by the protagonist, and that he was one of the participants in this gathering. A group of Aaron's victims looked at each other. The protagonist read that according to the text he should suffer serious material and moral damage, that they hate him and want to take revenge. The protagonist stood in front of the magic screen and read the list of opioid participants, and also thought out loud about the received data, namely that the list of participants includes representatives of different systems, namely the Alliance of Mana Stone Traders, the 5 main elixir producers and people who burned out on investments in magic armor. The golden-haired guy held the sword and thought that with Greg's help he managed to join this society, and now he can prepare for any unexpected turns. Simon looked ahead and asked that now Aaron will not touch the relic, to which the blonde replied that he will not, but in return he needs something. The protagonist with a quick swing of the sword cut off the head of the guy in the cloak. Simon looked ahead and asked what's going on. The protagonist quickly moved, assured that, as promised, he would hide the relic safely. The golden-haired man took the sword aside and reported that for this service he would have to cleanse the entire society of the Black Dawn. The guy with black eyes looked ahead with a furious look and called Aaron a scoundrel. A few days later, Aaron's trading company. Medieval houses stood on a busy street. The guy in the shirt opened the door and said that Sir Pius wanted to see the golden-haired man, to which the protagonist replied with surprise that he would come out now. Aaron was going down the stairs. Pius addressed him as a saint and informed that he was waiting for him, to which the protagonist replied that he could have paid a visit himself and the director did not necessarily have to overcome such a path, to which he objected that he should have provided the protagonist with a proper escort. The blonde and the fat man were standing on the street. Aaron was saying that if Pius continued in the same spirit, the golden-haired man would feel obligated, because the director was a member of the royal family, to which his interlocutor replied that when it came to a benefactor, did blood ties or social status matter? The director smiled, and the protagonist thought that this was the coordinator of the royal family. Although his name was somewhere in the far corner of the family tree, he was one of the few members of the royal family. Aaron looked ahead and thought that after Claire's prophecy, Pius believed that the blonde was a saint and that the coordinator's life was saved when he fell into the clutches of the Black Dawn. The blonde looked away and thought that now he himself occupied a position higher than the king for the fat man. Aaron stood in front of the car and asked if they would go straight to the royal palace, to which the royal family coordinator responded affirmatively, and said that he had already told the royal house everything. Pius smiled kindly and said that this meeting would simply be face-to-face. The kingdom of Tyros. In the middle of the greenery stood the palace. The protagonist entered the front door. Aaron thought that he had not returned to Stillgard and went here because the king wanted to see him. People in expensive clothes were talking in the hall, and the golden-haired man thought that he had made a great achievement, because he had saved a member of the royal family and found the headquarters of the Black Dawn, which was the kingdom's headache. The woman, waving a fan, thanked the CEO Aaron for using excellent things, and the mustachioed man added that his company's toilet paper made life much more convenient. Aaron looked at the crowd. One girl declared that she had now become a person who could not live without this trading company. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. The golden-haired man said that they had a new product and that he was introducing wet wipes for the first time, and people admired him in response. The blonde closed his eyes and thought that the atmosphere was completely different from the last time, and that perhaps due to his active work, he had turned from an object of restrictions into an object of inclusion. The sun was shining on the palace, and Aaron thought that the fact that he had to deal with insidious people remained unchanged, and this was high society. The blonde sat down on a chair and said that he was starting to get tired, and he really just needed to show himself. The golden-haired man shifted his gaze. Aaron looked at the girl who was hiding behind a column. The blonde smiled and said that he had caught her. The girl was standing behind a column, and the protagonist thought that her presence here was worthy of surprise. Aaron knelt down and said that he greeted the princess and asked if she was looking for him. The blonde looked at the hero and asked how he knew that she was a princess, to which he replied that there was nothing he didn't know. The princess smiled, and the golden-haired man thought that it was Lady Rosalia and that she was the king's favorite youngest daughter. The adult princess looked over her shoulder, and the blonde thought that the little princess would grow up quickly, and that he didn't believe that she would be so tall. Two people approached the CEO, and the king's daughter asked Aaron about the wonderful aroma emanating from him, to which the protagonist replied that it was the smell of his body, but Rosalia did not believe him. The princess looked away, and the person approached asked what she was doing there. A guy in a red frock coat and a man in a white cape stood in front of the hero, and the princess called the brown-haired man her brother. The young man looked forward, and the golden-haired man thought that this was Crown Prince Cedric. The man in white smiled. The protagonist realized that it was Maurice, and also wondered since when this man began to support the princess's brother. Cedric looked down, and the golden-haired man thought that this guy was the king of the next generation. Rosalia looked forward, and Aaron thought to himself that she would be called the main beauty of the royal family. The man in white frowned. and the blonde thought that in front of him was a legendary flatterer who had reached the post of prime minister just by playing with his tongue, and the fair-haired guy was surprised by such company. Maurice pointed his finger at the protagonist, and said that this was outrageous behavior, because Aaron did not show due respect to the crown prince. The golden-haired man bowed his head and said that he apologized for such rudeness, to which Cedric replied that there was no need to apologize, because a person can be distracted by some of his own thoughts. The blonde closed his eye and thought that if everything happened the same way as last time, the crown prince would inherit the throne in 10 years. The guy in red looked ahead, and Aaron thought that he didn't like his family and that as soon as he inherited the throne, he would immediately cancel all special benefits for the hero family. The three men looked away. A guard shouted that His Majesty had arrived. The king waved to the crowd, and the guard shouted for the people to greet the sovereign. The blonde got down on one knee. David said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and now he didn't know how to address him, because the blonde had not yet officially inherited the earl's title. Aaron bowed his head and said that he could not inherit the title while its bearer was alive, and that he was only the temporary lord of the county of Stillgard. The king looked at the young blonde man and thought that the son did not look down on his father, despite the fact that his ancestor's death was confirmed, and that he thought quite deeply, and then said that his thoughts were too narrow. Maurice put his hand behind his head and told His Majesty that this was a clear insult. The king looked down and said that he had heard that Aaron had saved the life of the sovereign's friend, to which the blonde man replied that it was all a matter of luck. The golden-haired man knelt down in front of the ruler, and David said that it was hardly a matter of simple luck, and that they said that Aaron had reached a special class at such a young age, and asked if it was true. The girl standing behind the king covered her mouth with her hand, and the golden-haired man said that rumors had spread quickly, and that he was embarrassed. The crown prince frowned and asked harshly if the rumors were really true, since the founding emperor had also reached this level at the age of 17. The ruler looked at Aaron, and the heir said that in this case the blonde could be called the treasurer of the royal family, and asked the king if it was possible to ask the bowed man a question. The guy in red looked ahead and said that he had always admired Aaron's father, but he had never had the opportunity to see the technique of the mystical blade with his own eyes. The golden-haired man looked over his shoulder. Cedric continued to say that this technique was supposed to be inherited by the blonde, and Aaron thought that he was clearly planning something. The golden-haired man stood in front of the king and thought that the heir's intentions after the compliments were obvious, and that he was going to demonstratively disappoint the public in his powers. The blonde guy looked away. The ruler said that he shared the opinion of the crown prince, and Aaron declared the modesty of his skills, but if he could please those gathered even for a moment, then everything would only be a joy to him. The knight held out the sword and told him to take it. The protagonist spread his arms and said that the sword was not necessary, and the knight was surprised at how the blonde was going to demonstrate his powers. The golden-haired man smiled and said that you will see everything for yourself now. The ruler opened his mouth in surprise. The crowd of people were amazed. The crown prince and Maurice looked ahead in amazement. The protagonist conjured a magical blue flower, and the people exclaimed that this magic was called the sword flower. The hero walked forward. A glow appeared around the flower. It was heard that the anemone is the national flower of Navarro. It really looks alive. The guy frowned. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked that she would accept this flower, to which the girl replied that she would be happy. Stretching his hand forward, the young man shouted that if he casually touched the flower of the sword. The girl touched the flower. She raised her head up in amazement. The people looked at him in admiration. It was heard that even without physical contact he could keep him in such a state. The girls opened their eyes in surprise, hearing how it happened, that no harm was done when touching, that, seriously, how did this happen? The hero grinned, hearing that he really inherited the technique of the mystical blade. Looking to the side, the young man asked what it means. This is the second genius to appear in Stillgard, to which the man replied that he is a genius capable of reaching the mythical rank. With wide eyes, the knight thought that no, his level is not like that at all. Anyone who understands at least a little bit about fencing will understand this. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. A thought appeared that he thought that this was a talent that personified their time. But he is improving not just quickly, but too quickly. The difference with the founding emperor is only 1 year. A glow appeared around the people. It was said that the era of people, where the real power was represented by the legendary rank and the 7 rings of mana, until now they contributed to the strengthening of national power and were its main national treasure. But as soon as a knight of the mythical rank was born, he would have to worry about his head. The hero closed his eyes and grinned. He was sitting on a mountain of corpses. The thought appeared that a unique talent, where individual power exceeds the collective, mythical rank. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that thanks to him, his eyes were happy. It seems that he really reached the awakened rank. Turning his head, he added that he must thank him for such a beautiful sight and for saving his friend. What would be the best reward? Closing his eyes, the guy said that believing in the sir is worthy of praise. But they can't call him lord forever. Let him grant him a separate title. The king extended his hand and said that it was a good idea. Viscount was not suitable. The title of earl was ideal, and then asked what he thought. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that this bastard was trying to eat him while pretending to be an idiot, and then said that it was an honor for him. The view of the building opened up, and it was heard that today was a joyful day. Let them continue to enjoy the banquet. Standing by the wall, Aaron thought that in this way, the original purpose of coming here was achieved, but, looking to the side, he used the skill of local listening. Standing in front of the man, the youth said that how at the age of 18 it was possible to achieve a special class. Did he really inherit Richard's blood? To which he replied that now he seemed to understand why Lord Aaron was so arrogant. The boy lowered his head when he heard that usually when he became famous at a young age, he quickly disappeared from the spotlight, to which he replied that he was indeed irritated by his attitude towards him. The hero frowned, listening to the fact that despite the fact that Sir Richard reached the mythical rank, he remained loyal to the crown, and if Lord Aaron would be the same, he could clearly become an eyesore. Grinning, the protagonist thought how funny they were. Now he knew for sure that he had a grudge against him. Walking forward, he added that if this continued, it would become a serious obstacle to Stillgard's growth. Then, the doors swung open. It was heard how many points he had scored from the Crown Prince today. Closing his eyes, the man asked that it was obvious to the naked eye that he hated Aaron. He had done enough. If he went too far, it would result in unpleasant consequences. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what he was talking about this situation. Standing next to him, the man asked what he came to do his business. So the restroom is free, he can go, to which the protagonist replied that no, he did not drink much. He closed his eyes hearing that, but if you think about it, he really has business. Suddenly, the man wheezed from suffocation. Stretching his hand forward, Aaron said that the man who held the line for 20 years and eventually became the king's confidant, the one who was called the worst flatterer, who bows the king's eyes and ears. He smiled and added that his presence would not benefit either Stillgard or Navarro, so wouldn't it be better to cut out the snake's tongue? Sitting at the table, the guy wondered where the hell he was. Looking at him, the girl asked what she should wear to the ceremony of conferring the title on Count Aaron, to which he asked again that why she should go there. Putting her hands on the table, she added that the count said that she could come, to which the young man replied that why would this man make decisions regarding someone else's younger sister. The prince looked away, hearing the address. The hero closed his eyes, standing in front of him. Looking at him, the young man asked what was wrong, to which the protagonist replied that he would like to tell him something in person. Aaron frowned, hearing that he should speak. The prince looked at him in surprise, hearing that maybe he didn't like him, to which he asked what kind of strange question he was suddenly asking. Looking down, the hero thought that the sponge was in his head, the absorption of knowledge was complete. The prince frowned, a thought arose that he thought he was one of those people who had a lot of pride, but secretly low self-esteem. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked him how he liked his fencing skills. Frowning, Cedric replied that it was excellent, that's what he wanted to hear. Looking at the boy, Aaron said that thank you for his sincere assessment. Isn't the crown prince famous for not speaking empty words? Sitting on a chair, the young man said that he was not one of those who liked to talk in vain, to which the hero replied that it was true, because his highness was the most respected person after his majesty. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that no matter how well he wielded the sword, he could use it at his own discretion. The people looked at him in surprise, hearing that he wanted to say that he too was just a subject of his highness. Raising his hand, Aaron said that Stillgard was the sword of his majesty the king, as well as a steel heart that protected his highness. He just wanted him to know this. Cedric's eyes widened in amazement. Grinning, he thought that taking the oath of allegiance in a place where royalty and nobility had gathered, and then said that he thought he was the one who had been rude, let him forgive him. Closing his eyes, the hero said that what rudeness, they had only resolved their misunderstanding, to which the prince replied that no, he thought he had come to his senses thanks to the count's words. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he would not be able to repeat the same thing twice. Now he clearly felt how enormous Morris's patience and endurance were. The room appeared, the thought arose that it seemed that the crown prince had been more or less calmed down. Now it was David's turn. The man smiled and asked that he had asked to talk to him alone. He wanted to tell him something important. Sitting in front of him, the hero replied that yes, we are talking about his majesty's body. Doesn't he have a secret that he cannot reveal? To which David asked again. Smiling, the protagonist said that the goddess appeared to him in a dream. She said that she wanted to solve the problem that bothered his highness. To which he asked that, but could the goddess fix something like that? Looking straight ahead, Aaron thought about what he thought. The king is now trying to get rid of wrinkles. This is the only thing that can be found fault with in his appearance. Looking at the king, he said that he has nothing to be embarrassed about, to which David replied that it is true, there is nothing to be embarrassed about, but is recovery really possible? Clenching his fist, the man shouted that then let him take care of his falling hair. The hero looked at him in amazement. A view of the building opened up, the thought arose that this was not the recovery that was discussed. The building appeared. The knights stretched out their weapons forward. It was heard that His Majesty the King had arrived. The protagonist stood still, and heard that the ceremony of conferring the title of Count to Aaron Stillgard was about to begin. Aaron closed his eyes and thought that everything went smoothly, although he had taken the oath of mana in the process. But in the future he could easily use the ransom doll. The man put his hand to his face and exclaimed. Looking at the hero, he said that by the way, about that blessed medicine, the effect is really amazing, to which the protagonist asked that everything is as he said, isn't it? Aaron smiled, hearing that it is true, so he would like to ask if he can get more of that medicine, to which he replied that he does not even know, after all, the goddess has already given him quite a sufficient amount of her blessing. Raising his finger up, David shouted that in that case, how about donations? Can he make donations? How much should he contribute? The people looked at him in amazement, hearing that he can donate 3 million, let him convey his words to the goddess. Looking at them, the man said that judging by the fact that they were talking for so long, their king really values the count, and the girl added that it was interesting what kind of order they were talking about, that it took so much time to discuss the details. A bowl of pills appeared. The thought arose that the donation amounted to 3.5 million gold. What kind of unexpected wealth had fallen? Closing his eyes, the king said that he was appointing Aaron as the count of his native country, and at this point he declared the ceremony of conferring the title of count closed, and they could sort out everything else here themselves. Looking to the side, the hero thought about what and why he was in such a hurry. Smiling, the guy asked what or if he should now address him as the count, and the girl added that he had flown too high. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that the club members had flown. After all, they had not seen each other for more than 6 months. They had grown so much in many ways. Closing his eyes, the young man said that they had not gathered for a long time. They would go and celebrate his appointment, to which Aaron asked what and how much he planned to eat. Grinning, the hero thought that if you don't count his family, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the people here are his closest friends. The girl crossed her arms. A thought appeared that although there is still Sari, as well as Sierra and Ariel, standing in front of the people, the protagonist thought that but it is precisely when he is with them that they remind him that he is also a person, a being who is capable of experiencing 7 states of mind, and who is not alien to shame and disgrace, and then said that it is good that none of them even dare to think about returning home today. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Standing in front of him, the mage asked that it seems that he no longer has the strength to resist them, and the other added that he also thinks so. Kieran frowned and said what they are doing, on whose tip they are doing all this. Swinging his hand, the guy said that compared to what they heard about him, he turns out to be even weaker. He extended his hand forward and added that he should sleep soundly. Kieran fell to the ground. He rolled his eyes, wondering why the hell things had turned out this way. He looked to the side and thought that he had been removed from the Lord's seat, so he joined a mercenary group with the intention of starting from the bottom. He frowned, wondering that since he was confident enough in his swordsmanship, he had managed to obtain the status of an A-class mercenary, and then using his emergency savings to found a mercenary organization, he thought that he finally had hope for a new life. Clenching his fists, the monster shouted that so what, he did what he had to do. He looked at him in amazement, hearing that what kind of sudden announcement to the whole chat, this is a new type of aggression, to which he asked, didn't they, laughing in his face, say that he is not able to kidnap one single pathetic saint, and do they even know who he managed to catch in his nets? The guy was sitting on the ground. It was heard that the blood of that bastard, Aaron's older brother. Looking down, the young man said that even if he kidnapped that boy Kieran, he is the one who broke off relations with Aaron and left Stillgard, to which he was answered that this is why the kidnapping became possible, as he orders to kidnap the one who is inside the Lord's castle. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the god of evil shouted, well, how about his success? The coins collected during the process of regulating prices on the stock exchange should be used for him. The boy closed his eyes and thought that the percentage had only slightly exceeded 10 before, but had suddenly increased so much, and then said that well, when someone does a great job, of course they should be praised, but what can be done by using Kieran? The demon crossed his arms and said that he would negotiate with Aaron, to which they replied that but what benefit would it bring to our community? At best he would be able to get a few coins, and that would be it. He smiled when they heard that it would be nice if he could shake at least 1 million out of him, but let him look at the members of their community. Is it not a drop in the ocean for so many mouths? The people looked at him in amazement when they heard that what if he could earn 10 million? The boy sat on the ground, and it was heard that he was saying, it was possible, in that case the conversation would change. Smiling, the monster said that he should watch carefully. The hero walked forward, and it was heard that his impeccable negotiating skills were noticeable. The protagonist frowned. Standing in front of the magician, he asked that he was a mediator, to which he was answered approvingly. Closing his eyes, Aaron asked how disgusting, simply disgusting, and where he dug up Kieran, to which the guy replied that the power of the Black Dawn was beyond his imagination. Looking at him, the hero said that he should say what he wanted. Looking down, the young man said that the god of evil wanted to know the list of companies that had joined the magic armor project. If he told the truth, he promised to let Kieran go. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that he said these words knowing their meaning, or simply read the text written on paper, To which the guy shouted that it was not important now, let him decide whether to save Kieran's life or not. The young man silently looked at him. Stretching his hand forward, Aaron said that in return he should fulfill his promise. Standing in front of the magician, he said that he would say it only once, to which the magician replied that it was Magic Steel, the Constant Magic Design Association, and an engineering group. A bright glow appeared in the sky. The monster smiled when he heard that weren't all these companies registered in the Interdimensional Investor Union. If you buy them all at once, how many times more will the amount you can get be? He asks if it's about the shares of the 4th generation magic armor. Its price will skyrocket tens of times. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Greg heard that he was their savior, to which he asked that they now believed in his words. Closing his eyes, he thought that this was enough. He was the devil's spawn. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was a great job, and they definitely had acting talent, to which the guy asked that they could go now. The young man looked surprised when he heard that where were they going. He hadn't finished with them yet, to which he asked again. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that he should think logically. If there were no signs of a fight, then what would the hostage think? To which the magician said that he meant that it would look strange, so he suggested leaving some traces of the altercation. With his eyes wide open, the guy said okay, they would do it, and there would be traces. The people looked at him in fear. It was heard that it would be better to add more realism. Raising his hand up, Aaron said that it must have been difficult to gather new members like this. He felt a little guilty in front of Greg. With his eyes wide open, he added that but what can you do? He has an illness, because of which he is not able to leave demon summoners alive. Loud screams were heard in the forest. Greg looked surprised and shouted that he should know when to stop. He thinks that his followers are some kind of punching bags. The hero crossed his arms and asked him if he had done his job properly, to which he replied that the members of the community who had decent money would suffer greatly this time. They were so excited by his news that they were ready to buy a bunch of shares. The protagonist stood still. A thought appeared that the operation to distribute fake lists, all the shares he had just leaked, were shares that would fall, not rise. Frowning, the monster shouted that thanks to him, he had eliminated the risk factor with one click. He thought that this kind of help was worth sharing something like a real list. Looking down, Aaron said that he had managed to get financial support. He himself said how much it was, 150,000, to which Greg replied that he at least knew how much he had in debt. This amount was just a drop in the ocean. Looking at the notification, the hero heard that he was not going to leave her with just these crumbs, to which he replied that okay, he would give him the opportunity to earn a little more. Smiling, Greg asked again, to which the hero replied that but not just like that. Standing in front of the notification, the monster heard that he should divide the amount of funding received exactly in half and send it to him. Then he would share how to earn more, to which he replied that he was a damn capitalist. The hero grinned, hearing that Greg sent him 75,139 coins, did everything, let him reveal the list. The monster looked surprised, hearing that Magic Steel, Constant Magic Design Association, Engineering Group. Looking at the notification, he shouted that this was a fake list, to which the protagonist replied that he did not say a word about revealing the real one. If he wanted to pay off the debt, then he should quickly go and buy up shares of the listed companies. A graph appeared. It was heard that he had lost half of his investments, and the share price had already doubled, and how much could he earn if he bought it now? Greg put his hand to his face when he heard that he really thought the members had any sense of loyalty to the common cause. The fake lists had already spread throughout the null system. Since it was a different dimension, it didn't mean there was any difference. Those bastards would advertise everything themselves to attract more investment. Grinning, the protagonist said that since the stocks had risen so much, other investors had already smelled the profit. Didn't it seem like it was clearly related to the 4th generation magic armor at first glance? The monster looked at him in amazement when he heard that the stocks would continue to rise until the collapse. After all, as they say, there's a roof above the ceiling. Waving his finger, the protagonist said that since he was being especially generous to him, he should continue buying the stocks until he gave him a sign. Raising his finger, he added that it was promoting the 4th generation release. Aaron closed his eyes and thought that people and gods are all the same when faced with the temptation of gain. The guy was sitting on the ground. He looked at him in surprise when he heard that he had woken up. Frowning, the young man said that he could smell the nauseating smell of blood, which meant that he had not dreamed it. It would have been better if what had happened had been a nightmare. The corpses were lying on the ground, and he heard someone say, "Who are these members of the Black Dawn?" Sitting on the ground, Kieran asked what black magic was, why the warlocks had attacked him, to which the hero replied that he had not been the target. The guy opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he seemed to be among their enemies, that they could not touch him, so they had kidnapped him. Kieran looked away and said, "What idiots, they thought that by kidnapping him they would be able to take revenge. Perhaps it had worked, be it Karen or Irene." Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. The ropes on his hands were cut. Looking at him, the hero said that this was the first time this had happened, so he came to the rescue. But if this became the norm, it would make his life much more difficult. The young man frowned upon hearing this. Sitting on the ground, he shouted that in that case, he should just leave him to die. Kieran looked at him furiously and added that his fief, his vassals and land, he had taken everything from him. If it came to that, then let him take his life. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that if he died, it would be a failure. Eren clenched his fist tightly. The boy looked at him in fear. Suddenly, the hero struck him. Putting his hand to his face, Kieran asked what he wanted to say, that he would personally finish him off. Well, nothing surprising, because he never saw him as an older brother. The protagonist looked at him angrily. The young man crossed his arms and thought that compared to the past, he was now at a completely different level. Suddenly, Eren struck him. The boy fell to the ground. He wondered what was going on with his eyes wide open. Kieran grabbed his chest and added that the more blows he received, the more power he felt in his body. Frowning, the hero thought about the impact on acupuncture points, a technique that penetrates vital points during blows to them and smooths out the flow of internal energy. The guy clenched his teeth and exclaimed. The thought appeared that Kieran had quite a good talent, so he had a great future. Looking at him, the protagonist said that right now it would only cause overstrain of the body. Turning around, he added that he should not die, because in his sketch of a happy ending, he was also present. The young man lay unconscious. The thought appeared that in his past life, Kieran died in an accident at the age of 29. Eren closed his eyes and thought that it was an accidental death with no known cause, but he couldn't find any clues, and now, looking back, he thinks that the Marquis was behind it. He added, widening his eyes, what a strange pair of brothers. The girl smirked, thinking that she had seen people level up using violence as an excuse. Looking away, the hero asked her why she had appeared for the first time in a long time and decided to spy on him. Frowning, he added that he was helping Kieran, for good reason, it wasn't out of great affection, to which the girl replied that so be it, she understood him perfectly. Claire smirked, thinking that although he was currently in alliance with her, he had no idea when things could change dramatically, such was the nature of interdimensional trade. The hero walked forward and thought about how yesterday's enemy was becoming his friend. The guy's eyes lit up, the thought appeared that the one he called a friend today, tomorrow could be on the other side of the barricades. The girl stretched out her hand forward. It was said that now that most of the forces threatening the Stillgards were suspended. Greg smiled, the thought arose that it was time to briefly concentrate on building up his own. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that for the sake of reaching the fourth system, a view of the Claire temple opened up. Closing his eyes, the guy shouted that this cannot be done, this temple is under the patronage of Stillgard. The young man cowered in fear. Looking at him, the girl said that if he does not fulfill her request. Opening her eyes wide, she added that she would finish everyone, the Stillgards or someone else. Frowning, the girl said that she should immediately save her younger sister. The story moves to the huge estate of the Stillgard family, while the plot told that peace and quiet reigned in this county for half a year. At this time, Eren was in his room and meditating. Suddenly, a system notification window opened right in front of him, and the merchant of the third system Azunamos said that he had trained well today, so he praised him. Staring straight ahead with a serious look, the boy thought that in order to move to the fourth system, it is necessary to reach phase 3, and the phase of the third system that he chose is the Supreme Mind. Imagining in his head a person who directs all internal energy directly to his head, the protagonist realized that these are the so-called psionic abilities, a mysterious force or superpower. Looking straight at the system notification window, Eren mused that, however, due to Azunamos' policy of not selling knowledge and only passing it on through training, he had been training for several days in a row, saying that training was a good thing, but he needed the necessary status right now. Hearing this, Monica smiled widely, explaining that they had agreed not to bring this up again, and asked him not to worry, because they would provide him with the necessary training within the stated period. Closing his eyes in displeasure, the boy mused that he had never lost in verbal skirmishes during interdimensional transactions, but this opponent was stronger than he thought, and he did not understand what to do now, because this path was much easier than obtaining other phases, so he would have to accept it. Suddenly getting up from his desk, the protagonist received a message from the girl that they would see each other at the next lesson. Looking straight out the window from his office, Eren noticed that a lot had changed in the last 6 months. Imagining Among flying right over the wheat fields, the boy thought that together with him he had developed the agricultural lands of Stillgard and achieved unprecedented yields. Visualizing the images of Harvey and Irene, the protagonist thought that in terms of trade turnover, his company had entered the top companies in the country. Thinking about the most important thing, Eren opened the system notification window right in front of him. In this very system notification, there was information about Eren's magic armor business, Hiragan, with a market capitalization of 50.7 million coins and other information. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy reasoned that the 4th generation magic armor company had successfully entered the stock exchange, and the result was excellent. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at his current balance, which was 23,109,326 coins. Aaron imagined the windmills that stood in the middle of the fields in his head, thinking that thanks to the money, green energy was also being produced at a rapid pace, and the system promised that the mission to provide 100,000 megawatts of clean energy was 75% complete. Standing in the middle of his office, the boy thought that the preparations for the transition to the fourth system were in full swing, and at this rate, he could easily deal with the manager. Then the protagonist looked at the letter lying right on the table. At the same time, he imagined a swordsman with red hair in his head and thought that this was Cecilia Sergius, one of the 5 famous swords that the Empire owned, and the only knight of the legendary rank of Navarro. Looking straight at the letter in his hands, the boy thought that this woman, who was dubbed the Northern Beast, and today she requested permission to visit Stillgard, and does not know how she got the approval of the royal family. Still holding that same letter in his hands, the protagonist realized that the Sergius family was known for having absolute wealth and military power even in the Empire, and hoped that she had not come there to have fun and relax. When he thought that something serious must have happened, Fiafan burst into his office, calling out to the Lord. Looking displeasedly straight ahead after what had happened, Aaron said as if he had taken the words off his tongue, and his assistant asked what he was talking about. The boy turned around abruptly, asking what was the matter, and the guy with long hair explained that it was about Lady Cecilia. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if she was already here, since she had planned to arrive in the afternoon, while Fiafan explained that the woman had already arrived. Then he said that she had caused a commotion in the temple of the goddess Claire, which greatly shocked Aaron, who looked straight ahead with a menacing look. At this time, the doctors used a defibrillator and directly on the guy with red hair. After using this device, it suddenly failed. At the same time, a girl with red hair entered the room, asking to save him, because if they could not do this, they would pay. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Cecilia explained that no one would leave there in good health. At that moment, the heartbeat strip on the device went flat. Seeing this, the doctor with regret on his face announced that it would no longer be possible to revive him. After hearing this, the legendary swordswoman suddenly stuck her blade straight into the floor. Then she approached the doctor and grabbing him, asked didn't he say that he could save him? And he explained that he never said that, because only gods can confidently say something like that. Staring straight ahead with a furious gaze, the Northern Beast concluded that this was a temple of a goddess, and of Claire herself, the famous goddess of healing. Looking at her with fear, the doctor explained that they had done everything they could. A moment later, Cecilia became very angry and asked him to shut up and stop talking to this doctor and continue doing what he was doing. Saying that this was all some kind of curse, the girl with red hair threw the doctor right into the wall. At that very moment, someone unknown appeared right behind her and said that this could be watched forever. Staring straight ahead with a serious gaze, Aaron declared that she was not a Northern Beast at all, but a Northern Bandit. The frightened doctor, noticing the Lord, called out to him, and he asked what was going on there. Immediately after that, the doctor explained that the patient was Mrs. Cecilia's younger brother, and he suddenly developed bradycardia, and he took measures, but for some reason his heart couldn't withstand the load. Slowly walking straight to the patient's bed, the boy asked to let him take a look. Looking away with displeasure, the legendary swordswoman asked that he really was that same Count Stillgard, and Aaron explained that everything was correct, and he understood her feelings, but still asked her to calm down, because otherwise the problem could not be solved. Looking straight at the boy, who was slowly walking right next to her, Cecilia asked what he even said, and stated that Albert died because his priests did not take proper action, so Stillgard would not be able to survive after something like this either. Using his magic directly on the red-haired girl's younger brother, the protagonist asks him what he ate on the way there, stating that if she wants to save him, she'd better answer all the questions. The Northern Beast looks straight ahead with displeasure after hearing this, and tells him that he ate a piece of the fire dragon fruit because one of its effects is to replenish energy, and Aaron, who received this information, notes that it seems like he often snacks on it. Imagining the mythical fruit wrapped in energy in his head, the boy mused that the fire dragon fruit is also called the Continental Elixir, which contains a huge amount of mana, and they ask for so much money for it that it is impossible to believe. At that moment, Cecilia recalled her knight being asked why he would hoard such an expensive item for a dying child, and wondered if there was any problem with her spending money to feed her younger brother. A moment later, the protagonist stated that of course there was a problem, because his illness had worsened because of the fruit, and he was in this state not because of his illness, but because of it, while the red-haired girl listening to his words was very dumbfounded. The legendary swordswoman looked straight ahead in surprise, wondering if this was true. She suddenly asked him to stop talking nonsense, because Albert was able to live until today thanks to the fire dragon's fructose, and the threateningly looking to the side said that if she thought so, then there was nothing he could do. Then the boy remarked that since she did not believe his diagnosis, he was powerless, and the Northern Beast, grabbing her blade, asked what to do if it was really true. At that moment, the boy sighed heavily, saying that then her brother could be saved, but the guardian was too afraid, so he could not make such an attempt. Then Cecilia knelt before him and asked him to save her brother. Looking warily straight at her, The protagonist thought that this was the daughter of the Sergius family, the most arrogant family on the entire continent. Imagining in his head the image of a girl with red hair, which releases its colossal energy outward, Eren reasoned that she was a knight of legendary rank and the commander of the Empire's army, a knight of spiritual flame. Standing right in front of her, the boy thought that she, who looked down on even the members of the imperial family, had kneeled before him without hesitation and seemed to have truly come there for her younger brother. Immediately after that, the protagonist told her to sit quietly, which greatly shocked Cecilia. Eren then announced that he would begin treatment from now on, and wrapped his hand in yellow energy. The boy stared straight ahead seriously as the system promised that he was opening an active solution to the knowledge of first system medicine. Using healing magic, Eren mused that Claire's temple was built on the basis of the modern medicine of the third system countries, and within its walls, most diseases could be cured without the need for mystical powers. Looking at the doctor standing behind him, the boy reasoned that this was why he could not find Albert's true illnesses, since it was a problem that could not be solved with modern medicine. Seeing the strange clots of energy right in Cecilia's brother's chest, the protagonist thought that he was born with natural yang energy, but due to the burst blood vessels, the energy circulation was impossible, causing him to fall ill and suffer. Imagining a mythical fruit wrapped in energy in his head, Eren thought that in order to solve this problem, he was fed the fire dragon fruit, and there was an overdose of yang energy, and therefore the guy's body almost exploded. Looking at the clearly worried red-haired girl, the boy reasoned that even the legendary experts who can be called the best in the field of mana, the heart of its flows, probably even they do not know about the 8 meridians, 12 meridians and the principles of yin and yang. Immediately after that, the protagonist used his healing magic directly on Albert, thinking that he could not watch a beardless youth die in his temple. The people right behind him were extremely dumbfounded by everything that was happening. The northern beast was looking straight ahead menacingly, asking what he was doing while the doctor stopped her with his hand. Looking straight at the legendary rank swordswoman seriously, Leo asked her to just trust him, because the Lord would solve the problem. With her gaze fixed straight ahead, Cecilia mused that whoever was the high priest trusted his lord completely when it came to healing. She then wondered what was going on in this domain as Eren continued to use his healing magic on her brother. A moment later, a heartbeat symbol appeared right on the screen of the machine. At that moment, the boy's hand was covered in bright flames. Looking straight at the heavily breathing Albert, the protagonist declared that this would be enough. Noticing that her brother had regained consciousness, the red-haired girl rushed towards him. After finishing the treatment, the protagonist walked away, looking at his subordinate, asking if there was an empty room, and the latter told him to follow him. Eren concentrated the fiery energy in his hands. The boy meditated while enveloping himself in a huge amount of yang power, and thought that after absorbing Albert's energy, his internal energy, which was 600 years old, increased by 120 years, and wondered if this should also be considered a coincidence. After a moment, the protagonist thought with a smile on his face that he now had 720 years of internal energy, and his goal was to exceed 5 energy, reaching the peak extreme, in order to approach the mythical realm, so extra internal energy never hurt. He then thought that he still couldn't believe that he was fed fire dragon fruits to the point of becoming a walking elixir, while the northern beast happily looked at her revived brother. As Eren put on his shirt, he realized that something interesting had appeared, because he felt it the moment he put his hand on Albert's body. Throwing his jacket on top, the boy thought that they say that the Sergius family has gold instead of blood, and it turns out that this richest family in the empire has some kind of secret, and moreover, there was a feeling of dark and vile malice. When he thought that he would need to order Harris and rose to investigate, the sorcerer suddenly sneezed. A moment later, Cecilia was coughing into her fist, trying to attract attention. Closing her eyes, the red-haired girl explained that she should apologize to him, because she usually kept her cool, but when it came to Albert, she immediately lost her temper. Eren, standing right in front of her, asked if she wanted to tell him anything more, and she said that they would compensate for the full amount of damage, and asked if 100,000 gold pieces would be enough. At that moment, the boy looked menacingly straight ahead, wondering if she had told him everything, and the frightened northern beast did not understand what he wanted from her. Then the protagonist noted that she knew it very well, and Cecilia, hearing this, suddenly became embarrassed. Looking at her with a puzzled expression, Eren asked her if her pride was more important to her than her younger brother. Suddenly blushing with awkwardness, the red-haired girl expressed her gratitude for saving Albert, and for saving her from the worst-case scenario, when he would have died because of her. As if boiling with tension, the northern beast added that she would never forget his kindness, and the boy, looking at her with a puzzled expression, did not understand whether she was now thanking him or taking out her anger on him. Imagining a carriage driving right between the fields, the protagonist thought that Cecilia wanted to stay close to Albert, but after a short squabble, he managed, albeit not without difficulty, to convince her, and they went to the mansion. Looking straight at the red-haired girl who was sitting in the carriage with her displeasure, Eren thought that there was a wind power plant in Netziana, and although he had set up a barrier to make it invisible, if he were caught, it would be a problem. Looking straight out the window at the beautiful fields, the northern beast noted that the harvest had not yet been collected, and she thought that it was time to start mowing, and the boy asked if she was there to spy, or if she was so concerned about the harvest of other territories. Hearing this, Cecilia suddenly fell silent in her seat. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the red-haired girl asked him what she had wanted to ask him for a long time, why he was addressing her informally. Fixing his serious gaze straight at her, the protagonist asked what about her then. Hearing his words, the northern beast was puzzled and wondered if he was not afraid of her at all, and this despite the fact that he only had an awakened rank. While she realized that she could not do anything to the one who saved Albert, the narrative of the story moved to the domain of Stillgard, to the central square, where the trading shops were located. Looking straight out the window, Cecilia noted that everything there was well equipped and very different from what she had heard about Stillgard. Aaron asked that how could people understand something if they did not have the appropriate experience. A moment later, the girl with red hair declared that repairs of such a scale must have cost a lot, and the boy who looked away said that he would agree here, but compared to Realza, it was nothing. While imagining herself reaching out to the Stillgard family flag, Cecilia thought that Aaron Trading Company was nothing more than a nice little startup business in the eyes of Sergius Trading House, but the question was whether it would remain that way forever. While Aaron stared ahead in surprise, the red-haired girl wondered if it was possible that he had achieved such success at such a young age, with only the Stillgard name behind him. Suddenly closing her eyes, the northern beast explained that she thought he was just incredibly lucky, which greatly surprised the boy. Crossing her arms over her chest, Cecilia stated that she, on the contrary, had underestimated his efforts too much, and asked to what extent his real abilities had been revealed to the world. Looking menacingly ahead after hearing all that, the protagonist did not understand what kind of woman she was. Aaron, looking at the red-haired girl with a puzzled expression, thought that this was the first time he had seen a stranger notice everything so accurately, and at the very first meeting. Remembering the images of other aristocrats, the boy reasoned that among the nobles he was just a lucky youth, and by a lucky chance he had become a favorite of the goddess, and Cecilia was called a beast, but she was more rational and unbiased than he thought, so while she was in Stillgard, he should be extremely careful. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to 5 days after Cecilia's visit, when the director of the Strategic Intelligence Department of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, Harris, looked directly into the magic ball and greeted Lord Aaron. The boy, moving his hand to the side, simply asked to be called a count, and noting that he was not a resident of his fief, and the bald man, upon hearing him, accepted the order, saying that regarding his request, he would immediately begin reporting. Looking puzzled straight ahead, the director of the Empire's Strategic Intelligence Department was telling the reason why Cecilia Sergius was so protective of her younger brother Albert, when he suddenly stated that he first thought he should briefly tell about the family's genealogy. Imagining all the members of the Sergius family in his head, Harris asked if he knew that Cecilia was the eldest daughter in the family, Albert was the youngest, the 9th child, and the protagonist, who heard this, asked that he really was saying that there were as many as 9 children in the family, and admitted that they had quite a large nest. A moment later, the director of the Empire's intelligence stated that in fact there were 2 children left in the Sergius family, and Aaron, who heard this, was extremely dumbfounded, looking straight at the magic ball. Visualizing in his head the 2 remaining heirs of the Sergius family, Harris concluded that, with the exception of Albert, all of Cecilia's younger brothers and sisters had passed away. At the same time, the head of the Sergius family, sitting on his throne, asked his subordinate that he really was saying that Albert had been cured, and he explained that he had been brought back to normal life in the Stillgard temple. With an imperturbable expression on his face, the red-haired man stated that he had no choice, since everything had turned out this way. Fixing his menacing gaze straight ahead, he gave the order to kill his sons so that she would not leave a stone unturned from Stillgard. The aristocrat rode his horse right through the forest. With a smile on his face, the blue-haired boy thought that Mr. Albert was slowly getting better, and at this rate he would soon be discharged from the hospital. Unknown people were watching him from behind the bushes as he continued riding his horse, thinking that tomorrow, when the Lord arrived at the temple, he would have to tell him the good news. A moment later, the blue-haired boy noticed something right in front of him. At that very moment, his horse's head was suddenly cut off. The same people who were watching him were coming out of hiding, looking straight at the raised cloud of dust. Towering directly above the nobleman, the bandit noted that they were lucky, and they were waiting for the moment when he would be left alone, but he could not imagine that such an opportunity would come so soon. Looking straight at the frightened Leo, the marauder asked if he was the priest of Stillgard, the healer who was responsible for the treatment of Albert Sergius. Surrounding the doctor from all sides, the bandits asked him to answer only the questions asked, if he wanted to leave on good terms. Staring menacingly ahead, the bandit asked to stop treating Albert, so that the guy would slowly die. Staring dumbfoundedly straight ahead after everything he heard, Leo assumed that they were Imperials, since they came there saying that they were trying to kill Mr. Albert. Right next to him was a bag of money. The bandits noted that he was smart, and if they gave him a fake cure, he would get 10,000 gold. Unsheathing his blade, the bandit explained that it was better not to refuse the offer, because they did not particularly like killing. Immediately after that, the doctor grinned maliciously and began to laugh, saying that luck was clearly not on their side. Then he added that it would be better if they paid at the temple or the Lord's castle, and the bandit, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked what he was muttering about. A moment later, an unknown energy rushed right through the dust, and Leo declared that there was the Medshan Highlands. When he announced that this was a place that the Lord paid special attention to, the bandits were very surprised. At that moment, the bandit noticed something right in front of him. Then, right in the middle of the forest, an explosion suddenly occurred. Frightened, looking ahead, the bandit wondered what had suddenly happened. Immediately after that, Aaron appeared out of nowhere, noticing with a smile on his face that they were reacting quite calmly. Looking straight ahead menacingly, the boy assumed that perhaps these were not the last scum in front of him. Looking at the smugly smiling protagonist, the bandits immediately realized that he was Count Stillgard. Looking straight at the bandits, Aaron asked that there really were only 6 of them of awakened rank, and in the case of feudal wars, they had the power to wipe out any landholding. What a puny set. Exchanging glances with his ally after hearing this, the bandit thought that since the Lord himself had appeared, the situation could get worse, and in that case it was worth acting. Realizing that they had no choice but to kill everyone and hide, the bandits surrounded the protagonist. The bandit stared straight ahead and called his opponent an arrogant bastard, asking him if he thought he was Robin Stillgard. Looking straight ahead with confidence after hearing this, Aaron said that it was not so and that it would be better if his father were in his place, because then he would probably show mercy to them, but he had no such intentions. A moment later, the bandits rushed to attack him. At the same time, the boy deftly dodged his opponent's blow. Then he deftly dodged the next attack. Leo watched everything unfold with great surprise, not understanding what was happening. Seeing Aaron dodge the bandit's swing with great ease, the doctor could not believe that he was facing 6 awakened warriors at the same time. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the bandit thought that this was simply impossible, and did he really mean to say that he could see the trajectory of the blow? Staring furiously straight ahead, the boy thought about the psionic abilities of the 3rd system and mused that he had been training hard for the past few days in order to enter the 4th system. At the same time, the frightened Monica could not believe the reality of what was happening. The 3rd system merchant put her hands straight ahead, declaring that it was the first time she saw someone demonstrate such a rapid growth, because even this word did not fit to describe his speed. Aaron meditated, focusing different energies in himself, and mused that he had a powerful body with the right balance of the basics of magic and martial arts skills, as well as incredible spiritual strength. Staring furiously straight ahead, the boy realized that when all this goes together with psionic abilities, it turns out to be a very interesting experience. Realizing that the path of any attack was clearly visible, the protagonist suddenly rushed towards his opponents, striking. Realizing that in this case he could use this too, and thinking that there were 2 main characteristics of psionic abilities, Aaron wrapped his hand in red energy. With his hand straight in front of him and his own power directed at his opponents, the boy thought that the first was the ability to penetrate the enemy's mind and strike. In an instant, the bandits were wrapped in red energy, and their leader wondered why his body stopped obeying. Lifting the man into the air, the protagonist thought about the second ability. Thinking that this very ability was telekinesis, Aaron lifted the bandits high into the air. At the same time, the bandit leader looked straight at the scroll in his hand, wondering if this was reverse gravity, and realized that then he just needed to use the scroll of reverse magic move. Immediately after that, he activated the scroll of reverse magic, and it suddenly began to shine brightly. A moment later, the bandits were still in the air. The bandit looked away in shock, not understanding why there was no effect. At that moment, Aaron sharply pointed his finger down, thinking that the best thing about psionic abilities is that they are not magic that uses mana. Realizing that they are immune to cancellation and even dispel, the boy slammed his opponents straight into the ground. Smugly looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that he had put things in order, and now let everyone take turns laying out what they have hidden. Imagining in his head the image of little Cecilia surrounded by servants, Aaron thought that she had so much money that it was almost decaying. Visualizing a red-haired girl eating a cake, the boy reasoned that from a young age she was proud of the fact that she only dealt with the best on the continent, including clothes, furniture, and food. Looking straight at the northern beast trembling with discontent, the protagonist thought that because of this, even her taste preferences and, in general, not only food but also desserts have their own philosophy for her. Being right in the local tavern, the legendary swordswoman was shaking all over from unbearable, while Aaron was thinking about what she was eating cookies that were served at the table in a small eatery on the outskirts of the city. After biting into it, Cecilia could not believe that it was divinely delicious. Suddenly, the cook approached her, who, putting her hand on her chest, asked how she was and whether she liked the taste of macaroons. Then, the red-haired girl's voice rang out right through the inn, saying that the taste wasn't so bad that it would ruin one's appetite, and the old man who had prepared it said that he understood everything. Imagining various sweets in her head, the northern beast thought that it was just ridiculous, and thought of chocolate, sweet almonds, soda, honey chips, caramel, and chewy candies. As she walked along the city street, Cecilia wondered if every food she tasted made her heart flutter. Suddenly, noticing something off to the side, the red-haired girl thought that this wasn't the only thing that surprised her. Remembering the vast fields stretching into the distance, the northern beast thought that she had never seen how work was being done. As she imagined the metalworkers, Cecilia reasoned that blacksmiths, for example, were able to provide for wealthy independent farmers and employ a significant number of hired workers. Looking straight at the merchant standing to the side, the red-haired girl realized that the economy was growing, and each store had a constant flow of customers, and the presence of a temple meant a constant influx of visitors. Watching the people who were happily walking along the city street, the northern beast thought that since there was no shortage of labor or capital, anyone could get an education there, and this despite the fact that initially it was only available to a select few. Then a question arose in her mind about how this was possible, until the narrative suddenly moved straight to the temple of the goddess Claire, where her brother called her. Lying on a hospital bed, Albert asked her what she was thinking about, and Cecilia answered that there was nothing at all. Looking straight at his sister, the red-haired boy stated that he seemed to know what it was about and that she apparently cared about Aaron Stillgard, and the red-haired girl who heard this didn't understand how he managed to do it. Immediately after this, Albert called out to his sister, offering to go for a walk, and she, hearing this, was very surprised. Staring straight ahead with a crazy look, the red-haired guy was going to show her something interesting related to Aaron Stillgard. The story moves to a mountainous area. Walking right behind her brother, Cecilia asked if he shouldn't go back to the temple and why he was trying to climb the mountain. Turning back, Albert declared that she herself said that she was interested in learning about Aaron Stillgard and was going to show him what he was hiding. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the red-haired girl asked what he was saying and offered to go back first and then talk. Trying to climb the hill, the red-haired guy was strong and pleased that his body was so weak. A moment later, he abruptly ran forward, and the northern beast asked what he had just said. Suddenly seeing something in front, Albert declared that they had come to the right place. Pointing his hand forward, the red-haired guy asked to look at what Count Stillgard had placed there. Looking at the forest below, Cecilia asked what it was and noted that it was a very ordinary mountain plateau, and her brother, who heard this, became very angry, asking if she really didn't notice anything, explaining that a cognitive impairment spell was in effect there, and asked to pull out Parma's armor. Looking straight at the angry red-haired guy, the girl asked what had suddenly come over him, and he declared that if he said to pull it out, then it was necessary to pull it out, because otherwise he would take and cut his throat. A moment later, Albert plunged the blade straight into his neck, which greatly surprised the northern beast. Looking at her brother with fear, Cecilia agreed to do as he said and asked him to stop. Immediately after that, the red-haired girl placed her hand directly on her chest and activated Parma's armor. Watching this with joy, Albert thought that Cecilia was among the legendary rank not only because of her strength. Looking straight at his sister who was wearing magic armor, the red-haired boy understood that it was also because of her very rare equipment, which she received thanks to the full support of their family. At that moment, the northern beast directed her menacing gaze forward, while Albert reasoned that, in particular, this happened because of Parma's armor, because this armor nullifies all magical effects in the surrounding area. Suddenly, the space in front of Cecilia began to change, and upon seeing this, she wondered if there really was a spell that distorted cognitive perception. Then she saw a windmill, which was spinning quickly in the wind. The northern beast, dumbfounded, could not believe what she saw. She was looking straight at the huge number of windmills that stood right in the middle of the forest. At that moment, Albert looked at his sister, asking her to look at these structures, and asked what he thought, could such a thing be done with human technology? A moment later, he noted that he had long wondered who had crossed the border, which greatly surprised Cecilia. Suddenly, a man appeared right in front of them, asking if it was really them. Noticing Count Stillgard, who was looking menacingly straight ahead, the girl with red hair was a little scared. The boy was standing right in front of these two guys. A moment later, Cecilia, looking straight at him, said that now she understood what was going on. Looking at the dumbfounded red-haired girl, the protagonist wondered how she got there, since her presence complicated everything, and noted that it seemed like everything needed to be explained, but first he should calm down. Immediately after that, the northern beast said that there was no room for calm there, since everything was now clear, both the rapid development of the Stillgard territories, and how he managed to reach the awakened rank at such a young age, while Aaron looked straight at her menacingly. Then the boy noted that it seemed like some strange misunderstanding had arisen, and the red-haired girl, looking straight ahead with displeasure, stated that now she was convinced of everything for sure. Directing his furious gaze forward, after all he had heard, the protagonist could not believe that she actually knew about interdimensional deals. Pointing her finger straight at Aaron, Cecilia asked if he was really one of the dragons who had gotten carried away. Hearing this, the boy was extremely dumbfounded, thinking that this was referring to the situation where dragons killed a human. Imagining in his mind how a monster possessed the body of a human it had killed, the the protagonist thought that they took over his personality, then pretended to be that human and continued to live, so it was literally called the fun of dragons who were tired of their boring lives. Visualizing a noble knight and a sorcerer, Eren reasoned that they basically accepted the status of high-ranking royalty and enjoyed human culture. With a serious look straight ahead, the boy thought that, of course, from a human perspective, this was no different from a disaster, because dragons were incapable of making proper policies. Immediately after, the protagonist, lowering his head a little lower, explained that she had been carried away in the wrong direction, and an unhappy Cecilia asked why. Even when everything was so obvious, he still tried to evade the question. At that moment, Albert was watching them from behind a tree, while the red-haired girl was wondering what he had pulled out of his lair, both the success of the Eren Trading Company and the source of wealth that had made the Stillgards prosperous. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist asked if her fantasies about dragons were too big, and noted that if you looked closely, they were actually poor guys. Clenching her hand into a fist in displeasure after his words, the northern beast did not understand what he was saying, because it explained both his sudden talent for the sword and the fact that a man who was simply limping suddenly reached the awakened rank in just 2 years. Fixing her menacing gaze straight ahead, Cecilia was about to say the most important thing. Looking at Eren, who seemed to sparkle with beauty, the girl with red hair declared that it was a well-known fact that dragons prefer beautiful people, and he had a beautiful face, and this was the most convincing proof. In response, the boy thanked her for the compliment, but also noted that she was mistaken, and the northern beast waved her hand, declaring that she would punish him, although they were not enemies, but still doing it for the sake of Eren Stillgard, who died at such a young age. A moment later, the protagonist saw his opponent take a huge blade from her inventory. Then Eren took out his sword and said that words do not work there, so it does not matter at all whether he is a dragon or a man. Immediately after that, Cecilia rushed forward, declaring that today his daring fun will come to an end. Then the two crossed their blades. Cecilia looked straight ahead with a menacing gaze, seeing the aura blade, saying that it had finally revealed its identity, and Eren asked if she had ever seen a dragon practice swordsmanship. Fending it off with her sword, the red-haired girl commanded it to quickly assume its true form. The two then began to attack each other with their blades. Looking at the furiously fighting northern beast, the protagonist thought that it was not for nothing that she was called the Knight of the Spiritual Flame, and that she was the most unpredictable swordsman he had ever fought. Staring furiously ahead, Eren thought that it would have been hard if he did not have psionic abilities. Fending off each of her blows with his blade, the boy thought that it was so strange that although the all-powerful one was called a beast, she actually turned out to be a very rational person. Realizing that someone was egging her on, the protagonist suddenly stopped the red-haired girl's onslaught. Throwing the northern beast back, the protagonist was going to deal with this issue after he sorted out the misunderstanding that had arisen. Suddenly lowering his blade down, Eren noted that she had quite an amazing armor, and asked if it was really mithril. Immediately after that, the boy told her that 1 gram of the metal costs a crazy price of 1,000 gold, because it is difficult to process. But now she is wearing full-fledged armor made of this material, and Cecilia grinned smugly after hearing this, asking if he was really worried, since his magic does not work on her. Releasing his energy, the protagonist explained that this was not the case at all, and she approached this fight very seriously, so he was going to do the same, which surprised her greatly. At the same time, Eren explained that she had better lay out everything she was hiding, because when it came to various types of equipment, he knew a lot about it, and the northern beast, who saw something in front of her, was very dumbfounded, asking what it was. At that moment, she looked straight at the boy, who was putting on his magic armor. Surprised, looking straight at him, Cecilia thought that she had never heard of a dragon using such a weapon. A moment later, Eren rushed forward, saying that he was attacking. At that time, the girl with red hair saw a stream of lightning right in front of her. Looking ahead, the northern beast did not understand where he went, when suddenly the boy appeared right in front of her. Seeing this, the northern beast was very scared. Immediately after, the protagonist would strike directly at his opponent. After receiving damage, Cecilia was paralyzed. Eren, looking straight ahead smugly, declared that this was the way to win. Putting his foot directly on the ground, Cecilia wondered what she should say in such a situation. After receiving damage, the red-haired girl was breathing heavily. Looking straight at Eren standing in front of her in his magical armor, the northern beast reasoned that all the words that were spinning in her head could not form a complete thought. At the same time, Cecilia saw a crack in her Parma armor, becoming very scared. Looking straight at his opponent, the boy explained that this armor, they think its price on the continent is about 3 million gold, and for a knight, there is nothing more troublesome than dealing with magic, so she must have thought that she was invincible. Looking at his magic armor, Eren stated that this set would cost around 2 million gold, and would soon become a symbol of value for money. Cecilia looked directly at him with displeasure, asking him to spare her from his nonsense. A moment later, the red-haired girl used her 6th ring magic, Chain Lightning, directly on the protagonist. Smiling after using her skill, the northern beast reasoned that he was too careless, because the lightning strike was designed to shoot faster than the speed of the Archmage's spell. Then the red-haired girl thought that even if he was a dragon, he would not be able to hide, although now she had no idea who was in front of her. But whoever he was, he would not be able to escape, when she suddenly noticed Eren right in front of her, completely uninjured. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head after everything that happened, the boy said that he only felt a little ticklish. Noticing this, the northern beast was very dumbfounded and did not understand how he managed to do this. Looking straight ahead, the boy explained that they had something in common with her, and did not think that he would find such a character on the continent, because he liked that she did not disdain methods. Hearing this, Cecilia gritted her teeth in displeasure. Immediately after that, she rushed straight towards him and asked him to shut up. A moment later, the two crossed their blades again. Suddenly, the red-haired girl pointed her hand right at the protagonist's face and was about to activate magic. Then she exploded Eren, who was right in front of her. To finish what she had planned, Cecilia smiled happily, thinking that if the lightning did not work, then it would just hit faster and stronger. At the same time, the red-haired girl was reasoning that she used this technique as a siege weapon, so one measly set of armor would not be able to protect it, when suddenly a hand reached out from the dust towards her. It was Eren, who suddenly grabbed his opponent right by the neck. Towering directly above the northern beast, the boy addressed the members of the Sergius Trading Company, stating that the gold that they had so painstakingly accumulated in their vaults had just miraculously exploded. Raising Cecilia right in front of him, the protagonist asked that she really just fired a cannonball and used the spatial pocket technology, noting that one such shot must have cost 1,000 gold. At the same time, the red-haired girl tried to break free from Eren's hands, who asked her to calm down, because he originally did not intend to fight her. Immediately after that, the boy would take off his magic armor, asking if she still thought he was a dragon. Puzzled but looking straight ahead after hearing the question, Cecilia thought that she was too excited, so she did not notice that if it was a dragon in front of her, Parma's armor would have already dispelled his polymorphic state, and then it could only mean one thing. A moment later, the red-haired girl would stand right in front of the protagonist, declaring that he was indeed Eren Stillgard, and asking how all of this was even possible. Looking straight at the boy in front of her, Cecilia would talk about the aura blade and magic armor, and wonder how he managed to build those huge structures, to which he would answer that it was unimportant now, asking her to collect her thoughts. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist asked if she knew those guys. A moment later, a portal opened, from which the bandits who attacked Leo fell right in front of her. Seeing these people, the girl with red hair was very dumbfounded. Looking straight at the leader of the bandits, who was unconscious, she said that it was Matian. Looking straight at the bandits he defeated, he thought that the memories of those who attacked the doctor had already been absorbed by him, and in the process of absorption, amazing facts were revealed to him. Then the boy declared that this was a squad of shadows, one of the pillars on which the Sergius family rests, and explained that they tried to kill Leo, Albert's attending physician, which greatly surprised Cecilia. Dumbfoundedly looking straight at the protagonist standing in front, the girl with red hair declared that this was a lie, and asked why the squad of shadows would do something like this, because he himself said that the squad was the pillar on which her family rests. With his menacing gaze straight ahead, Eren turned to the northern beast Cecilia and said that, contrary to rumors, it seemed possible to have a dialogue with her, so he suggested thinking soberly. Immediately after that, the boy said that he heard that the second child of Nicholas Sergius committed suicide by hanging himself, which further stunned the girl with red hair. Imagining in his head the cemetery standing right in front of the Lord's estate, the protagonist said that the third died during sexual intercourse, the fourth had a stroke, the fifth was waiting for death from hunger, the sixth was run over by a cart, the seventh died of poison after being bitten by a snake, and the eighth was stabbed with a knife by an unknown assailant, and now the ninth, Albert, seemed to be about to die of illness. Having said all this, Eren declared that she was the only one who was spared from misfortune. The dumbfounded northern beast staring straight ahead did not understand how he knew all this. Putting his hand straight ahead, the boy asked how she got there and explained that the Medchen Plateau was under the effect of a spell that blocked perception, and Cecilia standing in front of him explained that Albert had brought her there. Looking straight at the tree behind which the red-haired boy was hiding, the protagonist suggested asking him what all this meant. Turning back, the red-haired girl asked Albert if he was there. Immediately after this, her brother came out of hiding, calling the people from the Sergius family useless idiots. Albert, looking straight ahead with displeasure, declared that he was very tired of playing the role of a man. Staring straight ahead with a menacing gaze, the red-haired boy declared that he was the great Altair, ordering the despicable people to pay their respects. Looking straight at him menacingly, Eren asked if he was really Altair. Looking straight at the red-haired boy who had enveloped himself in purple energy, the boy saw notifications from the system that he was the evil of the other world. His strength and soul were 65,700 points, being a divided spirit with a tendency to deceive. Looking straight at Altair, the protagonist asked how dare someone with a soul strength of only 65,000 try to pass himself off as a full-fledged entity, and the latter, upon hearing this, was very dumbfounded, not understanding how he managed to find out. Suddenly disappearing from his place, Eren told that bastard to get out alive. Hitting the red-haired guy right in the face with his palm, he asked him to leave Albert's body. Then the boy dealt several blows directly to Altair. At that moment, the ancient creature, grinning maliciously, asked to kill more, because if she killed Albert, he would only say thank you, because until now there had been no one who had died from a beating. Activating his healing magic, the protagonist asked why he had to kill him. A moment later, Eren wrapped his opponent in recovery magic. Looking straight ahead in fear after everything that had happened, Altair declared that using healing was against the rules. Then, sounds of pain were heard all around the area, and the system announced a gradual decrease in soul power from 61,000 to 57,000. Looking ahead in shock, the ancient being asked Cecilia Sergius to help him, because he had made her reach the legendary rank, so she should deal with this insignificant count. The red-haired girl, hearing him, fell into a stupor, not knowing what to do. Looking straight at her brother in surprise, the northern beast asked what that meant, and Altair wondered if she still didn't know the contents of his contract with Nicholas, and really considered herself a genius who had managed to reach the legendary rank at such a young age. Then Cecilia said that was why she was asking what he meant, and the spirit in Albert's body, grinning maliciously, explained that it was a bet between him and Nicholas. Staring forward with a furious gaze, Altair declared that all of his children, except for the firstborn, had to die, and each by their own death. Hearing this, the red-haired girl was very dumbfounded. Imagining in her head the northern beast standing guard over her father, the evil spirit explained that if Nicholas went mad, his body and mind would belong to him. As if releasing his dark red energy, Altair added that if he managed to maintain his sanity, then with each death of his child, the firstborn would become stronger and stronger. Then he asked her to think about it herself, because every time one of her younger brothers died, she miraculously managed to overcome herself, and Cecilia, who heard his words, looked straight ahead in fear. Grinning maliciously, the evil spirit asked the Knight of the Spiritual Flames Cecilia how she felt, saying that she was a monster who had absorbed 7 brothers. Immediately after that, Eren struck him right in the face. The boy threw his opponent right into the trees, noting that, frankly speaking, he was not very interested in the state of affairs in other people's families. Clenching his hand into a fist, gathering his own energy there, the protagonist declared that he should beat him up well. Looking straight at the real Eren in front, Cecilia asked if Albert was really a devil summoner. Looking back sharply, the boy gave a negative answer and explained that the real one and the summoners were so ugly that when they appeared, he immediately began to feel sick. Rubbing his shoulder, the protagonist declared that in this matter he should rely on him, because he was a professional there, and the girl with red hair, standing behind, explained that she could not trust him at all. Looking menacingly straight at her, Eren concluded that he was Lord Stillgard. Then he added that therefore he was obliged to take responsibility for the problem that arose on the territory of his domain, and the northern beast, who heard this, was dumbfounded. At the same time, Altair cleared his throat, saying that this was a big problem. Looking straight at the red-haired boy in front, the boy was thinking that there was one thing that was bothering him, namely that while the other children were dying, the firstborn Cecilia was getting stronger. Imagining Nicholas in his mind, the protagonist thought that he was a heartless person, and as long as Cecilia's strength could be nurtured, he wouldn't care about the fate of his other children. Still looking at the frightened ancient spirit, Eren was thinking that wasn't this condition disadvantageous to this bastard, and even if Albert died, he didn't think Nicholas would be too sad. Staring forward with a serious gaze, the boy suddenly realized something. Visualizing Cecilia in his mind, who was covered in dark red energy, the protagonist thought that when Albert died and the girl was able to cross the mythical rank wall, the Tagada would definitely not sit idly by. Imagining someone's hand reaching forward, Eren reasoned that these were the beings that restrained the appearance of the knights of the physical rank and the mages of the 8 rings. Thinking about the managers, the boy imagined in his mind the image of the person who controlled Cecilia, and understood that they would kill her, who would reach the mythical rank. A moment later, Eren asked with a menacing look that he really intended to bring Nicholas to complete despair by killing the girl with red hair. Hearing this, Altair was very scared. Standing right in front of his opponent, the boy noted that he apparently knew about those beings, that is, the managers. Gathering a clot of energy in his hand after hearing this, the ancient spirit said that he had no choice, since everything turned out this way. A moment later, he continued to gather power right above his head. Heading straight towards the portal that opened there, Altair said goodbye to his opponent, saying that he was throwing off all earthly shackles and heading to the otherworldly space. Then he added that if he could follow him, he could do so, and the protagonist watched what was happening in shock. Looking straight at the ancient spirit trying to leave through the portal, Eren thought that if he moved to another dimension, it would add to his problems, and even with the help of a blink it was impossible to jump to another dimension. Thinking that he had no other choice, the boy activated his ring. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist said that now he should use the spirit. Immediately after that, the chat clicked on the evil dragon Ian, they will go on the attack, and he, obeying the order, immediately rushed towards Altair. Looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, the spirit of the knight in dark armor asked if he dared to use him as his servant. Continuing to quickly head straight towards the ancient spirit, Ian explained that he would definitely demand a price for this, and a pretty high one. Looking at his opponent in fear, Altair asked who they were and asked to let him go, and the spirit of the knight in dark armor noted that his soul looked quite tasty. In a moment, the spiritual dragon enveloped him from all sides and asked him to become one with it. Looking at the hands that enveloped him from all sides, the ancient spirit screamed loudly in fear. When it was all over, the spirit under Aaron's control returned back inside the ring. Looking at the ring on his finger, the boy asked to teach him a good lesson, while dissatisfied sounds were coming from there. At the same time, Cecilia, stunned by everything that was happening, was asking what had happened and where her brother was, and the protagonist was explaining that there was no need to worry, and that Albert was safe. Looking straight at the girl with his cool hair, who was still very surprised, he assumed that she would soon see him in good health. Very worried, the northern beast suddenly turned directly to Aaron Stillgard. Holding her hand right to her chest, Cecilia asked that what he had said earlier was true and that all her brothers had died precisely because of her. Hearing her question, the boy closed his eyes, thinking that a clumsy lie would not work there, and explained that he had never seen the devil break the terms of the contract. Then the girl with red hair concluded that in that case she had a favor to ask of him, which surprised the protagonist standing in front of her. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the northern beast asked to kill her right now. After hearing Cecilia's request, Aaron was extremely dumbfounded. Standing right in front of the boy, the red-haired girl asked him that he himself had said that a spell had been cast on this place that distorted cognitive perception, and if he killed her there, no one would find her body. Lowering her head down, the northern beast said that if she continued to live and who her father was, she would try to kill Albert, and she wanted to save at least her brother. Then Cecilia asked him to break this cursed chain once again, and Aaron simply listened silently. Concentrating magic right in his hand, the boy explained that he would agree if this wish was truly true. Immediately after that, the protagonist pointed his hand straight towards the red-haired girl, declaring that he would definitely save her. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the evading red-haired boy, who was asked who he was. Continuing to bow his head down, Altair called him a great master and himself a lowly servant, while the one standing right in front of him often said that he thought there was no need for additional lessons. Standing right in front of the ancient spirit, the boy shouted that he did not have much time, so first of all he would ask the questions that interested him, and they needed to be answered quickly, to which Altair immediately agreed. Then the protagonist announced that it was about the bet with Nicholas, and asked if he really planned to use the manager to kill Cecilia, and the guy with red hair looked straight ahead in fear, giving a positive answer. While Altair grinned maliciously, Aaron wondered if it was too fanatical, because even if he did not go crazy, even despite the collapse of the 40-year plan, he would not receive any benefit. Noticing the incomprehensible behavior of his subordinate, the boy hit him right on the head with his fist and asked if he was really tired of living. Menacingly looking straight at the ancient spirit in Albert's body, the protagonist asked how he knew about the managers, and he answered that among those who made a bet with him, there were also holders of the legendary rank. With his serious gaze forward, Aaron asked where the managers were hiding then, what was their purpose, and if there was someone above them, and Altair, surprised by such questions, did not understand what was being discussed. Immediately after that, he explained that they should be in their lair, while the boy who heard this was very dumbfounded. Then the protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise, and the ancient spirit who saw this asked what he really did not know. Continuing to bow to his master, Altair explained that the managers were dragons. Looking straight at him, Aaron asked if he was sure of this information, and he did not understand why he would lie. Imagining in his head the magical armor of the new generation, the boy thought that this was some kind of nonsense. The relics that the manager endowed the members of the Seven Eyes organization with were objects from another dimension. Altair stared ahead in surprise as the protagonist continued to reason that while dragons were powerful creatures, they were not powerful enough to control someone like the Seven Eyes. At the same time, Aaron looked at the ring, from which Ian's voice was coming, telling the dragon spirit that he understood everything and would now pass it on. Then the spirit of the knight in dark armor, with his arms folded across his chest, explained that the evil dragon was saying that he had been killed by a dragon. Imagining the enraged dragon in his mind, Ian said that it seemed like it was exactly the same dragon as himself, but there was something different about it, and it was similar to the traits of the controllers that he was talking about now. Hearing this, Aaron thought about it, thinking that when he had absorbed the evil dragon in the past, he had felt very happy, and then he felt betrayed and humiliated. Standing right in front of the bowing Altair, the boy wondered if the evil dragon slayers were really the stewards. Then did that mean that the stewards looked like dragons? Looking at the mountains in front of him, the protagonist thought that they were also significantly different from the species they knew, and therefore he would have to study this issue more thoroughly. Immediately after this, the story moves to the next day, right in the Stillgard estate. Entering Cecilia's room, Aaron asked if she was awake. Then the boy asked how she slept, and the blue-haired girl was still scared after yesterday's events. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the northern beast asked where she was. Standing right next to Cecilia's bed, Erin explained that Parma's armor was almost fixed, and she could get it back tomorrow, which greatly surprised her. Looking straight at the boy with a menacing look, the red-haired girl noted that this was a thing that only dwarves could fix, and asked how he did it, and he explained that he had his own methods, and wondered what was wrong with it, and did she really not believe him. Looking at the smiling protagonist, the northern beast gave a negative answer. Suddenly smiling, Cecilia concluded that if he said so, he would not argue. Staring forward with a serious look, Erin thought that he had distorted Cecilia's memories. Imagining in his head how a huge number of hands were heading towards her, the boy reasoned that there were forces inside the Empire that were hunting for the Sergius family, and that they were the reason for the death of her younger brothers. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that Parma was damaged during the Branded attack, and Cecilia barely managed to survive thanks to his help, and that was the story. Still standing right next to the red-haired girl's bed, Erin mused that instead of the bitter truth, he gave her a sweet lie, and this was his way of saving her. Looking back sharply, the boy reasoned that this way he managed to remove all suspicion from himself and increase her level of trust in the Stillgards. While he was thinking that, looking at the result, everything was probably working out, Cecilia was watching right behind him. Seeing the red-haired girl, who was a little embarrassed, the protagonist wondered if he would be able to successfully complete the matter. Looking straight into the system notification window, Erin asked how the preparations for the launch of Blinker were going. At the same time, Engineer Tyler was looking straight into the system notification window and explaining that there were no problems with the product, and if it needed to be released right now, they were ready to do so. While imagining the next generation of magic armor in his head, the boy mused that ever since the attacker, the fourth generation of magic armor, had hit the market, other workshops had started releasing their own so-called armor of the same tier. Visualizing the same equipment in a bad light, the protagonist realized that none of them were even close to their version. Imagining hands pointing straight at Tyler's workshop in his head, Erin thought that as a result, they had gained the trust of the public, as well as becoming a cult favorite among connoisseurs. Grinning wickedly, the boy mused that if they released the next model of the attacker, Blinker, then success would definitely be on their side. Suddenly, someone interrupted him from his thoughts and asked what he was doing. Looking up at his window, the protagonist saw Ariel sitting there. Looking at the elf girl, he asked if he really wanted him to have a heart attack and why she suddenly entered his office. And she, jumping from the window, noted that she simply went inside, as she usually does. Looking away, Erin said that she moved too quietly, and her presence was not felt at all. Noticing how the moon was shining brightly right in the sky, the boy realized that today was the full moon, the time when Ariel's power reaches its peak. At that moment, the elf girl, looking straight at the boy, declared that she had a favor to ask of him, and he asked what it was. A moment later, Ariel, with complete seriousness in her voice, said that he needed to do it right now. Directing her gaze straight at the protagonist standing in front of him, the elf girl asked if he should go with her to the great forest. Hearing this, Erin was very dumbfounded. Immediately after that, the boy imagined a dark, dense forest in his head and thought that the great forest is a place located south of Navarro, at the southernmost point of the continent, a place where ordinary people cannot survive. Looking directly at Ariel with displeasure, the protagonist asked if she was inviting him to a place where he could catch an endemic disease of unknown etiology, and a place where ferocious monsters and all sorts of creatures that have adapted to extreme conditions live, to which she replied that people also live in the great forest. Then Erin said that he hoped that everything was exactly as she said, a forest dweller, why did she need to go there, while the elf girl seriously looked straight at him. Imagining in her head the image of the goddess she worshipped, Ariel thought that some time ago the goddess gave her revelations and told her to take him to the great forest. The boy stared ahead in surprise while the elf girl wondered how she could convince him, as using beauty or trying to elicit sympathy would not work on this boy. Suddenly, Erin, who was standing right in front of her, explained that she needed to use words and asked why she needed to go to the great forest. A moment later, Ariel said that the manager's secret safe was there, which greatly surprised the boy. Pointing her finger upward, the elf girl added that it was full of treasures and she would give him 30%. After hearing all this, the protagonist seemed to be lost in his own consciousness, while Ariel, who was looking at him, thought that the manager, secret safe, and treasure were a set of keywords that would attract his attention. A moment later, Erin, with a straight face, said that he wanted 60, which greatly surprised the elf girl. Suddenly looking straight at her, the boy declared that she was not able to pull off this business on her own, that's why she turned to him for help, and that he had to do all the hard work, so he deserved a proper reward of 60%, and Ariel, who heard this, declared that this was a real robbery. Grinning, the protagonist concluded that then she could forget about everything, because he was not going to sweat over such a trifle, and the elf girl offered him 40%. Then Erin said that he wanted 55, and Ariel stopped him, putting her hand straight in front of her, saying that she would never give more than half, because this was a place that only she knew about. Hearing this, the boy smiled broadly and said that they had agreed then. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves straight to a dense forest on a dark night. Something incomprehensible was hanging right on some tree. Raising his head up, he could not believe that she lived in such a place. And of course, he had heard that elves live in harmony with nature, but still not that much. Looking around, the boy wondered if this was a challenge, and Ariel, standing next to him, explained that they also had their own settlements, and they were not savages. Suddenly turning away, the elf girl explained that the mana flows of the great forest were tangled, so from now on, teleportation and flight magic would not work. Looking back sharply, Ariel concluded that they would have to walk a decent distance, and if they were unlucky, the journey would take several days. Putting his hand on some unknown device, the protagonist wondered how people even made their way through all this thicket. At that moment, the elf girl was very stunned, seeing a helicopter next to Aaron. After a moment, she asked what kind of machine it was and whether it could fly, and the boy, holding his hand on the helicopter, explained that it was powered by an engine, so it was not afraid of mana interference. Then the protagonist asked why she was frozen and asked her to quickly climb inside, and the elf girl watched everything that was happening, dumbfounded. After some time, the guys took off in a helicopter right above the forest. Sitting right next to Aaron, Ariel could not believe that they would invade the settlement in such a way, because to go so deep into the great forest, it usually takes a national expedition. Looking straight ahead, the elf girl said that, frankly, she was in shock, and noted that, so this is what other dimensional technology looks like. While piloting the helicopter with the control stick, the protagonist explained that it was not a matter of one technology being superior to another, but using the right item for the right situation, and asked where they should land. Right after that, Ariel would say yes, there were suitable spots over there, and the boy would immediately land the helicopter there. A moment later, the boys would step out of the helicopter. Suddenly, Aaron noticed something right in front of him. Staring forward with a serious gaze, the boy noticed that something was approaching from the other side. Then, the protagonist caught an arrow right in front of his face. The archer in front asked how they dared to invade the great forest. The white-haired elf looked straight ahead menacingly, asking who they were, and asking them to state their names. Aaron, clutching his arrow in his hand with displeasure, asked why they were attacking right away, and Ariel calmed him down, explaining that they were her kind, so there was nothing to worry about, and was going to talk to them. Suddenly, the vile one, looking straight ahead with displeasure, asked if there was a human behind her, calling her a puppet of this vile creature who came to sell them. Then the elves continued to call her a puppet, and the boy, looking straight at them in surprise, asked why they were originally so withdrawn and hostile, noting that he thought they had some kind of persecution mania, while the elf girl explained that elves weren't like that before. Looking straight at her kind, Ariel asked what had happened in the last 300 years, while the protagonist threw the arrow out of his hand, asking them to leave it to him, because he was used to such situations. Looking straight at Aaron, who was taking out his blade from his inventory, the elf girl asked what he was going to do, to which he replied that in such situations, regardless of race, there was only one way out. Releasing his inner energy, the boy explained that weapons weighed more than words. Suddenly, Aaron disappeared from his place. He was heading straight towards the elf at great speed, preparing to use the Heavenly Steps technique. A moment later, the boy struck directly at his opponent. Watching everything that was happening from the side with displeasure, Ariel asked her friend to stop. At the same time, the protagonist continued to deal with all the remaining elves. After some time, Aaron stood right on the clearing where the defeated opponents lay. Looking straight at the boy, the elf girl asked if it was really impossible to hit at least half-heartedly, and he, turning back, explained that he had hit roughly like that, and he hadn't put in much effort or tried, since he hadn't even used his sword. Slowly walking forward, the protagonist asked her why she had said that they needed to go to the settlement if they were going to find the manager's treasure, and she had given a positive answer. Approaching the white-haired elf lying on the ground, Aaron asked if he was the captain there. Squatting down in front of him with a sly grin on his face, the boy declared that he would lead them. After some time, all the elves were tied up and walking one after another. Ariel looked at the protagonist walking in front of her with displeasure, noting that it looked very strange, and he explained that if he untied them, they would immediately go crazy, so there was no other choice. At this time, the elf captain looked menacingly straight at the girl and declared that she was a traitor to her own tribe, asking how they could be sold intentionally, and really as toys for the powerful of this world or make jesters out of them for the theater, while Ariel, dumbfounded by everything she heard, explained that everything was not like that at all. Continuing to look straight ahead in fear, the elf with white hair concluded that if these options were out of the question, then only the brothel remained, and called her a monster, and the elf girl did not understand what he was even saying, while Aaron asked that with every step their delusions on this matter only grew. Ariel closed her eyes and concluded that they were just two young children, and they weren't even 100 years old. The boy who turned towards her was wondering if they were really children if they were less than 100 years old. Suddenly, the protagonist saw something right in front of him. He stopped right in front of a wooden wall. Reaching closer to the wall of woven branches, Aaron asked what kind of pathetic fence it was, because it wouldn't even block a slight breeze, and there was no need to talk about monsters here at all, while Ariel, who saw this, asked what was going on and where the barrier had gone. Seeing a house with a light burning inside right on the tree, the boy assumed that they lived up there. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered if she hadn't said that elves lived in nice houses with stone walls, and the dumbfounded elf girl, looking straight ahead, concluded that nothing like that had happened in the past, even though it had been 300 years since then, and wondered what had happened there. Immediately after that, Ariel turned to the captured elves and asked who was currently the supreme elder, Nej or Serial. Looking straight at her with displeasure, the warrior explained that they didn't have a supreme elder, and asked who they were. A moment later, they stated that they only had one elder, when suddenly someone unknown came out to the guys. With a serious expression on his face, the man said that he hadn't heard the names of these elves for a long time. Looking straight ahead, the man with long hair asked if there were really any of their kind left in the outside world. At the same time, the captured elves explained to the elder that they were dangerous and asked him to quickly return to his place, and Melvin stopped them with a hand gesture, saying that since they were strong enough to get there was no point in hiding, so he wanted to talk to him. At this time, the elf girl looked straight ahead in surprise. Looking straight at the elf standing in front, Ariel asked that he was the same Melvin, and had he really become an elder. Hearing her words, the long-haired elf suddenly fell into a stupor. A moment later, he began to rub his eyes to make sure of what he had seen. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Melvin asked that this was really Ariel's sister. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to a hut located in the middle of a dense forest, from where words about the Hall of Personal Life were heard. Sitting at the table right with the guys, the elf with long hair said that this is why there was no news from her for 300 years. Looking straight at Ariel, who was sitting in front, Melvin noticed that the manager doted on her, and he confidently declared that she would not be locked up, but she answered something that she refused to become a balance regulator until the very end and had to die, but they barely managed to reach a compromise with placing her in the Hall of Eternal Life. Looking at Aaron, who was sitting next to her, the elf with long hair wanted to ask why she had not done it yet, when suddenly he realized who this person was, and the elf girl explained that it was Aaron Stillgard, the Count of the Northern Fiefdom of Stillgard. With a smile on her face, looking to the side, Ariel noted that he was also the benefactor who pulled her out of the Hall of Eternal Life. Hearing this, Melvin was very surprised, while the boy looked straight ahead with confidence, and the elf girl explained that he was also against the balance adjustment, and she was dying to throw these bastards out of the continent. Still sitting straight at the table, Ariel asked if it was the manager's fault that the settlement looked like this, and the long-haired elf sitting next to him told him that all the warriors of the clan who refused to become regulators were killed, and even the elders could not escape the wrath. Suddenly, Aaron looked straight at the elf girl, asking if this Melvin could be trusted, to which she replied that she was ready to vouch for him, because they needed the elders' help to open the manager's safe. Hearing this, the boy said that then he had no more questions, and the long-haired elf, looking dumbfounded straight ahead and after hearing everything, asked that she really wanted to open the safe. Ariel, waving her hand, explained that of course she had not returned for this reason, and Melvin explained that no matter what the reasons, he was glad she had returned. Recalling the appearance of the wall and houses in the elf village, the elf girl asked why the settlement looked like this, and where the dilapidated wooden houses with wooden walls came from, and why they lived like this. Visualizing a huge magical tree growing in the middle of the kingdom, Melvin explained that, first of all, the moon tree began to lose its power 300 years ago, and at this rate, the barrier disappeared in about 4 years. Then the elf with long hair, imagining his relatives in his head, working hard, asked if she had seen how old the children were, and explained that he was the only one there whose age exceeded 300 years. With his eyes closed, Melvin concluded that none of them had memories of the past, so at some point, baseless beliefs began to spread among the elves. Immediately after this, the elf with long hair said that everyone believed that the moon tree was withering because the goddess had left, because she had abandoned them because of their many sins, and Ariel, who heard all this, was very dumbfounded. Continuing to sit upright at the table, Melvin said that they believed that giving up stone and metals could somehow bring back the goddess, and the elf girl asked if that was really why they lived like primitive elves. A moment later, the cries of the elf with long hair came straight from the wooden house, declaring that this is what children believe in, and when Tekker led a detachment of warriors of the settlement, the belief in this only grew stronger. A moment later, someone kicked down the front door. The white-haired elf, looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, asked what secret conversations they were having. Melvin, looking up sharply from his seat after what had happened, asked how he dared to barge in and not see that he was greeting their guests. Then the long-haired elf asked if he even knew who she was, and began to talk about the events of 300 years ago, while the young warrior, picking his ear, wondered if he was really starting his tirade about the old days again. Standing right in front of the village elder, the white-haired elf said that now it was time to put an end to this, and was going to kill the old sinner to punish the offender, and then the goddess would turn her gaze upon them again. Eren, watching everything happening with a menacing look, thought that he seemed to have received from him from the heart, and now he was very self-confident. Looking at the huge number of elf warriors standing right behind this kid, the boy noticed that he had also dragged all of his relatives from the village with him. At that moment, the white-haired elf, looking menacingly straight ahead, ordered the elf warriors to wash away their sins with their own hands. Hearing this, Melvin was very scared. The protagonist continued to watch everything happening with an unperturbed look, while the young warrior declared that in this case, the goddess would answer their prayers. A moment later, a bright blue light flashed right in the sky, and someone's voice rushed through the area, asking them to stop. All the elves looked in surprise at the unknown creature approaching them from above. It was Eluna, who was smiling widely, illuminating everything around with her light. Noticing her, Eren was very surprised. The elves happily looked straight at the spirit of the moon, who appeared above them in the sky. An unknown woman appeared out of nowhere, saying that she didn't even know that she would have the chance to meet him in person like this. At that very moment, the boy looked away sharply. Then he saw the image of an unknown goddess right behind him. The girl with the moon symbol right on her head and a smile on her face said that she was very happy to meet Eren. The girl's face was calm. Looking at Eren, she asked if she was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her, noting that this was a completely normal reaction for people. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that he simply thought that sitting in such a position would lead to deformation of her pelvis. Frowning, the protagonist thought that in front of him was the same as Claire and Netheus, one of the gods of the sixth system, who had influence on the earth, the goddess of the moon Clara. The enraged elf cried out that this was unheard of impudence, he should show respect to the goddess. Turning around, Clara said that the one who was being cheeky was a guy, so he should shut up. Sitting on the table, she asked everyone to listen to her. People were shocked by the words that Eren would become her great warrior who would protect the Moon Clan. From now on they should treat him with due respect. The dumbfounded warriors asked if the man was a great warrior. The protagonist asked with a serious look why he would do that, because he did not give his consent to something like that. The goddess snapped her fingers. Energy began to hover around the protagonist. Smiling, Clara said that becoming a great warrior meant becoming her mediator, and then asked if he had ever met a mediator. Looking at her, the protagonist listened that he was now a very important figure. The goddess and Eren were surrounded by a dome, where Clara said that due to his courage, there were many gods who liked him, since it was rare to see someone from the Zero system who had climbed so high. Smiling, the girl noted that the story was different with demons. Touching her lips, Clara stated that most demons considered him an eyesore, and then asked if he had destroyed a decent number of demons. Eren listened calmly to her that he had managed to fool Greg, so from now on, worse opponents would be hunting him. The protagonist asked if she meant that if he became her intermediary, she would protect him, after which the goddess closed her eyes and replied that it was true, among the gods of this dimension, she was the only one who was on his side. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked why on earth he should believe her, since he had met her for the first time today. Standing in front of him, the girl said that he should believe her because they had a common enemy. There was a smile on her face. Eren was shocked by the condition that Clara could tell him from which dimension the managers came. The girl got off the table. The protagonist with a serious expression said that he had met one manager. He stood quietly and said that before his death, the manager said that he was a divine being, and also added that the body he had was not his true form. Smiling, the goddess asked how dare such a being walk around and pretend that he was a god, after which Eren clarified who they were, adding that although they came from another dimension, they did not know a word or a spirit about interdimensional trade. Looking at him, Clara said that she did not think it was a lie, although they came from another dimension, but strictly speaking, only one creature immigrated, the father of the managers. The interested protagonist asked about his father. The girl extended her hand, noting that from now on, the information would come at a price. Standing opposite, the protagonist asked if she was saying that she would share the information with him if he became a great warrior, and why she was so obsessed with this idea, to which he received the answer that she had already made significant concessions. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl said that she had been watching him all this time, because everything Eluna sees, she sees too. Eren, taken aback, asked again. He remembered how he had behaved with Eluna. The goddess, with a satisfied look, said that he was incredibly cold to others, but treated Eluna with warmth. Holding her face, Clara added that this is why she liked him even more, a mediator who is only nice to her, this really excites her heart. Looking at her, the protagonist said that simply becoming a great warrior is too much, and more importantly, she clearly needs something. Winking at him, Clara said that if Eren decides to join forces with her, he must become her great warrior. The girl, shrouded in an aura, added that she does not want him to simply receive information and wave goodbye, to which the protagonist replied that he promises her. He was taken aback by the question of how much he knew about the number of changes set by the exchange. Imagining different worlds, the protagonist said that the first system is Murim, the second system is magicians, the third system is a place where science is developed. He knows that individuals are weak, but overall the third system is quite powerful. Introducing various creatures, Aaron added that the fourth system is a battlefield of monsters. He does not know the details. Clara extended her hand and asked what about the fifth system, to which she received the answer that the protagonist did not have a single idea. He had never met anyone from the fifth system on the channel. The girl with a satisfied look said that the fifth system is the system of divine beasts, and the system of dragons. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. The puzzle in his head came together. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that thanks to this sentence, the last piece of the puzzle fell into place. He imagined a dragon and emphasized that in fact, the manager is a dragon from the fifth world. Imagining the boy, Aaron noted that he understood why the evil dragon thought that the manager was of the same species, and why the spirit called the manager a dragon. Folding her arms, Clara asked if he wanted to know anything else and if he was interested in what the fifth world was, what kind of relationship the gods and the managers had. Smiling, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this goddess was different from those he had met so far. He imagined Clara standing over him and emphasized the fact that she knew better than anyone that she had a card up her sleeve and knew how to use this advantage to her advantage. The girl was surprised by the question of whether she was so hostile to the managers because of the death of her previous intermediary. Closing her eyes, the girl imagined the tree houses and told him that it was true that after Darnielle died at the hands of the administrator, she lost all interest in this land. She added calmly that she did not regret it much. First of all, she came down to earth because of Darnielle. Clara took a step forward, saying that if it were not for Aaron, she would have continued to ignore this world. She approached him and asked if the protagonist now felt her sincerity. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that he had no other choice. Energy began to hover around them. The stunned elves cried out that the curtain was lifting. Aaron closed his eyes. The angry guy asked why the protagonist came alone and where the goddess was, to which the protagonist replied that she left. He raised his hand. Aaron, with a moon sign above his head, declared that he remained there instead. The stunned elves cried out that this was divine power. The protagonist really had become a great warrior. Pointing his finger down, the guy declared that long conversations were useless and ordered everyone to fall. The sun's rays enveloped the treetops. The surprised girl looked at the trembling elf, who said that they were mistaken. They were standing on their heads. Smiling, Aaron said that as a great warrior of the Moon Tribe, he should start by putting their rotten minds in order. Grinning, the protagonist noted that they had better prepare well. Walking through the forest, he thought that on the one hand, he became a great warrior for the sake of obtaining information about the fifth system, but on the other hand, being a great warrior means working for the prosperity of the elves. Following the elf, Aaron wondered if he should pull them to Stillgard. He looked at the bracelet on his hand. Examining it, the protagonist read that it was the horn of the Emperor of the Thunder Dragons. Puzzled, the protagonist asked what it was, after which Clara said that it was a gift and offered to open it. Studying the bracelet, he read that it was the horn of the Thunder Dragon King, who was dubbed the Emperor of the Fifth World. If the owner tied the bracelet to himself, he would be able to use the power of the Thunder Dragons. Aaron thoughtfully noted that this proved that the fifth system was the world of dragons, but more importantly, he read with a serious expression that the Thunder Dragon Barrier and many other skills were available. Absorbing lightning energy could increase durability and performance. The protagonist stood still and thought that as soon as he activated the bracelet, a manual immediately appeared in his mind. This was different from the weapon he had, therefore it was an item prohibited for transaction. Clara held her hands behind her head and said that he had a diamond eye. That was right, he was the first great warrior in 300 years. She wanted to give him something memorable. Since she had already broken the rules, she would give him a gift for sorry. A dark sphere appeared in his hand. The beast suddenly looked surprised while the girl was saying that she was a fan of Sari. He was incredibly cute when he was playing with Eluna. The beast looked at the ball with delight. He jumped towards the protagonist. Looking down, Aaron thought that he had found out about the managers, obtained a useful weapon, and now it was time to achieve the goal for which he came to the great forest. Standing in front of the cave, the elf said that it was there. He added with a serious look that their clan called this place the Moon Cave, and the protagonist asked if the manager's safe was inside. Standing next to him, the guy said that it was once a sacred place for holding the coming-of-age ceremony, but now it has become a forbidden area. He created a mana sphere in his hands and asked to wait a little. The guy released several spheres. Beads of sweat ran down the guy's face while he said that he removed the emergency notification spell. This will allow him to enter inside without problems. Putting his hand on his chest, he asked to take care of yourself. Aaron looked at the cave. Looking at Ariel, the protagonist asked if she was saying that it was impossible to meet the owner of the safe, to which he received a positive answer. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the owner of this safe was Herbiner. She and Darnielle killed him a long time ago. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. Turning around, he asked if they killed the manager, the owner of at least 8 rings. Ariel stood quietly and said that there was the same full moon in the sky as today. This is an unusual coincidence. She followed him and said that they were there. The girl stepped forward. Touching the wall, she said that the safe was there, or rather, this was its door. Looking back, Ariel said that everything was exactly so. Standing in front of a high wall, the protagonist clarified whether this wall meant that this wall was the door of the manager's safe. Tapping her finger on the wall, the girl said that this was not just a safe, it was made of the strongest mithril. Looking at Aaron, the girl told him that to get inside, you need to punch a hole, there is no other way. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that he wondered why it was not emptied first, but it turns out there was a reason. Watching him, Ariel thought that even he would hardly be able to break through such thick mithril. Aaron fell into thought. A smile appeared on his face. He pointed out with a satisfied look that even the safe itself was a gold mine. He presented minerals and noted that mithril sells for 1,000 times more than a gold bar of the same weight, and this will come out to 10 tons or more. The excited protagonist reasoned that if we are talking about 10 tons of gold, then this is 5 million gold coins. It can be assumed that mithril will retain its current value on the continent. The protagonist added with glowing eyes that it was 5 billion gold, or 500 million coins for interdimensional trade. A projection appeared in front of him. He began to study the transactions of mithril. Sighing, Aaron thought that some people deliberately spent everything on the continent. If necessary, they could sell the mithril in the second system. Standing opposite, the protagonist asked if their promise to split the contents in half was still valid, to which he received a positive answer. The girl was taken aback by the question of whether the safe was included in the terms of their agreement. Looking at him, Ariel said that Darniel also had an idea to get this mithril. He asked if their warriors would become more powerful if they were armed with mithril. Pointing at the wall, the girl said that as a result, they do not have a single gold bar in their hands, so the protagonist can do as he wants. The girl was surprised when the protagonist said that she should not even think about taking her words back later. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, switched his vision and began 3D scanning. A blue grid appeared in front of him. Examining the wall, Emung said that the scan result shows that there are no hazardous materials behind the wall. He recommends using 4 powerful plasma machines to cut in all directions. The cost of the equipment is 8,000 coins. The estimated execution time is 2 hours. Plasma machines appeared under him when the protagonist asked Emung to begin. Turning around, the protagonist asked if they would wait 2 hours, after which Ariel clarified that he really said that they would need 2 hours to get inside. Aaron created a table with chairs and replied that this was exactly so, they would sit down, because he just needed to talk to her about something. Sitting down at the table, the protagonist looked at her. He asked her with a serious expression if the girl knew that the managers were dragons from another world, and then suggested that they take this opportunity to explain everything and then move on. The protagonist presented the doll and noted that it was a ransom doll that annulled not only mana oaths, but also ancient vows. Sitting at the table, he thought that even after testing the effect on her own body, Ariel could not tell anything about the managers. The protagonist seriously said that he sometimes thought about the situation that had arisen. Perhaps what was at stake when taking the oath was not her life, but something even more valuable. The girl was surprised by what he heard. Aaron crossed his arms and suggested that it was Kyle, or the Moon Settlement, or the Great Forest, or maybe if she spoke, the firestorm would engulf the entire forest. He covered the girl's mouth. The protagonist held out his hand and asked her not to answer, because if his assumptions were true, even he would have kept his mouth shut. He looked back and said that she was probably forced to swear something very important to completely subjugate her to his will, and since they sent her to the Hall of Eternal Life because they did not want to kill her, it meant that she still knew more about the managers than he did. The girl was shocked. Looking at the protagonist's face, Ariel thought that she had lived for more than 300 years, and he was only 18. The girl suddenly flinched from a loud sound. Turning around, Aaron assumed that the passage was open. Standing in front of the open safe, he asked if they would scout out the situation. Standing in front of Sari, the protagonist thought that he allowed him to eat the mithril walls, floor and ceiling. This should bring him at least 3 million. The puzzled girl asked if it could even be called a safe. Entering the room, she said that it looked more like a building than a safe. Aaron stood still and asked if she thought it was too hot, to which he replied that it was. She suddenly closed her mouth. The girl was shocked. A fire spirit appeared before them. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist thought that he should first assess the room's furnishings. He imagined the layout of the room and emphasized that it was a hexagonal chamber with 6 crystals placed in each corner. Ariel looked at her companion, who said that there was more than just a fire spirit there. Looking at the crystals, he asked them to get ready, because they were advancing. Many spirits appeared before them. The boys rushed into battle. Aaron looked at his bracelet. Frowning, he thought that magic was blocked. This was an anti-magic zone, meaning they would have to fight spirits without magic. He summoned Elun and the Black Spirit. Elun began to fight with a satisfied look. Punching the monster, the protagonist thought that in terms of ranks, the highest level spirits are usually between awakened and heroic. They just can't use magic, but they're not that strong. The girl parried the attack with her blade, while Aaron reasoned that in that case, Ariel should be able to handle a couple of them. The girl suddenly backed away, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that she was having a harder time than he thought. The protagonist's bracelet changed into a blade. Holding the magic sword in front of him, Aaron emphasized the fact that it was high time to use it. The spirits were scared. A bright flash flashed. Ariel was surprised. The protagonist rushed into battle. The water spirit was confused. He suddenly became afraid. The black spirit bound him. Eluna was fighting an ice bird. Turning around, the protagonist asked to hold them tightly. Touching the crystal, a notification popped up that this was a crystal of fire of the highest level. It generates, amplifies and stores flame energy. The average cost is 140,000 coins. Studying each crystal, Aaron said that this room could already be called a treasury. The girl looked down. The protagonist gave her an ointment and asked her to smear it on her shoulder. Standing next to her, the protagonist said that as soon as they leave the anti-magic zone, he would also use a restorative spell. He saw the door and assumed that such rooms go one after another, they would go to the next room. The guys arrived in the second room. Looking at the many pots, Aaron asked what kind of room this was. They were suddenly taken aback. The girl shuddered and clarified whether this was attraction magic, to which she received an answer that it was not so, there was a slight difference. Looking at his hand, the protagonist mentally noted that everything except their conversations was slowed down. This was a powerful debuff of the slowing type. Looking at the cracked vessel, the protagonist came to the conclusion that if the last room tested magic, then this one was aimed at physical strength. A blow was heard in front of them. Ariel was scared. Ghosts appeared in front of the guys. Watching the monsters, Aaron fell into thought that the slowing spell does not work on ghosts. This is a room in which they will have to fight ghosts without magic and strength. The dumbfounded girl clarified whether they were in trouble, to which the protagonist replied that this was not so. His ring began to glow while the protagonist said that for him these low-level ghosts were nothing. This was not even a difficulty increase. Ian appeared in front of them. The spirit with a slight smile clarified what kind of buffet this was and whether the protagonist had prepared a gift for him. The spirit hiccuped and said that he had eaten well. The heroes entered the next room. Aaron looked at the ring and asked how much soul power came out of it. Ian answered that it was about 200,000 units. Ariel watched the heroes back when he said that Herbiner should think carefully about his actions. The guy called it childish babble, asking about 200,000 units, and whether he was serious. The girl stood behind him and thought about what kind of person he was. Ariel remembered the joyful residents of the city, who said that since the new lord took the chair, the territories had grown incredibly, and he was a truly outstanding person, that they were able to avoid that mysterious plague thanks to their lord, and another year of good harvest. They said that long live Stillgard. The girl looked thoughtfully and drove away thoughts in her head that a series of events that are akin to a miracle, although the guy says that all this is thanks to interdimensional trade, but this fact does not explain everything. Ariel continued to stand behind him and thought that despite the feeling, she knows Aaron well, and there are times when it seems to her that there is a stranger in front of her. The hero turned around and asked the girl about what was going on. The elf walked forward and said that nothing and that they needed to go to the next room. The young man looked at her and asked what kind of confidence this was that came from nowhere. The girl turned around and began to speak. Aaron watched carefully and heard that she had something she relied on. The stone monster growled with a pierced chest. He fell to the ground in front of the hero. The guy looked at the lying monster, and it was said that the third room was filled with gargoyles, and these were not simple gargoyles, but with a dispersal effect. The young man turned to the girl when it was said that these creatures are able to resist most physical and magical attacks, but they are too slow and this is their Achilles heel. Ariel picked up an automatic crossbow, or a multi-purpose weapon. The plot said that they were basically just flying targets. The girl picked up the crossbow and asked about what kind of rogue weapon it was, listing the automatic reload, the ability to shoot quickly, and saying that there were even electric and explosive shells. The hero looked down and noted that, as expected, elves were the best when it came to bows and arrows, and if he gave her something like a machine gun, he thought she would have a hard time with it. Aaron walked further forward and noticed that there was almost nothing in here compared to the other rooms. Ariel was behind him and asked him to tell him honestly, excluding the mithril, how much he had already earned. The hero turned around and said that he didn't even know. The guy froze in place, listening to her request that she would not ask him to give it to her, so let him say it. He answered that it was about 820,000 gold. The girl exclaimed in surprise and asked about how much more than the average safe could contain. While the elf was beaming with joy, the hero looked away and wondered if the reason was that she had been in the Stillgard's domain for too long, so her eyes were open to the value of money. The guy, leaving the room, said that he would split the amount and give her half. The girl asked again, saying that he did not have to. The heroes entered the fourth room, where in front of them was a table with multicolored crystals. Aaron opened his mouth in surprise and asked what kind of round table it was. He looked at the stones emitting a bright light and thought about 9 places and 9 switches of different colors. The elf looked questioningly at the guy touching the stones, asking what it was. Ariel exclaimed questioningly that he could really just take and press everything in a row if something happened. The hero looked in her direction and said that there were no other clues here. The petrified girl stood in place and called him when he said that nothing was happening, suggesting that he could try pressing all the switches. Aaron pressed the green crystal. The button cover opened, and inside were earrings. The young man took them with his hands and thought about the gray and green, 2 out of 9, the rest were just blanks, wondering why there were 9 places. The guy opened his eyes wide, realizing something. The hero clenched his fists, and exclaimed that it was clear to him why such a strange room was built. The girl looked at him, and asked what had come over him. The young man smiled, raising his fist, and stated that perhaps Herbiner had a slightly different view of the world compared to the other managers, and asked that when thinking of a creature with 9 types of coloring, nothing came to mind. Ariel's mouth dropped in surprise and asked about 9, adding that if it was a creature that had such a coloring. She opened her eyes wide, exclaiming. The girl raised her hand, imagining in her head, exclaimed about a dragon. Aaron spread his hands and asked that yes, it was a dragon. After all, it is a well-known fact that there are 9 types of them on the continent, right? A man with one eye was shown, and the guy was discussing what was happening. Herbiner had united with the dragons of the Zero system, although he did not know what the reasons for such a decision were. Ariel stood attentively and listened to the question about the rooms that they had already cleaned out. Did not seem strange to her. Monsters of different elements and colors were depicted, when the guy continued to say that the first room is a zone free of magic, where spirits appear, and of course, a wizard will not be able to break through this barrier, and even a legendary knight will have to sweat. Ghosts are depicted that are reaching out to someone. Aaron said that in the second, even a legendary knight would be reduced to bones, because here it is necessary to know a spell that damages ghosts, asking if the magician was already cut off in the first room. The guy, smiling, raised 3 fingers and said that the third room will easily filter out any master of spirits. A diagram with mages, knights and creatures was shown when he explained that the gargoyles use dispersal, so this is the very place where the knight could shine on the stage, but he had already been eliminated in the second room. The elf grabbed her chin, imagining a certain creature, spoke, asking what it means that only someone who has magic, and possesses spiritual art, and is trained in combat techniques can pass this test. The girl said that on the entire continent, besides Aaron, such a versatile person could not be found. Ariel suddenly exclaimed about the dragon. The young man snapped his finger and noted that everything is correct. There are even 9 colors, asking a question about whether versatility is not a distinctive feature. The guy spread his hands and said that this is a testing ground where Herbiner selected talented dragons. The girl looked at him thoughtfully and reasoned that however the very fact of Herbiner's cooperation with dragons still remains a matter of speculation, and why should the manager do something? Aaron put on an earring that emitted light, said that if he puts it on, they will know the answer to this question. An image of Herbiner appeared in front of him, and it was said that his message was being played. The man put his hand on his chest and said that he was pleased to meet him, that his name was Herbiner, and if they were watching this video, it meant they had passed his test, with which he congratulated them. The young man pointed his finger at the hologram and asked the girl if she could see it. The elf looked questioningly and answered that no, she could not see anything. The man stated that he was the manager, but not their enemy, and he was on their side. The hero looked at him intently, explaining to the girl that Herbiner had left a message. The man raised his hand and exclaimed that the governors had gone completely mad. He was saying that they should join forces and overthrow the governors. Ariel was confused when the boy elaborated, saying that it seemed like he was trying to oust the governors by teaming up with the dragons of the Zero system. The hero with the earrings looked ahead and listened as the elf exclaimed, asking what was going on, that he and Daniel had killed the wrong governor and taken the life of the only good governor. The boy calmly replied that he didn't even know, and he didn't think so. In front of the heroes stood an image of a man who was declaring that they were destroying their fellow dragons, that the governors had teamed up with the gods to usher in the era of humans, wondering if that wasn't absurd. Herbiner clenched his fist and shouted that dragons were the greatest and most beautiful creatures. If anyone should die out, it would be the pathetic humans, and also just pretty elves, ugly dwarves, vile orcs, but not dragons. Aaron crossed his arms and assumed that he was just a madman, obsessed with the greatness of dragons. The hero declared that Ariel did the right thing by killing him. Herbiner stood with a fireball in his hand, and it was said that about 300 years ago, the administrators killed a large number of dragons and restored balance in this world, opening the era of people. The man folded his fingers when it was said that at that time, Administrator Herbiner, dissatisfied with the death of the dragons, gathered the dragons of the continent and planned a rebellion. The girl touched her chin and said that he died later from her in Daniel's hands. The guy confirmed, saying that his plan failed. The hero looked at the system window. It said that the guardian they needed to recruit was a gray dragon. The young man thought that every time the dragon passed the test, wondering what he was given the order to bring the next dragon. The guy stood in front of Ariel and said that the dragons that joined Herbiner seemed to be called guardians. Aaron, smiling, pointed to the earrings and said that there were only 2 pairs of earrings left on the table, which meant that there were at least 7 guardians, and they could be used as the main force. The elf looked at him and noted, asking a question, that this whole situation did not mean that the guardians only cared about the dragon's safety, and maybe they would help them. Ariel watched and listened attentively as he asked about why they needed help. The hero extended his hand and stated that it was not a request. He was saying that they had to make it so that they could not avoid cooperation. Various ornaments were shown. When it was said that the earrings were some kind of tracking device, with special mana, one could detect the guards scattered throughout the continent. His secretary was shown, crossing his arms, when it was said that therefore Amon was tasked with modifying the drone so that it could accurately detect the guards' locations. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise, questioning how all of this belonged to them. In front of the heroes was a pile of gold coins, and it was said that there was a great moon. Aaron looked around and thought about why it was called a safe, since it was a mithril safe that was hidden from the eyes of the other managers. There was no way it could be empty. They stood in front of this pile, and the boy added that the layout of the room was a bit unusual, a round ballroom. Ariel was looking ahead when something suddenly changed. The girl grabbed the crossbow and declared that she had just stopped feeling the energy of the moon. Aaron, with his mouth open, looked at his ring and said that the spiritual magic was also blocked, and that all the restrictions of the rooms they had visited so far were gathered in this space. The elf crouched down sharply. She shouted, asking what that sound was. The hero looked ahead and said that he had been wondering why the room was round. The ball quickly began to roll towards them. It was approaching them from behind, when the boy realized that it was the perfect design to instantly destroy the intruder. The heroes turned around, and the elf shouted that they needed to press themselves against the wall. The young man clenched his fists and declared that it was useless, because given the layout of the room, they would be crushed at any point in this space. Aaron looked to the side and said that Herbiner, he should have assumed that he had prepared with special care. Ariel panicked and screamed that now was not the time to be surprised, asking him if it was possible to block a blow with martial arts. The girl opened her mouth, listening to the hero about what was possible if he could use magic. But no matter how good his self-defense skills were, it would be impossible to block an object of such a size. The characters looked at the impending threat, and the elf asked that then would they die, meet such a miserable death. Ariel pressed her lips, thinking. She apologized to the guy. He looked at her and asked again why. The girl grabbed him abruptly and kissed him. Aaron looked questioningly, blushing with embarrassment. The large stone was already close. The guy extended his hand, shrouded in magic. It was reported that the entrance to the inventory was being realized. The elf sat helplessly on the ground behind the young man. The ball began to illuminate with light. A wall appeared in front of them. Ariel sat on her knees and asked if they survived. The hero looked at the wall and said that he never said that they would die. The girl blushed when the guy asked what she was apologizing for her sudden kiss. The huge ball rested against the protective wall. The young man said that it was securely fixed. Ariel turned away, sitting on the ground, when Aaron said that there would be no problems for a while. The hero turned to her and asked how long she would sit like that, and maybe she would help him open the treasure chest. The girl rose from her knees. The young man knelt down in front of the coins and said that there was about 5,000 gold here, that the jewelry was worth more than gold, even though their amount was small, and if you add everything together, he asked about it, it would be about 12 million gold. The elf looked in surprise and said what 12 million meant. The guy looked away and clarified that they split it in half. Ariel's wide eyes were filled with gold coins as she thought that she couldn't believe that she was rich too, that with that kind of money he could restore the settlement, and still have a decent amount left. Aaron opened the chest, saying the cherry on the cake. The chest contained a blue dragon's heart that glowed brightly, and when she saw it, the girl asked what it was. The hero sat on one knee in front of the opened chest and wondered if it wasn't puzzling, and the one who raised the banner of dragon protection was hiding a dragon's heart. He said that it looked like an animal protection organization that used stuffed animals. Ariel grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked about the dragon's heart. She blushed, her mouth open, and noted that it was the greatest prey that a creature could get on Earth. The hero snapped his finger in front of her face and told her not to come closer because she couldn't use the moon energy, and she would just end up possessed. The young man turned halfway around and noticed that she had calmed down a bit, and the girl asked again in surprise. The hero looked into her eyes and asked that instead of just avoiding the problem, shouldn't they talk about it? He asked about what happened a few minutes ago. Ariel's eyes widened, blushing. Aaron looked at her and calmly said that they both knew that there were no feelings between them, they were just cooperating, asking why she did it. The guy turned to her and added that it must be because of the goddess Clara. It was okay, the girl could openly tell him about it because the connection was broken now. The elf put her hand on her chest and asked if it was true. The hero looked closely into her eyes and thought that she was clearly hiding something. Why did Clara's faithful servant suddenly start behaving in such a way? The girl said that she did not want him to be taken away. The guy asked again, not understanding. Ariel pressed her fist to her chest, remembering the characters, said that first Arniel, then Eluna and now him, saying that the goddess Clara is the one whom the clan should worship, but for her. The young man closed his eyes and thought, what is the matter? Everything that is dear to the elf is subordinate to Clara. He remembered what happened and thought about what happens. That kiss became a timid rebellion, possible only in the face of death. The guy silently looked in front of him and thought so that she would not be taken away from what belongs to her. The hero looked at the blushing girl and realized that the real reason for the kiss was that a huge stone was leaning against the wall, and it was said that it was the third day since they were locked in the safe with the steel ball. The girl was having lunch and said that it was delicious, asking what it was called. The guy was sitting next to her and clarified that it was a burger, noting that hers was meatless, so she could eat it and not worry about anything. The hero chewed, looking at her, thinking about how Ariel was quickly moving on, suspected that there would be awkwardness between them for some time. He remembered how the girl stood with her back turned and said that she said it not because she wanted something from him. The elf opened her eyes and added that he should just think of it as her little rebellion against Mrs. Clara. The guy, with his eyes closed, ate the burger and thought about what was easier said than done. Suddenly, he flared up with magic. The hero sat on the floor, glowing with magic, received a notification that the progress of level 5 psionic abilities had reached 100%, and that the absorption was complete. The young man jumped up from his seat, arguing that the psionic abilities he had been gradually studying had finally reached level 5. The hero asked if it was time for them to slowly get out of here. The elf asked again how to do it. Aaron stood by the wall behind which there was a boulder, and thought about how the iron ball was so huge that it was impossible to break or push it away. The guy stretched out his hand in front of him, and smiling, said that as expected, the correct answer was to have a variety of abilities, activating telekinesis. Ariel watched as the hero cast the spell against the wall, releasing magic. He held the ball with magic. The girl, with her mouth open, asked what he was saying. This is not magic. A message appeared that the conditions for raising the phase were met. The hero clenched his fist after being notified that the mastermind phase was changing to the supermind and thought that this was great because he had reached the last phase of the fourth system. Aaron extended his hand to Ariel and offered to get out of there. The heroes touched hands and the guy told the girl to hold on tightly. Sari looked at the apple and thought about what it was. The king of the magical beasts threw everything to the sides and asked to bring him something edible. The beast sat under his feet and wondered if the king was too picky about food and that they brought all the delicious food they had. The beast stood on a stone and built other beasts around it. The plot said that the 3 days while Aaron was away were enough for Sari to become a legend among the magical beasts of the great forest. The little beasts looked at them menacingly as they discussed how they felt the cold gaze of the king of magical beasts consuming them, and that they should not anger him in any way by asking a question about how they had already forgotten how he had dealt with a rebellious squad of orcs in the blink of an eye. Sari suddenly concentrated, hearing something. The heroes came out of the forest, and the guy called out to the little beast. He was screaming with happiness, and the young man was talking about how he had searched for him. The beast instantly became angry and began to ask how he dared to speak like that to the king of magical beasts, specifying that he was tired of living. The monsters prepared to attack with the intention of protecting the great emperor of magical beasts. One of the creatures raised his hand. A large explosion occurred in the forest. The characters stood calmly as the dust cleared. The young man raised his hand and asked the little beast if they weren't his friends. Sari covered them with his huge paw and spoke about how they didn't know a damn thing. It was about the end of the era of the king of magical beasts, Sari. There was a picture of a building in the sunlight, and it was said that the harvest in the great forest was more than expected. The hero made a lot of money and learned about the existence of the guardians. Aaron looked at his reflection and thought about the situation where the managers learned about the death of a comrade and now it is unknown when they will attack. But in the remaining time it is necessary to increase their power at all costs. The elf came up to him from behind and asked about the fact that he had just returned and was already going somewhere again. The girl looked at him and heard that now he needed to act more actively. From this moment the race against time begins. She objected that in the great forest he spent a lot of power, so he must be very tired. The hero turned to her and noted that everything was fine, and this time he would return quickly. The elf replied that it was good. She looked into his eyes and told him to say hello to everyone from her. Aaron raised his hand, disappearing, after using long-distance teleportation, replied that it was good, he would pass it on. The girl was casting an energy ball. Sierra was looking at it, and saying that the sphere had reacted to mana. The man, watching, asked if these were the managers. Robin looked out the window and said no. The hero teleported right in front of their house. The man smiled, looking out the window, and said that he and his son hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy looked up, seeing his father. Beanos and the girl folded their hands on the table and looked at the young man, who was telling Sierra that she had become even younger. Regarding the reverse aging spell, it seemed she had managed to achieve perfection, didn't she? The girl folded her arms and said that now one could say that it was almost perfect. The boy looked at the man and said that it must be great that the two of them had the opportunity to fully devote themselves to training in such a calm environment. Benos looked at the young man and asked him not to make fun of the old man. Sierra, putting her elbow on the table, looked at the man when Eren thought about how they had been training with each other for a year, so their relationship simply could not develop any other way. The characters were sitting at a round table. The guy clarified what everyone's results were. Benos said that he had almost reached the 8th ring, and if it were possible to solve the problem with the amount of mana, he would be able to overcome this wall. The young man said that he thought he had a gift that would be useful to them and put the dragon heart on the table. The man looked at him in surprise, saying that it was a dragon's heart. It was blazing with blue magic. When Benos clarified, wasn't it the most expensive and rare magic material on the continent? Eren smiled and said that he took it from the manager's safe, just in case he decided to absorb it. Let him do it inside the safe. The man thanked the young man. The father asked the boy if he had achieved any enlightenment during this time. He asked again. The hero touched his chin and thought about how, thanks to the legacy left by Joe, he was able to grow from a master of the Kichoujon level, and among the representatives of the legendary rank, he is the closest to the mythical rank. But a card was depicted, a notification about the key to the mythical edge popped up. The boy thought about how, although he thought about it every time he had a free minute over the past year, he was still not able to advance very far. Robin put his hand on the table and said that he had made some progress. Eren opened his mouth in surprise and asked again about whether this was true or not. The father smiled when he said that this happened only a few weeks ago. That moment was like a blessing from heaven, both for himself and for the young man. Robin was saying that although it was difficult to convey the essence of enlightenment in words, he hoped that it would be at least a little useful. The boy listened to him attentively, his mouth open. His father closed his eyes and, folding his hands, muttered something. It was said about conveying enlightenment in words, and that what was said would only cause laughter in a warrior of the first system. The young man's eye began to emit light when he thought. Magic enveloped Eren when he thought that from sentences to words, and words are ideas that contain a specific meaning. Sierra screamed in panic about what it was. The characters watched the hero, who was glowing orange, and the girl screamed what had just happened. The young man thought that for a moment he forgot the reason why both the managers and the Seven Eyes were pursuing his father. Robin stared ahead with his palms folded as Eren mused that his father was truly an incomparable genius born on the continent, and in this regard, he surpassed even his grandfather. Magical objects were depicted, and the hero mused at the key to the mythic edge left by Joe, the achievement of psionic ability of the 5th level, that is, the supermind. The father extended his palm forward. It was said that over the past year, Robin had been practicing continuously, developing his own interpretation. Eren bent his legs, hanging in the air. The key was inserted into the lock. It was said that the key of enlightenment was firmly inserted into the keyhole. The characters were depicted with glowing eyes. The plot told how in the era of mankind, this was an uncharted territory, except for the special case of Richard, a genius among geniuses. Many warriors of legendary rank found themselves in the pool of disappointment and despair, never able to open this door. The hero's face lit up with magic as he reasoned that even in the world of martial arts, this is the highest level that can be achieved independently and enter the top 9 masters. The guy suddenly stood up from the table. The others looked at him attentively. He raised his palm and reasoned that this is a perfect metamorphosis of the body. Eren clenched his hand into a fist and thought about the fact that 2 whole years had passed. The guys looked at the young man. His father noticed that he had finally managed it and said that he was proud of him. Sierra looked at him and asked, exclaiming that he should not say anything, and that it was really so. The hero smiled and said that yes, it seemed that he had really reached the mythical rank. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and said that this was some kind of nonsense, asking about how it was so easy. The young man replied that he was lucky, just a few factors came together. The girl stood in front of him and asked him if it was ever possible to reach the mythical rank through pure luck, adding that if that were the case, there would be several legendary rankers on the continent who could have reached it by now. Sierra asked why no one had appeared in hundreds of years. The boy looked her in the eye and clarified that she didn't like the fact that he had reached the mythical rank. The girl clenched her fist and said that of course it was good and that he should be congratulated, because he was a truly reliable and special person. Sierra pointed at him and exclaimed that even if she was happy for him, the fact that she was confused remained the same. The hero clenched his fist and told her that now was not the time for such talk, because they were still in the minority. Eren looked away, introducing the humans, saying that their enemy was the managers, and that they had already reached the 8th circle hundreds of years ago, while he had only recently reached the initial stage. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought about how there was a maximum of a year left before the administrators would go on stage. He needed to get stronger even faster. The girl smiled, asking if she could see a mythical rank warrior in action. The young man asked why she wanted to. Sierra said she wanted to see everything with her own eyes. The boy silently listened to her about how it wouldn't hurt him to have a clear idea of the strength of his allies, right? Robin smiled, listening to what they were discussing, how the hero didn't understand who they were talking about. The father crossed his arms, watching his son. Robin looked at him and said that he would only be glad. Aaron held a sword in his hand, being with his father in the field. He looked at him and thought that his father had reached the last step of the legendary rank, so confronting me would be useless for him. Sierra waved her hand from the cliff and said that since such an opportunity had arisen, let them fight with all their strength, and if a dangerous situation arose, he and the teacher would cast a shield and protect them. The hero looked ahead with a serious look and thought about the fact that his opponent was his father after all, wondering how he could fight with all his strength. The man stood in front of his son and asked if he was hesitating. Robin closed his eyes, listening to him not to worry, the boy would also give it his all. His father's sword flared with a bright blue flame when he began to say that perhaps the predecessor should check if the temporary lord was fit for the position. Aaron held out his sword, cloaked in magic, and said that after such words, he could no longer fight half-heartedly. The opponents rushed towards each other, attacking when it was said that decades after Richard's death, the clash of the mythical and legendary ranks was unfolding again. Father and son fought with swords, blocking each other. The ground around them cracked from their clash. Aaron swung his sword, looking forward. The heroes attacked each other again and again, defending themselves. Robin saw a powerful attack in front of his face. A large beam of light passed near his father when he dodged. Sierra and Benos watched in surprise. The boys looked down intently, and the girl asked about how they were so strong. The man opened his mouth and said that it was not only about strength. Benos watched carefully and said that both freely moved aura and sword into the shield, and this was high-level aura control. Robin and Aaron were desperately fighting each other on equal terms. The man said he couldn't believe he was seeing such a duel, and he even felt sorry that no one else could witness it. Benos looked ahead and said he didn't think it would last long. The boy was tired as he stood in a stance with his sword. The young man prepared to attack, and as he watched his father, he thought that this was to be expected from Robin, because when it came to hand-to-hand combat using swordsmanship, he was actually far ahead of him. The hero's sword glowed green as he thought that in such a case. The boys on the mountain were stunned as they watched what was happening. Small stones and dust flew into the forest as the man explained about the mythical rank swordsmanship that Mr. Richard used 100 years ago. The hero raised his sword above himself, activating the aura ring. The father frowned and thought that he was ready to attack. Aaron's eyes glowed red as he attacked him with his sword. The boy released a powerful magic strike. Robin held the sword in his hand and screamed in pain. There was an explosion, emitting green rays. Sierra and Benos were hiding on the mountain from the flash of light and magic. A silhouette dissipated in the fog. The father smiled and said that he really reached the mythical rank. Robin raised his sword, standing in the funnel, said that he was proud of his son. The rivals walked towards each other, and Aaron asked if his father was okay. Robin said that he was, and how could he have suffered from this, asking if he intentionally missed, right. The girl and the man hurried to them. When she said that she did not even know whether she should be happy or sad now, the hero looked in her direction and asked what she was talking about. Sierra looked at them seriously and said that they should congratulate him for being stronger than them, but that meant that invaders of the same rank were so strong. The girl looked at the young man and said that there were about 10 of them, or rather, they did not know their exact number yet. The guy looked half-turned and asked if she was scared. Sierra exclaimed that she was not. Aaron turned to face them and told the girl not to worry about these managers, because in this situation they were quite capable of fighting back. The young man put his sword on his shoulder, clenched his fist, and said that they should pay for daring to ignore humanity.